Lin Chen, framed by others, with the memories of his past life, is reborn before the launch of the Lord's Era. In order to get ahead, he unhesitatingly chooses to spend money, charging a staggering 1 billion. God-level troops, SSS-level heroes, unique items, mythic-level equipment. Everything one could wish for, he has it all, ready to dominate the world. I have been reborn? Lin Chen opened his eyes, only to feel an excruciating pain in his head. He clearly remembers that he died from a backstab by a companion while on a campaign against the abyssal demon Kanguzate. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself here, in this home he was so familiar with. Moreover, the calendar on the wall had just turned to February 7, 2037. That is to say, the day before the launch of Lord's Era. At that moment, the sound from the television suddenly reached Lin Chen's ears. In the Era of Lords, this is an epic-making game that combines resource gathering, troop training, hero development, and war plundering among many other gameplay elements. In this land, you will become a lord, fighting to expand your territory. Only one day remains until the official open beta of the Era of Lords. The GamePod ordering phone number is. It was indeed correct. Lin Chen instantly cleared his thoughts. He still remembered that in his previous life, the Lord's Era also used this overwhelming promotional method to attract countless players. On just the first day, the number of online players reached as high as 700 million. Even in the rapidly growing population of 2037, having 700 million people online at the same time is still a terrifying number. However, this game called Lord's Era is far more than just a game. Because, 7 days after the game launches, all players will no longer be able to go offline. 1 month after the game launches, the game and reality will officially merge. Those who did not enter the game through the game pod will also be teleported into the game. Thus, the Era of the People's Lords officially begins. To be honest, even though Lin Chen spent a full 3 years in the game Lord Era in his previous life, he still knew nothing about the secrets hidden behind this game. In his previous life, Lin Chen experienced 3 major chapters in Lord Era. The first chapter, Lords in Conflict. In this era of universal lords, all the lords are vying for supremacy on this eternal continent, with various forces emerging one after another, truly a battle of heroes. Chapter 2, The Abyssal Invasion. After the rise of various forces, the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent has quietly opened. In an instant, countless abyssal creatures invaded the continent, causing untold suffering to the land, and countless lords met their untimely demise. However, before the calamity of the abyssal creatures could be completely resolved, the third chapter once again unveiled its curtain. Chapter 3, The Arrival of the Alien Stars. It was only at this moment that Lin Chen realized they were not the only planet drawn into the game of the lords. After the arrival of the alien stars, those alien lords began to slaughter the earthly lords and plunder their resources. Under the dual oppression of abyssal monsters and alien lords, the living space for humanity is shrinking, to the point where it can be described as a life and death situation. It is precisely because of this that Lin Chen, one of the 10 lords of Huaxia, decided to lead his companions to conquer the abyssal demon Kanguzate. For this expedition, Lin Chen made thorough preparations. However, just as he was about to kill Kanguzate, he was betrayed by his companions. All efforts, reduced to ashes. What made him feel even more despair was that the one who betrayed him was none other than his uncle, Lin Tianke. Moreover, as his life was nearing its end, he learned of an even more infuriating secret. That was, the car accident that had happened to his parents back then was orchestrated by Lin Tianke, and his goal is to seize the entire Lin family group. Just thinking about the contemptuous smile on Lin Tianke's face when he revealed this secret made Lin Chen feel a fire burning and churning in his heart. That is, the fire of revenge. Fortunately, heaven opened its eyes and allowed him to be reborn. In this new life, Lin Chen only wants to take revenge on his enemies. Lin Tianke, the Abyss Demon God, the Lord of the Alien Star. He will not spare any of these former enemies. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately walked into the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and forced himself to calm down. Soon, he began to analyze his current advantages. His greatest advantage now is that he has 3 years of gaming experience ahead of other players. This gaming experience can help him take the lead in the game. As the saying goes, a step ahead means every step is ahead. As long as Lin Chen can seize this advantage, it will be easy for him to get the snowball rolling. The second advantage is that he is very wealthy. Moreover, Lin Chen's wealth is not just ordinary wealth. His father is the chairman of the Lin Group, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he is as rich as a country. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's parents had already passed away 3 years ago due to the car accident planned by Lin Tianke. As the only son, Lin Chen naturally inherited the company's shares. After Lin's father passed away, the entire Lin Group began to decline. But no matter how you put it, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If the shares in Lin Chen's hands were converted to money, it would take several lifetimes to spend it all. After analyzing his current advantages, Lin Chen quickly recalled something. A matter of utmost importance. That is, the game Lord's Era allows for early recharge. After the game launched, perhaps for the sake of fairness, each person's daily recharge limit was set to 1 million. Once this limit is exceeded, further recharges cannot be made. However, there were no limits on recharges made before the game launched. At that time, many people regretted not taking advantage of this feature. After all, at that time, no one expected that such a game would actually merge with reality. The reason Lin Chen remembered it so clearly was that he had recharged 10 million in his previous life. It was this 10 million that quickly put him ahead at the starting line, ultimately allowing him to become one of the top 10 strongest lords in Huaxia. Countless times in the dead of night, Lin Chen felt an immense regret. If at that time I had invested not just 10 million, but 100 million, then my achievements would have been even greater. Fortunately, this time, I will not miss this opportunity again. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Once the call was connected, a middle-aged man's voice soon came through on the other end. Young Master Lin Chen, how may I assist you? Lin Chen said without hesitation, Li Butler, I command you to liquidate all the company shares I hold within 12 hours. Not just the shares of the Lin Group, but also all the stocks under my name, sell them all. My luxury cars, designer watches, and those antiques, sell everything that can be sold, even if it means selling them at a loss. I need you to raise as much money as possible in the shortest time, do you understand? After hearing this, Butler Li was completely stunned. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly asked, Young Master Lin Chen, what on earth happened? You aren't being kidnapped, are you? Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if there are any contracts that need to be signed, just send them to my villa, understood? You only have 12 hours, hurry up, quick, quick, quick. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Hearing the urgency in his young master's tone, Butler Li also sprang into action decisively. Although he didn't know what his young master wanted to do, as the butler, his duty was to carry out all the orders given by Lin Chen. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen took a deep breath once more. Butler Li had been working for his father since he was alive, and he had watched Lin Chen grow up, so Lin Chen had no doubt about his loyalty. The only thing he was considering now was how much money he could raise in less than a day. The next day, at 12 noon, Butler Li had followed his instructions and sold off the company's shares as much as possible, and had sold his luxury car and watch at a bargain. However, half a day is still too short. It should be known that the process of equity trading is very complex, and most of the time it is not a one-time payment. Moreover, in commercial trade, once you show an eager attitude, you are definitely the one being manipulated. Therefore, Lin Chen could only choose to sell at an extremely low price, at a bargain. And his only condition was that he would not accept installments, only cash. In less than a day, it is likely that many people have already regarded Lin Chen as a fool and a big loser. However, Lin Chen was completely unconcerned. Anyway, in a month, when the game and reality are fully merged, money will become worthless, even too hard to use for wiping. Lin Chen did not close his eyes for the entire night, completing everything. In front of him lay a stack of bank cards. The total amount of money in these bank cards adds up to a full 1 billion. At this moment, there are still 5 hours left until the official launch of Lord's Era. Lin Chen stared at the clock on the wall, silently waiting. When there are only 3 hours left until the launch, he will recharge the entire 1 billion into Lord's Era. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passes by second. Finally, the hour hand reached 2 o'clock. It's time to start recharging. Lin Chen took a deep breath, directly picked up a bank card, entered the card number and password, then input the recharge amount and proceeded to recharge. The maximum limit for a single recharge is 1 million. In other words, Lin Chen needs to perform the operation a total of 1,000 times to recharge the entire 1 billion into the game. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen specifically reserved 3 hours for himself, dedicated to the recharge process. The reason he chooses to recharge at the last moment, without leaving himself more time, is to prevent others from discovering it. You should know that there is a dedicated recharge leaderboard that ranks based on the amount recharged in advance. In this world, there are always a considerable number of wealthy individuals. If a truly wealthy person decides to compete with him and starts spending money like crazy, then Lin Chen's advantage will be significantly weakened. Before starting the recharge, Lin Chen took a special look at the recharge leaderboard. He discovered that the person in first place was an Arab who had recharged over 60 million. One must admit that there are indeed quite a few wealthy people in this world. On the top 10 leaderboard, only 2 were from the Dragon country, one recharged 30 million, and the other recharged 43 million. These people all chose to hide their names, only displaying their nationalities. This game hasn't even launched yet, and some people have already spent tens of millions. However, these people do not know that yet. What they are doing now is very likely the most correct choice of their lives. Below the recharge leaderboard, there is a comment section that has already started a heated discussion. Wow, the first place is simply a rich tycoon. The game hasn't even launched yet, and they've already spent over 60 million. No kidding, they sell oil, how could they not make money? Sigh, comparing people just makes me feel worse. I'm still considering whether to add an egg to my pancake in the morning, while these people have already started spending tens of millions on games. Yeah, I wonder if these wealthy people are in need of a dog. I feel like their dogs probably eat better than I do. However, have you noticed that our dragon country has quite a few wealthy people too, with 2 spots in the top 10? This is the face of our dragon country. It would be even better if we could take down that first place. After glancing at the comments section a few times, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. These people probably still don't know that the real massacre is about to begin. Lin Chen held a stack of bank cards and officially began his journey of recharging. The amount you want to recharge is 1 million yuan. Do you confirm? Confirm. Please perform fingerprint verification. Fingerprint verification passed. Congratulations on successfully recharging 1 million. Every recharge by Lin Chen is at the maximum limit. During this process, he was like a machine, numbly inputting the card number and password, and then proceeding with the fingerprint authentication. Lin Chen's efficiency is extremely high. In just 1 hour, he recharged a total of 400 million. In an instant, the entire comments section was in an uproar. Damn, I can't be seeing things, right? This person at the top of the leaderboard recharged a whole 400 million? Incredible! Who on earth is this? Truly bringing glory to our dragon country. This is a whopping 400 million. It's outrageous. His current recharge amount has already surpassed the total of all the others on the leaderboard. After Lin Chen recharged 400 million in one go, the original first place was directly pushed down to second. The second place was also unwilling to be outdone, continuing to recharge from over 60 million to 100 million. Unfortunately, compared to Lin Chen's 400 million, it was still like a small witch facing a great witch. Moreover, even now, for Lin Chen, it was still just the beginning. Another hour had passed. Lin Chen's recharge amount directly reached 700 million. Meanwhile, the second place on the leaderboard had a final recharge amount fixed at 150 million, and it did not rise any further. Clearly, he must have regarded Lin Chen as a madman and was not prepared to continue arguing with him. It seems that my rebirth has indeed brought about a certain butterfly effect. Lin Chen still remembers that in his previous life, no one ever recharged more than 100 million in advance, even 500 million was a rare occurrence. In this life, under his influence, nearly all of the top 10 on the recharge leaderboard have reached over 500 million. In Lin Chen's view, these people should really be grateful to him. The recharges are still ongoing. After all, the time left for Lin Chen is already running out. Once Lord Era officially launches, no matter how much money he has, he won't be able to top it up anymore. Finally, at 455, Lin Chen's recharge amount reached an astonishing 1 billion. At this moment, there are only 5 minutes left until Lord Era officially launches. The onlookers in the comments section were almost numb from the excitement. Starting with a recharge of 1 billion. Is the top recharger really human? It's terrifying. So awesome. Due to continuously recharging for a full 3 hours, Lin Chen felt an extreme soreness all over his body. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly laid down in the game pod. Even the game pod he ordered was the top-of-the-line Stellar Class game pod. The nutrient solution inside the game pod can sustain a normal person for an entire month. If nothing unexpected happens, this nutrient solution should last until the day when the game and reality officially merge. Lin Chen lay quietly in the game pod, silently counting down, waiting for the official launch of Lord's Era. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last second passed, Lin Chen felt his consciousness being instantly pulled away. When he regained consciousness again, he had arrived in a completely new space. Beneath his feet was the vast and boundless earth, with towering and majestic mountains. This continent is called Eternal Continent. On the Eternal Continent, countless cities stand. Humans, undead, elves, orcs, demons. Different races are waging war against each other on this continent. Here lies the world of the lords. Even though this was already the second time Lin Chen had witnessed this epic scene, his heart still felt an overwhelming shock. Next comes the character creation phase. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, he could start using cash abilities during the character creation process. Please enter your character name. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, Lin Yuan. This game name, which sounds the same as his real name, is one he has been using since his previous life. However, in this life, he would not allow himself to have any regrets. Character name registration successful. Please choose your initial race. Human race. This time, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and made a decisive choice. During the era of lords, there were a total of 5 initial races to choose from: the human race, the ghost race, the beast race, the elf race, and the demon race. Compared to other races, the human race appears incredibly mediocre, seemingly lacking any distinctive features. However, Lin Chen, having lived a second life, was well aware that although the human race was mediocre in the early stages, its potential for growth was much stronger than before, making it one of the strongest races in the later stages. Even when compared to some hidden races, it was still not to be underestimated. After confirming the race, the elf in front of him spoke again. Would you like to choose to draw an initial hero? Lin Chen nodded. Draw immediately. In the next moment, a flash of white light suddenly passed before him. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn an E-rank hero, farmer leader, Kenlak. Upon hearing the prompt sound by his ear, Lin Chen's face immediately darkened. He clearly did not expect that even after living a second life, he would still be so unlucky. Kenlak, this hero, can be said to be the most useless of the useless, often referred to by players as the king of farmers. Because he has almost no combat ability, his only trait is to increase crop yield by 10%. Drawing such a garbage hero can be considered starting the game with a loss right from the beginning. Fortunately, with just 10,000 gold, Lin Chen can redraw his initial hero. It should be noted that the exchange rate between the renminbi and gold coins is 1-to-1. In other words, resetting the draw results requires spending 10,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, this is obviously not a small amount of money. But for Lin Chen, who has already topped up 1 billion, it is nothing at all. After spending 10,000 gold coins, a flash of white light appeared before Lin Chen once again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn an E-rank hero, sharpshooter, Clark. Clearly, after drawing a hero again, Lin Chen's luck was still not very good. Fortunately, what Lin Chen lacked the least right now was money. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a C-level hero, Soul Hunter, Dura. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn an E-level hero, Scythe Maniac Wildman. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a C-level hero, Fury Warrior Ryan. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a B-level hero, Siren Slayer Mantasha. I have to say, Lin Chen's luck is really quite terrible. After drawing a full 100 times, the best I got was just a B-level hero. In less than 5 short minutes, 1 million just vanished like that. I refuse to believe that I can't draw an A-level hero today. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said fiercely, continue. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times, 500 times. Finally, on the 537th attempt, a purple light flashed before Lin Chen. The goods have finally been delivered. A hint of excitement involuntarily flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. If the goods didn't come through soon, it would really be a shame for the over 5 million I spent. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn the A-level hero, Flame Soul Lervis. Lin Chen actually has some impression of this hero, Lervis. If he remembers correctly, among the A-level heroes, this hero's overall performance is quite good, especially since the initial skill is a group attack fire-type magic, which can quickly level up in the early stages of the game. But, do I really want to choose him as my initial hero? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately made a decision, which was to choose to give up. Although Lielvis is already considered a pretty good A-level hero, it is still far from enough for me. Compared to Lielvis, there is another initial hero that Lin Chen desires to draw even more. In his previous life, Lin Chen had witnessed just how powerful that hero truly was. If only he could draw that hero. With that thought in mind, Lin Chen decisively chose to continue drawing. After all, drawing again would only cost 10,000 yuan, and right now, what he had the most of was money. Lin Chen just couldn't believe that after investing 100 million, he still couldn't draw the initial hero he wanted. However, after giving up on Liar Wazy, it seemed as if Lin Chen's luck had been completely exhausted. He drew 1,000 times in a row, and not even a single A-level hero appeared. The highest he got was only a B-level hero. But Lin Chen still did not lose heart, because he knew deep down that the probability of drawing an A-level hero was extremely low to begin with. Moreover, up until now, I have only spent a little over 15 million. Soon, when drawing for the 1891st time, a purple light flashed before Lin Chen's eyes once again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn an A-level hero, Forest Girl Leah. This A-level hero still did not meet Lin Chen's expectations. The skill level of the Forest Girl Leah is even lower than that of Rielvis. Moreover, this hero is better suited to commanding the elven troops, which does not align well with the human race. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decisively chose to give up. On the 2345th draw of heroes, I drew an A-level hero, Desert Heart, Sagat. On the 2777th draw of heroes, I drew an A-level hero, Empire Shield, Dualyugang. On the 3444th draw of heroes, I drew an A-level hero, Lady Luck, Jean Duo. After drawing heroes more than 3,000 times, Lin Chen felt as if he was becoming numb. This was the first time in his life that he felt drawing cards was such a tedious and boring thing. What was most frustrating was that the A-level heroes he drew later were even worse than the initial Re-Elvis. By now, Lin Chen had even started to regret it a bit. If he had known, he shouldn't have been so picky. The time he spends drawing heroes here is probably enough for other players to build up their territories. At this moment, Lin Chen had already made up his mind deep down. As long as the next A-level hero drawn is usable, he will choose it directly. 4,000 times, 4,500 times, 4,700 times, 5,000 times. This time, Lin Chen seemed to be trapped in some kind of curse, unable to draw an A-level hero no matter what. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's wealth, he would probably be crying over this frustrating card drawing system. Fortunately, on the 5135th attempt, a purple light flashed before Lin Chen's eyes once again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully drawn an S-level hero, Sealed Sword, Artoria. After hearing the system prompt sound by his ear, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. After resetting a total of more than 5,000 times, Lin Chen finally drew the A-level hero he wanted the most, the Sealed Sword, Artoria. To be more precise, the title of this hero should be the Sealed Sword of Victory. Because the divine artifact in Artoria's hand is currently in a sealed state, players must complete a highly difficult hidden quest in order to unlock the seal. And after breaking the seal, Artoria will directly be promoted from A-level hero to SSS level hero. And this is precisely why Lin Chen is so eager to draw this hero. Although extracting heroes cost over 50 million for Lin Chen, as long as he drew Artoria, it would all be worth it. After all, this was a being with the potential to grow into an SSS level hero. Even though Lin Chen was one of the top 10 lords in Huaxia in his previous life, the highest level hero under his command was only SS level. If it weren't for his current weakness, Lin Chen would have been eager to complete that hidden quest and unlock the seal on Artoria's sword right away. Esteemed Lord, do you wish to choose Sword of Sealing Artoria as your initial hero? Lin Chen replied without hesitation, I do. As soon as he spoke, Artoria, clad in silver armor, knelt on one knee and raised her stunningly beautiful face. Esteemed Lord, Artoria is willing to serve you. Congratulations on successfully selecting your initial hero. Next, lead your hero to the Eternal Continent for conquest. Good luck, Lord. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure vanished from the spot. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an open area. Clearly, this was his initial territory. Soon, a prompt box popped up in front of Lin Chen. This land is fertile and suitable for building a territory. Do you wish to build? Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose to build. In the next second, a wooden house rose from the ground. Undoubtedly, this was the temporary lord's mansion. Although it looked quite shabby, it was finally a building on Lin Chen's territory. Inside the lord's mansion, Lin Chen could check his resource overview. In Lord Era, resources were divided into 5 types: food, wood, stone, iron, and silver coins. Whether for building or training troops, resources were required. As for gold coins, they couldn't be counted as resources. Now, as a newly minted lord with territory, Lin Chen had only 100,000 of each resource. If he was frugal, these resources would be enough for the initial construction of the territory. However, Lin Chen wasn't planning to live a tight life. After checking the resources, he immediately constructed his first building, a shop. The resources needed to build the shop weren't much. Lin Chen spent only 10,000 food, 10,000 wood, and 10,000 stone to complete it. In the early stages of the game, building low-level structures was quite fast. In just a few seconds, the shop had risen within Lin Chen's territory. The shop's function was simple: to sell various items to the lord. The items in the shop refreshed every 24 hours. The higher the shop's level, the more types of items would refresh and the better their quality. Then, Lin Chen opened the shop and quickly found what he wanted. Beginner Resource Pack Consumable Description: upon opening, you can obtain 10,000 random resources. Price: 100 gold coins. Intermediate Resource Pack Consumable Description: upon opening, you can obtain 50,000 random resources. Price: 500 gold coins. Advanced Resource Pack Consumable Description: upon opening, you can obtain 100,000 specified resources. Price: 1,200 gold coins. It's important to note that in the early stages of the game, resources were quite crucial. Once resources ran low, the construction of the territory would quickly come to a standstill. Lin Chen clearly wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. So, he directly chose to purchase the resource packs. Ding, congratulations on successfully purchasing Beginner Resource Pack X100. Ding, congratulations on successfully purchasing Intermediate Resource Pack X50. Ding, congratulations on successfully purchasing 10 Advanced Resource Packs. I must say, the price of the resource packs was far cheaper than Lin Chen had imagined. He spent a total of 47,000 yuan on so many resource packs. In fact, if he could, Lin Chen would want to buy even more resource packs. Unfortunately, the items available at the first level shop were quite limited. The resource packs Lin Chen bought had already emptied the shop. For a moment, Lin Chen felt a sadness of having money but not being able to spend it. Fortunately, aside from resource packs, there were still other things he could buy. Worker recruitment order. Consumable description. After use, you can recruit an additional worker to stay in your territory and build structures. Effective time, 3 days. Price, 10,000 gold. Harvest card. Consumable description. After use, all farmland in the territory will have a plus 20% yield. Effective time, 7 days. Price, 5,000 gold. Experience potion, small bottle. Description. After consumption, it provides 500 experience points to a hero. Price, 6,666 gold. Random strategic treasure gift box. Consumable description. After use, it can randomly yield a strategic treasure ranging from black iron to gold level. Price, 150,000 gold. The items in the shop were dazzling. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and waved his hand to select all for purchase. Money is meant to be spent. If it weren't to become stronger, then spending money would be meaningless. Moreover, compared to the money he had charged, the amount Lin Chen was spending now was merely a drop in the bucket. However, Lin Chen's luck was quite good. Even at the beginner shop, a random strategic treasured gift box had appeared. It is known that in Lord Era, strategic treasures are akin to equipment, and the higher the level of the strategic treasure, the more precious it is. Each hero can equip 5 strategic treasures. If equipped with a full set of top-tier strategic treasures, even a B-level hero can rival an S-level hero. This is the importance of strategic treasures. Although the price of a single gift box was as high as 150,000 gold, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly bought 20 gift boxes in one go, instantly spending 3 million and emptying the shop. If Lin Chen wanted to buy more, he would have to wait until the next day for the shop's items to refresh. Of course, before that, he would definitely upgrade the shop to a higher level. Only then would he have the chance to refresh higher level items in the shop. Sometimes, having too much money to spend can indeed be a hassle. After purchasing 20 random strategic treasure gift boxes, Lin Chen couldn't wait to start opening them. After all, he wanted to obtain a complete set of strategic treasures for Artoria to equip. As an A-level hero, how could he manage without good equipment? He couldn't help but wonder how many pieces of gold-level equipment he would get from these 20 gift boxes. After opening the first gift box, a golden light flashed before Lin Chen's eyes. Upon seeing this golden glow, even Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. When did his luck become so good? The first draw yielded a prize? Once the light dissipated, Chu Feng saw that what appeared before him was a pendant in the shape of a lion. Lionheart King's pendant quality, gold attribute, strength plus 25, agility plus 25 additional skill, blessing of the Lionheart King. After activation, all human troops under your command will receive a 15% boost to all attributes. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. I must say, the attributes of this strategic treasure are quite impressive. Even among gold-grade equipment, it can be considered a small masterpiece. Especially that additional skill, which is simply a divine technique for humans. It seems that fortune has truly turned in my favor. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately opened the remaining gift boxes in one go. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening a random strategic treasure gift box. You have obtained a black iron grade treasure, rusty iron sword. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening a random strategic treasure gift box. You have obtained a black iron grade treasure, moldy linen robe. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening a random strategic treasure gift box. You have obtained a silver grade treasure, flowing water staff. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening a random strategic treasure gift box. You have obtained a gold grade treasure, burning gem. In total, Lin Chen opened 20 gift boxes, acquiring 8 black iron grade treasures, 5 bronze grade treasures, 4 silver grade treasures, and 3 gold grade treasures. In Lord's Era, equipment is divided into 9 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, and mythic. However, even gold grade equipment is quite precious in the early stages of the game. Soon, Lin Chen equipped a complete set of strategic treasures for Artoria. 3 gold grade treasures: Lionheart King's pendant, burning gem, obsidian battle armor. 2 silver grade treasures, frost ring, shield of glory. On the first day of the server launch, Lin Chen was able to equip his hero with such a complete set of gear, which could be said to be extremely fierce. What is a perfect start? This is a perfect start. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't wait to take Artoria outside the city to hunt monsters and test the power of this equipment. Then, Lin Chen directly issued orders to the builders in the city to construct buildings in order. After that, Lin Chen took Artoria and left his territory, heading towards the forest next to the territory. At the beginning of the game, low-tier monsters usually spawn near the territory. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Chen entered this forest, 5 ferocious-looking grey wolves slowly approached him. "My lord, I'm here to protect you." Artoria, wielding the sword of sealing, immediately stood in front of Lin Chen. Even the heavy armor couldn't hide her beautiful figure. Lin Chen nodded and said calmly, "Go ahead, kill them all." If he remembered correctly, the grey wolves in front of him should only be first-tier monsters. Such low-tier monsters could only bully farmers. Even a trained first-tier spearman could easily take them down. Not to mention, standing before them was an A-grade hero in top-notch equipment. Having Artoria take them down was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In the next moment, Artoria's figure instantly transformed into a shadow, and the blade in her hand slashed through the air, chirp accompanied by a light sound of flesh being torn apart. The 5 grey wolves before him instantly had their heads severed from their bodies. With just one sword, 5 grey wolves were killed in an instant. This is the power of Artoria. At the same time, the system's prompt sound began to ring in Lin Chen's ears. Kill a first-tier grey wolf, gain grey wolf for X1, Lord experience plus 10, hero experience plus 10. Kill a first-tier grey wolf, gain grey wolf for X1, Lord experience plus 10, hero experience plus 10. Kill a first-tier grey wolf, gain grey wolf for X1, Lord experience plus 10, hero experience plus 10. These low-tier monsters may not drop anything good, but the experience they provide is still quite considerable. Lord experience can be used to increase the Lord's level. Only with a high enough Lord level can one build more advanced buildings and command more heroes. Hero experience is used to increase the hero's level. The higher the hero's level, the stronger their power will naturally become, and they can command more types of troops. However, since Artoria's strength is so formidable, Lin Chen naturally would not be satisfied with just hunting these low-tier monsters with her. He immediately waved his hand at Artoria and said, "Let's go, we'll head straight into the depths of the forest." The deeper they go into the forest, the denser the monsters become. However, these monsters are no match for Artoria at all. In less than half an hour, Artoria's level had already risen to level 4. Even her attributes had seen a significant increase. Meanwhile, with more and more players entering, the World Channel began to liven up. "Brothers, I drew an initial B-rank hero at the start, what about you? Damn, kill the lucky dog. I reset 20 times just to get a B-rank hero, I'm so frustrated. Resetting 20 times, that's 200,000. The brother above, you're really rich. Just 200,000 and you're rich? I reset 1500 times and directly drew an A-rank water element Queen Helena. Worship the big shot. Kneeling to the big shot. Sigh, the world outside the territory is so dangerous, my D-rank hero can't even beat the lowest tier first-tier monsters. Damn, me too, my dwarf warrior was directly bitten to death by a pack of wild wolves. Although heroes can resurrect, their loyalty drops drastically. Don't say anymore, the more you talk, the more it hurts. For us common players, it's better to build more troops before hunting monsters. Watching the chat content in the World Channel, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. While most players were still being tormented by the wild monsters, his hero was already close to reaching level 5. In this life, no matter what, he would not let history repeat itself. His fate would be rewritten by his own hands. Swish! After slaying a grey wolf, a white light flashed and Artoria's level directly rose to level 5. Another level up? Lin Chen looked at Artoria and smiled as he asked, "How do you feel?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord. I feel great." A hint of blush appeared on Artoria's face. "It is my honor to follow you." The next moment, the system's prompt sound rang in Lin Chen's ears. Hero Artoria's loyalty increased by 1 point. Current loyalty is 81 points. Hero Artoria successfully comprehended the skill Holy Light. Slash. In Lord's era, a hero's loyalty is an especially important attribute. A hero's loyalty can change at any time. Whenever a hero falls in battle or if the Lord's actions go against the hero's will, the loyalty will decrease. Lin Chen remembered that in his previous life, there was a player who, in a fit of lust, tried to force his female hero to serve him. As a result, that female hero's loyalty plummeted, and not only did she betray him, but she also directly cut off his manhood with a sword. It was only after this incident that most players realized that their heroes were not just simple game NPCs. They were like real humans, with flesh and blood, and even their own thoughts. Generally speaking, if loyalty is above 80, they will not easily betray the Lord. If loyalty drops below 60 in life and death situations, heroes are likely to betray the Lord. As for loyalty above 95, it can only be described as unwavering loyalty. No matter how excessive your actions are, they are willing to protect you to the death. However, what surprised Lin Chen was that Artoria actually comprehended her first skill at level 5. Truly an S-rank hero, her growth rate is astonishing. If she were an A-rank hero, it would probably take until level 10 to comprehend her first skill. Then, Lin Chen focused his thoughts and directly brought up Artoria's hero panel. Hero, Artoria, S-rank hero, title, Sword of Ceiling level 5. Health 1500/1500 mana, 350/350 attack, 240-430 defense, 170 strength, 160 agility, 155 intelligence, 135 skills. Holy Light/Holy Light/. After use, Artoria will imbue her sword with holy light and strike forward 3 times. Each strike will deal 150% damage to enemies and double damage to dark creatures. After seeing Artoria's attributes, even Lin Chen couldn't help but secretly marvel. An S-rank hero can be this powerful. Just as Lin Chen was still checking Artoria's attributes, her voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lord, it seems a large group of grey wolves has gathered ahead. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked in the direction Artoria was pointing. Sure enough, he saw a large group of grey wolves. The number was at least over 100. The density of the grey wolves could only mean one thing. There must be a boss nearby. Soon, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the largest grey wolf among them. Its size was twice that of an ordinary grey wolf, its fur covered in spikes like steel needles, and its wolf eyes were blood red, exuding a fierce and brutal light. Mutated Grey Wolf King, Silver level, BOSS level 5 health, 12,000 attack power, 120-150 defense power, 70 skills, unknown. A mutated species among the Grey Wolf pack, possessing terrifying power and speed, the absolute king of the Grey Wolf clan. It's hard to say whether Lin Chen was lucky or unlucky to encounter a level 5 silver boss here. According to Lin Chen's experience, a boss of this level would require at least 1,000 first-tier troops to surround and kill it. However, aside from Artoria, he had no soldiers with him at all. If he were to return now to gather troops, he might not be able to find the trace of the mutated Grey Wolf King again. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen finally made a decision. He turned to Artoria and asked in a deep voice, "Are you confident?" Artoria nodded firmly, speaking with great confidence, "I will not fail." "Then let's get to it." Lin Chen immediately ordered, "Clear the surrounding Grey Wolves first, then deal with the mutated Grey Wolf King." Under Lin Chen's command, Artoria circled to the edge of the Grey Wolf pack. Soon, the surrounding Grey Wolves keenly sensed her presence and charged towards her. However, these ordinary Grey Wolves were no match for Artoria. With each swing of her sword, one Grey Wolf after another fell beneath her blade. With this guerrilla tactic, the number of Grey Wolves continued to decrease. However, after Artoria had slain over 20 Grey Wolves, she finally caught the attention of the mutated Grey Wolf King. Roar! With an angry roar, the mutated Grey Wolf King lunged directly at Artoria. The surrounding Grey Wolves quickly surrounded Artoria. The battle began. Artoria, wielding the holy sword, moved effortlessly among the Grey Wolves. Almost every strike resulted in a Grey Wolf being splattered with blood. Just then, the mutated Grey Wolf King charged right in front of Artoria. The mutated Grey Wolf King struck out with a powerful claw, but she skillfully dodged it. Then, Artoria countered with a sword strike, hitting the beast's body. -356. The blood-red damage numbers suddenly appeared above the mutated Grey Wolf King's head. It must be said that Artoria, as an S-level hero, was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Artoria was equipped with a complete set of strategic treasures. Being able to equip such a complete set of strategic gear early in the game allowed Artoria to have the strength to take on a silver-level boss alone. Under Artoria's fierce assault, the number of surrounding Grey Wolves dwindled. At the same time, the health bar of the mutated Grey Wolf King continued to drop. 12,000, 9,000, 6,000, 3,000. During this process, most of the mutated Grey Wolf King's attacks were skillfully dodged by Artoria. Even when they hit directly, they did not cause significant damage. After all, in addition to her high defense, Artoria was also equipped with a golden-level treasure, the Obsidian Battle Armor. However, just as the mutated Grey Wolf King's health dropped below 3,000, an abnormal change occurred on the battlefield. With a long howl, the mutated Grey Wolf King's eyes turned bloodshot and its body swelled once again. Immediately after, its sharp claws swung towards Artoria. Wolf King's Claw. Upon entering a berserk state, the mutated Grey Wolf King's explosive power became extremely astonishing. Before Artoria could react, the claw of the mutated Grey Wolf King had already struck down. Fortunately, at that moment, the special effect of the strategic treasure, Shield of Glory, was triggered. The effect of this golden level strategic treasure is when the wearer is about to take high damage, a shield will automatically activate to absorb part of the damage. A phantom shield appeared right in front of Artoria. Immediately, under the fierce blow of the Wolf King's claw, the shield phantom shattered, but it successfully blocked the attack for Artoria. Frost binding. In this situation, Artoria did not hesitate and activated the attached skill of Frost Ring again. In the next second, heavy frost condensed on the limbs of the mutated Grey Wolf King, forcibly binding it in place. Without any hesitation, Artoria immediately unleashed her skill, Holy Light Slash. The dazzling holy light instantly burst forth from the tip of her sword. Then, the shining sword, moving at a speed difficult to see with the naked eye, fiercely slashed towards the mutated Wolf King. -579, -597, -633. The 3 consecutive holy light slashes reduced the already limited health of the mutated Grey Wolf King by more than half. The subsequent battle was without any suspense. Artoria's sword continued to slash out, each strike taking away a portion of the mutated Grey Wolf King's health. In less than a minute, the body of the mutated Grey Wolf King crashed to the ground, dying under Artoria's sword. Kill the silver level boss mutated Grey Wolf King. Obtain Grey Wolf King's Heart X1, Wolf Tooth Necklace X1, Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll X1, Lord Experience plus 2000, Hero Experience plus 2000. I must say, the rewards for killing the boss are quite generous. Artoria's hero level directly increased to level 7. At the same time, the world announcement rang out. Chinese player Lin Yuan becomes the first player to kill a silver level boss, receiving rewards: Random Golden Level Strategic Treasure Chest X3, Advanced Resource Pack X10, Equipment Enhancement Stone X100, Hero Recruitment Order X1. After the world announcement sounded, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The chat channel erupted once again. What the hell, is this real? I haven't even fought ordinary monsters outside the city, and someone has already started farming bosses? Yeah, and there's a first kill reward too. This reward is too generous, it makes me envious. Damn, people are just too much, it's infuriating. Who exactly is this Lin Yuan? This is too fierce. Think it's a fellow Chinese, really makes us proud. A cute girl here, asking for Lin Yuan to support me. Wah. Upstairs, please be quiet for a moment. Stop with the cute girl talk, you might be bigger than me. Lin Shen certainly knew how much of a stir the world announcement of the first kill would cause. However, he didn't care. Even if all factions came to target him, he remained unafraid. Lin Shen was not only a reborn individual but also someone who had invested $1 billion. He had that much confidence. This time, whether it was the rewards from the mutated Grey Wolf King or the first kill boss, they were incredibly generous. Lin Shen directly opened his inventory to check the rewards he had received. The Wolf Tooth Necklace was merely a silver-level strategic treasure. However, the first kill reward had directly given Lin Shen 3 random gold-level strategic treasure chests. But for Lin Shen at this moment, strategic treasures weren't that important. After all, he had already equipped Artoria with a complete set of strategic treasures. As for the high-level resource pack, although it could yield a large amount of resources, Lin Shen wasn't in dire need of resources right now. What truly interested him were the Hero Recruitment Order and the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. Hero Recruitment Order. Special item description: can randomly recruit a hero of B rank or above. Collecting 10 hero recruitment orders gives a 50% chance to recruit an S rank hero. Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. Special item description: after use, can summon 50 second tier Grey Wolf Knights to serve you. Both the Hero Recruitment Order and the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll were rare treasures. However, Lin Shen wasn't in a hurry to use the Hero Recruitment Order. The probability of recruiting an exceptional hero with a single Hero Recruitment Order was simply too low. Moreover, with Artoria at his side, recruiting some ordinary B-rank heroes held no significance for Lin Shen. Then, Lin Shen chose to use the Grey Wolf Knight Summoning Scroll. As the summoning scroll shattered, a flash of white light appeared before him. When the white light dissipated, 52nd tier Grey Wolf Knights appeared in front of Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen had no impression of this unit since they were second tier, their attributes shouldn't be too bad. Next, Lin Shen turned to Artoria and said, "Take these Grey Wolf Knights and continue hunting monsters. We will return to the territory once your level reaches 10. Artoria immediately knelt on one knee, resting on her long sword. "As you command, my king." She then stood up and led the 50 Grey Wolf Knights into the depths of the forest. It should be noted that Grey Wolf Knights, being second-tier units, had combat power significantly stronger than first-tier militia. 3 Grey Wolf Knights could surround and kill a Grey Wolf without taking any damage. Unfortunately, after defeating wild monsters, the units could not level up. However, the experience gained from killing monsters would go to the hero. Because of this, Artoria's leveling speed received a significant boost. She led the 50 Grey Wolf Knights and swept through the entire forest. 3 hours later, a flash of white light once again appeared around Artoria. Hero Artoria's current level has successfully increased to level 10. Hero Artoria has successfully comprehended the skill Night Spirit. Night Spirit. Active skill description. After use, all human units under Artoria's command gain a 50% morale boost and a 30% increase in all attributes, lasting for 30 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. After Artoria's level increased to 10, she comprehended a skill once more. After reading the description of this skill, Lin Chen couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Without a doubt, this skill was definitely a divine skill. Although the Holy Light Slash is a powerful skill, it is ultimately just a single target damage skill. However, the Night Spirit skill, once activated, can provide a buff to all human units under his command. It is important to note that Lin Chen's chosen race is the human race. Therefore, he regards this skill as a divine skill. In Lord Era, morale is quite important. Almost all units, except for the undead, are affected by morale. Once morale drops, there is a possibility of desertion. When morale is high, there is a greater chance of triggering combos and critical hits. Alright, it's about time, let's return to the territory. Lin Chen waved to Artoria, preparing to take her back to the territory. After all, there is plenty of time to level up hero ranks. In the early stages of the game, territory development is key. Soon, Lin Chen returned to his territory. With two builders working simultaneously, several buildings had already been constructed by the time Lin Chen returned. There was the cottage that could recruit farmers, the militia camp that could recruit militia, and the tavern that could recruit heroes and accept quests. Meanwhile, the pikeman camp and archer camp were also under construction. Once completed, Lin Chen would be able to recruit second-tier pikemen and second-tier archers. The initial units of the human race can be said to be the weakest among all races in the Lord Era. Farmers and militia are practically useless. Pikemen and archers are slightly better, but not by much. However, everything has two sides. The weakness in the early stages means strength in the later stages. Once the human lord can recruit 7th-tier units like griffins, this race will gradually gain power. When they can recruit 9th-tier units like archangels, the human race will directly become the father of all other races. However, even though the human race is weak in the early stages, that is only true for ordinary players. For someone like Lin Chen, who has already spent $1 billion, if he were to stand on the same starting line as ordinary players, what would be the point of spending money? Moreover, the current recharge system in Lord Era has been limited to a maximum of 1 million per day. In this situation, no one can surpass Lin Chen in terms of spending. Additionally, besides spending money, Lin Chen also possesses countless experiences from his past life. Just relying on these experiences is enough for him to leave ordinary players far behind. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly fell on the tavern. If he remembered correctly, in the early stages of the game, a very special NPC would appear in the tavern. By following a specific method, he could obtain a special treasure from this NPC. However, this quest is not something that ordinary people can easily complete. Even Lin Chen felt speechless when he first heard about how to complete this quest. But since he had lived another life and knew the entire process of this hidden quest, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and quickly walked towards the tavern. I have to say, the game Lord's Era feels like a real world. After Lin Chen entered the tavern, he immediately heard the noisy voices of people and the clinking of glasses. The entire tavern is divided into two areas. One area is the bulletin board. This bulletin board issues tasks to players every day. The tasks are categorized into levels: simple, normal, difficult, adventurous, nightmare, and hell. At the same time, there is also a very low probability of refreshing hidden tasks. If players are not satisfied with the tasks posted on the bulletin board, they can use a task refresh token to refresh them. Lin Chen stepped forward and casually glanced at it, finding that almost half of the tasks were gray, with a few white tasks mixed in, and only one purple task. Gray, white, and purple correspond to simple, normal, and difficult, respectively. It seems that the chance of refreshing high-level tasks is indeed low. Out of 20 tasks, only one difficult-level task was refreshed. As for the other part of the tavern, it is the tavern counter. Here, lords can spend silver coins to summon heroes. Generally speaking, taverns below level 3 refresh only 5 heroes available for recruitment each day, and most of them are below B rank. If one can refresh an A rank hero, it would be a stroke of luck. However, as the tavern level increases, the number of heroes refreshed will also increase, and the probability of refreshing high-level heroes will gradually rise. But none of this was Lin Chen's main purpose for entering the tavern. He came here solely for that hidden task. Lin Chen looked around and quickly fixed his gaze on a man who was drinking. He was an ordinary-looking man with brown curly hair, the kind of face that would get lost in a crowd. However, his eyes held an indescribable cunning. Lin Chen immediately approached and sat down in front of the brown-haired man. "Bartender, 2 glasses of rum, I want to treat this gentleman to a drink." Upon hearing this, the Brown-haired man looked up in surprise and asked, "You want to buy me a drink? Why not?" Lin Chen smiled and said lightly, "Drinking alone is rather boring, don't you think?" "It is indeed boring." The brown-haired man downed his drink and smiled back, "But just drinking isn't much fun. How about we have a bet?" Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The process to trigger the hidden task was indeed correct. What he needed to do next was to continue following the process. With that in mind, Lin Chen asked, "What do you want to bet on?" "The simplest game, flip a coin, guess heads or tails." The brown-haired man said with a smile, "If you win, I will give you my family heirloom." "That's quite a big bet," Lin Chen replied. "What if I lose?" The brown-haired man squinted slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Then you just need to give me 1,000 gold coins." It should be noted that in Lord's era, the exchange rate between real money and gold coins is 1-to-1. 1,000 gold coins is equivalent to 1,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, that's quite a sum. However, Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. After all, his biggest advantage was having plenty of money. With money, one can do as one pleases. Ding! With a crisp sound, the gold coin was directly flipped into the air. Just as the gold coin fell back onto the back of the brown-haired man's hand, he reached out with his other hand and covered the coin. Then, the brown-haired man looked up and asked, "Heads or tails?" "Heads," Lin Chen casually replied. After all, no matter which side, it was a 50% chance, so a random guess would suffice. "What a pity, it's tails," the brown-haired man said, raising his hand and shaking his head with a look of regret. Lin Chen didn't waste any more words with him, and casually tossed a bag of gold coins over. This bag contained exactly 1,000 coins. "Continue," Lin Chen said calmly, not taking this amount of money seriously at all. The gambling continued. I must say, Lin Chen's luck was indeed not very good. Clearly a 50-50 chance, yet he failed to guess correctly 5 times in a row. Fortunately, on the 6th try, Lin Chen finally guessed the orientation of the coin. "It seems the goddess of luck is still favoring you," the brown-haired man sighed, then directly took out a pocket watch from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen, pretending to be reluctant as he said, "This is my family heirloom." The old pocket watch, special item, description, a dirty and old pocket watch, seemingly an antique. Upon seeing the description of this item, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. "I must say, this guy in front of me really knows how to mess with people's minds," shamelessly claiming this broken thing is his family heirloom. In his previous life, this brown-haired man had no idea how many gold coins he had scammed. Countless players had their mental state collapse after being deceived by him, cursing him in despair. Because as long as you gambled with him, you would definitely end up at a loss. If you lost, it meant losing 1,000 gold coins. But even if you won, you could only win a pile of junk from him. However, Lin Chen knew in his heart that this guy's existence was not just about scamming money from players. The gambling between the two continued. Lin Chen still relied on his intuition to guess the orientation of the coin. After it fell, out of 100 times, Lin Chen won 37 times and lost 63 times. This meant that in less than half an hour, Lin Chen had already lost over 60,000 coins. And everything he won was just a pile of junk, with no attributes whatsoever. If it were an ordinary player, they would have probably exploded in anger by now. However, Lin Chen remained as calm as ever, continuing the gambling with the brown-haired man. 53rd time, 72nd time, 87th time, 99th time. Finally, Lin Chen had won a total of 99 times. Although he had paid nearly 200,000 gold coins for it, to him, as long as he could obtain that hidden treasure, it was all worth it. "It seems you are quite the gambler," the brown-haired man said. With a smile, "Since that's the case, why don't we make this round a bit bigger?" Still tossing the coin, guessing heads or tails, but this time, let's bet 1 million gold coins, how about that? 1 million gold coins. To be honest, if it were an ordinary player, they would probably be scared off after hearing that number. After all, 1 million is no small amount. In some second and third tier cities, that's enough to buy a house. Not to mention, the brown-haired man had previously given nothing but trash even when he lost. What if he won this time and still ended up with junk? Could he really take action against the NPC? In fact, this is the second hurdle of this hidden plot. The first hurdle goes without saying. Players can only trigger the next stage of the plot after winning 99 times in a row. During this process, players lose real money but win nothing but a pile of junk. For anyone, it's a test of mentality. But in reality, the real test is just beginning. A bet of 1 million per round is not something everyone can bear. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the gold coin fell back onto the back of the brown-haired man's hand. Heads. Unfortunately, you're wrong, it's tails. The brown-haired man smiled as he flipped his hand, revealing that the coin was indeed tails. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen had already lost 1 million. However, for him, this was just the beginning. The game was still ongoing. Yet, Lady Luck seemed to have completely abandoned Lin Chen. In the following rounds, Lin Chen didn't win a single game. The coin in the brown-haired man's hand seemed to mock him. Each time, the outcome was the opposite of Lin Chen's guess. Because of this, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had lost a total of 10 million gold coins. Yet, even so, Lin Chen remained unfazed.
Do you want to continue?
The brown-haired man smiled, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes.
Again. Of course, I want to continue.
Lin Chen reached out and snatched the coin from the brown-haired man's hand, but from now on, I'll toss the coin and you'll guess heads or tails. After he said this, the smile on the brown-haired man's face froze. At this moment, the hidden plot had entered its third stage, and Lin Chen had officially sounded the horn of counterattack.
Ding!
The coin was tossed into the air, rolling over countless times before landing back on Lin Chen's hand.
Do you know there's a term called sunk cost?
It refers to costs that have already been incurred and
cannot be recovered.
Sometimes, people get deeper into a situation because the sunk cost keeps increasing. Just like this bet with you, the price I paid keeps getting higher, but all I've received is useless junk.
But for me, this cost is nothing. A mere 1 million gold coins is just a small amount. Even if I lose this round, I will continue to gamble with you until I win.
Lin Chen spoke slowly, smiling as he said, Now, tell me, is this coin heads or tails? The brown-haired man was silent for a moment, then helplessly shook his head and said, I've lost.
Even if I don't lose this round, I will definitely lose to you next.
So, as a wager, these 2 treasures belong to you.
After saying
this, the brown-haired man casually tossed 2 treasures to Lin Chen. One was a mask, and the other was a ring.
Fraudster's mask.
Special item, description. Wearing it allows the user to freely change their appearance and race without any flaws appearing. Gambler's ring, special item, description. The wearer gains a plus 10 luck effect. A ring left behind by a gambler who always wins, still stained with blood, is rumored to bring good luck. Upon seeing the attributes of these 2 treasures, a smile of joy
inevitably appeared on Lin Chen's face.
To be honest, spending just over 10 million to acquire these 2 treasures is definitely a
profit.
However, very few players can last until the end.
Moreover, the only way to defeat the brown-haired man is to snatch the
gold coin from his hand.
This gold coin possesses magical power. If the latter is allowed to toss it, no matter how many times they gamble, the brown-haired man will always win.
Lin Chen remembers that in his previous life, a wealthy man from the Middle East
spent over 50 million to figure out this pattern. With these 2 treasures, he quickly rose to become a top lord renowned worldwide. But this time, Lin Chen got these 2 treasures before him. It should be noted that such hidden plots are unique. This means that from now on, this NPC will no longer appear in the taverns of all players' territories. Looking forward to our next encounter.
As he was leaving, the brown-haired man patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, revealing a meaningful smile.
To be honest,
even in Lin Chen's previous life, he never clearly identified this brown-haired man. Some say he is a money-swindling gambler, and these 2 treasures are his heirlooms. Others say he is the avatar of the god of deception walking among mortals, which is why he possesses such precious treasures. However, regardless of the truth, Lin Chen's goal has been achieved.
After putting away these 2 treasures, Lin Chen immediately left the tavern.
During his time in the tavern, the pikeman camp and archer camp had
been completed one after the other. However, both buildings were only at level 1.
Under these circumstances, they could only
produce 20 pikemen and 10 archers each week. Moreover, recruiting troops also requires resources. Recruiting a pikeman costs 500 units of food, 500 units of iron ore, and 500 silver coins. Recruiting an archer requires 1,000 units of food, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ore, and 500 silver coins. Of course, these resources are just small amounts for Lin Chen. The 10 high-level resource packs from the first kill of the silver-level boss are already enough for him to obtain 5 million units of random resources.
So, Lin Chen waved his hand and chose to recruit directly.
After spending the resources, 20 pikemen and 10 archers joined his team. As for the level 1 militia, Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to recruit them. After all, they are just trash units with no combat power, and recruiting them would only make them cannon fodder. Next, Lin Chen continued to assign work to the builders. First, both the pikeman camp and archer camp must be upgraded. Only in this way can Lin Chen recruit more troops and expand his team. However, before that, he must prioritize upgrading the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion is the prerequisite for upgrading all other buildings. If the Lord's Mansion is only at level 1, then the level cap for all other buildings will also be locked at level 1.
At the same time, upgrading the Lord's Mansion can also increase the territory's tax revenue, allowing the Lord to earn a certain amount of gold and silver coins daily.
In addition, only when the Lord's Mansion reaches a certain level can the construction permissions for certain buildings be unlocked.
For example, only when the Lord's Mansion reaches
level 7 can the Lord unlock the ability to build Griffin Cliff and recruit Griffin Knights.
But for Lin Chen at this moment,
a level 7 Lord's Mansion is still too far away.
His real goal is to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 3 first. because once he does that, he will be able to start building the auction house. Once the auction house is completed, it means Lin Chen can trade freely with other players. Only in this way can Lin Chen fully unleash his own advantages to the utmost. Of course, territory construction also requires time. Moreover, the higher the level of the building, the longer the upgrade takes. Without construction acceleration cards, upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 3 would take at least 3 days. In this situation, Lin Chen naturally couldn't stay in the territory for 3 days. Even alone, Lin Chen dared to take Artoria into the forest to hunt monsters. Not to mention, he now had his own army. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly entered the tavern and casually recruited 2 heroes. These 2 heroes were Iron Fist Barty and Eagle Beauty Ivy. Both of these heroes were C-level and had no special attributes or specialties. The recruitment cost was not expensive, totaling only 120,000 silver coins. The reason Lin Chen recruited these 2 heroes was simple: to scout the way. After all, Artoria, as an S-level hero and the main battle hero under Lin Chen, certainly couldn't waste time on scouting. However, the unknown areas near the territory needed to be explored. So, these ordinary heroes recruited from the tavern were just right for this burden. If it weren't for Lin Chen's current lord level, which allowed him to command at most 3 heroes, he would have wanted to recruit a few more heroes since he had plenty of money. Respected Lord, Barty is willing to serve you. Respected Lord, Ivy is willing to serve you. After being recruited by Lin Chen, the 2 heroes immediately knelt on one knee to express their respect. Iron Fist Barty was extremely burly, nearly 2 meters tall, looking like an angry bear. Eagle Beauty Ivy had a hot figure, was tall, with bronzed skin, exuding a wild beauty. Barty, take 20 spearmen and 10 grey wolf knights to explore east of the territory. Ivy, take 20 grey wolf knights and 10 archers to explore west of the territory. If you encounter any unclaimed resource points, just occupy them. But if there are a lot of monsters guarding the resource points, come back and tell me, and I will personally lead the troops to clear them. Soon, Lin Chen assigned tasks to the 2 heroes and dispatched the troops. Barty and Ivy then led their respective forces and left the territory. The waiting time was indeed long. However, even so, Lin Chen did not easily leave the territory. Leaving the territory in this situation could easily result in missing the information relayed back by these 2 heroes. Sometimes, haste makes waste. Patience can yield greater rewards. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Soon, a full 5 hours passed. Lin Chen was even bored enough to take a nap in the Lord's Mansion. Fortunately, such a long wait was not without meaning. After 5 hours, Barty and Ivy finally returned at the same time. Respected Lord, during our exploration, we occupied a primary lumber mill, a piece of primary farmland, and a primary iron mine. At the same time, 50 militiamen, admiring the Lord's reputation, have joined our ranks. Barty knelt on one knee and reported the results of this exploration to Lin Chen. It must be said that this exploration was quite successful. At the very least, 3 resource points were occupied. As long as these outdoor resource points are occupied, they can continuously provide resources for the Lord. A piece of primary farmland can produce at least 20,000 units of food per day. The other resource points are more or less in the same situation. In the early stages of the game, when all the lords are extremely short on resources, it is common for lords to fight fiercely over outdoor resource points. Logically, after seizing an outdoor resource point, it is usually necessary to send troops to garrison it. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's current forces are still insufficient and he cannot garrison every resource point. However, if any foolish lord dares to compete with him for a resource point, Lin Chen wouldn't mind letting them experience what true despair feels like. Then, Lin Chen turned his head again and looked at Ivy, asking, "What about you? Any gains?" "Yes, my lord." Ivy took a deep breath. "We found a gold mine, but it seems to be cursed. None of the people I sent in came back alive, not even a word from them." Lin Chen then noticed that Ivy's troops seemed to have indeed lost a few members. "A cursed gold mine?" Lin Chen smacked his lips, thought for a moment, and then said, "In that case, just take me there to have a look." "Okay." Ivy hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, clearly still a bit shaken. However, in reality, Lin Chen already had a rough idea of what had happened. Under Ivy's lead, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the cursed gold mine. "Esteemed lord, this is the cursed gold mine I mentioned." Ivy's voice rang in Lin Chen's ears. However, Lin Chen was now completely unconcerned with what she was saying. He had focused all his attention on the gold mine before him. If he wasn't mistaken, this mine pit was a dungeon from Lord's era. Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward. The next second, the difficulty selection panel for the dungeon appeared before him. Death Gold Mine description: this was once a prosperous gold mine, but a collapse claimed hundreds of lives. These unwilling souls eventually transformed into undead beings, killing all creatures that step into the mine to accompany them in death. Difficulty selection: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. It really is a dungeon. A hint of joy immediately appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He clearly did not expect that during the exploration of the unknown area, Ivy would accidentally stumble upon a dungeon. Based on Lin Chen's experience from his previous life, the rewards for clearing high-difficulty dungeons are always extremely generous. Some rewards are even unique. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately made his choice. He directly selected the highest difficulty, the Hell-level dungeon, Death Gold Mine. The Hell-level difficulty dungeon is officially open. A gust of cold wind blew through the mine in front of them. Lin Chen did not hesitate for a moment and waved his hand. Let's go! He then led Artoria and his troops into the gold mine. Inside the mine, the light was extremely dim. The deeper they went into the mine, the darker it became. Two gunmen held torches, walking at the front. At that moment, a series of low, rumbling roars suddenly reached Lin Chen's ears. He looked up and saw a group of corpses, their bodies rotting, appearing in the passage ahead. These corpses moved extremely slowly, some wearing miner helmets, others wielding mining picks. Although they were second-tier soldiers, their combat power was not particularly strong. Artoria, wielding a long sword, was the first to charge into the horde of corpses. It should be noted that her hero level had already reached level 10 and she was equipped with top-notch strategic gear from the early game. Slaughtering the corpses before her was as easy as chopping vegetables. Following closely, the gunmen and the Grey Wolf Knights also charged into the enemy ranks alongside Artoria. Behind them, 10 archers were continuously drawing their bows. The arrows whistled through the air, each one dealing significant damage to the corpses. With melee soldiers holding the front line, the archers, as ranged units, could output without any pressure. Even Iron Fist Barty and Eagle Maiden Ivy joined the battle. Although they were only C-level heroes, they were still heroes. Dealing with second-tier corpses was well within their capabilities. The horde of corpses was quickly defeated by Lin Chen's troops. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his ears. Kill second-tier corpse. Gain Rotting Heart X1, Lord Experience plus 30, Hero Experience plus 30. Kill second-tier corpse. Gain Rotting Heart X1, Lord Experience plus 30, Hero Experience plus 30. Kill second-tier corpse. Gain Rotting Heart X1, Lord Experience plus 30, Hero Experience plus 30. It must be said that leveling up in this dungeon was a good choice. But Lin Chen also knew in his heart that a hell-level difficulty dungeon was definitely not that simple. Even if the Death Gold Mine was just a beginner dungeon, once the difficulty increased, clearing it would not be an easy task. Lin Chen led his troops deeper into the mine. Halfway through their journey, a ghost appeared among the monsters, blocking their path. Ghosts, third-tier undead soldiers, had extremely high movement speed and strong attack power, but their only flaw was low health and a fragile body. Compared to the first-tier skeletons and second-tier corpses, ghosts had officially stepped out of the cannon fodder category. Under the cover of the corpses, the ghosts advanced at high speed, their sharp claws easily capable of tearing apart the flesh of the Grey Wolf Knights. However, despite their strong attack power, the weaknesses of ghosts were equally obvious. As third-tier soldiers, ghosts could not withstand even 2 attacks from the Grey Wolf Knights. Their bodies were as fragile as paper. In this situation, Lin Chen's troops inevitably suffered casualties. But Lin Chen was never afraid of losing soldiers. In his eyes, soldiers were meant to be sacrificed. Effective sacrifice was to exchange for greater value. Those who cherished their soldiers to the point of wanting to register every single one were the real fools. My lord, another batch of enemies is approaching. Artoria's voice rang out again. Before Lin Chen could react, the former had already charged back into the enemy ranks. As the sword was drawn and struck, another ghost dissipated. To be honest, if it weren't for the presence of the S-rank hero Artoria, it would have been impossible for Lin Chen's meager forces to reach this point. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last batch of monsters, Lin Chen observed. The battlefield, unable to help but ponder. In a beginner dungeon like the Death Gold Mine, even at hell-level difficulty, 5 waves of monsters would already be considered the limit. So next, it should be the boss battle. Lin Chen tried hard to recall any information about this dungeon, but nothing came to mind. Even as a reborn individual, he couldn't possibly know everything. After all, this was just a beginner dungeon, and he had only run it a few times when the server first opened. By the time he died, he was already in the mid to late game, so naturally, he had no impression of this dungeon. Leading his troops, Lin Chen continued forward and finally passed through the narrow mine tunnel. What appeared before him was a vast underground cavern. Rather than a cavern, it resembled a grand hall. The surrounding beams supported it, clearly indicating it had been artificially repaired. If Lin Chen guessed correctly, this was originally an underground cave that the miners discovered while mining for gold and then renovated into a grand underground hall. My lord, do you need me to go in and scout the way for you? Artoria whispered. No rush. Lin Chen shook his head and casually picked a Grey Wolf Knight, instructing him to hold a torch and rush into the cavern. Such a dangerous task of scouting, he naturally wouldn't let Artoria do. It's
After receiving the order, the Grey Wolf Knight immediately held the torch and rushed into the hall at the fastest speed. However, the scene before him left Lin Chen utterly shocked. Under the illumination of the firelight, the sight within the hall finally revealed itself. The entire hall was filled with dense clusters of skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts. And in the very center of the hall stood an enormous creature, a dragon. However, this dragon was devoid of flesh and blood, only a stark white skeleton. Without a doubt, this was the 9th tier undead unit, the skeletal dragon. For a moment, Lin Chen's expression turned somewhat grim. He truly hadn't expected that the hell-level Death Gold Mine would feature a high-tier unit like the skeletal dragon. Even just one would be beyond his current capabilities. Even Artoria couldn't possibly contend with a 9th tier skeletal dragon. Just then, however, Lin Chen's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a corner of the hall. There, in the corner, lay a chest as dark as ink, faintly exuding an aura of death. The Grey Wolf Knight who rushed in first was quickly discovered by the Bone Dragon. In the eye sockets of the Bone Dragon, a ghostly green flame flickered. Immediately, it raised its enormous dragon claw and crushed the Grey Wolf Knight into a pulp with a single swipe. The gap between a 2nd-tier soldier and a 9th-tier soldier was simply an insurmountable chasm. Lin Chen turned to look at Artoria and calmly asked, "Do you think you can take on this Bone Dragon?" Artoria gritted her teeth and replied softly, "I am willing to fight it." "No need," Lin Chen shook his head. "You cannot defeat this Bone Dragon." As a reborn individual, he was well aware of how powerful a 9th-tier soldier was. If Artoria's hero level were a bit higher, or if he had more troops under his command, perhaps they could surround and kill this Bone Dragon. But at the very least, Lin Chen currently had no chance of winning. This hell-level difficulty dungeon was likely impossible to clear. However, Lin Chen was not prepared to give up just yet. Even if the dungeon couldn't be cleared, he had to find a way to gain some benefits. His gaze quickly fell on the black treasure chest in the corner of the Great Hall. His intuition told him that there must be something good inside that black treasure chest. As for how to approach it, Lin Chen had already thought of a plan. He looked at Artoria and said in a deep voice, "You stay here with the troops and do not act rashly. Do you understand?" "Understood," Artoria nodded. Although she didn't know what Lin Chen was planning, she had always unconditionally obeyed the Lord's orders. Then, Lin Chen directly opened his backpack and took out the recently acquired Deceiver's mask, putting it on his face. In the next second, Lin Chen's face and body began to rot rapidly, transforming into the appearance of a zombie. Seeing this scene, even Artoria was startled and instinctively took a step back. "My lord, are you alright?" "I'm fine, don't worry about me," Lin Chen waved his hand. The reason he transformed into a zombie was due to the disguise ability of the Deceiver's mask. In this situation, even the Bone Dragon in front of him would be unable to discern Lin Chen's identity. After disguising himself as a zombie, Lin Chen dragged his slow steps toward the Great Hall ahead. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lin Chen cautiously approached the location of the black treasure chest at an extremely slow pace. It must be said that the disguise ability of the Deceiver's mask could be described as seamless. The surrounding skeletons, zombies, and ghosts regarded Lin Chen as one of their own and showed no intention of attacking him. Even the Bone Dragon did not notice that a human had blended in. After 15 minutes, Lin Chen finally reached the side of the black treasure chest. It was not far from where the Bone Dragon was located. If the Bone Dragon noticed him, Lin Chen would be close to death. Fortunately, at this moment, the Bone Dragon was lying on the ground asleep and had not detected anything unusual. Time was of the essence. There was only one chance. Lin Chen took a deep breath and decisively chose to open the treasure chest. Treasure chest opening, current progress, 1%. The progress bar for opening the treasure chest immediately appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. He roughly estimated that it would take at least 10 seconds to fully open the chest. A mere 10 seconds felt as long as a year to Lin Chen. Treasure chest opening, current progress, 92%. Treasure chest opening, current progress, 95%. Time passed by second. At that moment, the skeletal dragon finally sensed something, and the soul fire in its eye sockets ignited in an instant. The cold dragon gaze directly turned towards Lin Chen. He was discovered. A chill instantly surged to his heart. Fortunately, at that moment, a heavenly system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully opened the Death Treasure Chest and obtained a special treasure, Skull King's Skull." Just as Lin Chen successfully opened the treasure chest, the skeletal dragon's claws howled and swung towards his direction. Lin Chen did not hesitate for a moment and shouted, "Exit the dungeon." In the next second, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the Death Gold Mine. Lord Lin Yuan failed the Hell-level dungeon Death Gold Mine Challenge, deducting 1 million food, 1 million wood, 1 million iron ore, and 1 million silver coins, and will enter a weakened state for the next 5 hours, with hero experience and lord experience have. 4. A beginner dungeon like this, one can exit at any time. However, failing the dungeon challenge also comes with a certain cost.
This time, Lin Chen not only had a large amount of resources deducted but also fell into a
weakened state. Fortunately, he still successfully obtained the treasure from the black treasure chest. For Lin Chen, as long as he got the treasure, everything was worth it.
He then took out the treasure and carefully examined it in front of him. What he opened from the black treasure chest was a black skull covered in dark patterns.
Skull King's Skull Special Treasure Description: the troops led by the wearer will convert 10% of the enemy troops into first-tier skeleton soldiers after killing the enemy troops.
Can merge skeleton soldiers into higher-level skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldier, skeleton warrior, heavy armored skeleton warrior, skeleton knight, heavy armored skeleton knight, dark skeleton knight, skeleton king, hell skeleton king, skeleton emperor. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers under the wearer's command will receive a 30% boost to all
attributes.
Looking at the description of this treasure, a look of shock flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
He finally remembered. If he wasn't mistaken, in his previous life, the one who obtained this treasure was a necromancer, lord named Black Hill from North America. This lord named Black Hill was not only one of the top 10 lords in North America but was also known as the Skeleton Emperor, because the troops under his command were very singular, consisting only of skeletons. However, the skeletons under his command were not the kind that could only serve as cannon fodder. Although Lin Chen had never seen him, he had heard that the skeletons under his command could even easily surround and kill 9th tier troops. Being able to cultivate such a trash unit like skeletons to this extent proved that Black Hill must have had special treasures in his hands. Now it seemed that the reason Black Hill could dominate North America as the Skeleton Emperor was likely related to the Skull King's skull. However, in this life, it was Lin Chen who obtained this treasure. Although Lin Chen was of the human race, this treasure was still extraordinarily valuable to him. As long as he could convert enough skeleton soldiers through battle, he could cultivate a high-tier skeleton army that could kill gods and Buddhas alike. The number of times one can enter a dungeon each day is limited. For ordinary dungeons, one can only enter 3 times a day. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to continue entering dungeons. After all, he was currently in a weakened state, and all the lord experience and hero experience he gained would be halved. If Lin Chen continued to enter dungeons in his current condition, he wouldn't be able to clear the hell level difficulty of the Death Gold Mine and would have to settle for a lower difficulty. Let's go, Artoria. Lin Chen waved his hand and said.
During this period when it was not suitable to grind dungeons, hunting monsters in the wild was
naturally the best choice.
After all, with the treasure of the Skull King's skull, he could turn the monsters he killed into skeleton soldiers while grinding. This way, Lin Chen's army could quickly grow stronger.
6 hours later, the weakened state officially ended.
During this time, Lin Chen had been hunting grey wolves in the forest with Artoria and his troops. Even with the experience halved, Artoria's hero level still rose to level 12 in these 6 hours. At the same time, Lin Chen used the Skull King's skull to transform 160 skeleton soldiers. In front of Lin Chen stood rows of skeleton soldiers. These lowest-tier skeleton soldiers could easily be swept away by even second-tier spear soldiers. However, as long as he had the Skull King's skull, Lin Chen could combine these skeleton soldiers into higher-tier skeleton types.
In the next moment, Lin Chen directly activated the treasure's ability.
Suddenly, a black magic circle appeared in front of him. 2 skeleton soldiers were sucked into the black magic circle. Soon after, a second-tier skeleton warrior holding a rusty iron sword slowly emerged from the black magic circle. Looking at the scene before him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It really worked! 2 skeleton soldiers could be combined into 1 skeleton warrior. Without hesitation, Lin Chen continued to combine. 160 first-tier skeleton soldiers quickly combined into 80 second-tier skeleton warriors. But for Lin Chen, the combining had just begun. With the effect of the Skull King's skull activated, the black magic circle appeared again. The 82nd tier skeleton warriors were then combined into 43rd tier heavy armored skeleton warriors. In addition to the rusty iron sword in hand, the heavy armored skeleton warriors also wore a set of heavy armor, clearly enhancing their defense. For Lin Chen at this moment, the 3rd tier units were already more than enough. Therefore, he chose not to continue combining. In just 6 hours, obtaining 40 units of 3rd tier soldiers was already a tremendous gain for Lin Chen. Since the weakened time had ended, Lin Chen should continue to enter dungeons. After all, the experience and treasures within dungeons were incomparable to those from wild monsters. Soon, Lin Chen led his troops back to the Death Gold Mine. However, this time, he chose the difficulty level to be hard. Since he couldn't beat the Hell level difficulty, he wasn't ready to challenge the Nightmare level either and directly drop down to hard. Anyway, since he had already obtained the rarest treasure, the Skull King's skull, Lin Chen was now grinding dungeons mainly for experience. The hard-level Death Gold Mine was indeed much easier. The first wave of monsters Lin Chen encountered was almost all skeleton soldiers, and there were hardly any second-tier zombies.
After experiencing the hell level difficulty, the mere hard level felt like easy mode. Artoria led her troops forward, pushing through effortlessly. During this process, the Tier 3 heavy armored skeleton warrior displayed an extremely formidable strength. Even Tier 2 zombies could be taken down with just 2 strikes. Due to its heavy armor, the attacks from the skeleton soldiers and zombies felt like mere tickles to the heavy armored skeleton warrior. It seemed that only Tier 3 ghosts could inflict effective damage on the heavy armored skeleton warrior. Unfortunately, in the difficult level Death Gold Mine, even the number of ghosts was exceedingly rare. Whenever a few sporadic ones appeared, they were mostly swiftly cut down by Artoria. Under such a relentless advance, Lin Chen quickly led his troops to the final boss stage. This time, guarding the hall was no longer a bone dragon, but merely a Tier 5 dark priest, 10 ghosts, 20 zombies, and a bunch of skeleton soldiers. Naturally, Lin Chen did not take this lineup seriously. Heavy armored skeleton warriors, clear the way, Lin Chen ordered calmly. During the dungeon's progression, he transformed a dozen more heavy armored skeleton warriors, so his forces were not diminished but rather increased. Over 50 heavy armored skeleton warriors charged forward with overwhelming force. The skeleton soldiers and zombies didn't even have a chance to fight back before they fell under the blades of the heavy armored skeleton warriors. At that moment, the ghosts also lunged forward. 2 ghosts, moving with ghostly speed, instantly appeared before a heavy armored skeleton warrior. Their sharp claws forcibly tore through the armor, ripping the skeleton warrior's body apart. However, Artoria would never allow these ghosts to act so rampantly. With a low shout, she charged into the enemy ranks. Dazzling holy light suddenly enveloped her sword. Holy light slash. Artoria's holy sword struck out rapidly, slicing through the air. Each beam of sword light precisely annihilated a ghost. Faced with such a powerful Artoria, the Dark Priest, as the boss, could no longer remain calm. He stepped forward, raised his staff high, and quickly began chanting a spell. God of the undead, heed your will, please punish these foolish mortals. Just as the incantation was completed, the ground beneath them transformed into a black mire. This was the Dark Priest's ability, the Dark Swamp. Any enemy stepping into this dark swamp would have their movement speed slowed, and their attributes would decrease by 10% to 20%. Artoria, just kill him. In this situation, Lin Chen did not hesitate, and immediately issued the command. Capture the thief, first capture the king. This has always been the simplest principle. After Lin Chen gave the order, Artoria activated her skill, Night Spirit. In an instant, the morale of the spearmen and archers surged, and their attributes received corresponding boosts. Unfortunately, the heavy armored skeleton warriors and grey wolf knights did not belong to the human race, so they could not benefit from the Night Spirit boost. It seemed that the combination of heroes and troop types was still very important. If given the chance, Lin Chen would definitely find a way to recruit an A-grade or higher necromancer hero to lead his skeleton army. Artoria, Barty, and Ivy quickly surrounded the Dark Priest. In the back, the archers' arrows were continuously shooting towards the Dark Priest with a whistling sound. In this situation, the Dark Priest's health was plummeting. In less than 2 minutes, it was nearly depleted. You will never think of leaving here. After the life value dropped to 0, the body of the Dark Priest exploded, turning into a sky full of black mist. At the same time, the prompt sound for clearing the dungeon rang in Lin Chen's ears. Lord Lin Yuan successfully cleared the hard level dungeon. Death Gold Mine received clearance rewards: Lord Experience plus 3000, Hero Experience plus 3000, Hero Recruitment Order X1, Intermediate Resource Pack X50, Random Silver Level Strategic Treasure Chest X2. I have to say, the rewards for the hard level dungeon are quite substantial. The generous experience allowed Artoria to level up directly by 1. However, aside from the experience, the only thing Lin Chen could truly make use of is probably that Hero Recruitment Order. With Lin Chen's current perspective, he really looks down on silver-level strategic treasures. Now, there is still one more dungeon opportunity. After clearing the hard-level Death Gold Mine, Lin Chen chose to challenge the nightmare-level difficulty this time, taking it step by step. After all, he now has nearly 70 heavy-armored skeleton warriors under his command. With the treasure of the Skull of the Skeleton King, Lin Chen can even sustain his battles through battles. The process of the nightmare-level Death Gold Mine is not much different. It still consists of 4 or 5 rounds of small monsters followed by the final boss stage. However, the nightmare level boss is neither the 9th tier bone dragon nor the 5th tier dark priest but a 6th tier ghost eye spider. Surrounding this ghost eye spider are many spiders of various colors. Black spiders, green spiders, red spiders, white spiders. Among them, the black spiders are extremely fierce, with very high attack power. The green spiders' attacks are laced with poison. The red spiders can self-destruct, causing damage to nearby enemies. The white spiders can spit silk, restricting the enemy's movements. Fortunately, these spiders are not of a high tier, only equivalent to 3rd tier units, and they are just more numerous.
In this situation, although there were some casualties in this boss battle with nearly half of the heavy armored skeleton warriors lost, Lin Chen ultimately managed to take it down successfully. Under Artoria's Holy Light combo, this 6th tier Ghost Eye Spider finally fell to her sword. Lord Lin Chen successfully cleared the Nightmare level dungeon Death Gold Mine, receiving clearance rewards: Lord Experience plus 7,000, Hero Experience plus 7,000, Hero Recruitment. Order X2, Mid-tier Resource Pack X150, Random Gold Level Strategic Treasure Chest X2. The clearance rewards for the Nightmare level dungeon are far better than those for the hard level. Before Lin Chen could even count the rewards, the world announcement rang out once again. World announcement: Chinese player Lin Chen becomes the first lord to clear the Nightmare level dungeon Death Gold Mine, receiving rewards: Random Platinum level Strategic Treasure Chest X1, Advanced Resource Pack X20, Hero Experience Storage Jar X1, Hero Recruitment Order X2. After the world announcement sounded, the chat channel erupted once more. Wow, Lin Chen has cleared the Nightmare level dungeon? That's too strong. I spent 40 to 50,000 and can't even clear the normal difficulty dungeon. I'm hugging myself in pain. Don't even mention it, I can't even find where the dungeon is. Sigh, this is ridiculous. With my few troops, I can't even farm monsters in the wild, it's just too hard. I'm so envious, these rewards are too good. This is a platinum level strategic treasure. Lin Chen is truly one step ahead, always ahead. To be honest, after hearing the world announcement, even Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. A platinum level strategic treasure chest. Even for him, platinum level strategic treasures are quite rare. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly chose to open the treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the random platinum level strategic treasure chest. You have obtained the platinum level strategic treasure, Sword of Dawn. The Sword of Dawn quality: platinum attributes, strength plus 75. Agility plus 45, Constitution plus 20. All human troop types under your command gain plus 10% to all attributes attached. Skill: Dawn Battle after use, increases the attack speed of all melee troops under your command by 30%, critical hit rate by 20%, and lifesteal by 10%, lasting for 15 minutes. The attributes of this platinum level strategic treasure are quite impressive. Not only are the attributes good, but the attached skill is also very powerful. Lin Chen immediately handed the Sword of Dawn to Artoria. Equip it, this treasure belongs to you now. Thank you, Lord. Artoria's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she took the long sword. Hero Artoria's loyalty increased by 1 point, current loyalty is 82 points. It was clear that Artoria was also very pleased with the Sword of Dawn. After equipping this platinum level strategic treasure, Artoria's attributes increased significantly. Hero, Artoria, S-Class Hero, Title. Sword of Ceiling level, 14 health, 2400/2400 mana, for 3430 attack, 390 to 560 defense, 210 strength, 245 agility, 195 intelligence, 160 skills. Holy Light / Night Spirit. Upon seeing Artoria's current attributes, even Lin Chen couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction. Moreover, if all goes well, once Artoria reaches level 15, she will be able to comprehend her third skill. After using up the 3 opportunities to clear dungeons, Lin Chen directly led his troops back to the territory. During Lin Chen's absence, the construction of the territory continued. Most importantly, the Lord's Mansion has been upgraded to level 2, now able to collect 2,000 gold and 20,000 silver coins daily. The Pikeman Camp and Archer Camp have also been upgraded to level 2, allowing for the recruitment of more troops. However, for Lin Chen, troop strength was no longer the most important thing. His only goal now was to quickly upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 3 and then build the auction house. Only then could Lin Chen fully leverage his financial advantage. Sometimes, having too much money and not being able to spend it can also be a hassle. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. After all, on the first day of the game's launch, he had already accumulated a significant advantage. In the following 2 days, Lin Chen took Artoria to clear the Nightmare level Death Gold Mine 3 times each day. Under these circumstances, Artoria's level rose rapidly like a rocket. In just 2 days, she reached level 20. At the same time, Artoria also unlocked her third skill, Glorious Holy Shield, and her fourth skill, Holy Seal. Skill, Glorious Holy Shield. Description: after casting the skill, it grants the hero a Glorious Holy Shield, instantly clearing most negative effects and absorbing 1,500 points of damage. During the duration of the Glorious Holy Shield, all troop types under this hero gain plus 20% defense. Skill, Holy Seal. Description: after use, it can seal a single enemy, restricting their movement and skill casting for 2 to 10 seconds. During the sealing time, the sealed target's attributes decrease by 30%. The specific sealing time depends on the strength of the enemy unit. After consecutively unlocking 2 skills, Artoria's true strength began to gradually reveal itself. However, the reason Artoria is called the Sword of Sealing is that her current strength is still in a sealed state. If I were to make an analogy,
Altria is like a treasure buried deep underground. Only by unlocking her seal can her potential be fully excavated. But for Lin Chen, it is still too early. After all, the game has only been live for 3 days so far. During these 3 days, the Lord's Mansion has finally been upgraded to level 3, just as Lin Chen wished. And after that, the auction house, which Lin Chen had been longing for, has finally been completely constructed. This means that Lin Chen can finally start executing his next plan. After the auction house was completed, Lin Chen did not rush to go there. Instead, he went to the tavern. He approached the tavern owner, casually tossed out 10 gold coins, and asked with a light smile, "Boss, I heard that a rather strange alchemist has been here recently. Do you remember him?" In fact, this alchemist was a random NPC who only appeared occasionally in the tavern. However, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't wait idly for him to show up. Since he already knew who he was looking for, he could directly gather information. The tall tavern owner immediately pocketed the 10 gold coins and said with a smile, "This guest you're looking for must be Alaric, right? That guy is quite odd. Every time he comes here to drink, he adds some bizarre things to his drink. Last time, he even wanted to add the pancreas of a fire lizard to his drink, almost blew up my tavern." Alaric. Yes, that's the guy. The issuer of the 100 Ring Quest. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and asked in a deep voice, "So, where can I find him? If I remember correctly, he should be living in Starlight City." The tavern owner smacked his lips and then pulled out a ledger. After flipping through a few pages, he nodded with certainty. "Yes, that's right, it's Starlight City, number 87, Silver District. That's the address he left me last time he asked me to send 2 boxes of rum over." "Alright, thank you." Lin Chen nodded, noted down the address, and left the tavern. He knew the location of Starlight City. After all, besides running dungeons every day, he hadn't forgotten to send 2 other heroes to explore unknown maps. If he remembered correctly, Starlight City was one of the main cities relatively close to his territory. At full speed, he could reach it in 3 hours. With that thought, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and chose to set off immediately. 3 hours later, Starlight City, number 87, Silver District. Lin Chen successfully found the place according to the address given by the tavern owner. To be honest, Starlight City was far more prosperous than his territory. Compared to Starlight City, his territory was as simple as a cottage. However, territory development was inherently a process of building from scratch. Lin Chen believed that one day his Lingyuan city would be even more prosperous than Starlight City. He then walked up and knocked on the door. After a short while, the door opened and a disheveled man peeked out, looking puzzled as he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Mr. Alaric. I've come specifically to visit you." "Visit me?" Alaric looked even more confused. "Do you know me? I've heard of your great name by chance. You are a very talented master of alchemy." Lin Chen said with a light smile, "I heard that you are recently collecting some special monster materials. Is that true?" Flattery is the best way to go. Since he was here to take a quest, his attitude should naturally be respectful. "I'm not a master yet. Alchemy is vast like the sea, and I've only just begun to scratch the surface." Alaric scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and then said, "But I am indeed collecting some special monster materials. If you could help me get them, I would be very grateful. Would you like to accept the quest, Alaric's commission?" Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to accept. The 100 Ring quest was finally in his hands. After accepting the task, Alaric made his request. "The recent alchemy experiment requires 50 hearts of grey wolves. I wonder if you can get them for me." Hearts of grey wolves? Lin Chen had plenty of those. After all, in these days, the number of grey wolves that had died at his hands was at least in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Lin Chen immediately chose to deliver the task. Lord Lin Yuan successfully completed the task. Alaric's commission, receive rewards, Lord Experience plus 500, Hero Experience plus 500, Beginner Resource Chest x 5.2. Be honest, the rewards for the task were not particularly generous, even a bit meager. However, this task was called a 100 ring task precisely because it was extremely tedious, with a full 100 rings. During this process, Alaric would ask players to collect all sorts of strange alchemical materials. The vast majority of players would choose to give up midway due to the task's complexity and the meager rewards. Only Lin Chen knew how generous the rewards for completing the 100 ring task would be. Moreover, the first player to complete the 100 ring task would receive a unique special reward. Alaric's second ring task required Lin Chen to collect the venom sacs of poisonous spiders. This material was something Lin Chen happened to have as well. After all, the boss of the nightmare-level Death Gold mine was the Ghost Eye Spider. After delivering the task, Lin Chen once again received 500 Lord Experience, 500 Hero Experience, and 5 Beginner Resource Chests. The third ring task required Lin Chen to collect 200 scales of black-tailed snakes. This material Lin Chen did not have on hand. However, for him, there was nothing that money couldn't buy. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened the auction house. As long as the building of the auction house was established in the territory, the Lord could open the auction house anytime and anywhere.
Soon, Lin Chen opened the auction house and quickly found the
black-tailed snake scales consigned by other players.
In the early stages of the game materials were still quite precious. The price of a black-tailed snake scale fluctuated between 100 to 150 gold coins.
However, for Lin Chen, the small amount of money was nothing at all.
Even for 200 black-tailed snake scales, it would only cost 20 to 30,000.
Lin Chen did not
hesitate and directly bought 200 black-tailed snake scales, then chose to deliver the task.
Lord Lin Yuan successfully
completed the task. Alaric's commission, received rewards, Lord experience plus 500, hero experience plus 500, beginner resource chest x5.
1 ring, 5 rings, 10 rings, 20 rings.
In just 1 hour, Lin Chen had already completed the 50-ring task. However, to complete this 50-ring task, the gold coins spent on acquiring materials had already exceeded 3 million.
Especially for some rare materials, they couldn't even be found in the auction house. After all, the game had
only just opened for 3 days, and many players were not in a hurry to trade their materials. But this did not stump Lin Chen. Whenever he encountered materials that could not be found in the auction house, he would directly shout in the world chat, offering high prices to buy them.
If 10,000
wouldn't work, then 50,000. If 50,000 wouldn't work, then 100,000. Under the pressure of money, there would always be players
tempted.
Although 3 million gold coins was a lot for Lin Chen, as long as he could complete the 100-ring task, it was all worth it.
In the
continuous acquisition of materials and delivery of tasks, Lin Chen successfully brought the task Alaric's commission to the 99th ring.
Although
each task only rewarded 500 hero experience, the cumulative rewards for the 99 rings amounted to nearly 50,000 experience points. The massive amount of experience caused Artoria's level to rise directly to level 22.
Next, only the final task remains. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately raised his head and smiled as he said, "Mr. Alaric, is there anything else I can help you with? I really appreciate you. I must say, you have
indeed helped me a great deal." Alaric rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed as he spoke. "You collected so many materials for me, yet I
can't offer you much in return."
"It's no problem," Lin Chen smiled and said, "everything is for the development of alchemy."
"That's right," Alaric
said excitedly, "believe me, I will definitely make a breakthrough in alchemy.
However, my research so far is still missing one crucial material. If you could help me collect it, that would be even better." Lin Chen nodded and asked, "What does your excellency Alaric need?"
"The heart of the dark moon
tree."
Alaric took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "There is a 1,000-year-old ancient tree within the dark moon forest outside Star Moon City.
And what I need is the heart of that ancient tree.
However, there is a group of dark elves in that dark moon forest, so please be very careful." The material needed for the final ring was indeed the dark moon tree heart. The materials for the previous 99 rings could be purchased from other players, but the dark moon tree heart could not. This material could only be obtained by clearing the dark moon forest dungeon. However, if Lin Chen remembered correctly, the difficulty of the dark moon forest dungeon was extremely high.
In fact, in
his previous life, it wasn't until 10 days after the server opened that the First Lord cleared the dark moon forest. But even so, Lin Chen showed no signs of retreating.
After all, as a reborn person, he was meant to achieve the impossible. Otherwise, how could he talk about changing his fate?
After accepting the quest, Lin Chen immediately set off with Artoria and his troops towards the direction of the Dark Moon Forest. 2 hours later, a dark and eerie forest appeared before him. Without a doubt, this forest was the Dark Moon Forest that Alaric had mentioned.
Unlike the Death Gold Mine dungeon,
the Dark Moon Forest was a special dungeon, so there were no level divisions.
"Do you choose to enter the dungeon Dark Moon Forest?"
After the system prompt appeared, Lin Chen immediately selected
confirm. In the next second, the scene before him changed instantly. When Lin Chen regained his senses, he and his troops had already appeared in the Dark Moon Forest. "Everyone be careful, let the heavily armored skeleton warriors lead the way."
Soon, Lin Chen issued orders to his troops. After all, this was the territory of the Dark Elves, so it was wise to be cautious. It turned out that Lin Chen's
considerations were indeed correct.
Before they had walked far, a whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a rain of black arrows came pouring down. Fortunately, at the front of the team were the heavily armored skeleton warriors with high defense. But even so, more than a dozen heavily armored skeleton warriors fell under the rain of arrows. It should be noted that the heavily armored skeleton warriors were a tier 3 unit, which shows how deadly this wave of black arrows was. "It's the Dark Elves."
Artoria immediately made a decision. "Grey Wolf Knights, charge in and try to limit
the Dark Elves' offensive as much as possible."
It must be said that Artoria's strategic judgment was quite correct.
In this situation, it was essential to restrict the enemy's firepower.
The movement Speed of the heavily armored skeleton warriors was too slow, so this task could only be executed by the Grey Wolf Knights. Although the Grey Wolf Knights were not of a high tier, this unit's mobility was still quite formidable. Even in the forest, they moved as if on flat ground. After the Grey Wolf Knights charged in, the intensity of the arrow rain noticeably weakened. After buying time for the heavily armored skeleton warriors, the skeleton troops surged in and began their slaughter. The screams of the dark elf archers immediately rang in Lin Chen's ears. Soon, one body after another was thrown before him. A total of 30 dark elf archers were completely dealt with by Lin Chen's troops. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, this unit should belong to the Tier 3 category. Its characteristics were extremely high attack power and long range, but it was very fragile, even weaker than Tier 2 units. Especially when engaged in close combat, they were like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. But it must be admitted that the reason they were able to achieve victory so easily without significant casualties was entirely due to Artoria's decision-making. Well done! Lin Chen smiled and praised, then he wanted to convert the corpses before him into skeleton soldiers. However, before he could take action, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Human, this is not a place you can tread. And these undead creatures, truly disgusting. Just as the voice ended, 34 figures wielding long swords charged out from the shadows of the jungle. Third-tier soldiers, dark elf swordsmen. High attack, high agility, but their bodies remained weak. Heavy armored skeleton warriors, like the heavily armored skeleton warriors, are naturally a counter to light armored warriors like dark elf swordsmen. Therefore, Lin Chen was not too worried. His gaze fell on a dark elf holding dual swords. Compared to the other dark elf swordsmen, this guy's aura was clearly more formidable. Even the dual swords in his hands were covered in black magical patterns. Dark Elf Sword Master Silver Level BOSS Level 20 Health 36,000 Attack Power 620 to 850 Defense 370 Skills Dark Sword Dance Dark Dual Sword Slash. A master of the sword among Dark Elf swordsmen, possessing extremely high attainments in the way of the sword and incredible strength. This guy was indeed a mini-boss. In the next moment, the Dark Elf Sword Master directly charged into Lin Chen's formation. The dual swords in his hands moved as nimbly as butterflies dancing. Almost every sword strike could easily sever the head of a heavy armored skeleton warrior. However, Artoria would naturally not allow him to slaughter so recklessly. A dazzling holy light suddenly surged from the tip of her sword. Holy light slash. Minus 1165. Minus 1256. Minus 1248. 3. Blood-red damage numbers suddenly appeared above the Dark Elf Sword Master's head. The latter's health line instantly dropped a notch. Do you also wish to stop me? The Dark Elf Sword Master raised his head, his gaze cold as he swept over to Artoria. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated his skill, Dark Sword Dance. In the next moment, the dual swords in his hands began to move at an extremely high speed. The frenzied dual swords formed a storm of blades around the Dark Elf Sword Master, sweeping directly towards Artoria. Even before the blades had struck Artoria, Lin Chen could already feel the power of this skill. However, at that moment, Artoria's figure suddenly retreated violently. Then, she raised her long sword high. In the name of justice, I shall seal you. Just as Artoria's voice fell, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from the tip of her sword. In the next second, a six-pointed star magic circle shining with holy light appeared beneath the Dark Elf Sword Master's feet. Even before the latter could react, his dark sword dance had been forcibly interrupted. Even his figure was forcibly bound in place. And this was the skill that Artoria had cast, Holy Seal. To know, the skill Holy Seal was unlocked only after Artoria's level reached 20. After using this skill, it can seal a single enemy, not only restricting their movement but also interrupting their skill casting. Meanwhile, during the sealing time, the sealed target will have all attributes reduced by 30%. Clearly, the dark sword dance of the Dark Elf Sword Master was forcibly interrupted by the Holy Seal. During the sealing process, the sword in Artoria's hand continuously slashed towards the Dark Elf Sword Master. Even 3 or 4 heavily armored skeleton warriors joined in to attack, starting to deal massive damage to the latter. For a light armor swordsman who relies on agility, being trapped in place is nothing short of a nightmare. Under the joint assault of Artoria and the heavily armored skeleton warriors, the Dark Elf Sword Master's health line plummeted. After struggling to hold on until the sealing time ended, he was left with only a quarter of his health. In this situation, Lin Chen naturally could not let him go easily. Iron Fist Barty and Eagle Beauty Ivy immediately brought dozens of pikemen to block the Dark Elf Sword Master's escape route. With his retreat completely cut off, the latter had no choice but to fight on stubbornly. Unfortunately, he was no match for Artoria. After a few rounds of combat, his health dropped to 0, and with a face full of unwillingness, he fell before Lin Chen. Kill the silver level boss Dark Elf Sword Master, gain Dark Elf Sword X2, Dark Elf's Heart X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X1, Hero Recruitment Order X2, Lord Experience plus 8,000, Hero Experience plus 8,000. Although both were silver level boss, the rewards for killing the Dark Elf Sword Master were much richer than those for killing the mutated Grey Wolf King. After all, one was a level 20 boss, while the other was merely a level 5 boss. After receiving the rewards for killing the boss, Lin Chen wasted no time and immediately used the Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll. The next second, 53rd tier Dark Elf Swordsman appeared before Lin Chen. After the Dark Elf Sword Master was defeated, this battle quickly came to an end. After all, those few dozen 3rd tier Dark Elf Swordsmen posed no threat to Lin Chen's troops. Although he lost some forces, Lin Chen activated the ability of Skull King's Skull again, summoning nearly 200 skeleton soldiers from the corpses. The higher the tier of the corpses, the more skeleton soldiers summoned. Then, Lin Chen directly began to synthesize skeleton soldiers. 200 first-tier skeleton soldiers were synthesized into 100 second-tier skeleton warriors. 100 second-tier skeleton warriors were synthesized into 53rd-tier heavily armored skeleton warriors. Despite having gone through a battle, Lin Chen's forces actually increased rather than decreased. However, the human troops like pikemen and archers that needed to be recruited from the camp were one less for everyone that died. This made Lin Chen feel a bit awkward. He was clearly a human lord, yet more than half of his troops were from the undead. But for Lin Chen, as long as he could enhance his strength, he didn't mind if his troops were all a mixed bag, even if they were all undead. Continue to advance. After quickly clearing the battlefield, Lin Chen immediately ordered his troops to continue moving forward. Defeating a small boss was merely a temporary victory. His true goal was still that Dark Moon Tree Heart. During the continued advance, Lin Chen encountered several waves of ambushes from Dark Elves again. Dark Elf Swordsman, Dark Elf Archer, Dark Elf Mage, Dark Elf Assassin. These Dark Elves, without exception, are all Tier 3 units. Moreover, in every ambush, there are at least 50 to 80 Tier 3 Dark Elves. Fortunately, Lin Chen possesses the treasure known as the Skull of the Skeleton King. Otherwise, before he even reaches the final boss stage, his troops would have suffered heavy casualties. If Lin Chen is struggling this much, ordinary players are even less capable. For other players, the Dark Moon Forest dungeon is simply beyond their current challenge. It is worth noting that even in Lin Chen's previous life, it wasn't until 10 days after the server opened that someone cleared the Dark Moon Forest dungeon. Just then, a towering ancient tree finally appeared before Lin Chen. This ancient tree soared into the clouds, seemingly piercing the heavens. Clearly, this is the Dark Moon Divine Tree worshipped by the Dark Elf clan. One must admit, the sight before him is indeed spectacular. At the very least, Lin Chen had never seen such a gigantic ancient tree before. Dirty human, stop here. Just as Lin Chen was feeling immensely shocked, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Following the sound, Lin Chen saw a tall Dark Elf queen in a black short ceremonial dress standing before him, looking down at him with a face full of disdain. Beneath the black short dress were a pair of long legs. Her gray-black skin added an exotic charm to this Dark Elf queen. A black magic boat floated beside her. At the same time, a rich dark magic swirled around her delicate figure. The fitted black short dress showcased the Dark Elf Queen's fiery figure to perfection, undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. To be honest, the charm exuded by this Dark Elf Queen truly left Lin Chen in awe. Kill him. Before Lin Chen could fully appreciate her, the Dark Elf Queen pointed at him. The next second, 4 shadows suddenly rushed towards Lin Chen's direction. These 4 shadows were all Dark Elf swordsmen wielding dual swords. Without a doubt, these 4 Dark Elf swordsmen were the Dark Elf Queen's personal guards. Protect the Lord. Artoria decisively stepped in front of Lin Chen, single-handedly blocking 2 Dark Elf swordsmen. Immediately after, a large number of heavily armored skeleton warriors charged towards the other 2 Dark Elf swordsmen. Although the Dark Elf swordsmen were powerful, they still struggled to defend against the overwhelming assault of Tier 3 units. The number of heavily armored skeleton warriors under Lin Chen's command was already quite considerable. It is no exaggeration to say that the skeleton sea tactic was beginning to take shape. Even a level 20 silver boss would still struggle against the siege of dozens of heavily armored skeleton warriors. The battle situation before them was escalating. Artoria, relying on her own strength, firmly held off the 2 Dark Elf swordsmen. Meanwhile, the health of the other 2 Dark Elf swordsmen was continuously decreasing. Under the assault of the heavily armored skeleton warriors, the current situation was undoubtedly very favorable for Lin Chen. However, up to this point, the Dark Elf Queen showed no intention of making a move. Protect the Queen. At that moment, a sudden shout rang in Lin Chen's ears. Immediately, a large number of Dark Elves appeared behind the Elf Queen, charging towards Lin Chen's troops. Dark Elf swordsmen, Dark Elf archers, Dark Elf assassins. Soon, Lin Chen's skeleton army faced off against the Dark Elf army. The final boss battle was, of course, incredibly difficult. Only by defeating this wave of Dark Elves could Lin Chen officially declare war on the Dark Elf Queen. Fight for our lord. Artoria immediately raised the Dawn Sword in her hand and unhesitatingly activated its special skill, Dawn Battle. At the moment the skill was activated, a holy light burst forth from the Dawn Sword. After the skill was activated, it could increase the attack speed of all melee units under Lin Chen by 30%, critical hit rate by 20%, and lifesteal by 10%, lasting for 15 minutes. It must be said that a platinum-level treasure is indeed quite formidable. Under the enhancement of Dawn Battle, all units under Lin Chen received a significant boost. Then, the system's notification sound continuously rang in Lin Chen's ears. Kill the silver-level boss Dark Elf Swordmaster. Obtain Dark Elf's Sword X2, Dark Elf's Heart X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X1, Hero Recruitment Order X2, Lord Experience plus 8,000, Hero Experience plus 8,000. 4 consecutive system notifications rang in Lin Chen's ears. This meant that the 4 Dark Elf Sword Masters had fallen one after another under the assault of Artoria and the heavily armored skeleton warriors. Following that, Artoria immediately charged into the formation of the Dark Elves with her longsword. Such Tier 3 units were no match for her at all. Under her sweeping sword force, one Dark Elf after another fell beneath her blade. Seeing her kin die one after another before her eyes, the Dark Elf Queen couldn't help but furrow her brow. Despicable human, you will pay for your actions. The Dark Elf Queen stepped forward, and the dark magic book beside her began to flip rapidly. Immediately, dark magical energy coalesced into dozens of dark magic projectiles, directly bombarding Lin Chen's troops. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions, a large number of heavily armored skeleton warriors fell under the onslaught of the dark magic projectiles. As the final boss of the dungeon, the Dark Elf Queen was indeed quite powerful. Ordinary Tier 3 units were no different from cannon fodder in her presence. Meanwhile, the attributes of the Dark Elf Queen appeared before Lin Chen. Dark Elf Queen Platinum level BOSS level 25. Health 100,000 magic attack 1220 to 1650 defense 300 skills Dark magic projectile Shadow Blade Dark Elf summoning Dark life drain. The Queen of the Dark Elf clan, wielding dark power, rules the entire Dark Elf tribe in the Dark Moon Forest and possesses great prestige. Upon seeing the attributes of the Dark Elf Queen, even Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. No wonder she was a platinum-level boss, her attributes were indeed terrifying. Just Artoria alone might not be able to match the Dark Elf Queen. Fortunately, Artoria was not fighting alone. As long as they could defeat the Dark Elf Queen before them, Lin Chen would not hesitate to sacrifice his troops. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately tore open 4 Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scrolls. To know, these 4 summoning scrolls were just dropped from the Dark Elf Sword sect, and unexpectedly, they were put to use so quickly. In an instant, another 200 units of Dark Elf swordsmen joined the battlefield. Looking at the scene before her, the Dark Elf Queen became even more furious. You actually betrayed me for a human. You are the shame of the Dark Elf clan. Just as her words fell, a massive amount of dark energy surged from the dark magic book. This dark energy coalesced into the shape of blades, suddenly slashing outwards. These dark magic blades were incredibly sharp, capable of instantly slicing through the bodies of heavily armored skeleton warriors. Faced with the full-on assault of the Dark Elf Queen, Artoria no longer held back and immediately activated her skill, Glory Shield. After this skill was cast, it not only granted the hero a Glory Shield that absorbed 1,500 points of damage but also cleared most negative effects upon casting. Meanwhile, during the duration of the Glory Shield, all units under this hero gained plus 20% defense. With the dual boosts of Dawn of War and Glory Shield, Lin Chen's troops surged forward with great momentum. Even Artoria, with the shield, forcefully withstood the Dark Elf Queen's onslaught, raising her hand for a holy light slash. Minus 1,648. Minus 1,754. Minus 1,654. Although the Dark Elf Queen, as a platinum-level boss, had extremely impressive skill damage, she was ultimately a mage-type existence. And the common flaw of the mage class is low defense and thin health. Just a single holy light slash dealt nearly 5,000 points of damage to her. The Dark Elf Queen's health line dropped significantly. Following that, the archers in the back, taking advantage of their range, unleashed a volley towards the Dark Elf Queen. Minus 175. Minus 168. Minus 144. Minus 258. Although the damage from the second-tier archers was not high, in the situation of accumulating damage, the total damage from the volley was still quite considerable. In Lord's era, relying solely on a powerful hero or just the number of troops is useless. Only by combining heroes and units can the strongest power be unleashed. Artoria continuously maneuvered beside the Dark Elf Queen, seizing the opportunity to attack. And those heavily armored skeleton warriors bravely stood at the forefront. Even if they could be easily shattered by dark magic projectiles, these skeleton warriors showed no signs of retreat. 90%, 75%, 45%. The Dark Elf Queen's health line continued to drop, finally falling below the 20% mark. Even though the situation looked promising,
Lin Chen remained vigilant.
Because, as a rule, the lower the health of a boss, the more dangerous it becomes. Sure enough, when her health dropped to the last fifth, the Dark Elf Queen's body immediately floated up, and the dark energy around her surged wildly, like dancing black flames. The Dark Elf Queen slightly nodded, her expression cold, as if she were a queen ruling over the world. Those who desecrate this place accept the punishment of the Dark Moon. Dark Life Drain. Countless threads composed of dark energy immediately spread outwards, connecting to the troops under Lin Chen's command. Soon after, Lin Chen witnessed one of the black threads directly sucking a gunner into a dried corpse. At the same time, the Dark Elf Queen's health also increased by a notch. It was evident that the effect of this dark life absorption skill was to siphon the life force of other beings to replenish itself. Watching the Dark Elf Queen's health steadily rise, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and made a decisive call, saying, "Focus fire on her, we must not let her health recover." After Lin Chen issued the command, Artoria was the first to launch an attack. Although she was also being drained of life energy by the dark threads, there was not a trace of fear on her face. The troops under Lin Chen were the same, fearlessly surrounding and attacking the Dark Elf Queen. In this situation, even if the Dark Elf Queen could recover health by absorbing life energy, her recovery speed could not keep up with the damage she was taking. Watching the boss's health continuously and steadily decrease, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his decision was indeed the right one. The more it came to this, the more courage was needed to fight to the bitter end. If he hesitated and held back, it might allow the Dark Elf Queen to recover her health. That would only make the situation even more difficult. Hiss. In the end, the long sword in Artoria's hand pierced directly through the Dark Elf Queen's chest. The sword easily took away the last bit of the Dark Elf Queen's health. "I couldn't protect you, my kin." Accompanied by a mournful cry, the Dark Elf Queen's body slowly knelt to the ground. At the same time, the system notification sounded. The Huaxia Lord Lin Chen has successfully killed the Platinum-level boss, the Dark Elf Queen, and received the Platinum-level strategic treasure, Heart of the Dark Moon. Received Dark Elf Queen Spellbook X1, Dark Elf Swordsman Summoning Scroll X4, Dark Elf Archer Summoning Scroll X4, Dark Elf Assassin Summoning Scroll X4, Hero Recruitment Order X5, Lord Experience plus 38,000, Hero Experience plus 38,000. Upon hearing the reward notification, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It must be said that the rewards for killing a platinum-level boss were indeed generous. Just those 12 summoning scrolls alone amounted to 600 units of Tier 3 troops. Although Lin Chen had lost a significant number of troops in this battle, he could now easily replenish them. However, the rewards for killing the boss were just a part of it. The real highlight was still to come. Completely unsurprisingly, the world announcement soon rang out again. Huaxia Lord Lin Chen became the first lord to kill a platinum-level boss, receiving rewards, random platinum level. Strategic Treasure Chest X2, Advanced Resource Pack X150, Equipment Enhancement Stones X300, Hero Recruitment Order X5. Huaxia Lord Lin Chen became the first lord to clear the dungeon Dark Moon Forest, receiving rewards: Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order X1, Advanced Resource Pack X100, High Tier Hero Experience Book X10. After these two world announcements rang out in succession, the chat channel erupted into a frenzy once again. It's Lin Chen again. So powerful, the world announcement is completely dominated by him. How many days has it been since the server opened? He's already taken down a platinum-level boss. Is he even human? Sigh. I can only say that we're not playing the same game as this big shot. This reward is too generous. A platinum-level strategic treasure chest, a Dark Elf Queen recruitment order, all good stuff. Damn, it really makes my heart race. I'm taking my militia to grind dungeons right now. Militia should stick to farming. Their combat power is just too weak. I regret choosing the human race. Yeah, humans are indeed weak in the early game, but isn't Lin Yuan also a human? It really has nothing to do with race. For a big shot like him, no matter what race, they can't be weak in his hands. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't really care about the outside world's opinions. However, the reward for being the first to clear the Dark Moon Forest was somewhat unexpected. The platinum-level strategic treasure wasn't anything special. Although it was very precious in the early game, it would quickly become common in the late game. What truly caught Lin Chen's attention was that Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order. Dark Elf Queen Recruitment Order, Special Item, Description: after use it can refresh an S-level hero, Dark Elf Queen in the Tavern. This hero will exist in the Tavern for 24 hours, please recruit as soon as possible. Another S-level hero. Lin Chen took a deep breath, but his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. You have to know, high-level heroes are always welcome. Even though he already had the S-level Artoria, he wouldn't mind having another S-level hero. After all, S-level heroes all possess infinite potential. Moreover, even in the late game, when strategic treasures depreciate, heroes of A level and above still hold their value. After clearing the dungeon, Lin Chen didn't rush to leave but went straight to the Dark Moon Divine Tree. He hadn't forgotten that the purpose of challenging this dungeon was to obtain the Dark Moon Heart. If he couldn't get the Dark Moon Heart, it would truly be a case of losing sight of the main goal. Soon, Lin Chen arrived before the Dark Moon Divine Tree. Only by standing in front of this 1,000-year-old tree could he feel just how enormous it was. Then, Lin Chen reached out his hand and said, "Artoria, lend me your sword." "Okay." Artoria nodded and immediately handed her sword to Lin Chen. You have to know, she was called the Sword of Sealing precisely because of the sword in her hand. Because of this, her sword was extremely sharp. Lin Chen grasped the hilt and began to cut into the Dark Moon Divine Tree. Soon, he cut all the way to the inside of the Dark Moon Divine Tree and saw a core that looked like a fruit. Moreover, this core emitted a faint moonlight, looking extremely beautiful. Without a doubt, this was the Dark Moon Heart. Even if the Dark Moon Heart was taken away, the Dark Moon Divine Tree would not wither, because inside the Dark Moon Divine Tree, there was more than one Dark Moon Heart. However, Lin Chen wouldn't be greedy enough to dig out all the Dark Moon Hearts. After all, completing Alaric's 100-ring task only required one Dark Moon Heart. After taking this Dark Moon Heart, Lin Chen immediately rushed towards Star Moon City. Although he knew that no one could complete the 100-ring task before him, he still wanted to turn in the task as soon as possible. An hour later, Lin Chen finally led his troops back to Star Moon City. "Lord Alaric, I have brought you the Dark Moon Heart you needed." After knocking on Alaric's door, Lin Chen smiled and took out the Dark Moon Heart, handing it to him. It really is the heart of the Dark Moon. After receiving the heart of the Dark Moon, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Alaric's eyes. He clearly did not expect that Lin Chen could actually obtain the heart of the Dark Moon for him in such a short time. It must be known that the Dark Elves are not a friendly race. Obtaining a heart of the Dark Moon from that group of Dark Elves is no simple task. With this heart of the Dark Moon, his alchemical experiments could make significant progress. "Thank you very much," Alachi said excitedly. "I will enter seclusion to study in the coming days. In 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." Lin Chen replied with a smile. "In that case, I will wait for your good news." Alachi nodded heavily. "Don't worry, this time I will definitely succeed." The final reward for the 100-ring quest requires a wait of 3 days before it can be claimed. This final reward happens to be related to the alchemical experiment that Alachi is about to conduct. Therefore, Lin Chen did not waste any more time and chose to return to his territory. After returning to the territory, Lin Chen immediately entered the tavern. He was now eager to summon the Dark Elf Queen. Upon entering the tavern, Lin Chen took out the summoning scroll from his backpack and unhesitatingly chose to use it. Immediately, the option for the Dark Elf Queen appeared in the hero recruitment list of the tavern. However, summoning the Dark Elf Queen actually required 20 hero recruitment tokens. It must be said that this design is quite frustrating. It should be noted that after using the summoning scroll, players only have 24 hours to recruit. If they fail to gather 20 hero recruitment tokens in advance, it would mean missing out on this opportunity entirely. Fortunately, since the game launched, Lin Chen had already accumulated quite a few hero recruitment tokens. Even if he was still a few short, he could always buy them at a high price from the auction house. Although these tokens are extremely rare, as long as the price offered is high enough, someone will choose to sell. With that in mind, Lin Chen immediately opened the auction house to check the prices of hero recruitment tokens. It must be said that there are still many wealthy players in the Game Lord's era. The price of the hero recruitment token as a rare item had already been inflated to 1 million gold coins each. In other words, to recruit the Dark Elf Queen, he would need to spend at least 20 million. Lin Chen casually bought 6 hero recruitment tokens, spending 6 million gold coins, and gathered a total of 20. Without any hesitation, he chose to recruit the Dark Elf Queen. "Esteemed Lord, Carlton is willing to serve you." The proud and cold Dark Elf Queen appeared before Lin Chen once again. However, this time, she was no longer an enemy but had become a hero under Lin Chen's command. Even in her cool voice, there was a hint of alluring charm. However, the newly recruited Dark Elf Queen was only at level 1. Fortunately, Lin Chen still had 10 high-level hero experience books. Each high-level hero experience book could provide 20,000 experience points to a hero. 10 experience books meant a total of 200,000 hero experience. Lin Chen immediately used all 10 high-level hero experience books on Carlton. Immediately, a series of white lights of leveling up flashed around Carlton. The system's prompt sound continuously rang in Lin Chen's ears. The hero Dark Elf Queen Carlton's level has been raised to level 12. Hero Dark Elf Queen Carlton's loyalty Increased by 1 point. Current loyalty is 81 points. Hero Dark Elf Queen Kaylin successfully comprehended the skill Dark Magic Missile. Hero Dark Elf Queen Kaylin successfully comprehended the skill Summon Dark Elves. View Hero Attributes. After Lin Chen spoke these words, Kaylin's attribute panel immediately appeared before him. Hero Kaylin S-Class Hero Title Dark Elf Queen Level 12 Health 1800/1800 Mana 1450/1450 Magic Attack Power 540-730 Defense 120 Strength 80 Agility 160 Intelligence 375 Skills. Dark Magic Missile. After use, it can condense multiple dark magic missiles around the user, dealing damage to one or more enemy targets. The number of dark magic missiles depends on the hero's level, with each missile dealing 60% magic damage to the enemy. Skill Summon Dark Elves. After use, it can summon multiple Dark Elves to assist in battle. The rank and number of summoned Dark Elves depend on the hero's current level. It must be admitted that the Dark Elf Queen truly deserves her status as an S-Class hero. In terms of attributes, she can be said to be on par with Artoria. Moreover, both are equally beautiful in their own ways. Artoria is a valiant and elegant female swordsman, while Kaylin is a sexy and alluring noble queen. For other players, having such a hero would be like hitting the jackpot. Yet Lin Chen had managed to acquire both of these heroes. After completing the 100 ring quest, he had no urgent tasks left to do. Lin Chen planned to spend the next 3 days building his territory, recuperating and exploring the surrounding map. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. Sometimes, steady development is more important than rushing for results. During the next 3 days, Lin Chen focused on 3 tasks: building Lin Yuan City, having Artoria and Kaylin lead their troops to level up in the wild, and sending 2 other heroes to explore unknown maps. During this time, the level of the Lord's Mansion was successfully upgraded to level 4. Meanwhile, the heavy armor barracks and night training camp were also constructed one after another. This meant that Lin Chen could now recruit Tier 3 heavy armor soldiers and Tier 4 knights. Although higher tier units were unlocked, Lin Chen did not seem overly excited. After all, before the barracks level was raised, the number of troops he could recruit was pitifully small. To expand his forces as much as possible, he would need to think of other ways. During these 3 days of steady development, what Lin Chen looked forward to the most was the reward for the 100 ring quest. Now, the time had finally come. In the early morning, when the sky had not yet fully brightened, Lin Chen had already taken his troops to Xingyue City, preparing to find Alachi to claim the quest reward. Lord Alaric, how is your alchemical experiment progressing? In front of Lin Chen, Alaric looked haggard, with deep-set eyes, clearly having not rested well over the past 3 days. However, there was still a glimmer of excitement in his gaze. Thanks to you, the experiment was a great success. Then, Alaric took out a scroll of parchment from his bosom and said solemnly, I don't have anything good to give you, so consider this a reward. This is the result of my years of hard work, I hope you won't disdain it. The Lord Lin Yan has successfully completed the task Alaric's final commission and received the reward. Dark Potion Formula. That's right, this is the final reward of the 100 ring quest. A formula for an alchemical potion. Although it's just a piece of paper, in my previous life, someone made nearly $1 billion from this potion formula. You must know that the most profitable path in this world is monopoly, and the final reward of the 100 ring quest is unique. This means that the formula for the dark potion is held solely by Lin Chen. If Lin Chen remembers correctly, until the mid-game, the dark potion was a god-tier potion sought after by countless lord players. The cost to make a dark potion is only 200 gold coins. Yet, a bottle of dark potion can sell for as much as 2,000 gold coins, nearly 10 times the profit. Although Lin Chen hasn't had much experience with secondary professions, he knows that a master alchemist can brew a bottle of dark potion in just 3 minutes at most. 1 bottle of dark potion means a profit of 1,800 gold coins. Brewing 20 bottles in an hour would yield a pure profit of 36,000 gold coins. Even if he only dedicates 8 hours a day to brewing potions, that would still be nearly 300,000 in profit. In just a year, Lin Chen could make 100 million from this dark potion formula. Although Lin Chen is quite wealthy, who would mind having more money? Sitting idly by will eventually lead to financial ruin. Only by continuously generating income can one have an inexhaustible supply. But now, a problem arises. Although brewing dark potions is extremely profitable, he cannot afford to waste a lot of time on it. Therefore, he must find someone to brew the dark potions in his place. Moreover, it must be someone he trusts. After all, in the face of 100 million in profit, few would be free from greed. Once the other party becomes greedy, betrayal will follow. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen understands human nature very well. In his previous life, he trusted others too much and ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of the Abyss Demon. Just recalling that deep-seated hatred made Lin Chen clench his fists. Involuntarily,
In this life, he swore he would not repeat the same mistakes. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen directly initiated communication with Butler Lee. So far, the Game Lord era has been online for over 7 days. All players who entered the game can no longer log off. Even using forceful means is no exception. However, under these circumstances, players in the game can still communicate with the outside world. Soon, the communication was connected. "Young master, is that you?" Butler Lee's voice quickly came through the communication. "It's me." Lin Chen asked straightforwardly, "Uncle Lee, have you entered the Game Lord era?" Butler Lee chuckled and replied, "Isn't this game meant for you young people to play? At my age, I won't join in on this excitement. This person, the older he gets, the less useful he becomes. I was still thinking I could help you manage the company affairs, but you've already sold off all the company shares, so I guess it's time for me to retire and go back home. I'm planning to buy a small villa with a garden in the suburbs, grow some vegetables, raise a dog, and live a simple life. That sounds like a good way to spend my old age. After being a butler for so many years, having some savings is quite normal. It's more than enough for him to live comfortably in his later years." Clearly, he still doesn't understand why Lin Chen would make such a decision. After all, the Lin Group was founded by Lin Chen's parents and was the inheritance they left for him after their death. However, Lin Chen chose to sell all the company shares for cash. Butler Lee originally thought Lin Chen wanted to start a new business and lacked startup funds. But he clearly didn't expect that after selling the shares, Lin Chen would turn around and start playing games, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, given his position, he couldn't interfere with Lin Chen's decision. After hearing Butler Lee's response, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to reveal the truth. "Uncle Lee, remember what I'm about to say, because it's very important for you." Upon hearing this, Butler Lee couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. In his memory, young Master Lin rarely spoke to him in such a serious tone. "If possible, please purchase a gaming pod in the next few days and enter Lord's Era. Because, in a month, everyone on Earth will be forcibly transported into the game world. At that time, the game world will replace the real world and become the main world. The sooner you enter the game, the sooner you can establish an advantage." After hearing this, Butler Lee was stunned. Lin Chen's words truly shocked him. He even began to doubt whether his young master had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he say such nonsense? "I know that this kind of thing is hard for any normal person to accept. However, everything I said is true," Lin Chen calmly stated. "I told you this because I consider you one of my own. As for how I know this, you don't need to worry about it. If you believe me, then do as I say." Then, as if remembering something, Lin Chen asked, "By the way, there should have been quite a few news reports recently, right? According to the timeline, players in the game should already be unable to exit normally." Upon hearing this, Butler Lee couldn't help but feel a chill, because what Lin Chen said was indeed correct. Recently, news about this incident had been emerging one after another, dominating the headlines of major news websites. After all, players being unable to exit the game normally is no small matter. Once the nutrient solution in the gaming pod runs out, the players' bodies will also begin to deteriorate. And the vast majority of people believe that there must be a problem with the gaming pod and are preparing to collectively denounce the gaming company. But now it seems that the occurrence of these incidents might not be an accident? If everything is really as young Master Lin Chen said, then that would be too terrifying. The game world will completely replace the real world? Just thinking about it makes Butler Lee feel incredibly surreal. But now, all the evidence indicates that Lin Chen did not deceive him. Moreover, Lin Chen seems to really know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so decisive in selling his company shares. Those are all high-quality stocks. Even just holding them would yield a considerable dividend every year. At that moment, Butler Lee suddenly thought of his daughter, who seemed to have recently bought a gaming pod, saying she wanted to play with her friends. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Butler Lee's back. "Young Master Lin Chen, I'll call you back later. My daughter seems to have entered the game too. I need to ask her." After leaving this message, Butler Lee hurriedly hung up the phone. Lin Chen then remembered that Butler Lee indeed had a daughter. And if he remembered correctly, in his previous life, she was a somewhat famous female lord who formed a guild called Thorned Rose. Thanks to Lin Chen and his daughter looking after her, even though Butler Lee entered the game a month late, he wasn't bullied much. Moreover, even in the game, Butler Lee was able to showcase his talents, helping his daughter manage the guild in an orderly manner. A management talent like Butler Lee was someone he definitely wouldn't let go. Furthermore, if possible, he wanted to recruit his daughter as well. After absorbing the lessons from his previous life, Lin Chen understood that relying solely on one person's strength is ultimately limited. To have a place in this world, one must build their own power. Soon, Butler Lee, feeling anxious, dialed his daughter's number. "Hello, Bing Chu? Are you in the game?" "Yeah, Dad, what's up?" Li Bing Chu replied while commanding troops to surround and kill the skeleton general in front of her. This was a dungeon called Land of Bones and she was about to clear it. Moreover, she was challenging it at the hard difficulty level. Clearly, the success of any lord is never by chance. Even though the game had just opened for a few days, Li Bingchu was already ahead of most players. Hearing his daughter's voice, Butler Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly asked, Bing Chu, the gaming pod you bought recently, is it for playing that game called Lord's Era? Yeah, why? It's nothing, I just wanted to ask, have you tried logging out of the game recently? I tried, but I can't log out, Li Bingchu said calmly, but it seems I'm not the only one. Butler Li was slightly taken aback and asked, aren't you worried at all? What's the use of worrying? Anyway, no one can leave the game. Li Bingchu replied, even if we have to die, we'll all die together. Even Butler Li had to admit that his daughter was incredibly open-minded and carefree. As a woman, she could remain unflinching in the face of danger. With such a mindset, it's no wonder she could rise strongly in the brutal game world of Lord's Era. Butler Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relayed what Lin Chen had told him to Li Bingchu. To be honest, deep down, he still believed Lin Chen, but this matter was simply too surreal for him to judge alone. Do you think this is possible? It's not impossible. Li Bingchu pondered for a moment and said, the realism of this game has far exceeded the level that current technology can achieve. In other words, this is very likely true. This game is far more complex than we imagined. However, if in a month the game world really does replace the real world, then what we should do most is to quickly establish an advantage in the game. I have to say, Li Bingchu's ability to accept this was quite strong. Moreover, even in such a situation, she still maintained absolute calm. After hearing his daughter's analysis, Butler Li nodded thoughtfully. Then he said, in that case, I will find a way to enter the game as soon as possible. By the way, I will give you young Master Lin Chen's contact information later. If you encounter any difficulties in the game, remember to find him. Li Bingchu nodded, okay. Not long after, Lin Chen received a friend request from Li Bingchu. Lord Bingchu has requested to add you as a friend, do you agree? Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately accepted the friend request. After successfully adding Lin Chen, Li Bingchu's first message was quickly sent. Are you Lin Yuan? Li Bingchu's tone clearly carried a hint of shock, because the name Lin Yuan was simply too famous. In the few days since the game opened, almost two-thirds of the world announcements were Lin Chen alone spamming the screen. For the vast majority of players, Lin Yuan was a legendary lord in existence at the top of the pyramid. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the number one lord in today's Huaxia. Li Bingchu had just learned that Lin Chen was actually Lin Yuan. Lin Chen, Lin Yuan. Such similar names, she should have thought of it earlier. Lin Chen smiled and replied, what's wrong? Can't I be? That's not what I meant. Li Bingchu smiled awkwardly, I just didn't connect the two of you for a moment. It's fine, now that you know. It's not too late. Lin Chen said lightly, did your dad tell you everything I discussed with him? Yes, he relayed it to me. So what are your thoughts? Do you want to believe it? Or do you think I'm joking with you? I believe what you said. Li Bingchu said firmly, this game is indeed unusual. However, I'm very curious, how do you know all this? Lin Chen chuckled and said, what if I say I'm a reborn person, would you believe it? Li Bingchu pursed her lips and said, since you don't want to say, then forget it. Everyone has secrets and I won't force you. Lin Chen. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore? It's fine, since you don't believe it, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Lin Chen said, you should know why I told your father such an important thing, right? Because you trust him enough. That's right. Lin Chen continued, but besides that, there's another reason, which is that I hope he can help me. I understand. Li Bingchu said, you also need assistance, you need him to help. You handle affairs in the game. Smart. Lin Chen smiled and said, however, besides him, I hope you can also come and assist me. Me? Li Bingchu looked a bit surprised, but it seems like this is our first meeting, right? Meeting you for the first time feels like reuniting with an old friend. Lin Chen smiled, didn't I tell you? I am a reborn person, so of course I know you. In fact, what he said was all true. Although Lin Chen was a lone wolf in his previous life, he had dealt with Li Bingchu a few times. He still had some understanding of her character. Even as a friend, Li Bingchu was absolutely trustworthy. Not to mention, there was also the relationship with Butler Li. Lin Chen was certain that as long as he could recruit Li Bingchu, she would never betray him. If that's the case, then I'll think about it. Li Bingchu did not immediately agree to Lin Chen. For her, this decision was very important and needed careful consideration. And Lin Chen did not push her because he knew in his heart that someone like Li Bingchu could not be forced. If you are willing to work for me, I can pay you 1 million gold coins every month. Lin Chen said, in addition, I will provide you with game strategies to ensure you can stay ahead of most players. 1 million gold coins, even converted into real money, was a solid 1 million. Moreover, once the game world completely replaced the real world, all the money in reality would become worthless paper.
At that time, gold coins would be the real hard currency, and Lin Chen opened with 1 million monthly salary for Li Bingchu. The reason he was so generous was entirely because Li Bingchu was worth that price. Li Bingchu not only had quick thinking but also possessed a very high gaming talent. After hearing the salary Lin Chen offered, even with Li Bingchu's temperament, her eyes couldn't help but flicker. What moved her, of course, couldn't be the million monthly salary. 1 million a month sounds like a lot, but for capable people, it really isn't much. What she truly cared about was that Lin Chen was willing to provide her with game strategies. If this had come from someone else, Li Bingchu would definitely scoff at it. But the key was that this came from Lin Chen. This man had dominated most of the world announcements. He was also the undisputed First Lord of Huaxia. If she chose to follow Lin Chen, she might be able to grow faster. And that was what truly moved Li Bingchu. Alright, I've already laid out the conditions for you, Lin Chen said. Next, I will give you time to think it over. However, just as he was about to disconnect the communication, Li Bingchu suddenly spoke up. I agree. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. In that case, from now on, we are comrades fighting side by side. Although Lin Chen guessed that Li Bingchu would most likely choose to agree, he still felt pleased when she actually did, because this meant that he had gained 2 more helpers by his side, Butler Li and Li Bingchu. For Lin Chen, this was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger. Adhering to the principle of trusting those he employs, after Li Bingchu agreed to join, Lin Chen immediately discussed the dark potion formula with her. He also emphasized the value of this formula. Even with Li Bingchu's temperament, after hearing Lin Chen's introduction, she couldn't help but feel a shock. After all, this was a pure profit of 100 million a year. Absolute monopoly. Absolute windfall. Subsequently, Li Bingchu immediately asked, so what do you want me to do? It's simple, Lin Chen replied. I want you to help me find a suitable candidate to learn this formula and become a full-time pharmacist. As for compensation, I will certainly not shortchange you, but I have one requirement: absolute loyalty. I don't want the pharmacist I painstakingly cultivate to end up as someone else's pawn. Okay, I understand. Li Bingchu certainly grasped Lin Chen's meaning. In fact, the pharmacist was just a vessel. The real value lay in this formula. Because of this, Lin Chen needed to find someone who wouldn't betray him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingchu immediately said, actually, I do have a good candidate in mind. I know a young girl, a student from a poor background, whom my father sponsored to attend university. She has already started working now. Her character is quite good, and she is very resilient. Unless absolutely necessary, she almost never asks for money. After starting work, she even sends a fixed amount of money to my dad every month and visits him during holidays. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. It seemed this young girl's character was indeed commendable. At the very least, she understood gratitude. Moreover, the monotonous task of preparing potions truly required a resilient character capable of enduring loneliness. However, this was no longer something Lin Chen needed to manage. Since he chose to trust Li Bingchu, he would leave the matter entirely in her hands. Lin Chen immediately said, since you already have a suitable candidate in mind, then you should take care of this matter. I will transfer the potion formula and 1,500,000 gold coins to you shortly, of which 1 million is your salary and the other 500,000 is for purchasing the materials to prepare the potions. In the beginning, the failure rate of potion preparation will be very high, but that's okay. Everything requires initial investment. Once proficiency improves, it will be fine. Okay. Li Bingchu nodded, indicating her understanding, but she couldn't suppress her excitement. She could feel Lin Chen's trust in her. The potion formula worth hundreds of millions was given just like that, and he even prepaid her a month's salary. Of course, she would never betray this trust. Just as Lin Chen said, they were now comrades fighting side by side. Li Bingchu never considered herself a delicate woman. She had her own pursuits and ambitions. However, from now on, her ambitions were firmly tied to Lin Chen. After finding a suitable candidate to handle various affairs for him, Lin Chen cast aside his distractions and began to plan his next steps. Now, Lin Chen possessed sufficiently powerful strength. The number of Tier 3 troops under his command had easily surpassed 1,000. However, the vast majority of these Tier 3 troops were heavily armored skeleton warriors transformed from corpses. A portion of them were dark elves summoned using summoning scrolls. The proportion of true human troops was not significant. Nevertheless, as long as his own strength was strong enough, Lin Chen did not care much about the purity of the troop types. Regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch mice, it was a good cat. Moreover, Lin Chen's forces were not only abundant, but the strength of his 2S rank heroes was also extremely formidable. After the Dark Elf Queen leveled up, Lin Chen specifically equipped her with a suitable set of strategic treasures. 2 platinum grade treasures and 3 gold grade treasures significantly boosted her attributes.
His current strength was more than enough for Lin Chen to carry out his upcoming plans. Since Star Moon City was the closest main city to him, Lin Chen deliberately recalled whether there were any suitable tasks for him to undertake within this main city. In the end, he indeed remembered an extremely special task: the commission from Master Builder Bright. Relying on his memories from his previous life, Lin Chen quickly found Master Builder Bright within Star Moon City. The man before him had deep-set eyes and a tobacco pipe in his mouth, looking like a disheartened middle-aged man. However, his true identity was the chief architect of Star Moon City, Bright. In fact, the entire Star Moon City was designed by him. Logically speaking, with such a high status, Bright's life should be extremely fulfilling. However, the middle-aged man before him appeared incredibly dejected, like a soulless shell. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Bright furrowed his brows and pointed to the door with his finger. "Get out! How many times have I told you not to disturb me while I'm drawing?" Facing the other party's rude words, Lin Chen was not the least bit angry, and calmly replied, "Mr. Bright, I am here to accept your commission. The group of orcs outside Star Moon City has recently become restless again. If you need, I can help you eliminate them." After hearing this, Bright was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes instantly turned red as he sobbed, "Annie, my Annie." After a while, Bright seemed to finally realize his loss of composure. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, took a deep breath, and said fiercely, "If possible, I hope you can kill all those damned orcs, not leaving a single one." His tone was incredibly fierce, like a beast driven to a dead end. Lin Chen nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely eliminate those orcs for you." "Good," Bright replied, "I swear on my honor that if you can really do it, I will not treat you unfairly. You have successfully accepted the task, Bright's commission. To be honest, anyone who understood Bright's backstory would know why he harbored such hatred for orcs. In the eyes of most players, Bright was considered one of the most unfortunate NPCs in Lord's Era. He had an extraordinary talent in architecture, achieving success at a young age and full of ambition. At the age of 28, he fell in love with a noble lady named Annie. The two were a perfect match and quickly fell in love. However, Brett, who was deeply immersed in love, had no idea that this was the beginning of his tragic life. Annie was lively and loved nature, so after getting married, Brett immediately decided to take her out of the city for a trip which could be considered their honeymoon. But this wrong decision would haunt him for a lifetime. To ensure their safety during the trip, Brett even hired a mercenary team. Yet despite this, an accident still occurred. Just over 30 miles outside of Star Moon City, they were ambushed by a large group of orcs. These orcs were numerous and incredibly ferocious. The mercenary team Brett hired was quickly slaughtered by these brutal orcs, and Brett and Annie soon became captives of the orcs. After their overwhelming victory, the orcs immediately began to celebrate excitedly. They hung the bodies like trophies on trees, tearing flesh and stuffing it into their mouths while smearing blood on themselves, continuously emitting beast-like growls. Looking at this scene that resembled a hell on earth, Brett felt an endless fear, his stomach churning, making him retch. But the real nightmare was just beginning. The orcs, excited and unable to contain their energy, soon set their sights on Annie. It should be noted that the intelligence of these orcs was at most that of a child, and more often, they were driven by instinct. So, right in front of Brett, these orcs used Annie as a tool to vent their desires. In front of the burly orcs, Annie, a noble lady, was like a toy, easily manipulated, unable to resist, only able to cry out continuously. Hearing the piercing cries in his ears, Brett felt his heart bleed. Eventually, the cries gradually faded away. The satisfied orcs casually tossed Annie's lifeless body aside like garbage. Looking at this scene, Brett's heart turned to ashes, filled with despair. He never imagined that things would develop in this direction. Just a few days ago, he was a promising architectural master who had just married his beautiful wife. But in the blink of an eye, he found himself in hell. However, this group of orcs did not care how desperate Brett was. Naturally brutal, they quickly found other forms of entertainment. One of the orcs walked up to Brett, chattering away, then grinning as it tightened its grip on a wooden club and directly smashed it between his legs. Brett's scream immediately echoed above the orc camp. Fortunately, Brett was still somewhat lucky. Before the orcs could kill him, the Imperial Knights of Star Moon City arrived. They drove away the orcs and successfully rescued Brett. However, what was lost could never be regained. In this tragedy, not only was his newlywed wife ravaged to death by the orcs, but he was also left utterly inhumane. This incident left an almost indelible shadow in Brett's heart. It was precisely because of this that he felt such hatred towards the orcs. Even Lin Chen had to admit that Brett was resilient enough. If it were someone else, even if they were saved, their spirit would have likely collapsed long ago. However, Lin Chen was not choosing to accept his commission because of Brett's tragic backstory. He was a practical person, and his only purpose in taking on a task was for the reward. After accepting the mission, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately headed towards the direction
of the orc camp.
Fortunately, Lin Chen had a good memory and recalled the general location of the orc camp, saving him a lot of time. Under these circumstances, Lin Chen quickly brought his troops to the location of the orc
camp.
Orc camp description. A large group of extremely ferocious orcs resides here, and they will cruelly tear apart all intruders.
Difficulty selection: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The orc camp, like the Death
Gold Mine, is a dungeon where difficulty can be selected.
Even without taking on Brett's mission, one could still challenge it.
But Lin Chen knew that the final reward for this mission was linked to the difficulty of clearing
the dungeon.
In other words, the higher the level of the dungeon challenged, the more generous the task rewards would be. With this in mind, Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly chose Hell difficulty.
Hell level dungeon. Orc camp.
Immediately, the scene before Lin Chen changed. An orc camp, resembling a primitive village, appeared on the plain before him. Due to the low intelligence of the orc race, they could only build such rough wooden huts. The air was also filled with a foul, bloody stench.
Lin Chen raised his head, looked at the orc camp before him, and waved his hand. Attack directly. With sufficient troops, a frontal assault was always the best choice.
With Lin Chen's command, nearly 1,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors charged towards the orc camp. In fact, Lin Chen could have upgraded the heavily armored skeleton warriors to higher-level skeleton knights long ago. However, while the 4th-tier skeleton knights had greatly improved agility, their health and defense did not see significant enhancements. Moreover, Lin Chen had tried it out. It required 4 heavily armored skeleton warriors to synthesize 1 skeleton knight. In other words, 1,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors could only synthesize 250 skeleton knights.
For Lin Chen, this was clearly not cost-effective. Roar! The charge of the heavily armored skeleton warrior army quickly drew the attention of the orcs. Inside the orc camp, a series of furious low growls erupted.
Soon after, a large group of orcs wielding giant wooden clubs charged out of the orc camp and
engaged in battle with the skeleton army.
Since Lin Chen was challenging the hell difficulty of the orc camp, even the most ordinary orcs possessed attributes comparable to 3rd-tier troops. The first wave of orcs that burst
out of the camp numbered around 200 to 300. With just these orcs, they could not break through the defense line of the heavily armored skeleton warriors.
Furthermore, with the frontline troops holding the line, the archers and
dark elf archers in the back could output damage without any pressure.
Under these circumstances, in less than 10 minutes, over 200 ordinary orcs were completely annihilated by Lin Chen's troops.
On Lin Chen's side,
only a few dozen heavily armored skeleton warriors were lost. Even with such glorious results, Lin Chen's expression remained calm, because he knew in his heart that the hell-level orc camp was not that simple.
Sure enough,
before Lin Chen's troops could continue their advance, another large batch of orc troops charged out from the camp. However, these orcs were all wearing bronze armor and wielding giant axes.
These well-equipped orcs were 4th-tier
units, orc warriors. With the intelligence of the orc race, it was naturally impossible for them to forge armor and weapons by hand. Being able to pick up a wooden stick as a weapon was already quite good.
However, the
orc tribe had formed and would regularly raid the dwarves, capturing a batch of dwarven craftsmen to forge armor and weapons for them. These well-equipped orc warriors had extremely high attack and defense, with the only drawback being their relatively slow movement speed. Fortunately, this batch of orc warriors was still not too numerous, around 200.
Lin Chen could still handle 200 4th-tier units. Kill them all. With Lin Chen's command, the skeleton army charged again. At the same time, Artoria and Carlton also chose to take action.
Artoria, holding a long sword, instantly transformed into a blur and fiercely charged into the enemy ranks. Horror! Sword strikes were incredibly fast. Even the tough-skinned orc warriors could not survive a single blow from her. However, when it came to killing efficiency, the Dark Elf Queen was even more impressive. Carlton began to chant a spell, and the floating magic book around her immediately started flipping its pages, bursting forth with dark magical energy. Magic bullets formed from dark energy shot towards the surrounding orc warriors.
Boom boom.
Boom boom boom. Although the dark magic bullets could only deal 60% of magical damage, they were more than enough to instantly kill 4th-tier units. After all, the strength of an S-class hero was still quite formidable. Moreover, Carlton was equipped with top-tier strategic treasures. Under the bombardment of the dark magic bullets, orc warriors fell one after another at her feet. After the 2 S-class heroes joined the battle, the situation had begun to shift completely in Lin Chen's favor. But at that moment, 2 towering figures suddenly stepped out from the orc army. These 2 figures were extraordinarily tall and muscular, standing at nearly 3 meters, exuding explosive power just by appearance. Furthermore, the equipment on these 2 orcs was even more refined. The giant axes in their hands were even engraved with magical runes, clearly imbued with magical power.
Orc Centurion.
Golden boss level, 25 health, 58,000 attack, 720 to 950 defense, 570 skills, berserker strength, giant axe destruction / a powerful warrior among the orc race, capable of commanding hundreds of orcs, possessing terrifying
Strength within their massive frame, direct confrontation is not recommended. Roar! The orc centurion let out a beast-like roar.
Immediately after, this massive creature took a step forward, swinging its giant axe directly
towards the heavily armored skeleton warriors. Crack!
Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, at least 4 or 5 heavily armored skeleton warriors were directly killed by the centurion's axe.
If they could not be restrained, these 2 orc centurions would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Lin Chen's forces.
Although Lin Chen did not particularly care about troop casualties, it did not mean he would allow his troops to die in vain. He had to restrain these 2 orc centurions.
Artoria, Kalen, stop them.
In fact, there was no need for Lin Chen to give the order. Artoria and Kalen had already positioned themselves in front of the 2 orc centurions.
Holy light slash!
Artoria whispered softly, taking the lead to strike, her sword instantly transforming into a blur as it cleaved towards the orc centurion.
Minus 3056. Minus 2896. Minus 2784.
Now, Artoria's hero level had reached level 27. With the support of top-tier strategic treasures, her damage was quite impressive. Just a single holy light slash had taken nearly 10,000 health points from the orc centurion. It's worth noting that the orc centurion's total health was only 58,000 points. Clearly, Artoria could easily take on the opponent without any pressure. Then, Lin Chen turned his gaze to another direction. Here, the Dark Elf Queen was also facing off
against an orc centurion. However, due to her later recruitment, Chiron's hero level was only 21.
The orc centurion scanned Chiron up and down, unable to help but lick its lips, its eyes filled with beastly desire. Despite the orc's low intelligence, they could still distinguish beauty from ugliness. The next second, the orc centurion let out a furious roar, its eyes instantly turning blood red, clearly entering a berserk state. After the berserk power was activated, all its attributes received significant boosts. However, Chiron showed no fear. Instead, a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. Dirty fool! Chiron coldly exclaimed, immediately beginning to chant a spell. A black magic circle appeared before her. Nearly 50 dark elf swordsmen emerged within the magic circle, protecting Chiron. This was Chiron's skill, summon dark elves. Although she was a fragile mage, she could protect herself with the summoned dark elves. The berserk orc centurion, before it could react, was surrounded by the dark elf swordsmen. Following that, several dark magic missiles whistled in, heavily striking its body. A few minutes later, the 2 orc centurions fell to the ground with a crash. The 204th tier orc warriors were completely annihilated by Lin Chen's forces. If nothing unexpected happened, the final boss battle would be next. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground beneath Lin Chen suddenly trembled violently. A massive shadow, as large as a mountain, stepped out from the orc camp, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, appearing before them. Orc leader Platinum BOSS level 30 health, 200,000 attack power, 1020 to 1550 defense, 750 skills. Orc blood boiling, giant axe fury, barbaric charge, that absolute king of the orc tribe, ruling over the entire orc race, possessing terrifying brute strength, strong enough to tear steel apart with bare hands. The orc leader before them stood nearly 4 meters tall, with an extremely robust physique covered in explosive muscles and riddled with gruesome scars, clearly a battle-hardened existence. Alongside the orc leader were 300 4th-tier orc warriors and 600 3rd-tier ordinary orcs. Such a scale of forces was quite difficult for even Lin Chen to handle. However, what troubled Lin Chen the most was not these. His gaze passed over the orc leader and fell behind it. There stood 2 hunched, ugly orc shamans holding oak staffs. Among the orc race, shamans were one of the few beings with intelligence. Moreover, these 2 orc shamans, like the orc centurion, were also level 25 golden bosses. However, underestimating these 2 orc shamans would come at a painful price. In the previous life, countless lords had already challenged the orc camp, proving this point. The orc shaman had only one skill, called Beast God's Blessing. This skill had 2 effects. It could enhance the orc warriors in the area before it, granting them an 80% increase in all attributes. Or it could amplify the orc leader, giving it a 30% increase in all attributes and immunity to 50% of damage. All the lords who were unaware of the orc shaman's skills would suffer greatly when they first challenged the orc camp. After all, the orc leader, being a level 30 platinum boss, was already quite powerful. In this situation, if it received the boost from Beast God's Blessing, the orc leader could truly be said to be unstoppable. At the very least, it was impossible for just Artoria to hold it back. Moreover, and more importantly, besides amplifying the orc leader, the orc shaman could also enhance the orc warriors. Therefore, these 2 orc shamans were the top priority targets to eliminate. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately made a decision. All ranged units focus fire on the orc shamans. Heavy armored skeleton warriors hold the front and clear the way for the dark elf assassins. Under Lin Chen's command, his troops began to move in an orderly fashion, like a well-oiled machine. A rain of arrows immediately
whistled out, sweeping towards the direction of the orc shamans. Dense heavy armored skeleton warriors bravely charged to the front, withstanding the orc warriors' assault. Meanwhile, the dark elf assassins, using their incredible speed and methods to conceal their presence, continuously darted across the battlefield, moving closer to the orc shamans. No matter what, they had to kill those two orc shamans. Artoria clearly understood Lin Chen's intentions, and immediately burst forth with her fastest speed, rushing towards the direction of the orc shamans. However, just then, the orc leader, with a body as large as a small mountain, suddenly blocked her path. The giant axe, covered in magical runes, swung down directly towards her. The fury of the giant axe. Human, die. The orc leader opened its mouth, producing a series of incredibly heavy syllables. Facing the full force of the opponent's strike, Artoria dared not hesitate for a moment and activated her skill, Glory Shield. In an instant, a shadow of a shield appeared before her, forcibly blocking the blow. Minus 944. It must be said that the orc leader's damage was indeed astonishing. Just one axe strike left the Glory Shield covered in cracks. It should be noted that even with Artoria's hero level reaching 27, she only had a little over 4,000 health points. This meant that without the shield for protection, Artoria could not withstand even a few attacks from the orc leader. At that moment, one of the orc shamans raised its staff high and began to chant incantations. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a chill, because he already knew what would happen next. Sure enough, as the spell was completed, Beast God's blessing was conferred upon the orc leader. I feel power. A blood-red light enveloped the orc leader. Its body swelled even more, with veins bulging on its muscles. Under the effect of Beast God's blessing, the orc leader not only gained a 30% increase in all attributes, but also had a 50% damage reduction. Die! With a roar, the orc leader swung its axe down again. The glory shield in front of Artoria finally shattered. With a loud crash, even her own figure was sent flying, losing over 700 health points. The empowered orc leader was truly terrifying in strength. Holy seal! After suffering a loss at the hands of the orc leader, Artoria quickly adjusted her strategy. What she needed to do now was not to confront this guy head-on, but to limit him as much as possible, because only then could the others deal with the orc priest. After activating the holy seal, a holy light burst forth from the blade of Artoria's sword, immediately sealing off the direction of the orc leader. However, Artoria was unsure how long this skill could restrain the orc leader, but no matter what, she had to do her best. With this thought in mind, Artoria raised her longsword once more and activated the accompanying skill of Sword of Dawn. Dawn Battle. After using this skill, it could increase the attack speed of all melee units under her command by 30%, critical hit rate by 20%, and lifesteal by 10%, lasting for 15 minutes. After the skill was activated, Lin Chen's melee troops immediately received a boost, causing the situation on the battlefield to change dramatically. However, the orc priest would naturally not choose to stand by. Another orc priest sneered and began to chant softly. As the last syllable fell, the orc warriors in the area before him all received the blessing of Beast God's blessing, gaining an 80% boost to all attributes. It should be noted that orc warriors are already 4th-tier units, and under such a significant enhancement, their attributes could even rival those of 5th-tier units. The boosted orc warriors charged like wild bulls, quickly tearing a gap in Lin Chen's formation. If they didn't find a way to kill one of the orc priests soon, even if Lin Chen could eventually clear the level, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Such a result was clearly unacceptable to Lin Chen. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. After all, until now, Carlton had yet to take action. The dark magic book around her began to flip through its pages. One dark magic orb after another began to coalesce around her. Then, Carlton stepped closer to the orc priest. The surrounding orc warriors immediately rushed in to surround her. However, the dark elf warriors fiercely protected Carlton. Under the cover of the dark elves, Carlton quickly arrived in front of an orc priest. Upon sensing the pressure radiating from her, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the orc priest. But now, no one could save him. Dark Moonlight. Carlton immediately activated the skill. A dark moon appeared in the sky. Then, a beam of dark moonlight suddenly shone down, enveloping the orc priest. Minus 345. Minus 377. Minus 455. Under the coverage of the dark moonlight, the orc priest not only fell into a suppressed state, but damage values also continuously emerged from above his head. The Dark Moonlight skill was not obtained from Carlton's level up but was attached to the treasure heart of the Dark Moon. This platinum-level strategic treasure was obtained by Lin Chen when he defeated the Dark Elf Queen, perfectly matching Carlton. The effect of this skill was simple: to suppress the enemy while continuously dealing damage. After the orc priest was forcibly suppressed, Carlton struck again. The dark magic orbs coalescing around her suddenly shot out at high speed towards the orc priest. Minus 1126. Minus 1345. -895. A series of blood-red damage numbers suddenly emerged from above the Orc Priest's head. However, this is not the end. Carlton once again chanted a spell, using the dark energy that surged from the dark magic book to conjure a shadow blade out of thin air. This could be said to be the highest single-target damage skill she had mastered so far. Accompanied by a whistling sound that cut through the air, the shadow blade suddenly struck down. -7,754. An extremely high damage number suddenly appeared above the Orc Priest's head. And with that, the Orc Priest's head fell to the ground. Carlton used a complete set of skills to directly forcefully kill an Orc Priest. At this moment, even Lin Chen was astonished by the terrifying burst of the Dark Elf Queen. This was completely like a magical machine gun. Although Artoria was also very strong, her strength was very balanced. In terms of burst damage, she could not compare to Carlton at all. The two S-rank heroes were on different development paths. After this Orc Priest was killed, the blessings on the Orc leader also dissipated. This instantly relieved a lot of pressure on Artoria. Although the Orc leader was at a higher level in a fair duel, she could still hold her own against him. Moreover, what she needed to do now was just to stall him. As long as she waited for Carlton to free her hands, they could team up to deal with the Orc leader. The situation on the front battlefield was also not optimistic. The enhanced Orc warriors were crazily slaughtering the heavily armored skeleton warriors. The two-tier attribute gap made these skeletons as fragile as paper in front of the Orc warriors. But Lin Chen knew that as long as they killed another Orc priest, the situation in front of them would be reversed again. Carlton was very efficient and quickly set her sights on another Orc priest. The latter, with a face full of fear, shouted loudly, attracting many Orc warriors to forcibly protect it. It should be noted that to force their way in and protect the Dark Elf swordsman beside Carlton, many had already died. And the skill Summon Dark Elf also had a cooldown, so it couldn't be used indefinitely. In this situation, the Orc warriors quickly surrounded Carlton. In fact, several Orc warriors' attacks had already landed on Carlton. Although Carlton was an S-rank hero, her defense was not particularly high. The enhanced Orc warriors could still deal considerable damage to her. Under the siege of numerous Orc warriors, Carlton's health was steadily dropping. Watching this scene, the Orc priest couldn't help but grin, excitedly dancing with mockery on its face. Clearly, in its eyes, Carlton could no longer approach and was no longer a threat to it. However, at that moment, a brilliant smile blossomed on Carlton's lips. Really, underestimated by a bunch of filthy ants. In the next second, a large amount of dark energy surged from the dark magic book again. This dark energy instantly transformed into threads, connecting to the surrounding Orc warriors. This move was exactly what Lin Chen had experienced before. Dark Life Drain. At this moment, Carlton truly showcased the aura of being the Dark Elf Queen. After the Dark Life Drain was activated, all the Orc warriors connected by dark threads were bleeding out madly. Correspondingly, all this life force was fed back to Carlton. In just 10 seconds, Carlton had recovered nearly 20% of her health. Lin Chen had already experienced the power of this move before. After the skill was activated, one had to either quickly focus fire to take her down or engage her in one-on-one combat as much as possible. Otherwise, the health restored by the Dark Life Drain would leave all of Carlton's enemies in despair. At least in the current situation, all the Orc warriors had effectively become Carlton's mobile blood bank. Watching this scene unfold, the Orc shaman finally broke down completely. It dropped the staff in its hand and turned to flee. Unfortunately, Carlton would not let it escape so easily. Several dark magic missiles once again materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the direction of the Orc shaman like homing missiles. -1,135. -1,456. -1,089. Wave after wave of blood-red damage values appeared above the Orc shaman's head. With its pitiful speed, it could not escape Carlton's attack range at all. Finally, the dark magic missiles took away its last sliver of health. As the Orc shaman fell to the ground, the effect of the beast god's blessing also disappeared. The Orc warriors, who had been rampaging like wild bulls, instantly wilted. Lin Chen's troops then launched a counterattack. Carlton, well done, Lin Chen praised, while reminding her, go help Artoria. She's about to hold on no longer. With both Orc shamans killed, the battle had lost all suspense. Under the counterattack of the skeleton army, Orc warriors fell one after another, their numbers dwindling. By the end, many heavy armored skeleton warriors, unable to find targets to attack, turned to surround the Orc commander instead. Although the Orc commander was strong, it was ultimately outnumbered. Just dealing with Artoria and Carlton had already worn it out. In this situation, facing the siege of the Sea of Skeletons made its health drop at a visible rate. Even after its health fell to 20%, the Orc commander entered a berserk state, but it was still futile. After going berserk, Artoria immediately distanced herself, allowing Carlton to deal damage from afar. In its berserk state, the Orc commander managed to kill a few dozen heavy armored skeleton warriors, but ultimately it was powerless to turn the tide. Boom! With the last bit of health exhausted, the orc commander's gaze dimmed. Its massive body, like a small
mountain, crashed to the ground, kicking up countless dust. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Lin Chen's ears. The Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan successfully killed the platinum-level boss orc commander, gaining the platinum-level strategic treasure, Shadow Battle Axe. Gained Orc Commander's Heart X1, Orc Commander's Fangs X10. Orc Warrior Summoning Scroll X10, Hero Recruitment Order X5, Lord Experience plus 60,000, Hero Experience plus 60,000. World Announcement: Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan becomes the first Lord to clear the Hell-level dungeon Orc camp, receiving rewards: Orc Commander Recruitment Order X1, Advanced Resource Pack X150, High-level Hero Experience Book X15. 1. Must say, the rewards for clearing the Hell-level dungeon were quite generous. Especially for the first clear, one could receive the first clear rewards. This made Lin Chen recall that in his previous life, there indeed seemed to be a group of lords who called themselves dungeon hunters. Their greatest enthusiasm was to explore maps and to venture into unknown dungeons as much as possible. The reason these people did this was naturally for the first clear rewards of the dungeons. It is known that no matter the level of the dungeon, the first clear rewards are always quite substantial. Just like this time, Lin Chen cleared the hell-level difficulty of the Orc camp for the first time and received the reward of the Orc Leader Recruitment Order. However, Lin Chen did not plan to recruit this time. Although the Orc Leader is also an S-rank hero, its specialty is commanding Orc troops, which does not align with Lin Chen's development path. Moreover, most of the Orc troops lack distinctive features and do not possess the high potential like the human race. The only advantage is probably suitable for those who enjoy mindless brute force. Furthermore, cultivating heroes also requires a large amount of resources. Heroes are about quality, not quantity. Therefore, without a second thought, Lin Chen directly gave up on recruiting the Orc leader. However, just because he did not plan to recruit did not mean he denied the value of this item. It is known that even after so many days since the server opened, A-rank heroes are still extremely rare in the eyes of most players. As for S-rank heroes, they are even more difficult to come by. Where else could someone like Lin Chen be so picky? It is no exaggeration to say that if Lin Chen were to put this Orc Leader Recruitment Order up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. At the very least, it would start at tens of millions. But this thought was merely a passing fancy, because Lin Chen was not short on money and did not need to exchange this item for cash. In fact, by the late game, the value of some items could no longer be measured by money. At that time, transactions between players would be more about bartering, each taking what they needed. This battle had cost Lin Chen nearly 700 heavy armored skeleton warriors. The casualty rate was already close to 2/3. This shows just how brutal this battle was. Fortunately, Lin Chen could use the Skull King's head to transform all the corpses on the battlefield into skeleton soldiers. Soon, all the orc corpses were piled together, forming a mountain of bodies. Lin Chen took out the skull and activated the treasure's ability. A gust of cold wind blew by. You successfully used the Skull King's head and transformed 6,248 first-tier skeleton soldiers. Over 6,000 skeleton soldiers were transformed. This meant that Lin Chen could synthesize nearly 1,500 heavy armored skeleton warriors again. Despite experiencing a great battle, Lin Chen's army had not diminished but rather increased. This is the power of the treasure. Then, Lin Chen directly severed the head of the Orc leader, tossed it into his backpack, and hurried towards Star Moon City, preparing to return and complete the quest. Inside Star Moon City, Lin Chen directly approached Bright. In front of him, he took out the head of the Orc leader. It should be noted that the rewards for this task are graded according to the difficulty of the dungeon completed by the player. Lin Chen had completed the Hell-level difficulty of the Orc camp, so the task reward he received was undoubtedly of the highest tier. Upon seeing the Orc's head before him, Bright's eyes instantly turned red. Tears then surged forth. "Annie, I finally avenged you." At this moment, this pitiful man felt no sense of satisfaction from his revenge, only mourning and remembrance for his deceased wife. After venting his emotions, Bright finally turned his gaze back to Lin Chen. He stepped forward and grasped Lin Chen's hands tightly. "Thank you, brave adventurer. Please accept my gift. This is the reward you deserve." Immediately after, the system notification sounded. Lord Lin Yuan successfully completed the task. Bright's commission, task completion 100%, received rewards: 5x 24-hour building acceleration scrolls, 10x 12-hour building acceleration scrolls, 120 by 1-hour building acceleration scrolls. Upon hearing the task rewards, Lin Chen couldn't help but brighten up. He indeed hadn't remembered incorrectly. Completing Bright's commission would yield a large number of building acceleration scrolls. The higher the task completion, the more acceleration scrolls he would receive. Moreover, this special item could not be traded. Lin Chen roughly calculated that the building acceleration scrolls he obtained this time could help him shorten his construction time by nearly 15 days. This meant that by using these acceleration scrolls, Lin Chen would be significantly ahead of other players in territory development. This was the advantage of being a reborn? At every moment, Lin Chen knew exactly what he needed to do and had very clear goals. After returning to his territory with the building acceleration scrolls, Lin Chen immediately began to construct his territory.
Lord's Mansion, upgrade. Pikeman Camp, upgrade. Archer Camp, upgrade. Knight Training Camp, upgrade. Blacksmith Shop, construct. Magic Tower, construct.
With a large number of building acceleration scrolls in hand, Lin Chen felt as if he were playing a private server.
Without a second thought, he upgraded. Then he
directly used the acceleration scrolls to minimize the construction time. For example, upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 5 originally required at least 7 days. Lin Chen directly used 7 of the 24-hour building acceleration scrolls, instantly upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 5. At that moment, the world announcement rang out. World announcement: Lord Lin Yuan becomes the first player to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 5, receiving rewards: 10x Advanced Lord Experience Books, 10x Advanced Hero Experience Books, 1x Tier 5 Unit Upgrade Scroll. After the world announcement sounded, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he remembered that being the first to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 5 also granted rewards.
In the chat channel, lords from various countries began a heated debate. What the hell? Lin Yuan has already upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 5. This is too ridiculous, right? Didn't everyone enter the game at the same time? Why is my Lord's Mansion still at level 3? Yeah, this is absurd. I feel like Lin Yuan must be an internal plant from the game company. Fuck. This lord from Huaxia named Lin Yuan must be cheating. This isn't fair. I want to complain. I want to report. Report? You can't even exit the game now. Go ahead and report with your head. I'm a bit panicked. We really won't be able to exit the game for the rest of our lives, will we? Hee, not being able to exit the game is just fine. This game is so fun, I'd be willing to stay in it for a lifetime. Hee, you think so well. The nutrient solution in the game pod can only sustain you for a month. If we still can't exit the game after a month, just wait to turn into a dried corpse in the game pod. Damn, that's terrifying. If I had known, I wouldn't have played this game. What bad luck. Lin Chen casually glanced at the chat channel. At first, some were amazed that Lin Chen had upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 5 so quickly. However, the direction of the discussion soon began to deviate. After all, everyone in the world was now unable to exit the game. The panic began to spread within the game. After closing the chat channel, Lin Chen immediately started counting his rewards. The high-level Lord Experience Book and high-level Hero Experience Book were straightforward. One provided a large amount of Lord Experience, while the other provided a large amount of Hero Experience. But what concerned Lin Chen even more was the 5th level Unit Upgrade Scroll. 5th level Unit Upgrade Scroll Special Item Description: after use, it can upgrade any 5th level unit to a high-level hidden unit. Hidden units. Upon seeing the description of this unit upgrade scroll, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It should be known that after the unit upgrade is completed, all units he recruits will be the upgraded hidden units. In his previous life, although Lin Chen had never obtained a hidden unit, he knew how terrifying they were. What was that saying? Never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? Lin Chen remembered a certain orc lord named Andre who had fortuitously obtained a 9th level hidden unit, the Golden Behemoth. Originally, Andre was an obscure little lord, but after acquiring the hidden unit Golden Behemoth, he forced his way into the top 10 of the North American lord rankings in just a month. His Golden Behemoth could even tear apart 9th level angels with its bare hands. This shows just how powerful hidden units are. 5th level hidden units can already rival 6th level units in basic attributes. Not to mention, the most formidable aspect of hidden units lies not in their basic attributes, but in their unit characteristics. Subsequently, Lin Chen wasted no time and immediately began constructing the Mage Association. The 5th level unit of the human race is the Mage. Once the Mage Association is built, Lin Chen will be able to recruit mages. Building the Mage Association requires 3.5 million food, 3.5 million wood, and 1 million silver coins. In addition, it will take 3 days to construct. For Lin Chen, resources were a minor issue. The construction time was the key. Fortunately, the building acceleration scrolls had not yet been used up. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly used 3 24-hour building acceleration scrolls, instantly completing the mage camp. Immediately afterward, Lin Chen took out the 5th level unit upgrade scroll and chose to use it. The next second, the system's prompt sounded. You have successfully used the 5th level unit upgrade scroll. Please select the unit you want to upgrade. In front of Lin Chen, there was only one option. because the only 5th level unit he could recruit now was the mage.
After selecting mage, 3 options appeared before Lin Chen again. Please select the upgrade path. Frost Mage, Flame Mage, Wind, Spirit Mage. Upon seeing the options before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Hidden troops can actually choose their own evolution path? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately made his choice. He chose to evolve the mage into a flame mage. If nothing unexpected happened, the 3 evolution paths should represent 3 different unit characteristics. The Frost Mage leans more towards control. The Wind Spirit Mage leans more towards support. The Flame Mage leans more towards output.
To be honest, control and support units were not particularly important to Lin Chen.
What he needed most was extreme output. It was precisely for this reason that he chose the Flame Mage. After the unit evolution was completed, Lin Chen immediately upgraded the mage camp to the highest level and then directly recruited a batch of Flame Mages. He could hardly wait to see just how powerful the hidden unit, the Flame Mage, truly was. After spending quite a bit of resources,
60 Flame Mages appeared before Lin Chen.
These Flame Mages stood tall, dressed in bright red magical robes, looking like walking flames.
Lin Chen then had 10 Flame Mages line up. Following that, he had Artoria activate the Glory Shield. Alright, attack with all your might, let me see your strength.
With Lin Chen's command, the 10 Flame Mages simultaneously began chanting spells. It must be said that the casting
speed of the Flame Mages was extremely fast.
Ordinary mages needed at least 4 to 5 seconds to gather a magic missile. However, the Flame Mages before him, after just 1 or 2 seconds of guidance, conjured several explosive fireballs that shot towards Artoria's direction. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, the explosive fireballs all struck the Glory Shield.
In just 1
second, the Glory Shield, capable of absorbing 1,500 points of damage, shattered. Watching this scene unfold, a look of shock flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He had indeed made the right choice.
The damage of the Flame Mage was simply too explosive. Even a 6th-tier unit might not have such terrifying output.
Naturally, Lin Chen was extremely satisfied with the performance of the Flame Mages.
Beep beep beep. At that moment, Lin Chen's communication list suddenly rang.
He glanced at it and saw that it was a call from Li Bingchu, so he answered immediately.
What's up? Boss, I've already found the person for you, Li Bingchu said.
And she has already produced the first batch of dark potions according to the formula.
Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. So efficient?
He clearly hadn't expected Li Bingchu to be so decisive, getting things
done so quickly. Then, Li Bingchu asked again, Boss, how do you plan to handle this first batch of dark potions? Are you going to sell them or keep them for yourself? How many did you make in total? Not many. Just 50.
Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, then just mail them all to me for now, there's no rush to sell them.
Okay, I understand.
Li Bingchu nodded, I'll have her send all the prepared dark
potions over shortly.
Lin Chen was, of course, planning to use the dark potions to make money.
However, not right now.
Since the game had opened, only a few days had passed. The vast majority of players were
still in the early stages.
In this situation, only a small number of people could recognize the value of dark potions.
Even the most valuable goods could only maximize profits when sold at the right time. Given
this, Lin Chen naturally didn't need to sell the dark potions so early. Moreover, the efficiency of concocting dark potions is too low right now, and for the foreseeable future, Lin Chen won't have much stock on hand.
By the way, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. Li Bingchu asked, what is it? I want you to train a batch of dungeon hunters for me. Dungeon hunters?
A hint of confusion flashed in Li Bingchu's
eyes. What does that mean?
It means a team specifically to search for dungeons for me, Lin Chen said. You know that the first completion of a dungeon comes with a lot of rewards. So, I need to cultivate such a team to explore maps and find dungeons. I don't have many requirements, but they must be professional enough, and it would be best to have a few heroes with exploration expertise.
I understand. Li
Bingchu nodded, grasping Lin Chen's intention. I have to say, Lin Chen's idea is indeed very constructive. At least, she had never thought of doing it this way before. Just then, Li Bingchu suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, I recently discovered a dungeon.
With my strength alone, it might be a bit insufficient. Are you interested in teaming up with me? What dungeon? The Green Dragon's Lair. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, because he actually had some impression of this dungeon.
You have to know, in Lord's era, dragons are considered to be at the top of the biological chain.
Not to mention real dragons, even monsters with dragon in their names are at least above level 6.
If Lin Chen remembered correctly, this dungeon is a special one and has uniqueness.
In other words, once a player clears it, the dungeon will completely disappear.
I have to say, Li Bingchu's luck is quite good to have found the entrance to the Green Dragon's Lair so early.
However, the Green Dragon's Lair is not something an ordinary lord can challenge. Lin Chen remembered that clearing the Green Dragon's lair would grant access to the Green Dragon's treasure. However, guarding the treasure are 20 level 9 Green Dragons. In the early stages of the game, level 9 units are practically world-destroying existences. Previously, when Lin Chen was challenging the Hell-level Death Gold Mine, just a single level 9 Bone Dragon made him give up on clearing the dungeon. One can imagine how powerful level 9 units are. However, Lin Chen now is no longer the same as before. So, the Green Dragon's lair, he actually wants to try challenging it. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately said, "Sure, when are you planning to challenge the Green Dragon's lair?" "The day after tomorrow," Li Bingshu replied. "The day after? Tomorrow marks the start of a new week and I can recruit a new batch of troops, which will increase our chances of success in the dungeon." Lin Chen nodded. "Alright, then the day after tomorrow." In his view, Li Bingshu was simply fearless due to ignorance. The low-level units recruited in the early game probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps for those Green Dragons. However, Lin Chen didn't say much more. Right now, Li Bingshu is just a fledgling phoenix that hasn't grown up yet. Going through some trials is a good thing. Ultimately, to clear the Green Dragon's lair, one still has to rely on their own strength. 2 days later, Lin Chen arrived at the designated coordinates with his troops at the agreed time. When he got there, he found that Li Bingshu had already been waiting for him. "Boss, over here." Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Bingshu immediately waved at him. Li Bingshu was at least 1.7 meters tall, and her light leather armor showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly. Coupled with her long legs and stunning face, she was the epitome of a perfect mature woman. Beside Li Bingshu stood a man and a woman. The man had well-defined features, a slender build, and fair skin, looking quite refined. The woman was petite, with egg sparkling eyes, appearing very cute. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Chen smiled and looked at Li Bingshu, asking, "Who are these two?" "Shenbei, Lin Mengmeng," Li Bingshu replied. "They are both my friends, so I brought them along to do the dungeon." Clearly, Li Bingshu was quite cautious. She was worried that the difficulty of the Green Dragon's lair would be too high, so she brought 2 more people along. "Alright," Lin Chen nodded and said, "but it's better to clarify some things in advance. If possible, I hope the rewards from this dungeon are distributed according to individual contributions." To be honest, Lin Chen didn't mind having a few more people sharing the rewards, but he was determined to secure the Green Dragon's treasure for himself. After Lin Chen spoke, Chen Bei immediately responded with a smile, "Of course, that's no problem. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Let's distribute according to individual contributions, that would be fairer." Lin Mengmeng also chimed in, "I have no objections." It seemed that Li Bingshu's 2 friends were reasonable people. However, if they couldn't accept even this condition, then there was no need for him to team up with them. After all, Lin Chen was there to do the dungeon, not to do charity. Soon, Li Bingshu sent out team requests to the 3 of them. Once they entered the team, Lin Chen immediately heard Chen Bei's exclamation. "Wow, you are the Ling Yuan god?" Chen Bei's eyes widened, filled with shock. Lin Chen glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Didn't Li Bingshu tell you?" "No." Chen Bei scratched his head, "She just told me to team up with her for the dungeon. I never thought she could invite a god like you." "God, you weren't charmed by her beauty, were you?" "Let me tell you, don't be fooled by her looks. Her personality is terrible. She's a total femme fatale." Li Bingshu almost laughed in anger and slapped Chen Bei on the back of his head. "Chen Bei, be honest, don't talk nonsense here, or I'll cut out your tongue." Chen Bei howled and immediately covered the back of his head, retreating to the side. "See, Lin Yuan, this is her true nature. If you marry her, be careful of her domestic violence every day." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't think too much, I've only known Li Bingshu for a short time. Moreover, strictly speaking, I should be considered her boss." "Boss?" A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Bei's eyes. Li Bingshu explained, "To put it simply, Lin Chen hired me to work for him, paying me 1 million gold coins every month." Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much? 1 million gold coins? And 1 million every month?" Chen Bei immediately looked at Lin Chen, rubbing his hands together excitedly. "Boss, do you need any accessories? I am quite capable too. I can do everything Li Bingshu can do. Although my figure isn't as good as Li Bingshu's, I am obedient. And I'm cheaper, just 500,000 a month." Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This guy is really getting competitive. Even Lin Mengmeng couldn't help but kick Chen Bei. "Alright, stop embarrassing yourself, let's hurry up and enter the dungeon." Chen Bei shot her a sideways glance. "What do you know? I'm just bonding with the big shots." "Okay, if everyone is ready, I will now prepare to start the dungeon." Li Bingshu stepped forward and directly chose to lead the entire team into the dungeon. Green Dragon's lair. In the next second, the scene before everyone changed instantly. Before they could react, they found themselves in a dense forest. It is worth mentioning that the trees here are not only lush but mostly over 10 meters tall, at least ancient trees that have grown for hundreds of years. After entering the dungeon, everyone summoned their respective heroes and troops.
Even Shinbei, who had just been joking around, became serious. When Artoria and Kairan appeared beside Lin Chen, everyone present couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Even Shinbei couldn't help but swallow hard. The aura of these two heroes was simply too powerful. Moreover, both female heroes were incredibly beautiful. One was valiant and elegant, while the other was hot and aloof. The charm they exuded was likely irresistible to most men. Li Bingqiu softly asked, "Your two heroes must have a high rank, right?" Lin Chen nodded, unreservedly admitting they are both S-rank heroes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's answer, the three of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. S-rank heroes? And two of them? Is there any justice in this world? Moreover, Lin Chen not only possessed two S-rank heroes, but the number of troops under his command far exceeded their expectations. Just Lin Chen's forces alone surpassed the total of the three of them combined. Additionally, within Lin Chen's army, there were many troop types they had never even seen before. They knew that the three of them were already among the stronger lords. At the very least, they could rank in the top 10% in Huaxia. However, compared to Lin Chen, they were simply the dregs of the dregs. All three of their heroes were A-rank heroes. Li Bingqiu's race was human, and her hero was the A-rank rose swordsman, Kairan, who was quite a powerful female human hero in the early game. Lin Mengming's race was elf, and her hero was the A-rank elf priest Amy, who leaned more towards being a support-type hero. The only one that surprised Lin Chen a bit was Chen Bei. This guy looked gentle and refined, yet he chose the orc race, known for its extreme violence. His hero was the bull tyrant Huangshan, a hulking figure with explosive muscles, wielding a giant axe. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled that in his past life, there was indeed an orc lord in the Thorn Rose, created by Li Bingqiu. The reason Lin Chen remembered was not without cause. It was because all the high-ranking members of Thorn Rose were female lords, and that orc lord was the only exception. Moreover, it was said that this guy was extremely powerful, known as the Orc Tyrant. His orc legion was incredibly violent, able to achieve victory against anyone with overwhelming force. It seems that the orc lord who was mentioned in my previous life and reached my ears is indeed the Chen Bei in front of me. Given this, it appears that this guy Chen Bei has quite a bit of potential. If necessary, I could make a suitable investment and bring him under my command. However, based on the personality he is currently displaying, Lin Chen still finds it somewhat difficult to associate him with the infamous Beastman tyrant from my past life. Be careful, this dungeon is not as simple as you think. Before preparing to explore the dungeon, Lin Chen specifically reminded them. Understood. Everyone nodded immediately. Since Lin Chen said so, being cautious must be the right choice. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the jungle ahead. Upon hearing the strange noise, everyone instantly heightened their vigilance. Following that, pairs of dark golden eyes lit up deep within the jungle. These dark golden eyes were filled with ferocity and brutality, clearly indicating that the newcomers were not friendly. Screech, accompanied by a sharp cry, dozens of shadows pounced directly out of the jungle. After a quick glance, Lin Chen instantly recognized the type of monsters before him. It's the green-scale dragon lizard. The green-scale dragon lizard, a 6th-tier soldier. Anything with dragon in its name is at least a 6th-tier existence. The green-scale dragon lizard before them was just that. Throughout long history, dragons have also mated with other creatures, resulting in some hybrid species with impure bloodlines. Although these hybrids do not possess pure dragon blood, their strength should not be underestimated. The green-scale dragon lizards before them were the products of the hybridization between the Green Dragon clan and the Giant Lizard clan. Soon, these green-scale dragon lizards, covered in green scales and as large as Tibetan mastiffs, clashed with their troops. Before long, Chen Bei's expression began to look somewhat grim. Aren't these lizards too fierce? My 4th-tier orc berserker was bitten to death in 2 bites? Lin Chen spoke in a deep voice. These green-scale dragon lizards are 6th-tier soldiers. It's normal for their attack power to be high. Damn, 6th-tier soldiers? Chen Bei's mouth twitched violently. No wonder they're so fierce. But isn't the difficulty of this dungeon too high? We just entered and already encountered 6th-tier soldiers. How tough will it be later? Dungeons, of course, become more difficult as one progresses. Now Chen Bei even began to doubt whether they could clear it. Just then, Lin Chen's voice rang out again in their ears. Each of you is responsible for 20 green-scale dragon lizards. Just hold them off and try to minimize troop casualties. The rest, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, the three couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. There were at least 130 of these green-scale dragon lizards, and Lin Chen directly claimed half of them. However, no one would doubt Lin Chen's decision, because he indeed had that kind of strength. Soon, nearly 2,000 heavily armored skeleton warriors immediately surrounded the green-scale dragon lizards. Although the heavily armored skeleton warriors were only 3rd-tier soldiers, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Moreover, they were not the main force for output. The role of these heavily armored skeleton warriors was merely to stand at the front and absorb the damage from the green-scale dragon lizards.
The real output responsibility lay with the flame mages standing in the back row. Soon, these flame mages began to chant
their spells. Groups of explosive fireballs quickly formed and surged towards the direction of the green-scale dragon lizards.
Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. A string
of blood-red damage values suddenly appeared above the heads of the green-scale dragon lizards.
As hidden soldiers, the flame mages could completely match 6th-tier soldiers in basic attributes.
Because of this, the damage from the explosive fireballs hitting the green-scale dragon lizards was extremely astonishing. One explosive fireball could take away nearly 1/3 of a green-scale dragon lizard's health.
Upon seeing
the damage dealt by the flame mages, everyone was stunned.
Lin Mengmeng stared blankly and said, "The human race's troops, are they really that powerful? Isn't the damage from this mage ridiculously high?" Chun.
They couldn't help but swallow hard. If I had known the human race was this strong, I would have chosen them too.
Li Bingshu, on the other hand, shook his head. No, that's not right. The basic mage troop isn't like this at all. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a hidden troop.
Hidden troop? Chen Bei exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy. After all, hidden troops are even rarer than high-level heroes.
It's no
wonder these mages in crimson robes can deal such astonishing damage.
Alright, stop dawdling,
Lin Mengmeng said. Lin Yuan is strong, we can't hold him back. After saying this, she immediately ordered the elven
priest to bless everyone's troops. A forest green light instantly enveloped everyone. The blessing of the forest goddess.
All troops bathed in the light of the forest received plus 10% attack speed, plus 10% movement
speed, and plus 10% damage immunity.
Under the effect of the buff, the troops under everyone's command grew more and more courageous in battle. Under the bombardment of the flame mages, the green-scaled dragon lizards
fell one after another.
However, the counterattack from the green-scaled dragon lizards was also quite fierce. Unfortunately, these green-scaled dragon lizards were surrounded by heavy-armored skeleton warriors and couldn't reach the flame mages in the back row, only able to vent their anger on the skeleton warriors in the front row. Although the heavy-armored skeleton warriors suffered heavy casualties for Lin Chen, these cannon fodder troops were meant to be sacrificed. Even if they all died, they could be summoned again, so there was no need to feel heartbroken. This battle lasted a full 15 minutes. Over 100 green-scaled dragon lizards were completely annihilated. However, their own casualties were not few. Among them, the heaviest losses were suffered by Lin Chen, who lost over 500 heavy-armored skeleton warriors.
Boss, are you okay? You've lost so many troops, is it serious?
Chen Bei looked at the scattered bones on the ground, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes.
Even though these heavy-armored skeleton warriors
were only tier 3 troops, anyone would feel the pain after losing so many. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed and calmly said, "It's fine.
If you really want to help me, then help me gather all the corpses of
the green-scaled dragon lizards."
Ha!
Chen Bei was slightly taken aback, clearly not understanding Lin Chen's intention. Fortunately, he was smart enough not to ask further, since Lin Chen asked him to do it. He would just do it. Soon, the corpses of the green-scaled dragon lizards piled up into a small mountain in front of Lin Chen. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen activated the ability of the Skull King's skull. In the next moment, a dark magic circle appeared, like a black hole, swallowing all the corpses of the green-scaled dragon lizards. Soon after, one low-level skeleton soldier after another emerged from the dark magic circle. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of shock in their eyes. They clearly hadn't expected that the skeleton soldiers under Lin Chen's command came from this.
No wonder he was completely unconcerned about the deaths of those skeleton warriors.
However, the skeleton soldiers before them appeared to be merely the most basic first-level skeletons. There was still a significant difference compared to heavily armored skeleton warriors. But soon, Lin Chen began to use the treasures in his hands to synthesize the skeleton soldiers before him. 2 skeleton soldiers combined to form 1 skeleton warrior. 2 skeleton warriors combined to form 1 heavily armored skeleton warrior. Just like that, the skeleton soldiers summoned from the corpses of the green-scaled dragon lizards directly transformed into 400 heavily armored skeleton warriors. This meant that in the previous battle, Lin Chen had only lost a little over 100 heavily armored skeleton warriors. This level of loss was completely acceptable. Chen Bei couldn't help but exclaim, "This treasure is too powerful. With this treasure in hand, there's no worry about lacking soldiers." Lin Mengmeng said with a smile, "No matter how strong the treasure is, it still depends on the user.
If it were in your hands, it
would probably just gather dust. Being able to transform a few crippled little skeletons would be considered good."
"Cut, don't underestimate me," Chen Bei retorted without hesitation. "Once my orc army develops, it'll definitely be unstoppable, killing gods and Buddhas alike. As for your elves, they're only fit to heal me. Hee, who wants to heal you?"
Lin Mengmeng made a funny face and mocked, "Orcs are so ugly that even dogs won't
play with them. Orc army, huh? Be careful you won't even find a girlfriend in the future. Dead straight man. It must be said that these two were indeed a pair of rivals, starting to bicker for no reason. However, Lin Chen could easily see that their relationship was quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't joke like this. After incorporating the transformed heavily armored skeleton warriors into the army, Lin Chen continued to lead the group forward. Next, they encountered 3 waves of green-scaled dragon lizard attacks. Moreover, each wave had more than 100 of them. It was clear that this dungeon called the Yi Green Dragon's Lair was not something the current lord could challenge. The only reason they could get this far was entirely due to Lin Chen's personal strength. Without Lin Chen, even if their soldiers were all dead, they wouldn't have made it here. However, in the subsequent rounds of battle, Lin Chen also considered the battle losses, so he chose to let Artoria and Kirin join the fight. With the strength of these two S-rank heroes facing mere 6th tier troops, 1 against 10 was no problem at all. Therefore, after they joined the battle, Lin Chen's losses quickly turned positive. The number of heavily armored skeleton warriors transformed from the green-scaled dragon lizard corpses even exceeded the number that had fallen. And for Li Bingqiu, Chen Bei, and the others, they also had their gains. From the corpses of the green-scaled dragon lizards, they could extract a large amount of materials such as dragon lizard eyes, dragon lizard blood, dragon lizard fangs. All of these were extremely valuable alchemical materials. If put up for auction, they would definitely fetch a good price. Moreover, besides that, the most precious were the dragon lizard scales. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, if enough dragon lizard scales were gathered, they could even find a blacksmith to forge a platinum-level strategic treasure, the dragon lizard armor. Although for Lin Chen, platinum-level strategic treasures were no longer considered valuable, for Li Bingqiu and the others, they were absolutely precious. After all, they still hadn't gathered a complete set of golden-level strategic treasures. If nothing unexpected happens, the final battle should be next, Lin Chen said calmly as he looked around. Everyone, be prepared, because this battle may be far more difficult than you imagine. Because guarding the final checkpoint are 29th tier green dragons. Upon hearing this, a look of horror inevitably appeared in everyone's eyes. 9th tier green dragons? 20 of them. What a joke! Chen Bei exclaimed in disbelief. This dungeon is too twisted, it clearly doesn't want us to clear it. Lin Mengmeng, however, curiously asked, how do you know that? If I remember correctly, this should be your first time in this dungeon too, right? Lin Chen smiled and replied calmly, it is indeed my first time in this dungeon. However, before entering the game, I obtained quite a bit of internal game information through a special channel. Otherwise, do you think I could have gotten so far ahead of you right from the start? I have to say, Lin Chen's explanation was quite reasonable. At the very least, Lin Mengmeng chose to believe it. Chen Bei even directly hugged Lin Chen's thigh, as expected of the great Lin Yuan, even able to get internal game information. That's amazing. From now on, if the boss tells me to go east, I will never go west. If the boss tells me to fight dogs, I will never curse chickens. Even if the boss tells me to eat shit, I will only ask if it's solid or liquid. Chen Bei's face was full of determination, clearly ready to be a loyal follower. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. To be honest, he really couldn't imagine that this guy would become the future Beastman Tyrant, the second in command of the Thorn Rose Guild. However, although this guy's personality was a bit quirky, it was still necessary to win him over. Although Lin Chen had no interest in forming a faction, the future landscape was destined to change not just by his own power. Among the three, only Li Bingqiu remained silent. She quietly gazed at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. Previously, when Lin Chen told her he was a reborn person, she didn't believe him. But now, she was starting to waver. Although the explanation of having obtained game information in advance was very reasonable, Li Bingqiu felt that it sounded like a reason Lin Chen had made up on the spot. Could this guy really be a reborn person? Just as Li Bingqiu was pondering this, the final checkpoint of the Green Dragon's Lair arrived. Before them stood dozens of towering giant trees that reached the clouds. The crowns of these giant trees were lush and interwoven, forming a sea of trees directly in the sky. Among the sea of trees, the silhouettes of green dragons could be vaguely seen. It was clear that Lin Chen hadn't lied to them. Above the sea of trees rested 20 legendary creatures, dragons. Soon, a massive emerald dragon had emerged from the sea of trees above. The dark golden dragon eyes quickly locked onto them. Immediately, the green dragon raised its head and unleashed a dragon roar. Clearly, this green dragon had already regarded them as intruders. Upon hearing the roar, Chen Bei was even startled enough to take a step back. It's my first time seeing such a high-level monster. I'm a bit excited. After regaining his composure, Chen Bei awkwardly smiled and explained. Lin Mengmeng, however, mercilessly exposed him. Just say you were scared, no one will laugh at you. Then, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. There are a total of 29th tier green dragons, each of you hold off 3. Can you do it? Shouldn't be a problem. Li Bingqiu nodded. What about you? Lin Chen said in a deep voice, I'll handle the rest. To defeat this group of green dragons, we must take them down one by one. It should be noted that neither Li Bingqiu nor Qinbei and Lin
Meng had troops above the 4th tier. With a full 5-tier difference, lower-tier units could hardly inflict significant damage on the green dragons. Meanwhile, these green dragons could easily slaughter their troops. The only way for them to hold off the green dragons was to use their lives to draw attention as much as possible. Be careful, Li Bingqiu said softly, if it gets too dangerous,
just withdraw from the instance. Even if it means some punishment and resource deductions, it's better than total annihilation.
Lin Chen nodded, calmly saying, don't worry, I know what I'm
doing. Lin Mengmeng, have your hero give everyone a buff? Understood. Lin Mengmeng responded and immediately ordered the elven priest to release the skill. Blessing of the Forest was once again bestowed upon everyone.
Following that, her elven archers shot a volley of arrows at the green dragon above the sea of trees.
-156, -78, -121.
Due to tier suppression, the 3rd-tier elven archers could hardly deal significant damage to the green dragon. After a round of arrows, the green dragon only lost a sliver of health. However, Lin Mengmeng's goal was not to kill the green dragon, but
merely to draw its attention away.
After being provoked, the green dragon dove straight towards Lin Mengmeng. It then opened its massive mouth, condensing a wind bullet, and shot it towards the
direction of the elven archers.
Boom! The attack power of this green dragon was far greater than expected. Just that one wind bullet directly shattered 4 elven archers into pieces.
Watching this
scene, Lin Mengmeng's expression changed. At this rate, her troops might not last long. We must hurry. Lin Chen took a deep breath and immediately ordered the fire mages behind him to attack another
green dragon.
After he gave the command, a series of explosive fireballs suddenly struck the green dragon's body.
-345, -296, -256.
However, the damage dealt by the fire mages to this green dragon made Lin Chen furrow his brows. It should be noted that even the 3rd-tier elven archers could deal over 100 points of damage. As a hidden unit, the fire mage's damage should be much higher. However, Lin Chen quickly realized, if he wasn't mistaken, the green dragon in front of him likely possessed the trait of magic immunity.
In this case, all magical attacks landing on it would be
reduced by 70% in damage.
Damn it, I forgot to consider this.
Lin Chen cursed inwardly, but he still did not give up on the attack. Soon, the green dragons resting above the sea of trees were lured
out one by one.
Li Bingqiu, Qinbei, and Lin Mengmeng each led away 3 green dragons according to Lin Chen's instructions.
However, even so, Lin Chen's pressure remained immense. After all, he was
facing 11 9th-tier green dragons all by himself.
Each green dragon's attributes were at least equivalent to a level 30 golden boss.
In other words, Lin Chen was essentially battling 11
golden bosses at the same time.
Fortunately, Lin Chen quickly figured out the attack patterns of these green dragons.
The green dragons had 2 types of attacks.
Dragon Claw Tier, which was a single target
attack.
Roaring Wind Bomb, which was a group attack. Each wind bomb spewed from the green dragon's mouth could instantly take out a heavy armored skeleton warrior.
Under such circumstances, Lin Chen's forces were rapidly dwindling.
If it were anyone else, they would have probably become extremely anxious by now. However, Lin Chen remained calm. If he didn't come up with a breakthrough strategy, he might not last until all the green dragons were eliminated and his forces would suffer heavy casualties. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen quickly devised a plan.
He immediately took
out the Skull King's skull and directly fused it with the heavy armored skeleton warriors on the battlefield.
In just a few seconds, all the heavy armored skeleton warriors were forcibly transformed into 4th-tier skeleton knights. Over 2,000 heavy armored skeleton warriors were directly converted into more than 1,000 skeleton knights. Although the number was reduced by half, the skeleton knights gained much stronger mobility.
Moreover, under these circumstances, the density of Lin Chen's forces also decreased significantly. This was Lin Chen's goal.
He wanted to render the
green dragon's group attacks ineffective while using the high mobility of the skeleton knights to maneuver around these green dragons. Soon, Li Bingqiu, who had been observing, quickly understood Lin
Chen's intentions.
She immediately reminded, have your forces spread out. This can effectively avoid the group damage from the wind bombs and allow you to hold out longer.
Following Li Bingqiu's reminder, Qinbei and Lin Mengmeng chose to follow suit.
Indeed, after the team spread out, the power of the green dragon's wind bombs was correspondingly weakened.
On Lin Chen's side, Artoria and Carlton unhesitatingly chose to focus fire on a single target.
Artoria raised her long sword and decisively unleashed the Holy Light Slash. 3 dazzling sword lights immediately dealt a significant amount
of damage to the green dragon.
Carlton was not to be outdone. After chanting a spell, he easily conjured several dark magic bullets and instantly shot them towards the direction of the green dragon. Although the basic attributes of the green dragon are equivalent to a level 30 golden boss, there is not much pressure for Artoria to face it. On the contrary, Kirin is limited by magic immunity, making it difficult to deal high
damage.
However, even so, under the combined output of two S-class heroes and a group of ranged units, the health of the green dragon in front of them is still rapidly decreasing.
2 minutes later, accompanied by a piercing
wail, the massive green dragon plummeted from the sky. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's ear. Kill the 9th tier green dragon, gain green dragon scales x10, Lord experience plus 19,500, hero experience
plus 19,500.
Looking at the fallen green dragon, a flash of excitement crossed Lin Chen's eyes.
It was a success.
Although this was only the first green dragon he had killed, it was a good start nonetheless.
Next, he needed to take down the remaining green dragons one by one.
In fact, not only Lin Chen felt excited, but the other 3 members of the team were equally thrilled,
because they finally saw the hope of victory. Night Spirit, Dawn, Battle.
At that moment, Artoria raised her longsword high and unleashed 2 skills in quick succession. Instantly, Lin Chen's troops received a significant boost. Under these circumstances, the green dragon's health decreased
even faster.
As time passed, one green dragon after another fell from the sky. Although the casualties among the troops were heavy, in the face of the imminent victory, these losses were nothing.
However, when the number of
green dragons dropped below 10, a large number of green-scaled dragon lizards suddenly surged from the surroundings, attacking them. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Chen frowned and made a decisive decision.
Ignore those dragon lizards, continue the attack.
These green-scaled dragon lizards were clearly there to disrupt their offensive rhythm. If they shifted their attack targets to deal with this group of dragon lizards first, it would be falling into a trap. Lin Chen would never make such a foolish mistake.
Boom! Another green dragon's health was exhausted and it fell from the sky.
Lin Chen growled, put in more effort, we're almost done.
Understood. Everyone responded resolutely, because they knew they were just one step away from clearing the dungeon. Lin Chen glanced at the battlefield.
Out of over 1,000 skeleton knights, only a little over 400 remained. Although these skeleton knights were highly mobile, they still struggled to withstand the green dragon's attacks.
But in reality, for Lin Chen, this level of casualties was completely acceptable. As long as they could
clear the green dragon's lair and obtain the green dragon's treasure, he wouldn't mind if all the skeleton knights were wiped out. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed they wouldn't reach that point.
Finally,
the last green dragon also exhausted all its health under the concentrated fire of Lin Chen's troops. After all the green dragons were dead, the green-scaled dragon lizards scattered in panic like frightened mice.
We finally cleared it. Lin Chen took a deep breath and his tense spirit completely relaxed. Soon, the system notification sounded. Your team has successfully cleared the dungeon Green Dragon's Lair. Rewards, High-Level Lord. Experience Book X20, High-Level Hero Experience Book X20, High-Level Resource Chest X500, Random Platinum Level Strategic Treasure Chest X2. World announcement, the team led by the Huaxiao Lord Bing Chu has successfully cleared the Green Dragon's Lair and received the reward, Forbidden Spell Scroll Wrath of the Green Dragon. The generous reward invigorated everyone. Each person gets 2 platinum-level strategic treasures. Wow, this dungeon's clearing reward is too generous.
Chen Bei exclaimed excitedly, and there are so many high-level hero experience books, enough for my hero to level up 2 or 3 levels.
Look at you, acting like you've never seen the
world. Lin Mengmeng scoffed, glancing at him. Isn't it normal for a dungeon of such difficulty to have a generous reward? Although she said this, her excitement inside was no less than Chen Bei's. After all, 2 platinum-level strategic treasures were definitely enough to elevate their strength to a new level. It's worth noting that before this, they hadn't even gathered a full set of gold-level strategic treasures.
Chen Bei excitedly said, let's open them quickly. If we get something unsuitable, we can exchange with each other.
Right, that's best.
Li Bingshu said with a light smile, but we should let Lin Chen choose first.
Of course.
Chen Bei chuckled. We managed to clear this dungeon thanks to the help of the big shot Lin Chen.
The feeling of hanging out with a big shot is just one word, awesome. Hearing this, Lin Chen helplessly waved his hand. Alright, you don't
have to be polite with me, you can choose for yourselves. Platinum level treasures aren't that important to me anymore.
I just want that forbidden spell scroll and the upcoming green dragon treasure.
That's definitely not a problem.
Chen Bei asked curiously, but what is the green dragon treasure? Lin Chen smiled and replied casually, you'll find out soon. Although he was very curious about the so-called green dragon treasure, Chen Bei was more concerned about the strategic treasure chest in his hands.
Unfortunately, his luck wasn't very good. The 2 platinum-level strategic treasures he opened were a mage's twilight robe and an archer's crimson longbow.
After finally getting 2 platinum-level treasures, they were all things he couldn't use, which made Chen Bei feel a bit down.
You're killing me, you non-lucky guy.
Lin Mengmeng casually tossed a black axe to Chen Bei.
Here, take this, it's just right for you. After receiving the axe and checking its attributes, Chen Bei's eyes instantly lit up. Platinum-level giant axe, dark cutter.
Not only was the attack power extremely high, but it also
came with a group attack skill, Dark Harvest. This treasure was simply perfect for his orc hero. Lin Meng Meng, from now on, you are my dear mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Meng Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't start with that. This axe isn't free, trade it for that twilight robe. I think this equipment suits my hero well. No problem. Qianbei generously handed her the twilight robe. After all, this treasure was useless in his hands, and being able to exchange it for something suitable for himself was just perfect. Soon, everyone had obtained treasures they were satisfied with. Although the 2 platinum-level treasures Lin Chen opened weren't very suitable for his hero, he managed to trade for a flowing cloud boots from Li Bingqiu, which was just right for equipping to Artoria. Then, Lin Chen said, alright, since we've finished counting the loot, it's time to go get the Green Dragon's treasure. Where is the Green Dragon's treasure? Qianbei looked around, puzzled. At that moment, Lin Chen extended his hand and pointed to the treetops above, calmly saying, it's right up there. In order to obtain the Green Dragon treasure, Lin Chen unhesitatingly chose to climb up the ancient tree. Li Bingqiu and the others had no choice but to follow Lin Chen. Isn't this too high? Halfway up, Qianbei couldn't help but glance down, feeling his legs weaken. After all, they were now at a height of several dozen meters. If they accidentally fell, wouldn't they be smashed to pieces? Meanwhile, Lin Meng Meng looked at him disdainfully and said, you're a big man, and your courage is too small. It's just a game. Even if you fall, so what? You can respawn anyway, Li Bingqiu chuckled. Yeah, look at Lin Meng Meng, a girl, and her courage is greater than yours. Qianbei muttered softly, who told this game to be so realistic? I have acrophobia, okay? In fact, at this time, players could indeed respawn after dying in the game. The death penalty was merely a deduction of some resources and experience. But in a month, the situation would be different. By then, everyone in the real world would be transported into the game world. At the same time, the death rules would change. Each person would only have 3 chances to die. Once those chances were used up, they would die for good. By that time, no one would take death lightly. Before long, Lin Chen and the others reached the top of the tree. Due to the overly lush branches and leaves, the overlapping foliage looked like a flat green land. Just then, sharp-eyed Qianbei suddenly raised his hand, pointed ahead, and exclaimed, there's a treasure chest. Everyone followed Qianbei's finger and indeed saw 3 emerald green treasure chests. Without a doubt, this should be the Green Dragon treasure Lin Chen mentioned. They wasted no time and headed straight for the direction of the treasure chests. Since the dungeon had already been cleared, they faced no obstacles. Hurry up and open the treasure chests. I wonder what good things are in this Green Dragon treasure. Before reaching the chests, Qianbei rubbed his hands excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Although he knew that the items in the chests would belong to Lin Chen, it would still be nice to feast his eyes on them. To be honest, even Lin Chen was looking forward to it, because he also didn't know what could be opened from the Green Dragon treasure. The person who obtained the Green Dragon treasure in his previous life only revealed the location of the chests and did not disclose the contents of the treasure. However, it must be said that that guy was lucky to find the treasure. After all, who would be idle enough to wander around in the dungeon after clearing it, let alone climb such a high ancient tree? Although he didn't know what that lord from his previous life was thinking, it was precisely his unusual thought that led him to the Green Dragon treasure. Fortunately, Lin Chen had the memories of his past life, otherwise, he might not have been able to find this place. After taking a deep breath, Lin Chen immediately chose to open the treasure chests. Click! With a soft sound, the treasure chests were successfully opened. You have successfully opened the Green Dragon treasure and obtained Green Dragon Crystal. You have successfully opened the Green Dragon treasure and obtained Diamond level treasure Green Dragon Armor. You have successfully opened the Green Dragon treasure and obtained Green Dragon Summoning Scroll. The 3 treasure chests each contained 1 item. Lin Chen focused his thoughts and began to check the descriptions of these treasures one by one. Green Dragon Crystal, special item, description, inlaid on armor, it provides 30% magic immunity. Green Dragon Armor quality, diamond attributes, strength plus 230, constitution plus 350, agility plus 170, defense plus 500, magic immunity plus 20%. Additional skill, Roar of the Green Dragon. After the skill is activated, the roar of the Green Dragon will spread outwards, and all enemies who hear the roar will be oppressed by the dragon's might, causing a decrease in all attributes by 10% to 35% and an increase in damage taken by 20%. The specific weakening values depend on the enemy's strength. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown 120 minutes. Green Dragon Summoning Scroll special item description. After use, it can summon 10 green dragons to join your army. After reading the descriptions of the 3 treasures, even Lin Shen's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of shock. Because these 3 treasures are all worth their weight in gold. The Green Dragon Armor speaks for itself. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the world's first diamond-level strategic treasure. This Green Dragon Armor not only has extremely high base attributes, but its additional attributes are also ridiculously strong.
The roar of the green dragon can directly forcefully suppress enemies in a wide area. Such area suppression skills can be the key to changing the situation on the battlefield. As for the green dragon crystal, although it only has the attribute of 30% magic immunity, just this attribute alone has already determined the value of this treasure. Moreover, the green dragon crystal and the green dragon armor can be said to be extremely compatible. It should be noted that the green dragon armor comes with 20% magic immunity. If the green dragon crystal is embedded, that would be a full 50% magic immunity. Lin Chen has already experienced the effect of magic immunity on the green dragon. Even if hundreds of 5th tier hidden class flame mages focused their fire, they couldn't take down much of the green dragon's health. If it weren't for this magic immunity feature, Lin Chen wouldn't have had such a hard time clearing the level. As for the value of the last green dragon summoning scroll, there's no need to say more. After all, this scroll can summon 10 9th tier green dragons. Although the number is a bit small, the strength of the 9th tier units is undeniably powerful. It can be considered a wave of reinforcements for Lin Chen, who has suffered heavy casualties. Just after Lin Chen finished checking these treasures, Chen Bei's voice eagerly rang out. "Big guy, what good stuff did you get? Show us so we can have a look." Lin Chen smiled and chose not to hide it, directly displaying the introductions of the 3 treasures in front of them. A few seconds later, the 3 people in front of him couldn't help but gasp in. "Oh, diamond-level strategic treasure? Damn, that's too fierce." Chen Bei's face was full of envy. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. However, no matter how envious he was, he still knew in his heart that no matter how good the attributes of this treasure were, it belonged to Lin Chen. They are indeed good items. Li Bingqiu spoke up. "If this green dragon crystal is embedded in this green dragon armor, that 50% magic immunity would simply be a nightmare for mage heroes." One must say, Li Bingqiu had a keen eye and immediately saw the true strength of this strategic treasure. Lin Chen said, "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I plan to have Artoria wear this armor. That way, she will truly be a nemesis to mages." Before this, Artoria's strength was not much different from Chiron's. After all, although Chiron is a fragile mage, her ability to summon dark elves and drain life is still quite formidable. It wouldn't be an easy task for Artoria to forcefully break through to her. However, after equipping the green dragon armor, the situation was completely different. Under 50% magic immunity, Kalen was like a little sheep at the mercy of Artoria. No, to be more precise, all mage heroes would become lambs to be slaughtered in front of Artoria, since they had already obtained the treasure of the green dragon. There was no need for everyone to linger in the dungeon any longer. As the team leader, Li Bingqiu immediately led the squad out of the dungeon. After they successfully cleared it, the entrance to the green dragon lair disappeared as well. After all, this was a unique dungeon, and once someone cleared it, it naturally vanished. "What are your plans next?" Lin Chen asked as he looked around. Lin Mengmeng hesitated for a moment and said, "Me? I should take some time to rest and recuperate. After all, we lost quite a few soldiers this time, so it will take some time to replenish our forces." "Yeah, me too." Li Bingqiu nodded and said, "By the way, during this time, I'll help you find a few candidates for dungeon hunters." I have to say, Li Bingqiu's ability to get things done was impressive. Lin Chen had only mentioned it to her once, and she had kept it in mind ever since. Chen Bei, who was nearby, leaned over and curiously asked, "Dungeon hunter, what is that?" Li Bingqiu didn't answer immediately but turned her questioning gaze to Lin Chen. He certainly knew that Li Bingqiu was seeking his opinion. However, it wasn't a secret, and there was nothing to hide. "Go ahead, it's fine." After receiving Lin Chen's approval, Li Bingqiu immediately explained the concept of dungeon hunters to Chen Bei. Finding dungeons and getting first clear rewards? For a moment, Chen Bei's eyes lit up. "Boss, I'm good at this. How about I be your dungeon hunter?" Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "What do you think being a dungeon hunter is? It's just hard work. Finding a dungeon might only earn you a few $1,000 in rewards. Moreover, if you waste too much time looking for dungeons, it will delay your own development, which is not worth it for you." Although Lin Chen wanted to bring Chen Bei into the fold, it wasn't through this method. If this guy really became a dungeon hunter, Chen Bei's trajectory might be completely changed, and he might not become the renowned Beastman tyrant in the future. After hearing Lin Chen's suggestion, Chen Bei nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, I can't waste my time on this." Then he changed the subject. "But, when you clear a dungeon, can you take me with you? The two of us will go on a killing spree. You handle the killing, and I'll handle the spree." Lin Chen. This guy is really a character. However, since Chen Bei had already taken the initiative, Lin Chen felt it would be rude not to respond a little. After all, they would have to recruit him sooner or later, so why not take this opportunity to extend an olive branch to Chen Bei and bring him into his team? After making the decision, Lin Chen immediately spoke up. "Chen Bei, Lin Mengmeng, if you plan to follow Li Bingqiu in the future, then I can consider giving you an opportunity to join my team."
Upon hearing this, both Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng were momentarily taken aback.
They had not expected Lin Chen's invitation to come so suddenly. After all, this was only their first time teaming up for a dungeon run. Being able to run a dungeon with a big shot like Lin Chen was already a stroke of luck thanks to Li Bingqiu. Now, with the big shot actively inviting them, it left both of them feeling flattered and surprised. In reality, what Lin Chen truly valued was Chen Bei's potential. As for Lin Mengmeng, she was just invited along for the ride.
To be honest,
Lin Chen didn't have much of an impression of someone named Lin Mengmeng from his past life memories. Once they regained their composure, Chen Bei excitedly shouted, "I want to join."
"Of course, I want to join." Lin Mengmeng quickly responded, I want to join too." "Good." Lin Chen nodded, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To be honest, this outcome was not unexpected for him. Then, Chen Bei, with a face full of excitement, asked, "Boss, how many people do we have in our team now? Besides you, there should be quite a few big shots, right?" In Chen Bei's view, someone of Lin Chen's caliber should be managing a significant force. However, Lin Chen glanced at him and counted on his fingers. "Originally, it was just me and Li Bingqiu. Now, with you and Lin Mengmeng, we have a total of 4 people. Oh, and there's my butler, but he probably hasn't entered the game yet." "Chen Bei, is this for real? So I can be considered a veteran too?" However, even so, Chen Bei had no regrets. After all, he had witnessed Lin Chen's strength. Following a big shot like him could only lead to good things. "Since you've all decided to join, I should give you a welcome gift." After saying this, Lin Chen took out 2 items from his backpack and handed them to Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng respectively. He was never stingy with his own people. The gift for Lin Mengmeng was a platinum-level mage staff named Pure White Dream, perfectly suited for an elf mage. As for Chen Bei, he naturally received the token he had obtained earlier. "Thank you, boss." Lin Mengmeng was very polite and immediately thanked Lin Chen after receiving the treasure. Chen Bei, on the other hand, immediately began to check the introduction of the token in his hand. A few seconds later, Chen Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "This is an S-rank hero recruitment order?" His words immediately attracted the attention of Lin Mengmeng and Li Bingqiu. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Chen to be this generous. He even casually gave away an S-rank hero recruitment order. Lin Chen explained, "I got this when I first cleared the Hell-level orc camp. It can recruit an S-rank hero orc leader. To be honest, this hero's potential is only average among S-rank heroes and isn't very suitable for me. But it should be quite suitable for you, so consider it a welcome gift." In an instant, endless joy nearly overwhelmed Chen Bei's mind. After all, he was well aware of the value of an S-rank hero. If sold outside, it could fetch a high price of several million. And yet, it was still a rare find. Not to mention, what Lin Chen gave him was an S-class hero that was just right for the race he had chosen. At this moment, only one thought remained in his heart. That is, Lin Chen, this boss, he really did not follow the wrong person. From now on, even if Lin Chen wanted him to go through fire and water, he would absolutely not hesitate. "Boss, I won't say any polite words," Chen Bei said seriously. "From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will not have a second word." Lin Chen did not doubt Chen Bei's character. Although an S-class hero was worth a fortune, if he could use this orc leader's recruitment order to exchange for Chen Bei's loyalty, it would still be incredibly worthwhile for Lin Chen. After all, what he lacked the least was money. Just then, Chen Bei seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately took out a scroll of parchment from his backpack and handed it to Lin Chen. "What is this?" Lin Chen took the parchment and found that it seemed to depict a map. "I don't know, it looks like a treasure map," Chen Bei explained. "I got this parchment from a goblin merchant. When I was grinding monsters with heroes, I happened to run into that goblin merchant. I was quite interested in this kind of wild NPC, thinking that maybe I could get a hidden quest or something, so I went up to talk to it. However, this goblin merchant was very greedy, saying he wanted to trade with me. As a result, after trading a few times and spending quite a bit of silver coins, all he gave me were some junk treasures. I was so angry that I had my orcs beat him up." Unexpectedly, this goblin merchant was also a soft persimmon. After being beaten half to death, he immediately started begging for mercy and even wanted to use this parchment map to exchange for his life. However, even now I still don't know what this parchment map is useful for. It just looks like a treasure map. At this point, Chen Bei scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Boss, you were so generous to me, so I can't be stingy, right? It's just that I don't have anything valuable on me. Maybe this parchment map has some value, so consider it a gift for our first meeting." I have to say, Chen Bei was quite loyal. Even though he didn't have anything good on him, he still took out this parchment map that he had obtained by chance. After hearing Chen Bei's explanation, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Because, in his previous life, it seemed he had indeed heard about this hidden plot regarding the goblin merchant. If he remembered correctly, the lord from his previous life had a similar experience to Chen Bei, also encountering that goblin merchant in a forest and being tricked out of quite a bit of silver. coins, ultimately infuriated and preparing to kill the latter. However, the only difference was that the Lord had received not a parchment map from the goblin merchant, but a top-notch platinum-level treasure. Lin Chen tried to recall the events and soon remembered the general course of things. If he wasn't mistaken, the Lord who encountered the goblin merchant had beaten the latter half to death, after being swindled out of a considerable amount of silver coins. Immediately after, the goblin merchant took out a sheepskin map to beg for mercy, but the Lord still believed this guy was trying to fool him and chose not to stop. In order to save his life, the goblin merchant ultimately produced a platinum-level treasure, which finally made the Lord let him go. In the early stages of the game, platinum-level treasures were incredibly rare. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for the Lord. However, as time went on, he began to regret it more and more. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sheepskin map was the real treasure in the goblin merchant's hands. Unfortunately, some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. Even if he returned to that forest, he would not be able to find any trace of the goblin merchant. After recalling the entire incident, Lin Chen's gaze towards the sheepskin map in his hand had changed. It seemed that his rebirth had indeed triggered a butterfly effect, altering many things. The opportunity that originally belonged to someone else was now in Chen Bei's hands and had come to him. He didn't know what level of treasure he could find by following the markings on this sheepskin map. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Chen didn't hesitate to accept the sheepskin map directly. After that, the few of them bid farewell to each other and returned to their respective territories. After reaching level 5 in the Lord's Mansion, the time required for upgrading various buildings began to increase. The higher the level of the building, the longer the construction time, which was only reasonable. At this rate, developing 6th-tier troops would take at least a dozen days. However, for Lin Chen, this amount of time was still bearable. He had been developing rapidly for so long that it was time to settle down for a while. Moreover, with the hidden troop type of flame mages, even if 6th-tier troops were produced, it wouldn't significantly enhance Lin Chen's strength. 7 days later, with the arrival of a new week, the troops available for recruitment in each camp were refreshed. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly recruited all the available troop types, even not sparing a single first-tier militia. After all, he had plenty of resources, so why not recruit? Even if the resources ran out, he could always spend some money to acquire more. During this week, Lin Chen only did 3 things: go on quests, farm wild monsters, and build his territory. Artoria's hero level had already risen to level 33. Even Chiron's hero level had slowly caught up, reaching level 30. However, Lin Chen's purpose in farming monsters in the wild was not solely for leveling up. A significant part of the goal was to expand his army. After all, since the last battle at the Green Dragon Lair, the skeleton army under Lin Chen had dwindled to almost nothing. Fortunately, after 7 days of effort, Lin Chen had once again converted 1,000 units of heavy armored skeleton knights. Although 1,000 units may not sound like much, heavy armored skeleton knights were a 5th-tier troop. To convert 1,000 heavy armored skeleton knights, at least 16,000 first-tier skeleton soldiers were needed. This troop type not only possessed the high mobility of skeleton knights, but also had extremely high defense, making them very powerful in combat. Now, Lin Chen's army had grown strong to a certain extent. 10 9th-tier green dragons, 200 5th-tier flame mages, and 1,000 heavy armored skeleton knights. These were Lin Chen's main forces. In addition to these troops, Lin Chen's team also included several spear soldiers, archers, knights, dark elf swordsmen, dark elf archers, and dark elf assassins. In fact, just these miscellaneous troops were already enough to easily defeat many ordinary lords. Beep beep, beep. At that moment, Lin Chen's communication device rang again. After answering the call, Li Bingchu's voice quickly came through. Boss, are you interested in a wild boss? During these days, Li Bingchu had not been idle, putting in a lot of effort to assemble a dungeon hunting team for Lin Chen. This team consisted of 5 members, all carefully selected by Li Bingchu. These 5 team members not only had extremely rich gaming experience, but all their heroes were of the reconnaissance type. Lin Chen offered them a salary of 20,000 a month plus additional bonuses. For every unexplored dungeon they found, there would be a reward of 50,000. This kind of treatment was already quite generous. Lin Chen originally thought that Li Bingchu was contacting him because he had discovered a new unexplored dungeon. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a wild boss. It should be noted that in Lord's era, wild bosses were also extremely rare. The rewards dropped by defeating wild bosses were no less than those from clearing a dungeon for the first time. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately asked, "What level is the wild boss? If it's too low, then forget it, I'm not interested. If it were a low-level boss, I would definitely handle it myself. Why would I come to you?" Li Bingchu replied, "It's a level 40 platinum boss, the Bone Spirit Mage Gulta, located deep in the Bone Forest. Coordinates are. If you're coming, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the Bone Forest."
After hearing the coordinates from Li Bingqiu, Lin Chen glanced at the map and found that the bone forest was not too far from him. It would take him at most about
an hour and a half to get there.
Then, Lin Chen made a quick decision. Alright, I'll head over now.
A level 40 platinum boss should drop decent rewards, making the trip worthwhile. Lin Chen's travel speed was even faster than he had anticipated. In just a little over an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the bone
forest. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Bingqiu immediately waved at him. Boss, over here. Lin Chen walked over and said straightforwardly.
Let's go, take me to the boss.
Okay. Li Bingqiu nodded, then changed the subject. But, we need to hurry, I just saw another
Lord team enter this bone forest.
From the configuration of their team, it's very likely they're also after that wild boss. Facing Li Bingqiu's concerns, Lin Chen appeared unconcerned. Don't worry, no one can take the boss from me. He then had Li Bingqiu lead the way as they prepared to enter the bone forest in search of the bone spirit mage's traces. It must be said that Li Bingqiu was clearly well prepared and extremely familiar with the terrain of the bone forest.
In less than
half an hour, Li Bingqiu led Lin Chen deep into the forest. As for the monsters encountered along the way, they were easily dealt with by Lin Chen's troops.
The monsters in the bone
forest were mostly third-tier skeletal magic wolves, with the occasional fourth-tier skeletal magic bear. Such monsters posed no threat to Lin Chen.
There was even no need for
the two heroes, Artoria and Kairan, to intervene. 200 flame mages could easily obliterate these monsters with a single round of explosive fireballs, turning them into mere
bone fragments.
We're here. After entering the depths of the bone forest, Li Bingqiu quickly came to a stop, extending her hand to point ahead. The direction she indicated was precisely where the bone spirit mage resided. Before Lin Chen stood a tall skeleton. Notably, this skeleton not only wielded a staff but also wore a forest white robe, resembling a mage. In the background story, this bone spirit mage became obsessed with studying necromancy and ultimately transformed himself into a skeleton. After becoming a skeleton, he was completely ostracized among mages and was soon expelled from the Mage Association, even being wanted by major cities for conducting magical experiments on living beings.
However, even in such circumstances, this bone spirit mage chose not to turn back. He directly delved into this forest, continuing his research.
As time passed, most of the monsters in this forest were transformed into skeletal beings by him. What was once a peaceful forest thus became the bone forest, turning into a forbidden place in people's mouths.
Lin Chen glanced
at the bone spirit mage and calmly said, now that we've found the boss, let's get ready to act.
Artoria, go bring that guy over.
Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, he suddenly heard voices from others nearby.
Are you sure that boss is right here?
Definitely nearby. I encountered it while leveling up this morning and notified you immediately.
Good
job. If this operation goes smoothly, I'll make a note of your contribution.
Hee. Thanks, boss. But that's a level 40 platinum boss. Can we really handle it?
What's there
to worry about?
Our troops combined have at least 1 or 2,000, right? Even if we have to sacrifice some lives, we can overwhelm this boss.
But won't that result in too many casualties?
If we get hurt, it might take us a week or two to recover.
Upon hearing this, the leader impatiently replied, what are you being so cautious for?
If we really pull off a few platinum level treasures, do you think the boss will shortchange us? Hearing the voices nearby, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown, then immediately turned to look in
their direction. He saw a small team of 7 or 8 lords approaching them.
Clearly, this team was also coming for the bone spirit mage. The group Li Bingqiu had seen earlier must
have been them.
Once Lin Chen spotted them, it was evident that this group also noticed him. A young man with a buzz cut was slightly taken aback, then whispered, Boss Wang Hu, it
seems someone has gotten ahead of us.
The Wang Hu he mentioned was a burly scar-faced man. He looked Lin Chen and Li Bingqiu up and down, then sneered, so what if they got here first?
There are only 2 of them. Do they really think they can handle this boss?
The buzzcut youth quickly reacted and lowered his voice. So the boss means,
is there any need to ask?
Wang Hu waved his hand and said coldly, if those 2 really plan to take on the boss, we just watch from the side. Once they have worn down the boss's health a bit,
we can choose to take over.
Upon hearing this, the buzzcut youth immediately gave a thumbs up. As expected of the boss, this plan is brilliant. Wang Hu crossed his arms and sneered, of course. Since there are fools willing to take the lead for us, let them do it. Meanwhile, watching Wang Hu and the others stop, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but frown. Lin Chen, it seems they don't want to team up with us.
Team up with me? They don't have that qualification.
Lin Chen said coldly, from the looks of them, they probably want to
reap the benefits.
Li Bingqiu's expression turned a bit grim.
What should we do? Should I go over and negotiate with them? Negotiate? No need for that.
Lin Chen said calmly.
Isn't it simple? As long as they dare to make a move, I'll just take them out.
There was a chilling intent in Lin Chen's calm tone.
Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards
oneself. Lin Chen had long understood this principle. After hearing this, Li Bingqiu's heart trembled. She knew Lin Chen wasn't joking.
However, since she entered the game, this was
her first conflict with other players. Although Li Bingqiu had experienced many battles, this was her first fight against other lords.
Alright, just keep an eye on them for me. Lin Shen said, I'm going to solo the boss.
If those people make any moves, don't hesitate, just take action.
Okay.
Li Bingqiu nodded immediately, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance as she dispatched her troops to protect Lin Shen's rear. But in reality, Lin Shen didn't take these people seriously at all. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't made a move yet, he would have probably already eliminated them. As for the level 40 boss, the Bone Mage, Lin Shen didn't even need Li Bingqiu's help and was ready to solo it. Artoria raised the holy sword in her hand and activated the Glory Shield, charging towards the direction of the Bone Spirit Mage. Artoria's speed was incredibly fast, and she soon appeared right in front of the Bone Spirit Mage, raising her hand to unleash a
series of holy light slashes. -2134, -2014, -2256.
3 blood-red damage values immediately floated above the Bone Spirit Mage's head.
At the same time, the Bone Spirit Mage's attributes appeared before Lin Shen. Bone Spirit Mage, Platinum level boss, level 40.
Health 220,000 magic attack 1560 to 2580 defense 550 skills Summon Bone Wolf 1000 souls destruction Skeletal Arrow Rain Skeletal
Magic Shield.
A necromancer who has fallen into the dark path, mastering the terrifying magic of manipulating bones.
The Bone Spirit Mage's defense was not particularly high.
With a single set of holy light slashes, Artoria dealt over 6,000 points of
damage.
Just as Artoria prepared to launch another attack, the Bone Spirit Mage immediately began to chant a spell.
In the next
moment, a pale white skeletal magic shield appeared in front of the Bone Spirit Mage, forcibly blocking Artoria's attack.
Crack! Crack!
Following that, the Bone Spirit Mage chanted another spell, summoning one skeletal magic wolf after another, which charged towards Artoria.
These skeletal magic wolves were at least 4th-tier monsters and had a certain level of lethality. It must be said that as a platinum level boss, the Bone Spirit Mage was indeed powerful.
In just a few seconds, over 100 skeletal magic
wolves appeared around the Bone Spirit Mage.
However, despite the Bone Spirit Mage's cunning tactics, Lin Shen showed no signs of
fear on his face.
Heavy armored skeleton knights charge, crush them. With Lin Shen's command, a tide of heavy armored skeleton knights immediately charged towards the skeletal magic wolves. It should be noted that heavy armored skeleton knights were 5th tier
units.
Whether in terms of attack power, defense, or mobility, they absolutely met the standards of 5th tier units.
In front
of the heavy armored skeleton knights, these skeletal magic wolves were like paper. Moreover, the number of heavy armored skeleton knights was several times greater than that of the skeletal magic wolves. Watching this scene unfold, the members of Wang Hu's team
couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Damn, this guy is too fierce. Is he planning to solo the Bone Spirit Mage? Did he choose the Ghost Race as his initial race? But I've never seen Ghost Race skeleton soldiers on horseback. I've never seen such fierce skeleton soldiers in my life. Those are 4th tier skeletal magic wolves, and he just takes them down with ease. This guy's hero is also very strong. He can always take away half of the boss's health. Hearing the astonished voices around him, Wang,
who felt a bit embarrassed,
he frowned and coldly said, "What's so surprising about this? The reason this guy can do it so easily just shows that this boss is too weak. If we went up, it might be even easier."
The crew-cut young man beside him immediately agreed. The boss is right. If we had known this boss was so trash, we should have acted sooner.
Wang Hu's eyes flickered as he
sneered, "No worries, it's not too late to act later.
Once this guy reduces the boss's health to below 20%, we'll move in and take
the boss for ourselves." Moreover, with this guy's hero dealing such high damage, he probably has some excellent strategic treasures
on him.
If we take him down, we might even get 1 or 2 good items. The rules of Lord's Era are just like that. If a lord is killed by another lord, there is a 100% chance of dropping 1 to 2 strategic treasures. Moreover, once the game world officially replaces the real world, if a lord exhausts all 3 resurrection chances and dies completely, all the strategic treasures on
him will be dropped.
After Wang Hu finished speaking, the crew-cut young man's eyes lit up, and he excitedly licked his lips. The boss is right. There's no order of arrival for boss. Whoever grabs it gets it. It's a pity heroes can't be captured. Otherwise, I would definitely get my hands on his hero. That face, that figure, she's a top beauty. At this moment, Lin Shen was still unaware that Wang Hu and the others were preparing to make a move against him. In fact, even if Lin Shen knew, he wouldn't care at all. Because in his eyes, these people were like ants. Under the siege of the heavily armored skeleton knights, the Bone Spirit Mage's health was dropping lower and lower.
To speed up the efficiency, Lin Shen directly let Carlton join
the battle. It's worth noting that when dealing with a boss like the Bone Spirit Mage, which has no magic immunity characteristics, Carlton's output was far higher than that of Artoria. In a safe position, Kalen was like a spell machine gun, just needing to continuously unleash firepower. The platinum-level boss, which seemed incredibly powerful to others, was merely at Lin Chen's mercy. Finally, when the health dropped to 20%, the Bone Spirit Mage unleashed his ultimate move. Revive. The bones of the underworld. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-red skeletal hand shot up from the ground. Following that, half of a blood-red skeletal body slowly crawled out, appearing before Lin Chen. But it didn't end there. After the first blood-colored skeleton emerged, a second, third, and more blood-colored skeletons followed. These blood-colored skeletons wielded rusty iron swords and exuded an eerie aura. At that moment, one of the blood-colored skeletons directly slashed at the heavily armored skeleton knight in front of it. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the armor of the heavily armored skeleton knight was actually split open. Even its health dropped by half in an instant. One can imagine how astonishing the attack power of these blood-colored skeletons was. Lin Chen looked around and found that there were at least 200 to 300 blood-colored skeletons summoned by the Bone Spirit Mage. In this situation, even if Lin Chen's troops could wipe out these blood-colored skeletons, his own forces would suffer considerable losses. Therefore, given the current situation, the most correct choice would be to focus fire and kill the Bone Spirit Mage. As long as the Bone Spirit Mage died, these blood-colored skeletons would naturally disappear as well. Meanwhile, a flicker of excitement flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. For them, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity. If they could take down Lin Chen now, wouldn't the boss be theirs for the taking? Thinking of this, Wang Hu couldn't help but grin, revealing a sinister smile. Brothers, get ready to move. Lin Chen, be careful, those people are going to make a move on you. Just as Wang Hu and the others were about to act, Li Bingchu, who had been watching them, immediately noticed something was off. After Li Bingchu warned them, Wang Hu's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "What are you all standing there for? Move." Once Wang Hu gave the order, the others dared not hesitate and quickly mobilized their troops to surround Lin Chen's position. Li Bingchu, not to be outdone, directly sent out the Rose Knight Kalen, leading her troops to intercept the enemy in front of them. Li Bingchu's intention was very clear. If they wanted to make a move on Lin Chen, they had to get past her first. However, Wang Hu's side had the advantage in numbers, and with just her alone, it was unlikely she could hold out for long. Now, Li Bingchu could only hope that Lin Chen would resolve his battle quickly and come to assist her against these people. Soon, the Rose Knight Kalen engaged in combat with a demon hero sporting horns on his head. After clearing the Green Dragon's lair, together with Lin Chen, Li Bingchu had also gained quite a few benefits. Therefore, Kalen was now equipped with 2 platinum-level strategic treasures. Under full force, she quickly suppressed the horned demon before her. Watching this scene, Wang Hu couldn't help but furrow his brows. S-class hero? It should be noted that this horned demon was an A-class hero he had drawn after spending hundreds of thousands, the horned demon Azazel. With this hero, he had been invincible in the early stages. However, at this moment, Azazel was being forcefully suppressed by the opponent's hero. No, wait, if it were an S-class hero, there's no way the suppression would be this level. I see, it must be the strategic treasures. This hero definitely has top-tier strategic treasures. Wang Hu's eyes flickered as he quickly overturned his previous conclusion and reached a new one. He really hadn't expected that, aside from Lin Chen, who could solo bosses, Li Bingchu also had top-tier treasures. Thinking of this, Wang Hu immediately said, "Little girl, I'll give you a chance. Hand over 2 platinum-level treasures, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll wipe out your troops and make you start from scratch." To be honest, if Li Bingchu was willing to comply, it would be perfect. After all, if a conflict truly broke out between them, he would also lose quite a few soldiers. If Li Bingchu agreed to his terms, it would be like he got 2 platinum-level treasures for free. Unfortunately, Li Bingchu had no intention of compromising at all. She raised her head, her gaze icy as she stared at Wang Hu, and mockingly said, "Are you dreaming? Someone as shameless as you shouldn't even be born in this world." At this moment, Li Bingchu's heart was filled with extreme anger. This group of people not only wanted to steal their boss but also coveted the treasures on them. It was truly shameless. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me." Wang Hu snorted coldly and said, "Wipe out her troops." "Heh, wipe out? That's quite a bold statement." A figure slowly stepped out from behind Li Bingchu. After this figure appeared, everyone in Wang Hu's team couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Because standing before them was none other than Lin Chen. But what was going on? Wasn't this guy just fighting fiercely with the Bone Spirit Mage? If they remembered correctly, the boss still had at least 20% of its health left. How much time has passed? A minute? Half a minute? It might even be less than half a minute. But how did he manage to do that? Did this guy just instantly kill the nearly dead boss? Just as these people were still trying to figure it out, Lin Chen had already launched his attack. A swarm of heavily armored skeleton knights charged towards them. "Damn it, stop those skeleton soldiers." Wang Hu's expression changed instantly.
He had witnessed the strength of these heavily armored skeleton knights. Here, the highest they had were only Tier 4 troops. But even Tier 4 troops could not possibly stop the charge of the heavily armored skeleton knights. Swish! A Tier 4 hellhound was directly pierced through its body by a heavily armored skeleton knight's spear, and then it was tossed into the air. Immediately after, several spears pierced through at once, instantly taking the life of this hellhound. Don't worry, we still have a chance. Wang Hu clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, we have more people and our forces are stronger. We can wear him down. The boss is right, troops can be rebuilt. As long as we take them down, the treasures on them will belong to us. The buzzcut young man felt heartbroken over his fallen troops, but in this situation he could only brace himself and charge. Yes, wear them down, don't be afraid of dying. Charge. Whoever dies the most, the treasures on these two will belong to them. And the treasures dropped by the boss, I estimate this guy hasn't had the chance to pick them up. Let's kill him quickly. These people shouted excitedly, not knowing if they were trying to bolster their courage or if they truly saw Lin Chen as an easy target. Looking at the frenzied individuals before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Do you know there's a saying, an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength? Since you think your numbers are your greatest advantage, then I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, quantity means nothing at all. Just as Lin Chen's words fell, the 200 flame mages behind him began to chant their spells. One by one, blazing fireballs, radiating a scorching aura, began to form around these flame mages. What these flame mages represented was the terrifying output of violence to the extreme. The reason Lin Chen was able to forcibly focus fire and kill the bone spirit mage in such a short time was thanks to this group of flame mages. In front of monsters without magic immunity and fire element resistance, the output of these flame mages was a nightmarish existence. Now, witness what true output really is. Lin Chen's tone was extremely calm. At the same time, hundreds of explosive fireballs shot towards Wang Hu and their camp. It was as if a meteor shower of fire was falling. Boom 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 boom, countless explosive fireballs crashed down. Dazzling flames erupted before everyone. The damage from the flame mages was no joke. For Tier 4 and below fragile troops, just one explosive fireball was enough to instantly kill them. Only light armor or even heavy armor classes could withstand more than 2 explosive fireballs. The problem is that behind Lin Chen there are a full 200 flame mages. A round of concentrated fire means 200 explosive fireballs. After the flames dissipated, what lay before Lin Chen was a scene of corpses strewn across the ground. In less than half a minute, nearly a quarter of the troops under Wang Hu had been lost. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's side had not suffered a single casualty. Such a casualty ratio undoubtedly filled everyone in Wang Hu's team with despair. For them, winning this battle meant they had to eliminate that group of flame mages. But the problem was that the heavily armored skeleton warriors blocking their way were not to be underestimated either. Trying to bypass this group of heavily armored skeleton warriors to launch a surprise attack on the flame mages was simply impossible. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Wang Hu and the others, speaking, now, will you disband your troops yourselves, or shall I take matters into my own hands? From the beginning, he had no intention of letting these people go. At this moment, Wang Hu finally realized the power gap between the two sides. His expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, kid, don't go too far. If you let me go today, we can be friends. Otherwise, just wait to be wiped out by the Lin group. Lin Chen looked at him in surprise and asked, are you from the Lin group? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention the Lin group, Wang Hu's face regained its previous arrogance. So what? Let me tell you, my boss is Lin Tianke, the head of the Lin group. Wang Hu sneered, now you know. I'm someone you can't afford to offend, right? After he said this, Li Bingchu, who was beside him, couldn't help but show a strange expression. She clearly hadn't expected the other party to use the Lin group to intimidate them. Even if we assume that Wang Hu's boss really is Lin Tianke, he is just a dog under Lin Tianke's command. But the Lin Chen before him is the legitimate heir of the Lin group. If Lin Chen hadn't chosen to sell off his shares, he would be the true largest shareholder of the Lin group. Even if Lin Tianke were here, he would have to treat Lin Chen with respect. Wang Hu was still so arrogant despite hitting a wall, which truly surprised Li Bingchu. One must say, this guy is really bold. Just when Wang Hu thought Lin Chen was scared, Lin Chen's voice echoed softly in his ear. I say, I'm not dead yet? How can Lin Tianke represent the Lin group? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu was momentarily stunned, and after reacting, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know who Lin Chen was, the fact that he could say such things only proved he had kicked a steel plate. After saying this, Lin Chen waved his hand and coldly ordered, kill them all. With Lin Chen's command, over 1,000 heavily armored skeleton knights charged again. The flame mages in the back also chanted spells, conjuring hundreds of explosive fireballs. The troops under Wang Hu simply couldn't withstand such an onslaught. In just a few dozen seconds, the troops before them were completely annihilated.
This battle could only be described as a crushing victory. The casualties on Lin Chen's side were
almost negligible. After the enemy's troops were all wiped out, they could launch an attack on the Lord.
In an instant, Artoria transformed into a shadow, flashing at high speed to stand before Wang Hu, and with one sword strike, she severed his head. The few lords who followed him were all pierced through their bodies by Kalen's dark magic. Even in death, they stared wide-eyed, clearly unwilling to accept their fate. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be their first experience of death in the game. After their demise, each of them dropped 1 or 2 strategic treasures. Lin Chen picked them up and took a look, finding that almost all of them were silver and gold level strategic treasures.
There wasn't a single platinum level strategic treasure among them. To Lin Chen, this was just a pile of junk, something he could throw into the auction house later to see if he could make some money. These people really deserve it. Not only did they want to rob the boss, but they also wanted to kill us along with it. As for Wang Hu and the others, Li Bingqiu felt no sympathy whatsoever. Then she reminded him again, by the way, you haven't gone to collect the items dropped by the Bone Spirit Mage yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly remembered. He quickly walked over to the corpse of the Bone Spirit Mage and began to search for the treasures dropped by the boss. It must be said that the items dropped by wild bosses were quite valuable. There were at least 2 platinum-level strategic treasures. One was the Bone Heavy Hammer, suitable for melee heroes. The other was the Bone Spirit Robe, suitable for mage heroes. The Bone Heavy Hammer was of no use to Lin Chen, as Artoria used a sword, and this heavy weapon was not suitable for her. As for the Bone Spirit Robe, it was quite suitable for Kalen. After equipping this strategic treasure, Kalen's overall attributes increased once again. In addition to these 2 platinum-level treasures, the Bone Spirit Mage also dropped a special hero recruitment order. After using this hero recruitment order, one could recruit the A-level hero, Skeleton Knight Green. Lin Chen had some impression of this hero. Among A-level heroes, he was considered to have decent attributes, especially suitable for the Undead Lord. Unfortunately, with Lin Chen's current perspective, he no longer valued A-level heroes. Therefore, he didn't plan to recruit the Skeleton Knight and waste a hero slot. After thinking for a while, Lin Chen directly threw this hero recruitment order along with dozens of useless strategic treasures to Li Bingqiu. Then Lin Chen said, "You can take care of these things, just handle them at market price. However, if possible, I would prefer you to use these items to exchange for some special items. After all, I'm not really short on money." Li Bingqiu nodded immediately and replied, "I understand." She certainly knew that money was not important to Lin Chen. Instead, those special items might still play some role. "Alright, since the boss is dead and the people are killed, we should head back." After saying this, Lin Chen turned around, preparing to leave the Bone Forest. Li Bingqiu quickly caught up and asked, "By the way, those people just now should be your Uncle Lin Tiang's subordinates, right? This matter won't affect you, will it?" Lin Chen glanced at her and asked, "Are you afraid my uncle will target me?" "One must always be cautious, even if he is your uncle," Li Bingqiu said after hesitating for a moment. "I heard my dad say that your uncle is a very scheming person. So, I'm afraid he might hold a grudge against you because of this." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Li Bingqiu asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing because you don't understand my uncle at all." Lin Chen said calmly to him, "People like Wang Hu are at most just a few dogs. He wouldn't go after me for such trivial matters. In fact, he might even greet me with a smile and apologize. That's just the kind of person he is. He either doesn't act or goes all out. Even in the second before he decides to kill you, he might still be smiling and joking with you. However, you are not wrong about one thing, which is that he definitely wants me dead. Because only if I die can he legitimately take over the Lin group." Lin Chen's deep understanding of Lin Tianke stemmed from the fact that he had died in the latter's conspiracy in his previous life. Lin Tiang's betrayal had made him see his uncle's true face. Moreover, even his parents had died at Lin Tiang's hands. A blood feud that cannot be forgiven. To be honest, Butler Li had warned him in his previous life to be careful of his uncle Lin Tianke. However, Lin Chen did not take it to heart. After the death of his parents, Lin Tianke had become one of his few relatives and elders. At that time, Lin Chen still did not know that his parents had been killed by Lin Tianke and had always trusted him. Furthermore, Lin Tianke, that old fox, had indeed disguised himself well, not allowing Lin Chen to notice anything unusual. It was only when he learned the truth that Lin Chen realized how naive he had been. Pain, regret, frustration, anger, despair. These emotions intertwined and ultimately transformed into the flames of revenge, burning fiercely in his heart. From that moment on, he vowed in his heart that if he ever had another chance, he would definitely take revenge and ensure Lin Tianke had no place to be buried. For himself and for his parents. Fortunately, heaven still favored him, and he was truly given a chance to live again. Throughout it all, the flames of revenge in Lin Chen's heart had never been extinguished. The reason he had not chosen to act was simply that he was still accumulating strength. Even Lin Chen had to admit that Lin Tianke was, indeed, very talented. In his previous life, Lin Tianke quickly built his own power in the Lord era by relying on the influence of the Lin group becoming a dominant force within China. Therefore, uprooting Lin Tianke and his forces was not an easy task. Even if Lin Chen could take on 10 opponents, he might not be able to face 100 or 1,000. This is why Lin Chen wanted to build his own power, because the strength of one person is ultimately limited. Only by forming his own power can he have the capital to contend and negotiate with various forces. At this moment, Li Bingqiu spoke again. By the way, I heard from my dad that you have already sold all your shares in the Lin Group? Why is your uncle still targeting you? Lin Chen replied calmly, some things are not as simple as you think. Even if I sold all my shares, I still have a significant influence within the group. Many of the senior executives in the group were promoted by my father. Once Lin Tianke takes power, they might face suppression, so they have a natural hostility towards Lin Tianke. So, to be precise, these people belong to my faction. They want to support me to fight against my uncle. Similarly, if Lin Tianke wants to deal with these people, he has to either eliminate me or make me his puppet, using the emperor to command the lords. I chose to sell my shares, and many of them should be utterly disappointed in me. However, I won't regret doing this. A mere Lin group is no longer worth my attachment. The world we are in now is the true future. Lin Chen's tone was calm, but his words were deafening. Even Li Bingqiu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was then that she felt that the Lin Chen standing in front of her, though young, possessed maturity, vision, and courage far beyond his peers. At this moment, Lin Chen seemed like a hero from ancient times, casting his gaze towards the future, planning the future landscape. It seems that this boss, she indeed did not follow the wrong path. A deeper sense of certainty grew in Li Bingqiu's heart. Wang Hu walked out of the resurrection point in his territory with an extremely ugly expression. This time, his losses were truly catastrophic. Not only did he lose a large amount of resources, but his entire army was wiped out, and 2 pieces of golden level treasures were also lost. It should be noted that these 2 golden level treasures were not obtained by him but were bought from other players for over 100,000. Even for him, 100,000 is not a small amount. Losing it so easily made it hard for him not to feel the pain. Just then, Wang Hu's communicator suddenly rang. He frowned and answered, speaking in a deep voice, Feng Chang, what's up? The young man with a buzz cut soon spoke with a resentful tone from the other end. Boss, we suffered heavy losses this time. All our brother's troops are dead, and even strategic treasures have dropped a lot. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have provoked that guy. After hearing this, Wang Hu became even more irritable. What nonsense? You suffered heavy losses, but my losses aren't heavy? Alright, stop wailing. Troops can be rebuilt. I will find a way to compensate you. By the way, go check what that guy is all about. I can't swallow this anger. Yes, I came to find you for this. Feng Chang instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I just took a look at the kill record. The guy who killed us, his game ID is Lin Yuan, the one who floods the world announcements every day. Is that guy Lin Yuan? Upon hearing this game ID, even Wang Hu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. After all, the fame of the ID Lin Yuan was simply too great. This was a name that directly dominated the world announcements. Out of 10 players, at least 8 knew this name. Wang Hu clearly hadn't expected that the person he had offended this time was such a formidable character. Feng Chang, with a mournful expression, said, Boss, we've really kicked a steel plate this time. No, this isn't even a steel plate, it's completely a titanium alloy plate. I was wondering how he could solo a level 40 platinum boss. Turns out he is Lin Yuan. Sigh, if I had known he was Lin Yuan, even if we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to provoke him. Feng Chang muttered on, but the more Wang Hu listened, the more annoyed he became. By the end, he couldn't help but curse, you useless piece of trash, what good are you? You're as cowardly as a boneless chicken. So what if he is Lin Yuan? Offending me, he will still have to pay the price. Feng Chang was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly said, Boss, I know you can't swallow this anger. But the key is, we can't do anything about him. Look at how many of us there are. We were all taken out by him in an instant. We're not even on the same level. Those troops under him are just too damn abnormal. What Feng Chang said was absolutely the truth from the bottom of his heart. Heavy armored skeleton knights, high attack, high defense, high mobility, all attributes were very balanced, and they were 5th tier troops, with numbers exceeding 1,000. Flame mages, with extremely high burst damage, a single round of explosive fireballs could even clear the field. Moreover, Feng Chang even saw 10 massive green dragons circling in the air behind Lin Chen. As for what level those 10 green dragons were, Feng Chang didn't even dare to speculate. It was precisely because of this that Feng Chang realized that they and Lin Chen were simply not on the same level. With just us, it's obviously Impossible to deal with him. Wang Hu said fiercely, however, we can't handle him, but there are certainly others who can. Don't worry, Boss Lin will definitely stand up for us. After hanging up on Feng Chang's communication, Wang Hu dialed another person's number. Soon, a slightly cold voice came through. Wang Hu, what's up? Upon hearing this voice, even Wang Hu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He then took a deep breath and switched to an extremely flattering tone, saying, Boss Lin, I hope you are well. Wang Hu knew that Lin Tianke didn't like others to waste time talking nonsense, so he got straight to the point. The situation is like this, we encountered a level 40 platinum boss while farming in the Bone Forest today. What? Can't you handle it? Lin Tianke said in a flat tone, give me the location, I'll take care of it, and each of you can go to the finance department to collect 200,000 as a bonus. I have to say, Lin Tianke was quite generous. Just for a boss's location, he offered 200,000 for each person. Wang Hu and his group combined would amount to over 1 million. However, compared to what a platinum boss could drop, that over 1 million didn't seem like much. Yet, Wang Hu awkwardly said, Boss Lin, it's not like that. We originally wanted to report the boss's coordinates to you, but there was a little accident along the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianke couldn't help but sneer inwardly. But his tone remained flat. Go on. With his understanding of Wang Hu, he naturally knew how profit-driven this guy was. This guy coming to me only means two things, either this boss is something they can't handle, or something unexpected has happened. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and immediately continued, Boss Lin, you must stand up for us this time. That boss was originally discovered by us first. But two people just came over and stole our boss. In order to make Lin Tianke stand up for him, Wang Hu naturally didn't hesitate to blur the lines of right and wrong, pushing the blame onto the other party first. Lin Tianke raised an eyebrow. 2 people stole the boss right from under your noses? How many of you were there? 8 of us. Ha! A playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tianke's mouth. You 8 couldn't handle 2? Now he understood why Wang Hu had come to him. It seemed they had gotten into trouble. Wang Hu and his group, while not top-tier lords, had benefited from him enough to be considered mid-tier lords. Yet, they had been wiped out by just 2 people. One could imagine how powerful the other party was. In reality, what Lin Tianke didn't know was that Wang Hu's claim of being wiped out by 2 people was already a beautification of the truth. The reality was that Li Bingchu hadn't even participated in the battle, it was just Lin Chen who had wiped them all out. And it had taken less than 10 minutes. At that moment, Wang Hu gritted his teeth again and said, if it were just that, I might not be so angry. After all, it was my own lack of skill that led to the boss being stolen. But the key point is, I said I was from the Lin group and your subordinate, yet he still spoke disrespectfully to you, saying that the Lin group is not for you to control. Lin Tianke couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, he was clearly not pleased that Wang Hu casually used his name to pressure others. However, he was more curious about who the other party was and how they could say such things. Thinking of this, Lin Tianke directly asked, have you found out this guy's identity? Not yet, we only know his game ID is Lin Yuan. Wang Hu seemed to sense Lin Tianke's displeasure and became excited. But Boss Lin, if you care about this, I can arrange for someone to investigate right away. Who in the entire Lin group doesn't know that you are the boss? This kid is so arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. I say, just wipe him out. With your strength, Boss Lin, dealing with such an ignorant kid would be a piece of cake, right? What he wanted was for Lin Tianke to develop hostility towards Lin Yuan. That way, Lin Tianke might help him deal with Lin Yuan. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Tianke smiled again and said lightly, you really are thinking of me. Wang Hu chuckled, of course, Boss Lin's matters are my matters. Lin Tianke asked lightly, but do you know who this Lin Yuan is? Who is he? Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Lin Tianke smiled and said, my nephew, Lin Chen. After Lin Tianke's words left his mouth, Wang Hu immediately felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. No, to be precise, it felt like his scalp was about to explode. The person he had provoked turned out to be Boss Lin's nephew? Lin Chen, Lin Yuan, these 2 names were so similar, he should have thought of it long ago. At this moment, Wang Hu almost wished he could slap himself a few times. You're lying to me. Just as Wang Hu was filled with regret, Lin Tianke's voice suddenly rang in his ear. In an instant, Wang Hu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he quickly began to flatter. Boss Lin, I'm just a dog you raised. What could I possibly hide from you? How could I lie to you? Wang Hu, I've told you many times, Lin Tianke said, don't take me for a fool. I'll give you one more chance to recount the entire story to me. If there's even half a lie, you should know the consequences. One must understand how deep Lin Tianke's thoughts were. How could he not hear the half-truths Wang Hu was trying to deceive him with? After being ruthlessly exposed by Lin Tianke, Wang Hu no longer had the courage to continue lying. Like an eggplant hit by frost, he quickly recounted the whole story in detail. It seems my nephew is quite something after all.
After hearing the entire sequence of events, Lin Tianke not only did not get angry but instead said this with deep meaning.
To be honest, Lin Tianke didn't care at all how miserable Wang Hu and his group were. To put it bluntly, those willing to work for him were as numerous as fish crossing a river. The only reason Wang Hu could converse with him was that Lin Tianke thought this guy had some ability. But in terms of performance in this matter, Wang Hu could be said to be foolish to a certain extent. Such a waste was better off without. What Lin Tianke truly cared about was only Lin Chen. After all, if he wanted to completely take over the Lin group, Lin Chen was his biggest obstacle. If Lin Chen were merely an incapable second-generation heir, he might have let him off the hook, giving him a few billion to squander. But now, Lin Chen's performance clearly exceeded Lin Tianke's expectations. Whether it was his operation of selling off the group's shares or the strength he displayed in the game, it made Lin Tianke feel a sense of crisis. He didn't believe that Lin Chen was selling all his shares just to play a game. If that were the case, the cost of playing the game was simply too high. Moreover, Lin Tianke himself was also playing this game, and with his keen business sense, he quickly realized that this game was not simple. In terms of the game's realism, it was already indistinguishable from the real world. Given time, this game could even develop into a second world. Any visionary big shot would not miss the opportunity to develop within this lordly world. To be honest, Lin Chen now made Lin Tianke feel threatened. If he were to take action, he would not hesitate to eliminate Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen was his nephew, it would be no exception. In Lin Tianke's heart, only the desire for power remained. If he truly valued family ties, he wouldn't have chosen to orchestrate such a car accident to harm Lin Chen's parents. He was not prepared to let anyone stand in his way. At this moment, Wang Hu also sensed that the relationship between Lin Tianke and Lin Chen, this uncle-nephew pair, didn't seem to be good. After all, he was a shrewd person. If he couldn't even pick up on this, then he could be said to have wasted all these years. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Hu tentatively asked, "Boss Lin, if you need, I can deal with this kid for you." Lin Tianke coldly laughed without mercy, "With just a few crooked melons and cracked dates?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hu not only did not feel ashamed but instead became excited. Because Lin Tianke's words implied that he also wanted to deal with Lin Chen. Realizing this, Wang Hu immediately lowered his voice and said, "With just us, it naturally won't work. But if Boss Lin is willing to support us from behind, then it would be different." Lin Tianke chuckled and replied, "Do you think I would help you deal with my nephew?" Wang Hu spoke in a deep voice, "It all depends on Boss Lin's intention. Considering our past relationship, I will have finance transfer 50 million to you." Lin Tianke said lightly, "However, after this money is transferred, I will have nothing to do with you. I won't interfere in your grievances with Lin Chen. After all, he is also my nephew." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, a hint of joy involuntarily appearing on his face. "Alright, I understand." Wang Hu certainly understood Lin Tianke's intention. The latter's implication was that he needed to target Lin Chen for him, but he would absolutely not participate personally. Even though he had developed murderous intent towards Lin Chen, he still referred to him as his nephew on the surface. 2. Say that Lin Tianke was extremely hypocritical would be an understatement. And the choices before Wang Hu were also only two. Either accept the 50 million and help Lin Tianke target Lin Chen, limiting his development as much as possible, or directly choose to take the money without doing anything. After all, Lin Chen was not some soft persimmon to be squeezed, but doing so would mean he would bear Lin Tianke's endless wrath. In this case, how to choose was already quite clear. If this matter could be handled well, then his value in Lin Tianke's eyes might increase a bit more. Moreover, he originally intended to deal with Lin Chen. Now with Lin Tianke's assistance, Wang Hu felt a bit more confident. After dealing with Wang Hu and the others, Lin Chen did not rush to leave. Li Bingqiu glanced at him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you leaving?" Lin Chen ignored her and instead began to look around, finally locking his gaze on the corpse of the bone spirit mage. Logically speaking, even a boss's corpse usually only exists for 10 minutes. Once the time is up, it will automatically disappear. However, the bone spirit mage's corpse had not disappeared yet, which clearly indicated something unusual. Before Li Bingqiu could understand what Lin Chen was trying to do, he had already lifted his foot and heavily stomped on the skull of the bone spirit mage. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones shattering, the skull was directly crushed into pieces by Lin Chen's foot. Immediately after, an irregular bone-white crystal rolled out from the skull. "What is this?" Li Bingqiu looked at the bone-white crystal with a face full of surprise and asked in confusion. Lin Chen was not too surprised. He calmly picked up the bone-white crystal and explained lightly, "It's nothing, just a special item used to unlock a hidden storyline." Hidden storyline? Li Bingqiu was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "How do you know? Did you forget that I'm a reborn person?" Lin Chen said, "Alright, enough chit-chat, come with me." After hearing
This, Li Bingchu did not hesitate at all and quickly followed Lin Chen's pace.
After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingchu still asked doubtfully, "Are you really a reborn person?"
Lin Chen glanced at her and said calmly, "I don't intend to repeat
the same thing twice. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine."
Then, Li Bingchu asked again, "Since you know this crystal can unlock a hidden storyline, why didn't you come to this bone forest?"
"Because I didn't think of it."
Li Bingchu. That answer is really straightforward.
In fact, Lin Chen was telling the truth.
Even though he was a reborn person, he was not omniscient. Especially regarding some things from the early game, it was impossible to remember them clearly. Just like this time, he only recalled that the bone forest seemed to hide a hidden storyline after seeing that the corpse of the bone spirit mage had not disappeared. And the bone-white crystal inside the skull of the bone spirit mage was the key to unlocking the hidden storyline. Then, Li Bingchu, like a curious child, asked, "Since you are a reborn person, what
was I like in my previous life? I must have done pretty well, right?"
"Not really, you had a tough time, got reset many times, and in the end, you cried and begged me to take you in."
Li Bingchu. "I suspect you are lying to me."
"I'm telling the truth." "Then you said Chinese people don't lie to each other."
"You really are lying to me."
"Alright, I did lie to you." Lin Chen said calmly, "Actually, I didn't take you in, I just watched you get reset by them."
"Li Bingchu? You really are something."
I know, you must have been my pursuer in your previous life, falling at my feet, but I didn't agree to you." Li Bingchu raised her snow-white chin proudly. "So after your rebirth, you found me right away, going to great lengths to be my boss and give me orders, just to make up for the regrets of your past life." Lin Chen glanced at her. "With that imagination, it's a pity you don't write novels."
"Hee, I guessed it right, didn't I?"
Li Bingchu raised her head, revealing an incredibly bright smile. However, just as she was about to continue speaking,
Lin Chen suddenly interrupted her. "Alright, we've arrived."
"Arrived?" Upon hearing this, Li Bingchu instinctively turned her head, and then she was so frightened that she involuntarily took a step back, because in front of her was a desolate graveyard, surrounded by dozens of tombstones standing haphazardly. It must be said that as a woman, Li Bingchu's psychological endurance was quite decent. Although she was startled, she quickly steadied her mind.
"What is this place?" Li Bingchu said in a daze. "I really didn't expect there to be such a place in the bone forest." Lin Chen did not respond, just searching in the graveyard by himself.
Although Li Bingchu did not know what he was looking for in this situation, she did not speak out and silently followed
behind Lin Chen.
About 5 or 6 minutes later, Lin Chen finally stopped in front of a tombstone. This tombstone had no epitaph, and it was unclear who the deceased was, only an irregular groove was visible. However, Li Bingchu quickly noticed that this groove seemed to fit perfectly with the bone-white crystal Lin Chen had just obtained.
Could it be?
Just as Li Bingchu began to speculate, Lin Chen took out the bone-white crystal and directly embedded it into the groove on the tombstone.
Immediately, a dull sound echoed. The tombstone slowly sank into the ground.
A chilling wind began to swirl around, sending shivers down their spines. Li Bingchu instinctively moved closer to Lin Chen, swallowing hard. "What's happening?
Isn't it obvious? A hidden plot has been triggered, get ready for battle."
After saying this, Lin Chen ordered Artoria and Kairan to stand in front of him,
and instructed his troops to prepare for combat.
Suddenly, the soil around them began to stir. One skeleton after another clawed their way out of the grave, coming back to life and surrounding Lin Chen and Li Bingchu.
Moreover, these skeletons were clearly not ordinary low-level skeletons. Among them, some wielded dual swords, some gripped massive axes, and even some, despite their bodies being completely decayed, still wore black armor that showed no signs of rust.
"Protect the Lord!" Artoria shouted and charged forward first, her longsword striking out mercilessly. Pure white holy light suddenly burst forth from the blade. Holy light slash! However, facing Artoria's rapid assault, the skeletons immediately raised their shields. The rusty giant shield forcefully blocked the holy light slash. Artoria's attack only managed to reduce this skeleton's health by about 1/10.
Moreover, there were dozens more like this skeleton.
Watching this scene unfold, Li Bingchu quickly reacted. These skeletons seem formidable. Even if they aren't bosses, at the very least, they are elite-level creatures.
That's for sure. Lin
Chen calmly explained. In the backstory, the skeletons buried here are all adventurers who died at the hands of the Bone Mage.
After killing them, the Bone Mage experimented on their corpses.
Although they are all failed experiments, these corpses have still become powerful undead beings, possessing attributes comparable to bosses, which is understandable. That's why the Bone Mage buried their bodies here. Once the mechanism is triggered, they will launch indiscriminate attacks on all intruders.
It turns out it was like this. Li Bingchu nodded slightly and said, "Then can you handle these skeletons?"
Lin Chen smiled and replied lightly, "If I can't handle them, then no one can."
Just as his words fell,
the 200 flame mages behind him chose to strike at the same time. Accompanied by the completion of their incantations, 200 explosive fireballs simultaneously bombarded the skeleton wielding a heavy shield.
Although its defense was extremely strong, it could not withstand this level of attack. In a dazzling explosion of fire, the shield-wielding skeleton was instantly killed, leaving only a pile of bones. However, the strength of the skeletons before them was not limited to this. Before the group of flame mages could select their next target, a shadow rushed in at an incredible speed. In a flash, it easily decapitated one of the flame mages. Although the explosive damage of these flame mages was high, they were not without weaknesses. The biggest weakness of this unit was that their bodies were too fragile. Once they were engaged in close combat, they had no chance to fight back. At that moment, Lin Chen finally saw the true form of the opponent, a black skeleton wielding dual daggers. Before Lin Chen could issue a command to focus fire on it, the black skeleton turned into an afterimage again. This guy was so fast that the flame mages couldn't lock onto it at all. The time it took to chant a spell was already enough for it to escape. However, if they chose to ignore it, it wouldn't be long before Lin Chen's flame mages would suffer heavy casualties. It was important to note that in Lin Chen's eyes, the flame mages were quite precious. Although the heavy armored skeleton knights and the flame mages were both tier 5 units, their values were completely different. The former was a renewable resource capable of being summoned from the corpses on the battlefield after each battle. The flame mages, on the other hand, could only be recruited from the Mage Association after the weekly recruitment refresh. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, "All flame mages spread out. Ensure that each flame mage has 2 heavy armored skeleton knights for protection." Without any hesitation, Lin Chen made tactical arrangements. This way, even if they couldn't completely deal with the skeleton assassin, at least they could slow down its killing efficiency. Sure enough, under the protection of the heavy armored skeleton knights, the situation for the skeleton assassin began to become difficult. Even if it wanted to forcefully attack the flame mages, it would inevitably suffer attacks from the heavy armored skeleton knights. In this situation, the skeleton assassin's health continued to decline. However, these skeletal beings did not fear death. They executed commands like machines, completely indifferent to their own lives. In just 2 or 3 minutes, more than 10 flame mages had already died at the hands of this skeleton assassin. Yet, the latter still had more than half of its health remaining. At this rate, Lin Chen would lose at least 30 to 40 flame mages. This also made Lin Chen realize a problem. His current formation was somewhat difficult to deal with assassin-type units. If he had chosen control-type frost mages back then, it would have been a nightmare for the assassin. However, every unit had its own unique characteristics, and Lin Chen did not regret his choice. Fortunately, at that moment, Artoria finally broke free. Just as the skeletal assassin was about to strike again, Artoria raised her longsword without hesitation. Holy binding! A sacred light instantly enveloped the skeletal assassin, forcibly immobilizing it in place. The surrounding fire mages, of course, showed no mercy, quickly finishing their incantations, and explosive fireballs shot out towards it. Boom 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 boom, dozens of explosive fireballs instantly struck the skeletal assassin. The latter, with still more than half of its health bar, didn't even last a second before it was completely depleted. After dealing with the most troublesome skeletal assassin, the other skeletons were much easier to handle. With the heavily armored skeletal knights holding the front line, Lin Chen simply needed to command the fire mages to focus their fire and take them down one by one. Soon, under these circumstances, the skeletons fell one after another before Lin Chen. Although many heavily armored skeletal knights had also fallen on Lin Chen's side, he felt no sorrow at all. Finally, the last skeleton, under the concentrated fire of the fire mages, turned into a pile of white bone fragments. Looking at this scene, Li Bingqiu said in a daze, "Is it over?" However, Lin Chen shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Sure enough, just as Lin Chen's words fell, an abnormal change occurred before them. All the bones on the ground seemed to be drawn by some force, flying towards the same direction. In the end, unexpectedly, these bones reassembled, forming a skeletal giant that stood 6 to 7 meters tall. Gazing at the skeletal giant, which was as tall as 2 or 3 stories, a look of astonishment appeared in Li Bingqiu's eyes. The next second, the attributes of the skeletal giant also appeared before them. Skeletal Giant Platinum level BOSS level 45 health 350,000 attack power 1470 to 2280 defense 1050 skills Bone Slam Death Charge Soul Hammer. A skeletal giant formed from the bones of countless powerful beings possessing devastating power. It will mercilessly crush its enemies beneath its feet, throwing bodies and shattered remains in all directions. Li Bingqiu clearly did not expect that this skeletal giant would be a level 45 platinum level boss. Not only was its level 5 levels higher than that of the Bone Spirit Mage, but its health also reached an astonishing 350,000 points. Heavily armored skeletal knights charge. Facing the boss before them, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately ordered his heavily armored skeletal knights to charge. Even the skeletal knights riding bone horses appeared as small as dwarfs before the skeletal giant. "You cannot stop me." the skeletal giant roared with a voice like thunder. Immediately after, it swung its giant axe forward with great force. These heavily armored skeletal knights, even before getting close, were violently sent flying by the giant axe, crashing heavily to the ground, their bodies shattering apart. Even against the 5th-tier heavily armored units, this skeletal giant could still easily kill them in an instant. However, looking at the scene before him, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He never believed that these heavily armored skeleton knights could take down the skeletal giant in front of him. If it were that easy, then a platinum-level boss would be too weak. Lin Chen's true purpose was merely to buy time, allowing the fire mage to gain some space to deal damage. Just as the skeletal giant was being forcibly held back, the fire mage launched an attack without hesitation. Hundreds of explosive fireballs rained down towards the skeletal giant. Boom 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 boom. Boom, -389, -374, -286. A series of blood-red damage numbers appeared above the skeletal giant's head. It must be said that the fire mage's damage was quite impressive. Just one round of concentrated fire directly took away over 40,000 of the skeletal giant's health. The skeletal giant's health bar visibly dropped. Damn it, humans! The skeletal giant suddenly raised its head, and the soul fire in its eye sockets burned fiercely. Immediately, a ghostly green heavy hammer materialized in mid-air. Before Lin Chen could react, the hammer came crashing down into the void. Thud! Accompanied by a dull thud, all the troops under Lin Chen fell into a state of dizziness. Clearly, this was the skeletal giant's skill, Soul Hammer. This skill, while it dealt no damage, could force all enemy troops participating in the attack into a state of mandatory dizziness. Moreover, the dizziness lasted for as long as 10 seconds. Go to hell! The skeletal giant swung its massive axe again, sending another group of heavily armored skeleton knights flying. 10 seconds was enough for the skeletal giant to charge right in front of the fire mage. However, at that moment, a group of 4th-tier knights charged directly at the skeletal giant, timely blocking its path. It turned out that after Lin Chen's troops were stunned, Li Bingqiu led her troops to forcefully engage. She did this merely to buy Lin Chen enough time. I didn't expect you to be somewhat useful. Lin Chen glanced at Li Bingqiu and said with a light smile. Of course, Li Bingqiu raised her head proudly. I'm quite smart, you know? A few seconds later, Lin Chen's troops finally recovered from their dizziness. The heavily armored skeleton knights charged again. The fire mage began to chant spells once more. Even though the skeletal giant's attacks were fierce, it still couldn't break free from the encirclement of the heavily armored skeleton knights. In this situation, it could only watch helplessly as its health rapidly declined. 300,000, 250,000, 200,000, 150,000. Finally, under the relentless concentrated fire of Lin Chen's troops, the skeletal giant's health dropped below 100,000. You cannot escape the curse of death. The soul fire in the skeletal giant's eye sockets burned fiercely again. Immediately, black energy waves spread outwards. This black energy seemed to possess a strong corrosive property. Any heavily armored skeleton knight that came into contact with the black energy quickly decayed and fell apart. This was the skeletal giant's killing move, Death Shock. Just one round of Death Shock directly killed over 100 heavily armored skeleton warriors. Even Lin Chen did not expect that this skill could unleash such terrifying power. Fortunately, even this skeletal giant seems unable to continuously unleash the Yi Death Shock. Another group of heavily armored skeleton knights charged forward again, surrounding the skeletal giant. At this moment, even Li Bingqiu, who stood beside Lin Chen, couldn't help but exclaim, "Your skeleton soldiers are really too shameless, they just can't be killed. If I were the boss, I'd be driven to depression by you. What you said is not right." Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "It's clearly an advantage in numbers. How can you say I'm shameless?" While the two were talking, the skeletal giant's health had already dropped below 50,000. Then, with another round of concentrated fire from the flame mages, the skeletal giant's health finally hit zero. Its massive body then crashed to the ground. It's over. Seeing the skeletal giant completely dead, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. I have to say, this skeletal giant was somewhat tricky. In this battle, Lin Chen had lost at least 400 heavily armored skeleton knights. His skeleton army had been directly reduced to only half of its original size. Even for him, this was quite a significant loss. Afterwards, Lin Chen stepped forward and tentatively searched the skeletal giant's corpse. However, as he had expected, he found nothing. Because, strictly speaking, this skeletal giant was a special boss that only appeared in hidden storylines. It was normal for it to drop nothing. However, Li Bingqiu was somewhat unconvinced and indignantly said, "This boss is too poor, right? At least drop a strategic treasure to make it worthwhile. A dignified platinum-level boss, and it dies without dropping a single hair, is that reasonable?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He then calmly replied, "There's no need to fuss over this, the rewards from this hidden storyline are far more valuable than one or two Strategic treasures. Li Bingqiu was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "Huh? Is the hidden storyline over already?" "Of course, look over there." Lin Chen turned around and pointed towards the direction of the original tombstone. They saw an old Manhwa coffin slowly breaking through the soil beneath the tombstone appearing before them. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately chose to step forward. "Wait for me." After realizing, Li Bingqiu quickly followed suit. Soon, the two arrived in front of the coffin. Looking at the coffin before them, a hint of curiosity appeared in Li Bingqiu's eyes. "What exactly is inside this coffin? Let's open it and see."
After saying this, Lin Chen reached out his hand, ready to open the coffin himself. Creak with a light sound, the coffin in front of Lin Chen was directly opened. At the moment the coffin was opened, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but hold her breath. Subsequently, the scene inside the coffin appeared before the two of them. Inside the coffin lay a skeleton. However, the bones of this skeleton were as white as jade, without a single flaw. If skeletons could be judged by beauty, this one could definitely be considered extraordinarily handsome. Aside from this skeleton, the coffin contained only a tattered parchment scroll. Lin Chen unreservedly reached out and picked up the parchment scroll quickly, scanning it in front of him. Li Bingqiu, curious, asked, "What does it say?" "You can take a look yourself," Lin Chen said, tossing the parchment scroll to Li Bingqiu after reading it. To be honest, even if he hadn't browsed the scroll, he could roughly guess its contents, because what was recorded on this parchment scroll was entirely the self-narrative of the bone spirit mage. After hiding in the bone forest, he still did not give up on his research of bone magic. Due to his own powerful strength, all the adventurers who entered the bone forest to hunt him down ended up dead at his hands and became his experimental subjects. His ultimate goal was to create a truly perfect skeletal being. In his eyes, a perfect skeletal being, besides possessing immense power, must also have human intelligence. Otherwise, no matter how strong a creature was, it would be no different from a beast. Such a result was naturally unacceptable to the bone spirit mage. The reason the bone spirit mage was so stubborn in wanting to create a perfect skeletal being was precisely because only in this way could he prove that his research direction was not wrong. Sometimes, the line between genius and madness is often very thin. Throughout this process, the bone spirit mage experienced countless failures. Even the skeletal beings transformed from the corpses of those strong individuals were merely beasts with power, but no intelligence. Once they lost control, they would become monsters that only knew how to kill. Time and again, these failures left the bone spirit mage disheartened. In the end, he even attempted to splice together the bones of many powerful individuals to create a skeletal giant with terrifying strength. However, the most critical problem remained unresolved. How to give skeletal beings intelligence became a conundrum he could never solve. Finally, through a chance opportunity, the bone spirit mage obtained the body of a top-tier powerhouse. Having acquired this body, he felt as if he had found a treasure. The bone spirit mage expended countless precious materials and used all his life's efforts to refine this powerhouse's body into a skeleton. He named this skeleton Ugsar, the name of the god of death in ancient mythology. It is easy to imagine how high the bone spirit mage's expectations were for this skeleton. However, what he did not expect was that the skeleton he had refined did not, like other skeletal beings, give birth to its own consciousness. This skeleton, which he had high hopes for, seemed merely to be an empty shell. Soon, a bold guess was born in the depths of the bone spirit mage's heart. If this skeleton was viewed as an empty shell, did it mean that as long as the consciousness of a living person was implanted within, it could give birth to intelligence? In this way, he could truly create a perfect skeletal life that possessed both immense power and human thought. However, how to transplant the consciousness of a living person into this skeleton became another dilemma faced by the bone spirit mage. It was under such circumstances that a more insane thought was born in the heart of the bone spirit mage. He wanted to transplant his own consciousness into this skeleton. It should be noted that he himself was an anomaly. The failure of a magical experiment had transformed him into a skeletal life form. Because of this, his consciousness was completely stored within the soul crystal in his skull. As long as he could transplant this soul crystal onto this skeleton, the latter might gain intelligence, and he would be reborn in another way. Although the plan was good, the bone spirit mage lacked the courage to execute it. After all of this was his speculation. If the experiment failed, he would fall into an abyss of no return. All his previous efforts would turn to smoke. It was precisely for this reason that he dared not take the gamble. Thus, the bone spirit mage set up such a trap, burying this skeleton here and laying down mechanisms that could only be activated with his soul crystal. In this way, even if he died one day, someone would discover his secret and find this buried skeleton. Similarly, only by embedding his soul crystal into this skeleton could there be a possibility of revival. Although the bone spirit mage had already died, he could return from hell in another identity. This guy really is a madman. After reading the contents of the parchment, even Li Bingchu couldn't help but show a hint of shock in his eyes.
A madman, but also a genius.
Lin Chen said he has spent his whole life striving for one thing, which is to create the perfect skeletal life. Soon, his ideal will be realized. After saying this, Lin Chen directly reached out and took the soul crystal that was originally embedded in the tombstone.
He then gently placed it in the coffin on the forehead of the skeleton. The next second, an incredible scene unfolded. The soul crystal transformed into countless white threads, merging into the skull of this skeleton. Watching the phenomenon before him, a hint of astonishment flashed in Li Bingchu's eyes. Completely unaware of what was happening, time passed by second by second.
After about 20 to 30 seconds, the skeleton before them finally moved.
Crack,
crack, accompanied by the sound of bones interlocking, the skeleton slowly sat up. In its eye sockets, a ghostly green flame of the soul ignited, and its cold gaze turned towards Lin Chen.
Human, did you awaken me? It was I who awakened you, granting you a second life.
Lin Chen met the gaze of the skeleton without hesitation and calmly said, therefore, from
now on, you will fight for me, and I shall be your only master.
After Lin Chen spoke these words, the soul fire within the skeleton's eye
sockets flickered violently.
Finally, the dancing soul fire gradually calmed down. The skeleton, however, spoke with great confusion. Who am
I?
Lin Chen smiled as if he had long anticipated this question and replied lightly, your name is Ugsar, the god of the undead in ancient mythology and the future skeleton king. Ugsar, this was the name given to the skeleton by the bone spirit mage. To some extent, Lin Chen had
inherited his will. My name is Ugsar? Upon hearing this name, the skeleton seemed to be activated.
The confusion in his eyes gradually faded
away. Then, he directly knelt on one knee before Lin Chen and firmly said, Great Master, from now on, Ugsar is willing to fight for you.
Watching this scene unfold, Li Bingchu was completely stunned.
Is this even possible?
She tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered, what exactly is
going on? You just subdued this skeleton like that? What else could I do?
Lin Chen turned his head and spoke in a voice only Li Bingchu could hear.
Actually, this hidden storyline has two endings.
Right now, although he possesses the consciousness of the bone spirit mage, he has lost all
his memories.
If this guy were to learn his true identity, he would choose to kill us.
By the way, this skeleton's strength is equivalent to a level 50 diamond grade boss.
Upon hearing this, Li Bingchu's pupils suddenly constricted. She clearly did not expect that the skeleton before her could possess such formidable strength. A level 50 diamond grade boss meant that he was far stronger than the previous skeleton giant.
Then, Lin
Chen said slowly, as for the second ending of this hidden storyline, it is to let this guy accept a new identity.
In that case, he will see you as his leader and choose to pledge loyalty to you. Li Bingchu couldn't help but widen her eyes. There's such a method?
Lin Chen smiled and
said nothing.
Although this choice seemed simple, for players who did not know the correct answer, it was not guaranteed they could make the
right choice.
After Ugsar chose to recognize Lin Chen as his master, his attribute panel appeared before the latter. Hero, Ugsar S-Class Hero. Title, Skeleton King Level, 1 Health, 750 Mana, 150 Attack, 140 to 230 Defense, 70 Strength, 90 Agility, 55 Intelligence, 85. Just as Lin
Chen had predicted, this skeleton named Ugsar was indeed an S-Class hero. His basic attributes fully met the standards of an S-Class hero. However, what Lin Chen truly valued was not Ugsar's basic attributes, but his yet-to-be-awakened skills.
With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately opened the auction house to check the prices of hero experience books. A beginner hero experience book provides 1,000 hero experience points and is
priced around 500 gold coins.
An intermediate hero experience book provides 5,000 hero experience points and is priced around 3,000 gold coins. The advanced hero experience book can provide 20,000 hero experience points with a market price of around 18,000 gold coins.
The higher the level of
the hero experience book, the more expensive it becomes. Especially for advanced hero experience books, the conversion rate means that 1 point
of experience is equivalent to 1 gold coin.
After all, each hero has a daily limit on the number of hero experience books they can use.
Such a high
unit price is naturally not something an ordinary lord can afford. However, for Lin Chen, it was nothing at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly purchased 100 advanced hero experience books.
Lin Chen didn't even blink as he spent 1.8 million.
To him, money was just a
string of numbers.
The only thing that made Lin Chen feel frustrated was that the Ugsar in front of him, clearly a level 50 diamond level boss, had turned into a level 1 hero after being recruited by him. Could it be that this was the legendary phenomenon of becoming 10 times stronger
when corrupted and 3 points weaker when purified?
Subsequently, Lin Chen wasted no time and directly used the advanced hero experience books
on Ugsar.
Ding, you have successfully used the Advanced Hero Experience book. Your hero Ugsar gains 20,000 hero experience.
Ding, you
have successfully used the Advanced Hero Experience book. Your hero Ugsar gains 20,000 hero experience.
Ding, you have successfully used.
The system prompt echoed continuously in Lin Chen's ears.
The white light of leveling up also shone constantly on Ugsar.
With such a massive supply of experience, Ugsar's level rose all the way to level
17. In addition, Ugsar also comprehended 3 skills at once.
Hero Ugsar successfully comprehended the skill
Bone Throne.
Hero Ugsar successfully comprehended the skill
Bone Blade.
Hero Ugsar
successfully comprehended the skill Summon Bone Giant.
Then, Lin Chen directly opened Ugsar's attribute panel to check the specific descriptions of these 3 skills.
Skill Bone Throne passive skill.
Description: the skeleton troops commanded by Ugsar gain plus 20% attack power, plus 20% defense, plus 20% attack speed, and plus 20% movement speed.
10% of the damage dealt by all skeleton troops will automatically convert to true damage.
After seeing the description of this skill, a flash of excitement involuntarily crossed Lin Chen's eyes, and even his breathing quickened.
This was exactly the skill he had been looking forward to. Bone Throne, an absolute passive divine skill.
Even heroes of the same race have their own specialties. Take the undead heroes as an example.
Like Count Dracula, who excels at commanding vampires.
Master Lich Clair, who excels at commanding corpse mages. Rage of the Undead, who excels at commanding ghouls and zombies. Only the right hero paired with the right troops can unleash the strongest
power.
As for the skeletal king Ugsar that Lin Chen had just recruited, there was no doubt that he was the hero best suited to command skeleton troops, and one could even say there was no one better. The passive skill Bone Throne not only significantly enhances the attributes of the skeleton units, but more importantly, it can also convert a portion of the skeleton units' damage into true damage. It is worth noting that the vast majority of skeleton units are not of a very high rank. In this situation, the damage of skeleton units is generally not high. Lin Chen remembers that in his previous life, many lords liked to use the skeleton sea tactic. This is because skeleton soldiers are easy to produce and can be accumulated in large numbers. Even without the special treasure skull of the
Skeleton King, Ghost Lords can still use soul summoning to transform corpses into skeleton soldiers. However, those transformed through soul summoning can only be the lowest level skeleton soldiers,
and cannot be fused or upgraded into higher level skeleton units. But even so, it is already enough.
Once the number of skeleton soldiers accumulates to a certain extent, they can achieve the effect of many ants biting to death an elephant.
Moreover, as cannon fodder, losing skeleton soldiers does not cause any heartache.
Therefore, many Ghost Lords quickly gained an advantage in the early game
by relying on the skeleton sea tactic. However, by the mid-game, the decline of this tactic began to gradually reveal itself.
With the increase in unit levels, skeleton soldiers appeared increasingly weak in front of other high-tier units.
Even when facing a 4th-tier heavy knight, the skeleton soldiers' attacks could not break through the opponent's defenses.
In this situation, quantity no longer held any significance.
Thus, the skeleton sea tactic was abandoned by the vast majority of Ghost Lords.
However, there are always exceptions. Some Ghost Lords still insisted on using the skeleton sea tactic and made innovations and improvements.
They utilized the characteristics of heroes or treasures to grant skeleton soldiers greater combat power. While other Ghost Lords had cannon fodder
units, these individuals could even surround and slaughter dragons.
The ghost hero Ugsar perfectly matched the skeleton sea tactic.
The skeleton units under his command not only received attribute
boosts but also possess true damage. What is true damage? It is damage that can ignore defenses. This means that even a 1st-tier skeleton soldier can break through the defenses of a 9th-tier dragon
and forcefully inflict damage.
It is no exaggeration to say that whether it is angels, demons, or dragons, as long as the number of skeleton soldiers is sufficient, there is nothing that cannot be killed. From the moment Lin Chen saw the introduction of the skill Bone Throne, he had already made up his mind. From now on, his skeleton army would be entrusted to Ugsar for command.
Lin Chen
believed that this hero, paired with the treasure skull of the Skeleton King, would definitely allow his skeleton army to unleash its strongest power. Immediately after, Lin Chen checked Ugsar's other 2 skills. Skill: Bone Magic Blade. Active skill introduction. Ugsar draws his own rib as a blade and applies bone magic to it, transforming it into a bone magic blade.
When Ugsar wields the
Bone Magic Blade, he will gain a 35% attack bonus, a 25% critical hit rate bonus, and a 25% critical damage bonus. At the same time, enemies hit by the Bone Magic Blade will suffer from the Bone Curse, with a 10% reduction in all attributes.
After seeing the introduction of this skill, even Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback.
It must be said that Ugsar is indeed a ruthless
character, actually using his own rib as a weapon. However, the strength of this skill is undoubtedly impressive.
Not only can it bring an extremely significant enhancement to Ugsarl himself, but it
can also curse the enemy, weakening their strength. It's simply unfair.
As for the third skill, Lin Chen could roughly guess it without even looking at the description.
Skill, Summon Bone Giant, active.
Skill, description. After using this skill, it can summon a bone giant that completely obeys Ugsarl's commands. Moreover, the specific attributes of the bone giant depend on Ugsarl's hero level.
Bone.
Throne, Bone Demon Blade, Summon Bone Giant. None of these three skills are useless. Ugsarl truly deserves the title of S-level hero.
Calculating, this is already the third S-level hero under
Lin Chen's command. The skeleton army under Lin Chen has finally found a suitable commander. As for Li Bingqiu beside him, she was so shocked by Lin Chen's operation that she was left speechless.
If I'm not mistaken, this guy was only level 1 just a few seconds ago, right? Li Bingqiu said in a daze. Where did you get so many hero experience books?
Of course, I bought them. Lin Chen glanced at her and casually explained, it didn't cost much, just under 2 million.
Li Bingqiu? You call that not spending much?
Sorry, poverty has limited my imagination.
Having money really does allow one to do as they please.
Then, Lin Chen directly displayed Ugsarl's attributes in front of Li Bingqiu. Clearly, Ugsarl was only level 17, but in terms of basic attributes, he was already close to her rose swordsman, Kalen. Even Li Bingqiu had to admit that compared to S-level heroes, A-level heroes were indeed lacking quite a bit. Li Bingqiu took a deep breath and said, "Congratulations. You've obtained another S-level hero." "Actually, S-level heroes aren't that great," Lin Chen replied. "The key is to find one that suits you and choose based on your development path."
Upon hearing
this, Li Bingqiu felt like she had 1,000 complaints to voice. However, she held back. After all, Lin Chen was indeed qualified to say this.
You have to know, this guy could casually give away S-level hero recruitment tokens just because he had no use for them himself.
Just then, Lin Chen spoke again. "If you hadn't brought me to this place, I really might not have remembered this hidden
storyline."
Li Bingqiu was slightly taken aback, then teased with a smile. "What?
Is the boss planning to give me a raise? What's the point of a raise?"
Lin Chen smiled and changed the subject. "I have a way to help the heroes under you upgrade from A-level to S-level.
Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Li Bingqiu was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "Is there really such a method?"
Lin Chen said, "Of course. You go to Emperor Light City, find the swordsmanship master Olet, and have your heroes pass his trial.
As long as you can
successfully pass, he will take your heroes for training. The training will take about 3 days, and once it's over, your heroes will be able to successfully upgrade from a rank to S rank." Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement immediately crossed Li Bingqiu's eyes. She had no doubt about the truth of Lin Chen's words. After all, Lin Chen had verified several times that everything he said was true. If that's the case, then she must seize this opportunity firmly. If she could really upgrade the Rose Swordsman from a rank to S rank, it would be a significant enhancement to her strength.
However, Li Bingqiu quickly thought of something else and asked, "Then, will the difficulty of this trial be very high?" "Of course, there is difficulty," Lin Chen replied. "The key point is that this trial is only for heroes. In other words, even if your troops are strong, they cannot participate in the trial." "I see." Li Bingqiu tentatively asked, "Do you think the Rose Swordsman has a chance to pass the trial?" Lin Chen bluntly said, "No chance." "You are very straightforward." Li Bingqiu pouted and said, "Since there's no chance, why do you want me to try?" "I only said there's no chance, not that there's no way." After saying this, Lin Chen directly handed a potion to Li Bingqiu and said, "As long as your hero takes this potion, you will have a chance to pass the trial." "This is the dark potion?" Upon seeing the familiar potion in her hand, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but be slightly stunned, because what Lin Chen handed her was indeed the dark potion. "You should know the effects of the dark potion," Lin Chen said lightly. "After a hero takes the dark potion, they will enter a demonic state, gaining a 50% boost to all attributes, and their attacks will also deal an additional 10% dark attribute damage, lasting for 15 minutes. However, the dark potion is also a double-edged sword. After the effect ends, the hero will enter an 8-hour weakened state, with a 70% reduction in all attributes. Moreover, taking the dark potion repeatedly in a short period will have irreversible effects on the hero. The high price of the dark potion is not without reason. In the previous life, the dark potion could be considered a god-tier potion in the early to mid-game. Many people would have their heroes take the dark potion when clearing dungeons or during first kills of bosses, thus gaining significantly stronger power in a short time. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Li Bingqiu finally understood his intention and immediately said, "I understand, thank you for your reminder." Lin Chen said, "I hope that when I see you next time, your hero will have been upgraded to S rank. Also, in a few days, the dark potion will be available on the market. It has been several days now, so there should be some stock, right?" Li Bingqiu nodded immediately. "That's for sure. Since you've decided, I'll arrange it shortly." Good." Lin Chen
Continued, also find the location marked on the parchment scroll as soon as possible.
This matter is also urgent. Okay.
It should be noted that the parchment map obtained from Chen Bei was an opportunity that Lin Chen had never heard of in his previous life.
Therefore, he must seize this opportunity and never let it fall into the hands of others.
In the following days, Lin Chen focused his thoughts on Ugsar. After all, compared to Artoria and Kairan, Ugsar's level
was still a bit low. However, the potential of this hero was undoubtedly powerful.
Therefore, under these circumstances, Lin Chen naturally thought about
quickly raising Ugsar's level.
Whether it was farming monsters or going on dungeons, Lin Chen would make Ugsar the main commander, allowing him to gain the
bulk of the experience.
To be honest, for an ordinary lord, specializing in training a single hero was already quite difficult.
Not to mention, like Lin Chen,
training 3 heroes at the same time. Fortunately, Lin Chen's greatest advantage was his wealth. Every day, the high-level hero experience books were fully stocked. A hero could use up to 100 books a day, and Lin Chen was not shy about it, buying 300 high-level hero experience books every day.
Ugsar,
Artoria, and Kairan each received 2 million experience, sharing the wealth. Under these circumstances, the leveling speed of these 3 heroes was as fast
as a rocket. However, behind the rapid leveling was Lin Chen's expenditure flowing like water. A high-level hero experience book cost 18,000 gold coins. 300 books a day amounted to 5,400,000.
At this spending rate, 100 million would only last less than 20 days. Fortunately, during this time, Lin Chen's dark potions finally hit the auction house. Many lords immediately realized the value of the dark potions. Thus, these lords immediately began to frantically snatch up the dark potions on the market. The price of the dark potions also soared.
Priced at 2,000 gold coins by Lin Chen, it skyrocketed to 10,000 gold coins,
and it showed no signs of stopping. In Lin Chen's view, the reasons for this situation were only 2. The first reason was that rarity increases value. The second reason was that there were still too many wealthy players in the game.
Many people had already recognized the immense value hidden behind this game. In the eyes of these people, Lord Era was no longer just a simple game. However, with the large influx of dark potions into the market, the inflated price of the dark potions would soon cool down and eventually return to normal prices.
But even so, Lin Chen could
still earn a substantial profit from the dark potions. A pure profit of 100 million a year was no joke, but judging by Lin Chen's current spending
speed, 100 million a year seemed to be a bit insufficient.
Fortunately, his investments were ultimately yielding returns.
Under Lin Chen's frenzied
spending, Artoria's hero level had already reached level 40. Kairan's hero level had reached 37. Even Ugsar's hero level had reached 31.
Under these circumstances, Lin Chen had already given up on spending more money to level up his heroes, because there was no longer any need for it. Although he was quite wealthy, he wasn't at a point where he could squander money recklessly. Take Artoria as an example. After reaching level 40, Artoria needed at least several million experience points to level up. Spending several million to level up once was simply too low in cost effectiveness. Moreover, the levels of the 3 heroes under Lin Chen had already reached a satisfactory point for him. So, from now on, he just needed to level up slowly without
rushing for results. Then, Lin Chen stood within his territory and looked around.
The various buildings within the territory, such as the Pikeman Camp, Archer Training Camp, Mage Association, and other recruitment buildings, had all been upgraded to the highest level by Lin Chen.
This way, Lin Chen could ensure that he could recruit the maximum number of troops every week.
Regardless of the period in the game, the strength of the troops was a key measure of a lord's power. However, as the game progressed to the later stages, the time required to upgrade buildings increased.
For instance, right
now, the Lord's Mansion in Lin Chen's territory would take at least 7 days to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Once the Lord's Mansion reached level 7, he would be able to build the Griffin Cliff. It should be noted that the Griffin, as a tier 6 unit, was one of the few flying units available to humans in the early to mid-game. Furthermore, after upgrading the Griffin Cliff to level 5 or above, Lin Chen could spend resources to upgrade the Griffin to the Royal Griffin. The attributes of the Royal Griffin could even rival those of tier 7 units. Unfortunately, Lin Chen could only think about it for now. After all, he hadn't even upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 6 yet, let alone recruit Royal Griffins.
Calculating,
in another 5 days, the real transformation will arrive, Lin Chen murmured to himself as he glanced at the date.
The reason for his exclamation
was that in 5 days, all of humanity on Earth would be transported into the game world. This lordly world would completely replace the real world. Moreover, by that time, there would be earth-shattering changes within the game. Therefore, before the transformation arrived, he had to be fully prepared no matter what. Beep beep beep. Just as Lin Chen was deep in thought, a sudden message alert interrupted his train of thought.
He answered the communication and found it was from Li Bingchu. "Boss, we found it."
After the call was connected, Li Bingchu's excited voice came through.
Lin Chen's face showed a hint of confusion. "What did you find?"
"The location marked on the sheepskin map has been found," Li Bingchu said excitedly. "There's absolutely no mistake. The terrain recorded on the map is exactly the same as what we surveyed."
Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "How did you find it?"
"It was those dungeon hunters who found it," Li Bingchu explained. "I had each of them take a look at the sheepskin map and I promised them that whoever could find the location marked on the map would be rewarded with 1 million.
Boss, you won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you?
It must be said that having Li Bingchu recruit a team of dungeon hunters was one of the best decisions Lin Chen had made.
During this time, this team not
only provided him with several unexploited dungeons but also yielded unexpected gains.
"Of course not, you handled this matter well,"
Lin Chen said. "Come to me later to collect 2 million gold coins. 1 million as their reward and the other million as your bonus."
Li Bingchu smiled and replied, "Boss, you're so generous. Alright, stop flattering me. Just send me the coordinates of that location now."
It was no wonder Lin Chen seemed a bit anxious. After all, he didn't know if he was the only one with the sheepskin map, so it was best to hurry up to avoid being outpaced by other players.
Under Lin
Chen's urging, Li Bingchu quickly sent over the coordinates.
Then, Li Bingchu tentatively asked, "Boss, do you need us to come over too? Although our
contribution might not be significant, having one more person means one more strength." After hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and then said,
"Just bring Jinbei and Lin Mengmeng, no need to bring anyone else." He knew these two well enough. Even if he brought them along, there wouldn't be any conflicts of interest. Moreover, Lin Chen intended to let them hone their skills alongside him.
Although both Chenbei and Li Bingchu had great potential,
flowers raised in a greenhouse would never truly grow. "Okay, I understand,"
Li Bingchu said.
"I will make sure to bring them over as soon as possible." 6 hours later, following the coordinates, Lin Chen arrived at a canyon.
The canyon before him was majestic and winding. The steep and deep layers of earth resembled millions of books stacked together.
From a bird's eye view, the canyon twisted and turned, resembling a maze standing on the earth.
It must be said that this place was indeed not close to Lin Chen's territory. Even at full speed, it took him a full 6 hours to get here.
When he arrived,
Li Bingchu and the others had already been waiting for him for a long time. Even before he could greet them, Chenbei rushed over like a madman, howling like a wolf.
"Boss, we finally meet again. Ever since we parted last time, my longing for you has been like a rushing river, endless and unstoppable.
Truly, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Once you've seen the vast sea, no other water can compare. Apart from Mushan, there are no clouds.
Can you be normal for once?" Lin Chen's mouth twitched violently.
"Sorry, I got too excited and couldn't help but express my true feelings."
Chenbei grinned, looking quite embarrassed. It was then that
Lin Chen noticed that the hero following him had transformed into an S-rank orc leader.
Meanwhile, the rose swordsman beside Li Bingchu had also risen from A rank to S rank, their aura having undergone a
tremendous change, clearly having passed the trial. It seemed that both Li Bingchu and Chenbei had made significant progress during this time. As for Lin Mengmeng, there hadn't been any changes.
At that moment,
Li Bingchu began to explain to Lin Chen, "The canyon in front of us is the location marked on the sheepskin map.
If this is indeed a treasure map, then the treasure must be hidden within this canyon. Let's go in and take a look."
Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly led his troops into the canyon before him. Li Bingchu and the others quickly followed in his footsteps, walking into the canyon.
Just as they entered, a chilling wind suddenly
swept around them, and rustling sounds echoed from deep within the canyon. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand to stop the advancing group, quietly reminding them, "Be careful and prepare for battle."
It must be said that Lin Chen's reaction was quite sharp. Just as his words fell, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up in front of them. "Is this a hellhound?"
Li Bingchu looked ahead, and after seeing the appearance of the blood-eyed monsters, quickly overturned his guess. "No, wait.
This is a hell three-headed dog."
Hellhounds are a 4th-tier unit of the demon race.
The Hell three-headed dog is an upgraded version of the Hellhound, with attributes that can even rival 5th-tier units. The key point is that the number of Hell three-headed dogs before them was simply overwhelming. A dark mass stretched endlessly. "Boss, let me handle this." Chenbei volunteered and immediately ordered his troops to charge. The orc leader roared and activated his skill, Beast Blood Boiling. After the skill was activated, a blood-red glow enveloped all the orc troops. Clearly, the skill, Beast Blood Boiling, provided a significant attribute boost to the orc units. It is known that the orc race is the best at hard-hitting confrontations. Under the enhancement of Beast Blood Boiling, these orcs appeared incredibly fierce.
Even Lin Chen had to admit that Chenbei was indeed very talented. At this rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before he could become a prominent orc lord in all of Huaxia.
Li Bingchu and Lin Mengmeng were also not idle, joining the battle as well.
The rose swordsman Kalen took the lead, charging into the beast horde, and as her long sword danced, hell three-headed dogs were continuously slain. It was evident that Li Bingqiu had indeed followed Lin Chen's instructions and completed the trial of the swordsmanship master Olet, thus elevating Kalen from a rank to S rank. All her attributes had received a significant boost. The human troops led by Kalen performed just as well on the front lines as Chen Bei's orc army. As for Lin Mengming's performance, it was naturally somewhat inferior. In terms of hero rank and troop numbers, she could not compare to Li Bingqiu and Chen Bei. Fortunately, the girl had no jealousy. She had positioned herself as a support, content to simply provide buffs to her teammates. In this situation, Lin Chen hardly exerted himself, and nearly 1,000 units of hell three-headed dogs were completely wiped out by Li Bingqiu and the other two working together. Both Li Bingqiu and Chen Bei had already proven themselves to be capable lords. However, even so, Chen Bei still appeared like a sycophant in front of Lin Chen. After the battle ended, he even thoughtfully gathered all the corpses of the hell three-headed dogs together. Lin Chen glanced at him and smiled, saying, "You guy, if I don't give you a bit of salary, my conscience won't let me off." Chen Bei, however, cheerfully replied, "Whether I get paid or not doesn't matter, I'm definitely sticking to this big leg of the boss." Looking at Chen Bei like this, it was clear he had already decided to follow Lin Chen, and there was no shaking him off. However, for Lin Chen, this was also a good thing. Then, he turned his head to face the mountain of corpses before him and directly used the ability of the Skull King's skull. Immediately, a black magic circle appeared, and one skeleton after another walked out from the formation. The corpses of 1,000 hellhounds transformed into 4,000 first-tier skeletons. 4,000 first-tier skeletons could at least merge into 250 fifth-tier heavy armored skeleton knights. In other words, the conversion ratio was about 4 to 1. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with such a ratio. After expanding his army, Lin Chen immediately said, "Let's continue deeper into the canyon. We've just entered the canyon and already encountered so many demonic creatures. It seems this place is even more dangerous than we imagined. Getting the treasure on the sheepskin map won't be easy either." Chen Bei, however, spoke confidently, "What does it matter? No matter how many demonic creatures are here, we'll just sweep through with our army." Li Bingqiu glanced at him and said, "Alright then, we'll retreat first. You take your army to clear this place and then call us back." Wait, good sister, I'm just trying to boost morale." Chen Bei immediately changed his expression at lightning speed, smiling broadly, "I'm just a little brother tagging along with you guys. If you leave me here alone, it won't be of any use." As they talked, they moved deeper into the canyon. After about 10 minutes of walking, the second wave of demonic creatures finally appeared before them. It's the fire demon and the ice demon. Li Bingqiu cast a reconnaissance spell and quickly said, "There are 700 units of each type. They might not be easy to deal with." Both the fire demon and the ice demon are upgraded versions of the 5th-tier major demons. The ice demon excels at control, while the fire demon excels at output. When these two types of demons team up, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At that moment, Lin Mengmeng suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out behind us. There are demonic creatures approaching from behind." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned, then instinctively turned to look back. They saw dozens of large spiders that had somehow circled around behind them. These spiders were not only massive, but their abdomens were also incredibly swollen, as if something inside was wriggling. Seeing these large spiders, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Drawing on his past life experience, he immediately recognized these demonic creatures. If he remembered correctly, these large spiders were the 7th-tier units of the demon race, the Demon Spider Queen. This unit was not a conventional one but a hidden unit of the demon race. Only by obtaining the construction blueprint for the evil spider nest and building it within their territory could one qualify to recruit the Demon Spider Queen. Moreover, the Demon Spider Queen is considered one of the most disgusting units of the demon race by countless players. The reason lies in the characteristics of the Demon Spider Queen. Its combat ability is not particularly strong, but it can continuously produce spider eggs. These spider eggs can hatch into small spiders in just a few seconds. The demon spiders that burst forth from the eggs have attributes equivalent to 5th-tier units. If it were just that, the Demon Spider Queen might not be so repulsive. The key point is that these demon spiders will self-destruct. Faced with the Demon Spider Queen, most players would definitely think of eliminating the source first. But once they prepare to directly attack the Demon Spider Queen, these demon spiders will self-destruct, causing massive damage to the surrounding enemies. Those ordinary lords have no special means to deal with them and often have to pay a huge price to kill the Demon Spider Queen. It is precisely because of this that they find this type of troop extremely disgusting. Looking at the dozens of 7th-tier Demon Spider Queens, Chen Bei couldn't help but frown and said, "When did these big spiders get behind us?" Lin Chen pointed to the rock walls on both sides and calmly said, "Don't forget, spiders can crawl on the rock walls." Li Bingqiu gritted her teeth and said softly, "So now we are indeed caught in a pincer attack." However, there was no trace of fear on Lin Chen's face. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle this little scene." Then, Lin Chen calmly commanded, "Shinbei, your orc legion is too heavy, so don't participate in the battle. Stay back and protect the rear. Li Bingqiu, take your troops to the flank and wait for the right moment. Once I create a suitable opportunity for you, you can strike. Lin Mengmeng, you don't have any special tasks, just focus on buffing everyone's troops." Although Li Bingqiu and Chen Bei were both renowned lords in their past lives, they had not yet grown in this life. In terms of combat experience and tactical thinking, Lin Chen was far ahead of them. Therefore, in this situation, it was naturally Lin Chen who took charge of the command. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly ordered Ugsar to lead his heavy armored skeleton knights into the charge. "I will make you feel the fear of death." Ugsar drew one of his ribs and transformed it into a skeletal magic blade. At the same time, he used skeletal magic to summon a skeletal giant. He then led the skeletal giant, along with a group of heavy armored skeleton knights, charging towards the direction of the flame demon and ice demon. At that moment, the demonic creatures in front of them did not hesitate to strike. Ice purgatory, hellfire. In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes suddenly grew from the ground. These ice spikes pierced into the bodies of the heavy armored skeleton warriors. Although the damage was not high, it forcibly altered the terrain. Moreover, the cold air emitted by the ice spikes greatly slowed down the speed of the heavy armored skeleton knights. Watching this scene, Chen Bei finally understood why Lin Chen did not let his orc troops participate in the battle. The orc race was known for its heaviness. Although they were strong, they were slow to move. If they entered the area covered by ice purgatory, they would be no different from live targets. Lin Chen did not want them to suffer unnecessary casualties, so he chose to have his troops stay in place on standby. Before the skeleton army could shake off the effects of ice purgatory, hellfire ignited beneath their feet. Compared to ice purgatory, the damage from hellfire was significantly higher. Each burn could take away a portion of the heavy armored skeleton knight's health. In this situation, it was likely that before this group of heavy armored skeleton knights could charge in front of the enemy, they would already suffer heavy casualties. However, Lin Chen would certainly not just watch his troops die in vain. This group of charging heavy armored skeleton knights was merely a decoy to draw fire. The group of flame mages standing behind him was his real trump card. After days of recruitment, the number of flame mages in Lin Chen's army had reached over 400. Flame mages, shatter them for me. With Lin Chen's command, these 400 flame mages simultaneously began to chant their spells. Immediately, hundreds of explosive fireballs formed and surged forward, roaring towards the demonic creatures in front of them. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions. These explosive fireballs turned the area into a sea of flames. This round of concentrated fire directly killed over 200 flame demons and ice demons. It should be noted that the total number of flame demons and ice demons in front of them was only about 1,400. This round of attack from the flame mages effectively reduced their numbers by 1/7. More importantly, the formation of these demons was forcibly shattered. Lin Chen turned to Li Bingqiu. "The opportunity has come." "Understood." Li Bingqiu nodded in understanding and immediately ordered Kailan to lead the human troops to launch an attack from the flank. Her troops charged straight in, quickly breaking into the enemy's camp. The situation before them soon became even more chaotic. Before these demonic creatures could organize an effective counterattack, the second wave of the flame mages' assault arrived. Hundreds of fireballs came crashing down again. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before this group of demonic creatures completely collapsed. On the other side, the demon spider queen had already begun to frantically breed demon spiders. The swollen abdomen of the demon spider queen split open, and round spider eggs rolled out from the opening, quickly hatching within seconds and rushing towards their direction. It should be noted that the breeding ability of the demon spider queen was quite terrifying. In just a few dozen seconds, it had already produced hundreds of demon spiders. Large swaths of demon spiders surged in like a tide. In this situation, they had to blot this group of demon spiders. Otherwise, once the demon spiders got close to their troops, they would immediately self-destruct. The damage caused by that would be incalculable. The heavily armored skeleton knights riding skeletal warhorses charged towards the demon spiders. Bang 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 bang. Immediately, this group of demon spiders chose to self-destruct. After the demon spiders self-destructed, countless dark green venom sprayed out from their shattered bodies. The corrosiveness of this dark green venom was extremely strong. Even the heavily armored skeleton knights, clad in heavy armor, would be instantly corroded to the point of leaving no bones behind upon contact with this venom. However, Lin Chen had already thought of how to deal with this group of demon spider queens. He waved
his hand and directly issued orders to the green dragons behind him to launch an attack on the group of demon spider queens below. To be honest, since Lin Chen summoned these 10 9th-tier green dragons, he had rarely let them participate in battles. After all, these green dragons were non-renewable resources. If a few of them accidentally died, he would truly feel heartbroken. However, now was the time for these green dragons to play their role. The 10 green dragons flapped their massive wings and soared into the air, quickly flying above the group of demon spider queens. Then, they opened their massive mouths, and wind elements gathered in their mouths to form explosive wind bullets, shooting down towards the demon spider queens below. Bang 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 bang. The lethality of these explosive wind bullets was extremely terrifying, and they dealt area damage. One explosive wind bullet could directly injure 2 or even 3 demon spider queens, and at the very least, it would take away a third of their health. This was the suppression of troop levels. So what if these demon spider queens were 7th-tier troops? They were facing the 9th-tier green dragons. Moreover, the more important point was that their methods had no effect on the green dragons. Because the green dragons were flying troops, the demon spiders hatched by the demon spider queens could not attack the green dragons at all. Even if they chose to self-destruct, the venom could not splash onto the green dragons. Although the demon spider queen was a disgusting troop type, this time they had encountered their nemesis. Under the roars of the green dragons, one demon spider queen after another fell beneath the explosive wind bullets. The demon spiders they hatched also dwindled, unable to pose any threat to Lin Chen's troops anymore. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen's troops achieved victory on both sides of the battlefield. The flame demons and ice demons were all annihilated. The demon spider queens were also completely wiped out. The price Lin Chen paid was merely a few hundred heavy armored skeleton knights. Only half of the heavy armored skeleton knights were killed by the flame demon and the ice demon. The other half of the heavy armored skeleton knights all died under the self-detonation of the demon spider. This is enough to show just how disgusting the demon spider queen is. Lin Chen said, "Alright, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. Remember to pile the corpses together so I can easily convert them." Chen Bei chuckled, "Don't worry, boss, this little task is on me. Following the boss means comfort, there's no need to exert ourselves. Just come out to clean up the battlefield after it's all over." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I just don't want you to die for nothing. When it's time for you to put in effort, you still have to do your part." "Of course." Chen Bei immediately replied, "As long as the boss says a word, even if all the soldiers die, I will definitely charge into battle with you." Just as Chen Bei was still pledging his loyalty, Li Bingchu's voice suddenly came over. "Lin Chen, come take a look, these demon spider queens exploded something." Lin Chen immediately turned his head and asked, "What did they explode?" "It seems to be a construction blueprint." Li Bingchu immediately handed the blueprint she had just picked up to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a glance, and his eyes immediately lit up. Because this was the construction blueprint for the evil spider nest. Construction blueprint, evil spider nest, special item, description. This construction blueprint can only be used within the territory of the demon race, under the condition that the Lord's mansion reaches level 7. Using this construction blueprint will build a special building, evil spider nest. Resources required for construction: 50 million food, 50 million wood, 50 million stone, 20 million silver coins. Lin Chen said, "This blueprint is a good thing. When the time is right, putting it up for auction could easily fetch several tens of millions." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Li Bingchu's face. Several tens of millions? It's that valuable? Of course, the demon spider queen is a hidden tier 7 unit, and its utility is immense, allowing for countless tactics to be developed around this unit. Lin Chen calmly said, "No demon Lord could possibly miss out on this construction blueprint, so it will definitely fetch a high price. It's just a pity that none of us can make use of it." After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Li Bingchu finally understood the value of this architectural blueprint. She then asked, "Do you need me to take this blueprint to the auction house?" "Not for now," Lin Chen replied. "This is a level 7 architectural blueprint, and at this stage, no one can really use it. Besides, I'm not short on these tens of millions. If there's an opportunity, let's see if we can trade this architectural blueprint for something useful to us." To Lin Chen, money was just a number. What he truly wanted were things that could enhance his strength. At that moment, Lin Mengming's voice also rang out. "Brother Lin Chen, there are 2 more architectural blueprints here." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. 2 more architectural blueprints? He had originally thought that finding 1 blueprint was already a pleasant surprise. It seemed that there were indeed many good things on the demon creatures in this canyon. "Let me see them." Lin Chen immediately reached out and took the 2 architectural blueprints from Lin Mengming's hands. Construction blueprint, Ice Magic Tower, special item, description. Under the condition that the Lord's mansion reaches level 5, using this construction blueprint will build a defensive structure, Ice Magic Tower.
Resources required for construction: 20 million food, 20 million wood, 15 million stone, 5 million silver coins. Construction blueprint: Flame Magic Tower. Special item description: under the condition that the Lord's Mansion reaches level 5, using this construction blueprint will build a defensive structure, Flame Magic Tower. Resources required for construction: 20 million food, 20 million wood, 15 million stone, 5 million silver coins. Both of these architectural blueprints are for defensive structures. It should be noted that buildings are categorized into barracks, functional buildings, resource buildings, and defensive buildings. Structures like walls and arrow towers fall under the category of defensive buildings. Once enemy troops attack the territory, these defensive buildings can naturally play their corresponding roles. In Lin Chen's previous life, every prominent figure would fortify their territory into an impregnable fortress. After all, the territory is the foundation for every lord. If the territory falls, it is not much different from dying. However, in the early stages of the game, very few people upgrade defensive buildings. This is because, in the early game, enemy invasions of territories are rare. In such circumstances, wasting too many resources and time on defensive buildings is simply not worth it. However, upon seeing these two blueprints, a hint of joy appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. These two defensive building blueprints might seem like a waste to others, but to him, they were rare treasures. Moreover, these two architectural blueprints would soon come in handy. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, I can definitely use these two architectural blueprints. Can you leave them for me? Li Bingqiu shrugged and replied, You're the boss, you decide. Lin Mengmeng also softly said, I have no objections. Chen Bei grinned, how could there be any objections? We're all just coasting along, and you're the only one putting in the most effort. Even if you take all the loot, I wouldn't mind at all. I wouldn't go that far. Lin Chen chuckled and said, You all can keep the materials from these demon creatures, they should sell for a good amount. After distributing the loot, the group continued deeper into the canyon. Soon, a fork in the road appeared before the four of them. 3 paths diverged, all leading into the unknown darkness, appearing unfathomably deep, with no end in sight. Boss, which way should we go now? Chen Bei turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. It was clear that these 3 paths were meant to force them to make a choice. The truly correct path was likely to be just one. How would I know? I'm not a fortune teller, Lin Chen replied calmly. But I can go take a look. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Isn't that too dangerous? It's not dangerous, Lin Chen said. I said I would go take a look, not that I would let you all go too. After saying this, he took out the deceiver's mask from his backpack and put it on his face. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen's appearance transformed directly into that of an ice demon. Watching this scene unfold, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Chen Bei exclaimed, Wow, boss, you have this ability too? Just a little trick, no need to make a fuss, Lin Chen replied. You all stay here, and let me go ahead to check the situation. Before I return, remember not to act rashly. Chen Bei immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, no problem. After giving his instructions to the others, Lin Chen set off alone down the left path, quickly disappearing from their sight. This path was not short. At the very least, Lin Chen walked for over 10 minutes without reaching the end. However, he hadn't encountered any demonic creatures along the way. Just then, the road in front of Lin Chen suddenly opened up. He keenly noticed that the ground beneath his feet had turned dark red at some point. Lin Chen frowned slightly and continued walking forward. After a few seconds, the scene before him suddenly became clear, revealing a vast valley. The dark red land before him was incredibly expansive, at least the size of 3 or 4 combined football fields. However, what truly shocked Lin Chen was not the size of the valley, but the numerous caves dotting the surrounding rock walls. Inside these caves lived grotesque demons. These demons had single horns on their heads, wolf-like heads and human bodies, but their lower halves were adorned with hooves, making them look exceedingly strange. Their eyes were blood red, their fangs sharp as knives, and their tails bore barbs, presenting a fearsome appearance. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, these demons should belong to the 6th-tier species. Before Lin Chen could carefully investigate, a flaming whip suddenly lashed out in front of him. Crack! Accompanied by a light sound, the flaming whip left a charred mark on the ground right before Lin Chen. At the same time, a cold voice echoed. Low-tier demon, this is not a place you can tread. After hearing the voice beside him, Lin Chen couldn't help but be startled, instinctively looking up. Before him stood an incredibly tall demonic creature. Although it looked somewhat human, it had a pair of ram's horns growing from its head, and its skin was an eerie shade of crimson. This demon was immensely robust, wielding a long whip engulfed in flames, and around its neck hung a necklace made of skulls. Under Lin Chen's scrutiny, the creature's attributes immediately appeared before him. Evil God King, Diamond level boss, level 50 health, 500,000 attack power, 1,870 to 2,500 defense, 1,250. Skills: Hell Whip, Gate of Evil Spirits, Blessing of the Evil God, an extremely terrifying demonic creature commanding countless evil spirits, with a whip that burns with hellfire and possesses the ability to resurrect evil spirits. Upon seeing the attributes of the evil God King, a serious expression flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The towering demon before him, wielding the whip, was actually a level 50 diamond level boss, the evil God King. Judging by its attributes, this creature was stronger than any boss he had faced before. Its health reached an astonishing 500,000 points. To put it in perspective, the previous bone giant only had 350,000 health points. Although Lin Chen had disguised himself well and had not been detected by the evil God King, the creature's earlier actions clearly indicated it was trying to drive him away. Under such circumstances, Lin Chen naturally dared not linger. He quickly scanned his surroundings and retreated without hesitation. Seeing Lin Chen leave, the evil God King also retracted its whip, showing no intention of pursuing him further. Soon, Lin Chen returned to the vicinity of Li Bingqiu and the others, removing his mask and restoring his original appearance. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Chen Bei hurried over, his face filled with urgency as he asked, "What's the situation? Did you find anything?" "Yes, of course," Lin Chen replied in a deep voice. "At the end of this fork in the road is a level 50 diamond level boss, the evil God King." Diamond level boss. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lin Chen then added, "In addition to the evil God King, there are at least 1,000 evil spirits gathered there. Those evil spirits are all 6th tier units, making them extremely difficult to deal with." Lin Chen's words were not an exaggeration. If it were just the evil God King, they might have been able to handle it. But with over 1,000 6th tier evil spirits, that was another story. Although the Flame Mage had strong offensive capabilities, that was only against lower tier units. When facing 6th tier evil spirits, where it took 3 or 4 explosive fireballs to kill one, the Flame Mage's advantage would naturally vanish. Moreover, from the description, it seemed the evil God King also had the ability to resurrect evil spirits. In Lin Chen's view, if they recklessly challenged it, even if they managed to win, they would undoubtedly pay a great price. Li Bingqiu bit her lip and asked, "So what do we do now?" After she spoke, both Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng turned their gazes toward Lin Chen. Clearly, within this small team, Lin Chen had already become the backbone. "There's no need to rush," Lin Chen said. "We've only explored one path so far. I'll finish exploring the other 2 forks before we make any plans." Li Bingqiu nodded and replied, "That sounds good." Then, Lin Chen put on the Deceiver's mask once again. However, this time, he did not transform into the ice demon, but directly took on the appearance of the evil God King. I must say, the Mask of Deception is indeed useful. Now, Lin Chen looked exactly like the evil God King in appearance. Whether it was the ram's horns on his head, the crimson skin, or the robust physique, everything was identical. Even the long whip in his hand, burning with hellfire, was also conjured along with the transformation. Chen Bei beside him stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Damn, is this the evil God King? He looks so imposing." The reason Lin Chen did this was not because he wanted to look imposing, but to ensure his own safety. Even among demon creatures, there seems to be a strict hierarchy. In the eyes of the evil God King, the Ice Demon, being a low-tier demon, was simply unworthy of stepping into his territory. Since that was the case, he might as well transform into the evil God King to scout ahead. "Alright, I'm off." Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward, heading towards the right fork in the road. He had no idea where this fork would lead. As for the middle path, perhaps it would have some special significance, so he would save it for last. With the experience from the first fork, Lin Chen felt much more at ease this time. If nothing unexpected happened, this fork should also lead to some place. He should not encounter any danger before he arrived. Therefore, this time, Lin Chen quickened his pace significantly. In less than 15 minutes, he successfully reached the end of the fork. This time, however, the scene before him was even more bizarre. Beneath his feet, it was no longer the dark red earth but a ground covered in frost. The extreme cold frost even spread into the fork. Living here were creatures that resembled giant apes in size. These frost creatures appeared sluggish yet strong, with a pair of curved horns on their heads, thick and powerful arms, and their entire bodies covered in heavy frost. Like the evil spirits, these frost-covered demon creatures were also 6th-tier units frost giants. After Lin Chen arrived, all the frost giants slowly turned their heads, fixing their gaze upon him. Immediately, a cold voice echoed in Lin Chen's ears. "Evil God King, who allowed you to leave your territory without permission?" Lin Chen looked up and saw a frost giant holding a massive wooden club, slowly approaching him, its icy blue eyes fixed on him, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Frost Demon King, Diamond Level Boss, Level 50 Health, 600,000 Attack Power, 1,570 to 2,280 Defense, 1,550 Skills, Frost Hell, Frost Strike, Frost Armor, and Extremely terrifying demon creature, the king worshipped by the Frost Giant clan, covered in frost as hard as steel, possessing the terrifying power to freeze everything.
Another diamond-level boss.
At this fork in the road on the right, Lin Chen directly encountered the second diamond-level boss. The attributes of the Frost Demon King before him were no less impressive than those of the Evil God King. Although the Frost Demon King's attack power was slightly lower, his health and defense were superior to those of the Evil God King. The key point was that, judging by the tone of the Frost Demon King, he seemed to know the Evil God King. Now, it was Lin Chen's turn to feel awkward. He had originally just wanted to use the identity of the Evil God King to gather some information.
After hesitating for a
moment, Lin Chen ultimately decided to keep up the act.
He raised his head, imitating the tone of the Evil God King, and spoke in a deep voice. "Why can't I come here?" "What? Are you not welcoming me?"
The Frost Demon King frowned slightly and coldly replied, "If you don't guard that key properly, you're abandoning your post.
When the demon god returns, you can just wait to be punished." A key? A demon god? Lin Chen quickly caught on to the keywords in the other party's words. To gather more information, Lin Chen immediately chose to play along. "Don't worry, I'm taking good care of the key, no need for you to fret," Lin Chen said casually, "and think about it, why would I come to you?" To be honest, the information he had was far too limited. Coming up with a reason would leave too many flaws, making it easy for the other party to see through him. So, rather than that, it was better to turn the tables and let the other party guess. This way, not only would he not expose himself, but he could also obtain more information. "You know, I don't like riddles." The Frost Demon King furrowed his brow, and after a long silence, he slowly spoke. "Are you saying that you come on the orders of the demon god?" "Exactly." Lin Chen nodded and replied calmly, "It is indeed the demon god who sent me to take your key." To be honest, the reason Lin Chen could come up with such a reason was entirely based on his own reasoning. First, the so-called demon god must be the ruler of both the Evil God King and the Frost Demon King. Second, the Evil God King and the Frost Demon King were located on the left and right sides of the fork, respectively, and had many similarities. Therefore, Lin Chen deduced that the Frost Demon King likely also held a key. However, no matter how accurate the deduction was, it was ultimately just a guess. Because of this, after saying those words, Lin Chen was already prepared to run away. Fortunately, his deduction was indeed not wrong. After hearing what he said, the Frost Demon King couldn't help but frown. "Are you saying that the demon god wants me to hand over the key to you?" Upon hearing this, a hint of joy immediately appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. The implication of the Frost Demon King's words was equivalent to indirectly acknowledging that there was indeed a key in his possession. Lin Chen feigned calmness and said, "Yes, do you want to defy the will of the demon god?" After a moment of silence, the Frost Demon King finally moved. He slowly turned around and said in a deep voice, "All right, wait for me a moment, I'll go get it for you." Soon, Lin Chen watched as the Frost Demon King walked into a huge ice cave. It was clear that the key he possessed was stored in this ice cave. To be honest, Lin Chen had considered escaping at this opportunity, but after much hesitation, he chose to give up. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him. If he could really obtain that key from the Frost Demon King, then Lin Chen would have achieved his goal without shedding blood. Moreover, he could even replicate the same trick to deceive the Evil God King. If the Evil God King is foolish enough, he could even directly trick both keys into his hands. As for what these two keys actually do, I can take my time to explore that later. A few minutes later, the Frost Demon King walked out of the ice cave and returned to Lin Chen's side. In his hand, there was an additional ice blue key. "The key is right here," the Frost Demon King said in a deep voice. "However, I want to know why the Lord of Demons wants to take back the key in my possession." Lin Chen sneered, "You can ask the Lord of Demons yourself. I am only responsible for carrying out his orders." The Frost Demon King looked at him suspiciously and said in a deep voice, "The Lord of Demons has always contacted us first, we have no way to reach him. How can you expect me to ask?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. This is bad, I've revealed too much. However, even so, Lin Chen still forced himself to remain calm and said, "Do you intend to defy the Lord of Demons' will?" His words once again silenced the Frost Demon King. Clearly, he held absolute loyalty to the Lord of Demons. After a moment of silence, the Frost Demon King finally spoke, "In that case, let me see the key you are guarding. Such an important item, you must be carrying it with you, right?" After the Frost Demon King said this, Lin Chen felt like cursing. How did this big ice lump become so clever at a critical moment? At the same time, Lin Chen understood that the Frost Demon King had begun to suspect him. His plan was no longer possible. Since he couldn't trick the key into his hands, what he needed to do now was to retreat safely. With this in mind, Lin Chen calmly said, "Such an important item, of course, I keep it in my own territory. There are countless evil spirits guarding it, much safer than carrying it with me. However, since you want to see it, I can go back and get it for you." After saying this, Lin Chen turned and walked away. 1 Step 2.
steps, 3 steps. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if time was dragging on, cold sweat seeping from his back. After he had taken a dozen steps, the Frost Demon King finally reacted, his gaze icy as he stared at Lin Chen and said sharply, "You are lying to me, you are not the evil God King at all. Who are you?" The doubts in Lin Chen's words were too many, the contrasts too great, and the fact that he couldn't even produce the key he was guarding led the Frost Demon King to completely see through his identity. Fortunately, the Frost Demon King's reaction was still a beat too slow. By the time he realized it, Lin Chen had already escaped a distance. Upon hearing the Frost Demon King's questioning, Lin Chen naturally dared not hesitate any longer and immediately unleashed all his speed, fleeing outward. Ha ha ha! After escaping from the fork in the road, Lin Chen felt as if he had exhausted all his strength, gasping for breath. Fortunately, that Frost Demon King seemed to be under some restriction and did not choose to pursue him from its territory. However, even if the Frost Demon King had really chased him, Lin Chen would not have been afraid at all. After all, he could still handle a single level 50 boss. Just like the evil God King, the real challenge was not the Frost Demon King, but the thousands of frost giants within its territory. The fact that this guy did not chase him made Lin Chen feel a bit regretful. If he could kill it, he would be able to obtain that frost key. After seeing Lin Chen's disheveled appearance, Li Bingchu couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what happened to you? Did you run into some trouble?" Chen Bei also came over and asked, "It wouldn't be that you encountered another diamond-level boss, would it?" Lin Chen glanced at him and said, "You guessed it right." Then, Lin Chen chose not to hide anything, and directly recounted the entire incident. After hearing Lin Chen's story, the three in front of him couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Honestly, I don't even know what to say." Chen Bei slowly gave a thumbs up. "Boss, in my eyes, you're just amazing. So impressive, I never thought there could be such a move. You even dared to fool a boss. That's ruthless." Lin Chen sighed slightly. "It's a pity that in the end, it was still a bit lacking. If I could have tricked him into giving me the key, that would have been perfect." To be honest, as long as he could get that frost key, Lin Chen was absolutely confident that he could replicate the trick and successfully deceive the evil God King. Unfortunately, since he missed the opportunity, there would be no second chance. But no matter what, Lin Chen had to get the keys from both the evil God King and the Frost Demon King. If he couldn't trick them, he would have to take action. However, before taking action, Lin Chen still wanted to clarify the functions of these two keys. With that in mind, Lin Chen raised his head and looked towards the fork in the middle. If nothing unexpected happened, the place this fork led to should have its special significance. This was also why Lin Chen chose to explore it last. "Everyone, I'm going ahead," Lin Chen said. "When I return, we can discuss our strategy." After saying this, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and resolutely walked towards the middle fork. Compared to the other two forks, this middle one appeared to be narrower. In the narrowest part, it could only allow 2 to 3 people to pass at the same time. However, this fork was much longer than Lin Chen had imagined. He walked for nearly 30 minutes before reaching the end of the fork. This time, what appeared before him was no longer a terrifying demonic creature but an open space. In the center of the open space, there was a high platform. Lin Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and after ensuring there was no danger, he carefully approached the high platform in the center of the open space. The height of the platform was not low, at least 3 to 4 stories high. Fortunately, there were steps built on the platform. Lin Chen directly ascended the steps before him, one step after another, until he reached the very top of the platform. At the very top of the platform, there was only one treasure chest. Notably, this treasure chest had 2 keyholes. One keyhole was a bright red, while the other was an icy blue. Clearly, both keys had to be inserted into the keyholes simultaneously to open this treasure chest. There is no doubt that the 2 keys needed to open the treasure chest are the ones guarded by the evil God King and the Frost Demon King, respectively. In other words, if Lin Chen wants to open the treasure chest in front of him, he must defeat these 2 diamond-level bosses. After confirming his inner suspicions, Lin Chen chose to return directly. Half an hour later, he returned to Li Bingchu and the others and shared this information with them. Li Bingchu pondered for a moment and said, "So, the treasure marked on the sheepskin map is very likely this treasure chest. And to open this treasure chest, we must defeat those 2 bosses?" Lin Chen nodded and calmly replied, "It seems that way. So, shall we take action?" Chen Bei said excitedly, "No one in the world has defeated a diamond-level boss yet. If we succeed, it would be a first kill." Chen Bei's words reminded Lin Chen, if they could really kill these 2 bosses, they might even get a first kill reward or something. However, the final decision still rested in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "If we decide to challenge the boss, your troops may suffer heavy casualties. What does that matter?" Chen Bei said dismissively, "If soldiers die, we can just recruit more." Li Bingchu also nodded in agreement. Chen Bei is right, opportunities always come with risks. It's normal to pay some price. Even Lin Mengmeng spoke softly, "You all decide, I have no objections." Seeing that they had all made up their minds, Lin Chen no longer hesitated.
Although diamond level
bosses were powerful, they were not insurmountable.
In that case, let's take action.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and finally fixed his gaze on the right fork in the road, saying in a deep voice, "Let's start with that guy first." After Lin Chen made his decision, everyone gathered their troops and surged into the fork in the road before them.
A few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the Frost Valley once again.
However, this time, he was not alone, he brought an army with him.
The Frost Demon King quickly noticed Lin Chen's arrival, furrowing his brow and speaking in a deep voice, "You dare to come back?" Lin Chen replied as if it were obvious, "I just came back to get the key, why wouldn't I dare?"
The Frost Demon King clearly did not expect Lin
Chen to give such an answer, and he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Where is the key?"
"Of course, I'm just fooling you, you fool." Lin Chen smirked and lightly clapped his hands.
Immediately,
over 400 flame mages surged out from the fork behind him and quickly began to chant spells. In an instant, hundreds of explosive fireballs shot towards the direction of the Frost Demon King. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by the deafening roar of exploding fireballs, hundreds of them directly struck the Frost Demon King. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that this round of
concentrated fire only took away less than 40,000 of the Frost Demon King's health.
Compared to the Frost Demon King's 600,000 health, this damage was hardly significant.
When the
flames dissipated, Lin Chen discovered that the Frost Demon King was already covered in a layer of frost armor, which he had not noticed before.
Clearly, Lin Chen's ambush had not succeeded. Before the
fire mage could act, the Frost Demon King had already reacted. However, the victory of this battle was not solely determined by whether a single ambush succeeded. Lin Chen directly removed the illusion effect of the impersonator mask, transforming back into his human form, and solemnly commanded, "Ugsar, surround him."
After the order was given, Ugsar immediately led the heavily armored skeleton
knights to surround the Frost Demon King. The heavily armored skeleton knights were highly mobile, and in just a few seconds, they had completely surrounded the Frost Demon King.
"Damn humans!" the Frost Demon King roared.
Immediately after, he pulled out a frost hammer from behind and swung it down fiercely.
Boom!
With a thunderous crash, the Frost Demon King's powerful blow created a massive pit
in the ground.
At least 7 or 8 heavily armored skeleton knights were directly killed by this strike. In front of a boss of this level, 5th-tier heavily armored skeleton knights were simply
destined to be one-shot.
However, Lin Chen had long anticipated the Frost Demon King's strength. This battle was bound to be extremely brutal. "For our lord," Ugsar shouted, drawing his rib and transforming
it into a bone blade.
At the same time, he summoned a bone giant. However, in front of the Frost Demon King, even the bone giant did not seem so formidable.
As soon as the bone giant was summoned,
the Frost Demon King swung his hammer down at it.
Bang!
Under this terrifying force, the bone giant was forced to stagger back several steps, and its health dropped significantly. Meanwhile, a large number of frost giants charged out from the ice cave, roaring as they rushed towards Lin Chen and his group.
"Boss, leave these frost giants to me and Li Bingchu."
Facing the approaching frost giants,
Chen Bei stepped forward, volunteering to hold off these demonic creatures for Lin Chen, because only in this way could Lin Chen fully focus on dealing with the boss. "Just the two of you can't handle so many frost giants."
Lin Chen turned around and said solemnly, "I'll have Carlton help you." It was important to note that all these frost giants were 6th-tier units, and there were quite a few of
them. Even if Chen Bei and Li Bingchu combined their forces, they probably wouldn't last long.
Soon, Carlton led hundreds of heavily armored skeleton knights to provide support.
The groups of frost giants
immediately collided with the heavily armored skeleton knight legion. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, one of the frost giants swiped its claw, directly knocking a heavily armored skeleton knight
off its mount.
Then, another frost giant quickly surrounded it, its massive paw stomping down hard, crushing the skull of the skeleton knight.
Without the attribute boost from the Bone Throne, at least 4 or 5 heavily armored skeleton knights would be needed to take down a single frost giant.
According to this ratio, at least 4 to 5,000 heavily armored skeleton knights are needed to contend with over 1,000 frost giants. In other words, the few hundred heavily armored skeleton knights led by Kairan, along with the forces under Chen Bei and Li Bingchu, can at most only delay
for a while.
Under these circumstances, Lin Chen must quickly deal with the Frost Demon King in front of him and then redirect the main forces to assist Chen Bei and the others. At this moment, under the joint assault of the skeleton army and the fire mages, the Frost Demon King's health was continuously decreasing.
In less than 5 minutes, it had dropped from 600,000 to 450,000. However, under the coverage of the frost armor, the Frost Demon King's defense was astonishingly high. At that moment, Artoria raised her longsword high and activated 2 skills in succession: Night Spirit, Glory Shield. After these 2 skills were activated, the attributes of the human troops received a significant boost. Even the heavily armored skeleton knights received a defense boost from the Glory Shield.
Watching this scene, the Frost Demon King tightened his grip on the frost hammer and slammed it heavily to the ground. At the same time, a furious roar echoed, "Fall into the frozen hell." As this voice rang out, the extreme cold frost immediately spread in all directions. Crack, crack. In an instant, all the heavily armored skeleton knights around were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then, the Frost Demon King stomped his right foot down onto the ground. All the ice sculptures shattered instantly. This skill of the Frost Demon King directly killed over 100 heavily armored skeleton knights in an instant. The power of a diamond-level boss is indeed terrifying. Originally, under the effect of the frost hell, the extreme cold frost continued to spread even further. But at this critical moment, Artoria did not hesitate to act. The holy light containing sealing power spread from the blade of her sword and enveloped the Frost Demon King. Without a doubt, this was the skill Artoria was casting. Holy Seal. Under the effect of the Holy Seal, the frost hell, which was still within its duration, was forcibly interrupted. Artoria then attracted the Frost Demon King's attention. "You damned human!" The Frost Demon King was furious, and an extreme cold aura was released from the Frost Giant Hammer, smashing down towards Artoria with all its might. Frost Strike. Boom! Accompanied by a dull roar, this strike from the Frost Demon King shattered Artoria's glory shield. Although the shield blocked most of the damage, Artoria was still affected by this skill. A thick layer of frost immediately covered her body, reducing her movement speed by 70%. In this situation, facing the Frost Demon King's next attack, Artoria had no room to evade. Just at that moment, Artoria finally sprang into action. She lifted her head and stared directly at the Frost Demon King without any hesitation, immediately activating the accompanying skill of the Green Dragon. Armor. The roar of the Green Dragon. Roar. At the instant the skill was activated, a high-pitched dragon roar immediately spread outwards. It should be noted that the Green Dragon armor is a diamond level. Strategic Treasure. Such a level of strategic treasure naturally has accompanying skills that are not weak. The most important function of the Green Dragon's roar is to weaken the enemy's strength. Once this skill is activated, the roar of the Green Dragon will spread outwards, and all enemies who hear the roar will be oppressed by the dragon's might, suffering a decrease in all attributes by 10% to 35% and taking 20% more damage. The Frost Demon King, as a diamond-level boss, only had his attributes weakened by 10%. But those ordinary frost giants were not so lucky, suffering a direct 25% reduction in their attributes. After being forcibly weakened by a quarter of their attributes, the combat power of the frost giants instantly dropped a tier. It is no exaggeration to say that this skill not only weakened the Frost Demon King's attributes but also alleviated the immense pressure on the battlefield on the other side. "It's not over yet, fool." Before the Frost Demon King could react, Artoria's cold voice rang in his ears again. She raised her sword, which once again radiated an incredibly dazzling light. Artoria took a deep breath, lifted her longsword high, pointing the blade towards the heavens. A golden light immediately coalesced into an enormous phantom of a giant sword in the sky. This golden giant sword phantom exuded an extremely powerful pressure and suddenly slashed towards the direction of the Frost Demon King. Boom! The golden giant sword phantom instantly pierced through the Frost Demon King's body. Minus 31,456. The blood-red damage number immediately appeared above the Frost Demon King's head. With just one skill, it took away more than 30,000 of the Frost Demon King's health. This clearly shows just how powerful this move is. Moreover, in addition to that, a golden small sword mark appeared above the Frost Demon King's head. This skill was the new skill, Imperial Light Destruction Slash, that Artoria comprehended after her hero level rose to level 40. As the fifth skill Artoria comprehended, the power of the Imperial Light Destruction Slash is extremely formidable. After use, it can deal 500% skill damage to the enemy while ignoring their defenses. Additionally, after the Imperial Light Destruction Slash hits, it will apply a special mark to the target that lasts for 5 minutes. During the duration of the mark, all damage dealt by Artoria to the target will receive a 50% additional boost. Under the fierce assault of Artoria and her troops, the Frost Demon King's health began to drop rapidly again. 400,000, 350,000, 300,000, 250,000. "Boss, are you almost done over there? We can barely hold on here." Chen Bei's anxious voice quickly reached Lin Chen's ears. After hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to see that the few hundred heavily armored skeleton knights led by Kalen had dwindled to just a few dozen. Chen Bei and Li Bingchu's troops had also suffered heavy casualties and were on the verge of collapse. Even Kalen, a mage hero, had pushed to the front, activating life drain, enduring the damage from the frost giants while absorbing vitality from them to restore his own health. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Chen immediately spoke in a deep voice. "Hold on a little longer, the boss has less than 200,000 health left." Shenbei glanced at the Frost Demon King's health bar, gritted his teeth, and resolutely said, "Okay." He knew very well that even if they could win this battle, he would be severely weakened.
However, Qianbei didn't care about that at all. He had long said that he was willing to go through fire and water for Lin Chen without hesitation. A man must be responsible for his own words. Therefore, before exhausting every last soldier, Qianbei would never retreat. Only 100,000 left. Lin Chen stared intently at the Frost Demon King's health, which had finally dropped below the 100,000 mark. The Frost Demon King raised his Frost Hammer again, clearly preparing to unleash Frost Hell once more. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had already seen through his intentions and directly had Artoria use Holy Seal. Even before the Frost Demon King's skill could be released, it was forcibly interrupted, snuffed out in its cradle. At the same time, over 400 flame mages launched another round of concentrated fire. Combined with Artoria's damage, the Frost Demon King's health instantly dropped below 50,000. Immediately after, Ugsar stepped forward, and the bone demon blade in his hand emitted a dark glow. After days of leveling up, he had also comprehended a new skill, Bone Demon King Slash. This skill could deal 230% skill damage to the enemy, while also inflicting real damage equal to 8% of the enemy's lost health. S-class hero skills are always powerful, and this Bone Demon King Slash was no exception. From the skill's characteristics, it was extremely suitable for finishing off a low-health boss. At this moment, the Frost Demon King had already lost 550,000 health. Therefore, 8% of his lost health was 44,000. If you also consider the base damage of Bone Demon King Slash, the total damage would definitely exceed 50,000. The reason Lin Chen waited until now to let Ugsar use this skill was precisely to end the boss's life at this moment. Go to hell! The soul fire in Ugsar's eyes danced wildly. A fierce expression unexpectedly appeared on his skeletal face. The dark blade light immediately slashed out from the Bone Demon blade, instantly cutting through the Frost Demon King's body. Minus 54,465. The blood-red damage number suddenly appeared above the Frost Demon King's head. His health, already like a candle in the wind, was instantly reduced to zero. That massive body then crashed to the ground. The gazes of Qianbei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mengmeng were immediately drawn over, and upon seeing the scene before them, joy involuntarily appeared on their faces. Thus, the Frost Demon King was completely dead. Diamond-level boss successfully defeated. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Chen and the others should have achieved the world's first kill of a diamond-level boss. Sure enough, after the Frost Demon King fell, the notification sound of the world announcement quickly rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the team led by the Lord of Huaxia, Lin Yuan, for becoming the first to kill a diamond-level boss and receiving the rewards: Random Platinum-level Strategic Treasure Chest X25, Advanced Resource Pack X2000, Equipment Enhancement Stone X1500, Hero Recruitment Order X30. Special reward: obtained Time Stone Tablet X1. It must be said that the rewards for the first kill of a diamond-level boss are indeed incredibly generous. Just the basic rewards alone are worth at least tens of millions. After all, a single platinum-level strategic treasure is worth at least 600,000 to 700,000. Calculating this way, 25 random platinum-level strategic treasure chests are worth at least 1 to 2 million. In addition, there are a large number of resources, a large number of equipment enhancement stones, and 30 hero recruitment orders. However, for Lin Chen, none of this mattered much. What he was truly interested in was the special reward called Time Stone Tablet. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately opened his backpack to check the introduction of this item. Time Stone Tablet Special Treasure Introduction. This treasure can be placed within the territory to take effect. Once the Time Stone Tablet is activated, the time required for all building constructions will be reduced by 50%. The refresh time for all troop types will also be shortened by 50%. This Stone Tablet records the secrets of time. After seeing the introduction of the Time Stone Tablet, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, and then a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. He clearly did not expect that this special treasure could have such a powerful effect. Having the construction time means that Lin Chen can build higher-level buildings in a shorter time. Having the troop refresh time means that Lin Chen can recruit more troops in the same amount of time. This Time Stone Tablet is truly a divine artifact in every sense. Before Lin Chen could recover from his ecstasy, Qianbei's voice rang in his ears again. Boss, if you don't come over to save us soon, we might really be wiped out. Qianbei's tone even carried a hint of grievance. It was then that Lin Chen remembered that while he was checking the properties of the treasure, Qianbei and the others were still engaged in a fierce battle with the frost giants. Moreover, the situation over there was indeed very grim. Even Lin Mengmeng, who was acting as support, had forced her troops to charge in. Sorry. Lin Chen apologized awkwardly, then directly ordered the two heroes, Artoria and Ugsar, to lead their respective troops to the battlefield quickly. Although these frost giants, as 6th-tier troops, had quite formidable combat power in Lin Chen's eyes, they were at most just a group of scattered soldiers after the Frost Demon King died. Artoria and Ugsar charged into the enemy ranks one after the other. These two S-rank heroes, one at
Level 40 and the other at level 33 found it as easy as cutting vegetables against this group of frost giants.
Moreover, the fire mage was no pushover either.
Although there was a tier difference, a round of explosive
fireballs could easily take down dozens of frost giants.
In less than 10 minutes, the remaining frost giants were completely dealt with by Lin Chen. Shen Bei beside him chuckled and sincerely exclaimed, as expected, it
still takes the boss to take action. Once the boss makes a move, the battle immediately becomes simple.
Lin Chen glanced at him and chuckled, alright, your troops are almost dead, and you still have the mood to flatter. After saying this, Lin Chen directly initiated a trade request to them.
Shen Bei asked in confusion, boss, what are you doing? Do I need to explain?
Of course,
I'm distributing the loot.
Then, Lin Chen looked at Lin Mengmeng and said, Mengmeng, in this battle, both Chen Bei and Li Bingchu suffered heavy casualties, so I might lean towards them a bit in the loot distribution.
Do you have any objections? It should be noted that
Lin Chen was never one to beat around the bush, he preferred to say things as they were.
Moreover, sometimes being straightforward could prevent unnecessary misunderstandings.
Although Lin Mengmeng had contributed a lot
in this battle, her casualties were indeed the least.
Fortunately, Lin Mengmeng was also a sensible person. She immediately shook her head and smiled, saying, Brother Lin Chen, I have no objections.
It's only normal for Brother Chen Bei and Sister Bingchu to get more loot since so many of their soldiers died this time. Even if you didn't say it, I would have given up my share.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, that's good. Although Lin Mengmeng didn't have the gaming talent of Chen Bei, nor could she handle everything as comprehensively as Li Bingchu, she was still a suitable companion. At the very least, she was understanding and not greedy.
Under Lin Chen's distribution, both Chen Bei and Li Bingchu received 10 random platinum strategic chests, 600 equipment enhancement stones, and 10 hero recruitment orders. As for Lin Mengmeng, she only received 5 random platinum strategic chests, 300 equipment enhancement stones, and 5 hero recruitment orders. However, for her, this was already quite a substantial gain. After the transaction was completed, Chen Bei quickly reacted and said, wait, boss, you gave us all the rewards. What about yourself? Chen Bei wasn't foolish. After a rough calculation, it was easy to see that Lin Chen had given them all the rewards for the first kill of the diamond level boss. However, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, these rewards aren't important to me, I only need the Time Stone Tablet. After saying this, Lin Chen directly displayed the attributes of the Time Stone Tablet. After reading the introduction of this special treasure, Chen Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes, and he was almost drooling. Wow, this is simply a divine artifact. With this treasure, boss will definitely be ahead of other players by a huge margin.
Originally, Chen Bei thought the rewards he received were already quite generous, but compared to the Time Stone Tablet, they were nothing.
Yet even so,
Chen Bei felt no jealousy in his heart. In his eyes, this was all Lin Chen's due. If it weren't for Lin Chen, they wouldn't have been able to secure the first kill of this diamond-level boss at all.
Even Li Bingchu, who
was beside them, nodded in agreement, saying, Chen Bei is right, with this treasure, there will indeed be a huge gap between us and other lords.
Alright, since the first kill rewards have been distributed, it's time to see what good things the boss dropped.
Lin Chen slowly turned his head, focusing his gaze on the corpse of the Frost Demon King.
In his view, the items dropped by a diamond-level boss shouldn't be too shabby, right?
Soon, Lin Chen began to search the Frost Demon King's corpse. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a special material, fragment of the Frost Hammer. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a special item, Frost Key. You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a diamond-level treasure,
Frost Giant Axe.
You have successfully explored the Frost Demon King's corpse and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Extreme Frost Armor. The system's prompt echoed continuously in Lin Chen's ears. Shortly after, Chen Bei quickly approached, his face filled with excitement as he said, Boss, let me see what good stuff you found. It's nothing much, Lin Chen smiled and calmly replied, just 2 diamond-level treasures. Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback and instinctively said, my goodness, 2 diamond-level treasures, and it's just nothing much? Boss, how high are your standards? In reality, even for Lin Chen, diamond-level strategic treasures were quite rare and valuable. He only said that as a joke. Then, Lin Chen directly showcased the attributes of the 2 treasures to everyone. Frost Giant Axe quality, diamond attributes, strength plus 350, attack power plus 580, critical damage plus 35% additional skill. Frost will this skill is passive. The hero holding this strategic treasure will deal an additional 15% ice attribute damage when attacking, and will inflict a 20% slow effect on the enemy for 3 seconds upon a successful hit. Extreme Frost Armor quality, diamond attributes, strength plus 200, constitution plus 400, defense plus 650, damage reduction plus 10%, ice resistance plus 100 additional skill. Extreme Frost Domain once activated, the Extreme Frost Domain will cover a radius of 100 meters, affecting all enemies within the area, reducing their attack speed by 15% and movement speed by 25%.
Duration 15 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. The attributes of these two treasures meet the standards of diamond level treasures. However, neither the Frost Giant Axe nor the Extreme Frost Armor could compare to the Green Dragon Armor Lin Chen had obtained earlier. After all, the Green Dragon Armor came with a 30% magic immunity. When embedded with the Green Dragon gem, the magic immunity could reach 50%. Just this feature alone made it incomparable to ordinary diamond level treasures. The common characteristic of the two diamond level treasures dropped by the Frost Demon King was their ability to inflict a slowing effect on enemies. However, to be honest, slowing effects could at most be considered a soft control, and their impact wasn't that significant. But regardless, diamond level strategic treasures were definitely more practical than platinum level treasures. Lin Chen directly equipped the Extreme Frost Armor on Ugsar, instantly elevating his attributes to a new level. Ugsar's own defense wasn't particularly strong, but equipping this diamond level treasure greatly compensated for his shortcomings. Then, Lin Chen traded the Frost Giant Axe directly to Chen Bei. Chen Bei was slightly taken aback and instinctively refused the trade, saying, "Boss, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Lin Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "You can stop with the useless talk from now on. The reason I'm giving you this treasure is simply because you're the most suitable for it. If this treasure were more suitable for Li Bingqiu or Lin Mengmeng, I would give it to them without hesitation. Since we are already a team, we should consider how to strengthen the overall power of the team." What Lin Chen said was all from the heart. This game has never been a one-person game. No matter how strong an individual's power is, it is ultimately limited. Therefore, Lin Chen does not mind sharing a portion of his own benefits with his companions. Moreover, this Frost Giant Axe is indeed very suitable for Chen Bei, the Orc leader. It is known that the characteristics of the Orc leader are high attack, substantial damage, thick health, and poor mobility, making it easy to kite. But once equipped with the Frost Giant Axe, it becomes different. Each attack can inflict a 20% slow effect on the enemy. If the enemy is slowed, isn't that equivalent to speeding oneself up? Poor mobility and sluggish movements, so what? With this Frost Giant Axe, I can still chase you down and chop you. Boss, no need to say anything else. Chen Bei took the treasure, his face resolute as he said, "As always, if you need me, just let me know. Even if there's not a single soldier left, I, Chen Bei, will definitely charge to the front." Lin Chen chuckled and teased, "Alright, there are hardly any soldiers left anyway, so you should take a good rest." This battle was indeed brutal. Chen Bei and Li Bingqiu's troops had nearly 80% casualties. Even Lin Chen was not in a much better position. The heavy armored skeleton knight troops were almost completely wiped out. Melee units like the pikemen, knights, and dark elf swordsmen had also suffered heavy losses. Counting it all, Lin Chen had only a little over 400 flame mages left. This flame mage unit could be said to be Lin Chen's lifeline. It was precisely because of their powerful output that Lin Chen could prevail in battle. As long as the other troops were completely wiped out, this unit would not suffer any damage. At that moment, Li Bingqiu suddenly asked, "What are your plans next?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "What else can we plan? Of course, we need to go back and rest." Li Bingqiu was surprised, "Aren't we going to continue the campaign against the evil God King? With our current state, how can we challenge the evil God King?" Lin Chen said helplessly, "Look at our remaining forces. I estimate the evil God King wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just that group of 6-tier evil spirits could wipe us out." There was no exaggeration. In his words, they had no troops left to stand in front. Once they clashed with the evil spirit army under the evil God King, their forces would be instantly crushed. Then, Lin Chen directly took out the frost key and said, "Anyway, there's no rush. After all, we have already obtained one key. To open the treasure chest at the middle fork, we need to gather 2 keys at the same time. This means that, no matter what, the initiative is in our hands. Moreover, I don't believe that anyone besides me can take down a diamond-level boss at this stage. It is known that in the Game Lord era, a pure human sea tactic is also ineffective. In boss battles, there is a limit to the number of participants. At the same time, no more than 10 lords can participate in the assault on the boss. Therefore, it is almost impossible to rely on a human sea tactic to grind down a boss. Because of this, Lin Chen was so confident. In his view, unless the top 10 lords in Huaxia, excluding him, teamed up, there might be a chance to successfully take down the evil God King. But lords of this caliber often belong to different factions. How easy would it be to gather these people together? In that case, it would be better to take a good rest for a while, and once the forces have recovered, return to deal with this evil God King. Soon, Lin Chen let everyone to choose to return. As for the time to conquer the evil God King, it was set for 7 days later. This was because only after a new week would the troop types in the barracks refresh. Moreover, recruiting from within the territory was the best way for Li Bingqiu and the others to replenish their forces. Coincidentally, Lin Chen felt that in 8 days, it would be exactly 1 month since the game launched. By then, everyone on Earth would be pulled into the game, and Lord's era would enter a brand new epoch. Having experienced all this in his past life, Lin Chen felt no fear at the arrival of the new era. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. This time, he would definitely rewrite his own fate with his own hands. After Lin Chen left, a figure slowly emerged from the nearby bushes. After carefully surveying the surroundings, he made a call. "Boss, they've left." "Is that so?" Yuan, whose voice quickly came from the other end of the line. "Did they spot you?" "I don't think so." Feng Chang replied, "I was very careful. I didn't dare to follow them after they entered the canyon." "You heard the world announcement just now, right? That diamond level boss was probably killed by them in the canyon." At this point, Feng Chang couldn't help but swallow hard and said, "Boss, why don't we just forget it? These people can even take down a diamond level. Boss, we can't possibly deal with them." "What nonsense are you talking?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hu instantly became furious and said viciously, "The thing Lin boss hates the most is trash like you. No matter how strong they are, there must be a limit, right? There are only 4 of them. Would hiring 100 people to surround and kill them be enough? 100 isn't enough? Then how about 1,000? Lin boss gave me 50 million. I must make sure they are wiped out once." Wang Hu's tone was extremely fierce. His grim expression resembled a beast ready to pounce. The reason he could rise to power was that he had a ruthless streak in his bones. Even if he was just a dog of Lin Tianke, he was still a mad dog that would bite. Even Feng Chang was stunned by Wang Hu's momentum and quietly asked, "Boss, what should we do next?" Wang Hu did not respond but instead asked, "What about their casualties? After taking down a diamond-level boss, they should have suffered some casualties." Feng Chang nodded and said, "Indeed, I saw that their casualties were quite severe." And what?" Feng Chang hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I didn't hear too clearly, but it seems they plan to enter the canyon again in 7 days. They want to go in again?" Wang Hu was slightly taken aback and began to ponder while stroking his chin. Logically speaking, since the boss in the canyon had already been killed, Lin Chen and the others had no reason to enter again. Unless there were still places in this canyon that they had not explored. Thinking of this, Wang Hu's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, "Feng Chang, stay put and don't leave. I'll bring people over later to see what's going on in this canyon." After parting ways with Li Bingchu and the others, Lin Chen quickly returned to his territory. The first thing he did was place the time monument within the territory. After successfully placing it, the effects of the time monument took effect. The construction time of all buildings was reduced by 50%. The refresh time of all troop types was reduced by 50%. At this rate, Lin Chen would only need less than 10 days to upgrade the City Lord's Mansion to level 6. Once he built the Griffin Cliff and recruited 6-tier Griffins, Lin Chen's aerial forces would rapidly grow stronger. Against other lords, he would hold an absolute advantage. After all, in the early stages of the game, not all lords could possess flying units. For those lords without flying units, the powerful Griffin Legion would undoubtedly become their nightmare. In the following days, Lin Chen spent most of his time grinding monsters in the wild. The reason he chose to do this was mainly to utilize the Skull of the Bone King to convert more skeleton soldiers. After all, he needed sufficient military strength to have the confidence to challenge the evil God King. It was important to note that the evil God King not only had immense power, but also possessed the ability to resurrect evil spirits. Just this alone made him more troublesome than the Frost Demon King. However, even while grinding monsters in the wild, Lin Chen maximized his cash flow. He directly hired 100 players, each with a daily wage of 5,000. Their task was simple. One group was responsible for finding dense monster spawn points, while the other group attracted monster aggro, bringing all the monsters to Lin Chen. Hiring 100 people at 3,000 each per day totaled 300,000 a day, amounting to 2,100,000 over 7 days. It had to be said, it was burning money. But for Lin Chen, this expenditure was incredibly worthwhile. After all, it greatly improved his efficiency in grinding monsters, saving him the time of finding and pulling monsters, increasing his efficiency by at least 2 to 3 times. To be honest, Lin Chen had considered another method, directly purchasing monster corpses from other lords. After all, his main purpose in grinding monsters was simply to convert those corpses into skeleton soldiers. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Lin Chen, because after monsters died, their corpses would automatically disappear after a few minutes. Thus, Lin Chen's idea naturally fell through. But after grinding wild monsters for 7 consecutive days, the skeleton army he had converted from monster corpses had already taken shape. At this moment, a full 80,000 first-tier skeleton soldiers stood before Lin Chen, like a troop waiting for inspection, stretching endlessly. Looking at the scene before him, a smile involuntarily curved at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. His efforts over the past few days had indeed not been in vain. Then, Lin Chen directly took out the Skull of the Bone King
As the treasure's ability activated, black magic circles lit up beneath the feet of these low-tier skeletons.
The fusion and transformation officially began. 80,000 first-tier skeletons quickly transformed into 40,000 second-tier skeleton warriors. Subsequently, the 40,000 skeleton warriors transformed again into 20,000 heavy-armored skeleton warriors.
The 20,000 heavy-armored skeleton warriors transformed
into 10,000 skeleton knights.
Finally, the 10,000 skeleton knights transformed into 5,000 heavy-armored skeleton knights.
In front
of Lin Chen, the number of the skeleton army was visibly decreasing.
However, all that was gained through fusion transformation were high-tier
skeleton types with even stronger combat power. A full 80,000 first-tier skeletons, after merging, were reduced to only 5,000 fifth-tier heavy-armored skeleton knights.
This was the result of Lin Chen's efforts over the past 7 days. However, even after transforming all the
skeleton troops into 5th-tier heavy-armored skeleton knights, Lin Chen still showed no intention of stopping. Because, for Lin Chen, 5th-tier
troops no longer met his current needs.
Sometimes, quality is the decisive factor. 5th-tier troops would definitely be at a disadvantage against
6th-tier troops.
Just like in the previous battle facing the 6th-tier frost giant, the heavy-armored skeleton knights were practically powerless. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Chen had to improve the quality of his troops.
The treasure ability of the Skeleton King's skull activated once again.
The heavy-armored skeleton knights in front of him underwent fusion transformation again. After the fusion was complete, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton knights transformed from its original forest green to pitch black. The dark soul fire flickered in the eye sockets of the skeletons, appearing extremely eerie. Moreover, in addition to this, wisps of black mist swirled around these skeleton knights.
After the fusion
transformation, the 5th-tier heavy-armored skeleton knights successfully transformed into 6th-tier dark skeleton knights.
With these 2,500 dark skeleton knights, there shouldn't be any problem in dealing with the evil God King, right?
Looking at this group of skeleton knights radiating dark energy, a glimmer of confidence flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
Then, without any hesitation, Lin Chen led his army straight towards the canyon.
By the time Lin Chen arrived, Li Bingchu and the others had already been waiting outside the canyon.
"Sorry to keep you waiting," Lin Chen said with an apologetic smile. "It's fine, we didn't arrive much earlier," Chen Bei replied.
As he spoke, Chen Bei's gaze was drawn to the
dark skeleton knights behind Lin Chen.
Unable to help himself, Chen Bei asked, "Boss, these seem a bit different from the skeleton knights
you brought last time."
It was no wonder Chen Bei felt curious. After all, the aura of these dark skeleton knights was overwhelmingly
powerful.
Compared to ordinary skeleton knights, they were worlds apart. Lin Chen chuckled and explained, "These are dark skeleton knights.
6th-tier troops, so of course they are different from before." 6th-tier troops, and there are so many? Chen Bei couldn't help but gasp, that's too exaggerated.
Even after 7 days of recovery, their forces had only restored about 50%.
Yet Lin Chen's casualties
had clearly been heavier than theirs, and now he had become even stronger. One must admit, having a special treasure truly allows
one to do as they please.
In fact, if possible, Lin Chen even wanted to transform this group of dark skeleton knights into higher-tier skeleton
kings.
Unfortunately, when he attempted to do so, he discovered that this special treasure also had its limitations.
Without reaching
the corresponding requirements for Lord level, he was unable to fuse and transform into higher-tier skeleton types.
In other words, with
Lin Chen's current Lord level, he could at most fuse and transform skeleton troops into dark skeleton knights.
However, in reality, this is indeed quite reasonable. If one could transform without limits, then at the initial stage of the game, Lin Chen could have transformed 256 first-tier skeleton soldiers into 9th-tier skeleton emperors. To have 9th-tier troops at the beginning of the game, what does that mean? It's like being able to kill gods and Buddhas alike.
Then, Lin Chen spoke up, "Alright, since everyone is here, let's
head straight into the canyon."
Chen Bei nodded, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Let's take down the evil God King and
try to get a few more diamond-level treasures."
Clearly, the Frost Demon King's drop of the Yi Frost Giant Axe had already given Chen Bei a
taste of the rewards. After equipping that strategic treasure, the orc leader's strength had almost undergone a qualitative leap. Chen Bei also fully understood the value of diamond-level treasures.
The three followed Lin Chen closely and soon entered the canyon, arriving
once again at the 3 forks in the road. The left path led to the evil God King's cave. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen led the three into it. After a few minutes, they quickly arrived inside the cave. Just as Lin Chen stepped into the cave, the evil God King immediately sensed their presence. "Humans, who gave you the courage to step out here?" The evil God King's fierce and brutal gaze quickly locked onto Lin Chen. "Who gave me the courage? Of course, it's myself."
Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. He waved his hand and
coldly commanded, "Blast him to death."
Originally, within 7 days, the types of troops available for recruitment in the territory would only refresh once. But under the effect of the time steal, the refresh time for troops was directly halved. This meant that, during these 7 days, Lin Chen had recruited all the troop types in the territory twice. The number of flame mages had reached 700. With Lin Chen's command, 700 flame mages simultaneously began to chant their spells. 700 blazing fireballs suddenly formed and shot towards the direction of the evil god king like a meteor shower. Boom 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 boom, the dazzling flames erupted directly on the evil god king's body. Even the latter's massive form was forced to stagger back several steps by this terrifying impact. Just this round of concentrated fire had directly taken away over 50,000 points of the evil god king's health. Damn! Humans! The evil god king steadied himself, a flash of anger crossing his eyes as he shouted, "Kill them all!" As soon as he finished speaking, one after another, terrifying and hideous demons emerged from the cave, quickly surrounding Lin Chen and the others like a tide. Looking at the dark and oppressive army of evil spirits before him, Lin Chen's face showed no signs of fear. For him now, 6th-tier troops were no longer a concern. "Just right, I'll use you to test the strength of the Dark Skeleton Knights," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. He then issued the command without hesitation, "Ugsar, lead your troops in charge." Upon hearing Lin Chen's order, Ugsar did not hesitate at all, drawing his bone demon blade and leading the Dark Skeleton Knight army into the charge. It should be noted that Lin Chen now commanded a full 2,500 Dark Skeleton Knights. In terms of numbers, that was at least twice that of the evil spirits before them. If this couldn't create a crushing advantage, then the Dark Skeleton Knights wouldn't deserve to be considered 6th-tier troops. Soon, the Dark Skeleton Knight army officially clashed with the Evil Spirit army. Facing the snarling evil spirits, one Dark Skeleton Knight immediately raised his spear high. Flames of black fire ignited at the tip of the spear. Sizzle! The black flame spear shot out like an enraged dragon, instantly piercing through the body of an evil spirit. The health of that evil spirit dropped by a third in an instant. Just as the evil spirit revealed a fierce expression and prepared to retaliate, 2 more spears engulfed in black flames came flying from 2 different directions. Sizzle sizzle! Accompanied by 2 light sounds. 2 more blood holes appeared on the body of the evil spirit, and its health was instantly reduced to 0. Watching this scene, Chen Bei couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, as fellow 6th-tier troops, why do I feel like the Dark Skeleton Knights are stronger? Is this a hidden troop?" "Of course not," Lin Chen smiled and explained, "it's because Ugsar and I have treasures that provide corresponding bonuses to the skeleton troops' attributes. So, even when facing troops of the same tier, the Dark Skeleton Knights can exhibit greater strength." It should be noted that just the treasure, the skull of the Skeleton King, already provided a 30% overall attribute bonus to the skeleton troops. Ugsar's passive skill, Bone Throne, provided an additional 20% overall attribute bonus. Combined, these two amounted to a 50% increase in attributes. Under such circumstances, the Dark Skeleton Knights could completely crush the evil spirits of the same tier. Meanwhile, Artoria was teaming up with Kairan to surround and kill the evil God King. At the same time, Chen Bei and Li Bingchu positioned their troops at the front to create as safe an output space as possible for the Flame Mage. "Foolish humans! Accept the lashes of hell," the evil God King roared, and the long whip in his hand immediately ignited with scorching hellfire. Then, the whip suddenly transformed into numerous afterimages, striking out in all directions. Troops below the 6th tier simply couldn't withstand such fierce attacks. Anyone hit by the whip would be instantly killed. Even Artoria was struck by the hellish lashes, losing nearly a quarter of her health, and quickly activated her glory shield. Fortunately, up to this point, there had been no suspense in this boss battle. The evil God King's health continued to drop steadily. 400,000, 300,000, 200,000. Under the continuous output of the Flame Mage, the evil God King's health was plummeting rapidly. Even Chen Bei couldn't help but exclaim, "I thought it would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect it to be so easy." Li Bingchu nodded and echoed, "It is indeed much easier than last time." When the evil God King's health dropped to 150,000, he finally unleashed his trump card. The evil God King raised both arms high and spoke in a deep and fervent voice, "Descend upon the world and destroy everything. Gate of evil spirits." Boom! Just as the evil God King's words fell, a massive bronze gate exuding an evil aura slowly rose from the ground. Behind the bronze gate was a dark and silent void, as if it connected to the depths of hell. Clearly, this bronze gate was the gate of evil spirits summoned by the evil God King. All the dead evil spirits on the battlefield would be resurrected within the gate of evil spirits. One after another, evil spirits emerged from the bronze gate, like demons resurrected from hell, charging towards Lin Chen's troops. It must be said that although the evil God King's attributes were slightly inferior to those of the Frost Demon King, his methods were even more treacherous. If he hadn't made ample preparations and fused to create 2,500 6th-tier Dark Skeleton Knights, he might not have been able to cope with these
evil spirits that could infinitely resurrect from the Bronze Gate.
Ignore these evil spirits, focus all fire on the evil God King. Lin Chen issued the command without hesitation.
Even if these evil spirits
could resurrect infinitely, breaking through the blockade of the Dark Skeleton Knights wouldn't be something they could achieve in a short time. And now, the evil God King's health was down to the last 150,000. Just 1 or 2 rounds of concentrated fire would be enough to end him completely. Lin Chen had that much judgment. Just as the evil God King's health dropped below 50,000, Lin Chen decisively chose to recall Ugsar. Facing the severely wounded evil God King, Ugsar raised the Bone Demon blade in his hand and immediately unleashed the Bone Demon King slash. It should be noted that by this point in the boss battle, the evil God King had already lost a total of 500,000 health points. The special effect of Bone Demon King slash is that it can deal true damage equal to 8% of the enemy's lost health. This means that against the severely wounded evil God King, the base damage of Bone Demon King slash had already reached 40,000 points. Coupled with Ugsar's own damage, this killing technique instantly reduced the evil God King's remaining health to 0. Boom! The towering body of the evil God King crashed to the ground.
With the death of the evil God King, the Gate of Evil Spirits, which exuded an evil aura, also dissipated. After the Gate of Evil Spirits disappeared, the remaining evil spirits naturally became insignificant. Dealing with them was merely a matter of time. Looking at the scene before him, a hint of joy unconsciously appeared on everyone's faces. Lin Chen, meanwhile, strode forward directly to the corpse of the evil God King, ready to check the items dropped by the boss. In an instant, all eyes were gathered on Lin Chen. They were all curious about what good things could possibly come from the evil God King. Unfortunately, this time, due to not being the first kill, the rewards were destined to be somewhat lacking. As Lin Chen explored the corpse of the evil God King, the system's prompt sounded continuously in his ears. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil God King and obtained a special material, Heart of the Evil God King. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil God King and obtained a special item, Key to Purgatory. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil God King and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Demon Pendant. You have successfully explored the corpse of the evil God King and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Hell Ring. Like the Frost Demon King, the evil God King also dropped 2 diamond-level treasures. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that both treasures dropped by the evil God King were accessories. Lin Chen then directly displayed the attributes of these 2 treasures in the chat box. Demon Pendant, Quality, Diamond Attributes, Strength plus 150, Attack Power plus 210, Critical Hit Rate plus 15% additional skill, Grip of the Demon after using this skill, a giant demon hand will be conjured to tightly grip the enemy target, imprisoning them for 3 seconds, during which they will lose 15,000 health points per second. Hell Ring, Quality, Diamond Attributes, Intelligence plus 180, Magic Attack Power plus 300, Spell Penetration plus 10% additional skill, Gate of Hell. After using this skill, a gate to hell will be summoned, continuously summoning hell creatures. The tier of the summoned hell creatures depends on the hero level of the user. Strategic treasures like these accessories naturally cannot compare to weapons or armor in terms of attributes. However, even so, accessory-type strategic treasures are still an indispensable existence. Lin Chen then said, I happen to be able to use these 2 treasures, so I'll keep them for myself. No problem, you're the boss, you decide. Li Bingchu shrugged, indicating no objections. Chen Bei immediately stated, I certainly have no objections, and I've already taken a diamond-level treasure. It would be embarrassing for me to take another. Me too. Lin Mengmeng quietly asked, but can I have the Heart of the Evil God King? I think I have a task that I can use it for. Of course, no problem. Lin Chen smiled and directly traded the Heart of the Evil God King to her. Although this could also be considered a rare material, Lin Chen was never a stingy person. Since Lin Mengmeng could use it, it was fine to let her have it. Thank you. Lin Mengmeng's eyes sparkled as she sincerely spoke. After clarifying the ownership of these 2 treasures, Lin Chen directly equipped them to Artoria and Kalen. Naturally, the Demon Pendant was given to Artoria as she already possessed a control-type skill called Holy Imprisonment. If she equipped the Demon Pendant and used Holy Imprisonment in conjunction with Grip of the Demon, the effect would only be better. As for the Hell Ring, Lin Chen naturally reserved it for Kalen. It should be noted that among the 3 heroes under his command, only Kalen needed the bonuses from intelligence attributes and magic attack. After equipping these 2 treasures, the attributes of Artoria and Kalen were both significantly enhanced. A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. In Lord Era, the most fulfilling thing was watching his heroes grow stronger bit by bit and seeing his troops gradually expand. However, for Lin Chen at this moment, there were even more pressing matters waiting for him to attend to.
Now, both the Purgatory Key and the Frost Key had been
obtained by Lin Chen.
This meant that Lin Chen had already qualified to unlock the treasure. With this in mind, Lin Chen hesitated not for a moment and immediately retreated from
this place, then directly led a few people into the middle fork in the road.
30 minutes later, Lin Chen and the others successfully arrived at the end of the fork.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped onto the high platform before him.
The previous treasure chest was still placed atop the high platform. Clearly, during the time Lin Chen had been away,
it was highly likely that no one had come here. Alright, I'm going to open the treasure chest now.
Although Lin Chen's tone was calm, it could not conceal the excitement in his heart. After all, this was a treasure guarded by 2 diamond-level bosses.
It couldn't possibly be anything less than extraordinary, right? The feelings of Li Bingqiu, Chen Bei, and Lin Mengmeng were no different from Lin Chen's. Lin Chen directly took out the 2 keys and inserted them into the 2 different keyholes.
Then, he turned them simultaneously in a clockwise
direction. Click, click.
Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds, the treasure chest before them was finally successfully opened by Lin Chen.
In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the inside of the treasure chest.
What appeared before them was a pitch-black egg, exuding an incredibly sinister aura. The black egg was covered in dense, eerie magical patterns,
looking extremely terrifying. This is the treasure here? Just this egg? Chen Bei's eyes widened in disbelief.
Li Bingqiu was also frozen in place, staring blankly as she said, "What
on earth is this thing?"
After a while, Lin Mengmeng stepped forward and softly said, "This egg seems to be alive.
My elven priest told me that he sensed a breath of life within this black egg."
The elven race indeed has a unique talent for sensing life. Since the elven priest had sensed that there was life within this black egg, it was likely not wrong.
However, among those present, the most shocked was undoubtedly Lin Chen.
Upon seeing this black egg, his pupils suddenly constricted to the extreme,
because he could recognize what kind of existence this black egg was. If he wasn't mistaken, this was essentially an egg of an abyssal demon.
It should be noted that Lin Chen had experienced the abyssal invasion in
his previous life.
At that time, the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent had quietly opened. Countless abyssal creatures invaded the continent, causing immense suffering to all living beings, and countless lords died tragically. Even beside Lin Chen, many companions had perished at the hands of abyssal demons. With such a deeply ingrained
memory, how could he forget what a demon egg looked like? However, if he remembered correctly, the rank of the demon egg should be linked to the magical patterns on the egg. 1. Magical pattern meant that this demon egg could hatch a first-tier demon.
2 magical patterns corresponded to a second-tier demon. 4 magical patterns corresponded to a third-tier
demon.
8 magical patterns corresponded to a fourth-tier demon.
And so on.
If the demon egg was nurturing a 9th-tier demon, then there would be at least 256
magical patterns covering the egg.
However, this was truly the part that shocked Lin Chen,
because the magical patterns covering this demon egg far exceeded 256. Boss, do you know what this thing really is? Chen Bei had almost developed a habit. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, asking Lin Chen was always the right choice. This is a
demon egg capable of hatching abyssal demons, Lin Chen explained in a deep voice.
Moreover, the more demonic runes there are on the egg, the stronger the abyssal demon that is born from it. There's such a saying? Chen Bei was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked at the black egg inside the treasure chest.
The dense runes covered the demon egg, making it almost unbearable for those with a fear of crowded spaces.
My goodness, it seems this demon egg is not simple at all. Chen Bei couldn't help but swallow. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, "Count how many demonic runes are on this egg."
"I'll do it." Li Bingqiu stepped forward and said, "I'm more meticulous than Chen Bei. I won't make a mistake."
"Alright, then go ahead." After receiving Lin Chen's
permission, Li Bingqiu immediately bent down and began to carefully count the runes on the black demon egg.
Time passed second by second.
Even Chen Bei began to grow a bit impatient. "Sister
Bingqiu, are you done? If you keep counting, the food will get cold." Li Bingqiu, however, didn't lift her head and replied, "If you make me count wrong, then you'll count it yourself later." Upon hearing this, Chen Bei immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word.
A few minutes later, Li Bingqiu finally stood up. Lin Chen looked at her and immediately asked, "Are you done
counting?" "Yes, I'm done." "Did you count clearly?" "I counted clearly."
Li Bingqiu took a deep breath and answered in a serious tone, "There are a total of 1,000 demonic runes. I won't count."
"It wrong. 1,000 runes?" Although Lin Chen had already mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but gasp when he heard this answer. It should be known that a demon egg with 256 runes could already hatch a 9th-tier demon.
Even in Lin Chen's previous life, he had only seen a demon egg with a little over 400 runes.
The owner of that demon egg
had directly exchanged it for 2 legendary strategic treasures, and that demon egg eventually hatched into an abyssal dragon. That abyssal dragon had an extremely high growth talent and nearly
infinite potential. Under the training of that lord, it quickly grew up.
In the end, that lord had one of his heroes tame the abyssal dragon.
And that hero had advanced from an S-rank dragon knight to an SS rank abyssal dragon knight.
It should be noted that advancing a hero from S rank to SS rank is not an easy feat. Even from this point, one can see how powerful that abyssal dragon was. However, the demon egg that hatched that abyssal dragon only had a little over 400 runes. But the demon egg in front of Lin Chen had a full 1000 runes.
Lin Chen stepped forward, slowly cradling the demon egg, and murmured, "What exactly can this egg hatch?"
Just then, before he could react, a huge black crack suddenly tore through the space in front of everyone.
When had Li Bingchu and the others ever seen such a phenomenon?
They were immediately startled. Among them, only Lin Chen remained relatively calm,
because he sensed the aura of the abyss from the crack in front of him.
I never expected that in this life I would come into contact with the existence within the abyss so early. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp, fixated on the black crack
before him. The next second, a huge face of a ghostly purple hue appeared before them.
This face does not resemble a human face at all. Instead, it looks more like that of a demon.
On this purple, demonic visage, 6 blood-red eyes grow, exuding an incredibly sinister aura. Is it the boss?
After realizing this, Chen Bei quickly became alert and was ready to order his troops to attack. However, Lin Chen directly stopped him and calmly said, "No need to act, this guy can't attack us." Upon seeing the enormous demonic face before him, Lin Chen immediately recognized the identity
of the being.
This demon was one of the 72 pillars of demon gods in the abyss, Astaroth. It was said that he was entirely black and emitted a foul poisonous gas, holding a hellish dragon in his right hand, commanding dozens of demon legions. The so-called 72 pillars of demon gods are the most terrifying 72 demon lords in the abyss.
Each demon god possesses unimaginable power.
In the next moment, Lin Chen directly cast a detection spell.
Astaroth's attributes then appeared before him. Astaroth Abyss BOSS level 135 health, attack, defense,
skills. One of the 72 pillars of demon gods possessing despair-inducing power, his existence symbolizes disaster and destruction. Due to Lin Chen's current lord level not being
high enough, the only information he could detect was Astaroth's level.
As for the other attributes, they were just a series of question marks. It is worth mentioning that abyss bosses generally do not have tier classifications. However, Astaroth's strength is at least equivalent to that of a legendary boss of the same level.
Fortunately, even if Astaroth's power is strong, he cannot act against Lin Chen and the others,
because the passage between the endless abyss and the eternal continent has not yet opened. Therefore, Astaroth can at most tear through space to converse
with Lin Chen. "Human, leave that demon egg behind." At that moment, Astaroth finally spoke.
His goal was clearly the demon egg in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen raised his head and looked directly at
him, saying lightly, "Why should I listen to you?" Astaroth spoke in a deep voice, "Take it away, and you will face endless calamity." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "This is the first time I've heard someone threaten others in such a fresh and unique way. But the key is, it seems you have no way to deal with me right now, right?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Even if I take this demon egg, what can you do to me? So, let's be practical, state your conditions."
"If the conditions can satisfy me, perhaps I will consider leaving this demon egg behind." After Lin Chen's words came out, Chen Bei and the others were momentarily stunned. They also cast a probing spell on Astaroth and realized just how terrifying this demon was. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Chen's courage was so great. He directly tried to extort the abyssal demon god. This was a level 135 abyssal boss. One could only say that this guy was truly fearless. "You are the first human to dare speak to me like this." Astaroth narrowed his eyes dangerously and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that killing you is as easy as crushing an ant?
Is that so?"
Lin Chen laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide. "If you really can kill me, then come on."
Upon hearing this, Astaroth's expression instantly darkened. Because right now, he truly had no way to deal with Lin Chen.
"Human, do not get too carried away." Astaroth suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. "When the abyssal passage opens, you will surely pay the price for your actions."
Lin Chen lazily dug at his ear and said, "Is that so? Then I'll just wait for that day. Before that, I'll take this demon egg." 3 legendary treasures.
Seeing Lin Chen's attitude so resolute, Astaroth finally became a bit anxious.
No matter what, he couldn't let Lin Chen take away this demon egg. The legendary treasures he
mentioned naturally referred to legendary level strategic treasures. In Lord's Era, equipment is divided into 9 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary,
epic, and mythical. Legendary level treasures are even more precious than diamond level treasures. As long as you leave this demon egg, I can give you 3 legendary treasures. Lin Chen
glanced at him and said indifferently, "Sure, then show me those 3 legendary treasures first." Astaroth spoke in a deep voice, "I swear by the name of the abyssal demon god, when the Endless Abyss and the Eternal Continent meet, I will personally deliver 3 legendary treasures to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. In the end, you still want
to get something for nothing. What is a promise worth?
If you can't produce something of equivalent value for exchange, then there's no need for our transaction to continue.
After
saying this, Lin Chen turned around and left, clearly intending to take the demon egg with him.
Wait! Astaroth's voice rang out again in Lin Chen's ear. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, you want sincerity, right? Then I will give you enough sincerity.
After saying this, Astaroth's face disappeared from everyone's view within the spatial rift.
In its place
was a map formed from black mist. Astaroth said, this map marks the location of an epic treasure.
As long as you can find it, that epic treasure will belong to you. Human, I have shown
my sincerity, and I hope you can also keep your promise and leave the demon egg here. After Astaroth's words, shock appeared on the faces of Li Bingqiu and the others.
An epic level strategic treasure? This was 2 tiers higher than diamond level treasures.
For them at this stage, even calling it a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration.
For a moment, everyone present turned their gaze to Lin Chen, wanting to see what choice he would make.
Just then, Lin Chen suddenly started to laugh.
Astaroth frowned and retorted, what are you laughing at?
Of course, I'm mocking your stupidity, Lin Chen said with a cold smile.
What makes you think I would trade with an abyssal demon?
Astaroth was momentarily taken aback, then roared in fury.
You dare to play me? Aren't you plotting against me as well? Lin Chen smiled and spoke calmly. Do you think I don't know what the map indicates?
That place is the dark maze, filled with dangerous dark creatures. Even if there were truly epic treasures there, with my current strength, I wouldn't be able to reach the end of the maze.
So, you just want to trick us into going there to die.
Upon hearing this, Li Bingqiu and the others changed their expressions. They clearly hadn't expected Astaroth to be so sinister.
If Lin Chen hadn't successfully seen through his scheme, once they entered the dark maze according to the Black Mist map's instructions, they would likely face total annihilation. After his plot was directly exposed by Lin Chen, Astaroth decided to drop the pretense. Human, I indeed underestimated you. Astaroth said coldly, I never expected you to even know about the dark maze. Since you insist on opposing me, be prepared to pay a bloody price. When the day comes that the Endless Abyss and the Eternal Continent unite, I will personally retrieve this demon egg and ensure you have no place to be buried. A wave of overwhelming malice suddenly spread from the rift in space. It must be said that the power of the Abyssal Demon Lord was indeed formidable. Even separated by 2 realms, it could still exert influence. However, Lin Chen's expression remained calm. You want to take this demon egg from me? Lin Chen grinned and said lightly, heh, then I think you might not have that opportunity.
After saying this, he turned directly to look at Artoria and extended his hand. Give me the sword. Soon, Lin Chen took the sword from Artoria's hand. Without any hesitation, he directly cut his palm with the sword. Crimson blood immediately dripped from Lin Chen's palm.
Drop after drop fell onto the demon egg. The next second, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone.
Accompanied by the dripping blood, the magical patterns on the demon egg suddenly burst forth with a blood-red glow.
One black magical pattern after another transformed into blood-colored magical patterns.
Watching this scene, Astaroth's face twisted into a grotesque expression.
How could a mere human possibly? No. Lin Chen smiled and said, are you wondering why I know how to make the demon egg recognize its master? Unfortunately, I do know.
So, from now on, this demon egg belongs to me. In just a few seconds, the magical patterns on the demon egg transformed entirely into a deep crimson color. After absorbing Lin Chen's blood, this demon egg officially recognized its master.
Even if Astaroth were to reclaim the demon egg now, it would be of no use.
The demon that hatches from this egg will forever regard Lin Chen as its master. If one were to say, this is akin to the blood oath of recognition,
found in fantasy novels.
Although this method seems simple, not everyone might think of it. Lin Chen was able to know this only because of his past life experience.
Despicable human, I will slaughter you, I will slaughter you.
Astaroth was clearly furious, continuously roaring in rage. A powerful sense of oppression spread from the spatial rift, distorting the surrounding space. Such a terrifying energy
fluctuation made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines.
Li Bingqiu sighed softly, as expected of a boss over level 100, this power is truly frightening.
Chen Bei turned to Lin Chen.
Boss, are you sure this guy can't attack us?
Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry, if he could really act, do you think he wouldn't just snatch the demon egg directly?
That's true,
then I can relax. Chen Bei grinned,
directly extending his hand and giving Astaroth the middle finger, making a standard international gesture. You idiot, eat shit. You will pay the price, just wait for me. With Astaroth's final roar, the spatial rift before them completely closed.
That hideous demon face also vanished from everyone's sight.
Lin Chen looked at Chen Bei and smiled. How does it feel to angrily curse the abyss?
Demon god?
Of course, it's exhilarating. Shenbei grinned, cheerfully replying, the purest trash talk, the ultimate enjoyment.
You really are perceptive. Lin Chen laughed and patted his shoulder. I hope, when the abyss invades, you'll still be that perceptive.
Upon hearing this, Shenbei's face instantly turned pale.
Boss, when exactly is the abyss invasion? Don't worry, there's still some time. Then, I'm relieved.
Shenbei patted his chest and let out a long breath. However, even by that time, you probably won't be a match for this abyss demon god. Lin Chen added, especially since you cursed him, he
will definitely come looking for you first to settle the score.
After hearing this, Shenbei's face turned white and he rushed towards Lin Chen, grabbing his leg and wailing, Boss, save me.
Alright. Look at you, so pathetic.
Lin Chen glanced at Shenbei disdainfully and said irritably, Don't worry, even if this guy is one of the 72 pillars of demon gods, I still won't take him seriously. What Lin Chen said was completely true. In his past life, he had fought against beings of the level of the 72 pillars of demon gods. The main reason Lin Chen died during the expedition against the
abyss demon god Kanguzate was still due to Lin Tian's betrayal. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's inner anger reignited.
He would definitely make Lin Tianke pay the price.
Moreover, the day of reckoning would not be far off. Then, Lin Chen turned to Li Bingqiu and asked, Can you still remember that Black Mist map?
Li Bingqiu was slightly taken aback and replied, I should be able to.
It should be noted that her memory had always been excellent, almost to the point of being photographic.
A few seconds later, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but curiously ask, But isn't the dark maze marked on the map a trap set by
the other party?
For us right now, it is indeed a trap, Lin Chen explained. But as long as our strength grows, this map will become particularly important.
Because, within the dark maze, there is a high possibility that an epic treasure is hidden.
Even before his rebirth, Lin Chen had only heard rumors about the dark maze. He only knew that it was an extremely dangerous place, requiring at least an
8th tier unit to qualify for entry.
As for the exact location of the dark maze, he had no idea.
He also didn't know if any lord had ever cleared the dark maze. However, this time, Astalos revealed to
him the specific location of the dark maze. And given the circumstances at the time, what he said was likely not a lie.
To be honest, Lin Chen hadn't initially thought about trading with Astalos. However,
even he hadn't expected to gain an unexpected reward.
I understand. After realizing Lin Chen's intentions, Li Bingqiu nodded and said, When I get back, I'll quickly draw the map from memory, striving for 100% restoration.
Well, then thank you for your hard work, Lin Chen replied.
Alright, since everything is done, we should leave here.
Just then, Shenbei suddenly leaned over, poking the
demon egg in Lin Chen's hand with his finger, and curiously asked, Boss, when will this thing hatch?
At that moment, the originally pitch-black demon egg had turned a scarlet red. Moreover, it even seemed to rise and fall as if it were breathing. Lin Chen shook his head and said, I don't know when this demon egg will hatch.
However, a demon egg that even the abyss demon god values so much must be quite special.
As they talked, they walked out. Before long, they reached the exit of the canyon. However, as they stepped out of the canyon, the sight before them made all of them furrow their brows.
The originally
empty canyon exit was now filled with various troops, a sea of black that stretched endlessly. Leading these troops were hundreds of lords. Their forces had completely surrounded the canyon exit, sealing
it tightly.
Li Bingqiu frowned and whispered, Lin Chen, be careful, something seems off. A hint of worry flashed in Lin Mengming's eyes. These people seem to be coming for us.
Shenbei, who was more
impulsive, immediately shouted angrily upon sensing the hostility, Boss, these people clearly aren't good news.
Why don't we strike first and take them on directly? Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling Shenbei not to be so hasty. In his view, the gathering of so many lords here could not be a coincidence.
This meant that someone must have deliberately gathered these lords here. Therefore, he was also curious about who was behind these people targeting him. Although Lin Chen was quite famous, he hadn't made many enemies. Could it be that these lords were only here to kill and seize treasures?
Just as Lin Chen
was pondering this, a figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. Immediately, a familiar voice rang in Lin Chen's ear. Brother Lin Yuan, it has truly been a long time.
I wonder if you still remember me.
Lin Chen raised his head and focused his gaze, only to find that the person standing before him was none other than Wang Hu. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be you, this jumping clown, Lin Chen said with a smile, shaking his head as he retorted, What's wrong?
Didn't you suffer enough last time? Are you looking for more trouble? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's expression darkened instantly, clearly struck by a painful spot. However, he quickly laughed again, coldly stating, Lin Yuan, you are quite arrogant and indeed have the capital to be so. I have nothing to say about losing to you last time. I truly was outmatched.
So this time, to ensure you are trapped here, I am willing to join forces with the three major guilds, Xiongtu, Xingchen, and Tiange to hunt you down. Behind Wang Hu stood three others. A tall, bald, muscular man, a tall and thin middle-aged man, and a cultured man wearing glasses. There was no doubt that these three were the leaders of the three guilds Wang Hu mentioned.
Naturally, all the lords
gathered here were members of these three guilds.
However, the strength of these lords was evidently not very strong.
Most of their troops were of the third tier, with only a few possessing fourth tier troops. In Lin Chen's view, their only advantage was probably their numbers.
Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Wang Hu couldn't help but sneer. Lin Yuan, are you only just now realizing fear? Don't you think it's a bit too late?
You misunderstand. Lin Chen shook his head, his expression serious as he spoke. I just think it's not easy for you either to have found three guilds I've never even heard of.
After he said this,
before Wang Hu could react, the bald muscular man stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Kid, are you looking for death?" The tall and thin middle-aged man sneered. It's normal for young people to be unaware of their own limitations. The cultured man adjusted his glasses and smiled. Don't underestimate him. After all, this kid is considered one of the top lords in our huaxia. It's normal for him to be a bit proud.
However, the Age of Lords is ultimately not a one-man game.
No matter how strong he is, under the joint siege of our three guilds, he will have no choice but to submit.
Brother Zhao is right. Wang Hu laughed
heartily. As long as we clear this guy out today, you will certainly benefit afterward. To be honest, before this, he wasn't particularly familiar with these three leaders. At most, he had some connection
with Zhao Ming, the leader of Tiangu. Fortunately, money can make things happen. To prepare for this siege plan, Wang Hu directly prepaid each of them 5 million. After the job was done, he would pay another 5 million. That's a total of 30 million. To be honest, Xiongtu, Xingchen, and Tiangu were not exactly top-tier forces. They could only be considered mid-sized guilds. However, the price Wang Hu offered to hire 3 mid-sized guilds to work for him was already the limit. It should be noted that Lin Tianke had only given him a total of 50 million. To prepare for this plan, he directly invested 30 million. Wang Hu was willing to pay such a high price just to take revenge on Lin Chen and completely wipe him out. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the group and he couldn't help but smile. Since you are all so confident, then come and try it. Let's see if you clear me out, or if I clear you out instead. Ha 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 ha. Are you crazy? Can't you see how many of us there are? The bald muscular man laughed heartily. President Zhou Chen, President Zhao Ming, it's time to act.
After saying this, he waved his hand decisively. Brothers of Xiongtu, charge with me. Zhao Ming smiled faintly and said, President Chu Xiong, you really are
quite impatient. However, our Tiangu has no cowards. Let's go with them.
Just charge boldly. For those who die, I will provide compensation.
Zhou Chen looked around and chuckled, entrusted by others, loyal to the task. Brothers of Xingchen, it's time for us to contribute as well. After these three presidents issued their commands, hundreds of lords led their troops toward Lin Chen's direction to launch an attack.
At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. To be honest, it hasn't been easy for you to develop to this point and create these soldiers. I can give you a chance. Stop now, and I won't make things difficult
for you. Fool, what nonsense are you talking about?
The bald, strong man Chu Xiong sneered and said, Now you are the fish on the chopping block and I am the knife. You say you won't make things difficult
for us?
Brothers, kill him. Kill. In an instant, over 100 lords of Xiongtu shouted in unison, their voices like thunder.
Lin Chen let out a slight sigh.
After all, he had already given these people
a chance. Since they didn't cherish it, he couldn't blame himself.
Looking at the massive army before him, Lin Chen took out an item from his backpack. This item was the magic scroll he obtained from clearing
the Green Dragon Dungeon.
A forbidden spell-level magic scroll, Wrath of the Green Dragon. As a reborn individual, Lin Chen understood the power of forbidden spell scrolls.
The greatest feature of forbidden spell-level magic is its immense power and wide coverage. Using it in the current situation was perfect.
With this in mind, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately chose to use it.
In the next second, the
magic scroll in his hand transformed into a stream of emerald light shooting straight into the sky. A terrifying wave of magical energy began to spread outwards. Zhao Ming was the first to sense this unusual wave. His expression changed slightly as he immediately said, Be careful.
Everyone, spread out immediately, right now.
Although Zhao Ming keenly sensed that something was off, his warning was destined to
have no effect.
First, the release speed of forbidden spell-level magic is extremely fast, leaving them little time to prepare. Second, this open space was filled with members of the three major guilds and their respective troops. In such a situation, asking them to spread out was undoubtedly a fantasy. At that moment, the forbidden spell-level magic was finally fully unleashed. In the sky, a gigantic green dragon phantom coalesced, exuding supreme pressure. Everyone instinctively raised their heads, staring blankly at the green dragon phantom before them. Roar! However, at that moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the green dragon phantom opened its massive mouth, and scorching dragon flames surged forth, sweeping toward all of them like a tidal wave. This was the forbidden spell-level magic, Wrath of the Green Dragon. Boom 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 boom, the scorching dragon flames swept across the land like a natural disaster. Dense numbers of damage floated above the heads of their troops.
How could these 3rd and 4th tier units withstand the power of a forbidden spell?
Under the onslaught of the dragon flames, the forces under the lords were almost instantly turned to charcoal.
In less than 10 seconds, a clear area was forcefully created in front of Lin Chen.
In this area, there were no living beings left, only the ground covered with charred corpses. For a moment, whether it was Wang Hu, Feng Chang, or the leaders of the three major guilds, they all stood dumbfounded in place. Their faces were filled with disbelief. For them, this was simply a devastating blow. Before this, they had never imagined that in less than half a minute since the battle had just begun, a forbidden spell could directly reduce their numbers by a third.
Feng Chang couldn't help but swallow hard and said in a low voice, "Boss, I told you we shouldn't have provoked Lin Yuan. This guy is simply a monster."
"Shut up." Wang Hu glared at him fiercely, then quickly stepped forward to the side of the three guild leaders. "Three leaders, there's no need to worry. This kid does have some tricks, but once those tricks are used
up, he'll naturally be out of options."
Chu Xiong coldly glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Wang, you didn't share this information with us before."
"That's right, it's your negligence that caused our people to
suffer huge losses."
Zhou Chen immediately echoed, "Once this is over, you need to compensate us for our losses."
Upon hearing this, Wang Hu couldn't help but curse inwardly, a few old foxes,
seizing the opportunity to raise the price. However, despite this, he still forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, as long as the three of you can help me eliminate Lin Yuan, money won't be a problem. Moreover, this is also a great opportunity
for your three guilds to make a name for yourselves.
Sending hundreds of people to encircle just a few individuals and still getting some killed in return, what kind of reputation is that?" Zhao Ming scoffed.
Then changed the subject. "However, if I'm not mistaken, the guy just now used some kind of extremely powerful magic scroll. I don't believe he has any more of that level of magic scrolls."
Wang Hu immediately nodded. "That's right, President Zhao's insight is indeed sharp.
Only by quickly pursuing the victory can we avenge our fallen brothers." Then, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "As long as we can wipe this kid out today, I'll add another 10 million for you."
Chu Xiong's eyes lit up immediately, asking, "Is that 10 million per person?" Wang Hu smiled coldly. "Is President Chu being a bit too greedy?" Chu Xiong immediately laughed, "Just joking.
Even if it wasn't 10 million per person, they would still get at least 3 million each. Even for guilds of their level, that was not a small sum."
Although they were intimidated
by Lin Chen's forbidden spell scroll, after guessing his methods, the three major guilds began to stir again and organized an attack. After reorganizing their troops, the remaining lords of the three major guilds
charged towards Lin Chen once more. These people really aren't afraid of death. Lin Chen smiled, turned around, and looked at everyone. "Are you ready for battle?"
"Of course." Chen Bei cracked his knuckles, his face fierce as he said, "I've been holding back against these bastards for a long time."
Li Bingshu also nodded. "They really should be taught a lesson." Even Lin Mengmeng clenched her fists. "We must let them know that we are not to be bullied." After hearing Lin Mengmeng's words, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud.
"I have to say, this little girl is quite adorable. Even when she talks tough, there's an innate cuteness about her." Then, Lin Chen calmly said, "Leave the enemy's main force to me. You can fight if you want, or just watch from the sidelines if you don't."
"I should be enough on my own." "How can that be?" Chen Bei immediately retorted, "Boss, that's just too unfair. After all this time, we finally have a chance to crush some weaklings, and you want to enjoy it all by yourself. With this bunch of useless trash, I can take on 10 of them without any problem."
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle.
However, I must say, Chen Bei's words were indeed not without merit.
All along, Chen Bei had been fighting tough battles.
Compared to
Lin Chen, he indeed had a significant gap.
But that didn't mean Chen Bei wasn't strong.
You have to know, in his previous life, Chen Bei was a man known as the Beastman Tyrant.
Moreover, in this life, he chose to team up with Lin Chen, which greatly accelerated his growth.
Whether it was S-rank heroes or diamond-grade treasures, Lin Chen had arranged everything for him. Under such circumstances, Chen Bei's strength was several
levels ahead of an ordinary lord. Taking on 20 might be a bit exaggerated, but taking on 10, that was definitely not a problem at all.
"In that case, let's see how you perform." Lin Chen smiled and said,
"No problem." Chen Bei was incredibly excited and immediately led his army of beastmen into the enemy ranks. The orc leader roared and activated Beast Blood Boiling. In an instant, all beastman units received corresponding boosts. An orc berserker roared as it swung an axe, directly knocking a 4th-tier knight to the ground. Watching this scene, the lord's face turned green. You have to know, he was not an ordinary lord, but an elite lord of the Star Guild. After all, at this stage, being able to recruit 4th-tier units was already among the best of the lords. But the problem was that his precious 4th-tier knight was instantly killed by that ugly orc berserker with a single axe. Is there no reason left? Before he could process this, on the other side, the orc leader began a massacre. They understood the principle of capture the king first. So, as soon as the orc leader appeared, he was immediately targeted by the three major guilds. Dozens of lords commanded their heroes to surround him. Unfortunately, most of their heroes were B rank or C rank. As for A rank heroes, there was only one, and that hero was only at level 27. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Bei's smile was stretching from ear to ear. He now understood what a true dimensionality reduction strike was. In reality, this was the situation of ordinary lords. The three major guilds were, to put it bluntly, just medium-sized guilds, mostly recruiting common players. For these people, A-rank heroes were already the exclusive domain of the wealthy or the lucky. As for S-rank heroes, they were even more of a distant legend. Under the dual pressure of hero rank and hero level, this battle quickly showed a one-sided situation. The orc leader roared as he swung his axe, heavily striking a dwarf hero's round shield. But even with the shield's block, the orc leader's blow still knocked off half of the dwarf hero's health. The latter's figure was sent flying directly, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, the other 10 or so heroes rushed to surround him. Unfortunately, their fates were mostly the same. They were either smashed away by the giant axe or directly killed under its blade. The orc leader dealt with these heroes as easily as killing small monsters, taking just 2 axes to eliminate one. After continuously slaying 5 or 6 heroes, the orc leader's health only decreased by a mere tenth. Chen Bei's orc army charged in like they were in a no-man's land, piercing through the enemy formation like a sharp knife, and they were rampaging through the opposing forces. However, the army before them was simply too vast. Even though a third of the troops had perished in the wrath of the Green Dragon, the remaining forces were still quite considerable. Despite Chen Bei's orc troops having extremely strong individual combat power, they still struggled to contend with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Chen Bei's arrogance. He directly gave the 3 guild leaders the middle finger, sneering as he mocked, "What's wrong? Is this all you've got? With this little strength, you dare to come out and embarrass yourselves? It's like a grandma getting into bed. You've really made my day." To be honest, Chen Bei's tongue was truly sharp. After he finished speaking, the faces of the 3 guild leaders instantly darkened. Li Xiong was the first to lose his composure, cursing as he said, "I want to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant." After saying this, he immediately mobilized his troops to surround Chen Bei. As the president of the Xiong Tu Guild, Li Xiong naturally had some strength. His initial race was the dwarf race, and his hero was the A-rank hero King of the Hills. This hero had a thick beard, wore scale armor and fur, and wielded a huge and finely crafted dwarf shield, boasting incredible defense. Soon, the King of the Hills engaged in battle with the orc leader. Under the orc leader's frenzied assault, the King of the Hills quickly fell into a suppressed state. However, this A-rank hero still had some skills. Despite being suppressed, he managed to hold his ground against the orc leader with his extremely high defense. Even so, Li Xiong's expression remained somewhat grim. He originally thought that among these people, only Lin Chen would be difficult to deal with. As for the other 3, they were merely unknown small fry. But unexpectedly, aside from Lin Chen, this guy in front of him also possessed an S-rank hero. Even his platinum-grade King of the Hills had no power to fight back against the orc leader. Fortunately, Zhou Chen quickly noticed his predicament and immediately said, "Li Xiong, I'll help you." After this was said, Zhou Chen promptly dispatched his own hero. Soon, sharp long spears whistled through the air, piercing towards the orc leader. -263, -269, -299. A series of blood-red damage numbers appeared above the orc leader's head. This was Zhou Chen's A-rank hero, the Phantom Spear Thrower. Dressed in black, with a black mask on his face, he tightly gripped the spear in both hands, continuously throwing it at the orc leader. Faced with the combined assault of 2 A-rank heroes, even the orc leader began to feel overwhelmed. With the King of the Hills restraining him, he could only allow the Phantom Spear Thrower's attacks to land on him. No matter how thick the orc leader's health was, he couldn't withstand such attacks. In less than half a minute, the orc leader's health had already dropped by half. A smile immediately appeared on the faces of Li Xiong and Zhou Chen. So what if he had an S-rank hero? As long as they coordinate well, they can still limit him to death. However, just at that moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang in their ears. "I say, you two, aren't you a bit too happy too soon?" This voice came from Li Bingshu. Accompanying her voice, the rose swordsman Kalen also charged into the battlefield. It should be noted that after passing the hero trial, Kalen is now an S-rank hero. Although she isn't equipped with diamond-grade treasures, her platinum-grade gear is still top-notch. More importantly, compared to the orc commander, the mobility of the rose swordsman is undoubtedly much more agile. She dashed towards the phantom spearman at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 seconds, she had already appeared in front of the opponent. A light-armored warrior like Kalen is undoubtedly a nightmare for a fragile ranged shooter like the phantom spearman. Under Kalen's sword dance, the phantom spearman's health began to plummet rapidly. Li Xiong's expression changed and he immediately wanted to send the Hill King for rescue. However, Chen Bei would not let him off so easily. "Orc commander, kill him."
Accompanied by Jinbei's roar, the orc commander swung his axe again, triggering the passive effect of the Frost Giant Axe. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the Hill King, slowing his speed by 20%. Li Xiong's face showed anxiety as he looked at Zhao Ming. President Zhao, why aren't you coming to help? Two fools. Zhao Ming cursed inwardly, then spoke in a deep voice. What are you two thinking? There's no need to clash head-on with their hero. We have more troops on our side. We can just surround and kill them. In Zhao Ming's eyes, these two were simply unadulterated fools. Instead of utilizing their advantage, they ran off to duel with someone else's hero. Isn't that brainless? The most critical point is that they couldn't even win. In a battle between two armies, the most taboo thing is to damage morale. Up until now, Lin Chen hadn't even made a move, and they had already been forced into this situation, which is undoubtedly a huge blow to their morale. However, at this point, complaining is useless. If they really watched these two heroes under their command die at the hands of the enemy, their morale would only worsen. So, no matter what, he should take action. Go, save them. Zhao Ming took a deep breath and immediately issued orders to his hero. And Zhao Ming's hero is the S-rank human hero, the Guardian of Light. Among these people, only he possesses an S-rank hero. Because of this, Zhao Ming has enough confidence in his hero. I will obey your command, my master. A stern-faced guardian, dressed in a white robe, riding a fine horse and holding a short staff, appeared behind Zhao Ming. However, just as the Guardian of Light was about to take action, Lin Chen's voice quietly echoed in Zhao Ming's ear. After waiting so long, finally met someone who can fight. After hearing Lin Chen's voice, Zhao Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. There stood Lin Chen, followed by three heroes. These three heroes were none other than Artoria, Kirin, and Uxar. All three of them were, without exception, S-rank heroes. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke again. You say 3 against 1 is a bit too much, isn't it? Before Zhao Ming could respond, Lin Chen continued with a smile. Unfortunately, I just like to bully people. After he said this, Artoria, Kirin, and Uxar simultaneously surrounded the direction of the Light Guardian. The Light Guardian immediately raised his staff. Light disappear from their sight. Blinding light. For the Light Guardian, blinding light was undoubtedly his most important life-saving skill. After all, once this skill was released, it could make the enemy lose sight of their target, flailing around like a headless fly. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing. He shouldn't have released the skill in front of Artoria. Holy binding. Just as the Light Guardian began to chant the spell, Artoria had already raised her longsword. The binding light immediately enveloped the Light Guardian, forcibly interrupting his skill. With his only means of survival broken, the Light Guardian became completely vulnerable. Kirin was the first to strike, and the magic book, floating beside him, suddenly erupted with a pitch-black light. Following that, a dozen black magic balls quickly formed, whistling through the air towards the Light Guardian. It should be noted that Kirin's hero level had already reached 37. The strategic treasures he was equipped with were all top-tier platinum-grade items, and he even had a diamond-grade Hell Ring. Under such circumstances, how could the damage from the dark magic missiles be low? Just this one skill directly took away nearly half of the Light Guardian's health. At this moment, Zhao Ming's expression changed instantly. He clearly did not expect that Lin Chen's hero could deal such high magical damage. However, it was not over yet. After Artoria and Kirin took their turns, Uxar also unhesitatingly chose to activate his skill. Bone Demon. King Slash. Suddenly, a dark light erupted from the bone blade in Uxar's hand. Following that, the black blade light fiercely slashed towards the direction of the Light Guardian. Sizzle. Scarlet blood immediately burst forth from the Light Guardian's body. At the same time, the Light Guardian's health instantly dropped to 0. Watching this scene, all the lords present were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. They clearly did not expect that an S-rank hero could be directly killed by 3 skills like this. The process was so fast that they didn't even realize what had happened. My god, is this guy's hero really that terrifying? He actually just killed President Zhao Ming's hero in one hit? Isn't President Zhao Ming's Light Guardian an S-rank hero? If it can be killed like this guy must be a monster. They say Lin Yuan is the #1 lord in today's Huaxia, and it seems that reputation is well deserved. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't need the 3 major guilds to join forces to hunt him down. Heh, even if one person is strong, they can't stir up much trouble. To put it bluntly, with our hundreds of thousands of troops, we could drown him with just a spit from each of us. After the death of the Guardian of Light, the Hill King and the Phantom Spearman were also killed one after another by the Orc Commander and the Rose Swordsman. These 3 leaders can be said to have died before they could achieve anything, as their heroes fell one after another before they had the chance to act. This was clearly a significant blow to the morale of the 3 major guilds. However, even so, the members of the 3 major guilds showed no signs of retreating. Instead, they charged towards Lin Chen one after another. After all, they had an absolute advantage in numbers.
Once they killed Lin Chen, the notoriety of their 3 guilds would undoubtedly rise significantly.
Since you all are so eager, let me make sure you lose clearly, Lin Chen said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If these people truly believed they could defeat him with sheer numbers, they were being rather naive. If the previous forbidden spells hadn't instilled fear in them, then next, he would have to rely on his own strength to completely crush this 100,000-strong army.
Alright, it's our turn now.
Lin Chen looked at the 3 heroes under his command and said calmly, lead your troops into battle and crush them.
Completely. For the Lord.
Artoria raised her longsword high and immediately activated Night Spirit and Glory Shield.
Following that, all human troops received corresponding enhancements. Let me teach them a little lesson.
The Dark Elf Queen. Chiron smiled seductively, raising her hand to summon over 100 Dark Elves. Then, under the protection of these Dark Elves, Chiron confidently walked into the enemy camp and unhesitatingly activated Life Drain.
In an instant, countless black threads spread from Chiron, connecting to the enemy troops. On this chaotic battlefield, Chiron's Life Drain could be described as a divine skill. Life Drain continuously absorbed the vitality of the enemy, causing waves of enemy troops to fall.
The attacks from the enemy troops landed on Chiron, but they were ineffective. Even if some health was lost, it would quickly be replenished.
After Artoria and Chiron took action, Ugsar could no longer hold back. My lord, I will make these fools feel what true fear is.
The soul fire in Ugsar's eyes danced wildly, his face twisted in a grimace. He then summoned a bone giant and led over 2,000 Dark Skeleton Knights into the charge. This group of Dark Skeleton Knights tore through the enemy formation like a dark torrent. Even 4th-tier troops were as fragile as paper before them, easily ripped apart. After all, Dark Skeleton Knights were 6th-tier troops. Moreover, under the dual enhancements of Bone Throne and Skull of the Skeleton King, the attributes of the Dark Skeleton Knights received a 50% boost. In this situation, the basic attributes of the Dark Skeleton Knights were even comparable to those of 7th-tier troops. With such high basic attributes, mere 4th-tier
troops stood no chance against the Dark Skeleton Knights and would be instantly killed.
It is no exaggeration to say that this was a one-sided massacre. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying power displayed by the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion.
What level of troops are these? Why is their attack power so high? Damn, my 4th-tier rock giant was actually killed in 2 shots. This has to be at least a 6th-tier troop, right?
Hiss.
Where on earth did this guy get over 2,000 units of 6th-tier troops? Forget about that for now, we need to think of a way quickly. The casualties are too high. Even if we manage to take down all these skeletal knights, we'll still lose at least half of our forces. What can we do? This is a complete overpowering of strength.
Soon, the members of the 3 major guilds began to panic.
After all, they had never faced a lord of Lin Chen's caliber before. The strength Lin Chen displayed had completely exceeded their expectations. However, these lords clearly had not realized their nightmare was just beginning. After the Dark Skeleton Knights charged forward, behind them, the 700 flame mages were also ready. As the incantations were completed, hundreds of fireballs immediately rained down on the enemy army. Boom 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 boom. The crimson flames instantly engulfed the entire world. Under the bombardment of the exploding fireballs, the enemy troops fell in waves, as if they were straw being harvested by a scythe. Wang Hu stared blankly at the scene before him, instinctively taking a step back. This is impossible. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Feng Chang, and questioned in a deep voice, didn't you say last time that after he came out of the canyon there were only a bunch of remnants left? So where did all these troops come from? Feng Chang helplessly replied, but last time I really saw that they had very few soldiers left. How was I supposed to know their forces could recover so quickly? The scene before them was a complete rout. The Dark Skeleton Knight Legion pierced into their chests like a sharp blade, crazily harvesting their troops. Meanwhile, hundreds of flame mages in the back row were chanting spells, unleashing a barrage of attacks on them. It was only then that the members of the 3 major guilds realized just how great the gap was between them and Lin Chen. In front of Lin Chen, they were like ants. To Lin Chen, their troops were hardly different from cannon fodder. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 guilds also turned pale. They were just now realizing how terrifying the existence they had provoked was. Lin Chen, with his own strength, had forcefully crushed the 3 major guilds. Hundreds of lords and hundreds of thousands of troops were nothing more than easily extinguishable pests in front of Lin Chen. Under such circumstances, the morale of the 3 major guilds had plummeted to the lowest point. After all, how could their morale remain high when a single Lin Chen had so thoroughly trounced them? However, Chen Bei was extremely excited and directly led his troops into the charge. How could he miss such a satisfying opportunity to beat down a drowning dog? Moreover, as Lord Era was a lord-type game, wars between lords were an inevitable gameplay element. To be honest, torturing players was much more interesting than fighting bosses. It is worth mentioning that the 3 major guilds were not just lambs to the slaughter. Even
In such a situation, they still organized an effective counterattack, relying on their numerical advantage to forcefully surround Chen Bei's orc army.
Fortunately, Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengmeng timely led their
troops to provide support, helping Chen Bei to break free, preventing his forces from suffering too heavy casualties.
In just a few minutes, the three major guilds had already been beaten to the point of losing their armor and helmets.
Li Xiong, Zhou Chen, and Zhao Ming exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of bitterness on the other's face. This time, they had suffered heavy losses.
No matter which
guild it was, they were all severely weakened. The rewards Wang Hu had paid them were simply not enough to compensate for their losses this time.
As for the most desperate, it was none other than Wang Hu.
It should be noted that he had spent a full 40 million to organize this encirclement operation, and Lin Tianke had only given him 50 million in total.
After this failed operation, Lin Tianke would probably not give him any more opportunities.
After all, that was just how Lin Tianke was.
As long as you still had value,
he could tolerate many of your shortcomings. But once you lost your value, he would kick you aside like trash. In this struggle against Lin Chen, he indeed lost, and he lost quite thoroughly. President Zhao, we should retreat now, at least we can preserve some of our strength, Zhou Chen said, his face dejected, speaking softly. Zhao Ming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it can only be this way. Li Xiong gritted his teeth and finally nodded. It was clear that although he was very unwilling, he had to accept this reality. Soon, the three presidents directly organized their guild members to retreat.
After these people chose to retreat, Lin Chen did not choose to continue the pursuit. After all, in this battle, the three major guilds had already suffered a complete defeat. There was no need to continue hunting down the small fry.
This feels great. Chen Bei grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. I really didn't expect that I was already this strong. What he said was, of course, from the heart. Due to spending so much time with Lin Chen, Chen Bei's perspective had been raised to a certain level. Thus, his self-awareness had also become skewed. It was only now that Chen Bei suddenly realized that he was indeed quite strong. Li Bingqiu shot him a glance and said irritably, come on, you've just bullied a few small fry, and you don't even know your own surname anymore. If it weren't for Lin Chen today, we would probably have been surrounded and killed here. After hearing this, Chen Bei scratched his head awkwardly. That's true.
Without Lin Chen, they alone would never have been able to stand against the three major guilds. After all, the opponent had an absolute advantage in numbers. Besides Lin Chen, none of them had the strength to take on 100.
However, I really didn't expect that this one who actually has some means, Chen Bei
lamented.
To be able to unite three guilds to hunt us down, he really wants to put us to death. Lin Chen glanced at Chen Bei and said, it's probably not that simple. There must be someone supporting Wang Hu behind him. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he afford to hire three medium-sized guilds to serve him?
Lin Mengmeng nodded slightly. It does seem to make some sense. Chen Bei pondered for a moment and said, so who could be supporting Wang Hu behind him?
Li Bingqiu suddenly spoke up, of course, it's Lin Tianke.
Did you forget? When we first encountered that group, didn't he say that the person behind him was the president of the Lin group?
It must be said that Li Bingqiu's thinking was quite sharp, and she reacted immediately.
Lin Chen also nodded and said, it should indeed be Lin Tianke.
This has always been his style. He would never choose to act himself before tearing the face. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the face between him and me will soon be torn. Lin Chen was well aware that the hatred between him and Lin Tianke had reached an irreconcilable point.
For Lin Chen, Lin Tianke was the true culprit behind his parents' deaths, a deep-seated enmity
that could be described as a blood feud. And for Lin Tianke, Lin Chen was also the greatest obstacle to his complete control of the Lin group. In Lin Tianke's eyes, Lin Chen would always be a hidden danger, like a ticking time bomb.
As long as he wasn't eliminated, he would never feel at ease. This time, Wang Hu's actions were undoubtedly orchestrated by Lin Tianke. Even if he didn't personally
participate, he was definitely supporting Wang Hu from the shadows. At the same time, this was also a test of Lin Chen's strength. If he couldn't even deal with someone like Wang Hu, it would only prove that Lin Chen was useless, and there would be no need for Lin Tianke to expend too much energy on defense.
Lin Chen still remembered that in his previous life, Lin Tianke hadn't shown hostility towards him so early on.
In fact, at that time, Lin Chen had still regarded him as an elder. It wasn't until Lin Tianke betrayed him and revealed the whole truth just before his death that he truly recognized how dark the man before him was. It seemed that in this life, he had risen too quickly, entering Lin Tianke's sight earlier and becoming a threat to him. However, while Lin Tianke viewed Lin Chen as a thorn in his side, he was unaware that in Lin Chen's eyes, he was also prey. Just then, Chen Bei suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. Boss, no matter who your enemy is, I will firmly stand by your side.
Li Bingqiu nodded and smiled, saying, we feel the same way. Lin Mengmeng vigorously waved her small fist. Let's beat them to death. After hearing their declarations, even Lin Chen's heart was slightly moved. Regardless, it felt good to have someone firmly standing by his side. Then, Li Bingchu continued, however, with just the few of us, it might still be a bit difficult to confront Lin Tianke, right? I heard that he has also established a guild in the game, and the guild is called Tianke. Moreover, the management of the guild is composed entirely of high-ranking members of the Lin group, all belonging to his faction. Clearly, the Tianke guild is a guild he developed in the game under the name of the Lin group. With a huge financial backing and the reputation of the Lin group, the Tianke guild is now one of the top 5 guilds in China. If we want to confront Lin Tianke, it means we must face such a colossal entity as Tianke. Shenbei frowned and sneered, using his own name for the guild. This guy really has no shame. Li Bingchu ignored him and continued, so, what I mean is, we at least need to build our own power to have the capital to negotiate with Lin Tianke. Lin Chen nodded and said, I have certainly considered this. Next, I will create a guild of our own. Do you have any suitable suggestions for the guild's name? Shenbei's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, how about calling it the Yuan Guild? It directly combines my and the boss's names. How meaningful. Lin Chen, do you want to recall what you just said? If I were to create a guild, I would probably name it Thorn Rose, because I was considering creating a guild that only recruits female lords when I entered the game. Li Bingchu smiled shyly. However, the guild we create must definitely develop in a larger direction. This name seems a bit too petty. So, it's still up to you, Lin Chen. What Li Bingchu didn't know was that in her previous life, she indeed created a guild called Thorn Rose. However, in this life, she encountered Lin Chen, a reincarnator, and under the influence of the butterfly effect, everything was rewritten. Am I the one to name it? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then finally raised his head and calmly said, then let's call it the Hope Guild. Hope Guild? Shenbei scratched his head. What a common name. How about we call it the Yuan Guild instead? If that doesn't work, I can take a loss and put my name at the back. Calling it Yuan Bei would be fine too. Ouch, stop hitting me, boss, I was wrong. Beside them, Lin Mengmeng blinked and said, common? I think it's quite good. Li Bingchu smiled and said, since Lin Chen has already decided, then the guild name will be temporarily set as Hope. Anyway, as long as we are strong enough, no matter how ordinary this guild name is, we can still make it famous in the world. Shenbei grinned, don't worry, with the boss here, how could our guild be lacking? The title of the #1 guild in Huaxia must belong to our Hope. What nonsense, Tianke guild, just wait to be our stepping stone. Although the guild had not yet been established, Li Bingchu and Shenbei were already filled with confidence. Looking at the spirited group, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. They could never understand why he chose the name Hope for the guild. In fact, only those who have experienced despair can truly understand how precious hope is. Lin Chen still clearly remembered that the Eternal Continent at that time was like a hell on earth. Countless abyssal monsters invaded the continent, causing suffering to all living beings, with countless lords dying every day. And before the disaster of the abyssal invasion was completely resolved, alien lords descended once again. Relying on their own powerful strength, they slaughtered the Earth's lords and crazily plundered resources. That kind of despair was like a night with no end in sight. In the midst of the darkness, one could not see the dawn's arrival. And during that nightmarish time, hope was undoubtedly the most precious thing for humanity. Thus, this was Lin Chen's intention and his obsession. If his rebirth was just a spark, then he would make that spark ignite a prairie fire, bringing hope to all humanity. Even if he bore endless hatred, he also did not forget his mission. If the night had no end, then he would be the only light. After billions of players flooded into the Eternal Continent, the entire world chat exploded. Some people didn't even realize they had been transported into the game world. What is this place? What do you want from me by bringing me here? Let me go. How much do you want? I'll give it to you. I was just at a club looking for a young model. How did I suddenly end up in this hellhole? Did I get scammed? This can't be hell, right? Boo-hoo, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Are you all like me, transported here? Who knows where this is? I just saw several gray wolves, they were as big as calves, so scary. Wait, this seems to be a game world. I just contacted my son. That little brat told me this is the world of Lord's Era. We've all been transported here. Is that true? Are you saying we've all been transported into the game world? Do we have a chance to leave? This might not be that simple. Think about it, if they can transport so many of us directly from Earth, do you think a game company can do that? You're right, this game must be more complicated. It could very well be an alien conspiracy. Come on, bro, stop talking nonsense. Let's think of a way to survive in the game world. Hehe, I'm going to cling to my son's leg now. He just told me he's already a tier 4 lord. That little brat, always playing games. I scolded him so many times. I didn't expect he'd actually get there. Sigh, if I had known I would be transported into a game, I should have bought a game pod a month ago. At least I could have a month's head start. Unfortunately, I was too busy with work. I just didn't have the time. There's no point in saying if only, but being transported into the game world isn't all bad. At least I don't have to work anymore. Otherwise, with the 996 work schedule, I'm bound to collapse one day. Haha, you guys are quite optimistic. In that case, I'm going to start building my territory. After billions of people were transported into the game world, the world chat expanded from the original 100,000 channels to 1 million channels. Even so, it was still overwhelmingly full. Sometimes dozens of messages could scroll by in a second. Fortunately, besides the world chat channel, there were also national chat channels and regional chat channels, which provided considerable convenience for players to communicate. The people transported from Earth were also divided into different tiers. A group quickly adapted to the environment and, using their own methods, gathered a lot of useful information. But a large portion of people remained in fear, unable to extricate themselves, not knowing what to do. Sometimes, the gap between people was even greater than that between humans and animals. Those true strong players, even if they missed the golden development period of the first month of the game, could still catch up in the later stages. At least, in Lin Chen's past life, there were quite a few late bloomers like this. Those who couldn't adapt to the environment were destined to be eliminated. Survival of the fittest is both a natural law and a law of survival. With the arrival of the new era, the entire game landscape would be changed. Everything was developing just as Lin Chen had anticipated. Even though the entire game world was in an uproar, Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Because he had already experienced the same thing in his previous life, he should think more about the path he should take next. Just then, Lin Chen's communicator suddenly rang. Beep beep beep. Lin Chen glanced at it and found that several people had sent him messages at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen directly pulled these people into a group chat channel. Soon after, Chen Bei's voice quickly rang out. Damn, boss, you really guessed it right. Everyone in the real world has been pulled into the game world. Chen Bei said excitedly, I just contacted my parents, and they don't even know what happened. My mom said she was still cooking at home, and the next second she appeared in the game. Lin Mengmeng also spoke up. It's pretty much the same situation here. It's hard to imagine that such a thing could happen. It seems Lin Chen was right. This game is indeed not as simple as we thought. At that moment, Li Bingqiu finally spoke up. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, in that case, we have no choice. If there's no way to return to the real world, we can only find a way to develop quickly in the game world. Because only in this way can we ensure that our family and friends are not bullied. Li Bingqiu's words resonated deeply with everyone. All their efforts were for the sake of a better life for themselves and their families, weren't they? This was true both in the real world and in the game world. Moreover, the Lord's world would only be more brutal than the real world. Because there are no laws here, only the jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Fortunately, compared to those who were forcibly transported into the game, they had already accumulated a significant advantage over the past month. Just like Chen Bei, with his current strength, he was fully capable of protecting his family and friends from harm. Li Bingqiu was right. Lin Chen agreed with Li Bingqiu's statement and said, fortunately, your adaptability is quite strong. In fact, the quicker we recognize the current situation, the more beneficial it will be for our future development. And the first thing we need to do next is to create a guild. I have already bought the guild construction order from the auction house. And we can start creating the guild this afternoon. In Lord's Era, the guild construction order is quite rare. This item has only a 1% drop rate from bosses of gold level or above, so its price is extremely high, having been auctioned for tens of millions. However, for Lin Chen, over 10 million was nothing, so he chose to buy it directly. Create the guild this afternoon? Chen Bei appeared quite surprised. Isn't that a bit hasty? Lin Mengmeng immediately retorted, it's not too early to establish a guild now. Think about it, the server has been open for a month already, and there are already hundreds of guilds created within our Huaxia territory. If we don't seize this opportunity to establish a guild and make our name known, we'll really fall behind. I have to say, although Lin Mengmeng usually seems indecisive, her thinking is quite sharp and her analysis is spot on. In fact, Lin Chen was indeed thinking the same way. In the first month of the game, he focused more on his own development and never considered building a guild. Most of the early players in Lord's Era were seasoned gamers. These people were either affiliated with various factions or were lone wolves used to going solo. The number of independent experts he could actually recruit was very limited. That's why Lin Chen chose not to waste time on it. But now, everything was different. After the new era began, billions of people were forcibly transported into the Lord's Era. Among these people, countless talented prodigies would emerge. The ones Lin Chen truly wanted to recruit were precisely this group. These people were like pearls among mortals, destined to shine brilliantly one day. What Lin Chen needed to do was to find and recruit them before they grew up. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately spoke up, Li Bingqiu, once the guild is established, I will give you a list. What you need to do is find them and figure out a way to get them to join our guild. For Lin Chen, his
Memories from his past life were the greatest treasure. The list he would give her contained all the Huaxia lords he remembered from his previous
life. Those who left an impression on him could not possibly be weak. And now, most of the people on this list had not yet grown to the level they were in his past life. So, at this moment, it was the best time to recruit these people. Li Bingqiu hesitated, but the problem is, our guild doesn't have much fame right now. I'm afraid not many people would be willing to join us. Don't worry about that, it won't be long before the name of the guild will be known throughout Huaxia and even the whole world, Lin Shen said lightly. However, before that, how many people you can recruit from the list will depend entirely on your charm. Of course, if necessary, you can also use some special means. Li Bingqiu was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, what special means? Enticement. Enticement? Just throw money at them.
Before Lin Shen could speak, Chen Bei explained.
In a very straightforward manner, use money to daze them, and won't they just follow you happily? Lin Mengmeng burst out laughing. Your analogy is quite vivid, but the principle is indeed this. I still remember, you were dazed by money before and couldn't wait to cling to Lin Shen's thigh. Nonsense.
Chen Bei coughed twice and earnestly defended himself. I was clearly captivated by the boss's personal charm, willingly serving the boss. Li Bingqiu teased, alright, stop talking nonsense. You're more like a cow or horse.
If you really can talk so well, come with me to contact the people on the list. If you can recruit a few more, it would be a contribution to our guild.
After mentioning this matter, Chen Bei became curious and asked, Boss, by the way, how did you get this list?
With so many people being transported into the game, and with over 1 billion in our Huaxia alone, how can you be sure these people will definitely become experts?
Lin Shen pondered for a moment and said, I said I'm a reborn person. Do you
believe it? Unexpectedly, Chen Bei showed an unusual excitement. I believe it. Why wouldn't I believe it? I told you, the boss always seizes the opportunity, and there's definitely a reason for that. By the way, boss, if I may ask, how did I do in my past life? With my talent, I wouldn't say I dominated a region, but I was at least quite famous, right?
Lin Shen nodded. In your past life, you were supported by 10 rich women at the same time and were respected by the world as the king of soft rice, so you were indeed quite famous, renowned in your own way.
Fortunately, you met me in this life, which saved you from repeating the same humiliating life. Chen Bei? There's such a thing? After seeing Chen Bei silent for
a long time, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but laugh and said, alright, don't take it too seriously, the boss is just teasing you.
No, definitely not.
Chen Bei said firmly, Boss, do you think if I regret it now, is there still a chance to get in touch with those 10 rich women?
Lin Chen?
After arranging everything, Lin Chen directly exited the chat channel and opened the auction house. Since Li Bingqiu was taking care of the guild formation, he should continue with his
own plans.
In the auction house, Lin Chen quickly found what he needed. That was the task refresh order.
The function of this item is very simple, it refreshes the tasks in the tavern.
You should know that the tavern randomly refreshes a batch of tasks every day.
The tasks are divided into levels: simple, normal, difficult, adventurous, nightmare, and hell. If the Lord is not satisfied with the refreshed tasks, they can use the task refresh order to reset them. Compared to the extremely low drop rate of the guild construction order, the task refresh order is much more accessible. As long as it's a boss of silver level or above, there's a 5% chance of dropping it. Even ordinary monsters have a 0.1% chance of dropping it. Therefore, the price of the task refresh order is not expensive, only 500 gold coins each. However, what Lin Shen needed was not just 1 or 2 task refresh orders. Without any hesitation, he directly began to sweep through the auction house. In less than half an hour, Lin Shen had purchased a total of 82,000 task refresh orders. Almost all the task refresh orders in the entire auction house had been swept clean by him. For this, Lin Shen spent over 40 million. But even so, Lin Shen still felt no pain in his heart, because this was just the first step of his plan. More than 80,000 task refresh tokens. I wonder if that's enough. Lin Shen murmured to himself as he walked straight to the tavern's bulletin board. This was the place where tasks were posted. Lin Shen glanced at it and found that among the 20 tasks, there were actually 4 purple tasks and 1 orange task. The purple ones corresponded to difficult level tasks, while the orange one corresponded to adventure level tasks. Above these, there were black tasks corresponding to nightmare level tasks and crimson tasks corresponding to hell level tasks. For an ordinary lord, being able to refresh an orange task was already considered quite lucky. However, Lin Shen did not hesitate at all and directly chose to refresh. Clearly, not every refresh would yield higher level tasks. After the refresh, all 20 tasks on the bulletin board turned grayish-white. However, Lin Shen's expression showed no change. After all, he had more than 80,000 task refresh tokens in his hands. As long as he didn't refresh the task he wanted, Lin Shen could keep refreshing indefinitely.
With the consumption of another task refresh token, the tasks on the bulletin board changed once again. What Lin Chen did not know was that his actions had already sparked heated discussions on the World Channel.
Damn, where did all the task refresh tokens in the auction house go? How come there are only a few left? Do we even need to ask?
They've all been bought up. Probably some merchant association wants to hoard them and inflate the price. But that doesn't make sense. The drop rate for this thing is so high, and the consumption isn't
that large. How can they inflate the price?
Yeah, this task refresh token
isn't some rare item. Is it worth inflating the price for this?
It's simply impossible to drive the price up.
That's true. This thing can't be
monopolized, and it takes at least tens of millions to sweep a round of goods.
Can someone come out and say who bought all these task refresh tokens?
I just checked my transaction records. It seems all the task refresh
tokens I listed were bought by the big shot Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? The one who has taken countless first kills? That's really strange. What does he need so many task refresh tokens for? Who knows, we can't possibly guess. The thoughts of a big shot. How about we quickly buy some task refresh tokens and then sell them at a high price to the big shot Lin Yuan? I advise you not to do that. What if he no longer needs them? Then all the ones you collected would just be a burden to you.
Besides, he just swept through the auction house, and he must have at least tens of thousands in hand, so he won't care about your few tokens.
For a moment, countless people
were speculating about Lin Chen's intentions.
Such a big move indeed easily sparked discussions among the crowd.
However, very few could guess that Lin Chen bought so many task refresh tokens just for his own use. In less than an hour, Lin Chen had refreshed tasks 4,000 times. By the end of the refreshing, Lin Chen even felt a bit numb himself.
One had to admit, sometimes spending money was also a physical task.
Among the 4,000
tasks refreshed, Lin Chen had managed to refresh 14 nightmare level black tasks and 2 hell level crimson tasks. It should be noted that the rewards for tasks were also linked to the difficulty of the tasks. The higher the difficulty,
the more generous the rewards.
Even for Lin Chen, tasks above nightmare level were worth doing.
However, this time, his goal was not just nightmare level or hell level tasks. What he truly wanted to take on were the hidden tasks that had
no level classification.
Because Lin Chen knew in his heart that with the arrival of the new era, the task pool of the tavern would also refresh, adding thousands of hidden tasks. This was an experience Lin Chen had gained from his
previous life.
Only when each new chapter arrived would the task pool on the tavern bulletin board refresh. It is important to know that hidden tasks are unique. Therefore, in the absence of a refresh in the task pool, saying that doing
one task means one less is not an exaggeration at all.
It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen chose to purchase a large number of task refresh orders immediately after the new era began, because only at such times would the
chances of refreshing hidden tasks be higher.
This was not Lin Chen's guess, but a conclusion drawn by a lord from his previous life through experimentation. That lord had once used 50,000 task refresh orders all at once before the chapter of the Abyss invasion began, and as a result, not a single hidden task was refreshed. However, after the chapter of the Abyss invasion began, this lord used another 50,000 task refresh orders,
and this time he refreshed 7 hidden tasks.
Such a significant difference could clearly not be explained by mere luck.
The only reasonable explanation is that with the opening of each new chapter, the task pool on the tavern bulletin board would also be updated.
Standing in front of the tavern bulletin board and continuously refreshing tasks for over an hour was quite a tedious feeling. However, in order to refresh hidden tasks, Lin Chen had to endure this tedium.
Time passed by. Second by second.
The colors of the tasks on the tavern bulletin board kept changing. Finally, after Lin Chen refreshed a total of 12,457 times, he stopped his actions, because in front of him, a hidden
task finally appeared.
The reason Lin Chen could recognize the hidden task at a glance was naturally because the color of the hidden task was different from that of normal tasks. Ordinary tasks only had 6 colors: gray, white, purple, orange, black, and crimson. However, the color of hidden tasks was outside of these 6 colors.
For example, the task Lin Chen refreshed this time was a cyan task, Disaster of the Divine Tree. Finally refreshed a hidden task, Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. However, he did not know much about this hidden task. After all, he had not accepted many hidden tasks in his previous life, so it was impossible for him to understand the specific processes of each hidden task. Soon after, Lin Chen quickly checked the background of the task, Disaster of the Divine Tree. To Lin Chen's surprise, this task was actually issued by the Elven race. This group of elves lived in a forest called Forest of the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree within this forest was the faith of this group of elves. However, recently, the Divine Tree had begun to undergo strange changes. Li Bingchu's efficiency was very high. That afternoon, she successfully established the Hope Guild. However, the creation of the Hope Guild did not stir up much of a ripple. After all, there were countless guilds, big and small, like fish crossing the river. The establishment of a new guild would hardly attract much attention.
At the beginning, the Hope Guild only had 5 members: Lin Chen, Li Bingqiu, Chen Bei, Lin Mengmeng, and Butler Li.
That's right, ever since their last conversation, Butler Li had also purchased a gaming pod and entered the game world. However, Butler Li really had no gaming talent, and coupled with his slow start, he had no opportunity to act with them. Nevertheless, Butler Li didn't mind, as he didn't see himself as a combatant. He entered the game just to help Lin Chen handle various affairs. Any faction needs a helmsman to steer the ship. As long as Lin Chen pointed the way forward, Butler Li would spare no effort in that direction.
Although he was no longer young, sometimes age was also an advantage, as it meant he had richer experience than others.
Due to the recent formation of the Hope Guild, many matters needed Li Bingqiu to manage. Moreover, she specifically asked Lin Mengmeng to assist her.
It wasn't that Chen Bei was incapable, it was mainly because girls tended to be more meticulous and less prone to mistakes. Furthermore, Lin Chen had given her the main task of recruiting members. Naturally, it was more suitable for someone like Lin Mengmeng, who was beautiful and had a sweet voice, to do this. So, for this hidden task, Lin Chen only brought Chen Bei along.
After the two met up, they quickly set off towards the direction of the forest of the Divine Tree.
According to Lin Chen's estimates, they would need at least 2 days to reach their destination. Spending 2 days just to complete a hidden task was still quite worthwhile. After all, the rewards for hidden tasks were often quite generous. Fortunately, this situation was only temporary. Once the Lord's mansion upgraded to level 7, everything would be different. Because by then, he would be able to build a magic teleportation array within his territory. Through the magic teleportation array, Lin Chen could directly transport his troops to the major cities. This way, the time spent on the road would be greatly reduced. Due to the long journey, Lin Chen closed his eyes in the carriage and began to rest.
Meanwhile, Chen Bei appeared extremely excited. "Boss, I've never received a hidden task in a tavern before. Your luck is incredible." Lin Chen lazily glanced at him and replied, "It's not luck, it took over 10,000 task refresh orders to get it. You can try it too." "What the hell, over 10,000? Chen Bei was instantly shocked. "Doesn't that mean over 5 million? Spent?"
"Don't worry, as long as we can complete the task, this investment is worth it," Lin Chen said calmly.
"And this is just the first hidden task I've received. I still have over 70,000 task refresh orders in hand." Upon hearing this, Chen Bei couldn't help but gasp. A pay-to-win powerhouse, truly terrifying.
"So, there's nothing to look forward to," Lin Chen said.
"As long as I have enough task refresh orders, I guarantee you'll do hidden tasks until you want to throw up."
As he spoke, excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He certainly knew that in his previous life, many lords had received hidden missions by chance, gaining rich rewards and thus beginning their rise.
But in
this life, Lin Chen intended to completely monopolize these hidden missions, gathering all opportunities to himself. As a reborn person, if he lacked even this bit of ambition, it would be a complete waste of the chance to live again. 2 days later, Lin Chen and Chen Bei successfully arrived at the forest of the Divine Tree. Before them lay a lush forest, boundless and seemingly a sea of forest green, exuding
endless vitality. The trees here were much taller than ordinary ones.
Each one stood several dozen meters high. In the face of this vast forest, they felt as small as ants.
"Boss, are we going in?"
Chen Bei immediately turned to ask Lin Chen's opinion.
"Of course, how can we do the mission if we don't go in?"
After saying this, Lin Chen stepped into the forest of the Divine Tree. The background of this hidden mission was not complicated, it was that the Divine Tree in this forest had undergone strange changes.
Lin
Chen had accepted a commission to investigate the cause of the Divine Tree's anomaly.
After Lin Chen entered the forest first, Chen Bei quickly followed his lead. However, before the two had walked far, a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. Soon, groups of elves emerged like ghosts from all directions, completely surrounding them. "Who are you?"
A tall, handsome golden-haired elf walked over slowly, frowning as he scrutinized them. This elf exuded an extremely noble and elegant aura, with golden eyes that seemed
to hide a dazzling sun. Humans, beastmen, undead creatures, TSK, and filthy dark elves.
With each word, the disgust on the elf's face grew stronger. By the end, his gaze had turned icy. "I'll give you a chance to leave. If you dare to step into the forest of the Divine Tree again, I will personally kill you."
Chen Bei immediately became furious. "Stepping forward, just you? Do you believe I can flatten your broken forest right now?"
As he spoke, the surrounding elves all took up a fighting stance.
Lin Chen scanned the
area and quickly discerned the situation of these elves. They were all 6th tier soldiers. Normally, ordinary elves rarely reached the 6th tier.
It seemed that this so-called forest of the Divine Tree indeed had its peculiarities.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately stopped Chen Bei and calmly explained, "We came here because we accepted a commission to help you investigate the cause of the Divine Tree's anomaly."
After Lin Chen spoke, the handsome elf couldn't help but frown. "I don't trust you." The handsome
Elf's gaze fell on Carlton, coldly stating, "Those who associate with dark elves are not good people. Moreover, I don't think you have the strength to solve the divine tree's problem." Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, two options suddenly appeared before him. "Since I accepted the commission, I cannot give up halfway. Take me to meet your queen. Whether or not I can solve the problem is not for you to decide. Since you don't believe me, let's see who has the strength." Seeing the options before him, Lin Chen's heart stirred. He understood that he had triggered a branching storyline. The freedom of hidden missions was always quite high. During the course of the mission, various events may arise, including triggering branching storylines. Sometimes completing these branching storylines can also yield considerable rewards. The reason he triggered a branching storyline was mostly because he brought Carlton into the forest of the divine tree. It is known that the Elf clan and the Dark Elf clan are mortal enemies. The attitude of the handsome elf before him being so hostile is quite understandable. However, even though Lin Chen could understand, it did not mean he could accept it. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately chose the second option. In the next moment, Lin Chen raised his head and coldly said, "Whether or not the problem can be resolved is not up to you. Since you don't believe it, then let strength speak for itself. Since you are seeking death, you can't blame us." The handsome elf's expression darkened, and he immediately drew a silver long sword from behind him, shouting in a deep voice, "Attack!" Immediately, the surrounding elves rushed towards Lin Chen and his troops. Chen Bei showed no fear, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, I've been wanting to crush you elves for a long time. Crush them." As the battle broke out, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the handsome elf. Under his scrutiny, the attributes of the handsome elf quickly appeared before him. Elf Holy Swordmaster Tanis Diamond level BOSS level 60 health 500,000 attack 2,470 to 3,150 defense 1,500 skills Vine Entanglement Song of the Holy Sword Blessing of the Sword Spirit. A holy sword bearer of the elf clan who has practiced swordsmanship for many years has undergone a transcendent transformation after receiving the blessing of the divine tree. Even Lin Chen did not expect that this handsome elf was actually a level 60 diamond level boss. In terms of attributes, he was even stronger than the Frost Demon King and the Evil God King. It seems that to complete this branching storyline, this guy must be dealt with. Before Chu Feng could make a move, the elf Holy Swordmaster Tanis took the initiative to attack, charging directly at Carlton. "Dirty Dark Elf, today is your day to die." He wielded the silver holy sword, his eyes filled with brutal killing intent. Watching this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Logically speaking, the elf clan has always been a peace-loving race. Even when facing their mortal enemies, the Dark Elves, they would at most feel disgust or hatred. However, the handsome elf before him appeared extremely fierce and brutal. These emotions on his beautiful elven face seemed so out of place that even Lin Chen felt a hint of strangeness. Before the elven holy sword wielder could rush to Carlton, a dozen dark skeletal knights blocked his path. "Get out of the way, dirty undead creature." A fierce expression appeared on Tanis's face. In the next moment, countless green vines suddenly grew from the ground, forcibly wrapping around the bodies of the dark skeletal knights. Immediately, the silver holy sword in his hand transformed into numerous afterimages, slashing outwards. Crack crack, as the sword swept through, the heads of the dark skeletal knights were severed from their bodies. It must be said, a level 60 diamond grade boss is indeed quite powerful. Even the dark skeletal knights, as a 6th tier unit, could only be instantly killed. Elves as strong as you are rare. If you are willing to fall, darkness will grant you even greater power. At that moment, Carlton's soft yet alluring voice rang out. The dark magic book around her began to flip rapidly. Black light coalesced, taking shape like countless writhing snakes, flying towards the elven holy sword wielder and quickly merging into his body. This was the new skill understood by the Dark Elf Queen, Dark Curse. This skill not only weakened the target's attributes by 20% but also plunged them into a state of confusion for the next 10 seconds. As expected, after being eroded by the Dark Curse, the elven holy sword wielder's momentum instantly weakened. He began to flail around like a headless fly, clearly in a state of confusion. But at that moment, a sword spirit phantom unexpectedly appeared above the silver holy sword in the elven holy sword wielder's hand. The sword spirit phantom chanted softly, radiating a holy light. Clearly, this was the elven holy sword wielder's ability, Sword Spirit Blessing. After receiving the Sword Spirit Blessing, the negative effects on the elven holy sword wielder were forcibly eliminated. Even the state of confusion disappeared. Moreover, under the enhancement of the Sword Spirit Blessing, all of the elven holy sword wielder's attributes received a 15% boost. A level 60 diamond grade boss is indeed not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Lin Chen had more than just this one method. Although the elven holy sword wielder successfully dispelled the dark curse, Artoria struck again. She stepped forward, and the long sword in her hand immediately slashed out a silver sword light towards the elven holy sword wielder. Holy binding. Under the effect of this skill, the elven holy sword wielder was forcibly immobilized in place. What awaited him was a torrential rain of meteors. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The elven holy sword wielder's health plummeted. Following that, Artoria and Ugsar charged in from both sides to encircle the elven holy sword wielder. In this situation, the elven holy sword wielder couldn't even touch Kalen. His face was filled with rage. Despicable human, is this the only underhanded method you know? Lin Chen replied calmly, is reasonable troop deployment considered an underhanded method? Besides, didn't you want to see my strength? It seems your strength isn't that impressive after all. You will die. The elven holy sword wielder shouted, angrily, wildly swinging his sword. His attack power was still quite high. Even Artoria couldn't withstand his damage. Every hit he landed took away a portion of her health. In a one-on-one situation, Artoria would definitely not be the elven holy sword wielder's match. But under the combined efforts of the three S-rank heroes, the elven holy sword wielder ultimately found it difficult to withstand. As for the other elves, they were all forcibly isolated by the dark skeletal knights and Chen Bei's orc army, unable to provide any assistance. A large amount of damage values emerged above the elven holy sword wielder's head. Soon, the elven holy sword wielder's health line dropped to around 40%. At that moment, Artoria and Ugsar unleashed their finishing moves. Imperial Light Destruction. Slash. Bone Demon King Slash. The dazzling Imperial Light Destruction Slash, like a blazing sun, and the Bone Demon King Slash, emanating black magical energy, simultaneously struck towards the direction of the elven holy sword wielder. Minus 35,641. Minus 37,845. Two blood-red damage numbers immediately floated above the elven holy sword wielder's head. The combined damage of the two skills actually took away more than 70,000 health points from the elven holy sword wielder. The elven holy sword wielder's health line finally dropped below 30%. However, just as Lin Chen's troops were preparing to pursue their victory, a melodious and ethereal voice suddenly rang in their ears. Do not kill him. This voice seemed to possess some kind of magic. Upon its utterance, everyone on the battlefield involuntarily stopped their actions. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a stunning elf with a crown slowly walking out from the depths of the forest, appearing before them. The elf before him had long, light golden hair and wore a light green robe. Her exquisite beauty seemed to outshine all the jewels in the world. Without a doubt, this was the elven queen of the Tree of God forest. If Galadriel's beauty was charming and enchanting, then the beauty of this elven queen was noble and sacred. Your Majesty. In the presence of the elven queen, even the previously arrogant elven holy sword wielder chose to kneel on one knee and lowered his proud head. The elven queen slightly furrowed her brows and spoke softly. Tanis, attacking guests is not the way of our elven race. The elven holy sword wielder raised his head and defended. Your Majesty, this despicable human has chosen to bring dark elves into the Tree of God forest, which is a desecration of the sacred tree and a provocation to us. That is why I wanted to expel them. Upon seeing the elven queen, Lin Chen understood that the branch storyline he triggered had progressed to the next stage. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately spoke. I sincerely apologize, esteemed elven queen. Although Kalen is a dark elf, she has chosen to submit to me and become a hero under my command. Bringing her here was purely unintentional. If there is any offense, I hope for your forgiveness. If there is truly something inappropriate, I can also have her stay outside the Tree of God forest. When it's time to yield, one must yield. After all, the elven queen before him is equivalent to the client for this hidden mission. If Lin Chen wants to continue with this task, he naturally cannot offend her. Moreover, he had just injured that elven holy sword wielder, so he should give her a way out. Lin Chen then turned to Kairan and softly said, Kairan, please bear with it for now. With his current strength, even without Kairan, he wouldn't be at a significant disadvantage. It's fine, my lord. Kairan smiled at Lin Chen and immediately chose to walk towards the outside of the sacred tree forest. As for the dark elf troops that Lin Chen had summoned through the summoning scroll, they had all perished long ago. So, within the team, there was only Kairan left. After Kairan left, the elven queen's expression softened, and she looked at Lin Chen, smiling as she said, Thank you very much for your understanding. This treasure shall be my gift of apology to Tanis. As she spoke, the elven queen gracefully walked up to Lin Chen and took out a crown woven from branches. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Without a doubt, this was the reward for completing the branch storyline. Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly took the crown from the elven queen's hands. Crown of the sacred tree quality, diamond attributes, intelligence, plus 80, constitution plus 80, all attributes plus 10% attached skill, blessing of the sacred tree. This skill, when used, will refresh all cooldowns of the wearer's skills. Cooldown, 24 hours. A crown woven from the branches of the sacred tree, seemingly possessing extraordinary magical power. After seeing the attributes of this treasure, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Undoubtedly, this crown of the sacred tree was definitely a good item. Even diamond-grade treasures have their distinctions. Items like the Frost Giant Axe, Extreme Frost, Armor, and Demon Pendant, which lack uniqueness, can only be considered ordinary diamond-grade treasures. However, this crown of the sacred tree is at least on the same level as the Green Dragon. Armor. The basic attributes of this treasure are not particularly special. The key lies in its attached skill. The Blessing of the Sacred Tree skill can directly refresh all cooldowns of the wearer's skills. This is incredibly powerful. It means that as long as one equips the crown of the sacred tree, they can unleash 2 rounds of skills in a short time. Take Uxar for example. If he could use the Bone Demon King / twice in a row, his kill line could even double. However, after pondering for a moment, Lin Chun chose to have this treasure equipped by Artoria. The reason is that Artoria's skills are more comprehensive. Moreover, all her skills are active skills: Night Spirit, Glory Shield, Holy Binding, Holy Light / and Imperial Light Destruction /. If she could use 2 rounds of skills in a short time, her strength would only become more formidable. At that moment, the Elven Queen smiled again and said, "Honored guest, if it's convenient, I can take you to the location of the sacred tree now. If you can truly uncover the truth behind the sacred tree's anomaly, you will be a benefactor to our entire race." After saying this, the Elven Queen led Lin Chen and Chen Bei deeper into the sacred tree forest. The Elven Holy Sword Wielder followed behind, his face filled with resentment. It was clear that he had not reconciled with Lin Chen, he was merely holding back due to the Elven Queen's presence. On the way to the divine tree, Lin Chen suddenly lowered his voice and said to Chen Bei, "Something feels off." Chen Bei was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "What's off?" "The behavior of these elves is too unusual," Lin Chen replied quietly. "Elves are a peace-loving race, inherently gentle. But look at these elves. During the battle just now, they were as ferocious as beasts." Chen Bei scratched his head, seeming to sense something was amiss, but still said, "With so many elves, it's normal for a few to have extreme personalities, right? It's more than that." Lin Chen shook his head and said, "Did you notice that the Elf Queen's behavior is also very abnormal?" "What's abnormal about it?" Chen Bei's eyes widened, a look of confusion on his face. To be honest, after the Elf Queen appeared, he had been too busy admiring her beauty. He hadn't really noticed the unusual aspects Lin Chen mentioned. "She is too calm," Lin Chen explained quietly. Logically, the divine tree is their faith and their source of power. If the divine tree undergoes a mutation, the Elf Queen shouldn't be so calm. From the Elf Queen's face, Lin Chen saw no signs of worry, anxiety, or impatience. She only displayed calmness. This was indeed too unusual. After Lin Chen finished speaking, even Chen Bei realized something was off and couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, even if they sensed the anomaly, they could only choose to take it one step at a time. Before long, the Elf Queen led them to an incredibly vast expanse of greenery. The grass in this area was even and lush, emitting a greenish glow, making it feel as if they were in a fairyland. "We've arrived," the Elf Queen said, raising her head. "Before you is the divine tree that we believe in." Lin Chen and Chen Bei instinctively looked up, and before them stood a towering giant tree. The trees in this divine tree forest were already much taller than ordinary trees. The divine tree before them was at least several hundred meters high. Its thick trunk resembled a colossal pillar, requiring hundreds of people to stretch out their arms just to barely encircle it. The lush branches and leaves formed a sea of emerald green. Beneath this sea of trees, countless forest green branches hung down, also radiating a greenish glow, as if illuminated by the brilliance of a deity. Gazing at this scene, even Chen Bei, who was usually oblivious, felt an overwhelming shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, this is even bigger than the tree we saw in the Green Dragon's lair." Lin Chen didn't respond but began to scan the surroundings. Soon, he noticed that at this moment, there were thousands of elves kneeling beneath the divine tree, seemingly waiting for something. It is evident that the elves before us are receiving the blessings of the divine tree. A forest green light surges from the drooping branches, enveloping the bodies of those elves. No wonder the elves in this forest of the divine tree are so powerful. It seems there is a reason for it. "Boss, isn't this divine tree perfectly fine? What abnormalities could there be?" At that moment, Chen Bei spoke up with a puzzled expression. What he said was exactly what Lin Chen was thinking. The divine tree before them looked completely normal. With this in mind, Lin Chen turned around to look at the Elven Queen beside him. Before he could speak, the Elven Queen already knew what he wanted to ask. "You must be wondering what abnormalities have occurred with the divine tree, right?" The Elven Queen said calmly, "Just keep watching, and you will know." Since she had said this, Lin Chen did not press further but instead redirected his gaze to the divine tree, patiently waiting. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Soon, half an hour had passed. Chen Bei was starting to get a bit anxious, frowning as he said, "Boss, how much longer do we have to wait?" Lin Chen glanced at him and whispered, "Be patient, hidden tasks are not that simple." He was speaking the truth. Hidden tasks were often incredibly complex and could not be completed solely by strength. At that moment, the Elven
Queen suddenly spoke up, "It's about to begin." Shenbei was confused. What was about to begin? However, in the next second he understood. Dozens of branches hanging from the top of the divine tree suddenly turned pitch black, exuding a chilling aura of death. The elves kneeling beneath these branches clearly showed signs of fear on their faces. They are afraid? Lin Chen's gaze immediately locked onto those black vines. Perhaps what was instilling fear in these elves was precisely these suddenly blackened vines. Driven by fear, one elf finally couldn't help but stand up and frantically ran towards the green field outside. "Don't choose me. I don't want to die." However, just as this elf stood up, the black vine hanging above him also moved, rapidly coiling around him as if it were a predatory snake. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. After wrapping around this elf, the black vine actually burrowed directly into his mouth, pulsating as if it were sucking something. At the same time, that elf's body quickly shriveled up, his eyes wide open in despair and unwillingness before he died. Lin Chen and Shen Bei exchanged glances, both seeing a trace of shock in each other's eyes. The branches of the divine tree were actually consuming the flesh and blood of the elves. Has the divine tree never consumed flesh and blood before this? Lin Chen turned around to look at the Elven Queen and asked. Of course not. The Elven Queen shook her head and said, before this, the divine tree has always been the faith of our race and it is our source of power. Do you think we would worship a tree that absorbs flesh and blood? That's true. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and then asked again, then why don't you choose to stay away from the divine tree? Even if we don't know why the divine tree has undergone this change, as long as we stay away from it, we won't be consumed, right? It's not that simple. The Elven Queen's eyes flickered. The divine tree is the source of our power. When we receive the blessings of the divine tree, our lives are bound to it. Once we give up absorbing the power of the divine tree, we will rapidly age in a short time. As she spoke, the Elven Queen extended her hand, pointing towards a dark corner beyond the green field. There, another group of elves had gathered, but they appeared incredibly aged, exuding an aura of decline. After the transformation of the divine tree, they refused to absorb the energy that fell from it. As a result, in less than a month, they all aged into what you see now. So, even if the divine tree has undergone a transformation, we have no choice but to continue absorbing its energy. Shinbei interjected, in that case, why not just cut down those black vines? I just saw that. Those black vines don't seem to be that many, right? If you cut them all down, won't they be unable to continue feeding on your flesh and blood? The Elven Queen calmly replied, that method won't work either. If we don't continue to feed on flesh and blood, the divine tree will gradually wither. Without the divine tree, we will all age and die, unable to escape the fate of our entire race's extinction. So, until we determine the cause of the divine tree's transformation, the best course of action is to maintain the status quo. Even though every day some elves die from being consumed by the divine tree, it is still better than the extinction of our entire race. I must say, their approach is indeed the best choice under the current circumstances. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that the usually gentle elven race would make such an extreme choice. After all, choosing to do so meant watching their kin being consumed by the divine tree. Then, Lin Chen immediately led his troops into the green field and said, I also hope to help you find out the cause of the divine tree's transformation. However, before that, I need to take some samples back for research, is that alright? I know an alchemist in Star Moon City who might be able to help me. The alchemist Lin Chen mentioned was, of course, Alaric, who had developed the formula for the dark potion. In the absence of any leads, it was undoubtedly the best choice to leave it to professionals. The Elven Queen smiled and said, of course, no problem. Then, Lin Chen immediately issued an order to Ugsar, go cut down one of those black vines. As you command, my lord. Ugsar stepped forward, drawing a rib from his own body, transforming it into a bone magic blade. As Ugsar approached, the nearby black vines immediately attacked him. The bone magic blade in his hand slashed out continuously, and with each strike, he was able to sever a section of the black vine. What Lin Chen did not expect was that these black vines actually had health bars. Soon, Ugsar collected many severed black vines and walked back to Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to the Elven Queen and asked, to be honest, I still don't understand. The Elven Queen smiled and said, what don't you understand? Why, even in such a situation, can you remain so calm? Lin Chen's gaze was sharp, fixed on the Elven Queen's stunning face. Do you not feel any turmoil in your heart as you watch your kin being turned into mummies by the divine tree? Of course not, the Elven Queen smiled and denied. The reason I am so calm is that I have already found a solution to the problem. Lin Chen frowned slightly and instinctively asked, what solution? He truly could not think of any way to break this deadlock. Moreover, if a solution had really been found, why issue a commission? At that moment, the voice of the Elven Queen echoed softly in his ear. Do you know? In fact, you are not the first group of adventurers to arrive here. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally reacted, his pupils constricting. At the same time, more and more black vines descended from the crown of the divine tree, like poisonous snakes, flicking their tongues as they surrounded them. Staring at the scene before him, Chen Bei was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at Lin Chen. Boss, what on earth is going on? Can't you see it yet?
Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he spoke in a deep voice.
This is simply a trap.
The Elven Queen issued a quest to lure adventurers here, not to help them resolve any divine tree disaster.
The true intention of this group of elves was to turn them into nourishment for the divine tree. Until now, Lin Chen had always thought that elves were gentle, kind, and upright beings.
However, everything that happened today completely shattered his perception of this race.
After Lin Chen spoke, Chen Bei finally reacted, gritting his teeth and saying, I understand now, these elven women want to sacrifice us. Boss, if it comes to that, let's fight them to the end. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well take out a few elves for revenge before we go.
At this moment, Chen Bei was already prepared for total annihilation. However, the bloodthirst in his heart made him unwilling to give up just like that. Yet, Lin Chen shook his head and said solemnly, no, we need to find a way to deal with these black vines first. Even if it's a hidden quest, it can't be a dead end, there must be a way to complete the task. Chen Bei clenched his fists, looking confused as he said, these elves set a trap to harm us, and we still have to help them deal with these vines? Wouldn't that just play into their hands? Do as I say. Lin Chen offered no further explanation and directly led his troops into the fray. Although Chen Bei was reluctant, since Lin Chen had said so, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the orc leader under Chen Bei led the orc army into the green field before them, engaging in a fierce battle with the black vines. In fact, Lin Chen had carefully observed the attributes of these vines when Yudsar was cutting them down earlier. The health of these black vines was roughly equivalent to that of a 7th tier unit. With the dual enhancements of the Bone Throne and King Skull, the Dark Skeleton Knights could barely manage. However, the sheer number of these black vines was overwhelming. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 vines hanging down from the treetops. For anyone else, even an entire guild could be wiped out here. Fortunately, Lin Chen's Dark Skeleton Knight army was also quite large. After the last battle with the three major guilds, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights had risen to 4,000. Moreover, Lin Chen's combat power was not limited to just the Dark Skeleton Knight army, the Flame Mage army, Chen Bei's Orc army, and the three S-rank heroes, Artoria, Yudsar, and the Orc leader. All of these represented considerable combat strength. Unfortunately, Chiron had been left outside the Divine Tree Forest by Lin Chen. Otherwise, with Chiron's strength, dealing with 200 or 300 black vines would have been no problem at all. Soon, the Dark Skeleton Knight army engaged in a fierce battle with the black vines before them. Behind them, the Flame Mages were continuously chanting spells, conjuring one explosive fireball after another, hurling them at the black vines. Under the bombardment of the explosive fireballs, one black vine after another turned to ashes. The situation before them looked very promising. A hint of excitement appeared on Chen Bei's face, clearly seeing the hope of victory. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved, coldly watching the divine tree before him. He knew in his heart that hidden quests were never that simple. Therefore, it was very likely that other events would occur next. Moreover, until now, the Elf Queen has shown no intention of intervening. Since the other parties' goal is to turn them into nourishment for the divine tree, it is impossible for them to let them go so easily. However, the immediate priority is still to deal with the black vines in front of them. What will happen next can only be faced as it comes. In just a short span of 10 minutes, over 2,000 black vines had been completely eradicated by Lin Chen and Chen Bei working together. The green ground was littered with broken vines and the stinking juice. However, on Lin Chen's side, more than 1,000 Dark Skeleton Knights had also been lost. Moreover, these broken vines cannot be considered corpses. Even using the Skull King's skull would not be able to transform them into skeleton soldiers. Is it over? Chen Bei looked around, a confused expression on his face. No, not yet. Lin Chen shook his head, his eyes fixed on the divine tree before him. Under his gaze, the trunk of the divine tree suddenly split open with a pitch-black crack, as if a demon had opened its eyes. Immediately after, a rustling sound emerged. A gigantic dark red worm slowly crawled out from the crack in the trunk. This giant worm was over 10 meters long, resembling a dark red python. Its shape was grotesque, with its dark red body covered in wrinkles, dark spots, and hard black spikes, looking like a hybrid of a worm and an intestinal worm. Its head had no facial features, only a fierce mouthpart. Within the mouthpart were countless sharp fangs resembling barbs. As it crawled, a viscous liquid continuously dripped from its mouthpart onto the green ground, making a sizzling sound. Clearly, this viscous liquid had extremely strong corrosive properties. Along with Lin Chen's investigation, the attributes of this dark red worm appeared before him. Parasitic Demon Worm Hesman, Abyss Boss, level, 70 health, 2 million attack, 1550 to 2150 defense, 2780 skills, Acid Corrosion, Death Devourer, Parasite Egg, a parasitic demon worm from the abyss that can inhabit other life forms to gain powerful strength. So it's this damn thing. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, finally understanding the truth of the matter. Without a doubt, this parasitic demon worm was the culprit behind the mutation of the divine tree. To be honest, in his previous life, he had dealt with this thing as well. Because of this, Lin Chen had a very deep impression of the parasitic demon worm's abilities. After the parasitic demon worm appeared, Chen Bei suddenly turned around and shouted at the Elf Queen, "Do you see? This is the true culprit behind the mutation of your divine tree. Instead of thinking about how to solve the problem, you actually assist the oppressor and frame the adventurers who come to help you. Don't you feel any guilt? Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you still want to resolve this trouble, come and fight it with us." However, what Chen Bei did not expect was that after he passionately finished speaking, the Elf Queen standing before him showed no reaction whatsoever. Even the other elves were the same. All the elves stared at him with cold eyes, as if looking at a corpse. Chen Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but take a step back. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. "Can't you see clearly? These elves have all been parasitized by that abyssal worm." After hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Bei's heart felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar. "What did you say? They have all been parasitized?" Chen Bei stared blankly at Lin Chen and asked, "How do you know this?" "Because that's this guy's ability," Lin Chen replied. "Its eggs are incredibly small, like dust, and can even be inhaled into the body through breathing. Moreover, the most terrifying part is that after the eggs hatch, these larvae do not burst out of the body but remain inside, subtly altering the personality of the host, causing them to undergo mutations." Lin Chen remembered that in his previous life, the lords of various countries had little understanding of the abyssal monsters. The first to launch an attack against the parasitic magic worm was a human lord ranked 14th on the North American lord list. However, his campaign ended in a disastrous defeat, because once he led his troops into the worm's lair, they had been inhaling the eggs floating in the air. By the time they faced the parasitic magic worm, his entire army had already been infected. The parasitic magic worm easily defeated this North American lord without breaking a sweat. Similarly, it was only after this incident that the lords of various countries became aware of the capabilities of the parasitic magic worm. It is no exaggeration to say that on the road to resisting the abyssal invasion, it has always been the pioneers of various countries who paid the price in blood to gain valuable experience. And now, since this parasitic magic worm named Hesman dared to appear so brazenly, it could only prove one thing. That is, all the elves present had already been successfully parasitized by it. After all, these elves needed to absorb the energy of the divine tree to survive. For Hesman, this was simply the best opportunity to parasitize these elves. And now, Lin Chen finally understood why the divine tree disaster appeared as a hidden quest on the tavern's bulletin board. The reason is that to complete this quest, one must not only deal with the parasitic magic worm Hesman but also eliminate thousands of elves infected by the eggs. The difficulty of this hidden quest far exceeds that of most nightmare-level quests, even hell-level quests. Screech! At that moment, the parasitic magic worm suddenly raised its head, letting out a piercing shriek from its grotesque mouth. Immediately, all the elves began to undergo mutations. Their eyes turned into dark red insect eyes, their mouths ripped open, transforming into sharp, jagged mandibles. Tentacles grew from their heads, their abdomens sprouted insect-like limbs, and even their backs grew translucent insect wings. The originally beautiful elves had already transformed into hideous insect people. Even the elf queen was no exception. Watching the scene unfold before him, Chen Bei couldn't help but widen his eyes. After all, the sight before him was simply too horrifying. "Now I finally understand why these elves have been acting so strangely," Lin Chen said, taking a deep breath and speaking in a deep voice. Moreover, before this, these elves probably didn't even realize they had been contaminated and parasitized by the eggs. But the eggs inside them were subtly influencing their personalities. It was precisely because of this that the elven holy sword wielder appeared so irritable, angry, and fierce. The elf queen could calmly watch her kin being drained of flesh and blood by the divine tree. All of this had its reasons. It was just that they had not noticed it before. Although Lin Chen had already sensed some discrepancies, he could not determine the truth behind the scenes based solely on a few clues. It is evident that this is also the difficulty of the hidden mission. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said softly, "All right, get ready for battle. If we don't deal with this bug and these parasitized elves, we won't be able to leave here alive." Whether to complete the hidden mission or to leave here alive, they needed to kill all the life here. This vibrant green land would soon turn into a bloody battlefield. "You still want to leave? You filthy creatures, just stay here and become nourishment for the divine tree." The elf sword master, who had already transformed into a bug tribe, grinned savagely and led a group of bug-like elves towards them. It was clear that his mind had completely twisted. In his consciousness, the parasitic demon bug, Hesman, had become the embodiment of the divine tree. And this group of people before him was to be the sacrifice for the divine tree. In other words, Lin Chen and the others now had to deal not only with the parasitic demon bug Hesman, but also with the elf queen, the elf swordmaster, and a group of bug-like elves. What was worse was that after their transformation, these elves had also gained a certain enhancement in attributes. Whether it was strength, speed, or health points, they had all significantly increased, even enough to rival 7th tier units.
Lin Chen immediately turned to Chenbei and said in a deep voice, "Leave the elf queen and the parasitic demon bug to me, you deal with the elf swordmaster." Chenbei nodded immediately, "Okay."
Then, Lin Chen took out a vial of potion from his backpack and threw it directly to Chenbei.
"This is the dark potion?" Chenbei was slightly taken aback, quickly recognizing the potion in his hand.
The dark potion was already quite widespread in the market, so Chenbei recognized it at a glance.
Soon, his expression became serious.
He knew the effects of the dark potion. After consuming the dark potion, a hero would enter a demonized state, gaining a 50% boost to all attributes, and their attacks would also
carry an additional 10% dark attribute damage, lasting for 15 minutes.
At the same time, the dark potion was also a double-edged sword. After the effect ended, the hero would enter an 8-hour weakened state,
with a 70% decrease in all attributes.
Lin Chen taking out the dark potion at this moment was enough to indicate the great difficulty of the upcoming battle. So much so that they needed to rely on this highly
side effect-laden alchemical potion.
However, the more it was like this, the more Chenbei's fighting spirit surged. Without any hesitation, he had the orc leader consume this vial of dark potion.
The next second,
accompanied by the orc leader's roar, its body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging as if filled with power. After entering the demonized state, black demonic energy surged from its body, swirling around it.
On the
other side, Lin Chen also took out 2 more vials of dark potion, giving them to Artoria and Uxar, because he understood in his heart that in this battle, they had to go all out to have a chance of victory. As the black magical energy rippled around Artoria and Uxar, the 2 heroes entered a state of demonization. In the next moment, Lin Chen's troops immediately split into 2 teams.
One team was led by Artoria, tasked with intercepting the insectified army of the Elf Queen.
The other team was led by Uxar, directly surrounding the direction of the parasitic demon worm Heskman.
The most challenging aspect of this battle was that they had to face 3 waves of enemies simultaneously.
Whether it was the insectified Elf Queen and the Elf Holy Sword User, or the parasitic demon worm Heskman, all were formidable foes.
If Li Bingqiu and Lin
Meng were present, they might have been able to share some of the pressure. Unfortunately, now he only had Chenbei by his side. It seemed he had overestimated himself.
After being reborn, the smooth sailing
had made him overly confident in his own strength. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he began to reflect on himself.
Meanwhile, the battlefield had erupted into chaos.
Uxar led 1,000 dark skeletal knights, charging
directly at the parasitic demon worm. As they rushed in front of Heskman, Uxar swung the skeletal magic blade down. Sizzle!
The sharp skeletal magic blade cleaved down, instantly tearing Heskman's insect body
apart.
The foul-smelling dark green blood gushed out from the wound. The blood-red damage numbers then appeared above Heskman's head.
Minus 7,489.
It must be said that Uxar in demonization state was indeed incredibly powerful. With just one strike, he dealt 7,500 points of damage to the boss.
However, Heskman's health was a full 2 million.
This boss, the parasitic demon worm, was somewhat different from
other bosses.
Its attack and defense could at most be compared to a level 50 or 60 boss, but its health was significantly higher than that of a normal level 70 boss.
Of course, this was understandable. After all, Heskman's main method was to use its eggs to parasitize other beings.
Under this premise, it didn't need to have strong attack power, naturally leaning more towards health development.
But draining Heskman's 2 million health was certainly not a simple task.
After Uxar initiated the attack, the surrounding dark skeletal knights also began to surround Heskman.
Minus 326. Minus 298. Minus 377. One after another, blood-red numbers
appeared above Heskman's head. At that moment, Heskman opened its grotesque mouth and spewed out a mass of highly corrosive acid.
Sizzle, 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 all the dark skeletal knights hit by the acid were instantly
corroded to nothing, not even leaving behind bone fragments. Watching this scene, Lin Chen's expression showed no change. As long as he could kill this parasitic demon worm, he would accept any cost.
Moreover, the
most terrifying skill of the parasitic demon worm was not acid corrosion, but egg parasitism. The parasitic demon worm would spray out a large number of eggs, and anyone who inhaled them would be parasitized,
and ultimately completely insectified.
Fortunately, Lin Chen had anticipated this. So now, all the attackers surrounding Heskman were undead creatures. The greatest advantage of undead creatures was that they could
not be parasitized by the eggs. After all, those eggs couldn't possibly parasitize a skeleton, right?
This meant that under these circumstances, Lin Chen had effectively nullified Heskman's strongest skill.
On
the other side, Artoria was also engaged in battle with the insectoid queen of the elves. The queen's strength was already formidable, and after her transformation, she became even more terrifying, even gaining the ability to fly. Fortunately, Lin Chen had 10 9th-tier green dragons to restrict her in mid-air. However, the queen's damage was extremely high. In just a few seconds, she could severely injure a 9th-tier dragon. Her skills included Life Bloom, Forest Missile, and Nature's Melody. Life Bloom, as the name suggests, was a healing skill. Every so often, the queen would cast it on herself, raising her health by a notch. Forest Missile involved chanting a spell to conjure dozens of forest green magic orbs to attack the enemy. As for Nature's Melody, it was originally supposed to be a group buff skill. However, after her transformation, this skill underwent a mutation. The queen opened her fearsome mandibles and suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing insect screech. Screech! This insect screech immediately spread in all directions. All the insectoid elves that heard this screech received a corresponding boost, becoming even more frenzied. Meanwhile, Artoria and her troops began to see their health plummet. -645, -778, -745. Large amounts of damage numbers appeared above the heads of these troops. It was clear that the insectoid queen's screech could also deal area damage. Fortunately, Artoria reacted quickly and immediately raised her hand to unleash a silver sword. Light, holy binding. In an instant, the insectoid queen was forcibly restrained in place. The skill she was casting was also abruptly interrupted. Seizing this opportunity, the Fire Mage Legion launched a fierce assault on her. Boom 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 boom. The scorching meteor fire rain quickly bombarded the insectoid queen's body. After her transformation, the queen's magical defense had also been enhanced. But even so, a round of fierce attacks from 700 fire mages still knocked off over 40,000 points of her health. Moreover, the queen's health was not as exaggerated as that of Black Mon's. Even after her transformation, she only had 750,000 points. This meant that with a few more rounds of concentrated fire, she could still be taken down. During the time the queen was bound, Artoria showed no hesitation and immediately launched a fierce attack on her. Night Spirit, Glory Shield, Holy Light Slash, Imperial Light Destruction Slash. Various skills were unleashed as if they were free. Under such a fierce onslaught, the insectoid queen's health line was naturally plummeting. She struggled continuously, letting out howls from her fearsome mandibles. Soon, the time for holy binding ended, and the insectoid queen raised her hand, gathering a dozen forest green magic missiles, preparing to counterattack Artoria. However, a cold smile crept onto Artoria's lips. It seems I didn't permit you to fight back, did I? Just as her words fell, she unhesitatingly activated the accompanying skill of Crown of the Divine Tree, Divine Tree's Blessing. A forest green radiance immediately enveloped Artoria's body. The next second, all of Artoria's skills cooldowns were reset to 0 under the effect of Divine Tree's Blessing. She tightened her grip on the sealing sword once more, slashing out a silver sword light towards the insectoid queen. Holy binding. The tragic bug-transformed elf queen had not been free for long before she was forcibly confined in place again. If she still had consciousness, she would surely be so furious that she would spit blood. Because that item, the Crown of the Divine Tree, was a treasure she had given to Lin Chen. As a result, she was dealt with by the very treasure she had sent out with her own hands. After the bug-transformed elf queen's body was once again confined, she was naturally met with a new round of fierce attacks. Meteor Shower, Holy Light Slash, Imperial Light Destruction Slash. In the blink of an eye, the bug-transformed elf queen's health dropped by another 100,000. Finally, the time of the holy confinement ended once more, and the bug-transformed elf queen regained her ability to move. Damn humans, I will make you pay the price. The bug-transformed elf queen's jagged mandibles opened and closed, producing a hoarse and rough sound, as if two rusty iron plates were rubbing against each other. It was clear that after suffering continuous confinement, she was filled with extreme rage. However, there was no change in Artoria's expression. She calmly glanced at the bug-transformed elf queen and then activated the accompanying skill of the Demon Pendant, the Demon Grip. In the next second, black demonic energy surged from the Demon Pendant, quickly coalescing into a massive demonic hand that reached out to tightly grasp the bug-transformed elf queen. This diamond grade treasure was something Lin Chen had previously obtained from the evil God King. Once this demonic hand grasped the enemy target, it would confine her for 3 seconds, during which it would deduct 15,000 health points per second. Just like that, the poor bug-transformed elf queen, without having a chance to do anything, was once again confined. To be honest, with her strength, she could easily crush Artoria in a direct confrontation. But the problem was that Artoria had too many treasures. The situation before them quickly stabilized. If nothing unexpected happened, victory in this battle should be secured. Although the parasitic magic worm had a massive health pool, it was restricted by the egg parasite skill, so it couldn't cause much damage and could only passively take hits. Like a punching bag, Ugsel slashed at its plump body again and again, and with each strike, foul green blood splattered out, looking cruel and disgusting. The bug-transformed elf queen was also tightly restricted by Artoria, and after 3 rounds of confinement, she had already lost half of her
health without being able to fight back.
As for Chen Bei, although his strength was considerably weaker than Lin Chen's, he was dealing with the weakest
bug-transformed elf holy sword user.
Under the siege of the orc army, the health of the bug-transformed elf holy sword user was also gradually
declining.
Finally, with a mournful cry, the bug-transformed elf queen fell first. One could only say that Artoria in her demonized state had an
explosive output.
Coupled with the concentrated fire from the Flame Mage Legion, the bug-transformed elf queen's health dropped rapidly.
It was entirely
reasonable for her to be the first boss to die before Lin Chen. However, even if the bug-transformed elf queen was dead, her group of bug-transformed
elves had not been completely dealt with yet. But as long as the greatest threat was eliminated, slaughtering the remaining bug-transformed elves would just be a matter of time. Soon, good news also came from Chen Bei's side.
The orc leader roared as he swung his axe, directly taking away the last bit
of health from the bug-transformed elf holy sword user.
Watching the bug-transformed elf holy sword user fall with a face full of unwillingness,
Chen Bei's face was filled with excitement.
The reason he was so excited was not only because this guy had just insulted them, but more importantly, he
now had the ability to take down a diamond-level boss on his own. This sense of achievement was simply unparalleled.
Boss, I'll help you.
No matter
how excited he was, Chen Bei still knew the importance of priorities. The urgent matter now was to help Lin Chen quickly deal with that parasitic magic worm. Soon, the 3 teams regrouped. At this moment, the parasitic magic worm, Haimengsi, had only 70,000 health left.
Lin Chen spoke
softly. This guy really can take a beating. After hitting it for half a day, we've only taken down 130,000 health. Your orc troops
should stay back and guard against those insectified elves.
If you get too close, this parasitic magic worm will release countless eggs, infecting
your orc troops and turning them into half-insect, half-beast monsters.
Upon hearing this, Chen Bei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and
immediately nodded. Okay, I understand.
Fortunately, with Lin Chen's reminder, otherwise he might have fallen into the trap. If his orc troops
were infected by the worm eggs,
it wouldn't be a joke. Luckily, even if his orc troops didn't participate in the battle, Lin Chen's side had enough output. Since the fire mage had a long range, they could attack from a distance where the worm eggs wouldn't affect them. In no time, the parasitic magic worm's health was dropping even faster. 600,000, 500,000, 400,000. Finally, when the parasitic magic worm's health dropped to 300,000, it suddenly turned around and spewed out countless corrosive acid, instantly erasing all the dark skeleton knights surrounding it, and then began to crawl rapidly towards the direction of the sacred tree.
Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he immediately
discerned the other's intention. This guy was trying to escape.
Block him. No matter what, they couldn't let this parasitic magic worm escape back to the sacred tree. Otherwise, who knew what would happen?
Fortunately, at that moment, a figure as massive as a mountain blocked the way in front of
Haimengsi. It was the orc leader.
Chen Bei chuckled. I knew this guy wanted to escape. He had predicted the actions of this parasitic magic worm
in advance and had the orc leader block its escape route.
Even Lin Chen had to admit that in this matter, Chen Bei had indeed thought it through better
than he had.
Roar! The orc leader roared and swung his axe. Dark green blood splattered once again. At the same time, the effect of the frost giant axe was triggered, and the parasitic magic worm immediately fell into a slowed state. Soon, Lin Chen led his troops to catch up. In this situation, even the parasitic magic worm was ultimately powerless to turn the tide, only able to watch helplessly as its health gradually reached 0.
It's over. Lin Chen looked at the corpse of the parasitic magic worm and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although the process was quite perilous, they
managed to pull through in the end.
Chen Bei stepped forward and couldn't help but say, there shouldn't be any more surprises, right? If there's another twist, my little heart really can't take it.
Lin Chen chuckled and replied, it should be over now, there won't be any more twists.
By the way, how are the casualties in your
troops? Chen Bei glanced back and said helplessly, probably about 70% lost. It'll take at least a week or 2 to recover after we get back. Sigh. My strength is still a bit lacking, otherwise I wouldn't have struggled so much against a Spirit Holy Sword Master.
Among these 3 bosses, the Spirit Holy Sword Master was undoubtedly the weakest. However, even the weakest one still cost Chen Bei a significant price.
Lin Chen said, it's fine, when we get back, I can temporarily lend you the Time Stone Tablet. That way, the troops you lost can be replenished quickly.
Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Thank you so much, boss.
It's worth noting that the Time Stone Tablet can reduce the refresh time of the barracks by half. With this treasure, Chen Bei could naturally recover his strength faster. However, a hint of hesitation soon appeared on Chen Bei's face. But boss, your losses seem to be even greater than mine, right? If you lend me the Time Stone Tablet, what will you do? Lin Chen's losses in this battle were indeed heavier than his. 10 9th-tier green dragons were all killed.
Over 4,000 dark skeleton knights were left with only 200 or 300. There's no
need to mention the other miscellaneous human troops. Even the flame mages, who were the best protected, lost nearly a third.
However, Lin Chen smiled and countered, "What? Are you worried about me now? Even if all my dark skeleton knights were wiped out, I could recover in a few days. Besides, I'm only temporarily lending you the time stone tablet. From what you're saying, are you planning not to return it?" Chen Bei waved his hands repeatedly. "Of course, that's not what I mean. Since you don't mean that, then just accept it with peace of mind." Lin Chen said irritably, "You're a grown man, and look at you hesitating like that." He. Chen Bei scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Even though Lin Chen scolded him, he wasn't the least bit angry, because he knew in his heart that Lin Chen truly cared for him. It's worth noting that the Time Stone Tablet, a treasure considered a divine artifact, could sell for at least several hundred million in the market. Yet, Lin Chen so easily lent it to him just so he could recover his strength quickly. This sense of trust moved Chen Bei to an indescribable extent. "Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's start cleaning up the battlefield." Lin Chen said, "We've paid such a high price this time, we have to bring back something good to make up for it." Chen Bei immediately nodded vigorously, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. To be honest, he was also very curious about what these bosses might drop. After all, even the weakest among these 3 bosses, the Spirit Holy Swordmaster, was a level 60 diamond tier boss. The drops could definitely not be too shabby. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward and began to search the corpse of the Spirit Holy Swordmaster. Soon after, the system prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. "You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Holy Swordmaster and obtained special materials." The eyeball of the Elf Holy Swordmaster. "You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Holy Swordmaster and obtained special materials." The sword tassel of the Elf Holy Swordmaster. "You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Holy Swordmaster and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Guardian of the Green Forest." After obtaining the loot from the corpse of the Elf Holy Swordmaster, Lin Chen directly ignored the 2 special materials and focused on the diamond-level treasure, Guardian of the Green Forest. Quality: Diamond Attributes, Constitution plus 90, Strength plus 90, Health plus 3000. Additional skill, Life Shield. This skill will automatically trigger when the wearer's health drops below 20%, forming a life shield that can absorb 3000 points of damage, while also increasing the wearer's defense by 20%. This diamond-level treasure is a forest green pendant. In fact, this treasure is quite suitable for Artoria. However, the effective life shield overlaps somewhat with Glory Shield. Moreover, Artoria already possesses the Demon Pendant, a treasure of the accessory type. Each hero can only wear one treasure of the same type. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Lin Chen casually tossed the Guardian of the Green Forest to Chen Bei. "This treasure is yours." Chen Bei was slightly taken aback and instinctively caught the pendant. After checking the attributes of this treasure, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "Thank you, boss, I won't be polite." All the attributes of this treasure perfectly matched the orc leader, especially the additional skill, which greatly enhanced the orc leader's survival ability. Just by obtaining this treasure, Chen Bei could already say that this trip was worthwhile. However, for them, this was just the beginning. After all, there were still 2 boss corpses left to explore in front of Lin Chen. Next, Lin Chen walked straight to the Elf Queen and began to search her corpse. "You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Queen and obtained special materials. The Crown of the Elf Queen. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Queen and obtained special materials. The Heart of the Elf Queen. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Queen and obtained a special treasure, Fruit of the Divine Tree. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Elf Queen and obtained a diamond-level treasure, Sacred Elf Codex. Special treasure?" Upon hearing the system prompt in his ear, a strange look flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he immediately checked the introduction of this special treasure. Fruit of the Divine Tree, Special Treasure. Description: a special fruit that condenses the power of the Divine Tree, only edible by elven beings, and may cause unexpected changes after consumption. After seeing the introduction of the Divine Tree fruit, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. From the introduction, this Divine Tree fruit should be a good thing. But the problem is, there are no heroes from the elf race under his command. Wait, that's not right. If one had to say, Kairan could be considered part of the elf race. But the problem is, she is from the Dark Elf race. It only states that it is limited to consumption by elf race beings, but it doesn't clarify whether Dark Elves count as elves. For a moment, even Lin Chen felt a bit conflicted. Should he give this Divine Tree fruit to Kairan or not? Forget it, he would think about this issue after they go out. After all, Kairan is not by his side right now. After giving up on the dilemma, Lin Chen turned his gaze to another treasure. Holy Elf Codex Quality, Diamond Level.
Attributes: Intelligence plus 380, Magic Attack plus 999, Health plus 1500, Healing Effect plus 12%, Amplification Effect plus 12% additional skill, Elfim. After using this skill, the wearer will chant the Elfim, restoring 20% of health to all elf race beings within range and granting them a 15% amplification to all attributes, lasting for 15 minutes.
Cooldown 12 hours. Lin Chen was not as conflicted about this diamond level treasure, because this treasure was definitely not suitable for Chiran. First, Chiran had no healing skills or amplification skills. Second, there were no elf race units under Lin Chen's command, so the additional skill Elfim would essentially be wasted.
However, Lin Chen had already thought of who would be the most suitable person to possess this treasure.
He directly handed the treasure to Chen Bei and said, "You keep it for now. And when we go back, you can take it to Lin Mengmeng."
Chen Bei glanced at the attributes of the treasure and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Mengmeng's luck is just too good. She doesn't even have to exert herself to get such a treasure." He wasn't being sarcastic, he was just teasing, with a hint of happiness for Lin Mengmeng. After all, he could see how well the Holy Elf Codex suited her.
Next, is that parasitic magic worm?
Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the corpse of the parasitic magic worm. To be honest, the treasures dropped by the Elf Swordmaster and the Elf Queen had already made him quite satisfied. However, the real highlight was still the items dropped by the parasitic magic worm and the final reward for the hidden quest. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and walked directly towards the corpse of the
parasitic magic worm.
Just as Lin Chen was about to start exploring the corpse of the parasitic magic worm, a strange noise suddenly came from his backpack.
Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and immediately began to check his backpack.
Soon, he found the source of the noise. It was the demon egg covered in magic patterns.
As Lin Chen took out the demon egg, the black egg began to squirm violently. Moreover, its direction of movement was towards the corpse of the parasitic magic worm. Could it be that this demon egg is interested in the corpse of the parasitic magic worm?
As this thought arose, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, and then placed the demon egg next to the corpse of the parasitic magic worm. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen next. The next second, an unexpected scene unfolded before Lin Chen and Chen Bei.
Under their gaze, the demon egg actually cracked open.
Immediately, the pitch-black abyssal magic surged forth from the corpse of the parasitic magic worm, and then it was directly absorbed into the crack on the
demon egg.
Upon seeing this, Lin Chen finally reacted. What the demon egg needed was precisely the abyssal magic within the parasitic magic worm.
Could it be that only through this method could this demon egg hatch? Time passed by second.
The abyssal magic that surged from the parasitic magic worm had been completely absorbed. The crack on the demon egg also closed up, returning to calm as if nothing had happened. It seemed that merely relying on this abyssal magic was not enough for the demon egg to fully hatch. At the same time, Lin Chen finally understood the necessary condition for hatching this demon egg. That was to allow it to absorb sufficient abyssal magic. However, the chapter of the abyssal invasion had not yet begun, and the abyssal creatures existing on the Eternal Continent were also very few.
From the current
perspective, making this demon egg complete its hatching was not an easy task. After this little interlude, Lin Chen continued to explore the corpse of the parasitic magic worm. You have successfully explored the corpse of the parasitic magic worm hymens, obtaining special material, parasitic magic worm's fangs. You have successfully explored the corpse of the parasitic magic worm hymens, obtaining special material,
parasitic magic worm's blood.
You have successfully explored the corpse of the parasitic magic worm hymens, obtaining a summoning scroll, venomous worm. You have successfully explored the corpse of the
parasitic magic worm hymens, obtaining building blueprint, worm incubation chamber.
You have successfully explored the corpse of the parasitic magic worm hymens, obtaining diamond level treasure, venom god, bracers. It must be said that the parasitic magic worm did not disappoint Lin Chen's expectations, directly dropping 2 special materials, a summoning scroll, a building blueprint, and a diamond level treasure. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately chose to use the summoning scroll. In the next second, a summoning array appeared, and 1,000 venomous worms appeared right in front of him. These venomous worms
were all 7th tier hidden units.
Their appearance was very similar to that of the parasitic magic worm.
However, these venomous worms did not possess the egg parasitism ability.
Their method of attack was extremely simple, consisting only of biting the opponent with their mouthparts and spraying acidic liquid to corrode the enemy. It is worth mentioning that when a venomous worm dies, its body will explode, splattering
a large amount of venom.
Therefore, even if the venomous worm dies, it can still deal significant damage to the enemy. Lin Chen remembered that in his previous life, there was a demon lord who specialized in
cultivating venomous worms.
His strategy was quite disgusting, completely belonging to the self-destruct style, launching a fierce attack with the venomous worms and then having them self-destruct directly in the
enemy's camp, causing massive damage.
Most of the lords who had fought against him were left with psychological scars. Regardless, being able to discuss the opponent was enough to prove the power of this hidden unit. As for that architectural blueprint, what was built was naturally the hatching ground for the venomous worms. However, the worm hatching ground can only be constructed within the territory of the demon race. For Lin Chen, it was of little use as well. He could only hold on to it for now and see if it could be exchanged for something good later. Finally, there was naturally the Venom God Bracer. Lin Chen was filled with anticipation for this diamond-grade treasure that had dropped from the parasitic magic worm. Under his inspection, the attributes of this treasure quickly appeared before him. Venom God Bracer quality, diamond grade attributes, strength plus 290, agility plus 120, constitution plus 120, poison resistance plus 100 when attacking a target. There is a 5% chance to trigger the poison effect, causing it to lose 1% of health per second for 3 seconds. Attached skill, Toxic Fog releases a cloud of toxic mist. All enemies within the mist will be affected by the poison effect, losing 3000 health per second for 60 seconds. The two poison effects can stack. Cooldown, 180 minutes. Upon seeing the attributes of this treasure, Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. A top tier item, absolutely top tier. If he had possessed this treasure before besieging the parasitic magic worm, this battle would not have been so difficult. To speak of the Venom God Bracer's built-in poison effect, a 5% trigger chance could cause the enemy to lose 1% of health every second for the next 3 seconds. This number may not seem much, but when applied to a boss, it becomes quite considerable, especially for bosses with extremely high health. Take the parasitic magic worm, Black Minxie, for example. It has a total of 2 million health. If a layer of poison status were applied to it, in just 3 seconds, it would directly lose 60,000 health. Percentage damage is just that unreasonable. As for the attached skill Toxic Fog, it is equally domineering. With 3000 poison damage per second, lasting a full minute, that adds up to a total of 180,000 damage. Whether used against a boss or for clearing the field, it can be said to be very useful. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen directly equipped the Venom God Bracer onto Ugsar. Without a doubt, he was much more suited for this treasure than Artoria. Up until now, Lin Chen had completely accounted for the loot dropped by the 3 bosses. Just as he was about to leave with Chen Bei, a group of aging elves suddenly appeared before them. Lin Chen had some impression of the frail elves before him. The Elf Queen had mentioned that these elves had not absorbed the energy of the Divine Tree since its mutation, which was why they had aged so rapidly. Since that was the case, these elves before him should not have been parasitized by the worm eggs. With this in mind, Lin Chen lowered his guard a bit. At that moment, one of the old elves cautiously spoke up. "Brave adventurer, may we take care of the queen's body?" Lin Chen glanced at him, surprised, and said, "Your queen has already mutated into a half-worm, half-elf monster. Do you still wish to recognize her as your queen?" Sigh. The reason the queen has become this way is entirely due to being parasitized by the magic worm, losing her mind. "We apologize for the trouble this has caused you," the old elf sighed. "But in our hearts, she will always be the beautiful and kind queen of the elf race. So, we wish to bury her ourselves." "That is true." Lin Chen nodded calmly and said, "After all, you are all victims. Since that's the case, I have no reason to stop you. I also hope that one day, this forest of divine trees can return to its former prosperity. Thank you for your blessing. We will definitely work hard." The old elf bent down and deeply bowed to Lin Chen, saying, "We also thank you for resolving this disaster for us. We will not treat you poorly in terms of the reward for this commission." After saying this, the group of extremely aged elves left with the body of the elven queen. Now that the parasitic magic worm was dead, the divine tree naturally returned to normal. As long as they could absorb the energy of the divine tree, these elves should soon regain their youth. In any case, as long as the elves of this forest of divine trees have not gone extinct, there is still hope for this forest to return to its former prosperity. Chen Bei suddenly sighed. "I just realized, these elves seem quite polite." Lin Chen smiled and said, "The elven race is inherently a friendly one." The previous elves were completely affected by the parasitic eggs, and their personalities began to twist. Chen Bei nodded in agreement. "They are indeed quite pitiful. If I were to be parasitized by those disgusting worms, I probably wouldn't want to live anymore." Then, Chen Bei changed the subject, surprised. "By the way, there's one thing I don't understand." "What is it?" "Logically speaking, hasn't the abyss invasion not started yet?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Then where did these abyssal creatures come from?" After Chen Bei expressed his inner doubts, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't that obvious? They are left over from the last abyss invasion." Lin Chen explained lightly, "It's likely that the eggs of the parasitic magic worms have long existed within the divine tree, but only recently grew into adult worms. That's why the divine tree underwent a mutation. The methods of those abyssal demons are not as simple as you imagine. Dealing with them requires utmost caution. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to irreversible consequences.
After hearing Lin Chen's words, the expression on Chen Bei's face gradually became serious.
To be honest, before this, he had not had a deep understanding of the abyss, only learning some information from Lin Chen. It was only now that Chen Bei truly realized the horror of the abyss. Even a single abyssal worm egg left on the eternal continent nearly led to the extinction of the elves in the forest of divine trees.
One can imagine how terrifying
abyssal creatures truly are. If the day of the abyss invasion comes, with countless abyssal creatures invading the eternal continent, just thinking about such a scene sends chills down one's spine. After leaving the forest of the divine tree, Kalen quickly rushed over and unexpectedly hugged Lin Chen tightly.
"My lord, are you alright?"
Due to Kalen's exceptionally tall stature, Lin Chen's head was directly buried in a wave of softness. The fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, immediately left Lin Chen momentarily dazed. Kalen's eyes were filled with urgency. It was clear that she was genuinely worried about Lin Chen's safety. This was the reality of the Age of Lords. You could truly feel the bond between you and the hero.
"Alright, let me go first. If this goes on, I might just suffocate in your embrace."
Upon hearing this, Kalen's face flushed and she immediately released him. Lin Chen took the opportunity to break free and finally breathed in the fresh air.
Beside them, Chen Bei looked on with envy.
To be honest, had he known that the heroes in the Age of Lords were so human, he would never have chosen the beast race. Were the beauties of the human race not alluring?
Or the sisters of the elf race not sweet?
Even if he had chosen the demon race, at least there were succubi. Yet, for some reason, he had chosen the orc race in a moment of impulsiveness. Others had
either the proud and beautiful elven queen or the valiant human warrior women under their command.
In contrast, he could only associate with the burly orcs.
What a tragic situation. For a moment,
Chen Bei felt like crying without tears.
Under Kalen's questioning, Lin Chen quickly recounted the entire incident.
A look of anger immediately appeared on Kalen's stunningly beautiful face.
"I knew
those elves were no good. Not being able to protect you, my lord, is my failure. Please punish me." Saying this, Kalen immediately put on a pitiful expression, looking at Lin Chen with tearful eyes. It must be said that as the queen of the dark elves, Kalen was truly enchanting to the core. She didn't genuinely want Lin Chen to punish her, she was merely using this method to tempt him, hoping to further their relationship. Unfortunately, Lin Chen either genuinely didn't understand or pretended not to, responding in a rather clueless manner. "You clearly left the forest of the divine tree
following my orders. How can it be your fault?" "Alright, anyway, the matter is already settled and we should prepare to head back."
Upon hearing this, even Chen Bei couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
As expected of the boss, his resolve is unwavering.
If it were him, he would have probably half-heartedly agreed by now. After all, how could any man resist a stunning beauty like the Dark Elf Queen? Sweetly saying, "Master, I made a mistake, please punish me." After leaving the forest of the divine tree, Lin Chen and Chen Bei spent a full 2 days returning to their respective territories.
Upon returning, the first thing Lin Chen did was enter the hotel.
After all, the reward for this hidden quest was what he cared about the most. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the bulletin board.
Behind
the task "Disaster of the Divine Tree," the words completed had already been marked.
Without any hesitation, Lin Chen chose to submit the task.
The next moment, the completion notification sounded in Lin Chen's ears. "Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden task "Disaster of the Divine Tree" and receiving the task reward "Heart of the Forest."
Upon hearing the notification, a look of astonishment appeared on Lin Chen's face. This astonishment quickly turned into ecstasy.
"I never expected that the reward for this hidden mission would actually be the Heart of the Forest."
Lin Chen's tone was filled with barely concealed excitement,
because this treasure was truly too rare and too precious.
Immediately after, Lin Chen took a deep breath,
forcibly suppressing his excitement, and took out the Heart of the Forest from his backpack. Heart of the Forest, special item, description: after use, it can establish an elven territory on a
wide open land.
The introduction of the Heart of the Forest was very brief, just a single sentence. However, this one sentence explained the value of this item.
That is to establish a territory. It is important to know that a lord can initially only establish one territory, but this does not mean that a lord can only have one territory.
Under certain conditions, a lord can possess multiple
territories. The prerequisite is that the lord must have the item to establish a territory.
For example, to establish a human territory, one must have the Heart of the Castle.
To establish a beast
territory, one must have the Heart of the Beast God. To establish a ghost territory, one must have the Heart of the Undead. And correspondingly, only by having the Heart of the Forest can one
establish an elven territory.
In other words, having this Heart of the Forest directly equates to Lin Chen having a second territory. The benefits of having 2 territories are naturally self-evident. This means being able to have 2 different types of troops at the same time, build certain special buildings, recruit more forces, and have greater advantages in battle.
Even if one territory is captured by another lord, one can still rise again relying on the other territory.
It is no exaggeration to say that the advantages of having two territories can be described as countless.
As for the drawbacks, there is probably only one.
That is, it requires more resources to invest. For ordinary players, this might be a problem.
But for Lin Chen, it was hardly an issue. After all, what Lin
Chen lacked the least was money and resources.
Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all.
However, Lin Chen did not expect to obtain the heart of the forest so early, gaining
the qualification to establish a second territory.
If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, it was at least 2.5 months after the game opened before a lord established a second
territory. Even by that time, it was considered a huge sensation.
It is easy to imagine why Lin Chen appeared so excited after obtaining this heart of the forest. Since he had obtained this item, it was naturally better to use it as soon as possible. Moreover, Lin Chen also remembered that the first player to successfully establish a second territory would receive a special reward from the system. Soon, Lin Chen found a suitable open space more than 1,000 miles away from his territory.
In his view, it was better for the two
territories to be slightly farther apart. After all, once the magic teleportation array was built, no matter how far the distance, it would only take a second to reach. After finding a piece of open land, Lin Chen immediately chose to use the heart of the forest.
Honorable Lord, do you choose to establish your elven territory here? Yes. Establishing the territory requires the
consumption of 100 million food, 100 million wood, 100 million stone, 100 million iron ore, and 100 million silver coins.
Do you confirm? Confirm.
Fortunately, Lin Chen already knew that establishing a territory required a large amount of resources.
So, long
before establishing the territory, he had purchased a significant amount of resources from the auction house.
However, spending several
100 million resources at once still made Lin Chen feel a bit pained. After all, in the early stages of the game, the prices of resources were quite expensive. The exchange rate for basic resources like food, wood, stone, and iron ore to gold coins even reached
50 to 1.
As for the exchange rate of silver coins to gold coins, it was as high as 10 to 1. This was because the use of silver coins was far too extensive. This meant that Lin Chen spent nearly 20 million just to acquire these resources.
Fortunately, Lin
Chen had recharged 1 billion at the start, and his financial resources were sufficient to withstand such expenditures.
After Lin
Chen chose to confirm, the heart of the forest in his hand immediately shattered, bursting forth with a dazzling forest green light. Boom! As the heart of the forest shattered, accompanied by a dull rumbling sound, an ancient towering tree immediately rose
from the ground. It was clear that this was the elven ancient tree.
The function of the elven ancient tree building was similar
to that of the Lord's mansion, serving as the core of the territory. With the elven ancient tree rising from the ground, a world announcement echoed in the ears of all lords.
Congratulations to the Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan for successfully establishing the elven
territory, becoming the first lord to own a second territory. Reward, building blueprint Blood Moon Ancient Tree. Congratulations
to the Huaxia Lord Lin Yuan for successfully establishing. The world announcement played 3 rounds in a row, immediately causing a stir across the world.
What the hell? How did Lin Yuan get on the world announcement again? What's this second territory about? I remember Lin Yuan is a human lord, right? How can he establish an elven territory? Yeah, does that mean a lord can own 2 territories? Is that true? I've never heard of such a thing before. Of course, didn't you see that Lin Yuan is the first lord to have a second territory? It's no wonder you hadn't heard of it before.
But who knows what conditions are needed to create
a second territory?
Having an extra territory means double the development speed and double the military strength.
Listening to you, that sounds amazing. It's just a pity that at our level, it's probably impossible to reach. By the way, have you noticed that Lin Yuan seems to have a guild now? Really? What is this, Hope Guild? How can it accommodate such a big shot as Lin Yuan?
Maybe this is a guild that Lin Yuan created himself. No, I just checked, he's only the vice president in this Hope Guild. The
president is someone else. My god, someone of Lin Yuan's level is just a vice president? Who is the president? I have to say, Lin
Chen's creation of a second territory quickly attracted a lot of attention. However, the focus of these people's attention soon shifted
to the Hope Guild.
After all, before this, Lin Chen had always been seen as a mysterious lone ranger in their eyes.
But now,
Lin Chen had joined the guild and even held the title of vice president.
In an instant, countless lords felt an immense curiosity.
What kind of force was this Hope Guild that could attract a god-level player like Lin Chen?
But in reality, what they didn't know
was that the Hope Guild was founded entirely by Lin Chen himself. The reason he was only the vice president was that he had handed overall guild affairs to Li Bingchu to handle while he himself had become a hands-off manager.
However, the vast majority of players had directly imagined Li Bingqiu as an even more mysterious behind-the-scenes big shot than Lin Chen.
Even Lin Chen himself hadn't expected that after this world announcement the Hope Guild would inadvertently gain fame.
At this moment, Lin Chen, however, had no time to pay attention to the players' discussions.
His focus was entirely on the architectural blueprint he had just obtained.
Architectural blueprint, Blood Moon Ancient Tree. Once this building was completed, he would be able to recruit the 7th tier hidden unit, Blood Moon Elf.
Lin Chen had heard of this hidden unit, Blood Moon Elf, in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, the so-called Blood Moon Elf was an assassin-type hidden unit. Moreover, it was one of the strongest assassin units of the elf race. If he could build the Blood Moon Ancient Tree, it would perfectly compensate for Lin Chen's lack of assassin units.
Just thinking about this made Lin Chen even more eager to construct the elf territory as soon as possible. Furthermore, the 2nd territory had a special feature. When constructing, as long as double the resources were consumed, the construction time could be directly
reduced to 1/10 of the original.
Of course, this condition was not without limitations. The limitation was that the building level of the sub-territory could not exceed that of the main territory. In other words, if the main territory's Lord's Mansion
was only level 6, then the 2nd territory's Elf Ancient Tree could also only be upgraded to level 6 at most.
This setting was naturally to minimize the gap between the sub-territory and the main territory. If building the 2nd territory required the same amount of time as building the main territory, it would be too impractical. However, wanting to develop quickly meant that a
large amount of resources had to be consumed.
It seems I must have Li Bingqiu find a few resource merchants to supply me with
resources regularly, Lin Chen muttered to himself, having spent over 10 million at the auction house to purchase a large amount of
resources. Although he was quite wealthy, he couldn't afford to waste too much. Good steel should always be spent on the blade. The
resources in the auction house were naturally more expensive since they were sold by ordinary lords. If he could find suitable resource merchants to supply him, the price for purchasing the same resources would be at least 20% lower. Buying 10 million worth of resources
could save him 2 million.
This figure was still quite considerable. After all, in the future, Lin Chen's demand for resources would only grow larger. Hundreds of millions, even billions, were all possible.
Moreover, Lin Chen wanted to recruit resource merchants, not just for himself.
The development of the guild also relied on resource merchants.
Every large guild had a mature system,
which included resource merchants that matched the guild. With resource merchants, guild members could buy cheaper resources and develop
faster. Furthermore, once they waged war against other forces, resource merchants could continuously provide them with resources.
As the saying goes, before the troops move, the supplies must be ready.
In lore-type games, resources have always been an incredibly important existence. It seems I must find a time to talk to Li Bingqiu about this matter. After acquiring enough resources, Lin Chen immediately began constructing his territory. Soon, one elven building after another was erected within the territory. Elven Arrow Tower, War Ancient Tree, Moonwell, Fountain of Life, Knowledge Ancient Tree. Without considering resource
consumption, in just 5 days, Lin Chen upgraded the Elven Ancient Tree and its supporting buildings to level 5.
At the same
time, Lin Chen also recruited a large number of elven troops from within the territory, further expanding his military strength. However, to successfully build the Blood Moon Ancient Tree and recruit the Blood Moon Elves, it will likely take some time. It is worth mentioning that while Lin Chen was constructing the territory for the elves, the Lord's Mansion of the human territory also upgraded to level 6.
This means he can finally build the Griffin Cliff and recruit level 6 griffins.
Moreover, the Griffin unit is quite special, as it can be upgraded using silver
coins.
It only takes 50,000 silver coins to upgrade a griffin to a royal griffin. After the upgrade, the attributes of the royal griffin
can see at least a 50% increase compared to before.
Because of this characteristic, the royal griffin is also known as a wealthy unit.
As long as you have money, you can become stronger.
Lin Chen, of course, was not short on money. So, after recruiting the first batch of griffins, he directly spent
20 million silver coins to upgrade all 400 griffins to royal griffins.
20 million silver coins, when converted at market price, is
only about 200,000. Spending just 200,000 to obtain an incredibly powerful aerial force is quite a bargain for Lin Chen.
Of course, during these 7 days, Lin Chen was not solely focused on territory construction.
Since completing the last hidden mission, the casualties among his troops had been quite severe,
especially the Dark Skeletal Knights, of which only a few hundred remained. In this state, Lin Chen naturally could not continue to take on hidden missions.
Even if he did, he wouldn't have the capability to complete them.
Therefore, during these days, aside from building his territory, Lin Chen was also continuously grinding monsters in the wild. His goal was to use the corpses of wild monsters to summon skeletal soldiers, which would then be fused and transformed into dark skeletal knights. With the boost from his financial power, Lin Chen's grinding efficiency was quite good. In just 7 days, the number of dark skeletal knights under his command grew from a few hundred to 3,000. Now, Lin Chen had fully regained his vitality. Under his command, there were 3,000 dark skeletal knights, 1,200 flame mages, and 400 royal griffins. These were the main fighting forces. In addition, there were also several low-tier human and elf units. However, for Lin Chen at this moment, units below level 5 were merely cannon fodder. After restoring his forces, Lin Chen once again entered the tavern. During these days, he had been continuously purchasing mission refresh orders. Because of this, even after using over 10,000 last time, the mission refresh orders in Lin Chen's possession still exceeded 100,000. I wonder what hidden mission will refresh this time. Lin Chen took a deep breath and murmured to himself, I hope it won't disappoint me. Then, without any hesitation, Lin Chen began refreshing missions in front of the bulletin board. 1,000 times, 3,000 times, 5,000 times, 7,000 times. He refreshed missions continuously like a tireless robot. His goal was clear, only hidden missions. He wouldn't even glance at other missions. However, this time, his luck was better than last time. After refreshing just 8,134 times, he found a hidden mission. This hidden mission was called Carlton Fortress, and its color was a blood-red hue. After reading the mission description, a glimmer of realization appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. So it was this mission. The background of the Carlton Fortress mission was quite simple. In the northern part of the Eternal Continent, a war broke out between an orc kingdom and a human kingdom known as the Bohemia Kingdom due to certain conflicts. It is well known that orcs are the most violence-embracing race. Their way of resolving disputes is singular, through war. Because of this, after the war broke out, the orc kingdom immediately dispatched a large number of orc legions to launch relentless and fierce attacks on the borders of the Bohemia Kingdom. This kingdom, named Bohemia, is merely a small kingdom with a population of less than 10 million. Faced with the brutal onslaught of the orc race, the Bohemia Kingdom retreated step by step and soon fell into a state of despair, having no choice but to seek aid from other countries. However, due to geographical reasons, reinforcements from other kingdoms would take at least a month to arrive. The borders of the Bohemia Kingdom were as fragile as thin wooden boards, and under the repeated fierce impacts from the orc kingdom, it was uncertain when they would completely break apart. At the same time, there was a crucial strategic location on the kingdom's border known as the Carlton Fortress. Once this fortress fell, the orc legions could drive straight in and directly invade the heart of the Bohemia Kingdom. Because of this, both the Bohemia Empire and the Orc Kingdom placed great importance on the Carlton Fortress, deploying a large number of troops. In this situation, the Carlton Fortress also received a new title, the Carlton Meat Grinder. Here, every day, tens of thousands of humans and orcs died. In fact, the land around the Carlton Fortress had been stained dark red with blood. It is easy to imagine how fierce the battle here was. As for the requirements of this mission, they were quite simple. Enter the Carlton Fortress and assist the troops inside the fortress in defending against the Orc Legion's attacks. As long as they held out for 3 days until reinforcements arrived, the mission would be considered complete. At first glance, this hidden mission seemed very simple. Not only would there be fortress troops assisting in the battle, but it also only required holding out for 3 days. However, in reality, the difficulty of this mission was absolutely no less than that of the disaster of the Divine Tree. Lin Chen was not very clear about the specific process of this mission, but he did know that in his previous life, the Lord who took on this hidden mission brought a full 10,000 units of 8th tier troops, along with 30,000 units of 7th tier troops, to the Carlton Fortress and nearly suffered total annihilation, returning in defeat. It is easy to imagine how great the difficulty of holding the Carlton Fortress was. Yet, even so, Lin Chen felt no fear in his heart. If one does not even have the courage to face challenges, how can they talk about becoming the strongest lord? However, even though Lin Chen was unafraid of challenges, he still needed to make adequate preparations for such a difficult task. With this in mind, he immediately pulled Li Bingqiu, Chen Bei, and Lin Mengmeng into a group chat channel. Then, Lin Chen got straight to the point and said, "In a few days, I will be going to undertake a hidden mission. I wonder if you all have time." "Boss, how come you received another hidden mission?" The first to speak was, of course, Chen Bei. After all, the last hidden mission was completed by him and Lin Chen working together. Then, Li Bingqiu asked, "Again, what is the content of this hidden mission?" Lin Chen didn't waste any time and directly sent the mission introduction for Carlton Fortress into the chat channel. After reading the mission introduction, Chen Bei couldn't help but say, "Boss, this time, there won't be any more surprises, right? Like, as soon as we enter the fortress, we get surrounded and treated as rebels." It was clear that the experience in the sacred tree forest had left an indelible shadow on Chen Bei's young heart.
Don't worry, similar things shouldn't happen this time.
Lin Chen said. However, the difficulty of this mission might be
even greater than last time. Even greater difficulty? Shen Bei's eyes widened in disbelief.
He had thought that the difficulty of the last hidden mission was already quite high.
Lin Chen countered, otherwise, why do you think I called all of you together?
So, you all need to be well prepared.
Shen Bei nodded seriously. I understand. So when do we set off? This afternoon. Okay.
After Lin Chen finished explaining everything, the others successively left the group chat, leaving only Li Bingqiu behind.
Lin Chen knew that Li Bingqiu stayed behind to report on work. He then directly asked, how did you do with the tasks I assigned you? Li Bingqiu immediately replied, I've almost finished everything.
As for the resource merchants, I've contacted 2 large ones, and they can currently produce various resources worth
2 billion each week.
Moreover, the prices they offered are very favorable, at 70% of the normal market price. Upon hearing this price, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart.
To be honest, it
was quite impressive for Li Bingqiu to negotiate the resources down to this price. Normally, resource merchants sell at prices above 80% of the market price.
Li Bingqiu paused for a moment and then continued.
However, they also put forward conditions.
Oh, what conditions?
Their condition is that they need the protection of our Hope Guild. After hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood why these 2 resource
merchants were willing to give up part of their profits.
It turned out they were eyeing the potential of the Hope Guild and wanted to invest early. It seemed these merchants were always shrewd.
Moreover,
their instincts were very sharp. Even though the Hope Guild had just been established, they had already seen its potential. However, rather than saying they were betting on the Hope Guild, it was more
accurate to say they were betting on Lin Chen alone.
They firmly believed that someone of Lin Chen's caliber could not possibly establish an obscure guild. That was why they were so eager to bind themselves to the ship of the Hope Guild. Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't choose to refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Just agree to their conditions.
Lin Chen changed the subject and asked again, by the way,
how many people on the list have you found?
Compared to the matter of the resource merchants, Lin Chen was more concerned about this. After all, talent was far more important than resources.
Li Bingqiu
was slightly taken aback and immediately replied, I've contacted everyone on the list, but only 12 people are willing to join us. The rest half said they need to think about it for a while, and the other half directly chose to refuse.
And even among the 12 who are willing to join, a large portion is here for you.
I promised them that as long as they join our guild, they would have the chance to
team up with you.
At this point, Li Bingqiu's tone seemed somewhat helpless. One could only say that the reputation of the Hope Guild is still not as great as Lin Chen's alone. The reason these people refused Li Bingqiu's invitation largely stems from the fact that, as a newly established guild, the overall strength of the Hope Guild is simply too weak.
Most people join a guild in search of better development.
Under such circumstances, unless they truly see the potential of the Hope Guild, very few are willing to actively join such a guild. Even though Lin Chen had previously made it onto the world announcement, letting many know of the existence of the Hope Guild, it still couldn't change the current situation. The only way to change this scenario is to truly develop the Hope Guild, thereby attracting more lords to join and forming a virtuous cycle. Actually, I also considered, following your previous idea, to use money to entice them to join. Li Bingqiu pursed her lips and said, however, I always feel that
people brought in this way aren't pure enough. Since they can be attracted by benefits, they will naturally betray us for benefits.
So, I still chose not to do it this way.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, you've done well. It was I who didn't consider it enough before. By the way, do you have the list of those 12 people? You can send it to me now.
Okay.
Li Bingqiu nodded, then asked in surprise, what do you need their list for? Didn't you promise me that you'd have the chance to take them along to team up?
Lin Chen said lightly, since a promise has been made, it
naturally needs to be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Li Bingqiu's face. You mean to take them along to complete this hidden task? Isn't that okay? Lin Chen smiled. We happen to be short on people, aren't we? That's true.
Li Bingqiu said helplessly, I just feel that their strength is too weak and they have no experience.
What does that matter? They won't need to exert themselves anyway.
Lin Chen said lightly, it's just an opportunity to get to know them and give them a little benefit. However, we do need to worry. If this task fails, we will truly lose face in front of
these new members. Hearing this, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but laugh. That would indeed be a bit embarrassing.
Alright, if there's nothing else, just send me the list and then hurry up to prepare.
Lin Chen
said, by the way, remember to acquire some large-scale magic scrolls at the auction house. We might need them at Carlton Fortress. Understood, I'll take care of it shortly.
Li Bingqiu nodded, then spoke. Again, besides this, there's one more thing. What is it?
The map of the Dark Maze. I have drawn it exactly as the original. Li Bingqiu said, if you think the timing is right, we can head out at any time.
The map of the Dark Maze has been completed?
Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly.
If it weren't for Li Bingchu mentioning it, he might have almost forgotten about it. After all, it had been a while since they encountered the 72 pillars of the demon god Astaroth. However, the dark maze was not as simple as imagined. At the very least, it was not something they could venture into at this moment. Even if there were indeed legendary treasures within the dark maze, Lin Chen remained unmoved. Some greedy thoughts, once stirred, could lead to trouble. At the very least, until he reached the 8th tier. Troops, Lin Chen was not prepared to easily step into the dark maze. Moreover, he currently had other goals. With over 100,000 task refresh tokens in his hand, he could still take on several hidden tasks. Once he completed all these hidden tasks, his strength would rise to another level. By that time, attempting to challenge the dark maze would not be too late. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately said, "The dark maze is still too dangerous for us, there's no rush to explore it. First, send me the list and the map. When the time is right, I will notify you." Okay. Li Bingchu immediately agreed. She had never doubted Lin Chen's decisions, because, up until now, Lin Chen had not made a mistake. Soon, Li Bingchu sent over the list of 12 people along with the map of the dark maze. After putting away the map, Lin Chen immediately checked the list in front of him. It was no wonder he valued it so much. After all, everyone on the list were top-ranked lords from his previous life in Huaxia. Although they were now unknown, they possessed extremely terrifying potential. Looking at these familiar names, Lin Chen's thoughts were once again pulled back to his past life. Lu Tianming, Human Lord, commands an extremely powerful army of 9th-tier holy sword warriors known as the Sword of Light. Li Qingshan, Human Lord, has an extremely agile mind, skilled in various tactics, known as the Tactical Genius. Wei Jiudiao, Ghost Clan Lord, had 3 S-class ghost heroes and thousands of 9th-tier bone dragons in his previous life, known as the King of Nine Hells. Fong Yu, Elemental Clan Lord, simultaneously cultivates wind, fire, thunder, and earth elemental troops with astonishing strength, ranked in the top 20 of the Huaxia Lord leaderboard, known as the Emperor of Elements. As Lin Chen silently recited these familiar names, he recalled their pasts. In his previous life, Lin Chen had even interacted with many of them. However, in this life, he had found them before they had grown and brought them into his guild. Although he did not know if this would have any impact on them, if things developed along the trajectory of his past life, once these individuals grew, they would undoubtedly provide great assistance to the development of the whole guild. Just then, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly fell on one of the names, Qian Shouzhuan. Upon seeing this name, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He never expected that Li Bingchu had successfully brought this guy in. To be honest, among the lords on the list, Qian Shouzhuan's strength was not strong at all, even ranking near the bottom. But in his previous life, this guy was highly sought after by countless guilds, because Qian Shouzhuan's existence was simply too special. It was rumored that in the real world, he was a loser, the kind who could buy 100 drinks and never win and get another one prize. After entering the game, however, his luck underwent a tremendous change, reaching an almost inhuman level. The first initial hero he drew after entering the game was an S-class hero, Desert Sand Shackle. And this was just the beginning. Following that, Qian Shouzhuan often inexplicably received hidden quests, found strategic treasures just by stepping outside, and occasionally had neutral forces in the wild come over to join his ranks voluntarily. Moreover, every boss he personally killed dropped extraordinary loot, almost as if they were about to burst out his own underwear for him. The most outrageous instance was when Qian Shouzhuan led his troops to surround and kill a level 30 silver boss. As a result, that boss dropped 2 platinum level treasures. The odds of that happening were even lower than winning a 5 million lottery. Because of this, many people believe that Qian Shouzhuan must have been favored by the goddess of luck. No, this was no longer just favor. It was clearly the goddess of luck rushing to feed Qian Shouzhuan. Thus, Qian Shouzhuan's title was also extremely special. While others were known as the Sword of Light, Elemental King, or Ghost King of the Nine Nether, he was uniquely referred to as Lucky Emperor. Lucky Emperor, Qian Shouzhuan. Unfortunately, when God opens a door for you, he also closes a window. Despite Qian Shouzhuan possessing nearly divine luck, his gaming skills were truly not commendable. Even with a godly start, Qian Shouzhuan still failed to grow into a top lord, and he couldn't even break into the top 100 in Huaxia. This also indicated one thing: in the game lord era, having luck alone was utterly useless. To put it metaphorically, Qian Shouzhuan was like the foolish son of a landlord. He guarded a granary but could only sit and eat away at it, not knowing how to become wealthy. Fortunately, Qian Shouzhuan was quite open-minded and had no ambitions. Since he was lucky, he would just try to make the most of his advantages. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, in his previous life, Qian Shouzhuan specifically collected several lucky treasures and eventually became a sought-after figure among major guilds. No matter which guild was clearing dungeons or hunting bosses, they would hire Qian Shouzhuan at a high price to oversee them. Even if Qian Shouzhuan's strength was lacking, being a mascot was still good. Moreover, with Qian Shouzhuan around, the boss drop rates were higher. In his previous life, Qian Shouzhuang thrived solely on his luck. His family and friends also enjoyed a good life because of him. Therefore, to some extent, having no ambition might not necessarily be a bad thing. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that in this life, Qian Shouzhuang actually chose to join the Hope Guild. Although he did not know his true intentions since he was here, Lin Chen certainly would not let him go easily. Time quickly moved to the afternoon. Everyone gathered at Lin Chen's territory as agreed. Similarly, Li Bingqiu brought the 12 people over as Lin Chen requested. The fact that everyone was present was somewhat unexpected for Lin Chen. In reality, he had underestimated his own influence. When Li Bingqiu mentioned that Lin Chen wanted to team up with them, these people immediately set aside their tasks. Even Li Qingshan, who was in the middle of a chain quest, chose to abandon it and hurried over. In their eyes, Lin Chen was like a god. No matter what, they would not miss this opportunity. Once they entered Lin Chen's territory, these people looked around excitedly, unable to suppress their exclamations. Is this the territory of the great god of Lin Yuan? It's so damn prosperous. Yeah, I just took a look and the Lord's Mansion is almost at level 7 and even the Griffin Cliff has been built. Sigh, it seems I will never catch up to the great god in this lifetime. I heard the great god of Lin Yuan has opened a second territory. I wonder if there will be a chance to see it. You guys think, with so many people in the guild, why did the great god choose just us to team up? Could it be that he sees our potential? Don't kid yourself, we have no potential at all. We are already a month behind everyone else. At the start. That's true, Sigh, catching up on this month's progress won't be easy. If I had known, I would have entered the game earlier. There's no such thing as knowing early. Let's just take it one step at a time. Just as everyone was whispering, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly swept over. In the next second, they all immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking. It wasn't that Lin Chen had too much authority, but these people didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of him. Moreover, feeling a bit nervous in front of someone of Lin Chen's caliber was quite normal. You should know why I called you here, right? Lin Chen said, looking around and speaking. The people in front of him nodded like chicks pecking at rice. It should be noted that these lords were all figures who dominated their regions in Lin Chen's memory. Seeing them behave so obediently in front of him made Lin Chen feel a mix of amusement and absurdity. However, they were still somewhat inexperienced. Lin Chen glanced around and found that the strongest among them was merely a 4th-tier lord. The others were all 2nd or 3rd-tier lords. The so-called tiered lords were just a rough assessment of a lord's strength. For example, if a lord developed 5th-tier troops and used them as the main force in battle, they could be called a 5th-tier lord. By this classification, Lin Chen was a 6th-tier lord. However, his true strength was far beyond that of an ordinary 6th-tier lord. Then Lin Chen spoke again. This time, you will work with me to complete a hidden quest. I know that most of you have not developed yet, but that's okay. During this quest, you just need to do your best. The rest will be taken care of by us. And once the quest is completed, I will give you corresponding rewards, 2 pieces of platinum-level strategic treasures for each of you. Upon hearing this, everyone in front of Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Platinum-level strategic treasures? And 2 pieces for each person? This is too generous. To be honest, although for lords like Lin Chen and the others, platinum-grade treasures are no big deal, for the people in front of him, platinum-grade treasures are still something to aspire to but cannot reach. It's important to note that the heroes under their command mostly possess silver-grade treasures. Just obtaining a single gold-grade treasure would be enough to make them happy for half a day. Moreover, they came here intending to get familiar with the big shots. They never expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise. In an instant, excitement was evident on everyone's faces. Only Qian Shouzhuang remained relatively calm, merely smiling slightly. Platinum-grade treasures were not enough to make him ecstatic. After all, this guy could even obtain 2 platinum-grade treasures from a silver-grade boss. However, Lin Chen's action did leave a good impression on Qian Shouzhuang. After all, this guy was quite generous, unlike some guilds that were stingy with their subordinates. Qian Shouzhuang thought to himself, completely unaware that Lin Chen was walking towards him. You are gold and silver money bank, right? Lin Chen's voice rang in his ears. Gold and silver money bank was indeed Qian Shouzhuang's game ID. Upon hearing Lin Chen call him, Qian Shouzhuang immediately looked up, stunned for a while, before answering somewhat flustered. Yes, that's me. If the boss doesn't mind, just call me Qian Shouzhuang. The reason he appeared so flustered was that he never expected someone of Lin Chen's caliber would take the initiative to talk to him. Lin Chen smiled and said, I heard you have good luck? No, Qian Shouzhuang scratched his head shyly and humbly replied, it's just a bit better than ordinary people. Just right. I have a little something here that suits you quite well, so I'll give it to you. After saying this, Lin Chen directly took out the gambler's ring from his backpack and casually tossed it to Qian Shouzhuang. This gambler's ring was something he obtained during a hidden quest in the tavern, along with the deceiver's mask. However, compared to the Deceiver's Mask, the Gambler's Ring only had a meager effect of luck plus 10.
For Lin Chen, this little bit of luck wasn't very important.
But in Qian Xiaozhuang's hands, it would be different. After all, Qian Xiaozhuang was a man who was constantly fed by the goddess of luck. Thank you, boss.
Qian Xiaozhuang grinned, sincerely thanking Lin Chen, and then began to check the attributes of the Gambler's
Ring.
In the next moment, the expression on his face gradually changed to one of astonishment.
The ring Lin Chen gave him turned out to be a special treasure that could increase luck?
At this moment, Qian Xiaozhuang had already realized his advantage.
That is his European emperor physique. In fact, people with luck as good as his can thrive anywhere. The reason he chose to join
the Hope Guild was mainly out of curiosity about Lin Chen. Although Qian Xiaozhuang entered the game a month later than others, he had heard of Lin Chen's great name.
In everyone's eyes, Lin
Chen was undoubtedly the #1 lord in Huaxia. In fact, many players had even regarded Lin Chen as the #1 lord in the world. After all, when it comes to the number of times appearing on the world announcement, no one could surpass Lin Chen globally. However, Qian Xiaozhuang did not expect Lin Chen to be so friendly and generous. On their first meeting, he gifted him a special treasure that could increase luck. It is known that this type of treasure is even rarer than diamond-level treasures.
Even with money, it might not be possible to buy one.
In an instant, Qian Xiaozhuang's
fondness for Lin Chen increased a few more points.
Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin Chen chose not to continue chatting with Qian Xiaozhuang.
This meeting gift was merely to leave a good impression on him.
After all, there were still many days ahead, and Lin Chen had plenty of time to slowly interact with Qian Xiaozhuang.
It would be a pity not to bring someone as special as Qian Xiaozhuang into the guild.
Then, Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd again. Since you all chose to join the Hope Guild, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. However, trust is always mutual. So, I hope that from now on, you can treat the Hope Guild as a big family. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd.
Boss, you can rest assured. Even if we leave the Hope Guild, other guilds might not take us in.
After this voice sounded, the crowd erupted in laughter. However, what this person said was indeed the truth. With their current strength, the Hope Guild was already their best option. Lin Chen also laughed and said, "That's not the case. I believe that everyone present is a dragon among men and will definitely achieve great things in the future. I just hope that when that time comes, you will still remain in the Hope Guild and fight alongside me. Boss, don't worry. With these 2 platinum-level treasures, I, Li Qingshan, am
definitely following you. I'm sticking with you."
Ah, good fellow, you've revealed your true intentions.
You're just treating Boss Lin as a big fool. Li Qingshan, that's where you went wrong. How could you say everyone's thoughts out loud?
Good fellow, this brother can really speak his mind. Boss, don't listen to them, they're all after your wealth.
Only I am truly sincere to you. Damn, there's a male partner, boss, run.
The crowd burst into another round of laughter. However, Lin Chen could clearly feel that after this laughter, the distance between him and these people had narrowed significantly. Lin Chen turned to see that both Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengmeng had smiles on their faces. As for Chen Bei, he was grinning widely. At this point, the Hope Guild finally began to take on the appearance of a guild. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, these people in front of him would become the backbone of the Hope Guild in the future. After getting to know each other, Lin Chen naturally had to take them to the Carlton fortress to complete the hidden mission. Fortunately, this time the mission does not require traveling. After accepting the task, Lin Chen received a teleportation scroll. After using it, he could teleport everyone to the Carlton fortress together. However, there is a limit to the number of people that can be teleported, with a maximum of 20 lords. Fortunately, even counting the 12 people on the list, there were only 16 of them, just enough to meet the limit of the teleportation scroll. After gathering everyone together, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly tore the teleportation scroll in his hand.
In the next second, a strong wave of magical energy immediately spread out in all directions.
Beneath their feet, a teleportation array filled with intricate magical patterns appeared. Everyone stepped into the teleportation array at the same time.
Accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, everyone felt a wave of dizziness.
When they came to their senses, the scene before them had completely changed. Clearly, in less than a few seconds, they had already been teleported to the Carlton fortress. This fortress seemed to be built on a desert. The surroundings were desolate, with only yellow sand filling the sky.
Chen Bei looked around, observing the environment, and smiled.
"This is great, we were directly teleported here, saving us a lot of time." Lin Chen calmly replied, "Once your territory reaches level 7, you can build a magical teleportation array
yourself, which is just as convenient."
Just as the two were talking, 2 soldiers in silver armor walked towards them. "You must be the lords who came here after accepting the commission." One of the silver-armored soldiers bowed and introduced himself. "My name is William, and I am the commander here. I believe you have a general understanding of the situation at Carlton Fortress.
Our reinforcements will take at least 3 days to arrive.
So, during these 3 days, please be sure to resist the enemy forces with us until the reinforcements arrive.
If we can achieve
victory in this war, the Kingdom of Azalea will forever remember your contributions.
Lin Chen nodded and said, we will certainly do our best. However, before that, I need to understand the strength of the fortress's troops and the general strength of the orc army. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. For Lin Chen, the most important thing right now
is to understand the strengths of both sides as much as possible. Only then can he formulate an appropriate combat strategy. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hidden task. Because of this, he needed to be more cautious and careful, taking one step at a time.
All right.
William immediately nodded and said, in that case, please follow me, and I will take you to see the barracks. Soon, Lin Chen and the others followed William to the location of the military camp.
The atmosphere here was one of grimness. The soldiers clad in black armor mostly remained silent, wiping the blood from their armor or blades.
Some of the black-armored soldiers still bore wounds that had not fully healed, merely wrapped with simple bandages. One could imagine how brutal the battles they had experienced were. Lin Chen had William take him around the camp, gaining a rough understanding of the current defensive strength of the Carlton fortress.
7th tier black armored cavalry 3,000. 7th tier black armored shield soldiers 4,000. 7th tier heavy armored spearmen 5,000. 6th tier light armored swordsmen 6,000. 6th tier light feather archers 6,000. 6th tier divine grace priests 3,000.
These were all the armed forces of the Carlton fortress so far. The total military strength even reached 27,000.
Moreover, all of them were of 6th tier or above.
After seeing such a luxurious lineup, Chen Xiujuan and the others were left speechless. Not to mention them, even Li Bingqiu and the others had never seen such a spectacle.
Chen Bei couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, do you think we still need to exert ourselves?
With so many high-tier troops, if we were to send them over, they could easily trample the sacred tree forest 4 or 5 times.
The
poor sacred tree forest had now become a unit of measurement in Chen Bei's words.
However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy Lin Chen felt. He glanced at Chen Bei and said solemnly, "You shouldn't be too happy too soon. The stronger the forces within the fortress, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, because it means the enemies we have to face will be even more ferocious." After Lin Chen's words, everyone present fell into silence.
They all understood that what Lin Chen said was indeed the truth.
The difficulty of the hidden mission would not be low.
Since the forces within the Carlton fortress were so strong, the orc army they would face would surely be even larger, possibly 2 to 3 times the size, which was not impossible. What lay ahead would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. To be honest, this is all the military strength that our Zijingwa kingdom can mobilize. A bitter expression appeared on William's face. To withstand the orc army's attack, the kingdom has truly spared no effort. Once the fortress falls, not only will everyone inside Carlton Fortress be slaughtered, but these brutal orcs will also charge straight in, deep into the heart of the Zijingwa kingdom, committing unforgivable crimes against the innocent populace. So, this battle is not just a gamble of our lives, but also our honor and responsibility.
These damned orcs will not step into Carlton Fortress even a single step before they walk over my corpse.
On William's resolute face was a spirit of defiance against death. Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly. He recalled that after the chapter of the Abyss invasion began, countless lords had also stepped forward, driving wave after wave of abyssal creatures back into the abyss. The vast majority of these people didn't even leave their names. These were silent heroes, torches in the darkness. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered a saying. Those who gather firewood for the masses must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for the people must not be allowed to be trapped in thorns. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately raised his head and calmly said to William, "Don't worry, with us here, Carlton Fortress will never be breached."
Upon hearing Lin Chen's promise, William was momentarily taken aback.
Then, he solemnly saluted Lin Chen.
Woo woo! At that moment, a dull horn suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Before Lin Chen and the others could react,
William's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "This is the military horn. Those damned orcs must have launched an attack again."
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and the others couldn't help but frown.
They clearly hadn't expected that just after arriving here, war would break out so quickly.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Get ready for battle." Yes, everyone's fighting spirit was high. After all, this was their first battle since coming here.
However, the real main force was still Lin Chen, Chen Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mengmeng.
Chen Xiaozhuang and the
others had not yet truly developed. At most, they would just be going through the motions, playing a minor role. Soon, everyone led their troops to the outside of Carlton Fortress, and at a distance of several 1,000 meters from them, the orc army had already assembled. Tens of thousands of orcs, a dark mass, seemed endless, giving a strong sense of oppression. Looking at the orc army before him, a serious expression flashed across Lin Chen's face. This was only the first wave of attack and the number of orc troops was already so vast.
This was not good news for them.
Fortunately, among the orc army in front of them, not all were high-level troops, there were also many low-level troops below the 5th rank. If the garrison of Carlton Fortress was considered a regular army, then this orc army could only be
regarded as a ragtag force.
But even so, Lin Chen did not feel happy at all, because this was the most common tactic of the orc race. Before the war, they would send a large number of low-level orcs into battle. After all, in the orc kingdom that revered brute force, these low-level orcs were undoubtedly the lowest existence, even a waste of food if they survived. Therefore, sending them to the battlefield as
cannon fodder was undoubtedly the best choice. This way, not only could they deplete the enemy's strength, but it also helped the kingdom eliminate useless waste. The orc race lacked everything except for population.
In other words, this orc army, while seemingly large in number, was clearly there to exhaust their forces. But even so, they had to choose to fight, because behind them was the Carlton Fortress
that they had to defend, for the glory of the Zijingwa kingdom.
William raised his sword and let out a roar, directly leading his army to charge at the orc army before them.
Kill! For the kingdom! Long live the Zijingwa kingdom!
The eyes of all the soldiers were filled with the spirit of fighting to the death,
because behind them was their kingdom, their home. This battle was for their homeland. We should set off as well.
Lin Chen looked at the orc army before him and spoke immediately. In this situation, choosing to avoid battle was absolutely impossible.
Moreover, not only could they not avoid
battle, but they also had to find ways to minimize the casualties of the garrison as much as possible,
because only in this way would there be a chance to complete the hidden mission.
After Lin Chen issued the order, Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalin immediately led their troops to charge. It should be noted that under the dual enhancement of the Bone Throne and the Skull King's Skull, the attributes of the Dark Skeleton Knights could rival those of 7th tier troops.
Faced with the ragtag orc legion before them, it was simply a dimensional strike. Soon, 3,000 dark skeleton knights, like a torrent of darkness, directly broke through the orc legion's defenses.
1,200 flame mages also began to chant spells, continuously conjuring explosive fireballs, bombarding the direction of the
orc army. Even the 400 royal griffins launched an aerial assault. For the clumsily moving orcs, the flying royal griffins were simply devastating weapons. Moreover, the attack power of the royal griffins was extremely fierce. Even the tough-skinned orcs could not withstand the claws of the royal griffins. Unfortunately, the number of royal griffins was still too few, and their lethality was quite limited. Although the orc legion had an absolute numerical advantage, the overall strength of these orcs was still too weak. Under the fierce assault of Lin Chen's troops, large numbers of orcs fell. Both Artoria and Ugsar displayed extremely strong combat power. Faced with these two S-rank heroes, orc troops below the 7th tier couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, the best performer was still Kalin. After all, both Artoria and Ugsar focused on single target attacks. But Kalin was different. Her life drain was a group attack skill. In a boss battle, her performance might not be outstanding. But when it came to clearing minions, she was absolutely top-notch.
Lin Chen then remembered that he still had a divine tree fruit in his hand. He wondered if this fruit could have an effect on Kalin. This battle lasted a full half-hour. Tens of thousands of orcs were completely defeated by Lin Chen and the garrison troops working together. On the battlefield, corpses were strewn everywhere, most of them belonging to the orc race. However, even so, William's army still suffered some casualties. Although the proportion of casualties was not large, the enemy's objective had already been achieved.
Lin Chen walked up to William and asked, "Have you experienced many raids like this?"
"Yes," William said with a bitter smile, helplessly replying, "These orcs are just as disgusting as cockroaches, coming to harass you from time to time, and you can never completely get rid of them. Raids of this scale generally happen every 4 to 5 hours. In this situation, the soldiers can't get any rest at all. Moreover, they do this entirely to wear down our forces. Once they have consumed us enough, they will launch a fierce attack. For us, this is the ultimate test."
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod.
He had to admit that there was a reason William could serve as a commander. At the very least, he had already discerned the enemy's intentions. Unfortunately, even so, he had no good solutions and could only choose to endure. If they couldn't hold out, Carlton Fortress would likely face destruction. At this moment, even Chen Bei realized the difficulty of this hidden mission. Originally, he thought that he only needed to hold on for 3 days, and it wouldn't be too difficult. But now it seemed that within these 3 days, they would have to face countless waves of attacks from the orc army. If it were someone else, they would probably have already prepared to give up the mission. Fortunately, Lin Chen still had a trump card in his hand. He looked at William and directly said,
"Commander William, can I take the orc corpses on the battlefield?
If necessary, I can also pay to buy them."
Upon hearing this, William was momentarily taken aback. "What do you want these orc corpses for?"
"But since you need them, take them."
After all, we were just going to pile them up and burn them. You should know that if these corpses are not dealt with in time, they can easily cause a plague. Lin Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will handle these corpses properly." At this moment, Xian Xiaojuan and the others were all confused, not knowing what Lin Chen wanted to do with these orc corpses. Only Chen Bei's eyes lit up because he knew that Lin Chen could turn all these corpses into skeleton soldiers. With the help of everyone, all the orc corpses were collected in front of Lin Chen. Looking at the mountain of corpses before him, even Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He didn't know how many skeleton soldiers could be transformed from such a massive number of corpses. Lin Chen had roughly calculated in his mind. If they relied solely on their current forces, completing this hidden mission would be a pipe dream. But fortunately, he still had the treasure, the skull of the Bone King. What appeared to be a meat grinder of a battlefield to others was, in Lin Chen's eyes, a source of troops. The more corpses on the battlefield, the larger the skeleton army he could summon. Soon, the treasure's ability activated, and black magic circles appeared before Lin Chen. The mountain of corpses before him was quickly engulfed by the black magic circles, as if a corpse mountain was slowly sinking to the bottom of a lake. The transformation officially began. The magic circles spun continuously, emitting a pitch-black glow. One after another, pale white skeletons emerged from the magic circles. Looking at this scene, Xian Xiaojuan and the others were all astonished. They clearly did not expect that Lin Chen had such a special method. Due to the sheer number of corpses, the transformation process lasted a full 10 minutes. From these tens of thousands of corpses, a total of 40,000 first-tier skeletons were transformed. 40,000 first-tier skeletons could perfectly merge to transform into 1,256th-tier Dark Skeleton Knights. After a series of operations, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights under Lin Chen's command immediately broke through the 4,000 mark. The speed of this expansion is truly astonishing. Before this, Lin Chen had led his troops to hunt wild monsters for a full 7 days, increasing the number of Dark Skeleton Knights from a few hundred to 3,000. But now, after just one battle, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights has directly increased by 1/3. Indeed, war is the best means of development. However, for Lin Chen, this is still not enough, far from it. Even with the further expansion of his troops, they still do not reach even a quarter of the garrison forces. To successfully complete the hidden mission and withstand the final wave of attacks from the orc race, his forces must at least double that of the garrison. Lin Chen now understands why that lord from his previous life brought along a full 2,000 units of 8th tier troops plus 6,000 units of 7th tier troops and nearly suffered total annihilation. Because this task is simply not something one person can accomplish. Just as Lin Chen was pondering what to do next, a figure suddenly walked up to him. Lin Chen looked up and found that it was none other than Li Qingshan. He spoke in surprise. "Do you need something? Boss, I think I can give it a try." Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Try what?" Lin Chen stared at him, already having a guess in his heart. "I want to see if I can reduce some casualties if I am given command." Li Qingshan's answer was not at all unexpected for Lin Chen. After all, in his previous life, this man was known as a tactical genius. Many lords who had fought against Li Qingshan had admitted, "If you don't have more than double the forces, don't engage with Li Qingshan, or you'll definitely die a miserable death." This is the level of tactical skill this man possesses. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Li Qingshan became a bit anxious. "Boss, trust me, I can really do it. I believe you." Lin Chen finally came to his senses and, after looking deeply at Li Qingshan, calmly asked, "How much can you reduce the casualties?" "Between 20 to 25%. Li Qingshan quickly reported a range. Then, as if he thought that number wasn't satisfactory, he gritted his teeth and added, "If all the troops can follow my orders 100%, I can reduce the casualty rate by 30%. Chen Bei, who was nearby, was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "No way, is that for real? If you can really do that, you'd be a god of war." Even Li Bingqiu had some doubts and quietly said, "Qingshan, it's not that we don't believe in you, it's just that we are at a disadvantage on this battlefield. Once a decision goes wrong, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Do you understand?" "I understand." Li Qingshan nodded but still insisted, "But I have this confidence. Before entering Lord's Era, I played many war games and wrote quite a few strategies. All my game IDs are this one. If you don't believe me, you can check. Just give me a chance." However, before Li Qingshan could finish, Lin Chen interrupted him directly. "No need, I believe you. I'll go talk to William and see if I can get him to relinquish some command authority." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan's eyes instantly lit up. Since ancient times, good generals are easy to find, but wise rulers are hard to come by. To be honest, even if Lin Chen had directly rejected him, it would have been understandable. After all, no one dares to joke around with such an important hidden mission. Just as Li Bingqiu said, they are currently at a disadvantage, and any mistake would mean total defeat. However, if Lin Chen refuses him this time, then Li Qingshan will no longer choose to stay in the Hope Guild from now on. Talented individuals always have their own pride. Since you have rejected me, there is no need for my brilliance to shine before you. Fortunately, Lin Chen did not let him down. Even Li Qingshan himself did not expect that the other party would choose to trust him unconditionally. This kind of trust made him feel incredibly moved, even grateful. Li Qingshan had heard a saying, a soldier dies for a confidant. Lin Chen is his confidant. Before Li Qingshan could speak, Lin Chen had already turned to ask William for command. Authority. However, command of an army is not so easily requested. Since ancient times, military power has been the general's reverse scale. When encountering some power-hungry generals, if you dare to touch the military power in their hands, they would dare to cut off your head with a single sword. Even if you seize the military power, you may not necessarily gain the recognition of the soldiers below. After all, every army has its beliefs and souls. Every soldier is a living person with their own thoughts and personalities, not a puppet to be manipulated. Fortunately, the current situation is somewhat special. Whether it is William, the commander, or the soldiers in the garrison, they all have a common goal, to defend Carlton Fortress and protect the kingdom of the Purple Blossom. But even so, the negotiations between Lin Chen and William were not smooth. It was not that William was reluctant to hand over command authority, but rather that he was uneasy. He was uneasy about entrusting the fate of the kingdom of the Purple Blossom to an outsider. Fortunately, after Lin Chen's persistent persuasion, William finally made a concession. He allocated a quarter of the troops to Li Qingshan, allowing him to take command. If Li Qingshan could truly do as he promised, William would then consider fully handing over command authority. In fact, dividing military power is also a major taboo on the battlefield. Because if an army is forcibly split into two, commanded by two different people, if they fail to achieve coordination and unity, it can easily lead to chaos. If the cooperation is good, it is like a double-edged sword. If the cooperation is poor, it is self-defeating. This places extremely high demands on the personal abilities of the commanders. Fortunately, Lin Chen has absolute trust in Li Qingshan. He believes that this man, known as a tactical genius, will not let him down. Sure enough, when Lin Chen conveyed this news to Li Qingshan, the latter not only did not show any disappointment but instead appeared even more excited. At this moment, Li Qingshan's eyes were like a lion that had spotted its prey. He lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down." After the first round of attacks ended, only 3 hours had passed when the orc army launched a second wave of assault. This time, the attackers were still tens of thousands of low-tier orcs. Clearly, the orcs' goal was to weaken their living forces as much as possible. However, this group of orcs did not know that Lin Chen possessed the treasure known as the Skull King's Skull. The more heads they delivered, the stronger Lin Chen would become. Judging by the scale of the current orc army, if he could annihilate them all, the number of dark skeleton knights under Lin Chen would increase by at least 1,000. However, this time, the main character on the battlefield was no longer Lin Chen, but Li Qingshan. He would use this war to prove his abilities. For him, this was a golden opportunity, and the only chance he had. If he did not succeed, he would perish. At this moment, over 10,000 troops had gathered behind Li Qingshan. Among this massive force were the garrison troops of Carlton Fortress, as well as Lin Chen's Dark Skeleton Knight Legion, Flame Mage Legion, and Royal Griffin Legion. Lin Chen naturally had absolute trust in Li Qingshan. Therefore, without any hesitation, he directly handed over all his troops to Li Qingshan for command. He even temporarily transferred the command rights of Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen to Li Qingshan. It should be noted that these three S-rank heroes were all formidable weapons on the battlefield. Any one of them could match the combat power of over 1,000 7th-tier soldiers. Looking at Li Qingshan, who was about to face battle, Lin Chen smiled and asked, "So, how do you feel now? Nervous?" Li Qingshan turned his head to look at the army behind him. Then, he took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Not really nervous, just feeling. I've never fought such a rich battle in my life." After he said this, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. The originally tense atmosphere immediately became much lighter. Lin Chen reached out and patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder, speaking in a deep voice, "All right, don't feel burdened, just go for it. I will be here, waiting for your triumphant return." "Okay." Li Qingshan nodded heavily, his eyes seemingly burning with fire. He then turned around to face the army behind him and declared loudly, "Everyone listen up, as long as you follow my command, I'll lead you to a glorious victory. Now, everyone, heed my orders, the whole army, charge, kill." With Li Qingshan's command, the army behind him immediately charged towards the enemy in front. William's troops moved even faster. Before Li Qingshan's troops could even charge, they had already begun engaging the orc army in battle. However, Li Qingshan did not mind at all, because he was very clear about his role. His forces were fewer, so it was only right for him to coordinate his troops to assist William. Although it seemed more like support, in reality this was what truly tested tactical thinking and command skills. Soon, Li Qingshan led his troops into the battlefield. He divided over 4,000 dark skeleton knights into 3 units, each led by an S-rank hero. Among them, the unit led by Ugsar moved directly towards William's main force. However, the 2 units did not merge. On the contrary, Ugsar's unit found a direction and forcefully broke through the enemy's lines. At this moment, the spectators finally realized that the direction in which Ugsal was breaking through happened to be the weakest point of the enemy forces. And this was undoubtedly the order given by Li Qingshan. If one were to make a comparison, it would be like Li Qingshan personally lifting a sharp knife and forcefully stabbing it into the enemy's soft spot. With the cooperation of both troops, the living strength of this orc army was quickly devoured. So much so that they hardly paid any price. Given the already significant disparity in troop strength, coupled with Li Qingshan directly targeting the enemy's weakness, the battle losses naturally dropped to an absolute minimum. After achieving victory on the local battlefield, William's eyes immediately brightened. It must be said that Li Qingshan's tactical thinking truly amazed him. Even he, a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for many years, felt somewhat inferior. Meanwhile, on Lin Chen's side, everyone also wore expressions of shock. Li Bingqiu took a deep breath and said softly, "I underestimated him before. This guy's tactical instinct is indeed very sharp." Lin Chen nodded and calmly said, "This move of his is called heavy troop encirclement, which is actually a very common tactical method. In essence, it refers to the action of launching an assault on the enemy's flank or rear with the cooperation of the front troops to create an encirclement situation. Encirclement is a fundamental means to achieve annihilation. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties." Although Lin Chen couldn't be considered a tactical master, countless battles in his past life had accumulated quite a bit of experience for him. Therefore, it was quite normal for him to understand some basic tactics. To be honest, the tactic of heavy troop encirclement is not complex, it can only be considered the most basic tactic. But sometimes, the most basic is often the most effective. Achieving perfect results with basic tactics is definitely not an easy task. This includes how to find breakthrough points and when is the best time for encirclement. These are all tests on the tactical level, and Li Qingshan clearly understood this well. Even though he had not commanded many battles in Lord's Era yet, his past experiences and his almost monstrous talent were already more than enough to completely crush this group of brainless orcs before him. Moreover, this victory on the local battlefield was not everything. It should be noted that Li Qingshan had divided his forces into 3 separate teams. His ambition was not just to dominate the outcome of the local battlefield. What he truly wanted to achieve was to strategize and control the overall situation. Immediately after, Artoria and Kairan also led their respective troops to launch an attack. Under Li Qingshan's command, the troops under these 2 heroes seemed to be active in every corner of the battlefield. The agile mobility of the dark skeletal knights could almost be said to have been utilized to the fullest by Li Qingshan. On the battlefield, anything can be utilized. The number of troops, the characteristics of different units, tactical coordination, geographical environment, and to consider all these factors and apply them to the utmost is the mark of a true general. It is clear that Li Qingshan is such a general. His command on the battlefield is like a piano master performing a piece, effortless and elegant. Various tactics have been pushed to their limits by Li Qingshan. Surrounding the enemy to cut off reinforcements, using a portion of the surrounded troops as bait to lure the enemy into reinforcing, concentrating the main force to annihilate the reinforcements midway. This tactic aims not to defeat the surrounded enemy but to strike at the reinforcements, interspersing and maneuvering, relying on the mobility of the troops to penetrate deep into the enemy's rear, encircling and cutting off the enemy. Trap warfare, using small forces to lure the enemy deep, waiting for them to fall into the encirclement before concentrating superior forces to defeat them one by one. Even the most ordinary basic tactics can be turned into something extraordinary in Li Qingshan's hands. Chen Bei stood beside Lin Chen, his eyes wide open, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, this game can be played like this? Boss, I even doubt I'm playing the same game as him." As the orc clan leader, Chen Bei directly placed himself in the opponent's perspective. If it were him, he would probably be played to death by Li Qingshan. After all, his personality is such that he would directly launch a full-scale attack, crushing head-on without all the twists and turns. What was that saying? Those who play tactics have dirty hearts. Lin Mengmeng pursed her lips and nodded in agreement. Watching Li Qingshan command the battle is simply a pleasure. This statement could be said to resonate with everyone present. This was not a war, it was clearly art. A smile crept onto Li Bingqiu's lips. It seems that Lin Chen's judgment was indeed not wrong. Li Qingshan is truly a piece of uncut jade. No, to be more precise, he is a pearl that has already begun to shine with his own light. The stronger the talent Li Qingshan displayed, the happier she naturally felt. After all, this meant that the Hope Guild had gained another talent. Half an hour later,
this war came to a complete end. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, with corpses strewn
everywhere.
However, most of these bodies were those of the Orc clan.
Thanks to Li Qingshan's presence, this war was a resounding victory.
The smile on William's face was almost impossible to conceal. This
was a true great victory, a triumphant return.
Li Qingshan walked straight up to Lin Chen, smiling as he spoke. I have lived up to my mission.
Lin Chen patted his shoulder, chuckling as he said, well done.
The performance was even better than expected, reducing the casualties by at least 40%, Li Qingshan replied. Mainly, those orcs were too foolish, like a bunch of simpletons, lacking
any brains. Dealing with these orc idiots was simply pressure-free. Chen Bei, can you speak properly without launching a broadside?
Well, but don't be careless, Lin Chen said. The orc troops attacking Carlton Fortress now are mostly ragtag forces. When the main orc army officially attacks, it probably won't be the same situation.
Li Qingshan nodded solemnly. I understand. Just then, William
also walked over, his face full of smiles, arms wide open, and he directly gave Li Qingshan a hug. I thank you on behalf of the surviving soldiers.
William's tone was incredibly sincere. You are a hero of our kingdom of Azalea. Li Qingshan immediately waved his hand. Commander William, you flatter me. However, this victory is only temporary. William's expression was grave as he spoke. The battles ahead will become increasingly difficult. So, I hope each of you can give your all. I will also hand over the command of the entire army to you, and I will assist you in battle. I only hope that you can take responsibility for them and bring them back alive.
Everyone could feel the sincerity in William's words. On this battlefield known as the Meat Grinder, all the soldiers had already embraced the courage of facing death without fear.
To protect their kingdom, they were willing to die.
However, William's greatest wish was for these soldiers to leave the battlefield alive.
In the face of
such brutal warfare, his hope seemed so small, so insignificant. Fortunately, the presence of this group of lords gave William a glimpse of hope once more. With their help, perhaps they could really hold
out for 3 days until reinforcements arrived. After yet another battle, Chen Bei once again took on the role of battlefield scavenger. The orc troops under his command were the best choice for heavy
labor. Soon, a large number of orc corpses piled up before Lin Chen, forming several small hills. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately transformed all these corpses into dark skeletal knights. This time, he successfully converted 1,500 dark skeletal knights. Excluding those who had fallen in battle, the number of dark skeletal knights under Lin Chen's command had already reached over 5,000.
For any lord, this was already a considerable army. But for Lin Chen, it was still not enough, far from enough.
Lin Chen looked at Li Qingshan and said in a deep voice, Next,
I want to take the initiative to attack. You mean, to launch an offensive against the Orc Kingdom? Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted.
Yes,
Lin Chen replied. At the current pace, by the time
the Orc Kingdom's army arrives, my Dark Skeletal Knight Legion may not even be fully formed. What he said was the truth. Faced with hundreds of thousands of orc troops, 5,000 Dark Skeletal Knights were simply not enough. Therefore, what Lin Chen needed to do was to take the initiative, hunt orcs as much as possible, obtain more corpses, and convert all these corpses into skeleton soldiers.
But doing so also carried risks. Because they had no idea how vast the orc army outside Carlton Fortress was, nor did they know the specific distribution of the orc legions. In such a situation, if they fell into an encirclement, it would be difficult to escape total annihilation. Thus, the only thing Lin Chen could rely on was Li Qingshan's exceptional tactical thinking and keen sense of the battlefield. After a moment of silence, Li Qingshan finally spoke up. The difficulty is indeed not small. But it's not impossible. Isn't it just guerrilla warfare? I'm good at that.
At this point, Li Qingshan
couldn't help but grin. I'm confident that this group of orcs won't find an opportunity. After receiving Li Qingshan's promise, Lin Chen nodded. Good, then everything is up to you. No problem.
Li Qingshan said, however, I won't be bringing other troops, including the Flame Mages. I'll only bring the Dark Skeleton Knights and the Royal Griffins. These two troop types are highly mobile, suitable
for guerrilla warfare, and it's also very difficult for the enemy's large forces to encircle them.
Even if we take a step back and say we get surrounded, as long as we find a weak point to break out,
it's not a big deal.
In the tactical field he excelled in, Li Qingshan's confidence was undeniable. For Lin Chen, as long as Li Qingshan had enough confidence, no matter how crazy the latter's ideas were, he would support him unconditionally.
At that moment, Chen Bei interjected, what about us? Are we just staying here? You and Li Bingchu can stay here.
Once the orc army launches an attack, you can
assist in defense.
Lin Chen looked around and said, as for the others, I have other tasks to assign to you.
Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on everyone's faces.
Li Qingshan showcased his talent and gained Lin Chen's favor. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious.
However, they didn't possess tactical talent like Li Qingshan, and even if they were envious, they could only watch quietly and be a bystander. But now, Lin Chen said there were places where they could be useful. How could they not feel excited? Qian Shouzhuang scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Boss, we also want to help. But, with our strength, it seems we really can't be of much help." After Qian Shouzhuang's words, everyone exchanged glances and the excitement on their faces gradually cooled down. Indeed, what could they help with? With their limited troops, all low-tier units, even if used as cannon fodder, Li Qingshan would probably find it lacking. However, Lin Chen smiled and said, "How could you not be of help? Moreover, what I need you to help with isn't a big deal. I just need you to help me spend money." Help you spend money? What kind of operation is this? Everyone was slightly taken aback, looking confused. Then, Lin Chen turned directly to Li Bingqiu and said, "Distribute all the magic scrolls you've recently acquired to them." It should be noted that before this hidden task began, Lin Chen had already started preparing. One of the preparations was to have Li Bingqiu purchase a large number of magic scrolls. These magic scrolls almost all sealed spells of level 5 and above. As long as they were torn, the spells sealed within could be instantly released. Just like the Wrath of the Green Dragon that Lin Chen had used before, which was also a type of magic scroll. However, that particular scroll sealed a 9th level forbidden spell. Although high-level magic scrolls are quite useful, correspondingly, their prices are also very high. Currently, the market price for a 5th-level magic scroll is between 50,000 to 80,000 gold coins. A 6th-level magic scroll ranges from 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. A 7th-level magic scroll starts at 1 million gold coins. As for 8th-level magic scrolls and forbidden spell-level magic scrolls, they are practically priceless. Li Bingqiu immediately took out all the magic scrolls and reported the expenditure to Lin Chen. In the past few days, I have acquired 614 5th-tier magic scrolls, costing a total of 32,800,000 gold coins. 145 6th-tier magic scrolls, costing 28,900,000 gold coins. 25 7th-tier magic scrolls, costing 31 million gold coins. 3 8th-tier magic scrolls, costing 17 million gold coins. Upon hearing these staggering numbers, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Chen's spending to be so immense, directly allowing Li Bingqiu to acquire hundreds of high-tier magic scrolls in one go. Goodness, this was practically sweeping the auction house clean of high-tier magic scrolls. While others bought such expensive consumables one by one, Lin Chen here was directly stocking up. They roughly calculated in their minds and quickly arrived at a result. Lin Chen spent a total of 109,700,000 on these high-tier magic scrolls. After calculating this number, everyone fell into silence. Just the leftover amount could be the lifetime savings of an ordinary person. It must be said that the gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between a person and a dog. They had originally thought Lin Chen was just a powerful big shot, but now it seemed that Lin Chen was not only a big shot but also a wealthy tycoon. Who among ordinary people could spend 100 million without batting an eye? Yet Lin Chen had that kind of boldness. But in reality, even for Lin Chen, this expenditure was not small. Even though he had initially recharged 1 billion, he had not stopped spending since entering the game. He was often either spending money or on the way to spend money. So, he probably only had 4 to 500 million left now. The troubles of the rich are so simple and mundane. After spending so much money, he still had 4 to 500 million left. In fact, Lin Chen had no real concept of money. Once it was spent, he would just earn more. As a reborn person, he had plenty of ways to make money. If worse came to worst, he could auction off a few treasures, each fetching at least tens of millions. Because of this, spending 100 million to acquire magic scrolls felt completely justified to Lin Chen. As long as he could complete this hidden task, everything would be worth it. Soon, Li Bingqiu began distributing the magic scrolls to everyone. However, most of what they received were 5th and 6th tier magic scrolls. It wasn't that Lin Chen was reluctant, he just planned to save the higher tier magic scrolls for the final battle. After distributing the magic scrolls, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Alright everyone, now, it's time for those damned orcs to truly taste the power of magic. After Lin Chen's words left his mouth, the corners of everyone's lips present couldn't help but twitch violently. What kind of magical power is this? This is clearly the power of money. No wonder Lin Chen said he only needed their help to spend money. This isn't spending money, this is clearly burning money. Just tossing out a single magic scroll costs tens of thousands. How could the Orc Kingdom's army possibly withstand this? At this moment, many people had already begun to mourn for that group of orcs. Boss, you can't leave me out of such a thrilling thing. Chen Bei looked at the crowd with envy, clearly wanting to join in the fun. Lin Chen glanced at him and chuckled, saying, "You should stay here honestly and defend Carlton Fortress with Li Bingqiu. However, I can give you a few dozen magic scrolls to toss around for fun." Upon hearing this, Chen Bei's eyes instantly lit up. As expected of his boss, truly impressive. Alright, if there are no other issues, let's prepare to set off. With Lin Chen's words, everyone felt a surge of energy. They were finally leaving Carlton Fortress to actively hunt those orcs. Outside Carlton Fortress, the Gobi was desolate and barren, stretching endlessly. Fortunately, there were almost no cover here. On this Gobi, the orc army couldn't hide their tracks at all. However, in Lin Chen's view, this group of orcs probably wouldn't choose to hide anyway. After all, they were currently in a position of advantage, having already forced William's troops inside Carlton Fortress and unable to come out. Perhaps even the orcs themselves didn't expect that there would be troops inside Carlton Fortress that would actively come out to ambush them. But the more it was like this, the more advantageous it was for Lin Chen and his group. You must know, their goal was to inflict casualties on the enemy as much as possible and strengthen their own power. Do any of you have scouting-type heroes? Li Qingshan looked around and said, now that we have left the fortress, if we continue to move with a large force, it will be easy for the enemy to discover us. After he spoke, someone quickly stepped forward. I do. My hero has mastered the skills of scouting eye and scent tracking, which are very suitable for scouting enemy troops. The speaker was a slender, pale young man with long hair, looking somewhat sickly. To be honest, having these two skills as an initial hero made his development in the early game extremely difficult. After all, each hero can only master a limited number of skills. With these two skills occupying his skill slots, this hero's combat power naturally couldn't be very strong. However, even he didn't expect that his hero would actually come in handy today. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Li Qingshan's eyes instantly brightened, and he immediately said, very well, you will be responsible for the scouting work. When Lin Chen saw this pale young man, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He walked over and casually asked, you are Wei Jiuyo, right? Upon hearing this, the pale young man immediately perked up. He clearly didn't expect Lin Chen to know his name. After a moment of surprise, Wei Jiuyo remembered he hadn't answered Lin Chen's question and quickly said, yes, I am. Lin Chen nodded and said lightly, actually, have you ever thought that you are not very suitable for the human race? If there's a chance, you might want to try the Ghost Clan, it might suit you better. The Ghost Clan, huh? Wei Jiuyo pursed his lips, unable to help but fall into deep thought. Lin Chen's suggestion was certainly not made without reason. In his past life, Wei Jiuyo was revered as the Ghost King of the Nine Nether. Under his command were 3 S-rank ghost heroes and thousands of 9th-tier bone dragons. However, his path to rise was quite bumpy. The initial race he chose was not the Ghost Clan, but the Human Clan. Clearly, Wei Jiuyo did not fit well with the Human Clan, and coupled with other reasons, his development in the early stages of the game was extremely slow, to the point where he nearly fell behind the main force. However, this situation changed completely after he developed his second territory. His second territory was, of course, the Ghost Clan territory. Once he developed the Ghost Clan territory, Wei Jiuyo's path to rise officially began. It seemed as if he was born to play the Ghost Clan. After the territory was established, Wei Jiuyo immediately entered a rapid development phase, capturing several extremely rare ghost heroes and researching numerous ghost tactics. At that time, among all the ghost lords in Huaxia, Wei Jiuyo's overall strength could definitely rank in the top 3. And since in this life, Wei Jiuyo joined the Hope Guild, Lin Chen naturally wanted to help him avoid some detours. Not long after, Wei Jiuyo's hero relayed the information back. In the northwest direction, 14 kilometers away, a horde of orc troops numbering around 100,000 was stationed in place. Directly north, 10 to 20 kilometers away, dozens of orc units were scattered, with numbers ranging from 5,000 to 30,000. In the northeast direction, 30 degrees, 7 kilometers away, there was an elite orc unit, all 6th-tier heavy armored orcs, numbering over 30,000, moving towards their location. As more and more information was relayed back, everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows. Lin Mengmeng pursed her lips and said softly, it seems the number of orc troops is even greater than we imagined. It is no exaggeration to say that outside Carlton Fortress, almost all were orcs. Fortunately, the Orc Kingdom was not a monolith. Many orc armies fought independently, making it far more chaotic than expected. However, even so, the commander of the Orc Kingdom should have begun to intentionally gather troops. This could easily be seen from the movements of that elite orc unit. Soon, Lin Mengmeng used the information relayed back to sketch a rough strategic map in the sand with a branch. Although the map looked quite crude, it included all the information. The current problem was which orc unit they should take action against first. For a moment, everyone turned their gaze to Li Qingshan. In this situation, only he had the authority to make a choice. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, then took the branch from Lin Mengmeng's hand. The next second, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly pointed the branch. There's no need to choose, let's take them on first. The position he pointed to was exactly where that elite orc unit was located. After Li Qingshan made his choice, everyone present couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. They clearly did not expect Li Qingshan to be so reckless. He had directly chosen the most difficult orc elite unit to deal with. It should be noted that this orc unit was composed entirely of well-equipped 6th-tier heavy armored orcs. Moreover, their numbers reached as high as 30,000. Such an elite unit was even more challenging to handle than 100,000 orc rabble. However, Li Qingshan chose to tackle this hardest nut to crack head-on. Can you explain your reasoning? Lin Chen looked at Li Qingshan and asked. The reason is simple. To prevent this elite unit from joining up with the main force, Li Qingshan replied. If we don't seize this opportunity now, once they merge with the main force, our burden will only become heavier when the final battle comes. So, it's better to annihilate this elite unit here and now. Even if it costs us something, it is acceptable. Li Qingshan's answer struck a chord with Lin Chen. He was right. If they retreated now, it would only make the final battle more difficult. Therefore, it was better to forcibly stop this orc elite army from merging with the main force. So what if they were elite? I'm here to fight the elite. Once the target was clear, Lin Chen and his troops immediately moved closer. As the distance between the two sides narrowed to a certain extent, the orc elite army quickly discovered Lin Chen and his men. After all, in this desolate wasteland, there was no way to ambush using the terrain. Close combat and a frontal charge were the only options. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was still quite significant. The orc elite army in front of them had a full 30,000 6th-tier heavy armored orcs. On Lin Chen's side, there were only 5,000 dark skeletal knights and 400 royal griffins. As for the other troops, they had been left behind in the Carlton fortress due to their poor mobility. It seemed like a battle with an extremely uneven force ratio, almost impossible to win. But in reality, Lin Chen had never even considered that he might lose. Roar! Accompanied by the sounds of beastly roars, the heavy armored orc army charged towards them. The heavy armored orcs moved extremely slowly due to their armor. However, the oppressive aura they exuded was terrifying. Anyone who saw this dark mass of heavy armored orcs would feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, in Lin Chen's eyes, this heavy armored orc army was nothing more than live targets. Li Qingshan turned around and said with a light smile, "Everyone, I won't set any tactics. You can act freely." Just as Li Qingshan finished speaking, several people couldn't wait any longer and took out magic scrolls, unhesitatingly choosing to tear them apart. In the next second, beams of light burst forth from the crowd. With the tearing of the magic scrolls, the spells sealed within were released. Thousand-leaf wind blade, crimson firefall, earth's descent, nether poison mutation, deathly silence sonic boom. One high-level spell after another was forcibly unleashed, bombarding the orc army in front of them. In an instant, explosive flames, sharp earth spikes, frigid frost, howling wind blades, and toxic magical mist, countless magical lights and shadows intertwined and erupted. Boom 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 boom. The enormous rumbling sound immediately exploded in everyone's ears. Even the heavily armored orcs with extremely strong defenses could not withstand such a bombardment. A large number of damage numbers appeared above their heads until their health points were completely reduced to zero. In just a few seconds, a vast area in front of Lin Chen and the others had been instantly cleared. Looking at this scene, Xian Xiujuan couldn't help but swallow hard. This is just too brutal. At this moment, he even began to feel a bit of sympathy for the group of orcs before him. How large must their psychological shadow be? Damn ambushers, you will pay for this. Just then, amidst the smoke and dust, a roar suddenly rang out. A massive figure, towering at 4 meters, suddenly charged out from the smoke. It rushed towards Lin Chen and the others. Only then did they see clearly that the figure before them was a tall orc clad in black heavy armor, covered in crimson patterns. In its hand, it wielded an enormous horse-slaying sword. The blade was even engulfed in scorching flames. Without a doubt, this massive orc was the boss commanding this elite orc army. Under Lin Chen's investigation, the attributes of this boss quickly appeared before them. Dragon Flame Beast General Diamond Level BOSS Level 75 Health 1,350,000 Attack Power 2,550 to 3,950 Defense 3,480 Magic Defense 5,460 Skills Dragon Flame / Beast Blood Boiling Dragon Bloodline. Due to possessing a quarter of the bloodline of the Scarlet Flame Giant Dragon, the Dragon Flame Beast General inherently possesses immense power and control over flames. With the strength of its bloodline, it has gained a high status among the orc race. So it's a hybrid after all. After reading the introduction of the boss before him, a sneer appeared on Lin Chen's face. However, it must be said that the strength of this Dragon Flame Beast General was indeed extremely formidable. Perhaps due to its quarter dragon bloodline, its magic defense was astonishingly high. The previous round of magical bombardment directly killed a large number of orcs but only reduced its health by 250,000 points. For this boss, that was merely a light injury. It seemed that trying to kill this Dragon Flame Beast General with magic scrolls was unlikely to succeed. However, there was not a trace of fear on Lin Chen's face. So what if it was a level 75 diamond level boss? He had killed them before. Just leave this guy to me. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You all deal with the heavily armored orcs." Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, without even needing him to give the order, Artoria, Uxel, and Kalen had already rushed to surround the Dragonflame Beast General. Soon, the Dragonflame Beast was surrounded by the 3 S-rank heroes from 3 different directions. A furious beast roar erupted from its mouth, the horse-slaying sword in its hand instantly ignited with scorching flames, fiercely slashing towards the direction of Artoria. Clang! The crimson giant blade collided with the sealing sword in mid-air, producing a sound of metal clashing. Although the Dragonflame Beast's strike was forcefully blocked, Artoria's health still dropped a bit. It must be admitted that this boss's attack power was quite formidable. Aside from having less health than the parasitic magic worm, all other attributes surpassed the former. Fortunately, Artoria was not without means of countering. Just as the Dragonflame Beast growled and prepared to attack, again, Artoria did not hesitate and directly unleashed a silver-white sword light. Holy binding! In an instant, the massive body of the Dragonflame Beast was forcibly bound in place. Uxel and Kalen naturally would not miss this opportunity and immediately launched a fierce assault on the bound boss. Uxel summoned a skeletal giant to fight alongside him, wielding a skeletal magic blade, each slash dealing real damage. In front of Kalen, the dark magic book kept flipping, and one black magic missile after another formed and shot towards the direction of the Dragonflame Beast. At the same time, several strands of black magical threads spread out like tentacles, connecting to the body of the Dragonflame Beast, continuously absorbing its health. Under the combined assault of the 3 S-rank heroes, the Dragonflame Beast's health was rapidly decreasing. However, the holy binding was clearly not enough to restrain the Dragonflame Beast for long. Accompanied by a roar, the sealing light around the Dragonflame Beast shattered inch by inch. With a face full of rage, like a beast seeking revenge, it charged towards Artoria again. Unfortunately, it's still underestimated the latter's means. In the next second, the Demon Pendant S-attached skill activated. Black magical energy instantly coalesced in front of Artoria into an enormous demonic hand, reaching out to grasp the Dragonflame Beast. Minus 15,000. With the hit of this skill, a high damage number immediately appeared above the Dragonflame Beast's head. Its massive form was once again bound in place. 4. Xian Xiaozhuan, Li Qingshan, and the others, it was the first time witnessing such a level of battle. Boss Lin Yuan is too strong. This boss has no power to fight back at all. So fierce, really. Too fierce. It's simply absurdly strong. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a diamond-level boss being beaten to this extent. If I could have a hero as powerful as Boss Lin Yuan, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Hey, who wouldn't? There probably aren't many heroes in the world stronger than them. Alright, stop discussing this, we need to put in some effort too. The boss gave us so many magic scrolls, not for us to just watch the show. In this boss battle, Lin Chen's displayed strength left everyone present in shock. However, even in this situation, they did not forget their own responsibilities. Under Li Qingshan's leadership, they charged towards the heavy-armored beastman army in front of them. Moreover, during the charge, the magic scrolls in their hands were torn open one after another as if they were free. The violent magical fluctuations erupted. Various types of magic surged forth like a tidal wave, bombarding the heavy-armored orc army before them. The scene was as if the apocalypse had descended. This magic scroll is just too satisfying. One high-level spell and a whole bunch of them are dead. Indeed, it's just so damn exhilarating. I've never felt this good in my life. Come on, keep charging. Blast these beasts to pieces. Don't run, take this earth explosion star from me. Damn, the experience from this group of heavy-armored orcs is just too much. My lord level jumped 3 levels, and my hero leveled up several times too. No kidding, these heavy-armored orcs are 6th tier units. How could the experience not be plentiful? Hurry up and grind for experience. Once this village is gone, this shop will be too. Ah, Boss Lin Yuan is amazing. Long live the guild. At this moment, everyone was ecstatic. Not only could they recklessly use magic scrolls to annihilate the heavy-armored orcs before them, but they could also gain a massive amount of experience from killing these orcs. It was simply a double delight. What they had never even dared to dream of was now actually happening. The word satisfying alone could hardly describe their current feelings, watching their army being crazily bombarded by the enemy's magic. The Dragonflame Beast General finally erupted completely. You despicable humans, I will never let you go. Its eyes began to bloodshot, muscles bulging like iron blocks, and a crimson aura surrounded its entire body. Clearly, the Dragonflame Beast General had entered the state of beast blood boiling. In this state, all control-type skills would be ineffective against it. In an instant, it broke free from the demon's grasp, its flaming battle blade transforming into several afterimages, slashing towards the direction where Artoria stood. Dragonflame slash. Faced with the onslaught of the Dragonflame Beast General, Artoria showed no hesitation and immediately activated Glory Shield. minus 1124, minus 1345, minus 1445. 3 consecutive slashes not only shattered the
shield but also took away nearly a quarter of Artoria's health.
One had to admit this boss's damage was indeed quite terrifying. Fortunately, the bone giant rushed in just in time, forcibly drawing
the Dragon Flame Beast General's aggro, relieving a significant amount of firepower from Artoria.
Chiron also summoned dozens of dark elves to disrupt the Dragon Flame Beast General. After multiple
battles together, the cooperation among the three had become increasingly tacit. Unless the Dragon Flame Beast General could take them down one by one, it had little chance of winning.
But judging by its current display of strength and intelligence, it was unlikely to have any opportunity.
Although the battle was only halfway through, Lin Chen had already locked in the victory ahead of time. After the health of the Dragon Flame Beast General dropped to 500,000 points, it entered the Dragon Transformation state. In this state, the boss before us transformed into a half-dragon, half-beastman
monster. Dragon horns sprouted from its head. Countless hard, crimson dragon scales grew on its body. Even its eyes turned into dragon eyes. Moreover, red dragon flames were burning around it.
Furthermore, after activating the bloodline power of the Crimson Flame Dragon, the Dragon Flame Beast General's attack power, defense power, and magic defense power all doubled.
This level of enhancement was already quite terrifying. It is
no exaggeration to say that after the enhancement, the attributes of the Dragon Flame Beast General were equivalent to that of a level 90 boss. However, the Dragon Transformation state was not without its drawbacks. After the attributes were enhanced, the Dragon Flame Beast General was also afflicted with the Burning state. Under the Burning state, it would lose 2,000 health points every second.
This meant that even if no one
attacked it, the remaining health of the Dragon Flame Beast General would last at most less than 10 minutes. Clearly, this was a double-edged sword.
While gaining extremely powerful strength, it would also burn away its final life.
Since you don't even care about your life, then I'll play with you, Lin Chen chuckled and immediately said, Ugsar, release Toxic Fog.
After receiving his command, Ugsar did not hesitate at
all and immediately used the attached skill of the Toxic God Bracer.
Toxic Fog.
A ghostly green poison mist instantly erupted from the bracer, spreading towards the direction of the Dragon Flame Beast General. It should be noted that the Toxic God Bracer was a top-tier diamond-level treasure drop from a parasitic magic worm. The Toxic Fog skill could release a cloud of poisonous mist, causing all enemies within the fog to fall into a poison state, losing 3,000 health points per second for 60 seconds. The combination of burning and poison states meant that the Dragon Flame Beast General would lose 5,000 health points every
second.
Even without suffering any attacks, with this amount of health, the Dragon Flame Beast General would definitely not last more than 2 minutes.
Moreover, it was currently under simultaneous fire from 3 S-class heroes.
The Dragon Flame Beast General gripped the Crimson Flame Great Blade tightly and suddenly slashed towards Ugsar.
Crack!
It should be noted that in the Dragon Transformation state, the attack power of the Dragon Flame Beast General was directly doubled. This slash directly severed Ugsar's right arm.
Minus 4,452.
With just one slash, the Dragon Flame Beast General forcibly took away more than half of Ugsar's health. Fortunately, before the Dragon Flame Beast General could make a second slash, the Bone Giant charged in, directly blocking it and taking the blow. At the same time, the health of the Dragon Flame Beast General
was rapidly decreasing. 400,000, 300,000, 200,000. Just as the health of the Dragon Flame Beast General dropped below 150,000, Artoria and Ugsar chose to strike simultaneously without hesitation. Imperial Light Destruction slash. Bone Demon King slash.
A dazzling red-gold swordlight, as bright as the blazing sun, and a dark black ink-like blade light, like the abyss, slashed fiercely towards the body of the Dragon Flame Beast.
Minus 745,663. Minus 795,424.
These two damage values appeared above the Dragon Flame Beast General's head, instantly depleting all of its health.
The massive
body of the Dragon Flame Beast General crashed to the ground. The flames burning on its body were completely extinguished. With the death of the boss, Lin Chen quickly turned his gaze to the front line of the battlefield. However, the situation on the front line was clearly not something to worry about. Under the frenzied bombardment of high-level magic, this group of heavily armored orcs had no chance to fight back and were on the verge of crying out for help. Moreover, with a tactical master like Li Qingshan commanding the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion and the Royal Griffin Legion, they were continuously encircling the small groups
of heavily armored orcs that had been separated.
As long as the number of separated heavily armored orcs was below 3,000, Li Qingshan could easily wipe them out without suffering significant losses. Therefore, there was no doubt that this was another great victory. On their side, they had only lost a few hundred Dark Skeleton Knights while forcibly exterminating 36,000 6th-tier heavily armored orcs. This
Elite Orc unit had not even had the chance to regroup with the main force before it was completely annihilated.
If there was any cost to be paid, it was the considerable consumption of magic scrolls.
By the end of
this battle, the number of magic scrolls they had used was already in the hundreds. However, Lin Chen did not feel distressed at all.
As long as they could successfully complete this hidden mission, he would spare no expense, no matter how great the cost.
After the overwhelming victory, Li Qingshan immediately commanded everyone to start clearing the battlefield. The armor on these heavily armored orcs was quite good as forging
material. Even if he couldn't use it himself, selling it at the auction house would fetch a considerable sum.
Moreover, besides the armor, there were other materials on these orc corpses.
Of course, what Lin Chen needed most were the orc bodies.
However, just as Li Qingshan issued the order, Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to clean up the battlefield yet.
If you're interested, why don't you come and loot the boss's corpse first?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. In their view, a level 75 diamond grade boss should drop some good items, right?
With this thought in mind, everyone quickly gathered in front of the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General. They were all waiting for Lin Chen to loot the boss's body. After all, among those present, only he had the qualification to do so.
However, to their surprise, in
this situation, Lin Chen took a few steps back, turned around, and said to Qian Shouzhuang, "You go ahead.
Let me see your luck." Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. To be honest, in his
previous life, Lin Chen only knew of Qian Shouzhuang's existence and had not had much interaction with him.
Since there was this opportunity,
he naturally wanted to see for himself how lucky the person known by so many as the Emperor of Luck really was. After Lin Chen spoke, Qian Shouzhuang did not seem particularly surprised. He immediately stepped forward and began to search the corpse of the Scarlet Flame Beast General.
As Qian Shouzhuang broke the boss's corpse, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath. They were eager to see what good items Qian Shouzhuang could find on the body.
Finally, Qian Shouzhuang's movement slowly came to a halt.
Wei Zhoutou immediately stepped forward, his face filled with urgency as he asked, "Did you find anything good? You can see for yourselves."
Qian Shouzhuang smiled innocently and immediately posted all the information in the team chat channel. "You successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a special material, Burning Heart. You successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a special material, Helmet of the Dragon Flame Beast General. You successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a forbidden spell level scroll, Inferno, Dragon Dance. You successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a diamond level treasure, Dragon Demon Blade. You successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a diamond level treasure, Extreme Flame Dragon Scale Heavy Armor. You successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a diamond level treasure, Crimson Flame Shadow." After seeing the information in the team channel, everyone present, including Lin Chen, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The eyes of everyone were filled with shock and incredulity.
Am I seeing things? This boss actually dropped 3 diamond level treasures at once?
Just a reminder, there's also a forbidden spell level magic scroll. This thing is not cheaper than diamond level treasures.
Damn, this luck is just too outrageous. I've farmed a lot of bosses,
but I've never seen 3 treasures drop at once. This boss is indeed capable. The treasures are real drops.
It's just short of dropping its own underwear. Rather than saying it's the boss's fault, it's more about Qian Shouzhuang's luck being too extraordinary. Now I understand why boss Lin Yuan specifically wanted Qian Shouzhuang to loot the boss's corpse. This luck is not something ordinary people can match.
Sigh, I originally thought we were all unlucky, but I didn't expect one
of us to be a lucky king.
Europeans, take my spear. After witnessing Qian Shouzhuang's almost divine luck, everyone's gaze towards him changed.
A single boss actually dropped 3 diamond level treasures. This was simply absurd beyond belief. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Qian Shouzhuang revealed an expression of deep regret.
Sigh, this is my first time looting a diamond level boss's corpse, and I thought I could find a legendary level treasure.
What a pity. Can you hear yourself?
Then, Lin Chen directly checked the attributes of the 3 treasures. Dragon Demon Blade is a broad-bladed war knife, considered a heavy weapon with quite a good attack power. Bonus, and it can also inflict a burning effect when attacking. Extreme Flame Dragon Scale Heavy Armor is a piece of heavy armor with extremely high defense bonuses, and it also provides additional fire resistance. Crimson Flame Shadow is a red dagger, clearly suitable for assassin-type heroes.
These 3 diamond-level treasures all have quite good attributes.
Unfortunately, they are not very suitable for the heroes under Lin Chen's command.
After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen smiled and said, "I will put these 3 diamond-level treasures in the guild warehouse. At that time, each of you will be able to exchange items from the guild warehouse based on your contributions to the guild. As for how to earn guild contributions and the related details, I will have Li Bingchu set the rules later." After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone's eyes instantly lit up. They clearly did not expect that they were actually qualified to receive diamond-level treasures. Exchanging guild contributions for treasures was simply the fairest method for them. For a moment, their sense of belonging to the Hope Guild increased. This was evidently Lin Chen's intention. Soon after, everyone became busy again, quickly collecting all the corpses of the heavy-armored orcs back in front of Lin Chen. The transformation ritual began once more. I must say, the transformation effect of high-tier troops was quite impressive. The corpses of 30,000 6th-tier heavy-armored orcs directly transformed into 5,000 dark skeleton knights for Lin Chen. Just one battle had allowed the number of dark skeleton knights under Lin Chen's command to exceed 10,000. Even for Lin Chen, this was a significant enhancement. Looking at the dense army of dark skeleton knights, even Li Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a true iron cavalry army." Lin Chen replied calmly, "I can only say, this is a good start. To prepare for the final battle, the number of dark skeleton knights must reach at least 30,000. Upon hearing this number, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. 30,000 units of 6th-tier troops. At this stage, which lord had a force that could reach such numbers? However, they knew in their hearts that without more than 30,000 dark skeleton knights, they would not be able to withstand the final onslaught of the Orc Kingdom. Rest for 15 minutes. Lin Chen said, then continue searching for the next target. Before the moment of the decisive battle arrived, they had to strengthen their own power as much as possible. In the next 2 days, Lin Chen and his troops led their forces to conquer and slaughter the orc troops around Carlton Fortress. More and more orcs died at their hands, transformed by Lin Chen into dark skeleton knights. However, their actions were not without risks. After they completely wiped out that elite orc unit for the first time, it attracted the attention of the Orc Kingdom. Subsequently, within just 2 days, the Orc Kingdom launched a total of 12 encirclement operations against them. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's keen instincts helped them escape danger several times. During the most perilous encounter, Lin Chen lost a third of his troops but barely broke through the encirclement. However, even under such circumstances, the number of dark skeleton knights under Lin Chen's command continued to grow steadily, successfully surpassing the 30,000 mark. This meant that Lin Chen's plan was quite successful. At the very least, his objective had been initially achieved. A full 30,000 dark skeleton knights plus the garrison of Carlton Fortress. Now, they were capable of fighting against the orc army. Have you noticed? Li Qingshan looked around and suddenly said, the orc army hasn't moved for several hours. It seems so, Qian. Xiaozhuang scratched his head and grinned, but isn't that a good thing? Do you have a masochistic tendency? Do you enjoy being chased around by those orcs? As soon as he said this, laughter erupted from the crowd. No, that's not it. Li Qingshan, serious, said, something unusual must be happening. There must be a problem somewhere. He then turned to Lin Chen and said, Boss, according to the mission prompt, the Orc Kingdom's full-scale attack should be tomorrow, right? Yes, Lin Chen nodded and replied, it is tomorrow. After these words were spoken, Lin Chen quickly reacted, unable to help but furrow his brows, and said softly, what you mean is? Li Qingshan took a deep breath and voiced his speculation. Well, I think the Orc Kingdom is very likely to launch a full-scale attack ahead of schedule. A full-scale attack on Carlton Fortress ahead of time? It seems, indeed, not impossible. One must know that the Orc Kingdom's army has almost gathered completely, with at most a dozen scattered orc troops left, and their numbers are not too many. In this situation, they could indeed launch a full-scale attack on Carlton Fortress at any time, rather than continuing to stay put and allowing Lin Chen and the others to keep picking off those isolated orc troops. It would be better to launch a full-scale attack ahead of time. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, Li Qingshan had sensed the enemy's intentions in advance. Otherwise, they might not have made it back in time, and Carlton Fortress would have already been completely overrun by the orc army. Grass, I really didn't expect these orcs to be so insidious. They even know how to launch a sneak attack. Qian Xiaozhuang couldn't help but curse. If they succeed in the sneak attack, wouldn't the boss's mission fail directly? So there's no time to waste. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, we need to hurry back. Hopefully, we can make it in time. After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone hesitated not at all and immediately led their troops towards the direction of Carlton Fortress. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others finally returned successfully to Carlton Fortress. Upon seeing the fortress intact, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they made it. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, Li Bingqiu, Chen Bei, and William immediately came forward. Boss, why are you back so early? Chen Bei asked with a puzzled expression. Isn't there still a day left? Lin Chen glanced at him and didn't explain much, simply saying, the plan has changed. The Orc Kingdom is very likely to launch an attack early. Launch a full-scale attack early? William was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, is the news true? It's just a guess, but the possibility is very high. I understand. William nodded with a serious expression. I'll have them prepare for battle right away. After saying this, William left directly. At that moment, Chenbei finally noticed the dark army of skeletal knights behind Lin Chen. Upon seeing the dense mass of skeletal cavalry, Chenbei couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "Boss, how many orcs did you kill to convert? So many dark skeletal knights?" "Not many, just a little bit." Lin Chen asked, "By the way, how's the situation here?" "No problems." Chenbei grinned. "Since you left, Carlton Fortress hasn't faced many large-scale attacks from the orcs, there's hardly any pressure at all." His answer was within Lin Chen's expectations. The reason Carlton Fortress was able to be so relaxed was entirely because they had taken on most of the pressure. In the past 2 days, they had slaughtered orc armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even the strength of the orc troops had been restrained by them. A lot of time and energy had been consumed to encircle and eliminate them. Under such circumstances, if they could still spare troops to launch a sneak attack on Carlton Fortress, that would truly be unbelievable. Woo woo! Just as Lin Chen was about to have everyone prepare, the urgent military horn sounded again in their ears. Upon hearing the military horn, everyone's expressions changed. Without a doubt, the Orc Kingdom was about to launch a full-scale attack on Carlton Fortress. "Let's go to the watchtower." Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly led a few people up to the watchtower of Carlton Fortress. At the towering watchtower, they quickly saw the orc army surging towards Carlton Fortress. However, the sight before them made their scalps tingle, because the number of the orc army was simply too enormous. Dense like a tide of ants, a dark mass that seemed endless. The number was at least over 500,000. In terms of troop strength, the Orc Kingdom was even 10 times that of Carlton Fortress, although most of them were low-level orcs. Serving as cannon fodder, there were still a considerable number of high-level orcs. Moreover, in addition to the low-level and high-level orcs, there were also 3 giant orcs the size of mountains charging at the very front of the entire orc army. One of the orcs, with a face full of wrinkles, held a dark wooden staff and was adorned with bone necklaces made of skulls, looking incredibly eerie. Another orc, without any armor, had grayish-white skin and an exceptionally robust physique, with muscles bulging like iron blocks. Notably, both of its arms were severed in the middle, but it had fitted them with specially made fist blades. The black chains at the ends of the fist blades were tightly wrapped around its shoulders, securing the blades firmly to its stumps. The last orc was even taller than the other two, covered in black armor, with only its fangs and a pair of crimson beastly eyes visible, appearing particularly fierce and brutal. At the same time, it gripped a massive black axe in its hand, resembling a black mountain of magic. Without a doubt, these 3 giant orcs were all boss-level entities. Moreover, all 3 of these bosses were diamond-level bosses. Level 75 boss, Orc High Priest, Sal Barbarian. Level 80 boss, Bloodfist Blade Carafar. Level 85 boss, Hellroar Naglun. What the hell, are you kidding me? 3 diamond-level bosses? Upon seeing the 3 orc bosses, Chenbei's mouth twitched violently, and he immediately looked at Lin Chen. "Boss, are you sure this hidden quest is something a person can complete? Just 1 diamond-level boss was already terrifying enough, and now 3 had appeared at once. Even more frightening was that these 3 orc bosses were all of higher levels than the last. The highest level, Hellroar Naglon, even reached level 85. Lin Chen was now extremely grateful that they had intercepted that elite orc troop in advance. Otherwise, if they had to account for that Dragonflame Beast General as well, they would have to face 4 diamond-level bosses at the same time. But even so, the current situation was still not looking good. 3 diamond-level bosses plus 500,000 orc troops. Their chances of winning were even less than 5%. Logically speaking, no matter how difficult the hidden quest was, it shouldn't lead to such a deadlock. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation was, William still had a backup plan. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately turned his head to look inside Carlton Fortress. Sure enough, as the orc army launched a full-scale attack, the garrison troops in the fortress also began to move. However, they didn't seem in a hurry to leave the fortress to fight the orc army. Instead, they were working in groups of 10, seemingly transporting something. Lin Chen focused on the nearest group of garrison troops and finally saw what they were moving. It was a large, dark cannon. The cannon's body gleamed with a cold, metallic luster. With his experience from his past life, Lin Chen recognized this seemingly ordinary cannon at a glance. It was the battlefield's ultimate weapon, the Magic Crystal Cannon. Strictly speaking, the Magic Crystal Cannon cannot be considered a treasure. It can only be classified as a strategic weapon. Moreover, it is one of the more lethal types among strategic weapons. By inserting magic crystals of different attributes into the cannon, it can display varying degrees of power. Additionally, the higher the level of the inserted magic crystal, the more powerful the resulting explosion will be. Soon, more than a dozen magic crystal-heavy cannons were successively transported to the walls of Carlton Fortress. In addition, bags of high-level magic crystals were also moved up along with the cannons. Each of these high-level magic crystals was worth tens of thousands of gold coins.
But in this situation, no one felt any pain over the cost. After all, this was a battle for the fate of the nation. Once Carlton fortress was breached, the kingdom of Zijingwa would also face the danger of annihilation. Therefore, in this battle, even if it meant exhausting the nation's resources, it was worth it. Load the magic crystals. Fire! William's roar echoed, as if it could pierce through clouds and shatter stones. Immediately, the magical patterns on the bodies of the dozen cannons lit up almost simultaneously. Terrifying elemental energy was brewing, and then, all the magic crystal cannons erupted with a dreadful roar. Dozens of different colored lights almost simultaneously struck the orc army. One fire-red orb, upon landing, instantly turned dozens of orcs at the impact point into charred remains. Following that, the flame orb spread out in all directions, rippling like waves on water. Any orc caught in the fiery circular wave immediately screamed in agony, being burned alive. On the other side, after the pale blue magical orb landed, the dozens of high-level orc warriors it covered were immediately frozen and then shattered. The next moment, the pale blue orb exploded violently, transforming into hundreds of terrifying sharp arrows that shot out in all directions. Sizzle, 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 countless orc warriors were directly pierced through and under. This bombardment, the surrounding area was filled with screams. This was the power of the magic crystal cannon. With the enhancement of high-level magic crystals, each shot could take the lives of thousands of orcs. Boom, boom, boom. Under William's command, the dozen magic crystal cannons continued to fire relentlessly. The orcs on the battlefield were either burned to death by flames, shot dead by ice, arrows, corroded to death, or electrocuted. For the orc army before them, these dozen magic crystal cannons were undoubtedly their doom. This is too powerful. Looking at the scene before him, Jinbei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, the power of this magic crystal cannon is completely on par with high-level magic scrolls. I was just wondering, with such good stuff, why didn't they use it earlier? Li Bingchu explained, if they had used it earlier, do you think the orc race would have been caught off guard? Moreover, the number of high-level magic crystals is also limited. So, they had to go all out. In this final battle, Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. That's true. In any case, this is definitely a good thing for us. Otherwise, even if the entire army of 500,000 orcs lined up for us to kill, we might not be able to finish them off. Although Li Qingshan's words were quite demoralizing, they were indeed a fact. The orc army before them was as numerous as locusts passing through. It was indeed very difficult to wipe them out with conventional means. However, if this war could be won, Lin Chen's strength would also see a significant increase. Not to mention the rewards from hidden missions. Just the corpses of this 500,000 orc army would be enough for him to summon a large number of dark skeletal knights. We should take action now. Lin Chen took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. In front of him, the advance of the orc army was incredibly fast. These ferocious orcs showed no signs of retreat even when faced with the fierce firepower of the magic crystal cannons. Instead, they pushed forward with even greater speed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the orc army could charge beneath the walls of the Carlton fortress, break through the defenses, and invade the fortress. By that time, even the magic crystal cannons would be unable to exert their full power. Therefore, the best choice was to block the orc army as much as possible outside the fortress and then use the magic crystal cannons for fire. Coverage! Come on, let's give those orcs a taste of their own medicine. Lin Chen smirked, directly descending from the watchtower and heading straight towards the outside of the fortress. Soon, he arrived before the orc army. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen took out 3 magic scrolls from his backpack and tore them open one after another. With the tearing of the magic scrolls, the magic sealed within them was released. 8th tier magic, Corruption Domain. 8th tier magic, Thunderstorm Python. 8th tier magic, Song of Light Arrows. Terrifying magical fluctuations immediately spread out in all directions. Within the range of the Corruption Domain, the bodies of the orc warriors began to rot, kneeling on the ground in pain and howling. The giant magic python, flickering with dark lightning, rampaged through the orc army, turning any orc warrior that came into contact with it into charred remains under the violent lightning. Accompanied by a melodious sound, countless shining arrows shot down from the sky like a torrential rain, the sharp light arrows easily piercing through one orc warrior after another. This was the power of 8th tier magic. Lin Chen had refrained from using this level of magic scroll until the final battle arrived. However, this was not over yet. In his hand, he still had one last magic scroll. That was the forbidden spell level magic scroll, Dance of the Flame Dragon. This magic scroll was what he had previously obtained from the Dragon Flame Beast General. And at this moment, facing such a densely packed orc army, it was the perfect time to use this forbidden spell level magic. Go to hell. Looking at the orc army before him, Lin Chen sneered coldly and unhesitatingly tore the forbidden spell scroll in his hand. In the next second, dozens of fire dragons, burning with scorching flames, were released from the magic scroll, roaring as they rampaged towards the orc army. When the power of a forbidden spell-level magic combined with the power of 3/8 tier magics, it truly became as terrifying as a natural disaster.
Boom 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 boom, the deafening roar echoed endlessly.
The violent magical fluctuations rampaged wildly across the battlefield.
Under the onslaught of flames, thunder, curses, and light arrows, large numbers of orcs perished.
3/8 tier spells, combined with a forbidden spell, instantly turned tens of thousands of orcs to ashes. If there were truly divine punishment in this world, it would be nothing less than this.
Moreover,
the area affected by these 4 high-level spells was extremely vast. In addition to the tens of thousands of orcs that died on the spot, over 100,000 orcs were also severely injured, their health unable to maintain full value. However, at that moment, the orc high priest named Salarban began to chant a spell. The majesty of the beast god spreads across the entire continent. People of the beast god, you shall receive the blessing of blood from the same source. Just as the incantation was completed, a scarlet light suddenly erupted from the ebony staff in Salarban's hand. Immediately, this blood-red light split into millions, enveloping
the entire battlefield.
It was as if a rain of blood had fallen upon the battlefield. All the orc tribes covered by the blood rain were continuously recovering their health. Watching this scene, a glint of killing intent
flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
It seemed that this guy had to be dealt with first. Although Salarban was the lowest level among the 3 bosses, he could still influence the entire battle situation.
For that reason alone, Lin Chen absolutely could not let him live.
With this thought in mind, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately pointed at Salarban.
Kill him.
With Lin Chen's command, Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen rushed to surround and
kill Salarban.
Moreover, black magical energy swirled around these 3 heroes. Clearly, they had all consumed the dark potion before entering the battlefield. In fact, not only Lin Chen's heroes had taken the dark potion, but all heroes had. Since it was the final battle, they naturally needed the courage to fight to the death. It should be noted that the dark potion significantly enhances hero attributes. After consuming the dark potion, heroes would enter a demonic state, gaining a 50% boost to all attributes, and their attacks would also deal an additional 10% dark attribute damage, lasting for 15 minutes. In the demonic state, Artoria, Ugsar, and
Kalen would have no trouble dealing with a level 75 support-type boss.
As expected, under the combined assault of the 3 heroes, Salarban quickly fell into a passive state, his health plummeting while he continuously
let out screams of agony.
His cries soon attracted a large group of heavily armored orcs for support. However, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Clear the area, don't let those orcs get close. His words were, of course, directed at Qian Xiuzhuan and the others. Understood, boss. Qian Xiuzhuan grinned and immediately took out a thick stack of high-tier magic scrolls from his backpack, tearing them open one after another as if they were free. The others quickly followed suit, doing the same. It should be noted that in the previous battle, 5th and 6th tier magic scrolls had been consumed to the point of being nearly depleted. Therefore, all they had left were 7th tier magic scrolls. The destructive power of this level of magic was quite terrifying. If 2 or 3 7th tier spells were stacked together, even heavily armored orcs would be instantly killed. Under the bombardment of high-tier magic, a large area around Salarban was instantly cleared. As for the other 2 bosses, they were being forcibly delayed by the garrison of Carlton Fortress and the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion, unable to provide support. Now, no one can help you. Lin Chen raised his head and gazed at Salman, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
Do not resist stubbornly, you will ultimately perish. Salman had a crazed look
on his face, raising the ebony staff in his hand and chanting a spell once more. Meanwhile, Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen also exerted their full strength, fiercely attacking the boss before them. Lin Chen knew in his heart that,
even under the firepower suppression of the magic crystal cannon, the garrison and the Dark Knight Legion could not hold out for long.
After all, the strength of those 2 bosses was simply too formidable.
Any one of the orc bosses had destructive power equivalent to tens of thousands of orc troops.
Therefore, Lin Chen had to resolve this quickly. Only by defeating these 3 bosses one by one could they have a chance to defend Carlton
Fortress. 5 minutes later,
the orc high priest, Salman, was covered in blood, his form swaying precariously. After being besieged for a full 5 minutes by 3 S-class heroes in a demonized state, his health was now
like a candle in the wind.
Even if you destroy my body, you cannot destroy my faith in the beast god.
Salman raised his head and let out a furious roar.
Immediately after, the final round of concentrated fire cleared his
remaining health.
His massive body then crashed to the ground, kicking up countless dust. After Salman died, Lin Chen didn't even have time to loot his corpse before hurriedly changing direction to head for the next target. Fortunately, on the front lines, William and Li Qingshan were overseeing the situation, and with the firepower coverage of the magic crystal cannon, they were able to hold out for such a long time despite being at a disadvantage
in numbers.
However, even so, the time left for Lin Chen was already running short. Soon, Lin Chen led his heroes to the second boss, Blood Red Fist Blade Carafar.
This orc boss had an incredibly imposing appearance. With a robust and muscular build covered in scars and a giant fist blade fixed to his severed arm, Carafar exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression. When Lin Chen arrived, Chen-bei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because before this he had been leading his orc troops in a standoff against Carafar. Although they were both orcs, Carafar showed no mercy when he struck. In his eyes, anyone who obstructed him was an enemy. Chen-bei smiled wryly and said, "Boss, it's good that you came. If you had come a little later, I wouldn't have been able to hold on." There was no exaggeration in Chen-bei's words. With his current strength, dealing with the level 80 boss Carafar was still beyond his capabilities. Just delaying for a few minutes had already caused him heavy casualties. Over half of his troops had been lost. Lin Chen glanced and saw that even the orc commander was left with only 1/10 of his health. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was left with just a sliver of health. This showed just how fierce the previous battle had been. It was already quite remarkable that Chen-bei had managed to hold on until now. If it had been someone else, they might not have lasted that long. "Don't worry, from now on, leave it to me," Lin Chen said calmly, patting Chen-bei on the shoulder. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly conducted reconnaissance on Carafar. The next moment, the attributes of this boss immediately appeared before him. Blood-colored blade Carafar. Diamond level boss, level 80 health, 1/170,000/1/500,000 attack power, 3,750 to 5,150 defense power, 3,050 magic defense power, 3,460 skills, blade strike, blood strangulation, war roar. Carafar, hailing from the Orc Kingdom, is inherently combative. Since childhood, he has fought to the death against ogres in the arena. In defeating his opponents, he also lost both arms. To survive, he transformed his arms into blades, resulting in his current form. After seeing Carafar's attributes, Lin Chen finally understood why Chen-bei was in such a dire situation. The attack power of this boss was simply outrageous, nearly reaching twice that of the Dragonflame Beast General. It is worth noting that Carafar's level is only 5 levels higher than that of the Dragonflame Beast General. However, despite Carafar's incredibly strong attack power, its defense and magic defense were its weaknesses. As long as they targeted this point, this guy wouldn't be too hard to deal with. Moreover, after the previous battle with Chen-bei, Carafar's health was down to 1,170,000. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, "I'll take the lead in attacking, and you guys use magic scrolls to assist me from the side." Chen-bei and Li Bingqiu nodded in agreement. Okay. The reason they hadn't used this tactic against the Dragonflame Beast General before was that the latter's magic defense was simply too high. Even a 7th tier magic spell might not deal significant damage to it. But facing Carafar, it was a different story. Artoria was the first to rush in front of Carafar, swinging the sealing sword fiercely. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, her powerful strike was easily blocked by Carafar using its blade, sustaining little damage. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind it. Then, the bone demon blade suddenly slashed towards Carafar's back. Swish! Crimson blood burst forth. -8,795. A massive damage number floated above Carafar's head. "You pitiful little weakling, how dare you challenge me? I will crush you one by one like ants." Carafar roared angrily. Then, with a whistling sound, the sharp blade immediately swept towards the direction of Ugsar. Without any hesitation, Ugsar raised the bone demon blade in his hand to block. However, the power unleashed by Carafar was unimaginably immense. -3,564. Even though he had blocked part of the damage, Ugsar's health still dropped significantly in an instant. Just as Carafar was about to continue its assault, a wave of magical energy suddenly spread out. Extreme cold frost instantly coalesced around it, forming a cage. Swish, 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 countless ice spikes extended from the ice cage, piercing into Carafar's massive body. -13,456. -14,888. -14,754. -15,654. Several damage values appeared above Carafar's head, adding up to a staggering 60,000. This was the 7th tier magic ice prison. The magic scrolls that Lin Chen handed over to them were not all solely applicable to battlefield area of effect spells. There were also some single target spells and control type magic. In this situation, these types of magic proved useful. Taking advantage of the time Carafar was restrained by the ice prison spell, the three heroes launched a concentrated attack on Carafar. Unfortunately, this situation did not last long. Under the siege of the three heroes, Carafar immediately raised its head and let out a roar. In the next moment, even the air around them began to tremble. A blood-red glow surrounded Carafar. This was Carafar's skill, War Roar. After the release of War Roar for the next 60 seconds, its attack power increased
by 25%, attack speed increased by 25%, damage increased by 25%, and it could not be controlled by any skills. This meant that for the next minute, Lin Chen would not be able to continue restraining
Carafar and could only choose to confront it head-on. Fortunately, even in a head-on confrontation, Lin Chen was not afraid at all.
Ugsar summoned the bone giant to take the front.
Kalen,
be careful to maintain your distance from the boss, summon dark elves to harass it. Artoria, attack from the side, try not to take too much damage from the boss, and once your health reaches
a dangerous level, retreat in time and let Lin Mengming's elven hero heal you.
It should be noted that Lin Chen had already given the Holy Elven Codex to Lin Mengmeng,
with the enhancement
of the treasure.
Although the elven hero under her command was only A rank, the healing amount was still quite considerable.
However, this was not the end. Under Lin Chen's instructions, the others tore open the magic scrolls in their hands and began to unleash single-target spells on Carafar. It should be known that when concentrating damage on a single target, the damage of single-target spells is much higher than that of area spells. In an instant, Silent Thunder Death Ray, Soul Annihilation Arrow, Dark Shadow Spike, Frozen Coffin, Eye of the Rot Demon, various high damage single-target advanced spells rained down madly towards Carafar. Following that, Qinbei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mengming's heroes also joined the battlefield, teaming up with Lin Chen's
heroes to focus fire on Carafar. No matter how high your attack power is, it doesn't matter. A concentrated fire can take you down. Under such a frenzied assault, Carafar's health was plummeting. And once a hero was reduced to low health, they would immediately choose to retreat, ensuring that Carafar had no opportunity to take advantage. 800,000, 700,000, 600,000, 500,000. Finally, under the concentrated fire of everyone, Carafar's health was completely reduced to zero. How could I be defeated by you? This is impossible. Carafar's face was filled with despair and unwillingness, and after uttering its last words, its massive body crashed to the ground. Thus, the second orc boss met its end. Finally dealt with this guy. After Carafar fell, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because, at this moment on the battlefield, only the last orc boss remained. However, this orc boss was also the most powerful one. Level 85 boss, Hellroar Naglon. This massive orc, as large as a mountain of demons, was the true leader of the orc army. More importantly, surrounding Naglon were 3,000 orc guards. These orc guards were all of the 7th tier. They wielded massive axes, their bodies covered in spiked heavy armor, crowding around Naglon, protecting their king. Just dealing with Naglon as a boss was already challenging enough. Not to mention, there were also these 3,000 7th tier orc guards. To deal with Naglon, they had to find a way to forcefully carve out a gap in the ranks of these orc guards. At this moment, under Naglon's command, these 3,000 frenzied orc guards were rampaging across the battlefield. Almost no one could withstand the fierce assault of this group of brutes. The garrison troops under William were like this, and Lin Chen's army of dark skeleton knights was the same. If Lin Chen guessed correctly, Naglon must have a skill that could enhance the strength of the orc troops under him. Because the combat power displayed by these orc guards was far beyond what ordinary 7th tier troops could possess. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately turned his head to look at Li Qingshan and asked, "What do you think?" Clearly, Li Qingshan's thoughts were in line with Lin Chen's. He pondered for a moment and said, "We must concentrate our firepower and forcefully tear a gap, prioritizing Naglon. Otherwise, if we just hold on, it will only lead to greater consumption on our side." Lin Chen nodded. Li Qingshan was indeed not wrong. Even if they could exhaust those 3,000 orc guards, it would be meaningless. To capture the thief, first capture the king. Only by killing Naglon and causing the orc army's morale to collapse could they completely turn the tide of battle. "Alright, then this matter is up to you," Lin Chen said solemnly. "I will hand over the command of all my troops to you. Make sure to tear a gap as soon as possible." Li Qingshan understood the importance of the situation and nodded heavily after taking a deep breath. 5 minutes later, everything was ready. Attack! Accompanied by Li Qingshan's command, 1,200 flame mages began to chant their spells simultaneously. In an instant, over 1,000 explosive fireballs shot towards the direction of the orc guards. Boom 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 boom, dazzling flames suddenly erupted from the ranks of the orc guards. However, the tier of the orc guards was ultimately 2 tiers higher than that of the flame mages. Therefore, even though the flame mages were hidden troops, they still couldn't inflict significant damage. But the orc guards in front had already been thoroughly enraged, roaring as they charged towards the direction of the flame mages. And what Li Qingshan was waiting for was precisely this opportunity. Because, with the pulling of the orc guards formation, flaws naturally appeared. 5,000 dark skeleton knights, 2,000 heavy armored spearmen, 1,000 black armored cavalry, and 1,000 black armored shield soldiers had long followed Li Qingshan's orders, circling around to the enemy's rear, launching an attack on the weakest point. In order to ensure a quick tear in the gap, Li Qingshan had drawn a large number of troops. In this situation, drawing troops would inevitably put greater pressure on the front line. But now, they had no other choice. The only thing they could do was to quickly kill Nagalan to relieve the pressure on the front lines. It must be said that Li Qingshan truly deserves the title of tactical genius. His maneuvers were as precise as a scalpel. Under his command, the orc guards quickly fell into disarray, and a gap was swiftly torn in their formation. Naturally, Lin Chen would not miss this excellent opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he led his heroes straight into the fray, launching an attack on Nagalan. Soon, Lin Chen and his heroes stood before Nagalan. The massive figure of Nagalan loomed like a mountain, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. It slowly lowered its head, fixing its gaze on Lin Chen, and spoke in a deep voice, "Weak human, do you think you can provoke the majesty of the beast god?" However, Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words with it and shouted, "Attack!" In the next moment, a dazzling sword light, bright as the sun, suddenly slashed towards Nagalan. This sword light was none other than Artoria's Imperial Light Destruction Slash. Minus 52,846. Over 50,000 damage points suddenly appeared above Nagalan's head. Immediately after, the latter's attributes were displayed before Lin Chen. Hell Roar, Nagalan, Diamond Level Boss, Level 85 Health, 1845213/2000000 Attack Power, 4740 to 6120 Defense Power, 5050 Magic Defense Power, 5460 Skills, Destructive Strike. Shadow of the Beast God, Hell Roar, a great leader in the history of the Orc Kingdom, the great chieftain of the Warsong clan, it rose from blood and fire, ending the era of clan warfare and unifying the entire Orc Kingdom. Even Lin Chen did not expect that the Nagalan before him was actually the founding emperor of the Orc Kingdom. However, upon seeing Nagalan's attributes, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. A staggering 2 million health points. Even though Nagalan had sustained some injuries in previous battles, it still had over 180,000 health left. In addition, it had nearly 5,000 base attack power, 5,000 defense power, 5,000 magic defense power. Such terrifying attributes made it a demon king-like existence. No wonder Artoria's Imperial Light Destruction Slash could only deal over 50,000 damage to Nagalan. This boss, are you sure we can really handle this boss? After seeing Nagalan's attributes, Xian Xiuzhuang beside him couldn't help but swallow hard. After he spoke, a look of concern flashed in everyone's eyes. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lin Chen's strength, but the attributes of this boss were simply too frightening. If we don't try, how can we know? However, Lin Chen took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and said loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle, focus all fire on the boss." After hearing Lin Chen's unwavering words, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of spirit. Indeed, they hadn't even tried, so how could they be sure they would definitely fail? Since they had come this far, they might as well go all out. In an instant, all the worries in everyone's hearts were swept away. Perhaps even Lin Chen himself didn't realize that he had already become the soul of the Hope Guild, a pillar of support. As long as Lin Chen had not been defeated, they would not lose hope. Immediately, everyone took out their magic scrolls, preparing to unleash the high-level spells sealed within to deal with Nagalan. Although their own strength was not particularly strong, they could still help Lin Chen in this way. Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalin quickly formed a triangular formation and engaged Nagalan. However, Nagalan's attack power was simply too high. Even the highest level Artoria was left with only a sliver of health after enduring 3 of Nagalan's attacks. Fortunately, the healing from the elven heroes under Lin Mengmeng was quite sufficient. After Artoria retreated, it only took a few seconds to easily restore her health to full. It seemed it was indeed necessary to have a priest-type profession in the team. Although Lin Chen did not have a priest-type hero under his command, he could develop Lin Mengmeng into his exclusive priest. However, even so, Lin Mengmeng's healing output ultimately could not keep up with Nagalan's frenzied damage. In less than 2 minutes, Artoria and Ugsar had both been reduced to low health. Even the skeletal giant summoned by Ugsar was shattered into countless bone fragments by Nagalan's giant axe. As for Kalin, as a fragile mage-type hero, he naturally could not withstand Nagalan's attacks. Looking at the situation before him, Lin Chen immediately turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Shenbei, hurry, and let your hero take a hit." Upon hearing this, Shenbei was momentarily taken aback, but after reacting, he quickly sent the orc commander to the front. Although the orc commander was not as powerful as Artoria and Ugsar, he was still an S-rank hero. Moreover, as a heavy armored warrior, the orc commander had inherent advantages in health and defense. In this situation, even facing a boss of Nagalan's level, the orc commander could still withstand a few rounds. What Lin Chen needed was for Chen Bei to buy him some time so that Artoria and Ugsar could recover as much health as possible. Understanding Lin Chen's intention, Li Bingqiu also did not hesitate and immediately ordered the Rose Swordsman to attack Nagalan. Although the Rose Swordsman was not as durable as the orc commander, he could still buy Lin Chen some time. Meanwhile, Xian Xiuzhuang and the others were continuously using magic scrolls, unleashing various high-level spells to bombard Nagalan. By the time the Orc Commander and the Rose Swordsman were both at low health, Artoria and Ugsar had also recovered quite a bit under the healing of the elven heroes. Despite Naglin's strength under this will tactic, its health was still continuously decreasing. In less than 10 minutes, Naglin's health had dropped below 1 million. However, Lin Chen knew that the more it came to this, the more he could not let his guard down. After all, the boss's trump card often came into play once its health dropped to a certain level. As expected, when Nagalin's health dropped below 800,000, a look of furious rage immediately appeared on its face. "You all will die." Just as the words fell, Nagalin raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar. Clearly, this was Nagalin's trump card, the Hell Roar. The high-pitched roar seemed to tear through everyone's eardrums. Even the surrounding space was violently shaking. At the same time, all the heroes' health was rapidly declining. Even the dark skeletal knights who were fiercely battling the orc guards were affected. Under the terrifying impact of the Hell Roar, they shattered into a pile of broken bones. No one expected that the power of the Hell Roar skill could be so immense. In this situation, however, Nagalin showed no intention of letting them go and swung its giant axe towards the nearest Ugsar. Crack! With a crisp sound, several bones on Ugsar's body were directly severed by the axe. Ugsar's health also dropped to the last 1,000 points. With this little health, it could not withstand Nagalin's second attack. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Artoria immediately used the accompanying skill of the Crown of the World Tree to instantly refresh all her skill cooldowns. Without any hesitation, Artoria directly cast Holy Seal on Nagalin. As the silvery light of confinement enveloped Nagalin's body, its attack was forcibly halted. "Light of the forest, please heal them." The elven hero under Lin Meng Meng immediately seized the opportunity and cast a group healing spell. All the heroes' health began to rise back up. Although Nagalin's Hell Roar was powerful, the current situation was not so dire that it was completely irretrievable. Lin Chen immediately shouted, "Adjust your status, continue to output, don't give the boss any breathing room." After their health recovered, the three heroes led by Artoria once again surrounded and attacked Nagalin. However, the situation was not optimistic, because the duration of the dark potion was about to end. It should be noted that while the effect of the dark potion was strong, the side effects were also very obvious. Once the duration ended, the user would exit the demonized state and enter a weakened state. In the weakened state, all of the hero's attributes would be reduced by 70%, which could be said to be equivalent to completely losing combat capability. In other words, if they did not resolve this quickly, Lin Chen would no longer have the chance to deal with Nagalin. Fortunately, after unleashing the Hell Roar, Nagalin's skill seemed to enter a cooldown. During this time, Nagalin's health continuously dropped, going from 800,000 down to 400,000. In other words, they only needed to take down this last 400,000 health to completely resolve the issue. With this in mind, Lin Chen did not hesitate for a moment, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, output with all your strength, let's do one last round of concentrated fire and take down the boss in one go." In fact, even without his words, everyone was gritting their teeth and desperately attacking the boss. After all, this last 400,000 health, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they had to take Nagalin down. Finally, Nagalin's health dropped to 300,000. However, at that moment, a flash of madness suddenly appeared in its blood-red eyes. Lin Chen keenly caught this detail and immediately shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Even before everyone could react, the abnormal change had already begun. A large amount of black demonic energy suddenly surged from within Nagalin. Following that, its already enormous body began to grow even larger. Even the heavy armor covering its body was forcibly torn apart with cracks. Beneath the cracks, Nagalin's skin had completely transformed into a pitch-black color. At the same time, Nagalin's attributes began to change as well. Its attack power, attack speed, defense, magical defense, all were increasing. Even its health was rapidly rising. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. The speed of recovering 100,000 health per second left everyone present feeling utterly hopeless. Chen Bei's face was filled with shock as he instinctively exclaimed, "Damn it, this dog thing can't play fair, it's cheating." Moreover, even Nagalin's prefix changed. From the original Hell Roar Nagalin, it transformed into Demon's Roar Nagalin. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Chen instantly understood what had happened. If he wasn't mistaken, the Nagalin before him had chosen to transform itself into an abyss demon. Lin Chen had originally thought that the task of defending Carlton Fortress was merely to withstand the attack of the Orc Kingdom. He never expected that it would also involve abyss demons. If there were no abyss demons involved, how could Nagalin, as the leader of the Orc Kingdom, have fallen into an abyss demon for no reason? However, under the amplification of abyssal power, Nagalin indeed possessed even more powerful strength. At the very least, Lin Chen now found himself unable to contend with it. After all the heroes under his command were already at their limits.
Meanwhile, the Nagalan before him had returned to its peak state, even stronger than before.
Roar! At that moment, Nagalan raised its head and unleashed another roar.
However, this roar did not harm their heroes like the Hell Roar did, but
the surrounding orc guards began to undergo changes. They continuously emitted beast-like roars, and dark abyssal energy began to surge from within them as well.
Their fangs became sharper, their bodies grew larger, their skin turned black-gray, and their eyes were blood-red,
appearing fierce and brutal. Under the influence of the demon's roar, this group of orc guards all transformed into even more powerful demon orcs. Roar! With a roar, a demon orc swung an axe and directly cleaved a dark skeleton knight in two.
It was evident that after falling into the abyss as a demonic creature, the strength of this group of orc guards had significantly increased. In front of them, the dark skeleton knight couldn't even withstand a single blow and was instantly killed.
It was over. Lin Chen couldn't help but clench his fists and grit his teeth. Although
it was hard for him to accept, he had indeed failed this hidden mission. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to defend Carlton Fortress. Even he himself might struggle to escape
the fate of total annihilation.
It could only be said that the difficulty of this hidden mission far exceeded his expectations. Even among hidden missions, this was one of the most challenging. Sometimes, it wasn't that he hadn't prepared enough. He had spent a whole 100 million to purchase high-level magic scrolls to complete this hidden mission. Yet, the defense of Carlton Fortress still ended in failure. This crushing defeat felt like a slap in the face, harshly striking Lin Chen's cheek. It made him fully realize that even as a reborn individual, he was not omnipotent.
There were many things he could neither predict nor control.
In other words, his current strength was still far from sufficient. Although this was a harsh truth, it was a fact for Lin Chen.
After
taking a deep breath, Lin Chen spoke with difficulty, prepare to retreat, and try to minimize the losses. After he said this, everyone's faces turned somewhat grim.
Although they knew the outcome
was already decided, hearing these words from Lin Chen still left them feeling uneasy. They had fought so hard for so many days. They had worked so long. Yet the result was still failure.
This was a heavy blow to everyone's morale.
Even Chen Bei, usually the most optimistic, fell into a deathly silence at this moment. However, just as everyone was ready to give up, Lin Chen suddenly
felt a familiar disturbance coming from his backpack. Upon sensing this disturbance, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows, because this disturbance was coming from the demon egg. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen ultimately chose to take out the demon egg. Upon seeing this scene, a sneer of disdain appeared on Naglan's face. What is this? An egg? Ha 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 ha.
You took
out this egg to make me eat it? Naglan's maniacal laughter quickly echoed in Lin Chen's ears.
However, at that moment, the surface of the demon egg suddenly cracked open with countless fissures.
The next second, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Naglan, who was surrounded by abyssal demonic energy, and said softly, "Perhaps there is another possibility that it will eat you."
This sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. No one expected that, having reached such a point, the situation could still take a turn. Shen Bei, Li Bingchu, and Lin Mengmeng naturally recognized the demon egg that Lin Chen had taken out. As for Qian Xiaozhuang and the others, they didn't even know what Lin Chen had pulled out. They only felt that the black egg covered
in demonic patterns exuded an incredibly sinister aura. After hearing the words spoken by Lin Chen, Naglan's expression became even more contemptuous. What? Do you really think you can use this broken egg against me? It's no wonder Naglan appeared so arrogant. After all, with the power of the abyss backing it, its strength had become immensely powerful. However, just as Naglan finished speaking, the demon egg in front of it began to crawl towards its direction. Before Naglan could react, terrifying suction forces erupted from the cracks of the demon egg. In an instant, Naglan's expression changed dramatically. It could clearly feel the abyssal magic energy surrounding it being frantically absorbed by this demon egg. At that moment, the demon egg seemed like a glutton, voraciously devouring the abyssal magic energy around Naglan. And no, this is impossible. At this moment, Naglan could no longer maintain its previous contempt. Its eyes widened and its face twisted in horror. It must be known that this abyssal magic energy was its source of power. Once it was completely devoured by this demon egg, it would be reduced to its original form. How could Naglan, who had just tasted the flavor of power, accept such a thing? I will kill you. I will slaughter all of you. Naglan roared as it raised the giant axe in its hand and charged forward, fiercely swinging it at the demon egg before it. However, at that moment, Artoria unhesitatingly activated the accompanying skill of the demon pendant, the demon hand. The enormous demon hand instantly forcefully restrained Naglan's body. In this situation, Naglan could only watch helplessly as the abyssal magic energy was completely absorbed by the demon egg before it. You can't do this. Let me go. Give me back my power. Naglan kept shouting in anger, but its breath gradually weakened. Clearly, as the abyssal magic energy was absorbed, it reverted to its original form.
Looking at the severely weakened Naglon, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately ordered, "Kill it." It should be noted that before being demonized,
Naglon only had about 300,000 health points left.
a single round of concentrated fire would be enough to take it down completely.
However, the demon egg did not stop there.
It continued to absorb the abyssal magic energy from the orc guards.
Once all the abyssal magic energy from the orc guards was completely absorbed, Naglon's health points also dropped to 0.
Watching the final boss crash to the ground, a flash of excitement involuntarily crossed the eyes of everyone present. They clearly did not expect the reversal to come so quickly.
They had been
pushed to the brink, yet they still managed to achieve a turnaround. This thrill was simply indescribable. However, at this moment, Lin Chen felt no joy in defeating the boss,
because all his attention was focused on that demon egg.
After absorbing a large amount of abyssal magic energy, the demon egg before him gradually hardened. It was as if it had transformed from an egg into a
solid egg.
If Lin Chen guessed correctly, this should be the precursor to hatching. However, Lin Chen also didn't know what kind of creature could hatch from this demon egg.
Crack, crack.
At that moment, the shell of the demon egg suddenly began to shatter like an eggshell, producing an incredibly crisp sound. Immediately after, a fluffy black little paw stretched out from the
broken egg.
Then, it climbed along the edge of the egg, struggling to get half of its body out, revealing a round, fluffy black little beast. Guji guji, the black little beast made indistinct, baby-like sounds, looking both silly and adorable, showing none of the ferocity and brutality one would expect from a deep abyss demon. Looking at the black little beast before him, even
Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and confusion. He clearly didn't expect that the demon egg would hatch into such a little thing. However, even as a reborn individual, Lin Chen had no idea what kind of abyssal beast this black little creature was. The freshly hatched black little beast quickly became hungry. It immediately stretched out its 2 little black paws, grabbed the black egg in front of it, and popped it into its mouth, chewing away like it was eating potato chips. Crack crack. In less than 3 minutes, the eggshell, about the same size as its body, had been completely swallowed by the little creature. After eating its fill, the little creature contentedly patted its belly, then wobbled over to Lin Chen's side, nuzzling its little head against his pant leg before curling up and lying down. Clearly, this black little beast had already taken Lin Chen as its father. After all, Lin Chen had dripped his blood on this demon egg before it hatched. So, the hatched black little beast naturally regarded Lin Chen as its master. What a cute little thing.
Upon seeing the adorable appearance of the black little beast, Kaylin's eyes lit up and she immediately walked over, squatted down, and prepared to gently stroke it. After all, women have an innate inability to resist cute things.
Even the Dark Elf Queen was no exception.
However, just as Kaylin was about to reach out, the black little beast suddenly bared its teeth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, startling Kaylin into retracting her hand. Kaylin patted her racing heart and said, "My lord, this little guy is really fierce."
Lin Chen smiled and replied, "It should just be shy."
Then, Lin Chen directly squatted down and held the
black little beast in his arms.
To his surprise, this time, the black little beast not only showed no resistance but also comfortably squinted its eyes, as if thoroughly enjoying the moment. The black little beast having such a fierce side was completely within Lin Chen's expectations. After all, at the end of the day, this was a young abyssal beast.
The nature of abyssal beasts is inherently brutal and violent.
However, this was not a big problem for Lin Chen. At the very least, this black little beast was quite docile and obedient in front of him. With a little guidance, it could still be nurtured into a suitable character.
After Nagalon's death, the Orgard army was quickly wiped out. After all, the abyssal magic energy on them was completely absorbed by the demon egg. With Nagalon's death, they also lost their corresponding attribute enhancement.
In this situation, these orc guards were merely ordinary 7th tier troops.
And with the death of Nagalon, the last orc boss, the morale
of the entire orc army completely collapsed. Due to the loss of command, the entire orc army became like a pile of loose sand, and even their advance speed began to slow down significantly.
In this situation,
the power of the dozen or so magic crystal cannons was fully unleashed.
Each shot would annihilate hundreds or even thousands of orcs. After a grueling battle, they finally saw the hope of victory. It's finally coming to an end.
Looking at the scene before him, even Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The difficulty of this hidden mission had indeed exceeded his expectations to a
great extent.
Even after Nagalon was demonized, he had once doubted whether he could complete the mission. Fortunately, in the end, the situation took a turn for the better, and they found a way out. Even after all 3 major orc bosses were completely annihilated, the remaining orc army stubbornly held on for a whole hour, relying on their numerical advantage. However, in this situation, they had completely lost the possibility of breaking through the Carlton fortress.
Finally, after suffering over half of their casualties, the orc army chose to retreat.
If one were to describe it in a single sentence, it would undoubtedly be a glorious yet tragic
battle.
After the battle ended, Lin Chen roughly counted the losses of his troops.
All low-tier human and elf troops were wiped out. 400 royal griffins were all dead.
Of the 30,000 dark skeletal knights, only about 3,000 remained, a mere fraction. Only the flame mages were relatively well protected, maintaining a number just over 1,000. Fortunately, Lin Chen's gains this time were also considerable. The orc troops that perished on this battlefield numbered at least 300,000. Moreover, among these 300,000 orc troops, there were even high-tier orc units. With so many corpses, Lin Chen had no idea how many dark skeletal knights he could transform. In any case, it was definitely a profit. In addition, there were also a large amount of lord experience, hero experience, and treasures dropped by the 3 orc bosses from the battlefield. He hadn't even counted the rewards from the hidden mission yet. Now that the war was over, it was naturally time to tally the spoils. Orc High Priest Salmon, Bloodblade Carafar, Hellroar, Nagalan. The bodies of the 3 orc bosses were neatly piled in front of Lin Chen. Everyone present turned their gaze to Qian Xiuzhuang. Even Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Qian Xiuzhuang scratched his head, looking shy as he replied, "No problem, leave it to me." Then, Qian Xiuzhuang walked straight up and began to search the body of the orc high priest Salmon. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath, eagerly waiting for the result. A minute later, Qian Xiuzhuang raised his head and grinned. 2 rare materials, 4 diamond-grade treasures. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. If one stroke of luck could still be considered a coincidence, then 2 in a row certainly indicated something more. Qian Xiuzhuang, your luck is just too good, isn't it? Yeah, with that kind of luck, you could easily win 5 million in the lottery. I declare you the official treasure looter of our guild from now on. What official treasure looter? That sounds terrible. It should be called the official treasure finder. Hurry, open the next corpse. Maybe today we can find a legendary grade treasure. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. One could only say that these people were underestimating the legendary grade treasures. The leap from diamond grade to legendary grade was a significant hurdle. Even for a diamond grade boss like Nagrand, the probability of dropping a legendary grade treasure was almost zero. No matter how lucky Qian Xiuzhuang was, it was unlikely he would find a legendary grade treasure. However, Qian Xiuzhuang was excitedly rubbing his hands together. Isn't it just a legendary grade treasure? I'll find one today and let you all see. He then approached the corpse of the blood-red blade Carafar and began to search. Unfortunately, as Lin Chen had predicted, Qian Xiuzhuang still couldn't find a legendary grade treasure. However, his luck this time was even better than the previous 2, as he managed to find a total of 5 diamond grade treasures. At this moment, everyone seemed a bit numb. What had once been incredibly precious diamond grade treasures were now becoming almost commonplace. This guy, Qian Xiuzhuang, was completely on a roll. Looking at Qian Xiuzhuang's disappointed expression, Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Give it up, diamond grade bosses basically can't drop legendary grade treasures." Qian Xiuzhuang stubbornly shook his head and gritted his teeth. "No way, I refuse to believe this." Now, only the last corpse of Nailangu remained before him. Qian Xiuzhuang took a deep breath, sincerely reached out his hand, and began to search the corpse of Nailangu. Soon, he stopped his movements. Beside him, Chen Bei immediately asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you find a legendary grade treasure?" Qian Xiuzhuang silently shook his head and regretfully said, "I only found 3 diamond grade treasures." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Although this luck was already quite good, it still paled in comparison to Qian Xiuzhuang's earlier luck. However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Qian Xiuzhuang spoke up again. "But, besides the materials and treasures, it seems I also found a gem." After hearing this, a strange glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He immediately asked, "What kind of gem?" Qian Xiuzhuang promptly took out the gem and displayed its attributes in front of everyone. It was a dazzling red gem, like a flame that was burning. Critical Strike God Stone, special item, description, inlaid on a weapon. The weapon will gain the blessing of the god of critical strikes. Once the blessing is activated, the next 3 attacks will trigger a critical strike effect, and the critical strike damage will be increased by an additional 25%. The blessing effect can only be activated once per battle. Upon seeing the attributes of this critical strike god stone, Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Undoubtedly, this was a special item similar to the green dragon crystal. However, in terms of attributes alone, the critical strike god stone far surpassed the green dragon crystal. After all, the latter only provided a certain amount of magic damage immunity, while the former could directly grant the weapon a special effect. 3 consecutive attacks would definitely result in a critical strike, plus an additional 25% critical strike damage. If this critical strike god stone were crafted onto Artoria's weapon with her attack power, it would undoubtedly unleash astonishing damage in a short time. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of this special gem is definitely above that of a diamond grade treasure. After all,
Strategic treasures can only be equipped with a maximum of 5 by each hero, but gems can be inlaid on weapons and armor, providing additional attribute boosts. Moreover, the crafted gems can be removed at any time just by paying a certain fee. So even if the treasure is eliminated, the gems inlaid on it can still be removed and continue to be used. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, even the most ordinary gems could be auctioned for millions in his past life. As for those top-grade gems, they were even more valuable and rare. Once they appeared on the market, they would immediately be fought over by various factions. However, not everyone present was as knowledgeable as Lin Chen. Clearly, Chen Bei was the one who lacked discernment. He patted Qian Xiuzhuan on the shoulder and said casually, "Alright, it's fine, don't think too much about it. It's normal to have bad luck once in a while. No one can guarantee good luck every time, right? Besides, compared to us ordinary people, your luck is already pretty good." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Chen Bei in surprise and said, "What are you mumbling about?" Chen Bei was slightly taken aback and replied naturally, "I'm comforting this kid." "Then you should comfort yourself instead." Lin Chen raised the critical strike god stone in his hand and calmly said, "The value of this gem alone is worth at least 5 diamond-grade treasures." After Lin Chen said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell, is that true? Just this little broken stone can be worth 5 diamond-grade treasures? Yeah, I don't see anything special about it. It's just 3 guaranteed critical strikes, right? Faced with everyone's doubts, Lin Chen didn't explain much, just smiled calmly. After all, they would naturally understand the value of the gem later. 3 boss monsters dropped a total of 12 diamond-grade treasures. This harvest was undeniably bountiful. After checking the attributes of these 12 diamond-grade treasures, Lin Chen only selected 3 suitable ones. One item is the Hell Battle Helmet, which has good defensive and magical defense bonuses, and comes with a skill called Hell Curse that can forcibly weaken the enemy's strength through a curse. Another item is the Beast Spirit Boots, which greatly enhances both movement speed and attack speed, and includes the skill Beast Spirit Steps, allowing a 70% increase in movement speed and a 50% evasion rate for 30 seconds. As for the last diamond treasure, it is called the Beast God Pendant. This treasure has extremely special attributes, providing corresponding bonuses to strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility. Of course, what is even more special is the attached skill, Holy Beast Power. When the Holy Beast Power skill is activated, the wearer will randomly receive 1 blessing from the Holy Beasts. When the Azure Dragon Blessing is obtained, movement speed increases by 25%, attack speed increases by 25%, evasion rate increases by 25%, and all other attributes increase by 10%, lasting for 120 seconds. When the White Tiger Blessing is obtained, strength increases by 10%, attack power increases by 10%, critical hit rate increases by 10%, critical damage increases by 10%, and final damage increases by 25%, lasting for 120 seconds. When the Vermilion Bird Blessing is obtained, intelligence increases by 20% and an additional 20% fire attribute damage is added to attacks, lasting for 120 seconds. When the Black Tortoise Blessing is obtained, health limit increases by 50%, defense increases by 25%, and damage reduction increases by 25%, lasting for 120 seconds. There is no doubt that the Beast God Pendant is the best in terms of attributes among all diamond-level treasures. Especially the attached skill of this treasure perfectly complements Artoria. Unfortunately, each time Holy Beast Power is activated, only 1 enhancement can be randomly obtained. If one could obtain the blessings of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise simultaneously, it would be truly invincible. However, if that were the case, the Beast God Pendant would not just be a diamond-level treasure, it would at least be a legendary-level treasure. Lin Chen equipped both the Beast God Pendant and the Beast Spirit Boots on Artoria. As for the Hell Battle Helmet, it was left for Ugsar. Up to now, both Artoria and Ugsar have several top-tier diamond-level treasures. The one with the worst equipment is actually Kalen. However, this cannot be blamed on Lin Chen's favoritism, but rather that there simply haven't been any strategic treasures suitable for Kalen. After all, once Kalen is equipped with a set of top-tier strategic treasures, she would definitely be able to transform into a spell cannon-like existence. After Lin Chen selected 3 treasures, Chen Bei chose 1, Li Bingchu chose 1, and Lin Mangmang also chose 1. This way, only 6 diamond-level treasures remain out of the 12. As for these 6 diamond-level treasures, Lin Chen naturally placed them all into the Hope Guild's warehouse. This way, any member who contributes to the guild will be eligible for exchange. After counting the spoils of war, everyone immediately began to clean the battlefield, piling all the orc corpses in front of Lin Chen. They did this, of course, to facilitate Lin Chen in transforming these corpses into dark skeletal knights. For them, these corpses were merely corpses. But for Lin Chen, these corpses were invaluable resources. As for William, he certainly had no objections. Regardless,
of whether Lin Chen had helped them successfully fend off the orc army. They would still have to deal with these orc corpses, whether by burying or burning them. Leaving all these corpses on the battlefield could very likely lead to a large-scale outbreak of plague. As more and more corpses piled up in front of him, Lin Chen also began to get dizzy. He took out the skull of the Skeleton King from his backpack and transformed all the corpses before him into skeleton soldiers. Then, he gradually fused the massive number of skeleton soldiers into dark skeletal knights. Clearly, this was a tedious and monotonous process, especially given the enormous workload. However, Lin Chen felt no boredom at all. After all, watching his army gradually grow stronger was an incredibly uplifting experience for any lord. Finally, after 2 hours, all the corpses on the battlefield had been successfully utilized by Lin Chen, transformed entirely into dark skeletal knights. A total of over 300,000 orc corpses had resulted in 49,000 dark skeletal knights. To be honest, after calculating this number, even Lin Chen himself was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to possess such a large skeletal army. If he included the dark skeletal knights that survived the recent battle, Lin Chen's forces had already reached a total of 52,000 dark skeletal knights. 52,000 units of 6th tier troops was no joke. If, prior to this, the top lords in the world could still compete with Lin Chen, then from now on, Lin Chen had already gained a dimensional lead over them. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the top 10 lords in Huaxiao were combined, they would likely not be enough to contend with Lin Chen alone. The current Lin Chen even possessed the strength to annihilate a large guild by himself. However, for Lin Chen, this was merely the beginning. When he could possess the strength to destroy a nation, that would truly be the capital to change the world's landscape. Upon seeing the vast army of dark skeletal knights behind Lin Chen, a hint of envy appeared in Chen Bei's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, our troops are getting fewer with every battle, while yours are increasing." Lin Chen smiled and casually replied, "Want to see something even more exciting?" Chen Bei immediately shivered and instinctively asked, "Is there something even more thrilling?" Of course. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the army of dark skeletal knights before him. The next second, without any hesitation, he activated the ability of his treasure. With the appearance of the dark magic circle, the dark skeletal knights before him began to fuse. Watching this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned, but they quickly reacted. Clearly, Lin Chen was about to transform the dark skeletal knights into higher tier troops. Speaking of which, Lin Chen had tried to do this before, but he had not succeeded. Because at that time his lord level was not high enough, he couldn't transform into a 7th tier soldier. But now, after this great battle, Lin Chen's lord level was clearly sufficient for him to transform into higher tier skeleton soldiers. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the dark magic circle. They all wanted to know what kind of skeleton soldier was higher than the dark skeleton knight. Soon, the first skeleton walked out of the dark magic circle. Although this skeleton was not riding a warhorse, it was incredibly tall, wielding a heavy sword, clad in black armor, and even wearing a decayed crown on its head. Clearly, this was the 7th tier skeleton soldier, the Skeleton King, which surpassed the dark skeleton knight. Except for its movement speed being inferior to that of the dark skeleton knight, the Skeleton King's attributes were overwhelmingly superior. After all, the Skeleton King's tier was indeed one level higher than that of the dark skeleton knight. In this situation, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly chose to transform all 50,000 dark skeleton knights into skeleton kings. In an instant, Lin Chen's army gained an additional 25,000 skeleton kings. The reason he kept 2,000 units of dark skeleton knights was mainly because this unit still had some utility. At the very least, with the support of the skeleton warhorses, the dark skeleton knights had fast movement speed and strong mobility, so it was good to keep some for scouting. Chen Bei looked at the imposing skeleton king, his eyes nearly popping out. Is this really a skeleton soldier? Damn, this is way too cool. Lin Chen glanced at him and chuckled, "What's the point of just staring? How about we spar a bit, so I can see the power of this new soldier?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bei immediately shook his head like a rattledrum, decisively refusing. No, with my ragtag bunch, how could they possibly be a match for a 7th tier soldier? What a joke, fighting Lin Chen would just be pure torture for him. Chen Bei certainly did not have a masochistic tendency. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen said, "I didn't say I wanted to compare with your troops, just bring out your orc commander and let it spar with my skeleton king." Chen Bei? What does that mean? Don't look down on people like that. Even if I can't win, you can't challenge my hero with a small soldier. For a moment, Chen Bei felt a surge of blood rush to his head and immediately said, "Bring it on. I won't back down." After he said this, the others nearby couldn't help but laugh. Xian Shouzhuang bluntly said, "Chen Bei, I advise you to calm down. Just admit defeat now to avoid getting your ass kicked by the boss later." Hearing this, Chen Bei was even more furious. He originally wanted to say something tough, but considering Lin Chen's strength, he can only grit his teeth and say, "What if the boss can't do it? What do you say then?" Impossible. Xian Xiaozhuang replied firmly, if the boss doesn't make you shit yourself, it just means you were clean.
Shen Bei? What does it mean that I was clean?
Shen Bei wanted to refute, but he was interrupted by Lin Chen's smiling voice. Alright, let's all say a little less and see the real skills under our hands.
Okay. Shen Bei gritted his
teeth and immediately waved to summon the orc leader over. If it were a battle between troops, his chances of winning would be almost negligible. However, the current situation was that Lin Chen was challenging his hero with small soldiers. If Chen Bei was still afraid, that would be truly cowardly. Then, Lin Chen immediately explained the rules. I will send out 10 skeleton kings to fight your orc leader. The battle will continue until one side admits defeat or completely loses combat capability, at which point the other side will be declared the winner. Alright, no problem. Shen Bei nodded, indicating he had no objections. To be honest, although Lin Chen was very strong, the people present did not think Shen Bei would definitely lose. After all, the one fighting on Shen Bei's side was his main hero. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had only sent out 10 units of 7th tier soldiers. Once both sides were ready, the battle officially began. The orc leader stepped forward and let out a furious roar. This roar was its skill, battle roar. While enhancing its own attributes, it could also weaken the enemy's attributes. However, what Shen Bei did not expect was that after the Gi battle roar was activated, the Skeleton King in front of him was completely unaffected. This was the characteristic of the Skeleton King. As the king of the skeleton race, the Skeleton King would not be affected by any negative status. Immediately, 3 Skeleton Kings rushed forward to attack the orc leader. The orc leader roared and swung its giant axe, engaging in a fierce battle with the Skeleton King in front of it. -345, -441, -337. Blood-red damage values continuously appeared above the orc leader's head. Watching this scene, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. They clearly did not expect the Skeleton King's damage to be so high. In fact, the Skeleton King was not just an ordinary 7th tier soldier. With the dual enhancements of the Skull of the Skeleton King and the Throne of Bones, the Skeleton King's attributes received a 50% boost. Under these circumstances, although the Skeleton King could not compare to 8th tier soldiers, its attributes were definitely much stronger than ordinary 7th tier soldiers. However, the orc leader quickly launched a counterattack. It swung its giant axe fiercely, directly knocking one Skeleton King to the ground, instantly reducing its health by half. Keep in mind, this was just the orc leader's normal attack. Lin Chen turned his head and said with a light laugh, your hero is well trained. Even in all of Huaxia, it would definitely be a top tier existence. Chen Bei proudly raised his head and replied, of course, I've put a lot of effort into this hero. Lin Chen's words were sincere. After all, the orc leader was also an S-class hero. If properly nurtured, its strength would naturally not be weak. However, there was indeed a certain gap compared to Artoria and Ugsar. Even Kairan might not be able to compare. The battle continued. The orc leader grew braver with each fight, swinging its giant axe with great force. Every strike could deal significant damage to the Skeleton King in front of it. However, under the siege of the Skeleton Kings, the orc leader's health was steadily decreasing. Moreover, the Skeleton King had another characteristic: it could summon skeletons during battle, summoning up to 10 skeleton soldiers at a time. Although the combat power of first-tier skeleton soldiers was extremely low, once they formed a number, the damage could still be quite considerable. After all, the passive skill Bone Throne not only significantly enhances the attributes of the skeleton soldiers but also automatically converts 10% of the damage dealt by all skeleton soldiers into true damage. What was originally just a normal sparring match turned out to be this exciting. 5 minutes later, all 10 Skeleton Kings fell under the giant axe of the orc leader. The orc leader's health was down to the last quarter. Clearly, although Chen Bei won this battle, it was a narrow victory. Moreover, no one expected that just 10 Skeleton Kings could push the orc leader to such a point. It should be noted that Lin Chen commanded a full 25,000 Skeleton Kings. What a terrifying number. Lin Chen's strength was truly frightening. After watching the entire match, everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. Congratulations, Yuan. Lin Chen extended his fist and smiled as he punched Chen Bei's shoulder. So strong, boss. Chen Bei showed no joy in victory. Instead, he smiled wryly and said, if this were on the front lines, I would have been crushed by you long ago. A full 25,000 units of Skeleton Kings were no joke. Regardless of the combat power of the Skeleton Kings themselves, just one skill activation could summon a total of 250,000 first-tier skeleton soldiers. 250,000 skeletons. This was enough to be called a sea of skeletons. The Skeleton King unit, aside from being less mobile than the Dark Skeleton Knights, was far superior in every other aspect. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't be discouraged, you still have great potential. The orc race is definitely not weak. If you develop well, you can surely become the king of the orcs. His words stirred Chen Bei's heart. Boss, you're right, I don't need to belittle myself. Chen Bei regained his
confidence and suddenly clenched his fist, saying, I also want to find a weakling to bully so I can regain my confidence. Then, Chen Bei stood up, pointed at Qian Xiaozhuang, and said, You, step forward and die. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll write my name, Chen Bei, backward. Qian Xiaozhuang? You regaining confidence has nothing to do with me? After the battle ended, everyone returned to the Carlton fortress. Although it was a special time, William still held a victory banquet inside the fortress to celebrate this great win. After all, the leader Nalen Go had already died. At least for a short time, the Orc Kingdom would not be able to organize an effective attack. At the banquet, cups clinked, some laughed heartily, some cried bitterly, and others sat alone in a corner, drinking cup after cup, silently mourning their comrades who died on the battlefield. Even though they won this war, they could not bring back those lives. For victory, everyone paid an extremely heavy price. It must be said that Lord Era is indeed a game with a very high degree of realism. Here, one can even taste the flavors of food and wine. Because of this, a group of life-oriented lords was born. They were not good at fighting but specialized in cooking, alchemy, and forging, among other things. Therefore, in the eyes of many, Lord Era was not just a game but their second life. It was also for this reason that everyone was extremely happy at the banquet. Chen Bei and the others even started a drinking and finger-guessing game. However, it was unclear whether he was too foolish or had already drunk too much, but he actively approached Qian Xiaozhuang. Thus, the tragedy began. I am known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and you think you can bring me down? It's just drinking. I have plenty of capacity, bring it on. Damn, how did I lose again? Keep going, I will definitely drink you under the table today. Mother lost again? I don't believe this evil, let's go again. Poor Chen Bei clearly forgot one thing. Drinking games are not about capacity, but about luck. And in terms of luck, Qian Xiaozhuang is the absolute king. Just as Lin Chen felt both amused and exasperated, William walked over with a glass in hand. Cheers to you. William raised his glass and said softly, without you, we could never have held the Carlton fortress, nor could we have lasted until reinforcements arrived. Lin Chen also raised his glass, smiling as he replied, the soldiers defending Carlton fortress are equally brave. This glass is for the kingdom of Azalea. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Then Lin Chen asked, after this battle, the kingdom of Azalea should not be threatened by the Orc Kingdom for a while, right? Let's just say, I hope so. William sighed slightly and said in a deep voice, after all, we never expected that the Orc Kingdom had dealings with the abyssal demons. This war is probably not as simple as we imagined. After he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Clearly, during the battle, William had also noticed something unusual about Nagalan. Anything involving abyssal demons is not a trivial matter. If nothing unexpected happens, there should still be a hidden plot within the Orc Kingdom. If given the chance, it would still be worth trying to complete it. After all, such hidden plots often come with extremely generous rewards. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, if there's anything we can help with, just let us know. Upon receiving Lin Chen's promise, a look of joy immediately appeared on William's face. That would be perfect. The celebration banquet lasted the entire night. By the time everyone woke up from their drunkenness, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Then, without any hesitation, Lin Chen ordered everyone to regroup, and after bidding farewell to William, they prepared to return. Previously, they had used magic scrolls to teleport here, but to go back, they would have to travel step by step. At this moment, Lin Chen was eager to know what kind of rewards this hidden mission would bring. 2 days later, Lin Chen bid farewell to everyone and returned to his territory. He immediately entered the tavern and approached the bulletin board, ready to submit his task. After Lin Chen chose to submit the task, the system's prompt soon rang in his ears. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden task Carlton Fortress and receiving the task reward and entry ticket to the hero trial grounds. Upon hearing the system prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He clearly did not expect that the reward for this hidden task would be this. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen took the item out of his backpack. A golden entry ticket immediately appeared in his hand. Hero Trial Grounds Entry Ticket Special. Item description. After use, this item allows one hero to enter the Hero Trial Grounds. If the hero can pass the trials, their rank will be upgraded accordingly. This item is limited to S rank and below heroes. Indeed, it was this item. With this item, Lin Chen could elevate any S rank hero to SS rank. If all goes well, he would become the first lord in the world to possess an SS rank hero. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that just as he was about to leave, the system's prompt rang in his ears once again. For a moment, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Hadn't the rewards for the hidden task already been distributed? Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully defeating the Orc army, exceeding the hidden task, and receiving an additional reward, the Heart of Gold.
Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully defeating the orc army, exceeding the hidden
task, and triggering a hidden storyline, The Secret of the Orc Kingdom.
Upon hearing the system prompt, a look of confusion flashed in Lin Chen's
eyes. Exceeding the hidden task? When did he exceed the task? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen finally figured out the answer. According to the original plot progression, the Orc Kingdom's main force would launch a full-scale attack on the third day, and the third day was also when reinforcements would arrive. This meant that they only needed to hold out at Carlton Fortress for a while to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. This time could be 1 hour or 2 hours. But in any case, it was much easier than directly defeating the orc army.
Lin Chen and his team's proactive attack changed the original plot direction, causing the Orc Kingdom to launch an attack on Carlton Fortress earlier.
Naturally, the conditions required to complete the task also changed.
After realizing this, even Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He never expected that they would inadvertently
exceed the task.
No wonder he felt that the difficulty of this hidden task had increased so much. It turned out there was a reason for it.
Fortunately,
despite the increased difficulty, Lin Chen still managed to complete the hidden task without any danger. Next, it was time to enjoy the fruits of victory. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately took out the heart of gold and checked the attributes of this special treasure.
A heart made of gold appeared in Lin Chen's hand.
This golden heart was extremely exquisite, and one could even see the patterns of blood vessels on it, as if it were a real heart. The next moment, the attributes of the heart of gold also appeared before Lin Chen.
Heart of Gold Special Treasure Description. After use, it can remove all negative effects from one hero. Cooling time, 24 hours.
The use of this special treasure is quite simple and practical.
If faced with a boss
that possesses curse abilities, this Heart of Gold will come in handy. The best part about special treasures is that they can be stored in the backpack without occupying the hero's treasure slots.
As an extra reward, Lin Chen was already quite satisfied. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in
his ear also confirmed his speculation.
Indeed, there were hidden storylines within the Orc Kingdom.
Since the hidden storyline had been triggered, Lin Chen naturally had no reason not to act. However, before that, he still planned to improve his strength first. This incident had made Lin Chen fully understand that even though he now possessed the strength to sweep through his peers, it was still not enough, because his target was not these people at all. Instead, it was those evil abyss demons and the brutal alien lords. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, as if flames were surging in his eyes. His current strength was still far from sufficient to have the qualifications to face everything that would happen in the future. He must possess even greater strength. If he didn't want to cry when facing disaster, he must have the power to crush the disaster with his own hands. After leaving the tavern, Lin Chen immediately called Carlton to come before him. My lord. Carlton's voice was intoxicating, with a natural charm
ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it.
However, Lin Chen's expression did not change at all. He directly took out the fruit of the divine tree from his backpack and handed it to Carlton, asking, "Can you feel if this
fruit is suitable for you to consume?"
This fruit of the divine tree was the loot Lin Chen obtained after killing the elf queen, and he hadn't had the chance to give it to Carlton yet. Of course, it was mainly because he was worried about any side effects it might have on Carlton. After all, according to the description of the fruit of the divine tree, only beings of the elven race were qualified to consume it. Although Carlton was also an elf, she belonged to the dark elf race, which was at odds with the elven race. However, Lin Chen was finally able to let Carlton consume this fruit of the divine tree with peace of mind, because the heart of gold he had just obtained could help heroes eliminate all negative effects. So even if something unexpected happened, Lin Chen could save her in time, and at most, he would just lose one fruit of the divine tree. This small loss was something Lin Chen could bear. At this moment, Carlton's gaze was already drawn to the fruit of the divine tree in Lin Chen's hand. Her eyes were filled with desire, and she even couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Before this, Lin Chen had never seen such an expression on Carlton's face.
Coupled with Carlton's stunning beauty, it was truly enchanting and captivating. Lin Chen immediately spoke. "You want this divine tree fruit?"
"Yes, I want it," Carlton said without any hesitation, licking her lips and speaking frankly. "I can feel the energy contained within this fruit. However, I'm not quite sure what will happen if I consume this fruit." At this point, a look of conflict appeared on Carlton's face. She was indeed very eager for the energy contained in the divine tree fruit, but she also feared that this energy would clash with her own power. After hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and directly handed the divine
tree fruit to Carlton. "In that case, go ahead and consume it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility for you."
After saying this, Lin Chen took out the heart of gold from his backpack again. If anything unusual happened, Lin Chen would use the power of the heart of gold to eliminate any negative effects on Carlton.
"Then I'll follow the Lord's arrangement."
Kaylin flashed a charming smile at Lin Chen, then lifted the divine tree fruit to her mouth and began to swallow it piece by piece. After Kaylin had completely consumed the fruit, a vast and powerful life energy erupted from her body, so much so that a forest green light radiated from her body. However, as time passed, the expression on Kaylin's face began to gradually turn painful. The dark magic book beside her suddenly erupted with a black light as dark as the night, enveloping Kaylin, seemingly trying to forcibly suppress the green light emanating from her. Clearly, things were developing in an unfavorable direction. The energy within the divine tree fruit had indeed clashed with Kaylin's power. Lin Chen sighed slightly and prepared to use the Heart of Gold to eliminate the negative effects on Kaylin. However, at that moment, Kaylin suddenly reached out her hand to stop Lin Chen. My lord, no, you don't need to help me. I can hold on. Despite enduring immense pain, her gaze was already resolute. Seeing the determination in Kaylin's eyes, Lin Chen's heart trembled. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to put down the Heart of Gold. No matter what, this was Kaylin's own choice. However, if the situation continued to worsen, and even threaten Kaylin's life, Lin Chen would not hesitate to use the Heart of Gold. Time passed second by second. The forest green light surrounding Kaylin gradually dimmed. The pain on Kaylin's face also slowly faded away. However, it seemed that Kaylin had consumed a lot of energy because she swayed unsteadily, almost unable to stand. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward and caught her in his arms just before she was about to fall. Hero Kaylin's loyalty increased by 3 points. Current loyalty is 88 points. Lin Chen clearly did not expect that such a small gesture would directly increase Kaylin's loyalty by 3 points. My lord, I'm so sleepy. Kaylin gently rested her chin on Lin Chen's shoulder, slightly squinting her eyes like a sleepy little cat, lazily and wearily speaking softly. Lin Chen inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Kaylin, gently brushed her hair, and softly said, "You've worked hard. Now, get some good rest." Kaylin replied softly, then completely closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Your hero Dark Elf Queen Kaylin has fallen into slumber. Looking at the sleeping Kaylin, Lin Chen had some guesses in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, Kaylin had fallen into sleep because she couldn't fully digest the energy within the fruit of the divine tree for a while. For Lin Chen, this was naturally a good thing. Although he had temporarily lost a significant fighting force, once Kaylin awakened, she would appear before him in a brand new form. Only then would it be the true transformation from cocoon to butterfly. However, even though the system had clearly indicated that Kaylin was merely in a sleeping state, Lin Chen still felt uneasy. To be safe, he used the Heart of Gold on Kaylin to ensure that all negative states on her were completely cleared before he picked her up and temporarily placed her in the Lord's mansion to rest. After doing all this, Lin Chen needed to get down to business. He called Ugsar to him and then directly took out the Golden Hero Trial entrance ticket from his backpack. Lin Chen turned to Ugsar and said seriously, "Listen well, this is an opportunity I've specially prepared for you. As long as you can pass this trial, you will become an SS level hero." Upon hearing this, Ugsar immediately knelt on one knee. "Thank you, my lord. We will do our utmost." The reason Lin Chen left this opportunity for Ugsar was not without reason. If it were up to him to choose, his first choice would naturally be Artoria. However, Artoria was called the Sword of Sealing because her current strength was still in a sealed state. Once the seal was broken, she could directly ascend from an S-level hero to an SSS-level hero. Therefore, Artoria naturally did not need to go through the hero trial to elevate her rank. Originally, Lin Chen still needed to make a choice between Kaylin and Ugsar. However, now that Kaylin had fallen into a sleeping state, only Ugsar remained. The next moment, Lin Chen directly chose to use the hero trial entrance ticket. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a door seemingly forged from gold appeared right before Lin Chen. The hero trial grounds, as the name suggests, is a test of a hero's strength, and naturally, only heroes are qualified to enter. Furthermore, no troops or soldiers are allowed to enter. Let's go. Lin Chen raised his head, took a deep breath, and directly led Ugsar inside. By the time Lin Chen regained his senses, he found himself in the hero trial arena. All around him, it was a dazzling spectacle suspended in mid-air, resembling a golden island. The hero trial arena is divided into 3 stages. Passing all stages is considered a successful trial. During the trial, the Lord can only send one hero to fight. Soon, a 10-second countdown appeared before Lin Chen. Clearly, once the countdown ended, the hero trial would officially begin. Lin Chen immediately turned his head to look at Ugsar and said in a deep voice, "Get ready for battle." Without any hesitation, Ugsar stepped into the center of the arena. As the countdown ended, the hero trial officially began. In the next moment, dozens of monsters descended around Ugsar. Moreover, all these monsters were of the 7th tier. Even Lin Chen did not expect the difficulty of this hero trial to be so great. This was just the first stage, and Ugsar was already facing dozens of 7th tier monsters at once. It should be noted that Chen Bei's orc leader could only handle at most
10 7th-tier Skeleton Kings. Fortunately, these 7th-tier monsters did not possess additional attribute bonuses like the Skeleton Kings.
Furthermore, Ugsar's strength was significantly greater than that of the orc leader.
Moo!
A minotaur wielding a giant axe let out a roar and charged at Ugsar with a fierce swing.
Ugsar showed no hesitation,
drawing a rib bone and transforming it into a bone demon blade to meet the giant axe.
Clang!
With the sound of metal clashing, the massive body of the minotaur was forced back
several steps and its health dropped significantly.
In a one-on-one situation, ordinary 7th-tier units were naturally no match for Ugsar.
However, at that moment, the surrounding minotaurs seized the opportunity and rushed in to surround Ugsar. Yet even in such a predicament, Ugsar remained calm and summoned a bone giant. The giant's massive form forcibly separated the minotaurs from Ugsar.
This also provided Ugsar with a chance to counterattack. Facing the monsters gathered before him, Ugsar wasted no time and
activated the accompanying skill of the toxic godbracers, the toxic fog.
This skill could release a cloud of poisonous mist, causing all enemies within the fog to suffer from the
poisoned effect, losing 3,000 health points per second for 60 seconds.
Such a powerful area skill would be a true waste not to use in this situation. As the eerie green toxic mist spread, all the monsters before him fell into a poisoned state.
The health of the units was quite limited. Even the tough-skinned 7th-tier minotaurs did not have high health.
They simply could not withstand the 3,000 points of poison damage per second. This meant that in the upcoming battle, Ugsar wouldn't even need to exert himself.
He just needed
to stall for a while, and the monsters would naturally die one after another under the poisoned effect.
This was the power and terror of the toxic godbracers. However, Ugsar would not choose to delay.
As a member of the undead, he was a symbol of slaughter and death.
Now, he could fully unleash his nature.
Under the cover of the bone giant, Ugsar actively charged into the horde of monsters. The skeletal magic blade in his hand swung open and closed, transforming into a pale phantom, recklessly slashing at the surrounding
monsters.
Kill! 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 Ugsar's attack power was astonishingly high, and combined with the damage caused by the toxic fog, he could almost take down a 7th-tier monster with just 2 strikes. If Shinbei were present, he would probably be dumbfounded. Both are heroes, so how can the gap be so vast? Under Ugsar's frenzied slaughter, a total of 80 7th-tier monsters were completely wiped out in less than 10 minutes. And by the end of the battle, Ugsar's health had only dropped by a mere quarter.
The vast majority of
the damage was borne by the skeletal giant. To be honest, Ugsar's performance was even somewhat beyond Lin Chen's expectations.
Respected Ling Yuan Lord, congratulations on your
hero skeletal king Ugsar successfully passing the first trial. In 10 seconds, the second trial will officially begin. Please prepare yourself.
After the system prompt
sounded in his ears, the corpses of the surrounding monsters instantly vanished. Ugsar's health also restored to full. However, the toxic fog skill had entered cooldown, clearly
unable to be used again in a short time. It was evident that after clearing the level, the hero's state would recover, but the skill cooldown would not reset.
Therefore, to successfully clear the 3 rounds of trials, one must reasonably arrange how to use skills. If he had known it would be like this, Lin Chen shouldn't have let Ugsar use toxic fog so early. In fact, even without using this skill, with Ugsar's strength, dealing with this group of 7th-tier monsters would not be a difficult task. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly
had a thought and asked, "Can I change the strategic treasure for the hero during the preparation process? The rules allow it."
After receiving a positive response, a smile immediately
appeared on Lin Chen's face. However, at this moment, there were only 5 seconds left on the countdown. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen quickly changed Ugsar's strategic treasure. After the countdown ended, the second round of the hero trial officially began. In the next second, once again, phantoms descended before Ugsar. Human race 9th tier unit, Angel. Demon race 9th tier unit, Bone Dragon. Orc race 9th tier unit, Behemoth. Giant race 9th tier unit, Cyclops. Elf race 9th tier unit, Forest Green Dragon.
What appeared before Ugsar were all 9th tier units from various races.
In total, there were 12.
It was clear that this was the challenge of the second round of the hero trial. Ugsar had to defeat the 12 9th tier units before him all by himself. After the appearance of these 12 9th tier units, it meant that the battle had officially begun.
Accompanied by a low roar, the Bone Dragon charged towards Ugsar first.
Fortunately, the skeletal giant stepped forward immediately, forcefully blocking the Bone Dragon. However, at that moment, a pure white figure suddenly swooped down towards the skeletal giant.
The long sword in hand, engulfed in flames, struck down directly. Sizzle! With the fiery sword strike, the skeletal giant's health instantly dropped by a notch. It was clear that this pure white figure was the 9th tier unit of the human race, the Angel. It is important to note that there are also restraining relationships between units. The Angel counters demonic and undead creatures. The fiery sword in its hand can deal double damage to demons and undead. Even before the skeletal giant could retaliate, a cyclops in the distance raised a massive boulder and hurled it directly at him. The boulder whistled through the air, crashing heavily onto the skeletal giant's body. With a dull thud, the skeletal giant's health dropped again. At this rate, even if the skeletal giant had thick health, it probably wouldn't last long. Fortunately, Ugsar was not the kind of existence to be easily slaughtered. He certainly knew that the angel posed the greatest threat to him and was the one that needed to be dealt with first. With this in mind, Ugsar did not hesitate for a moment and activated the accompanying skill of the Demon Pendant. Demon Hand. A large mass of pitch-black demonic energy surged from the Demon Pendant, coalescing into an enormous demonic hand that forcefully reached out to grab the angel. The angel's form was instantly immobilized and its health was rapidly declining. It is worth noting that the Demon Hand skill is meant for dealing with bosses. Even though the angel is a 9th tier unit, it could not withstand such damage. Before the immobilization time of the Demon Hand ended, the angel's health had already reached 0. Prior to this, the Demon Pendant had always been a treasure on Artoria. However, to help Ugsar successfully pass the hero trial, Lin Chen directly took it from Artoria and temporarily equipped it onto Ugsar. This means that the strategic treasures currently equipped on Ugsar are all top tier. After swiftly eliminating one angel, Ugsar did not hesitate and tightened his grip on the skeletal magic blade, slashing towards the direction of the Cyclops with a streak of black blade light. Skeletal Demon King Slash. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, a scarlet light burst forth from the Cyclops' body. With just one skill, he instantly killed the Cyclops before him. At this moment, there were only 10 9th tier units left in the trial arena. Following that, the remaining 9th tier units, including the Forest Green Dragon of the Elves, the Behemoth of the Orcs, and the Dwarven War King, all the remaining 9th tier units, except for the Bone Dragon held up by the skeletal giant, charged towards Ugsar. However, Ugsar showed no fear, because aside from the human angel, he could withstand the damage from the remaining few 9th tier units. He held the skeletal magic blade, forcefully enduring all enemy damage, slashing one after another at the Dwarven War King. Although the damage from the 9th tier units was high, Ugsar's damage was not to be underestimated. It is important to note that when Ugsar wields the skeletal magic blade, he gains a 35% attack bonus, a 25% critical hit rate bonus, and a 25% critical damage bonus. In this situation, Ugsar's attacks could simply be described as knives piercing flesh. Minus 6,875. Minus 5,975. Minus 9,541. The blood-red damage values continuously appeared above the Dwarf War King's head. The latter's health was dropping in chunks. In less than 20 seconds, the Dwarf War King's health was completely depleted. Meanwhile, Ugsar's health had only decreased by 1/7. It should be noted that Ugsar was currently enduring the damage from 9 tier 9 units while dealing damage. The upcoming battles would only become easier, because, as these tier 9 units fell one after another, the damage Ugsar endured would gradually decrease. After the Dwarf War King fell, Ugsar shifted his target and charged at the Forest Green Dragon. His fighting style was simple yet brutal. He focused on one target until it was completely killed. The Dwarf War King, the Forest Green Dragon, the Behemoth. One after another, the tier 9 units fell beneath Ugsar's skeletal blade. By the end, every bone in Ugsar's body was stained a deep crimson. After this battle, Ugsar had a quarter of his health remaining. However, the skeletal giant he summoned had perished in this battle. Fortunately, Lin Chen still had other trump cards in hand. Soon after, the trial grounds notification sound rang out again. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on your hero Skeletal King Ugsar successfully passing the second trial. In 10 seconds, the final trial will officially begin. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing the notification in his ear, Lin Chen immediately felt invigorated and hurriedly began adjusting Ugsar's strategic treasures. By the time the 10-second countdown ended, Lin Chen had finally completed the changes. Next was the final stage of the trial. After the trial began, 12 stone sculptures immediately appeared before Ugsar. Looking at these ancient stone sculptures, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Could it be that the content of the third trial was to defeat these stone sculptures? Fortunately, the trial grounds notification soon rang out again. After the final trial begins, 3 random trial heroes of random professions will be unlocked to battle your hero. Defeating all 3 trial heroes will be considered a successful clearance. The trial heroes are of S rank, level 50. To clear the final trial, I need to defeat 3 S rank heroes? Lin Chen murmured, furrowing his brow. It should be noted that Ugsar was only an S rank hero himself. This meant he had to achieve victory in a 1 against 3 battle. Fortunately, Ugsar still had certain advantages. First, after completing the task of guarding Fort Carlton, Ugsar's level had already risen to 62.
In addition to the level advantage, Ugsar was also equipped with top-tier strategic treasures. As long as he made good use of these two advantages, even in a 1-against-3 situation, victory was not impossible. However, Lin Chen did not know what professions the trial heroes Ugsar would face were. Crack, crack. At that moment, the 3 stone sculptures before him suddenly split open with cracks. The 3 trial heroes were then freed from the confinement of the stone sculptures. One hero wielded a longbow, another held a round shield, and the last gripped 2 sharp daggers. Clearly, they corresponded to the archer, the shield warrior, and the assassin. Upon seeing the lineup before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. It was evident that this formation posed a certain restraint on Ugsar. The shield warrior and the archer could form a perfect combination. One would attract his hatred, while the other would deal damage from a distance. Fortunately, the remaining trial assassin was countered by Ugsar, who was a warrior. Heroes of the assassin type were more effective against mages and archers who were fragile. Once faced with a warrior, they found it difficult to exert their strength. However, even so, one could not afford to be careless. It was best to eliminate the enemy's main damage dealer as soon as the battle began. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately issued an order to Ugsar: prioritize killing the trial archer. Upon receiving Lin Chen's command, Ugsar understood immediately and charged toward the direction of the trial archer. The trial archer quickly knocked an arrow and shot one arrow after another at Ugsar. -847, -759, -655. One after another, blood-red damage values appeared above Ugsar's head. However, seeing Ugsar's health drop steadily, Lin Chen's expression showed no signs of change. Because as long as he could rush in front of the trial archer and slay it, paying some health cost was absolutely worth it. Once the trial archer was dead, the damage from the trial shield and trial assassin would not be able to harm Ugsar at all. But just as Ugsar was about to rush in front of the trial archer, a figure suddenly leaped out. Heroic leap. Shield bash. The trial shield raised its shield high and smashed it down heavily onto Ugsar's head. Bang! -622. With a dull sound, Ugsar was forcibly put into a state of stun. Just as the stun state was about to end, the trial shield used its skill again, taunt. This was the most common skill of the shield warrior class. However, although common, it was still very effective. The effect was to forcibly attract the opponent's hatred to itself. In other words, during the duration of taunt, Ugsar could only regard the trial shield as his attack target. Ugsar raised his skeletal magic blade and fiercely slashed at the trial shield. However, the latter was already prepared, raising its shield in advance and blocking most of the damage. The damage that landed on the trial shield only scratched off a layer of health. Clearly, although the trial shield's attack power was not high, its health and defense were astonishingly high. The purpose of the trial shield doing this was to restrict Ugsar and create a better output environment for the trial archer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the trial assassin quietly appeared behind Ugsar. Backstab, bone removal, 2 high damage burst skills were directly unleashed on Ugsar. His health instantly dropped significantly. After landing a hit, the trial assassin did not linger in battle and immediately distanced itself from Ugsar, clearly not wanting to give him any chance. The cooperation of these 3 trial heroes was incredibly exquisite. The battle had just begun, and Ugsar was forcefully suppressed. But Lin Chen knew in his heart that the moment for counterattack was about to arrive. Soon, the time for taunt ended, and Ugsar's consciousness regained clarity. However, this time, he did not rush to continue hunting the trial bow. He understood that even if he did so, the trial shield would use other means to restrict him. Therefore, he had to change his approach. With this thought in mind, Ugsar hesitated not a moment and directly activated the accompanying skill of the Hell Ring, the Hell Gate. This strategic treasure had originally dropped from the evil God King, and due to its intelligence and spell penetration bonuses, it had always been used by Carlton. Now, however, it was temporarily equipped to Ugsar by Lin Chen. The purpose was to use the skill Hell Gate. After the skill was activated, it would summon a gate to hell, continuously bringing forth hellish creatures. The tier of the summoned hell creatures depended on the hero level of the user. Ugsar's current level had already reached 62. Therefore, the creatures summoned from the Hellgate were all Tier 6 Hell beings. The Hellgate was opened right next to the trial bow. Although these Tier 6 Hell creatures could not threaten him, they could still create considerable trouble. At the very least, they could effectively limit the output of the trial bow. And this was just the beginning. It should be noted that all the strategic treasures Ugsar was currently wearing were top tier. In the next moment, the accompanying skill of the Crown of the Divine Tree was activated, accompanied by a canopy of forest green light. All of Ugsar's skills cooldowns were reset. Without any hesitation, he summoned the Bone Giant once again. Following that was the accompanying skill of the Beast Spirit Boots, Beast Spirit Steps.
After the skill was activated, Yuan gained a 70% movement speed boost and a 50% evasion rate for 30 seconds. Of course, this was not the end. In addition to the Beast Spirit boots, Lin Chen also equipped Yuan with the Beast God Pendant. Skill activated, Holy Beast Power. In an instant, the phantoms of the 4 great holy beasts Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise appeared above Yuan's head. Ultimately, the phantom of the Azure Dragon successfully fused into Yuan's body. Upon receiving the Azure Dragon's blessing, his movement speed increased by 25%, attack speed by 25%, evasion rate by 25%, and all other attributes by 10%, lasting for 120 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, Yuan gained various attribute bonuses. Yuan tightened his grip on the bone magic blade, raised his head, and the ghostly green flames of the soul flickered in his eyes, emitting a cold and brutal light. Pitiful worms, next, it's my turn. Yuan chose not to continue grappling with the trial shield but turned and walked away. Just as the trial shield was about to pursue, it was forcibly blocked by a massive figure, the Bone Giant. With the dual enhancements of Beast Spirit Steps and Azure Dragon's blessing, Yuan's speed was incredibly fast to the point that his form became a blur. In just a few seconds, he had already advanced to the front of the trial spike. It is known that a warrior-type hero like Yuan is a natural nemesis to assassins. Once he gets close, it becomes a nightmare for the trial spike. Faced with the sudden assault of Yuan, the trial spike's expression changed and it immediately attempted to enter a stealth state. However, Yuan would not let it escape so easily. Want to run? Die. Yuan swung the bone magic blade down at the trial spike, triggering a critical hit. -2056. The blood-red damage value appeared. The trial spike's health instantly dropped by a quarter. Clearly, with its health, it could not withstand several of Yuan's attacks. Meanwhile, the trial bow was entangled by hellish creatures, and the trial shield was blocked by the Bone Giant, leaving no one to provide support. After assessing the situation before him, a resolute look flashed in the trial spike's eyes. Since there was no support, he could only fight to the death. Even if he was not a match for Yuan, he could at least take away some of the opponent's health. In the next moment, the trial spike chose to strike. The dagger in his hand drew a strange arc in the air, aiming for Yuan's heart. Eerie stab. This skill was the trial spike's trump card. Not only was the damage extremely high, but it also dealt double damage when hitting a weak point. The only drawback was that this skill had a long cooldown time and could only be used once in a battle. However, at that moment, Yuan suddenly stepped back, narrowly dodging the attack. The trial spike stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief. How could this be? His highest damage skill was actually dodged by the opponent? In fact, under normal circumstances, the trial spike's skill would be a guaranteed hit. However, Yuan now had the dual enhancements of Beast Spirit Steps and Azure Dragon's blessing, with a dodge rate as high as 75%. Hitting Yuan under such conditions was no easy feat. After the trial spike missed, Yuan immediately launched a counterattack. With the additional attack speed bonus, his assault was extremely swift, striking one after another, the bone magic blade almost turning into a blur. In less than 20 seconds, the trial spike fell beneath the bone magic blade. Meanwhile, the trial shield had not even dealt with the Bone Giant in front of it. After all, its attack power was simply too low. Once it was forcibly held back, it could easily fall into a tug-of-war. As for the trial bow, it had successfully destroyed the gate of hell. However, alone, it was no match for Yuan. When Yuan's gaze swept over, the trial bow's expression changed immediately, and it didn't even bother to attack, retreating to create distance. Can you escape? Yuan sneered and immediately chased after the trial bow. The effect of Beast Spirit Steps had not yet completely ended, and Yuan's speed remained extremely fast. As he unleashed his full speed, the distance between him and the trial bow gradually closed. Unfortunately, the accompanying skill of the Demon Pendant had already been used by Yuan in the previous trial. Otherwise, he could have directly used Demon's Hand to forcibly bind the trial bow. However, even without the Demon Pendant, Yuan still had other treasures. When the distance between the two sides shrank to a certain extent, Yuan did not hesitate and activated the accompanying skill of the Hell Helm, the Hell Curse. The curse power, thick as black ink, immediately wrapped around the body of the trial bow. Under the influence of the Hell Curse, all attributes of the trial bow significantly decreased, including its movement speed. Yuan seized this opportunity and forcefully charged in front of the trial bow. For an archer, distance is life. Once a warrior closes in, it is no different from death. Especially now, the trial bow was still under the influence of the curse. Yuan didn't waste much time. After landing 2 normal attacks to severely weaken the trial bow, he directly followed up with Bone Demon King Slash, instantly depleting the remaining health of the opponent. After the trial spear and trial bow fell one after the other, only the trial shield remained on the field. Although Yuan was left with only a third of his health, there was still no trace of fear on his face. because for him, victory was already assured. With the trial shield's meager attack, it was impossible to inflict significant damage on him. In Ugsar's eyes, the tough-skinned trial shield was like a living target. However, it must be said that the trial shield's health bar was indeed thick, and its defense was genuinely high. Ugsar crazily outputted for over a minute before finally killing it, even dragging it to the end of the buff duration. The difficulty of the hero trial was indeed not to be underestimated. If it were any other lord, they would probably only be able to pass the first 2 trials at most, even if they gave it their all. By the time they reached the 3rd trial, not only would their skills be on cooldown, but they would also have to find a way to break the cooperation between the 3 trial heroes. Easier said than done. The reason Lin Chen was able to clear the trials was mainly because he had enough treasures. To ensure Ugsar could pass, he even temporarily lent him the strategic treasures from Artoria and Kairan. In the next moment, golden light descended from the heavens, bathing Ugsar's body, and the prompt sound from the trial field once again echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Dear Lin Yuan Lord, congratulations on your hero Bone King Ugsar successfully clearing the hero trial. As a reward for clearing, he will randomly receive a blessing from a deity. The rewards for clearing the hero trial Lin Chen had heard about in his previous life. However, which deity's blessing one could receive would depend on personal luck. In most cases, the blessings from deities could enhance a hero's strength, at least elevating their rank from S to SS. However, there were also rare unfortunate cases. For instance, a lord of the Ghost clan in his past life, after enduring great hardships, finally cleared the hero trial but received the blessing of the god of light. This nearly made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. In the end, due to a conflict between his ghost hero and the light energy, he was directly downgraded from S to a rank. Lin Chen just hoped that his luck wouldn't be that bad. Soon, a black light radiating a chilling aura of death descended upon Yugasar. It was clear that a deity was bestowing a blessing upon Yugasar. After sensing the aura of this black light, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the deity bestowing the blessing was not from the lineage of light. For Lin Chen, that was already enough. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations. Your hero Bone King Yugasar has successfully received the blessing of the god of fear and has been promoted to SS rank hero Bone Demon Lord. It worked. A hint of joy immediately appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Although he hadn't expected that Yugasar would receive the blessing of the god of fear no matter what, Yugasar had successfully been promoted to SS rank hero as he wished. Following that, the system notification sounded repeatedly in Lin Chen's ears. Hero Yugasar's loyalty increased by 3 points, current loyalty is 91 points. Hero Yugasar successfully comprehended the skill Fear Inducement. Hero Yugasar successfully comprehended the skill Death Gaze. This promotion directly increased Yugasar's loyalty by 3 points and all attributes received a significant boost. In addition, Yugasar also directly comprehended 2 skills. Lin Chen was delighted and immediately checked the descriptions of these 2 skills. Skill Fear Inducement Description. Bone Demon Lord Yugasar releases his aura, instilling fear in enemies. Enemies affected by fear will have all attributes reduced by 20% and will take an additional 15% damage, lasting for 180 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Skill Death Gaze Description. After a 2-second charge, Yugasar will unleash a lethal beam from his eye sockets, dealing 470% physical damage to the target in front. While dealing damage, the target will be marked with a death mark for 30 seconds. During the duration of the mark, if the target receives damage more than 3 times, the death mark will explode, dealing an additional 330% true damage to the target and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown 10 minutes. It must be said that both of these skills were very suitable for Yugasar. Fear Inducement is somewhat similar to Hell Curse, both being skills used to weaken enemy attributes. Meanwhile, Death Gaze is a damage-type skill that even includes an additional second of stun control. Moreover, Lin Chen roughly calculated that if the damage of Death Gaze was maximized, it could deal at least 800% physical damage to the enemy. Additionally, the cooldown for Death Gaze is extremely short, allowing it to be used 2 to 3 times in a large-scale battle. The only flaw might be that this skill requires a 2-second charge time to activate. However, no matter what, after comprehending these 2 brand new skills, Ugsar's combat power has definitely risen by more than 1 level. Nowadays, even if Ugsar were to engage in a direct battle with Artoria, he would probably be able to easily suppress her. After all, Ugsar is now an SS level hero. The suppression in rank is no joke. Just as Lin Chen finished checking Ugsar's attribute changes, a world announcement suddenly rang in his ears. World announcement: the Lord of Huaxia, Lin Yuan, has become the first lord to possess an SS-level hero, receiving rewards: Advanced Resource Pack X 10,000, Advanced Hero Experience Book X 1000, Hero Recruitment Order X 3. Lin Chen had long known that once Ugsar's rank was elevated to SS level, he would once again appear on the world announcement.
However, this time, the rewards were somewhat disappointing. Only 1,000,000 resources, 1,000 advanced hero experience books,
and 3 hero recruitment orders. Lin Chen had already accumulated quite a few hero recruitment orders. As long as he gathered 10 hero recruitment orders, he would have a 50% chance of summoning an S-level hero. If it were in the past, Lin Chen might have been quite interested. However, he now already possessed 3 heroes, Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen, and he was not planning to recruit new heroes for the time being. After all, the quality of heroes is more important than quantity. Even S-level heroes require a significant amount of resources for training. Heroes that are not trained are not much different from minions. After Lin Chen once again appeared on the world announcement, the chat channel erupted with a cacophony of voices. Damn, does Lin Yuan really have to be that strong? I haven't even seen an A-level hero yet, and here comes an SS-level hero? Sigh, the gap between me and the big shot is getting wider and wider. Don't be discouraged, wait until the chickens finish pecking the rice, the dogs finish eating the noodles, and the fire burns the lot, then you'll be able to catch up to the great Lin Yuan. Praying to the heavens, let me recruit an S-level hero at the tavern. Come on, by the time you recruit an S-level hero, Lin Yuan will probably have a bunch of SSS-level heroes under his command. To be honest, due to Lin Chen's frequent appearances on the world announcement, the lords of various countries had become somewhat numb. However, among them, there were still some who were being sarcastic. Why is it that all the good things happen to you Huaxia lords? It's not fair. There must be some dark scheme behind this. Ha ha. Huaxia people are always like this, despicable and dirty, resorting to any means. Alright, let them be proud for a few more days. In a war-type game like this, a national war is bound to break out. Once the national war starts, they will know just how vulnerable they really are. Haha, well said, Huaxia people, one person is a dragon, a group of them together is just a worm. Don't worry, when we break through your national gates, the first one we'll sacrifice to the heavens will be this Lin Yuan. Faced with the mockery of foreign lords, the Huaxia lords immediately launched a counterattack in the world channel. With you lot? Do you really think you can break through Huaxia's national gates? Are you still asleep, or is your brain not fully developed? I thought who was barking so fiercely, turns out it's a bunch of eastern wild dogs. To call them wild dogs is already giving them face, they're just a bunch of useless dogs. It's fine, I've had my anti-dog vaccine, let me go and face them. If you have nothing to do, go lick the toilet, don't keep babbling here. I suggest you learn from the Teletubbies, put an antenna on your head, and always check your positioning. Ha, you guys really are like an old lady getting into bed, you've made me laugh. I have to say, the Chinese language is indeed profound, even when cursing, it can be just as effective. Even without using foul language, one can still infuriate others to the point of smoke coming out of their ears. You must know that there have always been historical grievances between the Huaxia and the East Japan. If it weren't for the fact that each country is divided into different territories on the Eternal Continent, a war between nations would have likely broken out long ago. The reason it hasn't erupted yet is mainly because the lords of each country are still in the stage of expansion and development. Once the territories of these lords expand to a certain extent, various disputes will inevitably arise. Lin Chen still remembers that during the Abyss invasion in his previous life, there was an East Japan lord who deliberately lured an Abyss demon into Huaxia, resulting in countless deaths and injuries among Huaxia lords who paid a great price to eliminate that Abyss demon. This was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. The most shameful part was that the East Japan lord who brought the Abyss demon into the country was celebrated as a hero upon returning to his homeland. Just thinking about this incident makes Lin Chen feel incredibly furious. In the face of a great enemy, these people do not think about how to unite and confront the threat together, but instead engage in such actions that provoke the wrath of heaven and man. Truly, they deserve to die. After that incident, the relationship between the two countries completely dropped to freezing point and numerous small-scale conflicts erupted. If it weren't for the fact that the threat of the Abyss invasion had not been completely resolved, a war between the two countries might have already broken out. However, since the other side has committed such disgusting acts, the Huaxia lords naturally could not choose to swallow their anger. Lin Chen remembers that at that time all Huaxia lords were united like never before. Even if there had been deep grievances in the past, they chose to temporarily set them aside and stand together against the outside. On that day, 27 of the most powerful Huaxia lords joined forces to invade East Japan solely for revenge. On that day, the land of East Japan was littered with corpses, rivers flowed with blood, and the whole world witnessed just how terrifying a united Huaxia could be. On that day, Lin Chen single-handedly broke through the territories of 23 East Japan lords, using their blood to honor the souls of Huaxia. Even just recalling it makes Lin Chen feel his blood boil. Because on that day, they truly demonstrated through action what it meant to punish anyone who offends Huaxia, no matter how far they are. The verbal battle within the world channel has not ceased. However, Lin Chen chose not to speak. It was not because he was particularly magnanimous for getting the past grievances. It was simply because he disliked unnecessary chatter. Rather than talking about it, he preferred to take direct action. Since these Eastern lords were so arrogant, let them continue to be so. When the time was right, Lin Chen had no qualms about showing them what it meant for one person to destroy a nation. Subsequently, Lin Chen directly closed the chat channel and continued to focus on territory development. It should be noted that due to the existence of the Time God Steel, the time required for all building upgrades would be reduced by 50%. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before the Lord's Mansion could be upgraded to level 7. Correspondingly, the ancient elf tree in Lin Chen's second territory could also be upgraded to level 7. By that time, Lin Chen would be able to recruit level 7 units of both the human and elf races. Moreover, Lin Chen also had a construction blueprint for the Blood Moon Ancient Tree. This was a reward given by the system when he first became the Lord of the second territory. As long as he built the Blood Moon Ancient Tree, Lin Chen would be able to recruit the level 7 hidden unit, the Blood Moon Elf. Lin Chen was well aware of the power of hidden units. For example, the Flame Mage, even as a mere level 5 hidden unit, had always played a significant role. Even now, it remained a main source of output in Lin Chen's forces. Lin Chen was even beginning to anticipate just how powerful the level 7 hidden unit, the Blood Moon Elf, could be. Just as Lin Chen was planning the development of his territory, an elf swordsman suddenly ran up to him. The elf swordsman immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Respected Lord, Queen Kairan has awakened." Kairan has awakened? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He clearly did not expect Kairan to awaken so soon. He had thought that Kairan would need at least a day or two of sleep to fully absorb the energy of the divine tree fruit. Unexpectedly, it had been less than 2 hours, and Kairan had already awakened from her slumber. This was naturally good news for Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, "Let's go, take me there." Under the guidance of the elf swordsman, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the Lord's Mansion and saw the awakened Kairan. Immediately, Kairan's attributes appeared before him. Hero, Kairan, SS level. Hero title, Dark Elf Queen level, 64 health, 12800/12800 mana, 5850/5850 magic attack power, 5740 to 7300 defense, 1260 strength, 380 agility, 360 intelligence, 2375 skills. Dark Magic Bolt, Summon Dark Elf, Shadow Blade, Dark Life Drain, Dark Gravity, Dark Torrent. Undoubtedly, Kairan's attributes had undergone a tremendous change. Although her title remained the same, still the Dark Elf Queen, her rank had risen from S level to SS level. Clearly, this was all thanks to the divine tree fruit. Kairan had achieved this breakthrough by absorbing the energy within the divine tree fruit. Furthermore, after being promoted to an SS level hero, Kairan, like Ugsar, had comprehended 2 brand new skills. However, before Lin Chen had the chance to check the detailed introduction of these 2 skills, the notification sound of the world announcement rang in his ears once again. World announcement: the Lord of Huaxia, Lin Yuan, has become the second Lord to possess an SS level hero, receiving rewards: Advanced Resource Pack X5000, Advanced Hero Experience Book X500, Hero Recruitment Order X2. To be honest, after the world announcement rang out, Lin Chen himself was a bit dazed. He clearly did not expect that the second hero reaching SS level would also yield rewards. However, compared to the previous rewards, this time the rewards were significantly reduced. It was only 5 million resources, 500 advanced hero experience books, and 2 hero recruitment orders left. Nevertheless, no one expected that Lin Chen would once again appear on the world announcement in such a short time. Moreover, the previous quarrel had not even ended. Thus, the world channel erupted once more. Am I hallucinating? How did Lin Yuan get on the world announcement again? Lin Yuan is amazing, voice-breaking, damn, one SS level hero is already something, but how is it that in less than 2 hours, another one pops up? Can SS level heroes be mass-produced? Ah, this is so satisfying. Eastern Wasteland dogs, keep barking, why have you stopped? Aren't you so capable? TSK, does this slap in the face hurt? Lin Yuan is ruthless, always letting facts speak for themselves, low-key in life, high-profile in work. This is the demeanor our Huaxia experts should have. Ahem, I'm going to advertise, should be no objections, right? If you want to get up close and personal with Lin Yuan, come to our Hope Guild. Great benefits, high treatment. The guild warehouse has hidden building blueprints, diamond-level treasures, rare materials, and all sorts of good stuff. Just contribute to the guild to exchange for them. What are you waiting for? Damn, is it that extravagant? Diamond-level treasures? I'm in, I'm joining right now. Count me in. I also want to get close to Lin Yuan. I want to have his children. Are you guys just putting on a show? If you took off the Hope Guild logo, I might barely believe it. Seeing this, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. The one taking the opportunity to advertise was none other than Chen Bei. Only he could pull off such a thing. As for the two supporting him below, they were Qian Shouzhuan and Li Qingshan. The three of them, sporting the Hope Guild logo, were awkwardly performing in the chat channel as if afraid others wouldn't know how poor their acting skills were. It must be said that having such talents in the Hope Guild was truly a blessing for Lin Chen. But it must also be acknowledged that the reputation of the Hope Guild was indeed rising day by day. At the very least, compared to the awkward situation at the beginning, it had improved a lot. Overall, the Hope Guild was gradually moving in a positive direction. At this moment, within the World Chat channel, the voices of those foreign lords could no longer be seen. After all, Lin Chen had slapped him in the face with his actions. The value of an SS-level hero was clear to most lords. However, the only two SS-level heroes in the world had all gathered under Lin Chen's command. In this situation, if one still refused to acknowledge Lin Chen's strength, it would truly be stubbornness. Therefore, the previously arrogant foreign lords collectively chose to play dead at this moment. After this brief interlude, Lin Chen immediately checked the two new skills that Carlton had just acquired. Skill, Dark Gravity Description. Carlton casts Dark Magic to impose additional gravity on the enemy, reducing their movement speed by 70% and attack speed by 25%, lasting for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Skill, Dark Torrent Description. Carlton gathers dark energy into a torrent that sweeps forward, repelling all enemies within range and dealing 170% magic damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. It must be said that in Lin Chen's eyes, these two new skills of Carlton are incredibly powerful. The Dark Gravity skill speaks for itself, with a staggering 70% slow effect that can directly trap enemies as if they were stuck in a quagmire, making it a formidable control skill. As for Dark Torrent, although the damage is somewhat lower, it excels in being a group attack, and the cooldown is only a brief 3 minutes. If it can be unleashed multiple times in a battle, it can also deal devastating blows to the enemy forces. Overall, after being promoted to an SS-level hero, Carlton's strength has indeed undergone a qualitative leap. Now, among the three heroes under Lin Chen, only Artoria remains at the S level. However, Artoria's potential is the strongest among the three heroes. As long as the hidden storyline can be successfully completed and the seal on Artoria is lifted, she will directly be promoted to an SSS-level hero. However, that hidden storyline, even with Lin Chen's current strength, he is not certain he can complete it. Therefore, to ensure that no unexpected events occur, Lin Chen decided to wait until he unlocks the 9th tier troops before attempting to complete that hidden storyline. With his current rate of development, it would take at most 4 to 5 months to successfully unlock the 9th tier troops. 7 days later, the Blood Moon Ancient Tree was finally successfully built within Lin Chen's elven territory, and Lin Chen could finally recruit Blood Moon Elves. Without any hesitation, he immediately recruited 500 Blood Moon Elves and incorporated them into his army. This group of Blood Moon Elves, wielding dual daggers, exuded a murderous aura that seemed to solidify, truly deserving of being the strongest assassin unit of the elven race. Lin Chen's army thus grew even further. Now, the scale of his army was already quite enormous. 7th tier Undead Troops, Skeleton King, 25,000. 7th tier Human Troops, Holy Priest, 500. 7th tier Hidden Troops, Blood Moon Elves, 500. 6th tier Undead Troops, Dark Skeleton Knights, 3,000. 6th tier Human Troops, Royal Griffins, 1,500. 5th tier Hidden Troops, Flame Mages, 2,400. In addition, there were several lower tier human and elven troops below the 5th tier. This is what one would truly call a massive army. At this stage, it is likely that no lord has a more luxurious army than Lin Chen's. With Lin Chen's current military strength, he could even withstand a large guild on his own. Not to mention, Lin Chen also has 2 SS-level heroes and 1 S-level hero under his command. Since his own strength has already reached such a level, Lin Chen naturally should consider what to do next. Now, he has 2 choices before him. The first choice is to continue accepting hidden tasks, as he still has quite a few task refresh tokens in hand. It is known that the rewards for hidden tasks are extremely generous and can rapidly enhance one's strength. The second choice is to enter the Dark Maze and seize the legendary treasure. The Dark Maze is incredibly dangerous, and Lin Chen is well aware of this. The reason Astaroth gave him the map to the Dark Maze was entirely to lead him to his doom. Lin Chen saw through Astaroth's scheme and realized it was a trap, which is why he chose not to enter the Dark Maze. But now, his strength is no longer what it used to be. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to try challenging this perilous place. If he could truly obtain that legendary treasure within the maze, it would greatly benefit Lin Chen's future development. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately sent a message to Li Bingchu. When she answered, Lin Chen spoke up. The map to the Dark Maze should still be with you, right? Yes, what's up? As soon as Li Bingchu asked, she quickly realized, are you planning to challenge the Dark Maze? Yes, I'm planning to set off in the next few days. Lin Chen admitted without hesitation. I understand. Li Bingqiu nodded, not appearing too surprised. After all, with Lin Chen's current strength, he indeed had the capital to challenge the dark maze. Then, Li Bingqiu asked again, by the way, who are you planning to bring with you on this mission? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, we don't need too many people, just you, Chen Bei, and Lin Mengmeng will be enough. Oh, and we need to bring Qian Xiaozhuang as well. As for the others, there's no need. Their strength can't keep up, and it wouldn't make sense for them to enter the dark maze with us. It would only be dangerous. Lin Chen was speaking the truth. The dark maze is such a dangerous place that ordinary lords are not qualified to enter. Although Qian Xiaozhuang's strength is not strong, Lin Chen chose to bring him not because of his strength, but because of his almost miraculous luck. As for Li Qingshan, Lin Chen also considered bringing him along. However, Li Qingshan's tactical abilities can only be showcased in large-scale wars. In a place like the Dark Maze, he wouldn't be able to contribute much. So, after consideration, Lin Chen decided not to bring him. Moreover, people like Li Qingshan and Wei Zhouyo will have their own opportunities. Since they were able to become top lords in their previous lives based on their strength, they naturally wouldn't be lacking in this life either. Because of this, Lin Chen didn't plan to interfere too much with them. Within the Hope Guild, everyone is free. After understanding Lin Chen's intentions, Li Bingqiu immediately said, okay, I understand. I'll arrange it now. If there are no issues, we can set off tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded, alright. Lin Chen is also incredibly excited about this trip to the Dark Maze. After all, there is a legendary treasure hidden there, waiting for him. Even for Lin Chen, who has memories of his past life, a legendary treasure is still an incredibly attractive existence. The next day, under the coordination of Li Bingqiu, everyone gathered at the same location. Chen Bei appeared particularly excited. After all, in his eyes, the Dark Maze was an unknown dungeon. Moreover, more importantly, there might even be legendary treasures hidden within the maze. As for Qian Xiaozhuang, he seemed a bit restrained. Among all these people, he was the only newcomer, which inevitably made him feel a bit nervous. Chen Bei seemed to notice this and patted him on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, come on, why so tense? All we have to do is follow the boss and smash through the dark maze. Even if the sky falls, the boss will hold it up. Lin Mengmeng, standing nearby, said disdainfully, Chen Bei, can't you be a bit more ambitious? Chen Bei replied confidently, my greatest ambition is finding a good boss. If anyone disagrees, come and challenge my boss. Lin Mengmeng, you win. Lin Chen smiled and said, alright, stop messing around, it's getting late, let's get ready to set off. First, let's take out the map and see how long it will take to get there. Li Bingqiu immediately took out the map and said, I studied the map last night. The location of the dark maze is very remote and hidden. Even if we take the shortest route, it will take at least 5 or 6 days. However, we can first go to Baihe City and then use the magic teleportation array in the city to directly teleport to Dark Star City. From Dark Star City, we can then head to the dark maze. This way, it should only take about 2 days of travel. After hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. It must be said that having Li Bingqiu handle these matters for him was undoubtedly the right choice, because her thoughts were very meticulous and she handled everything comprehensively. Then, Lin Chen said, in that case, let's set off for Baihe City first. Following Li Bingqiu's plan, they first arrived at Baihe City and then used the magic array in the city to teleport to Shadow City, which was closest to the dark maze. When they successfully reached the entrance of the dark maze, it was already 2 days later. What appeared before them was a magical teleportation portal shrouded in black mist. Without a doubt, behind this magical portal was the dark maze they were about to enter. It must be said that the location of the entrance to the dark maze was indeed extremely hidden. Ordinary lords would never be able to come to such a place. Despite having traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, the group felt no fatigue at all. Instead, they gazed eagerly at the magical portal, waiting for Lin Chen to give the order. Then, Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped in first. The others exchanged glances and followed Lin Chen's lead. Upon entering the portal, the scene before them changed. On both sides, there were towering black walls at least 40 to 50 meters high. Lin Chen turned around and found that behind them were also impenetrable black walls. This meant that now, apart from moving forward, they had no other choice. At the end of the path, there seemed to be a faint fork in the road. Clearly, they had already entered the dark maze. The biggest characteristic of a maze is its intricate complexity, with paths that are difficult to discern. One careless move could lead to losing direction within the maze. Moreover, no one knew what kind of dangers were hidden within the dark maze. Royal Griffin, fly up and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen directly issued a command to the Royal Griffin. Screech! One of the Royal Griffins let out a long cry, immediately flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. However, before this Royal Griffin could reach the height level with the black wall, it seemed to have its flying ability forcibly stripped away, and it let out a sharp scream as it fell from midair. Fortunately, after falling to a certain height, the royal griffin regained its ability to fly, barely stabilizing itself in low air and avoiding a direct fatal fall. Lin Chen looked up towards the sky. It seemed that within the dark maze there were restrictions on flying. Lin Chen's original intention was to have the royal griffin fly up and see the entire layout of the dark maze from above. Now it seemed that this method was not very feasible. Since there was no way to take shortcuts, they could only explore. Honestly. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately led everyone forward. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the road. For a moment, everyone's gaze gathered on Qian Xiaozhuang. Qianbei even smiled and said, "Zhuang Yi, which way should we go?" "It all depends on you." Qian Xiaozhuang glanced at Qianbei and asked, "If it were you, how would you choose? Left or right?" Qianbei was slightly taken aback and instinctively replied, "If it were me, I would probably go left." "Good." Qian Xiaozhuang nodded and said firmly, "Then we'll go right." "Qianbei, what does that mean? Are you treating me like a guiding light?" After Qian Xiaozhuang made the choice, everyone immediately headed down the right path. However, 5 minutes later, a massive figure appeared before them. Maze Wanderer Chaos Giant Diamond Level Boss Level 80 Health 1-500-000/1 500-000 Attack Power 40-40 to 50-120 Defense 47-50 Magic Defense 44-60 Skills Hardened Skin Death Embrace Chaos Gaze Death Frenzy. The dark giant wandering in the dark maze seems to have fallen into chaos, but its instinct for slaughter drives it to mercilessly kill every intruder who dares to enter the maze. Upon seeing the attributes of the chaos giant before them, Qianbei's face turned pale. He clearly did not expect that they had just entered the dark maze and encountered an 80-level boss. "Looks like your luck isn't that great either," Qianbei commented mercilessly. "You should have listened to me earlier and taken the left path." "Are you sure?" Qian Xiaozhuang extended his hand, pointing behind the chaos giant, and meaningfully said, "Why don't you take a look at what that is?" "Ha!" After hearing this, Qianbei was momentarily stunned, then instinctively looked in the direction Qian Xiaozhuang was pointing. Soon, Qianbei couldn't help but widen his eyes, because behind the chaos giant there was a black treasure chest. "Damn, you really are the chosen lucky star." "Alright, enough talk. Let's take down the boss first." Lin Chen interrupted the two, speaking in a deep voice. A hint of excitement even flashed in his eyes. After all, for Lin Chen now, an 80-level boss was nothing at all. Compared to his time at the Carlton fortress, Lin Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. The chaotic giant before him was merely an appetizer. Attack! Kill him! With Lin Chen's command, the three heroes, Artoria, Ugsar, and Carlton, immediately launched their assault on the chaotic giant. Ugsar drew one of his own ribs, transforming it into a bone demon blade, and fiercely slashed at the chaotic giant. Minus 11,235. After Ugsar's rank was raised to SS level, all his attributes received corresponding boosts. Under such circumstances, with just one strike, he dealt over 10,000 points of damage. Upon seeing the damage Ugsar unleashed, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Are you sure that's a normal attack? One basic attack can deal 10,000 points of damage?" Qianbei's eyes widened in disbelief. "My goodness, is this the damage of an SS level hero?" Qian Xiaozhuang also couldn't help but swallow hard. So terrifying. At that moment, Carlton also unleashed her skill. The dark magic book in front of her opened without wind, radiating a dazzling black light. In the next second, beneath the chaotic giant's feet, a dark swamp instantly formed. It seemed as if he was bearing extra gravity, his body suddenly sinking down. Clearly, this was Carlton's newly comprehended skill, dark gravity. Under the influence of dark gravity, the chaotic giant's movement and attack speeds were significantly reduced, and his actions began to slow down immensely. After Carlton cast her skill, Ugsar was equally unwilling to fall behind, directly using both Fear Dread and Death Gaze simultaneously. Under the effect of Fear Dread, the chaotic giant's attributes dropped by 20%, and he would also take an additional 15% damage. Then, after 2 seconds of charging, Ugsar unleashed Death Gaze at the chaotic giant. A pitch-black magical light suddenly erupted from Ugsar's eye sockets, condensing into a black beam the thickness of a finger, piercing straight through the chaotic giant's body. Minus 51,212. A damage value of 50,000 suddenly appeared above the chaotic giant's head. At the same time, the black death mark was also placed on the chaotic giant. As long as Ugsar attacked him 3 more times, the death mark would explode, dealing secondary damage to the chaotic giant and stunning him for 1 second. After taking a massive amount of damage, the chaotic giant roared in anger, opening his arms wide and lunging at Ugsar. Death Embrace. Just then, the bone giant stepped in front of Ugsar, taking the hit for him. Crack! With a crisp sound, several bones of the bone giant broke, and its health dropped by more than half. It must be said that the chaotic giant's damage was still quite high. However, even so, it still couldn't change anything. Under the siege of Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalin, the chaotic giant was forcibly suppressed. In fact, Lin Chen's troops hadn't even joined the battle yet. Lin Chen did not rush to let the main army attack the chaos giant because he wanted to see how powerful Ugsar and Kalin had become after their ascension. Now it seemed that both Ugsar and Kalin displayed strength that completely met his expectations, even exceeding them in some ways. And now, it was time to end this battle quickly. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly issued the order to the army behind him, all troops, attack. With Lin Chen's command, an army of 25,000 7th-tier skeleton kings surged forward like a tide towards the chaos giant. Moreover, the skeleton kings activated their abilities. Each skeleton king summoned 10 low-tier skeletons to follow beside them. This made the already massive skeleton army grow into a sea of skeletons. Thousands of royal griffins circled above the chaos giant, continuously swooping down, their claws tearing at the giant's body. More than 2,000 flame mages simultaneously chanted spells, conjuring countless explosive fireballs that rained down towards the chaos giant. After Lin Chen's army joined the battle, the chaos giant's health began to drop even faster. Despite this boss having a total of 1.5 million health points, in front of Lin Chen, it seemed as fragile as paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Just one round of concentrated fire took away a third of the chaos giant's health. Moreover, Chen Bei and the others hadn't even joined the fight yet. Lin Chen was single-handedly slaughtering this level 80 diamond tier boss. Haven't seen you in a few days, boss has gotten even stronger. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Bei couldn't help but mutter softly. Beside him, Chen Xiuzhuang nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, this has nothing to do with us. I think the four of us are just sitting around doing nothing. We might as well play a game of mahjong." Upon hearing this, Li Bingchu's mouth twitched violently. "What's wrong with you two? Not only are you not contributing, but you're also making sarcastic comments. Have you considered the boss's feelings? Can you show a little respect for the boss?" However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that, up to this point, this boss battle had already lost its suspense. What remained was merely a waste of time. Finally, 5 minutes later, the chaos giant's body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The reason it took so long was that the chaos giant had a special skill called Death Frenzy. This skill allowed it to stand up again and continue fighting for a while after death, which caused Lin Chen to spend a bit more time. It must be said that this boss still had some strength, but unfortunately, it encountered a ruthless person like Lin Chen. After successfully killing the boss, the next step was, naturally, to loot the body and count the spoils. The task of looting the body was naturally assigned to Chen Xiuzhuang. However, compared to the items dropped by the chaos giant, Lin Chen was more interested in the black treasure chest behind him. Soon, Chen Xiuzhuang found 3 diamond-level treasures from the corpse of the chaotic giant. Moreover, the attributes of these 3 treasures were quite decent. Lin Chen took a glance and left only a necklace suitable for Kairan. As for the other 2 diamond-level treasures, a long sword and a set of armor, they were taken by Li Bingchu and Chen Xiuzhuang, respectively. Lin Chen was never stingy with his own people. After distributing the spoils, the real highlight was about to begin. Lin Chen directly brought Chen Xiuzhuang to the black treasure chest. Without needing Lin Chen to say much, Chen Xiuzhuang proactively crouched down, inserted the key into the lock, and prepared to open the black treasure chest in front of him. The black key, of course, was dropped by the chaotic giant. Click! With a light sound, the black treasure chest was opened. Inside the chest, there was only a grayish-white round orb emanating a chilling aura of death. What is this? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Even he had never seen this thing before. Without any hesitation, he reached out and picked up a grayish-white orb. Death Soul Orb. Special treasure. Description: the owner of this treasure can use it to sacrifice undead creatures on the battlefield to deal a large amount of true damage to enemy targets. The more undead creatures sacrificed and the higher their rank, the greater the damage dealt. The number of undead creatures sacrificed at one time cannot exceed 100,000. Additionally, this treasure cannot be used on heroes of other lords. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Lin Chen clearly did not expect this to be a special treasure. To deal damage to the enemy by sacrificing undead creatures? It should be noted that Lin Chen's forces were most abundant in undead creatures. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen decided to test the effect of this special treasure. He first had a skeleton king summon 10 low-level skeletons, then directly activated the ability of the Death Soul Orb. In the next second, the bodies of the 10 low-level skeletons suddenly shattered, transforming into countless soul fragments that reassembled into a ball of black soul fire, merging into the Death Soul Orb. Immediately after, a black beam of destructive energy erupted from the Death Soul Orb, instantly piercing through Artoria's body. -100. A grayish-white damage value suddenly appeared above Artoria's head. This was true damage, which would not be weakened by any defense or magical defense. Although the damage caused by this attack was pitifully low, a hint of shock involuntarily flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, because he had roughly tested the power of the Death Soul Orb. It should be noted that he had only sacrificed 10 low-level skeletons, yet it caused 100 points of damage to Artoria. Calculating this way, if Lin Chen sacrificed 100,000 skeletons, he could directly deal 1 million points of true damage. It should be noted that an 80-level boss only had a little over 1 million health. If Lin Chen used this Death Soul Orb in battle, he could even instantly obliterate a large portion of the boss's health. Such power could no longer be described as terrifying. Lin Chen now understood why this special treasure could not be used on heroes of other lords. After all, no hero could withstand such immense damage. But even so, this special treasure was still of great significance to Lin Chen. After obtaining this treasure, no matter what level of boss he faces, the Soul Death Pearl can exert a tremendous effect. Moreover, others need to sacrifice their undead troops to use the Soul Death Pearl. But Lin Chen doesn't need to do that at all, because the Skeleton King, as a unit, inherently possesses the ability to summon low-level skeleton soldiers, which perfectly aligns with the capabilities of the Soul Death Pearl. As long as the Skeleton King can summon a sufficiently large number of skeleton soldiers, he can perform the sacrifice ritual without any cost. After witnessing the power of the Soul Death Pearl, the others quickly reacted. Boss, this treasure is just too suitable for you. If its power is fully unleashed, it could deal millions in damage. Shenbei couldn't help but swallow hard. My goodness, that's terrifying. If this were to hit a boss, it would probably lose half its life in one go. Xian Xiuzhuang nodded in agreement. And think about it, boss Lin Chen's Skeleton King can summon skeletons. If this is used in conjunction with the Soul Death Pearl, it would be invincible. It's a pity that you can only sacrifice 100,000 undead units at a time. Shenbei said regretfully, if it weren't for this limitation, the damage would explode. Just let the boss sacrifice his entire undead army, and it would easily deal over 10 million damage, right? After hearing this, Lin Chen gave Chen Bei a light smack on the back of the head. Stop talking nonsense. Do you believe I'll sacrifice you first? Then, Lin Chen put away the Soul Death Pearl and continued forward with the group. The environment inside the dark maze is intricate and complex, often presenting several forks in the road, making it impossible to know where they lead. Most of the time, Lin Chen and the others relied on Xian Xiaozhuang's intuition to help them make judgments. However, this dark maze is indeed filled with danger. In just half a day's time, Lin Chen and his group encountered 5 bosses within the dark maze. Moreover, all 5 bosses were above level 80. Fortunately for Lin Chen now, this level of boss no longer poses any threat to him. In Lin Chen's eyes, these bosses are like automatic cash machines. The 5 bosses dropped a total of 17 diamond grade treasures. As a result, Lin Chen has already lost interest in ordinary diamond grade treasures. Only treasures with excellent attributes or those that come with top-tier skills might catch his eye. However, just because Lin Chen views diamond-grade treasures as common as cabbages doesn't mean the others think the same way. For them, even the most ordinary diamond-grade treasures are still quite precious. Moreover, not every place is like the dark maze, capable of having such a dense number of bosses. The feeling of infinitely farming bosses is simply exhilarating. Even Chen Bei started to feel a bit inflated, unable to help but say, I've realized that these high-level bosses aren't that impressive after all. Why are they all so easy to defeat? Can we get a boss above level 100 so we can experience the challenge of high difficulty? Lin Chen glanced at him and chuckled, you want to challenge high difficulty? Alright, then the next boss will be left for you to solo. Chen Bei instantly performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act, awkwardly smiling as he said, Boss, don't mess with me, I was just joking. You want me to take on such a high level boss? Isn't that just asking for my life? After Chen Bei's words, everyone burst into laughter, filling the small team with a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Li Bingqiu spoke up, speaking of which, we've been in this dark maze for quite some time now. However, up until now, we still don't know where that legendary treasure is. It's important to note that finding that legendary treasure was their true purpose for this trip. There's nothing we can do about it. The terrain of this dark maze is just too intricate, with paths everywhere, making it dizzying. Chen Xiaozhuang said helplessly, if we really want to thoroughly explore the entire dark maze, I don't even know how long it will take. Chen Bei, however, seemed quite unconcerned and casually replied, what's the big deal? We can just spend more time. After all, the treasure is right here in the dark maze. It can't just grow legs and run away, can it? And besides, aren't we in pretty good shape right now? Killing bosses and picking up treasures. At this rate, it won't be long before I can gather a whole set of diamond-level treasures. If our strength is sufficient. This dark maze is indeed a good place to farm for treasures, Li Bingqiu said. But what I mean is, even if the structure of the dark maze is complex, we can't just run around like headless flies.
After saying this, Li Bingchu directly took out a sheepskin map and said, "This map is something I drew along the way, marking all the paths we've taken."
Wow, you're so meticulous.
Chen Bei snatched the sheepskin map and said, "With this, as long as we explore while drawing the map, we'll eventually be able to thoroughly explore this dark maze."
Li Bingchu nodded and calmly replied, "That's exactly what I mean."
I have to say, Li Bingchu's method, though simple, was very effective.
Rather than aimlessly exploring, it
was better to follow the map and gradually uncover the unknown areas of the dark maze.
I think.
Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a strange
noise interrupted him.
Chirp, chirp. As the sound rang out, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Chen.
The next second, a fluffy little black beast
poked its head out from Lin Chen's arms, looking in one direction, its little paws waving continuously, with a hint of urgency in its eyes.
"What's wrong with this little guy?"
Lin Chen glanced at the black little beast, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes.
Ever since this black little beast hatched from the demon egg, Lin Chen had kept it by his side.
However, before this, the little beast had always been very quiet and had never shown such unusual behavior.
Chen Bei joked, "Could it be that this little guy is hungry and wants some milk?"
Although it was just a joke, it sparked a realization
in Lin Chen. He immediately looked at the black little beast and asked, "Is there something in that direction attracting you?"
Chirp, chirp.
The
black little beast excitedly waved its little paws, its face full of joy, seemingly happy that Lin Chen could understand its intentions.
After hesitating
for a moment, Lin Chen made a decision. "Let's go take a look."
Although he didn't know what was attracting the black little beast, it wouldn't hurt to check it out.
After Lin Chen set off, the others quickly followed in his footsteps. Seeing this, the black little beast broke free from Lin Chen's embrace,
running ahead to lead the way.
Although it was just a cub, its speed was surprisingly fast.
They didn't know how long they had been following the black
little beast, only remembering that they had passed several forks in the road before finally stopping.
Chen Bei bent down, panting, and asked, "Boss, where is your pet taking us?" "We're already here."
Lin Chen raised his head and looked ahead, speaking in a deep voice. "If I'm not mistaken, what it's leading
us to is this creature right in front of us."
Upon hearing this, Chen Bei was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked up, only to discover a massive black shadow lying in the darkness, its body rising and falling as if it were sleeping. This enormous shadow seemed to merge with the darkness, which was why Chen Bei hadn't noticed it before. Then, Lin Chen stepped forward a few paces and cast a reconnaissance spell at the massive creature.
The next second, its attributes appeared before him.
Plague Source AP, Deep Abyss Boss, Level 100 Health, 3,500,000 Attack, 6,780 to 7,950 Defense, 5,620 Skills. Death Venom, Toxic Eruption, Plague Toxic Fog, a highly toxic demon rat from the abyss, possessing a massive body, a carrier of viruses, and a spreader of plagues. Believe me, once infected by its deadly poison, you will wish you were dead. It turned out that the massive creature hidden in the shadows
was actually a giant abyssal demon rat.
Upon seeing the attributes of this abyssal demon rat, a look of shock flashed in everyone's eyes. They clearly hadn't expected that the black little beast would lead them to a level 100 abyssal boss. This was indeed beyond all their expectations. "Boss, should we attack?" Chen Bei turned to Lin Chen and asked. Although they had never faced such a high-level boss before, at that moment there was no trace of fear on anyone's face. As long as Lin Chen gave the order, they would not hesitate to engage. "Of course we should attack." Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he spoke. In a deep voice, "It's not every day we encounter such a high-level abyssal boss, it would be a shame to let it go so easily." "Alright, then let's get started." Chen Bei licked his lips, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Maybe that legendary treasure is right on this abyss boss." After Lin Chen made his decision, Chen Bei wasted no time and directly commanded his orc army to charge. Upon being attacked, the source of plague immediately awakened from its slumber and let out an angry shriek. Screech! Accompanied by this shriek, the source of plague opened its mouth and spewed out a large, massive dark green, foul-smelling venom. Hiss hiss hiss! After a series of nauseating corrosive sounds, the orc troops at the front were completely corroded, leaving not even a bone fragment. It should be noted that Chen Bei had already developed 6th-tier troops. Leading the charge were the 6th-tier orc warriors, heavily armored. However, even this level of troops could not withstand the corrosive venom of the source of plague. One can imagine how terrifying the strength of this level 100 abyss boss truly was. Nevertheless, even in such a situation, the orc commander under Chen Bei still braved the venom's damage and charged right in front of the source of plague. Then, he swung his giant axe down heavily at the massive rat before him. Minus 6,154. The blood-red damage value immediately appeared above the source of plague's head. Although the orc commander's strength was not as powerful as Artoria or Ugsar, he was close to equipping a full set of diamond-level treasures. Even when facing a level 100 abyss boss, the damage was still considerable. However,
Chen Bei still underestimated the Source of Plague's abilities. Before the Orc commander could attack for long, the Source of Plague unleashed its skill. Again, Toxic Eruption. The characteristic of the Source of Plague was that each of its attacks would apply a layer of toxin effect to the enemy, deducting a certain amount of health every second. The effect of Toxic Eruption was to completely detonate the toxin's damage, causing a massive amount of damage all at once. Minus 6,541. The dark green damage value suddenly erupted from above the Orc commander's head. In an instant, the Orc commander's health dropped below half. Watching this scene unfold, Chen Bei dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately recalled the Orc commander, not daring to let it continue fighting. Boss, this boss's damage is too fierce, I can't withstand it at all. Chen Bei's face was filled with bitterness. With his current strength, facing a level 100 Abyss boss was still somewhat difficult. Fortunately, Lin Chen had not intended for them to take the lead. Now you know you can't take it? Who told you to charge so far ahead? Lin Chen said irritably, quickly pull the troops back, just assist me in dealing some damage. After saying this, Lin Chen directly issued orders for his 3 heroes to surround and attack the Source of Plague. At the same time, his army of Skeleton Kings surged toward the Source of Plague like a tide. It should be noted that each Skeleton King could summon 10 low-tier skeletons. With 25,000 Skeleton Kings, that meant a total of 250,000 skeletons would be summoned. This was the true sea of skeletons capable of overwhelming everything. In an instant, the passage of the dark maze was filled with an endless army of skeletons. The Source of Plague was surrounded by layers upon layers of skeletons, unable to move an inch. However, despite the enormous number of skeletons, it was somewhat unrealistic to expect a group of low-tier troops to restrain the Source of Plague. After being besieged, the Source of Plague quickly changed its strategy. Before him stood the massive plague giant rat, which opened its enormous mouth and spewed forth waves of dark green toxic mist. The plague mist quickly began to spread in all directions. Any skeleton soldier that came into contact with this plague mist would be instantly corroded to nothing. Such a large-scale damage-dealing skill was simply perfect for clearing out low-tier minions like skeleton soldiers. In this situation, these low-tier skeleton soldiers could not even approach the Source of the Plague. No matter how many there were, they would only be walking to their deaths. Fortunately, Lin Chen promptly adjusted his battle strategy and ordered all the skeleton soldiers to retreat immediately. Within the area shrouded by the plague mist, only 3 heroes under Lin Chen's command and the Skeleton King's army remained engaged in a fierce battle with the Source of the Plague. After all, the Skeleton King was also a Tier 7 unit, and with the dual enhancements of the Skull of the Skeleton King and the Throne of Bones, it could still barely withstand the damage from the plague mist. In addition, the Fire Mage was continuously dealing ranged damage to the Source of the Plague. However, facing a level 100 Abyss boss, the damage that a Tier 5 unit could inflict was indeed limited. As for the Royal Griffins and Blood Moon Elves, Lin Chen did not allow these two forces to participate in the battle at all. After all, their numbers were still too small and had not yet formed a scale. Losing too many would not be worth it. Under such a fierce assault, the health of the Source of the Plague was dropping at an alarming rate. 2,700,000, 2,400,000, 2 million. However, the health bar of the Source of the Plague was simply too thick. With a total of 3 million health, even if they stood still and let them attack, it would probably take half a day to bring it down. Moreover, the damage from the Source of the Plague was not low at all. Each attack could inflict significant casualties on their troops. Just then, the small black beast beside Lin Chen suddenly charged out. Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned at the sight before him. What was this little guy planning to do? Immediately after, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The black beast opened its mouth wide and began to inhale the abyssal magic energy from the Source of the Plague. The next second, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ears. Your Devourer beast has successfully absorbed abyssal magic energy, strength +1. Your Devourer beast has successfully absorbed abyssal magic energy, constitution +1. Your Devourer beast has successfully absorbed abyssal magic energy, defense +1. Lin Chen clearly did not expect that this little black beast could absorb the abyssal magic energy from the abyss boss to enhance its own attributes. This is too outrageous. Chen Bei's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the scene before him. No one had expected that the black little beast could directly absorb power from the abyss boss. As the black little beast continuously absorbed the abyssal magic from the plague source, the latter's attributes were steadily declining. However, the speed at which the black little beast absorbed the abyssal magic was not fast. Therefore, the plague source's attribute decline was also quite slow. Moreover, Lin Chen now realized that the black little beast before him was called the Devourer beast. If Lin Chen was not mistaken, the speed at which the black little beast absorbed the abyssal magic should be linked to its own strength. Absorbing abyssal magic was precisely its way of growing stronger.
As if to confirm his guess, just a few seconds later, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ear again. The level of the Devourer beast has successfully risen to level 2. For a moment, Lin Chen even felt reluctant to kill the plague source so quickly. After all, it would have to be killed sooner or later, so why not let the black little beast reap a bit more benefits before that? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen immediately ordered his troops to slow down their output. The black little beast naturally would not miss such an opportunity and began to absorb even more joyfully. 5 minutes later, under the continuous harvesting of the black little beast, the attributes of the plague source had decreased by a full quarter, and this boss's health was down to the last 300,000. With such little health, it was clear that it couldn't hold out for much longer. Even Shinbei could hardly bear to watch and said, "Boss, if you ask me, we should give this boss a quick end. If we let this black little beast keep going, this guy's attributes will soon drop to the level of an 80-level boss." Lin Chen calculated that the time was about right and immediately organized his troops for one final concentrated attack on the plague source. After Lin Chen issued the order, the plague source's health began to drop rapidly again. And as Ugsar's Bone Demon Slash hit the plague source directly, it completely cleared the last bit of its health. Screech! With a scream, the massive body of the plague source crashed to the ground. To be honest, this might be the most aggrieved boss to die. Not only was it suppressed the entire time by Lin Chen's troops, but it also had a significant portion of its attributes absorbed by the black little beast. Lin Chen now understood why Astalos had been so concerned about that demon egg. Because the Devourer beast hatched from that demon egg was truly the nemesis of abyssal demons. Fortunately, Lin Chen had become the sole master of this Devourer beast. Moreover, after absorbing a large amount of abyssal magic, the attributes of the Devourer beast underwent a tremendous change. Devourer beast. Type: Abyssal creature level, 25 health, 60,000/60,000 mana, 1500 attack power, 1500 to 1750 defense, 950 skills. Devouring power. The Devourer beast, a special species that feeds on abyssal demons, possesses the ability to absorb abyssal magic. A grown Devourer beast will be a nightmare for all abyssal demons. Just by absorbing the abyssal magic from the plague source, the black little beast's level directly reached 25. It seemed that this little guy's leveling speed was not slow at all. Moreover, its method of leveling was quite simple. It just needed to continuously absorb abyssal magic. Once the chapter of Abyssal Invasion officially began, the entire Eternal continent would be filled with abyssal creatures. By that time, this little guy would no longer lack for food. And for Lin Chen, as long as he could cultivate this black little beast, he would have the strength to counter any powerful abyssal creature. Even when facing the abyssal demon god, Lin Chen would have an extra trump card in his hand. I really didn't expect that this little guy's way of leveling up would be so special. Chen Bei approached with a curious expression, staring intently at the black little beast, and said, "Moreover, its attributes are quite impressive. At just level 25, it already has 60,000 health points. If it continues to develop like this, boss, you essentially have a boss by your side." Li Bingqiu squatted down, rubbing the fluffy body of the black little beast, and said, "Yeah, who would have thought that such a cute little guy would actually be the nemesis of abyssal demons?" After eating and drinking to its fill, the black little beast appeared much more docile, allowing Li Bingqiu to gently stroke it without showing any hostility, instead comfortably squinting its eyes in a look of enjoyment. If it were any other time, it would have probably exploded in anger. "Alright, enough of that." Lin Chen turned his gaze to the corpse of the plague source and said, "Let's deal with the loot first." After he spoke, everyone became excited. This was their first abyssal boss with a level over 100 that they had killed. To take down this plague source, they had all lost quite a few troops. Of course, if it weren't for the goal of allowing the black little beast to absorb more attributes from the plague source, they could have reduced their losses by half. "I'm opening the corpse." Xian Xiuzhuan took a deep breath and immediately began to search the body of the plague source for diamond-grade treasures, 3 rare materials, and 1 special item. A few seconds later, Xian Xiuzhuan raised his head and announced his findings. The only regret he felt was that even from a level 100 abyssal boss, he still hadn't opened any legendary grade treasures. However, the good news was that all 4 diamond-grade treasures he obtained this time were top-notch. One was a plague poison bow, which could significantly increase attack speed and apply a poison effect to normal attacks against enemy targets. Moreover, the additional skill of this treasure was similar to the plague source's toxic eruption, capable of directly detonating toxins and dealing massive damage to the target all at once. Unfortunately, none of them had cultivated a hero of the archer profession. Thus, this top-notch diamond-grade treasure naturally had no one to use it. However, even if this treasure were auctioned off in the outside world, it could fetch a sky-high price of at least 20 to 30 million. Lin Chen even considered whether to organize an auction to sell off all the high-level strategic treasures that were of no use to him. This way, it could not only raise the profile of the Hope Guild but also gather a large sum of funds. Although Lin Chen currently had over 500 million gold coins, money is always welcome. Moreover, as time goes on, the need for money increases. Even the development of the guild requires substantial funds. Even if several hundred million were invested, it would not be considered too much. Therefore, since Lin Chen was not prepared to cut expenses, he needed to find ways to increase income.
Fortunately, the dark maze was abundant with high-level bosses. Lin Chen could take this opportunity to try to obtain as many diamond-grade treasures as possible. Aside from the plague poison bow, the source of the plague also dropped 3 treasures: the venomous pendant, the plague ring, and the corroded shoulder armor. Lin Chen only kept the corroded shoulder armor and equipped it to Yudsar, while the other 2 treasures were taken by Li Bingshu and Xian Xiaojuan, respectively. After distributing the treasures, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, "By the way, didn't you say the boss dropped a special item? Show it to me." "Oh right, I almost forgot."
Xian Xiaojuan slapped his forehead and then took out a dark green heart emitting
a foul odor, handing it to Lin Chen. "It's this thing.
Part of the plague source. Special item. Description: a special item for sacrifice.
Collect 4
hearts of abyssal monsters and place them on the dark altar at the center of the maze to perform a sacrificial ritual, successfully summoning the most terrifying existence within the dark maze."
Upon seeing the description of this heart, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He clearly did not
expect that this heart would be a sacrificial item. Moreover, it seemed that the heart of the plague source was just one of them.
To successfully perform
the sacrificial ritual, he would need to collect the hearts of 3 other abyssal bosses. It appeared that this dark maze was indeed not as simple as Lin
Chen had imagined. Even a level 100 abyssal boss was not the most powerful existence within the maze.
If Lin Chen was not mistaken,
to successfully obtain
that legendary treasure, he would have to defeat the final boss summoned through the sacrificial ritual. However, Lin Chen currently had no idea just how powerful the final boss of the dark maze was. Under these circumstances, he could only choose to take it one step at a time.
As for the locations of the
other 3 abyssal bosses, that was not a challenge for Lin Chen. He directly picked up the well-fed little black beast and asked, "Little guy, can you
tell me how you found this big rat?"
GG. The little black beast stretched out its small black paw and pointed to its nose.
Clearly, it had tracked the location of the plague source by scent. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and then asked again, "Can you smell the other abyssal monsters?"
GG. The little black beast nodded, then rubbed its round belly and waved its paw at Lin Chen. After doing these actions, the little black beast squinted its eyes in
contentment, seemingly ready to take a nap.
Once Lin Chen realized what it meant, he quickly understood.
If he was not mistaken, the little black beast was
expressing that it could indeed find other abyssal monsters by scent. However, it was now full and had no desire to move, only wanting to enjoy a good sleep. Before long, the little black beast fell into a deep sleep, even snoring in Lin Chen's arms. For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of
amusement and exasperation.
It had to be said, this little guy was quite perceptive. Having just been born not long ago, it had already grasped the essence of the world. That is, competition is useless, only lying flat is the way to go. However, for Lin Chen, as long as the little black beast could still find
the locations of the remaining 3 abyssal bosses, that was enough.
At worst, he could wait until this little guy got hungry again and let it get to work. It seemed that the little black beast's role was even greater than he had imagined.
Not only could it weaken the strength of abyssal monsters, but in
necessary situations, it could also serve as a scout radar. At that moment, Shinbei suddenly spoke up. "By the way, boss, you haven't named this little
guy yet, have you?"
Lin Chen glanced at the black little beast sleeping soundly in his arms and casually said, "How about we call it Little Black?"
Chun Bei's mouth twitched. "Is it really that casual? It sounds like a country dog."
Li Bingshu nodded in agreement. This kid Shinbei actually said something
sensible this time. Little Black is indeed a bit too casual.
Lin Chen looked at the few of them and asked, "So what do you think would be a better name
for it?" "In my opinion, this little beast is quite impressive. Why not call it Invincible?"
Chen Bei said proudly, "And since I'm the one naming it, it should naturally have my surname, so let's call it Chen Invincible. What do you all think?" Li Bingshu replied, "I suddenly find that Little Black
sounds pretty good."
Xian Xiaojuang said, "I agree, although the name Little Black is a bit old-fashioned, it has a certain simplicity to it."
Chen Bei immediately got angry. "What? Is my name not nice?" Li Bingshu tactfully said, "If it's not very unpleasant, it's actually quite nice." Chen Bei? What are you saying?
Xian Xiaojuang then sincerely said, "To be honest, your name has a kind of beauty that suggests a lack of brain function."
Shan Bei. If you can't speak nicely, just say less.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen cheerfully said, "Since everyone has no objections, then this little guy will be called Little Black from now on."
Perhaps no one could have imagined that the future
demon Devourer, which would make countless abyssal demon gods tremble in fear, was casually given such a rustic name by Lin Chen. At this moment, the demon devourer was sound asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. During the time the demon devourer was asleep, Lin Chen and the others were not idle. Instead, they continued hunting bosses in the dark maze.
With Qian Xiaozhuan's terrifying luck boost, almost every boss dropped 3 or 4 diamond level treasures.
In fact, Lin Chen even thought that they were not here to challenge the dark maze, but rather to stock up on goods in it. After about 7 or 8 hours, the black little beast finally woke up. Its round belly had also shrunk, clearly
indicating that it was hungry. Since it was hungry, it was time to find something to eat.
The black little beast twitched its nose a few times, seemingly quickly locking onto the location of the abyssal monsters. Then, it jumped directly from Lin
Chen's arms to the ground and ran ahead of everyone, starting to lead the way.
Watching this scene, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
If all went well, Little Black should soon be able to lead them to the location of the second abyssal boss.
Under the guidance of the black little beast, Lin Chen and his companions quickly found the location of the second abyss boss. Before them appeared a gigantic crocodile, its massive body covered in dark purple scales. After Lin Chen cast the reconnaissance spell, the attributes of this abyssal giant crocodile appeared before him.
Abyssal giant crocodile, abyssal crimson abyss, BOSS level 100 health.
4 million attack power, 5,780 to 6,850 defense, 6,680 skills, bloody crocodile claw, cold-blooded bite, power of the abyss. The abyssal giant crocodile from the abyss is one of the most ferocious predators, possessing not only a massive body, terrifying strength, and sharp teeth, but also a highly resilient purple scale armor, making it an extremely fearsome abyssal creature.
This abyssal giant
crocodile before them, like the plague source Lin Chen encountered earlier, was also a level 100 abyss boss.
Although its attack power
was slightly lower, the giant crocodile's defense and health were superior, especially its health, which directly surpassed the 4
million mark.
It must be said that after breaking the 100-level barrier, the strength of bosses generally achieved a qualitative leap. Looking at the abyssal giant crocodile, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately issued the command, attack. With his command, the 3 heroes under Lin Chen, along with the army of skeleton kings, rushed to surround the abyssal giant crocodile. In just a few seconds, the giant crocodile was forcibly surrounded with no escape. For the black little beast, this was naturally a great
opportunity to absorb the opponent's attributes.
It jumped onto the shoulder of the skeletal giant, standing high and crazily absorbing the abyssal magic energy from the giant crocodile. At the same time, the system's prompt sound continuously rang in Lin Chen's ears. Your devouring beast has successfully absorbed abyssal magic energy, health plus 1000. Your devouring beast has successfully absorbed abyssal magic energy, constitution plus 5. Your devouring beast has successfully absorbed abyssal magic energy, defense plus 5. Lin Chen then realized that after the black little beast leveled up, its speed of absorbing abyssal magic energy had significantly increased. Originally, it could only absorb 1 point of attributes at a time, but now its absorption speed had multiplied several times. Under these circumstances, the rate at which the abyssal giant crocodile's attributes decreased was also much faster than that of the plague source. As time passed, the breath of the abyssal giant crocodile continued to weaken. Roar! Soon, the abyssal giant crocodile discovered the culprit draining its power. It opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, the giant crocodile charged directly towards the black little beast. Its enormous body was like a heavy tank, crushing all the skeleton kings in its path into fragments. Seeing the colossal creature barreling towards it, the black little beast flashed a look of fear and quickly jumped down from the skeletal giant, hiding behind Lin Chen. Daddy, I'm scared, hug me. The black little beast hid behind Lin Chen, its small paws tightly gripping the hem of his pants, with only a small part of its head peeking out. Upon seeing the little beast's cowardly appearance, even Lin Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Alright, there's nothing to be afraid of, this guy can't even touch you. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, Kaylin immediately unleashed her skill at the abyssal giant crocodile. Dark gravity. In an instant, the giant crocodile's form seemed to sink into a quagmire, its movement speed slowed to an extreme.
And this is not over yet. In order to completely restrict the actions of the abyssal crocodile, Artoria directly cast the Holy Binding, accompanied by a silvery light enveloping the body of the abyssal crocodile. The latter was completely immobilized in place. Watching the abyssal crocodile, which could only roar in frustration but could not move an inch, the little black beast blinked its eyes and felt quite accomplished. So, it jumped out from behind Lin Chen and began to absorb the abyssal magic energy from the abyssal crocodile. I must say, this little guy really knows how to take advantage of its position. As time passed, the health of the abyssal crocodile continued to decline. Although the counterattacks from the abyssal crocodile caused significant casualties to Lin Chen's troops, for Lin Chen, this was still within an acceptable range. After all, he had only one
Goal: to enhance the strength of the little black beast as much as possible. This demon-devouring beast was his trump card against the abyssal demons in the future, so it needed to be nurtured well. Finally, the little black beast was completely full. Its belly was round and swollen, like a fluffy ball. Under the persistent absorption of the little black beast, the various attributes of the abyssal crocodile had also decreased significantly, looking utterly dispirited. However, even so, this abyssal crocodile still had over 1 million health points remaining. Despite the situation, this abyssal crocodile had not given up on resisting. A fierce and brutal abyssal creature like it would not easily surrender. It continued to roar, its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, constantly biting forward. Lin Chen glanced at the little black beast beside him and made a decision. Since the little guy was already full, there was no need to drag this out any longer. It was time to take action. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He then took out the soul death orb. Sacrifice 100,000 skeleton soldiers. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen chose to proceed with the sacrifice. In the next moment, on the battlefield, the bodies of 100,000 skeleton soldiers shattered. These skeleton soldiers transformed into countless soul fragments, which then reassembled into a ball of black soul fire, slowly merging into the soul death orb. Boom! Immediately after, a black beam of destructive energy erupted from within the soul death orb, piercing through the body of the abyssal crocodile. -1 million. The pitch-black damage value suddenly appeared above the abyssal crocodile's head. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. A total of 1 million damage. Since Lin Chen obtained the soul death orb, this was the first time he had fully unleashed the power of this special treasure. After suffering such a heavy blow, the abyssal crocodile was momentarily stunned. At this moment, it could only have one question in its heart. Where the hell is my health bar? Where did my long and thick health bar go? After enduring a full million damage, the abyssal crocodile's already limited health was nearly depleted. One must say, this abyssal boss was truly unfortunate. First, it was besieged by a large army. Then, it had a significant amount of attributes absorbed by the black little beast. Finally, it took a heavy blow from the soul death orb. The word tragic alone cannot even begin to describe the plight of this abyssal crocodile. Of course, Lin Chen was still quite merciful and did not torment it excessively. When the abyssal crocodile had only 200,000 health points left, Lin Chen organized a concentrated attack and easily took away its remaining life points. With the abyssal crocodile's body crashing to the ground, yet another abyssal boss fell at Lin Chen's hands. After successfully killing the abyssal crocodile, the black little beast's level also rose to level 35. Compared to before, it had only increased by 10 levels. It seemed that as the black little beast's level increased, the difficulty of leveling up began to rise gradually. There should still be 2 more abyssal bosses within the dark maze. If these 2 abyssal bosses were also killed in succession, perhaps the black little beast's level could rise to around level 50. For Lin Chen, this was naturally good news. Once the black little beast's level increased, it would be equivalent to adding another fighting force. One must know that in terms of attributes, the black little beast was not inferior to bosses of the same level. Boss, we got 4 diamond grade treasures, several special materials, and a heart of the abyssal crocodile. Soon, Xian Xiaozhuang finished searching the boss's corpse and reported the loot to Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen nodded immediately. With this heart, he was one step closer to meeting the conditions for holding the sacrificial ceremony. However, based on their current progress, they would likely have to stay in this dark maze for the next 2 or 3 days. But for Lin Chen, this was not a problem at all. After all, in his eyes, the dark maze was like a treasure land. Where else could one find a place so densely populated with bosses? 3 days later, in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen and his team had spent a full 3 days in the dark maze. During these 3 days, Lin Chen even lost count of how many bosses he had led his troops to kill. All he knew was that the diamond-grade treasures dropped by these bosses were almost enough to fill his entire backpack. Of course, half of this was thanks to Qian Xiaozhuang. If it weren't for his almost heavenly luck, the number of treasures Lin Chen obtained would have been halved at least. One could only say that Lin Chen and Qian Xiaozhuang were truly in sync. One was responsible for the frenzied slaughter of bosses, while the other was responsible for extracting various good things from the bosses' corpses. Even if all the diamond-grade treasures in China were combined, they probably wouldn't match the amount Lin Chen had alone. If nothing unexpected happened, once this trip in the dark maze was over, Lin Chen would organize an auction to sell all these treasures at high prices. This way, on one hand, he could recover a large amount of funds, and on the other hand, he could thoroughly establish the name of the Hope Guild, achieving 2 goals with one action. Of course, during these 3 days, Lin Chen did not forget the main task. The third abyssal boss was a massive creature, the abyssal ghost spider, which had 12 legs and 3 heads.
This abyssal ghost spider had been defeated by Lin Chen 2 days ago. The reason for the full 2-day interval was that the last abyss boss was hiding deep within the dark maze. The probing ability of the black little beast was ultimately limited. Therefore, Lin Chen truly put in a lot of effort before he finally found the location of this last abyss boss. This was a very special abyss creature, its appearance resembling a colorful flower butterfly. The title of this abyss boss was Corrupted Powder. It was named this way because this abyss magic butterfly was highly poisonous. The scales and powder that fell from its wings could even cause a person's body to rot away. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, Lin Chen ultimately succeeded in leading his army to defeat this abyss magic butterfly. Up until now, Lin Chen had finally gathered the 4 hearts needed for the ritual. They were the heart of the plague source, the heart of the abyss giant crocodile, the heart of the abyss ghost spider, and the heart of the abyss magic butterfly. After absorbing the powers of the 4 abyss bosses, the level of the black little beast finally reached level 50 as desired. Everything seemed to be going so smoothly. Next, Lin Chen just needed to find the dark altar and he could start preparing for the sacrificial ritual. Fortunately, along the way, Li Bingchu had been diligently mapping out the area, not missing even the smallest detail. Under these circumstances, finding the dark altar was not a particularly difficult task. Everyone should have rested, right? We should set off, Lin Chen said. Once we find the dark altar and defeat the final boss, we can leave this place. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to leave here, Qian Xiujuan sighed slightly, speaking with a face full of regret. There aren't so many boss corpses for me to touch in other places. Chen Bei laughed heartily. Beside him, you can rest assured about that. Following the boss, you'll have plenty of opportunities to touch boss corpses. After spending these days together, the relationship between Chen Bei and Qian Xiujuan had become quite familiar. They would exchange some harmless little jokes with each other. However, Lin Chen keenly noticed that Li Bingchu was standing silently to the side, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with worry, and even a hint of anger. Lin Chen frowned and immediately walked over, asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Bingchu took a deep breath and explained in a deep voice, "There are people outside starting to target the Hope Guild. 21 guilds have joined forces to issue a bounty targeting our guild members. According to the bounty, eliminating any member of the Hope Guild will earn a reward of 500,000 gold coins. If they can eliminate the high-ranking members of the Hope Guild, the reward is directly over 10 million gold coins, with no upper limit. As for us, specific bounty amounts have been clearly marked." After hearing this, Lin Chen's expression instantly darkened. There was no doubt that someone was causing trouble behind the scenes. It should be known that the Hope Guild had been developing steadily and had never made enemies. Even if some guilds were hostile towards the Hope Guild, it wouldn't reach such an extent. 21 guilds joining forces to issue a bounty was almost a matter of life and death. If there wasn't some deep-seated hatred, these guilds would never choose to tear their faces with the Hope Guild. But if there was no hatred, then it could only be driven by interests. But who would pay such a high price to deliberately target them? A figure quickly emerged in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Tianke. Only he could possibly do such a thing. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately asked in a deep voice, "Is the Tianke guild among these 21 guilds?" "No," Li Bingchu shook her head and said, "All these guilds are medium-sized, none of them are large guilds." Ranked at the top. Lin Chen sneered and said, "As expected, it's Lin Tiang's handiwork. He always leaves no trace. If he doesn't have absolute certainty of a kill, he will only hide in the shadows and play games with you, never revealing his fangs." Although Lin Tianke had not publicly participated in this attack on the Hope Guild, Lin Chen had already concluded that this was his doing. In his previous life, his parents had been harmed by him precisely because Lin Tianke had disguised himself so well. As a result, his father had never realized that beneath Lin Tiang's cultured and amiable exterior lay a heart as venomous as a snake. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen asked again, "What is the situation now?" "Not good," Li Bingchu shook her head and said, "Some guild members have already been wiped out, and many others couldn't withstand the pressure and chose to withdraw from the guild. With the current size of the Hope Guild, it simply cannot withstand the joint siege of so many guilds." Although the Hope Guild had reached the level of a large guild in terms of reputation, its overall strength was only at the level of a medium-sized guild. After all, the reputation of the Hope Guild was entirely driven by Lin Chan's own efforts. Faced with the joint siege of 21 medium-sized guilds, the Hope Guild naturally could not hold on, let alone organize a counterattack. The situation of a large loss of guild members was also understandable. Lin Chen would not choose to resent those who withdrew. Choosing to avoid risk is human nature. But for those who chose to stay, Lin Chen would definitely remember them. Since these people chose to share the hardships, Lin Chen would absolutely not treat them unfairly. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "Count those who have been wiped out and give them 3 times the compensation. And for those willing to stay, give each of them 5 million resources in a Platinum level strategic treasure.
Upon hearing this, a look of shock flashed in the eyes of everyone present. It must be said that the plan Lin Shen proposed was, indeed, a grand gesture. Although many people chose to withdraw, there were still at least 1 or 200 who chose to stay. If each of them received 5 million resources, that would amount to several hundred million resources. Of course, the resources were secondary. The value of a platinum level treasure was much higher than just a few million resources. Even though the strongest batch of lords had already begun using diamond level treasures, platinum level treasures were still considered high-end goods in the eyes of the public. Lin Shen's act of giving each person a platinum level treasure was truly a grand gesture. If this news gets out, those who chose to withdraw from the guild will surely regret it. Of course, even if these people choose to come back, Lin Shen will not accept them again. He absolutely does not want those who join the Hope Guild to be gathered together purely for profit. And by that time, the internal cohesion of the Hope Guild will be unprecedentedly enhanced. You want to crush us, right? Then we will prove with our actions that we cannot be crushed. Li Bingshu also appeared very excited and immediately said, "Wait a moment, I will go talk to them." To be honest, the one most affected by this incident is none other than Li Bingshu. After all, she is the true manager of the Hope Guild. In fact, many people were brought in by her personally. However, during the time they were hunting boss in the dark maze, the members of the Hope Guild were being hunted and cleared. Some even chose to leave the guild out of fear. Watching familiar names disappear from the guild member list, Li Bingshu felt as if her heart was bleeding. If she didn't know she couldn't act impulsively, she would have wanted to leave the dark maze right now and fight those guilds to the death. Even if they died, they would die standing. At that moment, Lin Shen walked up to Li Bingshu and gently patted her shoulder. "Trust me, I won't let them off so easily. All who have offended us must pay with blood." Upon hearing this, Li Bingshu couldn't help but shiver slightly and nodded heavily. Okay. Soon, Li Bingshu announced Lin Shen's plan in the guild channel. Instantly, the entire guild erupted with excitement. Damn, the president is generous. With these resources, I'm going to keep making troops and fight those bastards to the end. That's right, who dares to put a bounty on us? I'm staying not for anything else, but to swallow this anger. Sister Bingshu has always treated us well. Now that the guild is in trouble, can we really turn a blind eye? We swear to live and die with the Hope Guild. Ha 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 ha, well said. We swear to live and die with the guild. I don't believe these trash can clear me out again. Bro, be careful, having guts is good, but we can't be too reckless. This is no longer a game. If you die 3 times now, it's really over. It's fine, just give me your coordinates, I'll bring troops to protect you. I'm a 6th-tier lord. Even if they want to clear you, they have to ask for my opinion. The chat channel of the Hope Guild was filled with messages rolling in one after another. Looking at these messages, Lin Shen felt a slight stir in his heart. Unknowingly, the Hope Guild he created finally had a soul of its own. Don't worry, those who have been wiped out, those who are being hunted down, just need to remember the other party's guild and names and send them to Li Bingshu. Lin Shen calmly said in the guild channel, "This debt, I will settle with them slowly." Boss is mighty. Damn, the boss is just domineering. Let's kill them. Ha ha ha, I knew I didn't follow the wrong person. If we get hit and don't fight back, that would be too frustrating. Boss, as long as you speak, the brothers guarantee to charge with you to the end, fighting to the last man. Yes, let them see our bloodiness. Looking at the indignant remarks of the guild members, a smile involuntarily curved Lin Shen's lips. Having spirit is naturally a good thing. However, in this matter, they didn't need to fight desperately. Those second-rate guilds that are sniping us are just a bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs. No need for you to exert yourselves. Lin Shen said lightly, "To deal with them, I alone am enough." After calming the emotions of the guild members, Lin Shen prepared to start searching for the Dark Altar. He had successfully gathered 4 Abyss Boss hearts. As long as he found the Dark Altar, he could begin the sacrificial ceremony. However, given the current situation, Lin Shen had to hurry. The more time they wasted in the dark maze, the more guild members outside would be slaughtered and wiped out. In the eyes of those guilds, the Hope Guild was nothing but a paper tiger easily crushed. Although it had a considerable reputation, it was as fragile as paper, completely unable to withstand blows. Moreover, after the bounty notice was issued, the members of the Hope Guild had become fat sheep in the eyes of many. After all, wiping out any member of the Hope Guild would earn a bounty of 500,000 gold coins. In their eyes, this was simply free money. Besides Lin Shen, there were hardly any top-tier lords in the Hope Guild. At this moment, those 21 guilds had probably swelled to an unimaginable extent. However, no matter how proud they were now, Lin Shen would make them feel just as desperate later. The feeling of falling from the clouds into hell was not pleasant. 12 hours later, Lin Shen and the others finally found the Dark Altar within the dark maze. Before them stood an enormous altar, towering at a height of a person, with a surface area the size of half a football field. The altar was covered in strange black patterns, faintly exuding a dark aura.
Surrounding the altar were 4 high platforms. Clearly, these 4 platforms were meant for the sacrificial ceremony. Finally found it, it wasn't easy. Looking at the dark altar, Qianbei couldn't help but exclaim. They had spent a full 12 hours without rest to find this dark altar. Let's start the sacrificial ceremony. Lin Chen distributed 3 hearts to Qianbei, Xian Xiaozhuang, and Li Bingqiu. He then took the heart of the source of plague and stepped onto one of the high platforms. Subsequently, Lin Chen placed the heart in his hand on the altar and stepped down from the platform. Soon, all 4 Abyss Boss hearts were successfully placed on the 4 altars. Normally, after the offerings were made, the sacrificial ceremony would begin. However, the scene before them showed no signs of change, as if nothing had happened at all. Qianbei widened his eyes and asked in confusion, could it be that we placed the offerings in the wrong position? Just then, a sudden, teeth-grinding crunching sound echoed in their ears. Crack, crack. Upon hearing this strange noise, everyone's expressions changed. They knew very well that this clearly meant the sacrificial ritual had begun. Rumble. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the dark altar before them shattered into pieces. A massive black shadow slowly crawled out from the cracks in the altar. It resembled a giant worm, but its entire body was covered in black tentacles, looking much like a worm-like octopus. Moreover, after this monster appeared, a foul stench immediately filled the entire space. After the appearance of this monster, both Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengming's faces turned slightly pale. What a disgusting monster! Perhaps because they were girls, their psychological endurance was not as strong as Lin Chen and the others. There was no doubt that the 4 hearts placed on the altar had been devoured by this monster before them. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly cast a reconnaissance spell at it. The next second, the attributes of this worm-like monster appeared before him. Eternal Magic Worm Belial, Abyss Boss, level 120 health, 6 million attack, 3780 to 4850 defense, 3480 skills, life drain, soul stripping, flesh parasite, a worm that is immortal and eternal, parasitizing within the abyss. So it's this cursed thing. Upon seeing the attributes of this monster, Lin Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his previous life, he had heard legends about the Eternal Magic Worm. Initially, the Eternal Magic Worm was merely a type of mining worm. These mining worms parasitized within the veins of the abyss, feeding on minerals. However, alchemists among humans brought these mining worms from the abyss into the Eternal Continent and conducted various experiments on them. In one of the experiments, the alchemists attempted to feed these abyssal mining worms human flesh and blood. After tasting human flesh and blood, the bodies of these abyssal mining worms began to undergo some irreversible mutations. Their worm bodies grew larger and sprouted countless black tentacles, and their temperament became increasingly ferocious and brutal. Moreover, as long as they were continuously provided with flesh and blood, they could keep growing. As long as they had enough flesh and blood energy, these worms would be immortal. It was precisely for this reason that they were called Eternal Magic Worms, the immortal worms. And once the flesh and blood energy was exhausted, the Eternal Magic Worm would fall into a dormant state, waiting for a new round of revival. If Lin Chen was not mistaken, it was the 4 hearts of abyssal monsters he had placed on the altar that successfully awakened this Eternal Magic Worm that was sleeping. From the perspective of attributes, this immortal magic worm is not particularly strong. Even though it is a level 120 Abyss Boss, apart from having 6 million health points, its attack and defense are even inferior to the magic Abyss Giant Crocodile. However, the more such a boss appears, the more cautious one must be, because it may possess some extremely tricky special abilities. As the final boss of the Dark Maze, Lin Chen believes that this immortal magic worm is definitely not as simple as it seems. In terms of skill characteristics, this immortal magic worm is somewhat similar to the previous parasitic magic worm, as they both seem to possess parasitic abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, when the battle starts later, your troops should not get too close to avoid being parasitized by the boss. Li Bingqiu and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the immortal magic worm seemed to sense the smell of flesh and blood from Lin Chen and the others, letting out a sharp long howl. Screech. Immediately after, countless black tentacles shot towards Lin Chen and his group. Protect the Lord. Artoria's expression changed, and she drew her sword, standing in front of Lin Chen. Facing the attacking black tentacles, she fiercely slashed out with her sword, easily cutting one in half. -13,451. The foul-smelling black blood gushed out from the severed tentacle. Due to the low defense of this parasitic magic worm, even Artoria's normal attack easily dealt over 10,000 damage. Following that, Lin Chen unhesitatingly issued the command, all troops, attack. With his order, Artoria and Carlton immediately launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, Ugsar also led his army of skeleton kings into a charge. A massacre against the immortal magic worm officially began. Damage. Values of all sizes continuously appeared above the parasitic magic worm's head. Its health was rapidly decreasing. However, the strength of the parasitic magic worm was also extremely formidable, as its attacks were not single strikes. Each black tentacle on its body could be considered an independent entity. Therefore, even though the attack power of the parasitic magic worm was not high, the destructive power it caused with each round of attack was still astonishing. Black tentacles kept striking towards Lin Chen's army, and even the 7th-tier skeleton kings would instantly be reduced to countless fragments. However, Lin Chen could still accept such casualties. As long as they could kill the immortal magic worm, it didn't matter if half of his skeleton kings were lost. After all, troops could be replenished. But that legendary level treasure, Lin Chen was determined to obtain. Maintain formation. Limit the boss's output as much as possible. Just as Lin Chen was commanding his troops, the battlefield suddenly changed. The immortal magic worm raised its head and let out another sharp screech. Immediately after, a ghostly purple light burst forth from around it. After being affected by this ghostly purple light, Artoria, Kalen, and Uxar fell into a 3-second state of dizziness. As for the skeleton kings within the affected area, the soul fire in their eye sockets was extinguished. Without a doubt, this was the skill of the immortal magic worm, soul separation. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow, because the number of skeleton kings that died under this skill had already reached over 1,000. This immortal magic worm was indeed more troublesome than he had imagined. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that this was only the beginning. After losing their souls on the battlefield, the black tentacles of the eternal magic worm quickly connected to the bodies of these skeleton kings. A hint of confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. They all did not know what the eternal magic worm was trying to do. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. At the ends of the black tentacles, a mass of putrid flesh suddenly surged forth. This flesh began to writhe and soon attached itself to the bodies of the skeleton kings. Immediately after, these skeleton kings, now parasitized by the flesh, turned around and roared as they charged towards Lin Chen's troops. Damn! Lin Chen clearly did not expect that the methods of the eternal magic worm were even more bizarre than those of the parasitic magic worm. Logically speaking, undead creatures should not be able to be parasitized. Yet the eternal magic worm used the method of flesh parasitism to forcibly control these thousands of skeleton kings. As the final boss of the dark maze, the eternal magic worm was indeed powerful and strange. Skeleton King Army, retreat. In this situation, Lin Chen quickly made a decision. Since the eternal magic worm had the means of flesh parasitism, he simply would not let his troops get close. After all, the eternal magic worm's own attack power was not high and posed no significant threat to Artoria and Uxar. As long as he let his heroes surround it and have ranged units deal damage from a distance, they would eventually wear down the eternal magic worm. Lin Chen's strategy quickly took effect. The more than 1,000 skeleton kings that had been parasitized by flesh were soon cleared away. Uxar and Artoria stood in front of the eternal magic worm, dealing massive damage with every attack. Meanwhile, Chiron led the Flame Mage Legion, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the eternal magic worm from the rear. However, when the eternal magic worm's health dropped to 4 million, it activated the skill, Soul Extraction, once again. With a shriek, all the heroes around it fell into a state of dizziness. Fortunately, Lin Chen had already made the right judgment to withdraw the Skeleton King army from the battlefield, so they were not affected by Soul Extraction and suffered no casualties. However, at that moment, the black tentacles of the eternal magic worm stretched out once more. The problem was that after the Skeleton King army retreated, there should have been no melee units left on the battlefield for it to parasitize. Could it be that a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Lin Chen's heart? Sure enough, these black tentacles quickly wrapped around the bodies of Artoria, Uxar, the Rose Swordsman, and the Orc Commander. It was clear that this eternal magic worm only wanted to directly parasitize the heroes under their command. To know, all these heroes on the battlefield have fallen into a state of dizziness, completely unable to stop the black tentacles before them. No one expected that the eternal magic worm had such a trick up its sleeve. Soon, a large amount of flesh and blood surged from the ends of the black tentacles, attaching itself to the bodies of these heroes. The first to be parasitized by the flesh and blood was the orc leader under Chenbei. The black flesh on the orc leader's body was writhing continuously, soon controlling him to turn and attack his own troops. Watching this scene, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. If all the heroes were successfully parasitized by the eternal magic worm, then this battle would undoubtedly be a loss for them. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lin Chen finally remembered that he still had a way to break the situation. In the next second, without any hesitation, Lin Chen took out the Heart of Gold and used it on Artoria. A dazzling golden light immediately enveloped Artoria. Under the golden light, the black tentacles entwined around her body instantly shattered and turned into wisps of black mist dissipating into the air.
It should be known that the Heart of Gold is a special treasure that can eliminate all negative states. Therefore, the effect of the flesh and blood parasitism was directly dispelled from Artoria. Immediately after, Artoria raised the long sword in her hand and suddenly slashed towards the direction of Ugsar. Holy light slash! The dazzling holy light burst forth from the blade, incredibly sharp, instantly severing the black tentacles wrapped around Ugsar. In this situation, Ugsar also broke free from the state of flesh and blood parasitism. However, with Artoria's speed, she could only manage to save Ugsar. The orc leader and the rose swordsman had completely fallen into the state of being parasitized by the black flesh, and the Heart of Gold had already entered its cooldown period. The next time it could be used would be after a day. However, as long as they could kill the eternal magic worm before them, all problems would naturally be resolved. As long as Artoria, Ugsar, and Chiran still had combat power, even if two heroes were controlled by the eternal magic worm, it would not change the outcome of the battle. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately turned his head and said, Li Bingchu, Chen do your best to keep your troops from killing your heroes, even if it costs some price. After Lin Chen's words, the two immediately understood. In this situation, the best approach was to contain without killing, until Lin Chen killed the eternal magic worm. However, just as the two were preparing to take action, the little black beast jumped directly off Lin Chen. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What was this little guy planning to do? Just as everyone was feeling confused, the little black beast suddenly opened its mouth and began to gulp down the abyssal magic. What surprised them even more was that the abyssal magic it was consuming all came from the orc leader and the rose swordsman. After the little black beast consumed this abyssal magic, the black flesh attached to these two heroes directly fell off, as if it had completely lost its vitality, no longer writhing. Soon, the orc leader and the rose swordsman also returned to normal. Little Black, well done! Chen Bei exclaimed. With excitement, unable to help but praise Little Black. A hint of joy also flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It seemed that as long as Little Black was there, they didn't need to worry about this trick from the boss. After the method of flesh and blood parasitism was directly cracked, the eternal magic worm immediately became incredibly furious. Screech! It continuously emitted sharp cries, and its black tentacles whipped through the air like long whips, striking out. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, the eternal magic worm, having lost its special means, was merely a slightly stronger abyssal boss. Under the full concentrated fire of his troops, the eternal magic worm couldn't hold out for long. At this moment, the heroes under Lin Chen finally opened the curtain for a counterattack. Artoria directly activated the power of the holy beast, gaining the blessing of the white tiger, and then activated beast spirit steps, charging towards the eternal magic worm at an incredible speed. During this process, the elven hero under Lin Mengmeng raised her staff high, bestowing various blessings upon Artoria. Immediately after, she fiercely raised her longsword. Imperial Light Destruction Slash. The crimson golden sword light instantly cleaved through the plump body of the eternal magic worm. Accompanied by the stench of black blood gushing out, a massive damage value also appeared above the eternal magic worm's head. Minus 123,564. With all the buff enhancements, Artoria's damage reached an unprecedented level. Just one Imperial Light Destruction Slash directly cut off 120,000 of the eternal magic worm's health. At the same time, Ugsar and Kalen also unleashed their full firepower, crazily outputting damage to the eternal magic worm. It should be noted that Artoria was merely an S-rank hero. Meanwhile, these two heroes had already been promoted to SS rank. Because of this, their output was even higher than Artoria's. Moreover, the orc leader and the rose swordsman, who had just escaped from the flesh and blood parasitism, also joined the battle. Although the levels and treasures of these two heroes were somewhat lacking, their combined output was still quite considerable. Especially with the black little beast providing support from the back, they could confidently unleash their full power against the boss. Under the siege of numerous heroes, the eternal magic worm's health was plummeting. 3 million, 2,500,000, 2 million, 1,500,000. Despite the eternal magic worm's strong desire to survive, constantly struggling, Lin Chen had no intention of letting it go. Moreover, after all its means had been cracked, this guy had completely become a fish on the chopping board. Finally, as the last bit of health reached zero, the body of the eternal magic worm crashed to the ground, unable to stand up again. This battle, although difficult, ultimately did not encounter any unexpected events. The greatest strength of the eternal magic worm lay in its ability to parasitize flesh and blood. Against the eternal magic worm, without means of immunity to control, it was essentially a dead end. No matter how strong one was, it was easy to trip over in the gutter. Fortunately, Lin Chen not only had three extremely powerful heroes but also possessed a special treasure like the Heart of Gold. Of course, more importantly, the black little beast perfectly countered the abilities of the eternal magic worm. Even under these circumstances, it still took Lin Chen more than half an hour to whittle down the eternal magic worm's entire 6 million health. If nothing unexpected happened, this eternal magic worm should be the guardian of that legendary level treasure. Since that was the case, the legendary level treasure Lin Chen had been searching for was very likely to be on it. Without needing Lin Chen to say much, Shen Xiuzhuang had already proactively walked up to the corpse of the eternal life demon worm and began to search. He also wanted to know if that legendary level treasure
was indeed on the eternal life demon worm. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Shen Xiuzhuang, their eyes filled with anticipation.
After all, until now, no one had ever seen a legendary level treasure. Not to mention them, even on a global scale, the first legendary level treasure had yet to appear.
As the first to take the plunge, how could they not feel excited? However, after a dozen seconds,
Shen Xiuzhuang furrowed his brows and looked up. Chen Bei directly punched him, laughing and scolding, "You little rascal, playing hard to get, hurry up and take out the legendary level treasure for us to see." "No," Shen Xiuzhuang said with a bitter smile, "this boss didn't drop a legendary level treasure at all.
Where am I supposed to show you?" "No way," Chen Bei said with an incredulous expression, instinctively asking, "Is that true? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Shen Xiuzhuang retorted angrily, "Do you think I would lie about something like this? Aside from some rare materials, this boss dropped a total of 4 diamond-level treasures and a building blueprint." Then, Shen Xiuzhuang directly displayed everything the boss had dropped in the team channel. Those items were naturally good things. After all, the Eternal Life Demon Worm was a level 120 Abyss boss. Even if all the drops were diamond-level treasures, they would all have excellent attributes. As for that building blueprint, it was for the 8th-tier hidden building, the Eternal Tomb. Once constructed, it would allow the recruitment of 8th-tier hidden units, the Immortals. However, even though the Eternal Life Demon Worm dropped quite a few good items, the expressions of the crowd still looked somewhat grim. After all, they had come for the legendary level treasure. It was like going to a 5-star hotel for a meal, only to be served a few plates of home-style dishes. Although they could still eat, it felt somewhat lacking. Shen Xiuzhuang said with a face full of regret, "I'm sorry, boss, maybe my luck just isn't good this time." "It's fine, there's no need to blame yourself," Chen Bei said, patting Shen Xiuzhuang's shoulder vigorously, speaking casually, "Maybe this boss was just in a hurry and forgot to bring it." Shen Xiuzhuang? Forgetting to bring it, does that make sense? However, throughout it all, Lin Chen's expression had not changed in the slightest. Chen Bei couldn't help but marvel inwardly, the boss truly was the boss, remaining calm even in such a situation. But as the boss's loyal supporter, how could he not comfort the boss a bit in this situation? With that thought, Chen Bei immediately walked over to Lin Chen. But before he could speak, Lin Chen's voice rang in his ear. "Have you ever considered that the legendary level treasure might not have dropped from this eternal life demon worm at all?" Chen Bei was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Then where would it be?" "Inside it." "Isn't that the same thing?" "What I mean is, inside its body." Lin Chen explained in a deep voice, "Think about it, if you had a legendary level treasure to protect and had this eternal life demon worm suppressed here to guard the treasure, where would you place that treasure?" Without thinking, Chen Bei blurted out, "Of course, in the safest place. Preferably somewhere no one can find." After he said that, even he was momentarily stunned. The safest and hardest place to be found, isn't that inside this immortal magic worm? Just as Chen Bei was processing this, Lin Chen had already given the order to Yudsar, "Go, cut open its corpse." Naturally, Yudsar unconditionally chose to obey Lin Chen's command. He immediately drew the bone magic blade and quickly walked to the corpse of the immortal magic worm, starting to cut it open. The process of cutting the corpse was extremely bloody. Because of this, Lin Chen chose not to let Artoria do this task. After all, Artoria was also a girl. How could he let a girl do such a disgusting thing? So, Yudsar had to take on the burden. After all, he was an undead creature and wouldn't feel disgust. Before long, Yudsar had completely cut open the corpse of the immortal magic worm. As a result, he was covered in the stinking black blood. But at that moment, Lin Chen had no time to care about that. He walked directly to the open corpse of the immortal magic worm and began to search. Finally, in the opened abdomen of the immortal magic worm, Lin Chen found a huge purple gold treasure chest. This chest was wrapped in iron chains, and it was unclear what material it was made of. Despite being stored in the worm's belly for so long, it had not been corroded at all. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on this purple gold chest, because they all knew that what was inside this chest was very likely that legendary treasure. Looking at the purple gold chest before him, Chen Bei couldn't help but swallow. It was fortunate that Lin Chen had considered more than they did. Otherwise, they might have really missed out on this legendary treasure. That would have made them regret it deeply. Soon, everyone gathered in front of the purple gold chest. Lin Chen showed no hesitation and directly instructed Artoria to swing her sword and cut the iron chains wrapped around the chest. Due to years of corrosion from the immortal magic worm's gastric juices, these chains had long since decayed. However, there were no signs of corrosion on the purple gold chest.
Although there were still some remnants of gastric juices on the chest, emitting a foul smell, everyone paid no attention to it. They only wanted to know if what was stored inside this purple gold chest was indeed that legendary treasure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Chen slowly reached out and opened the chest before him. In the next second, a burst of purple gold light immediately erupted. What appeared before them was a pair of fierce dragon head-shaped shoulder guards, forming the shape of dragon heads resting on shoulders. The base color of these shoulder guards was purple, covered with crimson gold patterns, and even faintly radiating a soft glow. Upon seeing this pair of shoulder guards, everyone's breath momentarily halted. Without a doubt, this pair of shoulder guards was a legendary treasure. In the next second, the name of this treasure also appeared before them. Legendary treasure, Shoulders of the War Arbiter. Then, Lin Chen directly chose to display the attributes of this shoulder armor in front of everyone. Shoulder of the War Arbiter quality, legendary attributes, attack power plus 700, defense power plus 350, strength plus 150, agility plus 150, constitution plus 150, health plus 3000, critical hit rate plus 15%, critical damage plus 15%, skill damage plus 15%, final damage plus 15% additional skill, War Zeal after war. Zeal is activated, every attack by the hero will increase attack power by 1%, stacking up to 60 layers, lasting for 20 minutes. Cooldown, 45 minutes attached skill, War Shackles designate A. Target, activate War Shackles. The target restricted by War Shackles will have their movement speed reduced by 35%, take 20% more damage, and cannot leave the skill user's range of 200 meters. After seeing the attributes of this legendary treasure, everyone's breathing became rapid. It was clear that the attributes of this legendary treasure far exceeded their expectations. Just that long list of basic attribute descriptions was already dazzling. Not to mention, this treasure also came with 2 attached skills. War Zeal, needless to say, when fully stacked, could even increase attack power by 60%. As for War Shackles, it could definitely be considered a godly skill for one-on-one combat. If faced with mages or archers, this skill could forcibly lock onto the opponent. In that case, even if the opponent wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Is this what a legendary treasure is? These attributes are just too luxurious. Chen Bei couldn't help but swallow, vividly illustrating what it meant to be drooling with desire. After all, the attributes of this legendary treasure were almost equivalent to the total of 2 diamond-level treasures. No wonder legendary treasures are so rare. However, they all knew in their hearts that this legendary treasure naturally belonged to Lin Chen. Anyway, just being able to feast their eyes on it was enough for Chen Bei. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen directly equipped the Shoulder of the War Arbiter onto Ugsar. In fact, this treasure was also very suitable for Artoria. However, Ugsar's strength was currently greater than Artoria's, and he could better unleash the power of this legendary treasure. At the same time, Ugsar indeed lacked some means to restrict enemies. The attached skill War Shackles just happened to make up for this flaw. After Ugsar equipped this treasure, the world announcement once again flooded the screen. World announcement: Lord of Huaxilin Yuan becomes the first lord to possess a legendary treasure, receiving rewards, random diamond strategic treasure box. X5, Hero Recruitment Order X5. The world channel erupted again. What the hell, am I seeing things? A legendary treasure has appeared? I begged the big shot to post the attributes of the legendary treasure so we can feast our eyes on it. Come on, Lin Yuan is always aloof. Do you think he would bother with you? Damn, Lin Yuan is too fierce. Even a legendary treasure has been produced. No way, I have to find a way to get close to Lin Yuan. I'm applying to join the Hope Guild right now. Bro, don't go looking for death. Do you not know the situation of the Hope Guild right now? They are surrounded on all sides. They are about to be completely wiped out. Is that true? Isn't this the guild that Lin Yuan created? Would he just sit back and do nothing? So far, Lin Yuan hasn't made a move. I feel like he doesn't care much about the Hope Guild, probably just built it casually. It turns out it's like this. Sigh, I thought another large guild was about to rise. Come on, you're all fawning over the great Lin Yuan, but he hasn't given you a dime. Soon, members of a rival guild jumped into the world channel, mocking, the Hope Guild is about to be wiped out by us, fierce wind, and we haven't seen the great Lin Yuan even let out a peep. If you ask me, he's just a coward who only cares about himself. If you want to join a guild, you might as well join us, fierce wind. Of course, our guild only welcomes those with strength and guts. Those who are weak and spineless should crawl far away and not get in my way. The speaker was none other than the vice president of the Fierce Wind Guild, Lai Changda. Being the vice president of a medium-sized guild indicates that this guy must have some skills. No wonder he spoke so arrogantly. However, his mockery of the Hope Guild was not without reason. His goal was to use the fame of the Hope Guild to promote their Fierce Wind Guild. As long as they gained notoriety, even if it was bad fame, it was better than being unknown. It must be said that Lai Changda played this hand exquisitely.
However, he probably didn't even realize that all his words were being taken in by Lin Chen. A cold smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. He didn't take this clown seriously at all. If he wanted to step on the Hope Guild to rise, he would have to see if he had the ability to do so. Then, Lin Chen chose to directly post the attributes of the shoulder guard of the War Judicator in the World Channel. Lin Yuan, don't you want to see the attributes of a legendary level treasure? Here you go. Instantly, the World Channel erupted like a stone thrown into water, boiling over. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Bro, I know. You're shocked, but your vocabulary is too lacking. Is this really a legendary level treasure? The attributes are outrageous. It even has 2 skills, that's terrifying. If the War Zeal is stacked to the max, that's a 60% attack power boost. Isn't that like flying? And that War Shackles, it's just like a dog leash with both slow and area restrictions. If it's on your neck, you can't run away. Damn, I now realize the gap between people is even bigger than that between humans and dogs. Why does the first legendary level treasure have to appear in your huaxiao? That's not fair. What? Eastern Wasteland dogs starting to rage in impotence again? Oh, my huaxia friend. If you're willing to sell this legendary level treasure, you can talk to me. I guarantee, in the name of the Morgan Consortium, I will give you a satisfactory price. For a moment, the messages in the World Channel rolled by like a flood, all discussing the legendary level treasure Lin Chen had just posted. As for Lai Changa, he had long been forgotten in some corner, like an ant crushed under a wheel. However, just at that moment, Lin Chen spoke up again. By the way, where did that brother who called me a coward go? Upon hearing this, Lai Changa's face instantly turned green. He clearly did not expect that Lin Chen had actually noticed him. Moreover, he held a grudge. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing for him. If they could successfully provoke a response, then their Lifeown guild would be famous. Thinking of this, Lai Changa immediately said, I just said you were a coward, so what? No matter how strong you are, what does it matter? Your Hope Guild is about to be destroyed, and I haven't seen you make a peep. If you ask me, with a president like you, the Hope Guild might as well disband early. Coward. After Lai Changa said this, the World Channel erupted again. Bro, have you always been this brave? With this move, I'll definitely burn you more paper money next Qingming. This guy can really talk, he dares to say what he means. Selling peanuts, sunflower seeds, and mineral water in the front row. I've already brought my little stool to wait for the response from Lin Yuan. If he doesn't respond again, then the Hope Guild can really disband. Yeah, everyone else is throwing punches. If he backs down now, that would be ridiculous. But I heard there are a full 21 guilds allied over there. Even if Lin Yuan is strong, he can't handle them all alone, right? That's true, after all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. I don't know how the Hope Guild became the target of everyone. At that moment, Lin Chen finally spoke. I didn't respond to you before, it was just because I had other things to finish. Now that everything is done, I should have the time to deal with you. How about starting with you? Do you dare to take it? After Lin Chen said this, the onlookers erupted again. They all knew that Lin Chen would definitely not let this go easily. Even if he really didn't care about the survival of the Hope Guild, it was now a matter of his own face. However, Lai Changa replied with a cold smile, Lin Yuan, I admit you are strong. But there are not just me targeting your Hope Guild and not just our Lifeown Guild. If you really have the guts, declare war on all 21 of our guilds directly, instead of just fixating on me. In a one-on-one, I'm not as good as you. But so what? It won't change anything except to satisfy your pathetic pride. Hope Guild is destined to be destroyed. After passionately saying these words, a smug expression involuntarily appeared on Lai Changa's face. He was clever, knowing that he was not as strong as Lin Chen, he directly bound himself with the other guilds. If Lin Chen dared to move against him, it would be a declaration of war against 21 guilds. Moreover, their goal was originally to target Lin Chen and limit his development. Lai Changa believed that after this incident, he would become famous. After all, he was stepping up by stepping on Lin Chen. Although his methods were a bit despicable, the goal was achieved. However, just then, Lin Chen spoke again. I think you must be mistaken. I never thought about challenging you one-on-one. After Lin Chen said this, everyone present was taken aback. What does this mean? Is Lin Chen going to back down? However, immediately after, Lin Chen continued with the second half of his sentence. Because you are simply not worthy. Simply not worthy. These 4 words suddenly pierced Lai Changa's heart like steel needles. This is no longer contempt, but indifference. Lin Chen has never regarded him as worthy of his attention. Originally, I hadn't decided who to target first. Since you are so eager to step forward, then starting tomorrow, the Fierce Wind Guild will no longer need to exist. To destroy you, I alone am enough. After seeing these few sentences, everyone gasped in shock. They clearly did not expect Lin Chen to be so domineering. With just a few casual words, he effortlessly determined the fate of a guild. To want to annihilate you, I alone am enough. What kind of dominance is this? What kind of confidence? By the way, you asked why I don't dare to declare war on your 21 guild alliance? Simply put, I just don't regard you as worthy of my attention. Since you want me to declare war so badly, then I will declare war. I hope all 21 of your guilds listen carefully. From now on, I will represent the Hope Guild to declare war on you. All members of your guild, regardless of whether they have ever acted against the Hope Guild, I will consider you enemies and will annihilate you without mercy. If you do not wish to be involved in this conflict, withdraw from the guild in time. Do not interfere. Otherwise, you will all be treated as enemies and killed without mercy. Do not say I did not warn you. In an instant, the entire world channel exploded, especially within Huaxia. It stirred up a huge uproar. Lin Yuan has declared war. Lin Yuan, in the name of the president of the Hope Guild, has officially declared war on the 21 Guild Alliance. Damn, this is too exciting. I said, Lin Yuan definitely wouldn't swallow this anger. Lin Yuan is mighty. I've long been displeased with these guilds. They have no real skills, but they are good at banding together to bully others. However, to be fair, this is a full 21 guilds. Can Lin Yuan really handle them? Who cares, I'm just here to watch. The excitement, just let me see how strong Lin Yuan really is. Haha, that's right, thanks to these 21 guilds, thanks to the reckless little expert Lai Changa, we finally get to see Lin Yuan's strength. I'm dying of laughter. Lai Changa must be buzzing in his head right now. He just wanted to casually talk big, but didn't expect to run into a wall. After the declaration of war, Lin Chen directly closed the world chat channel. Then, he turned to Li Bingqiu and said, send me the member list of the Fierce Wind Guild and their detailed coordinates. Li Bingqiu immediately nodded. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. How long will it take? 3 hours. Alright, then give them 3 hours at most. Lin Chen's tone was incredibly calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. However, Li Bingqiu knew in her heart that Lin Chen was truly serious this time. Soon, Lin Chen and the others left the dark maze. On the way, Chen Bei was still telling Lin Chen that he wanted to join the battle. However, Lin Chen directly refused him. The reason for the refusal was simple. Lin Chen had said that he would single-handedly destroy the entire Li Feng Guild. Since he had said it, he would definitely do it. Therefore, Lin Chen advised Chen Bei to conserve his strength, as after destroying the Li Feng Guild, there were still 20 other guilds waiting for them. For a warlike person like Chen Bei, this was undoubtedly great news. He couldn't wait to slaughter those blind fools. Although it was enjoyable to follow the boss, staying by Lin Chen's side for too long made one easily question their own life. After all, Lin Chen's strength was simply too overwhelming. Moreover, being with Lin Chen meant undertaking hidden missions, challenging high-level bosses, and venturing into dangerous places like the Dark Maze. In such circumstances, Chen Bei even developed the illusion that he might be too weak. But in reality, compared to those ordinary lords, Chen Bei's strength was still quite formidable. He was not only a 6th-tier lord himself but also commanded an S-rank hero orc leader, and he possessed numerous high-level treasures. If it came to a direct battle with Chen Bei's strength, he could easily crush 90% of the lords within Huaxia. Therefore, when Lin Chen declared war, Chen Bei was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he appeared extremely excited. For him, this was entirely about finding confidence through slaughtering weaklings. Li Bingqiu's efficiency remained as high as ever. In less than 2 hours, specific intelligence regarding the Li Feng Guild began to arrive in Lin Chen's hands. The Li Feng Guild had 1 president and 2 vice presidents. The president, Lai Tianfeng, was a 6th-tier orc lord. The 2 vice presidents, including Lai Changa, were all 6th-tier lords. In addition to the president and vice presidents, the Li Feng Guild had 212 core members and 344 ordinary members. In total, there were nearly 700 lords. To be honest, given the scale of the Li Feng Guild, it could already be considered a standout among medium-sized guilds. If it continued to develop for a while, it would soon become a large guild. Soon, Lin Chen found the coordinates of Lai Changa's location in the intelligence provided by Li Bingqiu. To be honest, it was not close to where he was now. Even if he teleported from the nearest main city, it would probably take most of the day. However, since he regarded him as a target, Lin Chen would definitely not let him go so easily. Thus, without any hesitation, Lin Chen led his troops directly towards the location of Lai Changa's territory. After a long day of trekking, Lin Chen finally arrived at the front of Lai Changa's territory. Perhaps knowing that Lin Chen would come to attack, Lai Changa had already made full preparations. Within his territory, a total of 47 lords from the Li Feng Guild had gathered. The levels of these lords were generally above the 5th tier, all elite members of their guild. Even the president, Lai Tianfeng, chose to personally take action, leading his troops to stand guard within Lai Changa's territory. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Lai Changa was also the vice president of their guild. If he were to be wiped out by Lin Chen, the reputation of the Li Feng Guild would plummet. Therefore, they had to protect Lai Changa from Lin Chen at all costs. Of course, outside of Lai Changa's territory, there were also many lords gathering in this area. Most of these lords are just here to join the excitement. For them, this is a battle of epic proportions. Whether the title of the first lord of Huaxia belongs to Lin Yan depends entirely on his performance in this battle. As Lin Chen's figure appeared in their sight, these people immediately became excited. He's coming, finally here. Ha, I knew I could definitely catch the great Lin Yan here. It's my first time getting so close to a deity, I'm a bit nervous. But speaking of which, the great Lin Yan looks much younger than I imagined. And he seems quite handsome too. Brothers, with such an exciting battle, don't forget to record it. I've already started a live stream. I bet I'll get a ton of gifts. Later. Damn, why didn't I think of that? I should start a live stream too. Look at the number of skeleton soldiers behind the Great One. Why are there so many? I remember the Great Lin Yan is a human lord, right? Hiss. The number of this skeleton army is just too much. It's a sea of black, can't see the end at all. Hee hee, what's there to be surprised about? Aren't skeleton soldiers just used as cannon fodder? I could easily wipe out a few thousand. But I always feel like this group of skeleton soldiers behind the Great Lin Yan seems a bit unusual. Amidst the discussions, Lin Chen had already led his troops to the territory of Lai Changa. The army was at the city gates. Tens of thousands of troops exuded an astonishing sense of oppression. No one expected that the number of troops under Lin Chen would be so vast. Lai Changa gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, his high-level troops must be limited. Those skeleton soldiers look like a lot, but they're probably just cannon fodder to make a show of strength." As Lin Chen's troops approached a certain distance, the city defense structures of the territory were also targeted. 2 arrow towers continuously shot arrows at Lin Chen's troops. However, for Lin Chen, the damage from these 2 arrow towers was not even enough to tickle his troops. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen raised his hand and calmly said, "Destroy them." In the next second, the fire mages behind him immediately obeyed his command and began to chant spells. In an instant, hundreds of fireballs shot towards the 2 arrow towers. Boom! Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of loud explosions, the 2 arrow towers were instantly reduced to ruins. Even the city walls were blasted with several large holes. Only then did Lai Changa realize that in front of Lin Chen, his city defense structures were as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Since he couldn't rely on the advantage of city defenses, the only way to defeat Lin Chen was to confront him head-on. As the troops under Lin Chen's command drew closer, Lai Tianfeng finally lost his composure and said, "Changgu, take a few people to lead the charge and test that kid's strength." "All right." Lai Changgu gritted his teeth, feeling extremely reluctant, but ultimately agreed. After all, this matter was instigated by him. Soon, Lai Changgu selected several lords and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, there's nothing to fear. If we can really take down Lin Yuan this time, we will all make a name for ourselves. No more talking, let's charge out together." With Lai Changji's command, a large number of troops surged out of the city gates, charging towards Lin Chen's army. Seeing that the enemy dared to take the initiative to attack, the flame mage behind Lin Chen began to chant a spell again. A sky full of fireballs immediately rained down on the enemy. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions. The fireballs launched by the flame mage were all caught by the rock giants at the front. Moreover, this round of attack from the flame mage only reduced the health of these rock giants slightly, causing minimal casualties to the enemy. Watching this scene unfold, a glimmer of joy appeared in Lai Changji's eyes. These rock giants were his 6th-tier troops, possessing extremely high magical defense. He had originally thought that this group of flame mages would have terrifying, destructive power, but it turned out to be nothing special. It seemed that the so-called number 1 in Huaxia was just a hollow title, not nearly as fearsome as he had imagined. With this thought, Lai Changgu felt much more confident and immediately commanded, "Everyone, maintain formation. Let my rock giants take the front and your ranged troops just focus on output." However, just as Lai Changgu finished speaking, hundreds of blood-colored figures suddenly appeared in their rear formation. It was the Blood Moon Elves. They moved with incredible speed, weaving through the backline, their daggers sharp as blood-red crescents. It should be noted that the Blood Moon Elves were not only the strongest assassins of the elf race but also a hidden 7th-tier troop, with undeniably fierce attack power. Each swing of their blood-colored daggers could easily claim the life of a ranged troop. In front of this group of Blood Moon Elves, those fragile ranged troops were like straw, destined to be harvested. Due to their troop characteristics, the Blood Moon Elves had not shown much presence in the boss battle. But now, they seemed like ferocious beasts bearing their fangs. Damn it, when did these elf assassins sneak in? Lai Changgu was both shocked and furious, and under these circumstances he could no longer maintain the previous battle plan. Thus, he made a decisive decision and said, "Forget about everything else, just push straight through the front line." At that moment, Lai Changgu had no idea that this would be the most erroneous decision he would make, just as he would never have
thought that the Flame Mages, as 5th-tier hidden troops, were merely the weakest unit under Lin Chen's command. Under Lai Changji's orders, his army immediately charged towards Lin Chen.
Watching this scene unfold, Lin Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected that Lai Changgu would dare to confront him head-on. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru? However, since the other side was so proactive, if he didn't treat him well, it would truly be hard to justify. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately issued orders to his troops, launching the Skeleton King's army into attack. Soon, the two armies clashed in close combat. Lai Changgu originally thought that his troops could easily crush Lin Chen's skeleton army. However, the scene that unfolded next completely shattered his worldview. A rock giant charged in front of the Skeleton King, roaring as it raised its arms high, its massive fists coming down like heavy hammers towards the opponent. But before the rock giant's attack could land, the black heavy sword in the Skeleton King's hand had already slashed towards the former's chest. Swish, accompanied by a light sound, the black heavy sword instantly cut through the rock giant's chest as easily as a red-hot knife slicing through cheese. Minus 5,641. A massive damage value appeared above the rock giant's head, directly reducing nearly 2/3 of its health. Watching this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell kind of damage is this? Are you sure this is a skeleton soldier? Am I seeing things? How is this rock giant as fragile as paper? Damn, can this really be the damage dealt by a skeleton soldier? Are you kidding me? God of the Abyss is too fierce. This directly refreshes my understanding. Fun fact, there are still tens of thousands of such powerful skeletons in the God of the Abyss's army. How tragic. I've decided to observe a moment of silence for the brothers of Fierce Wind. No one expected that the skeleton soldiers they had always regarded as cannon fodder could unleash such astonishing lethality. Soon, they realized that the skeleton soldiers before them were indeed very different from ordinary skeletons. The skeleton soldiers in front were incredibly tall, wielding heavy swords, clad in black armor, and even wearing a decayed crown on their heads, exuding a kingly presence. It should be noted that the Skeleton King itself was a Tier 7 unit, with attributes boosted by hero and treasure bonuses, making its attributes not much worse than ordinary Tier 8 units. In this situation, facing a Tier 6 unit like the Rock Giant, it was naturally a dimensional strike. After the Skeleton King displayed its true strength, the members of the Fierce Wind Guild, led by Lai Changgu, immediately fell into deep despair. It should be known that the Skeleton King before them not only had extremely powerful strength but also numbered at least 20 to 30,000. Whether in terms of unit quantity or quality, they formed an overwhelming advantage. So what was the point of fighting? However, what made them even more desperate was yet to come. During the battle, the Skeleton King began to unleash its own characteristics, continuously summoning skeleton soldiers. In an instant, over 200,000 skeleton soldiers surged towards them like a tidal wave, as if they were going to completely drown them. In less than 5 minutes, the army under Lai Changgu had been completely annihilated. In fact, throughout the entire encounter, the heroes under Lin Chen had not even shown their faces. It was well known that Lin Chen had two SS-level heroes under his command. Lai Changgu's expression was ashen. It was only then that he realized just how great the gap was between him and Lin Chen. Now, he had been completely wiped out, with his troops suffering heavy casualties. But that was still not the worst of it. The most terrifying part was that even if they gathered the full strength of their entire guild, they would still be unable to contend with Lin Chen. To be honest, before this, Lai Changgu had never believed that anyone could single-handedly challenge an entire guild. But now, after witnessing Lin Chen's true power, he was starting to waver. After all, the strength Lin Chen displayed was simply too frightening. Meanwhile, within the territory, Lai Tianfeng, who had come to assist, was fuming. To be honest, he originally shared the same thoughts as Lai Changgu, wanting to take this opportunity to make their Laifeng guild famous. But who could have known that the Lin Chen they provoked was nothing short of a god of death? Nearly 10 lords joining forces, with tens of thousands of troops, couldn't even last 5 minutes against Lin Chen. Lai Tianfeng was nearly going mad. What kind of monster was this guy? However, even in such a situation, Lai Tianfeng did not choose to sit idly by. Instead, he began contacting allied guilds, urging them to send reinforcements as quickly as possible. If they were to be completely wiped out by Lin Chen alone here, it would be a huge embarrassment. The development of their guild would also be greatly affected. So, no matter what, they had to hold off Lin Chen's attack. Even if they couldn't hold on, they had to grit their teeth and endure. With that thought in mind, Lai Tianfeng proactively stepped out of the territory and approached Lin Chen. Clap, clap, clap. Lai Tianfeng clapped his hands and smiled as he spoke. Brother Lin, you truly deserve the title of the first person in Huaxia. Your reputation precedes you, and seeing you in person is indeed better than hearing 100 tales. However, facing Lai Tianfeng's flattery, Lin Chen directly countered, are we very familiar with each other? After Lin Chen's words, Lai Tianfeng's smile immediately froze on his face. When you were slaughtering members Of the Ho Guild, I don't recall you having so much to say, right? Lin Chen said with a half smile. What? Now that you see you can't win, you want to negotiate? Or are you just trying to buy some time? After Lin Chen directly exposed his intentions, Lai Tianfeng's expression turned somewhat ugly.
What he was doing was indeed just trying to buy time. After all, it would take time for the allied guild to send reinforcements.
However, Lai Tianfeng
clearly did not expect Lin Chen to be so clever that he could see through his intentions at a glance. Then, Lin Chen calmly continued, since we both know what's going on, there's no need to hide it anymore.
You just want to wait for reinforcements to arrive, right? Fine, I'll wait with you. After Lin Chen's words, a look of astonishment appeared on Lai Tianfeng's face. He clearly did not expect Lin Chen to say such a thing. After a moment of silence, Lai Tianfeng said in a deep voice, you will pay for your arrogance. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, get lost. Come back and talk to me when you've gathered your people and have something useful to say. Lai Tianfeng left with a face full of conflicting emotions. Although Lin Chen's words were very humiliating, he could only choose to endure it now. After all, once the battle started, with their military strength, they would definitely not be Lin Chen's match. So, they had to endure. Endure until the reinforcements from the Alliance Guild arrived, and then settle the score with Lin Chen properly. Seeing that Lin Chen did not choose to continue attacking the territory, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. What's going on? Are they negotiating? What a joke! Lord Lin Yuan has a huge advantage, how could they possibly negotiate with the other side? I heard that Lord Lin Yuan seems to be giving the other side time to send reinforcements. Hiss. Is there such a tactic? This completely disregards the other side. Now this is getting interesting. I'm glad I came today, otherwise I would have missed this great show. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Chen's expression remained incredibly calm. He wanted this matter to escalate, the bigger the better. Strike a decisive blow to avoid 100 punches. If he didn't take this opportunity to establish his authority, there would be more troublemakers coming to find him in the future. Since they were going to fight, they should fight to their heart's content. Since they were going to kill, they should kill with pleasure. Time passed by second. One after another, other guild lords began to arrive for support. In less than 3 hours, 50 to 60 lords had brought their troops to support. Moreover, all these lords were elites from major guilds, with the weakest having developed 5-tier troops. Under such circumstances, the army gathered within the territory was growing larger and larger. And the heat of this matter was escalating higher and higher. In fact, in the live broadcast room of this battle, there were already tens of millions of people watching simultaneously. Even before the battle had started, millions were waiting in the live room. What a terrifying concept that is. It is no exaggeration to say that once the great battle fully erupted, the number of people in the live room would break 100 million in the shortest time. To know that, across the entire Huaxia, there are only about 1 billion people. This means that 1 in every 10 people is paying attention to this matter. As time slowly passed, the onlookers began to grow increasingly impatient. Are you going to fight or not? Are you 21 guilds really that cowardly? Over 100 people have come, and not even a peep? Ha, you were all so boastful before the battle, but now you're all silent. Ha 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 ha, letting Lord Lin Yuan block the door alone, like a turtle withdrawing its head, it's hilarious. Brothers, just wait a bit longer. With their cowardly appearance, it seems they're not planning to come out unless they gather 200 or 300 people. Hearing the cold mockery from the crowd, the lords led by Lai Tianfeng were practically grinding their teeth in frustration. They were all elites from major guilds and had never been so embarrassed before. However, under these circumstances, no matter how humiliating it was, they could only choose to endure. After all, they had already witnessed Lin Chen's strength. If they didn't have complete confidence, they wouldn't choose to take action. For them, this was already a point of no return. If they lost like this, not only would the Lifeone guild be disgraced, but the reputation of all their guilds would be rubbed into the ground. Finally, the number of lords gathered within the territory has reached as many as 240. These lords all come from various guilds. After receiving the call for help from Lai Tianfeng, they rushed over immediately. Lai Tianfeng looked around and said in a deep voice, "Thank you all for coming. We, the Lifeone guild, will never forget your kindness. However, what we face now is a common enemy, and that is Lin Yuan. As long as we can defeat him, then the Hope Guild will no longer pose any threat to us. At the same time, the promises made by President Lin will also be fulfilled one by one. By that time, we will also join the ranks of the top guilds and become the rulers of this era." I must say, when it comes to rallying people's hearts, Lai Tianfeng is quite skilled. Under his impassioned speech, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on their faces. Rest assured, President Lai, with over 200 lords here, can we not take down just one Lin Yuan? That's right, today we will make sure he has no place to bury him. What if he is the number 1 in Huaxia? We will still wipe him out. Looking at the excited crowd and the vast army behind them, Lai Tianfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In that case, let us charge into battle and eliminate the enemy. In an instant, more than 200 lords, along with their troops, rushed out from the territory. The scene before them was simply spectacular. The onlookers couldn't help but let out waves of exclamations. At this moment, they were left with only one thought. That is, can Lin Chen really withstand the combined assault of over 200 lords by himself? However, looking at the scene before him, a barely noticeable smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Are you finally unable to wait to come out and die? Then, without any hesitation, Lin Chen gave the order. The entire army, attack. In an instant, the skeleton army surged like a torrent towards the battlefield ahead. Just the number of over 200,000 skeleton soldiers was enough to instill fear. Facing this scene, Lai Tianfeng immediately shouted, "Don't worry. Most of these skeletons are low-level skeleton soldiers. Only those with rotting crowns on their heads are high-level units, so be sure to distinguish." After Lai Tianfeng's words, the lords following him also woke up from their shock. After all, they were the elite of various guilds, and dealing with these first-level skeleton soldiers was more than enough. Such cannon fodder skeletons could be easily slaughtered by their high-level units. It seems that Lin Chen's troops are not all high-level units, and their combined forces have even surpassed 1,000,000. Under these circumstances, the lords regained their confidence. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, what does it matter? In the face of absolute numerical superiority, everything is just empty talk. However, at that moment, the heroes under Lin Chen began to join the battle. There was Artoria. Wielding a long sword, her sword strikes opening and closing with such speed that they left after images. In a short moment, she carved a bloody path on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ugsar drew his bone magic blade and summoned a bone giant, also charging into the battlefield, with almost no one able to stop his advance. As for Kairan, he was even more terrifying. It should be noted that Kairan possesses the two powerful area attack skills, Dark Life Drain and Dark Torrent. Kalen began to chant a spell, and the dark magic books around him flipped rapidly. In the next moment, a massive surge of dark energy swept forward like a torrent. Countless damage values appeared. It should be noted that Kalen himself was an SS-level hero, with attributes boosted by top-tier strategic treasures, making his magical attack power reach an unimaginable level. In this situation, facing Kalen's Dark Torrent, units below level 7 were almost guaranteed to be instantly killed. With just one skill, Kalen cleared an entire area in front of him. Thousands of enemy troops were annihilated under the Dark Torrent. Moreover, the cooldown time for the Dark Torrent was extremely short, only 3 minutes. In a sense, in this large-scale war, Kalen's impact was even greater than that of Artoria and Ugsar. However, the enemy quickly realized this, and Lai Tianfeng roared, "Focus fire on his mage hero." In an instant, countless attacks and skills were directed towards Kalen's location. Kalen's health instantly dropped. After all, Kalen was just a mage, and naturally did not have strong defenses. But before they could celebrate, Kalen activated another skill, Dark Life Drain. Countless threads of dark energy coalesced and instantly connected to the surrounding enemy troops like serpents. Immediately, a large amount of vitality flowed through these black threads into Kalen's body. Kalen's health was instantly restored to full. Looking at this scene, the lords were practically green with envy. What kind of hero is this? How can he be so monstrous? This is outrageous. Their concentrated firepower couldn't even match the amount of health Kalen regained from a single skill? Is there no justice in this world? One could only say that the three heroes under Lin Chen were each more formidable than the last. Aside from the level 7 units that could hold them back for a moment, units below level 7 were like cutting vegetables in front of these three heroes, left only to be instantly killed. Watching Artoria and Ugsar move through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, and seeing Kalen slaughtering like a magical artillery, Lai Tianfeng's expression turned extremely grim. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made a decision. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Forget about his hero, focus fire on his troops first. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't wipe him out." As the president, Lai Tianfeng still had some sense of the bigger picture. Since they couldn't restrain Lin Chen's heroes, they might as well ignore them. The combined forces on their side exceeded 1,000,000. No matter how strong these three heroes were, how many could they kill? It was better to concentrate their fire and eliminate Lin Chen's main forces first. Once Lin Chen was left without troops, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to turn the tide. After Lai Tianfeng made his decision, Lin Chen quickly discerned the opponent's tactical intentions. Even if it costs a great price, they want to eliminate my main forces first? Lin Chen curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Their thoughts were not bad, but unfortunately, they were still too naive. However, since they wanted to play, he would entertain them. The great battle continued. The skeleton king was incredibly powerful. A single skeleton king could easily take out a dozen or more of the enemy's 5th or even 6th tier units. The flame mage transformed into a spell cannon, ruthlessly bombarding the enemy, turning entire areas of their forces to ashes with a mere wave of his hand. The royal griffin, taking advantage of its ability to fly, constantly harassed the enemy from the air. As for the Blood Moon Elf, it moved like a ghost, weaving through the enemy ranks, and whenever its dagger struck, an enemy would surely fall in a pool of blood. The only regret was that the numbers of the royal griffin and Blood Moon Elf were still too few. In such a large-scale battle, the casualties they inflicted on the enemy were quite limited. If their numbers could reach 5,000 or even 10,000, it would be a nightmare for the enemy's ranged units. Although Lin Chen's forces were incredibly strong, Lai Tianfeng's troops had an absolute numerical advantage. After all, there were a full 240 lords gathered here. Even if each lord commanded only 5,000 troops, that would amount to a total of over 120,000 soldiers. What a massive number that was! It was simply impossible for Lin Chen to handle it alone. The surrounding lords watching the battle also began to see the signs and started discussing among themselves. Looking at this situation, it seems like Lord Lin Yuan is in a bit of trouble. There's no way around it. The other side is shamelessly employing a sea of troops strategy. Over 200 lords, more than 1 million soldiers. Who can withstand that? Even if he loses, Lord Lin Yuan will still be honored in defeat. That's right. Just for having the courage to take on this battle, I admire his guts. If Lord Lin Yuan can survive this ordeal, I will definitely choose to join the Hope Guild. Sigh, let's hope so. On the battlefield, Lin Chen's forces were being gradually worn down. Even the little black beast had joined the fight. The black beast roared, its size immediately swelling to that of a heavy truck-sized black giant. Lin Chen finally realized that this was the true form of the black beast. Its usual fluffy and small appearance was merely a guise to appear cute. Moreover, the black beast's combat power was also quite impressive, comparable to a level 50 boss at the very least. To ensure the black beast wouldn't die on the battlefield, Lin Chen had specially dispatched 20 priests to follow it. As soon as the little black's health dropped, the 20 priests would immediately heal it, bringing its health back up in no time. This further fueled the little black's arrogance, charging around the battlefield like a ferocious beast. Despite the heavy casualties among his troops, excitement flickered in Lai Tianfeng's eyes. Because Lin Chen's army was about to be completely devoured by them. They wanted Lin Chen to know that even ants could kill an elephant in numbers. Brothers, let's push a little harder, he's about to collapse. For Lai Tianfeng, as long as he could defeat Lin Chen, his personal reputation and the prestige of the Laifeng Guild would reach unprecedented heights. In this situation, it was no wonder Lai Tianfeng appeared so excited. Moreover, the troops under Lin Chen's command have now dwindled to less than 10,000. The dawn of victory has already appeared before them. The fighting spirit of these people is quite high. Looking at the group of lords in front of him filled with excitement, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. What he loved most was watching his enemies fall from heaven to hell. Calculating the time, it was almost time. Lin Chen gazed out, and the battlefield was already covered with the bodies of the enemy, so numerous that they reached hundreds of thousands. Without any hesitation, he took out the Skull King's skull from his backpack. Soon, these lords would understand just how foolish it was to use a human wave tactic against him. Lin Chen softly spoke, "Let the sacrifice begin." Just as his words fell, thousands of black magic circles suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A thick aura of necromancy instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. For a moment, all the lords present were taken aback, because no one knew what was happening. Lai Tianfeng was very alert and quickly reminded, "Everyone be careful, do not approach these magic circles." However, no matter how vigilant he was, it had no effect, because these black magic circles were not aimed at them, but at the bodies on the battlefield. After the black magic circles appeared, the corpses on the battlefield slowly sank into them. Then, one skeleton soldier after another crawled out from the black magic circles, beginning to merge and transform until they completely turned into 7th-tier skeleton kings. My god, so these high-tier skeleton soldiers under the great Lin Yuan came from here? Using corpses to transform into skeleton soldiers? Is there such a method? Damn, if that's the case, with so many corpses on the battlefield, it could easily transform into an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons? I said, why does the great Lin Yuan look so calm? It turns out he still has a trump card. This is not just a trump card, this is clearly the last straw that broke the camel's back. TSK, I wonder about the psychological shadow area of the opposing lords. Indeed, no one could have imagined that Lin Chen had such a means at his disposal. Just as Lai Tianfeng was preparing to lead his army to pursue and completely annihilate Lin Chen's troops, the situation before them underwent a shocking reversal. Through the Skull King's skull, Lin Chen once again utilized the corpses on the battlefield to transform into a full 20,000 units of skeleton kings. Looking at this scene, all the lords, including Lai Tianfeng, instantly turned pale. What the hell is going on?
They had fought for so long, lost so many soldiers, and yet the number of skeleton kings under Lin Chen's command only increased with each battle. As Lin Chen transformed another 20,000 units of skeleton kings, he immediately raised his head and smiled, saying, "Everyone, keep going, why have you stopped?
I still prefer the energetic look you had just now. Take a moment to recover. Weren't you going to wipe me out? Why is no one speaking? If you don't continue, I might just have to prepare for a counterattack." The mindset
of these lords was already on the brink of collapse. Under Lin Chen's sharp words, they nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood.
Are you kidding me?
Are you trying to make it impossible for us to
live? However, to be honest, it was they who couldn't handle it.
After all, they were the ones who acted without honor, gathering a full 240 lords to besiege Lin Chen.
As a result,
despite their absolute numerical advantage, they were still pressed to the ground and rubbed by Lin Chen alone.
Just thinking about this made them feel increasingly despondent.
Lin Chen waved his hand and coldly issued the command, "Kill them all." In the previous battle, the coalition led by Lai Tianfeng had already paid an extremely heavy price. After Lin Chen transformed another 20,000 skeleton kings, the morale of the coalition completely collapsed, because they could no longer see any hope of victory. Even if they exerted all their strength to wipe out these 20,000 skeleton
kings, what would it matter? Who could guarantee that Lin Chen wouldn't summon another 20,000 skeleton kings?
They finally realized that the gap between them and Lin Chen had grown too wide to bridge. The man before them was an existence they could never defeat. Thinking of this, Lai Tianfeng felt as if his heart had plunged into an ice cellar. After this battle, Lin Chen's reputation
would receive an unprecedented boost, and their 21 guilds would become the laughingstock of everyone. Bullying the weak with numbers was already something that people looked down upon. But what was even more embarrassing than bullying the weak was trying to do so and ending up unable to defeat the opponent.
In this situation, the outcome of the battle was already without suspense. Even if they still had hundreds of thousands of troops, it would only allow Lin Chen to slaughter them more enjoyably.
Today was truly worth it. I never expected that Lord Lin Yuan could be this strong. Of course, how could Lord Lin Yuan not be strong? He's the man who directly made world announcements flood the screen.
Damn, this is making my blood boil. This is truly 1 against 100. From today on, Lord Lin Yuan is definitely recognized as the #1 lord in Huaxia.
Of course, if anyone disagrees, let them try 1 against 100. This battle could be said to have thrilled the onlookers.
Even those who weren't present had over 100 million lords witness Lin Chen's strength through the live broadcast. Although most of them had long heard of Lin Chen's name, it was only today that they truly realized how terrifying this man was. Facing 240 elite lords alone and achieving a great victory was nothing short of a miraculous triumph.
Half an hour later, this battle finally came to a complete end. The coalition led by Lai Tianfeng retreated in defeat, scattering in all directions. Although Lin Chen wanted to pursue them, the enemy's escape was too scattered, and he lacked the ability to intercept them. Therefore, in the end, some lords managed to escape with their troops. But even so, Lin Chen
had annihilated nearly 70% of the enemy forces. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed.
However, all the corpses were well utilized by Lin Chen, all transformed into skeleton kings.
After this war ended, the number of skeleton kings under his command not only did not decrease but instead increased, reaching 32,000. But this did not mean that Lin Chen did not pay any price. In this battle, he also lost many other types of troops. The royal griffins were nearly wiped out. The blood moon elves lost nearly 2/3. Even the flame mages, who were the best protected, lost almost half. As for the other types of troops, it goes without saying.
Fortunately, despite the considerable cost, Lin Chen's goal was ultimately achieved.
He used this most extreme method to prove his strength to everyone. If nothing unexpected happens for a while, no one will dare to provoke the Hope Guild again. After all, being an enemy of the Hope Guild means standing against Lin Chen, and Lin Chen's wrath is not something anyone can bear. Within the borders of Huaxia,
in a hidden dungeon, President, the monsters around have been cleared. We can prepare to open the boss now.
A young-looking 7th-tier lord approached a middle-aged man, speaking respectfully. However, the other party seemed not to hear his words, instead staring straight ahead as if watching something. After hesitating for a moment, the young lord chose to step aside.
Because based on his understanding
of the president, the more it was at this time, the less he could disturb him. If nothing unexpected happens, the president should be watching that live broadcast.
To be honest, if he weren't currently clearing the
dungeon, he would also be in the live broadcast room. After all, this was Lin Chen's first display of his strength. No one was not curious about how powerful this man, known as the First Lord of Huaxia, could be.
But now, the results seemed to be out.
Lin Chen was indeed very strong. His strength lay in the fact that he changed everyone's perception with his own power. It turned out that one person's strength could be this formidable. He single-handedly crushed 240 lords.
Moreover, these were not ordinary lords but elites from various major guilds. Such a remarkable achievement, if not unprecedented, at least had no predecessors. If he remembered correctly, the true identity of this Lin Yuan seemed to be President Lin's nephew. However, President Lin did not seem to be happy about it. Really unexpected, my dear nephew. Finally,
Lin Tianke slowly raised his head, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes.
He silently smiled, speaking in a voice only he could hear. You win this round, but next time, I will personally come down to play with you. After a period of fermentation, the heat of this event exploded completely. On the game forum, all kinds of posts emerged endlessly. Super god-level achievements. The strongest lord of Huaxia is born. 1 against 240. The personal slaughter show of the Lin Yuan god. The Demon King has arrived. The Unstoppable Skeleton Legion. Technical post. A detailed analysis of the Lin Yuan god's strength. Revenge. The Lin Yuan god strongly declares war on the alliance of 21 guilds. Soon, news from Li Bingqiu and Chen Bei came in.
Chen Bei, with a face full of envy, said, "Boss, you are really famous now."
Lin Chen chuckled lightly. What? Wasn't I famous enough before? Of course, that's not what I meant. Chen Bei immediately explained, it's just that your fame is greater than before. And even if someone had heard of your name before, they only heard of it, they had no idea how strong you really are. But now it's different, now half of Huaxia knows how terrifying you are. If they want to provoke our Hope Guild again, they better weigh their own strength carefully. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The way you say it, it's as if I can stop children's night cries. However, if nothing unexpected happens, you will soon be famous too. Ah, why? I never said I would let these 21 guilds off so easily. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously and said lightly, do you remember that line from Young and Dangerous? When you come out to mix, you have to keep your word. If you say you'll kill his whole family, then you must make sure his whole family is dead. So, next, you all have to put in some effort. Chen Bei immediately understood and grinned. Boss, don't worry about that. I may not be good at other things, but fighting is my specialty. If I don't beat them to the point of life and death, then I'll write my name, Chen Bei, backward. Li Bingqiu then reminded, these 21 guilds are just the knives that Lin Tianke uses to stab us.
Lin Chen understood that Li Bingqiu was reminding him that the real mastermind was Lin Tianke.
I know that very well.
Lin Chen said lightly, however, since they have already become knives, they must be prepared to be broken.
Li Bingqiu then
realized that Lin Chen's actions were entirely to kill the chicken to scare the monkey.
I understand.
In that case, I will team up with Chen Bei to target these guilds. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, just come find me. Okay. Then Lin Chen spoke again, by the way, there's one more thing. Take advantage of the heat from this incident to help me prepare for an auction. Lin Chen had mentioned this to her before. However, Li Bingqiu did not expect Lin Chen to ask her to start
organizing it so soon.
But taking advantage of Lin Chen's current fame is indeed the best time to prepare for the auction.
At the very least, it could save a large amount of advertising costs.
After assigning the task, Lin Chen began to clean up the battlefield. Although the corpses on the battlefield had all been transformed into skeleton kings by him, there were still treasures dropped from those lords left on the battlefield. Although most of them were strategic treasures of gold and platinum levels, their sheer number was impressive. Even a few hundred gold-level treasures could sell for a good sum. In a way, Lin Chen was quite frugal. After thoroughly cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Chen naturally chose to return to his territory. His actions this time had already been significant enough. Therefore, for the next period, he would choose to recuperate and wait until his territory was upgraded to level 8 before proceeding. Once the territory is upgraded to the 7th level, Lin Chen can begin constructing the magic teleportation array. This way, no matter where he wants to go, it will become incredibly convenient. Unlike now, where just traveling takes several days. Of course, the so-called rest and recuperation does not mean that Lin Chen will stay within the territory all the time. It should be noted that Lin Chen still has tens of thousands of mission refresh orders in his hands. Such a large number of mission refresh orders is enough for him to trigger several hidden missions. Although the hidden missions at this stage pose no difficulty for Lin Chen, it must be said that the rewards for hidden missions are still quite generous. Even if it's just for the mission rewards, Lin Chen will find a way to complete these hidden missions. Unknowingly, 7 days have passed. During these 7 days, Chen Bei led the members of the Hope Guild to battle everywhere, completely establishing his reputation. Beastman Tyrant Chen Bei. Although Lin Chen has lived a second life, Chen Bei's title has not changed. Moreover, with Lin Chen's support, Chen Bei's strength is arguably stronger than in his previous life. At the very least, in one-on-one situations, none of the lords among these 21 guilds can match him. Of course, besides Chen Bei, Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengmeng have also each earned their own titles. Rose Empress, Li Bingqiu. Elf Goddess, Lin Mengmeng. Compared to Li Bingqiu, Lin Mengmeng's
title is more due to her sweet appearance. As for Li Qingshan, Wei Jiuyo, Qian Xiuzhuan, and the others, although they have begun
to show their talents, their titles are far less resounding than those of Chen Bei and the others.
It seems that it will take some time before they can make a name for themselves.
During the process of these 21 guilds being ruthlessly suppressed, the Hope
Guild has also rapidly risen. After all, Lin Chen is equivalent to a golden signboard. As long as Lin Chen is around, the future development of the Hope Guild will definitely not be poor.
It is worth mentioning that even among those 21 guilds, many members chose to withdraw and join the Hope Guild instead. For those who chose to pledge allegiance, as long as they had not harmed any members of the Hope Guild before, Lin Chen would not refuse their joining. Now is the best time for the rapid development of the Hope Guild, so everything that can be utilized must be utilized. Moreover, the rules of this world are inherently realistic and cruel. The defeated are utterly defeated, while the victors take all. Those opponents defeated by Lin Chen are destined to become the nourishment for the Hope Guild, allowing it to grow faster. At the same time, during this period, Li Bingchu has also roughly completed the
preparations for the auction with Butler Li. An auction that is about to shock the entire Lord era has quietly been put on the agenda.
Another hidden mission completed.
Lin Chen stood in front of the tavern's bulletin board and chose to submit the task. The next second, the system's prompt sounded in his ear.
Dear Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden mission, the rise of the Dragonman Empire, and receiving the task reward, Dragon Blood Bottle. After receiving the task reward, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately
checked the introduction of the Dragon Blood Bottle.
Dragon Blood Bottle Special Treasure Introduction can produce 100 drops of dragon blood daily. When consumed by human race troops, it grants them dragon bloodline, bestowing them with greater power. Additionally, the Dragon Blood Bottle provides a 20% extra life bonus to all troops with dragon bloodline. It must be said that the function of this special treasure is indeed quite unique. The task, the rise of the Dragonman Empire, was already the third hidden mission Lin Chen had completed in these few days. The difficulty of the task could only be considered moderate.
The background
of the task is very simple. A group of powerful dragonmen, after facing dual discrimination from both the dragon and human races, gathered together to prepare to establish their own empire.
After all, the dragon
race has always been a lineage-oriented race, and beings like dragonmen, products of the hybridization of dragons and humans, are naturally not well received. The human race is also extremely exclusive. Beings like dragonmen, no matter how powerful, ultimately cannot gain the recognition and respect of most humans. Especially among the higher-ups, in their eyes, dragonmen are merely weapons. Therefore, under such circumstances, this group of dragonmen decided to overthrow the empire's rule and establish an empire of their own, viewing humans as their slaves.
The requirement of the hidden mission was to completely eliminate this group of dragonmen and stop the rise of the Dragonman Empire.
In fact, Lin Chen could fully understand the dragonmen's demands. In his eyes, they were just a group of pitiful beings searching for belonging. But where there is pity,
there must also be something to hate.
The harsh external environment had completely twisted the psychology of this group of dragonmen.
Within their territory, humans were treated even worse than slaves, practically like pigs and dogs.
They would even chop off human limbs, turning them into human puppets, hanging them on walls just to satisfy their sadistic desires, making them feel superior to humans.
After witnessing
such scenes resembling a hell on earth, Lin Chen naturally felt no pity for this group of dragonmen.
He led his army and easily broke through the dragonmen's territory, slaughtering all the dragonmen and completely crushing their plans to establish an empire in the cradle.
Although the dragonmen were strong, ordinary dragonmen were only equivalent to 7th tier troops.
Even the two bosses within the dragonmen's territory, the Dark Scale Dragonman and the Golden Scale Dragonman, were merely 95 level diamond bosses.
This level of boss posed no difficulty for Lin Chen, who had returned from training in the Dark Maze. Thus, he successfully completed this hidden mission and received the reward of the Dragon Blood Bottle. Since the reward was already in hand, it was time to test the effects of this treasure.
Lin Chen directly used the Dragon
Blood Bottle to produce 100 drops of crimson dragon blood. He then divided the 100 drops into 2 portions. 50 drops were fed to the 6th tier troop, the Royal Griffin. The other 50 drops were given
to the 7th tier troop, the Priest.
According to the introduction of the Dragon Blood Bottle, dragon blood could only be used on human race troops.
Among Lin Chen's high-tier human race troops, only the Priest
and the Royal Griffin were available. After consuming the dragon's blood, both of these units underwent drastic changes. The Royal Griffin's pupils transformed into dark golden dragon eyes, the feathers on its wings gradually faded, turning into crimson dragon scales, and even its size increased significantly. After completing the dragon transformation, the 6th tier Royal Griffin successfully advanced to the Crimson Blood Griffin. On the other side, the 7th tier Priest also developed countless crimson dragon patterns, and their eyes similarly became dragon eyes.
These priests, under the influence of the dragon's blood, advanced to 8th tier dragon language priests.
Previously, the role of the priests was merely to heal and bless.
But after their advancement, the dragon language priests not only saw a significant enhancement in their attributes,
but also gained the skill Dragon Language Blessing, which could greatly enhance the vitality and defense of the blessed. Lin Chen clearly did not expect that the Dragon Blood Bottle, this special treasure, could even elevate the tier of the units. Unfortunately, the Dragon Blood Bottle could only produce 100 drops of dragon blood each day. For Lin Chen, this amount was still a bit too small and truly insufficient. Just then, Li Bingchu's communication suddenly came through. After Lin Chen answered, Li Bingchu's voice immediately rang out on the other end. Boss, I have already prepared everything for the auction. I plan to hold the auction in Tianfeng City. This main city is located in the center, with the best geographical position, and it only costs 1 million gold coins to rent a large auction house in the city for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Alright, in that case, we can start the promotion. As for the specific time for the auction, let's set it for 3 days later. To ensure that this auction can be held smoothly, you can appropriately leak some information. Let them know that at this auction, in addition to a large number of diamond-grade treasures, there are even more precious items than diamond-grade treasures. It should be noted that Lin Chen had quite a few treasures on hand. Especially in these past few days, he had obtained a lot of good things by completing hidden tasks. Besides the Dragon Blood Bottle, which was useful to him, there were also many treasures that were not very useful for Lin Chen. But just because they weren't very useful didn't mean they had no value. If taken outside, they could still attract countless people to fight over them. A look of excitement flashed across Li Bingchu's face. Don't worry, I will definitely get this done. This auction will surely shock all of Huaxia. Li Bingchu naturally had absolute confidence in this auction. I believe in you. Lin Chen smiled softly and continued. By the way, there's one more thing. During this time, please help me acquire some high-tier city defense building blueprints. Blueprints for defensive buildings? A hint of confusion flashed across Li Bingchu's face as she instinctively asked, what do you need these for? At this stage, very few lords cared about the construction of defensive buildings. After all, aside from the possibility of other lords attacking their territory, they served almost no purpose. Moreover, building defensive structures required a significant amount of time and resources. Take Lai Changa. As an example, no matter how you looked at it, he was a 6th-tier lord and the vice president of the Lifeome Guild. However, his defensive structures were pitifully limited to just a wall and 2 arrow towers. If his defenses were even slightly more robust, Lin Chen would not have been able to breach his territory so easily. It was precisely because the public did not value defensive buildings that the prices of blueprints for such structures had plummeted in the market. In fact, some hidden blueprints could be purchased for just a few 100,000. Although Li Bingchu did not understand why Lin Chen suddenly wanted her to acquire this type of building blueprint, she was well aware that he must have his reasons. Sure enough, after she asked, Lin Chen immediately replied, in a while, you'll understand the importance of defensive buildings. There's no need to keep this information a secret. You can tell Chen Bei and the others, even core members like Qian Shouzhuan, as long as they can be trusted. Let them hurry up and focus on building defenses during this time. Seeing how serious Lin Chen was, Li Bingchu realized the importance of the matter and nodded immediately. Okay. No matter what Lin Chen was planning, her long-standing experience assured her that as long as she chose to trust him, she would not go wrong. With Li Bingchu's encouragement, the news that Lin Chen was about to hold a large auction in Tianfeng City quickly spread throughout Huaxia. Even some prominent forces had begun to receive invitations. In no time, many people started discussing the matter. I heard that the big shot from Lin Yuan is holding a large auction in Tianfeng City. Is that true? Do you even need to ask? It's definitely true. Our president has already received an invitation. If you have the qualification to receive an invitation, it proves your president is quite a figure. Of course. After all, our guild is one of the top 100 large guilds in Huaxia. But with such a grand event organized by the big shot from Lin Yuan, I wonder what level of treasures will be present at the auction. You can rest assured, I heard that even the least valuable items at this auction will be diamond-level treasures. Wow, is it really that impressive? It seems the big shot from Lin Yuan has quite a few good things. No kidding, he's recognized as the #1 person in Huaxia. Do you think he's joking with you? Hearing you say that makes me want to go and see for myself, but unfortunately, I can't get an invitation. What does that matter? I heard this auction will be live-streamed, so even if you can't be there in person, you can still enjoy it. There's such a good thing? Then I'll be waiting to see you all in the live stream. Anyway, I can't afford to buy anything at the venue, so just feasting my eyes will be enough. In just a few days, the discussion surrounding the Tianfeng City auction had exploded. Countless lords were filled with curiosity and anticipation for this large auction organized by Lin Chen. No one knew what level of treasures Lin Chen would present at this auction. Finally, the time came on the 3rd day.
The big shots. From various forces gathered in Tianfeng City. The seemingly ordinary main city has now gathered over 70% of the top lords from Huaxia. Besides that, there are also quite a few lords who did not receive invitations but still want to join the fun, even though the auction will not start for a few more hours. Tianfeng City is already crowded. Just as everyone is bustling about, a figure appears atop the tower in the city. Immediately, a clear and pleasant female voice rings out in everyone's ears. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support today. On behalf of the Hope Guild, I welcome you all. There are still 4 hours until the auction officially begins. During this time, you can wander around Tianfeng City. In addition to the large auction venue, we have also rented
many stalls in the city, and all the goods are guaranteed to be of good quality and low price.
The person appearing on the tower is none other than Li Bingqiu. After Li Bingqiu's words, the lords present immediately became excited. It is important to note that most of them are here just to watch the excitement. After all, this level of auction is not something they can participate in.
They could never afford the treasures being auctioned. But now, Li Bingqiu tells them that besides
the treasures at the auction, there are also good quality and low-priced treasures at the stalls in Tianfeng City. How could they not be tempted? In an instant, all the lords scattered, starting to look for stalls within Tianfeng City.
At this moment, Butler Li stood beside Lin Chen and respectfully said, "Young master,
Lin, all the preparations have been completed.
Nearly 70% of the lords who received our invitations have already arrived.
A portion of them is probably still on their way.
If nothing unexpected happens, the auction should take place as scheduled in 4 hours."
Lin Chen nodded and smiled, saying, "Well done. It's mainly thanks to the young lady."
Butler Li also smiled and replied, "I was initially worried that this was her first time organizing such a large-scale
event and that there might be some mistakes.
But it seems she is even more adept than I imagined, handling everything flawlessly.
It seems that this time spent with you has helped her grow quite a bit."
Lin Chen chuckled and said, "This is all her own ability, unrelated to me.
Instead, I should thank her for handling so many trivial matters for me." Butler Li quickly responded, "Young master, if you say that, it would be too polite. To serve you is our Bingqiu's fortune."
It is worth noting that Butler Li has been working for his father since he can remember, thus serving 2 generations. For Lin Chen, Butler Li treats him
as his own son.
It is not an exaggeration to say that even if he were to betroth Li Bingqiu to Lin Chen, he would be more than willing.
Soon, those lords who had scattered began to exclaim in excitement throughout the city. "Wow, the golden grade treasures here are way too cheap. 5,000 gold coins each? Not even wholesale. Prices are that low. What are you doing? There are so many treasures here, and you only picked a golden grade treasure? Didn't you see that the platinum grade treasures are only 40 to 50,000 gold coins? I really came at the right time. I just wanted to join the fun, but I didn't expect to find such a bargain. Haha, I just snagged a top-tier platinum grade weapon for only 100,000 gold coins. What a huge profit. I heard that there are even diamond grade treasures at these stalls, and the prices are at least 30 to 40% lower than the market price. I just saw someone buy one. Is there really such a good thing? Wow, is the Lord of the Abyss doing charity? The pricing is so cheap. What do you know? The Lord of the Abyss doesn't care about making this little money from us, that's why the price is set so low. It's like giving us a benefit. With this move from the Lord of the Abyss, if anyone dares to slander him again, I'll be furious."
Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly.
In fact, these ordinary lords are very easy to
satisfy. As long as you give them some small favors, they will speak well of you. The reason Lin Chen chose to do this was, first, to build a good reputation for the Hope Guild. Once they have a good name, the development of the Hope Guild will be much more effective. Second, it was also because he had too many treasures in his hands. If he didn't take this opportunity to sell them at a lower price, it wouldn't be long before the prices of gold and platinum strategic treasures would gradually drop. Rather than waiting for that time, it would be better to sell these idle treasures as soon as possible and convert them into cash flow.
The entire Tianfeng city was filled with people.
The lords who received the invitations were currently in the lounge, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. As for the ordinary lords, they were tirelessly panning for gold within Tianfeng City. If they could find a few low-priced treasures, it would be as joyous as winning 5 million. In such an atmosphere, 4 hours quickly passed.
The Tianfeng City auction finally opened its curtains.
Inside the auction hall, the hundreds of seats were now completely filled.
The one responsible for opening the event was still Li Bingqiu.
She smiled gracefully and said, "As always, thank you all for coming here today to participate in the first auction held by our Hope Guild. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time with unnecessary talk. Because I know that compared to me, you are more interested in the treasures that will be auctioned next. The next moment will be the first treasure of this auction, diamond grade treasure, the Holy Angel's Sword. This treasure has a starting bid of 5 million gold coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 100,000 gold coins. Although the first treasure was not the finale, it needed to have a dazzling effect. Only in this way could it pique the interest of these people in the auction. For this reason, the Holy Angel's sword that Li Bingqiu presented was undoubtedly a top-tier diamond-grade treasure. Upon seeing the attributes of this treasure, someone quickly chose to place a bid. 5,500,000, 6 million, 7 million, 8,500,000, 10 million. This was just the beginning, and the competition had already become fierce. No one cared about the minimum bid increase. Each time the bid went up, it was at least 500,000 or even a million, with some people raising it by 2 million at a time. It's worth noting that even ordinary diamond-grade treasures could sell for several million gold coins outside, not to mention a top-tier diamond-grade treasure like the Holy Angel's sword. In the end, the price of this strategic treasure soared to 18 million gold coins. 18 million gold coins once, 18 million gold coins twice, 18 million gold coins sold. Congratulations to the Sanctuary Lord for successfully acquiring this auction item. After Li Bingqiu announced the auction result, a tall man with a refined appearance immediately stood up and clasped his fists towards everyone. Thank you all for your generosity. I will take this treasure. This refined man was the Sanctuary, the Holy God Guild he founded, ranked among the top 10 in China, making him a formidable lord. However, the auction price for the Holy Angel's sword was somewhat low. Firstly, it was clear that the Sanctuary was determined to acquire this treasure. Even if they continued to raise the price, it might not guarantee a successful bid and could instead provoke the Sanctuary's dissatisfaction. Secondly, this was merely the first treasure of the opening, far from being the finale. Given the uncertainty of what treasures would appear later, preserving funds was undoubtedly the best choice. For this reason, the lords of various factions stopped bidding after the Holy Angel's sword was called at 18 million gold coins, doing the Sanctuary a favor. However, before the Sanctuary could rejoice for long, the second treasure began its auction. This treasure is also a diamond-grade item, named Deep-Sea Lava Boots. Li Bingqiu directly displayed the attributes of this strategic treasure before everyone, smiling as she spoke. As you can see, this treasure is one of the set pieces from the Deep-Sea Lava series. The complete set of treasures is divided into Deep-Sea Lava Chestplate, Deep-Sea Lava Leggings, Deep-Sea Lava Pauldrons, Deep-Sea Lava Boots, and Deep-Sea Lava Heavy Hammer. If one can gather a complete set of treasures, it will trigger the set effect, granting the blessing of the Sea God, which gives all units a 15% increase in vitality and a 15% increase in defense. Moreover, even without completing the set, just the attributes of the Deep-Sea Lava Boots are quite impressive. Therefore, this treasure has a starting bid of 4 million gold coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 100,000 gold coins. Soon, a new round of bidding erupted in the auction house. In just a few seconds, the price of this strategic treasure was raised to 10 million. For a moment, a look of constipation appeared on the face of the Holy Hall. To be honest, he had made ample preparations for this auction, raising a total of 500 million gold coins. It was precisely because of this that the Holy Hall was so bold, participating in the bidding right from the start. However, he originally planned to temporarily stop after winning the Holy Angel's sword and observe for a while. But the problem was, the attributes of the Deep-Sea Lava Boots were also very attractive to him. If he could win this treasure, the attributes of the heroes under his command would at least be raised to another level. Thinking of this, the Holy Hall gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to participate in the bidding. Damn it, it's just money, right? I've got plenty of money. Once I win this treasure, I'll stop and leave the rest of the money for the final treasure. In the end, the Deep-Sea Lava Boots were directly acquired by the Holy Hall for 13 million. After winning 2 treasures in a row, the viewers in the live stream began to discuss among themselves. As expected of the president of the Holy Hall Guild, so domineering. Just at the start, he has already spent over 30 million. There's no helping it, the life of the rich is just that simple, boring, and tedious. But to be fair, the attributes of these 2 treasures are truly top-notch, absolutely first-rate. Yeah, I wonder how many similar treasures will appear in this auction. If it ends up being a damp squib, then it won't be interesting. Don't worry, at this scale of auction, there will definitely be some good stuff at the end. That's when these big shots will really go at it. I'm quite curious, if diamond-level treasures are just considered ordinary auction items, then the final treasure can't be a legendary-level treasure, right? What are you thinking? Are you still half asleep? I doubt the great god Lin Yuan has even gathered a complete set of legendary-level treasures. How could he possibly sell them? If the great god Lin Yuan brings out the shoulder guard of the War Arbiter as the final item, I bet all these big shots will be fighting over it. Of course, this is the only legendary-level treasure in the world. How could anyone not be tempted? Amidst the discussions of the live stream viewers, the third treasure was also placed on the auction stage. This time, the Holy Hall appeared much calmer. He sat in his seat with a composed expression, a gentle smile on his lips. After all, he had already spent 31 million to acquire 2 treasures and was quite satisfied,
no matter how good the attributes
of the next treasures were. They were no longer his concern, he just needed to watch others bid. Soon, Li Bingqiu unveiled the curtain over the treasure and said, the third treasure, Deep Sea Lava Chestplate, one of the Deep Sea Lava series set, starting bid of 650,000 gold coins, with each bid not exceeding 100,000 gold coins. For a moment, the smile on the Holy Hall's face froze.
Is this broken auction house playing me or what?
The Holy Hall had originally made up its mind not to buy the third auction item, no matter how good its attributes were.
But unexpectedly, the third
treasure turned out to be one of the components of the Deep Sea Lava set.
This is a complete trap.
If they don't win this bid, the Holy Hall would feel worse than if they had swallowed a fly. In the end, the Holy Hall still spent 25 million to win the Deep Sea Lava Chestplate.
In fact, the
value of this treasure was at most around 20 million. The reason the Holy Hall spent an extra 5 million was mainly because someone knew he was determined to acquire this treasure, so they deliberately raised the price a few rounds.
You have to understand that everyone in the auction hall is a competitor.
What they did was also a way to deplete their opponent's funds in advance.
Under such circumstances, the Holy Hall couldn't say anything,
and could only silently accept this loss. The auction had just begun, and he had already spent over 50 million.
He didn't know if the remaining 450 million would be enough to last until the end of the auction.
This large-scale auction was still ongoing.
One treasure after another was sent to the auction stage and ultimately taken away by the bidders below. They were even close to losing count of how many diamond-grade treasures had already been auctioned off. This was also the most shocking aspect for them. They had no idea where Lin Chen had gotten so many diamond-grade treasures. Up until now, there must have been nearly 100 diamond-grade treasures appearing at this auction, right? What a terrifying number. Even more frightening was that all these treasures had top-notch attributes. What does this represent?
It means that all the treasures appearing at the auction were carefully selected. And in Lin Chen's hands, there were definitely more than just these diamond-grade treasures.
Even if we calculate
based on an average price of 15 million for a diamond-grade treasure, 100 diamond-grade treasures would amount to a full 1.5
billion. This is simply too terrifying.
The auction hasn't even ended, and Lin Chen has already amassed a total of 1.5 billion gold
coins.
If he invests all this money into the construction of the Hope Guild, then the Hope Guild will undoubtedly grow into a colossal entity in the shortest time possible. Even though the Hope Guild isn't even considered a first-rate guild yet, the people present have already roughly predicted the future. As time goes by, the number of viewers in the livestream is also gradually increasing.
Half an hour after the auction started, the number of people in the livestream had already surpassed 100 million.
In the livestream, countless comments were flooding the screen. Brothers, I'm starting to feel numb. I even feel like diamond-grade treasures aren't a big deal anymore. Someone please wake me up.
Don't say that. Who wouldn't be confused watching this auction? I think it could be renamed the diamond-grade treasure wholesale market. This is too ridiculous. Where did all these diamond-grade treasures come from? There can't be a place to pick them up, right? I want to go pick up a few too. Someone wake him up
with some urine, and if you have diabetes, don't come. I'm afraid this kid will get a taste of sweetness. I know where to pick them up. Transfer me 50,000 gold coins, and I'll tell you the location right away. Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people.
Come on, even if you say you're
the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang, needing 50,000 gold coins to resurrect the terracotta army is more believable than this.
It's no wonder
these people felt so shocked. After all, before this, anyone who had 1 or 2 diamond-grade treasures was already considered a top lord in their hearts. However, Lin Chen was directly wholesaling at the auction. I have to say, sometimes the gap between people is even greater than that between a person and a dog. As for these diamond-level treasures, most of them were obtained by Lin Chen from the Dark Maze.
Unfortunately, after they killed the immortal magic worm and acquired the legendary level treasures, the entire maze collapsed as they left.
For Lin Chen, this was somewhat regrettable.
If the dark maze hadn't collapsed, they could have continued hunting bosses inside.
With Lin Chen's efficiency in hunting bosses, combined with Xian Xiaozhuang's luck, producing 20 to 30 diamond-level treasures in a day would have been no problem at all.
If you really calculate it, that would mean an income of 200 to 300 million every day.
Although it might not last long, it was a business with no risk and high returns. Even though the auction had been going on for a long time, the people inside the auction hall were still full of energy, as if they felt no boredom or fatigue at all. For them, all the treasures being auctioned could enhance their strength. In this situation, they naturally had to keep their eyes sharp and carefully select. Just then, Li Bingqiu suddenly smiled and said, I would like to thank everyone for their support in this auction. I can feel your enthusiasm. However, all good things must come to an end, and this auction is nearing its conclusion. Because there are only 3 final auction items left in the auction hall. After Li Bingqiu's words, everyone in the hall perked up.
The live stream also erupted in excitement. After waiting so long, it's finally here. So looking forward to it, finally able to see the final treasures. After building up the momentum for so long, I hope we won't be disappointed. You don't have to worry about that. When has Lin Yuan ever let us down? Relax, with such a grand event, how could the final treasures be anything less? The first treasure was soon brought to the auction stage. Under everyone's gaze, Li Bingqiu slowly unveiled the red cloth on the auction stage, revealing the true form of the treasure. No, it wasn't just one treasure, there were clearly 5 treasures displayed on the auction stage. For a moment, a look of astonishment flashed in everyone's eyes. What was going on? At this moment, Li Bingqiu smiled and introduced, next, we have the first. No, to be more precise, the first set of final treasures, the Heart of Darkness series set. This set includes a total of 5 treasures: the Heart of Darkness bracelet, the Heart of Darkness necklace, the Heart of Darkness boots, the Heart of Darkness robe, and the Heart of Darkness staff. Starting bid, 50 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 500,000 gold coins. After Li Bingqiu's words left her mouth, the auction hall erupted into chaos. Everyone looked incredulously at the 5 treasures on the auction stage. They clearly did not expect that a complete set of diamond-grade treasures would appear in this auction. It was simply too shocking. It should be noted that the deep-sea lava boots and deep-sea lava chestplate, nearly parts of the set, had already auctioned for 13 million and 25 million respectively. If it were a complete set of treasures, its value could easily double. At that moment, a man with a hooked nose stood up and asked, Miss Li Bingqiu, could you let us know what the set effect of the Heart of Darkness is? Of course, Li Bingqiu replied with a smile after he spoke. The Heart of Darkness set is most suitable for demon lords. Once a complete set of the Heart of Darkness is gathered, the demon units commanded by the hero will receive a 25% boost to all attributes, and after a battle ends, 20% of the demon units that fell in battle can be resurrected. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. For a demon lord, this set of treasures was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Not only did it provide a 25% boost to the demon units, but it could also resurrect fallen demon units after battle. However, a flash of uncontrollable excitement crossed the hook-nosed man's face. Because he was a demon lord. If Lin Chen were present, he would definitely remember him. Shu Mo's, the first demon lord of Huaxia in his previous life and the vice president of the Soul Hall Guild. It was precisely because he was a demon lord himself that he understood the value of this set of treasures even more. I bid 80 million for this set of treasures. Shu Mo's did not hesitate at all and directly announced his price. Instantly, the entire hall was in an uproar. Shu Mo's had directly raised the price by 30 million. However, before the crowd could be shocked for long, a somewhat frivolous voice rang out from the back row of the auction hall. Brother Mo's, a mere 80 million won't secure this set of treasures. I bid 100 million. The speaker was also a demon lord, though not as famous as Chu Mo's, but he was still a local overlord. In less than 10 seconds, the price of this set of treasures soared to 100 million. Damn it! Shu Mo's gritted his teeth and chose to raise the price again. If you want to play with me, then let's play big. I bid 150 million. 150 million for 5 treasures meant that the price per treasure was equivalent to 30 million. Even for diamond-grade treasures, this was already a very high price. Originally, Shu Mo's intended to use this price to scare off some competitors. However, at that moment, a cold laugh from the Saint Hall rang out. Brother Mo's, do you really think everyone is ignorant? You think you can secure this entire set of treasures for 150 million? I bid 170 million. Upon hearing this, Shu Mo's eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he spoke in a deep voice. Saint Hall, you are a human lord, not a demon lord. What use do you have for this strategic treasure? The Saint Hall replied indifferently, just because I can't use it doesn't mean my brothers can't. Even if I can't use it, can't I buy it back to collect my money? I can spend it however I want. What does it have to do with you? In fact, the reason Saint Hall raised the price was not without cause. His Holy God Guild had some conflicts with Chu Mo's Soul Hall. Moreover, when he previously bid for the deep-sea lava chestplate, it was also Chu Maja who caused trouble, making him spend several million more. Having finally found an opportunity, he naturally had to take revenge fiercely. Chu Maja took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Alright, you're ruthless. He then turned his head to Li Bingqiu and extended 2 fingers. I bid 200 million gold coins. Good, someone has already bid 200 million gold coins, Li Bingqiu said with a smile. Is there a higher bid than 200 million gold coins? 200 million and 500,000. 200 million and 10,000. 200 million and 1,200,000. Clearly, 200 million gold coins was not the upper limit for this set of treasures. However, once the price exceeded 200 million gold coins, the bidding speed began to slow down. But for this set of treasures, Shu Maja was clearly determined to win. No matter who chose to raise the bid, he would follow suit immediately. In
The end, this diamond-level treasure named Heart of Darkness was auctioned off to Chumaja for a total of 230 million. Although it cost a considerable amount for Chumaja, as long as he could enhance his strength, everything was worth it. After all, this was a complete set of diamond-level treasures. Just the bonus effect of the Heart of Darkness set was equivalent to an additional diamond-level treasure. What was even more shocking was that Lin Chen was willing to put such a high-level treasure up for auction. This made everyone present ponder, how many good things did Lin Chen still have? However, before they could think for too long, the second featured treasure was once again brought to the auction stage. The first set of treasures had whetted their appetites, making them aware of just how valuable the featured treasures were. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the set of treasures was only suitable for demon lords, the final transaction price would definitely not be just 230 million. Because of this, the lords present were even more eager for the next two featured treasures. At this moment, everyone was eagerly anticipating to know what the second featured treasure was. As Li Bingchu lifted the curtain, a ticket radiating golden light immediately appeared before them. What is this? An entry ticket? What a joke, this can't be the second featured treasure, right? Don't be anxious, once Miss Li Bingchu presents the introduction of this treasure, we will know. Can such a small entry ticket really compare to a complete set of diamond-level treasures? That seems unlikely. Sigh, I thought there would be another complete set of diamond-level treasures, what a disappointment. Listening to the voices of doubt around her, Li Bingchu said nothing more and directly displayed the attributes of the entry ticket in front of everyone. Hero Trial Ground Entry Ticket, Special Item Introduction. After using this item, one hero can be selected to enter the Hero Trial Ground. If the hero can pass the trials of the trial ground, their rank will be elevated accordingly. This item is limited to S level and below heroes. Upon seeing the introduction of this entry ticket, the lords in the audience instantly fell silent, to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Soon after, the sound of swallowing saliva began to rise and fall within the auction hall. They finally realized that Lin Chen's faction was able to possess an SS-level hero. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Chen must have used this item to allow his heroes to enter and pass the Hero Trial Grounds. What they didn't expect was that Lin Chen was willing to take out such an item. Whoever possessed this item would essentially have an SS-level hero. Could it be that all the heroes under Lin Chen had already reached SS level? Is that why he chose to auction this item? In fact, these people only guessed half right. Under Lin Chen, Ugsar and Kalin had indeed reached SS level heroes. However, Artoria was still at S level. But Lin Chen did not intend to use the hero trial method to elevate Artoria's rank. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to sell this entry ticket. This entry ticket to the Hero Trial Grounds was something Lin Chen obtained by completing hidden tasks over the past few days. In addition to the hidden task, the Rise of the Dragon Empire, Lin Chen had also completed 2 other hidden tasks. Moreover, for one of the hidden tasks, he had exceeded the requirements, which earned him this entry ticket to the Hero Trial Grounds as a reward. Even the final treasure, which was the grand prize, was also obtained by Lin Chen through completing hidden tasks. Only items and treasures of this level could drive the lord standing at the top of the pyramid into a frenzy. Soon, Li Bingchu gave the starting bid for this item. The entry ticket to the Hero Trial Grounds, starting price 50 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 500,000 gold coins. I bid 100 million. 100 million? I bid 150 million. 160 million. 180 million. Alright, stop dragging your feet with the bids. The Hall of Saints stood up directly, raised 3 fingers, and said calmly, I bid 300 million. No other reason, just because I think this item is worth that price. In an instant, the live broadcast room erupted. What? That's 300 million already? The Hall of Saints president is so powerful. This is outrageous. The big shot's 300 million sounds like I'm spending $300. Being rich is great. 300 million, surely no one will bid again, right? You think too much. This is an item that can elevate a hero's rank. 300 million. Definitely won't stop there. Sure enough, after the Hall of Saints made his bid, the auction hall fell into a momentary silence. A few seconds later, a light voice rang out. I bid 300 million and 50,000. This voice just happened to raise the bid by 50,000, surpassing the Hall of Saints. The Hall of Saints looked in the direction of the voice and saw the face of Chumos, his expression darkening as he said in a deep voice, You just spent 230 million. Are you sure you still have that much money? What does it matter to you? Chumos replied with a half smile, I can afford the bid, so I can naturally pay the money. No need for the Hall of Saints president to worry. Fine, then I hope you continue to follow through. Then, the Hall of Saints raised his hand to bid again, 350 million. Upon hearing this bid, the corners of Chumos' mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. He originally just wanted to annoy the Hall of Saints, but he didn't expect the Hall of Saints to be so crazy, directly raising it by 50 million. In fact, the funds the Hall of Saints could mobilize were just over 400 million. The reason he bid so aggressively was to intimidate others, making them feel that he was determined to acquire this item, thus giving up the competition. But the reality proved that the lords present were all big shots from various factions, and it was unlikely they would be intimidated by his momentum. Soon, someone raised their hand to bid 360 million. The one calling out the bids was a burly man, his brows carrying a hint of a murderous aura. He was the president of the War Soul Guild. Until now, this president had not participated in the auction, so he had not made much of an impression. But it seemed he had been lying in wait for this moment to strike. However, this was not the end. After he shouted out his bid, several other factions joined the competition. 365 million, 370 million, 376 million, 390 million. Hearing the prices soar around him, the Holy Hall couldn't help but feel bitter, internally lamenting. Originally, he thought that with 500 million gold coins prepared for this auction, he would surely have enough. Now it seemed that 500 million was hardly anything. The price of this auction item was already nearing 400 million. If anyone was to blame, it was Lin Chen for having so many good things in his hands, driving the lords present into a frenzy. Just from this auction, that guy had probably made 2 to 3 billion. The thought of that number made the Holy Hall envious to the point of his eyes turning red. As the president of the Holy God Guild, the funds he could mobilize were merely 500 million. At that moment, a thought suddenly surfaced in the depths of the Holy Hall's heart. If only he could pull Lin Chen into his guild, that would be great. But as soon as this thought arose, it was quickly dismissed. Since Lin Chen had already established the Hope Guild, it indicated his ambition. After all, how could such a dragon-like figure easily submit to others? However, since he couldn't win Lin Chen over, it might be better to foster a good relationship with the Hope Guild, even if it was just as allies. The Holy Hall soon made a decision in his heart. He did not yet know that this would become one of the most correct decisions of his life. 420 million gold coins once, 420 million gold coins twice, 420 million gold coins sold. Congratulations to Lord Warbone for successfully acquiring this auction item. This lord named Warbone was, of course, the president of the War Soul Guild. This entry ticket to the hero trial grounds ultimately fell into his hands. In fact, the Holy Hall could have continued to raise the bid, but he felt it was unnecessary. Spending over 400 million gold coins to advance a hero to SS rank was about as high as it could go. Continuing to bid would not be very cost-effective. It should be noted that most of the lords present were at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Those who had reached this position were certainly not without brains. They were all like old foxes, each one more shrewd than the last. Although they seemed so frantic when calling out bids, in reality, each of them had a scale in their hearts for the price of every treasure. Once it exceeded their expectations, they would absolutely not continue to raise the bid. Moreover, there were even some shrewder lords who, having not won many items, were quite active in calling out bids. However, once they reached a certain price point, they would immediately stop bidding. They did this not because they wanted to win any particular treasure, but to give their guild a sense of presence. After all, there were over 100 million viewers watching the live broadcast of this auction. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity to enhance their reputation. After all, calling out bids didn't require them to actually spend money, and it gave the impression that their guild was wealthy and powerful. Why not take advantage of that? And after the two main treasures were successively auctioned off at high prices, only the final main treasure remained. Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation for this last item. Even so, they raised a large amount of funds just to wait for this moment. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the auction stage. No one knew what this treasure, saved for the final auction, would actually be. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Bingqiu extended her hand and slowly unveiled the curtain before her. In the next moment, the true form of the treasure appeared before everyone. It was a translucent orb, emitting a faint glow. In the center of the orb, one could even vaguely see the shadow of a castle. What could this be? Looking at this treasure, a hint of confusion flashed in everyone's eyes. However, they could be certain that this treasure was undoubtedly of extraordinary value. Soon, Li Bingqiu quickly presented the attributes of this translucent light sphere to the crowd. Castle Heart, special item. Description: after use, it can establish a human territory on a vast open land. Clearly, this is the Castle Heart, which is of the same level as the Forest Heart. As long as one possesses this special item, they can successfully establish a second territory. This is an irresistible temptation for any lord. After Lin Chen successfully opened up his second territory, almost all lords were searching for ways to establish a second territory. However, no one had been able to find a way until now. No one could have imagined that Lin Chen not only opened up his second territory but also held a special item that could establish a second territory. This guy is truly terrifying. No one knew just how far ahead Lin Chen was compared to them. Whether it was the hundreds of diamond-level treasures or these two special items, used as the grand finale, in a certain sense, they all represented Lin Chen's strength. In the eyes of these lords, Lin Chen's power had reached an unfathomable level.
I believe everyone present should
understand the value of this treasure, Li Bingqiu said with a smile. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. This castle heart starts at a price of 1 gold coin, and each bid cannot exceed 1
gold coin. As soon as Li Bingqiu finished speaking, the audience in the live stream erupted. Did I hear that right? 1 gold coin? Wow, I feel like I can participate in the bidding too. This auctioneer
is bold, she really dares to set a price.
Miss Li Bingqiu, you don't want me to take this treasure with just 1 gold coin, do you?
Alright, don't push me to wake you up with a splash of water.
The final price of this castle heart will definitely not be less than 500 million. 500 million? Is it really that exaggerated? Is establishing a second territory that important? Bro, to be honest, 500 million is already a conservative estimate. You're right, do you know how important a second territory is? That's double the troops, double the development speed. Let me add, even if your territory is attacked, you still have a second territory to turn things around, otherwise, others could even block your door and wipe you out continuously. Wow, now that you mention
it, the role of a second territory does seem quite significant. Just as the live stream was buzzing with discussions, the auction officially began. The Holy Hall stood up, chuckling lightly, and said, "Everyone, I really fancy this treasure. How about you all give it to me with a heavy heart? I bid 2 gold coins." After the Holy Hall's words, the crowd burst into laughter. "Holy Hall, you shameless person, you're a human lord trying to compete with us for this treasure, and you only bid 2 gold coins? Exactly, who do you look down on? I bid 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins dare to make a fuss here? I bid 10 gold coins. The crowd erupted in chaos, and the scene became incredibly disorderly. However, before this farce could last much longer, a deep voice rang out in everyone's ears. Since everyone has already thrown out their bids, I won't hold back either. I offer 400 million gold coins. As this voice rang out, all the gazes in the room were drawn to this person. Before them stood a young man with black hair, looking quite youthful, lacking the weariness of middle age. However, it was worth mentioning that his gaze was incredibly deep, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. This black-haired youth was not to be underestimated. His name was Luo Tian, and although young, he was the founder of the guild known as Killing Intent Melody. The leaders of their guild primarily focused on training assassin-type units. They often took on tasks posted by others to hunt down other lords and earn bounties. Because of this, although Killing Intent Melody was not large and its members were few, the guild's funds were quite ample. No wonder Luo Tian could casually bid 400 million. However, 400 million was not enough to secure this item. 450 million. Shu Mo's raised his hand to signal, then turned to Luo Tian with a smile and said, "What a coincidence, I also want this part of the castle." Luo Tian appeared unfazed and calmly replied, "Then let's see who has more money." 460 million. Upon hearing this bid, the faces of the lords present turned somewhat grim. After all, having over 400 million in liquid funds was still a rarity. Some lords who had not prepared enough funds were already regretting it. In fact, many lords began scrambling to gather funds at the last minute. However, given the current rate of the bidding increase, they didn't have much time left. 470 million. 480 million. Listening to the bids around him, the Holy Hall couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He was genuinely curious where these people got so much money. To be honest, if he hadn't won the Holy Angel's Sword, Deep Sea Lava Boots, and Deep Sea Lava Chestplate, he might have had some competitive edge. However, even so, he might not compete. After all, he was a human lord. Therefore, the heart of the castle held little significance for him. In fact, it was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen chose to auction off the heart of the castle. If Lin Chen had obtained a special item like the Heart of the Undead, Heart of Elements, or Heart of Swamps, he would have long since chosen to establish a third territory. By then, it would mean 3 times the military strength and 3 times the development speed. Anyway, he had ample resources at his disposal, so he didn't need to worry about the third territory not developing. Just as the auction price continued to rise steadily, another voice rang out. "I'm a straightforward person, I do what my money allows. I bid 600 million. If anyone bids higher, I'll back out." After the sound rang out, everyone's gaze was drawn over. It was only then that they noticed the speaker was none other than the president of the War Soul Guild, Zhenggu. No one expected that after spending 420 million to buy the Heroic Trial Grounds entry ticket, Zhenggu could still come up with 600 million gold coins. How much money does this guy have? Just as everyone was still processing this, another voice rang out. "President Zhenggu indeed has guts, but this special item is also very important to me. Shen, I wonder if you could part with it?"
A chubby middle-aged man stood up, smiling as he spoke. I bid 700 million.
Although his tone was very calm, it sounded like
thunder to everyone's ears.
Even the live stream room instantly erupted. Who the hell is this big shot, directly raising the bid by 100
million? This is too extravagant. You don't know this fat guy?
He's the boss of the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce, Xian Pinyin.
Damn, he's Xian Pinyin? No wonder he's so rich.
Today's auction really shows me what a true battle of gods looks like. We've opened our eyes, the big shots are getting their desired treasures, and the divine of the abyss is making billions. We all have a bright future.
I'm dying of laughter. This is truly a three-way win.
Clearly, the chubby man bidding 700 million was not an unknown figure. Although he appeared harmless and friendly, he was actually a business tycoon who founded the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce.
But if you think he's just a pure businessman, you're gravely mistaken. His famous saying is that anyone who dares to disturb his business will pay with their life. This fat man understood long
ago that having money alone isn't enough, one must also have a strong fist to keep doing business. Therefore, Xian Pinyin himself is quite powerful.
Although he usually appears amiable and wealth-attracting, he hides a fierce and brutal soul within.
Because of this, he chose the orc race as his initial race. This is also why he so desperately desires the heart of the castle.
If he could establish a human territory, he would be able to recruit human troops.
Humans are a versatile race. Aside from not fitting well with the undead, they are incredibly compatible with
any other race.
After Qian Pinyin made his bid, Zhang Gu showed no anger, merely stating, I said 600 million is my limit.
So, I'm out.
You all can continue competing. One must say, Zhang Gu is a straightforward man. After the bid exceeded his psychological expectation, he decisively
chose to give up. But this didn't mean that other lords chose to give up. Soon, someone else chose to raise the bid again. 720 million, 730 million, 745 million, 760 million. Every time someone bid, Xian Pinyin would immediately raise his bid.
Moreover, his expression never changed. He always wore that smiling face.
It was as if this small amount of money didn't concern him at all.
Competing against such an opponent is the most terrifying because you never know how much money he really has. In the end, the auction price for the heart of the castle was set at 880 million. A very auspicious number.
880 million once, 880 million twice, 880 million sold.
Congratulations to the Lord for spending 880 million gold coins and successfully acquiring the last treasure of this auction, the heart of the castle.
Li Bingqiu dropped the auction hammer, finalizing the ownership of this special item.
Meanwhile, Xian Pingyin's face still wore that signature gentle smile, as if there were no changes in his emotions at all. Up until now, this auction had officially come to a close. The vast majority of the lords
present had gained something,
except for a few unfortunate souls.
The biggest problem for these unfortunate ones was their blind confidence.
They thought they had prepared enough funds to compete for the final grand treasure, only to be harshly beaten by reality. Even the Holy Hall felt incredibly fortunate, glad that they did not aim too high but instead secured the 3 treasures they needed first.
Otherwise, they might not even have been able to sip a drop of soup.
This opportunity also allowed many to witness the financial power of the top bosses from Huaxia. However, the biggest winner of this auction was undoubtedly Lin Chen. No one knew how much wealth Lin Chen had actually gained from this auction.
After the auction ended, everyone began to disperse.
Li Bingqiu, however, went directly to Lin Chen and started reporting the situation.
This time, the stalls outside
the auction venue collectively earned 320 million gold coins. Although most of those who purchased treasures at the stalls were ordinary lords, their numbers were still quite considerable.
Once the quantity reached a certain level, a qualitative change would naturally occur, creating a transaction amount of 320 million was thus reasonable.
Then, Li Bingqiu continued her report. Inside the auction venue, a total of 112 diamond-level treasures were
auctioned off.
The total income from this part was 1,850 million gold coins. Upon hearing this number, even Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly. It should be noted that when the game first launched, he had spent all his savings to recharge only 1 billion. Now, he had merely sold the treasures he had on hand and gained a total of 1,800 million.
The advantage he had built up in the early game finally paid off in this way. Finally, there are the 3 grand treasures.
Li Bingqiu continued. The Heart of Darkness set sold for 230 million gold coins. The entrance ticket to the Hero Trial Ground sold
for 420 million gold coins.
The Heart of the Castle sold for 820 million gold coins.
In total, that's 1,470 million gold coins.
The prices of these 3 grand treasures could be said to be progressively higher. Just the auction prices of these 3 treasures combined were already close to the total of the previous 100 plus diamond level treasures. If all three parts of the income were added together, Lin Chen had gained a total
of 3,640,000,000 gold coins from this auction. Even for Lin Chen, this was a number that made his heart tremble. To be honest, the income from this auction far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. It seems that there are still quite a few wealthy lords. The 1 billion he recharged at the start was merely enough to ensure he established an advantage in the early game. Once the game developed into a regular phase, 1 billion was hardly anything. To give a simple example, if a president of a large guild manages a guild of 10,000 people, then if each person pays 1,000 gold coins a day, that would be a total of 10 million guild funds. After 10 days, that would be a total of 100 million. In this situation, these people accumulate wealth at a speed that is hardly slower than Lin Chen's. The only difference is that Lin Chen has always relied solely on himself. He has walked this path alone to reach where he is now. Moreover, his greatest advantage is not the 10 billion gold coins he invested at the start, but the memories from his previous life. Those memories and experiences are his most valuable wealth. If he were just rich, Lin Chen would have taken many detours in the early stages of the game and would not have developed so smoothly. Likewise, he would not know the rules for refreshing hidden quests, thus using money to purchase a large number of quest refresh orders. He uses his past life experience to help himself expand his advantages, like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. The reason Lin Chen has come this far is that both his past life memories and the 10 billion he invested are indispensable. And now, he only has one thing to consider. That is, how to spend this 3,640,000,000 gold coins. No, that's not right. More accurately, it should be over 4 billion gold coins. Because Lin Chen still has over 500 million gold coins left unspent. Adding them up, it comes to over 4 billion. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen immediately raised his head, looked at Li Bingqiu, and said, I will give you 2 billion gold coins for the operation and construction of the guild. Now, without a doubt, is the time when the Hope Guild is most famous. I need you to develop the Hope Guild into a top-tier guild in Huaxia at any cost in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing this number, a flash of astonishment crossed Li Bingqiu's eyes. She clearly did not expect Lin Chen's generosity to be so great. He immediately allocated 2 billion to her for the construction of the guild. This is half of the total funds. Even Li Bingqiu had to admire Lin Chen for being decisively resolute on critical issues. This man before her always knows exactly what he wants, and she would definitely help him achieve his ambitions. Thinking of this, Li Bingqiu nodded and said firmly, I will make it happen. Then Lin Chen spoke again, there is also 1 billion gold coins. According to my previous instructions, go acquire blueprints for city defense buildings, get as many as you can, the higher the level the better, the rarer the better. Upon hearing this, the astonishment in Li Bingqiu's eyes deepened. She certainly understood the importance of this matter, otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have emphasized it so seriously. But Li Bingqiu clearly did not expect Lin Chen to value this matter to such an extent, even willing to spend a full 1 billion gold coins. What exactly does Lin Chen want to do? After the auction, the following days felt particularly calm. Lin Chen's predictions were not wrong. During this time, the Hope Guild was, indeed, at its peak of development. Every day, the number of applicants to join the guild had reached tens of thousands. Just reviewing, the qualifications of these people took up most of the day. This completely wore out Butler Li and Li Bingqiu. Moreover, the Hope Guild was only a level 1 guild, which could accommodate a maximum of 10,000 members. In fact, upgrading the guild was not a difficult task. However, before this, Li Bingqiu had never considered that the guild would fill up so quickly, so she had not initiated the upgrade. Upgrading the guild required a large amount of guild funds and resources. These were supposed to be donated by guild members or rewarded for completing guild tasks. If one wanted to progress gradually, it usually took about a week to raise the guild level by 1. Fortunately, Li Bingqiu had plenty of money. It should be noted that Lin Chen had allocated a full 2 billion gold coins to her, not for her to keep earning interest. Lacking guild funds? Just directly inject 100 million gold coins. Lacking guild resources? Donate 10 billion of each resource first and deal with it later. In this way, Li Bingqiu single-handedly took on the heavy responsibility of upgrading the guild. In just a week, she forcibly raised the Hope Guild's level to level 5. Now, the Hope Guild could accommodate a full 50,000 members. Li Bingqiu also set the entry requirement for joining the guild to be lords of level 4 and above. The fame of the Hope Guild was simply too great. If the standards were not appropriately raised, even the limit of 50,000 would not be enough. During this time, Li Bingqiu's deepest feeling was having money was truly enjoyable. Although money cannot buy happiness, the joy of having money is something you cannot experience otherwise. No matter what trouble arose, money could pave the way. Under such circumstances, the development of the Hope Guild was incredibly smooth. One could only say that heaven is indeed fair. When a person gains wealth, they also lose their worries. At the same time, during this period, the 21 guild alliances had already disbanded. On their own, they knew very well that the current Hope Guild, whether in fame or strength, had formed a crushing advantage over them. The Hope Guild had rapidly grown from a small guild with hardly any members into a colossal entity that made them feel intimidated. If they still foolishly thought of challenging the Hope Guild, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely overestimating their own abilities. Interestingly, after these guilds disbanded, more than half of them voluntarily merged into the Sky Pavilion Guild. It makes sense, since these people were willing to be Lin Tiang's blades, the latter must have promised them some benefits. Now that the plan had failed, Lin Tian naturally had to take responsibility. His way of taking responsibility seemed to be directly swallowing these medium-sized guilds to strengthen his own power. If it were before, Lin Tian would never have been so blunt and overt. He had always been the kind of snake that never revealed itself until the last moment. The reason Lin Tian could be so unreserved was likely because he was ready to completely tear off the mask with himself. Moreover, Lin Chen did not invite Lin Tian to this auction. With Lin Tian's sensitive and suspicious nature, he could not possibly be unaware of Lin Chen's hostility towards him. Because of this, he was determined to tear off the mask with Lin Chen. In Lin Tiang's eyes, there was no room for any enemy, even if that enemy was his own nephew. What intrigued Lin Chen was what means his uncle would use to deal with him this time. It should be noted that in his previous life, Lin Tian had always been lurking, disguising himself to the point of near perfection. It wasn't until the moment he was killed that Lin Chen learned the whole truth from the other party's mouth. And since Lin Tian had so decisively chosen to turn against him this time, it was likely that he had come up with even more insidious methods. Even Lin Chen had to be on guard. Within the territory, Lin Chen sat upright in the Lord's mansion, resting with his eyes closed. Kaylin stood beside him, holding a plate of fruit, slightly bending down to feed Lin Chen grapes. It must be said that this was the treatment a lord should have. However, as Kaylin bent down again, Lin Chen glanced at her and chuckled, saying, "Next time you feed me, remember not to wear this kind of dress." Kaylin looked puzzled and asked, "Why? Isn't it obvious?" Lin Chen said helplessly, "If you bend down any lower in that dress, I might just see your grapes." He originally thought Kaylin would feel shy because of this. Unexpectedly, Kaylin instead bit her lip lightly, gazing at Lin Chen with sultry eyes, her voice soft as if boneless. "Then, my lord, would you like to taste Kaylin's little grapes?" "Lin Chen? This isn't the bus to kindergarten, I want to get off." To be honest, after hearing this, Lin Chen felt as if his bones were turning to mush. It seemed he had seriously underestimated the boundaries of this dark elf queen. Lin Chen finally understood what true allure meant. It appeared that a hero's loyalty might not always be a good thing. Perhaps, in Kaylin's eyes, seducing her lord was a different kind of pleasure. Just as Lin Chen was unsure how to respond, a communication sound suddenly rang in his ear. Beep beep beep. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen picked up the communication. Soon, Li Bingchu's voice came through. "Boss, are you free? Just get to the point. I've bought all the defensive building blueprints available on the market, spending a total of 930 million, which includes 27 hidden blueprints and 1,255 high-level blueprints." As she spoke, Li Bingchu felt her heart bleeding. She had invested nearly $1 billion into these blueprints. Almost all the defensive building blueprints on the market had been swept clean by her alone. "Well done." A hint of satisfaction appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He then calmly said, "If you want to know why I'm making such a big purchase of these blueprints, I can tell you the answer now." After hearing this, Li Bingchu was momentarily taken aback, but once she regained her composure, she smiled and said, "Of course I want to know. After all, everyone has a sense of curiosity, and Li Bingchu was no exception." However, there was already a tacit understanding between her and Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen didn't take the initiative to speak, she wouldn't press for answers. Then, Lin Chen spoke. A month from now, countless spatial rifts will appear on the Eternal Continent. These spatial rifts are connected to the Abyss. Upon hearing this, a flash of astonishment crossed Li Bingchu's eyes. The chapter of the Abyss invasion is about to begin so soon? Having spent so much time with Lin Chen, she was naturally aware of this matter. "No, not yet," Lin Chen explained. "To be more precise, it's the prelude to the Abyss invasion, the abyssal monsters attacking cities." Abyssal monsters attacking cities? Yes, you can think of it as a special event, allowing the lords in the game to prepare for the Abyss invasion in advance. Lin Chen continued, "There will be a total of 100 waves of abyssal monster invasions. Each wave of abyssal monsters will be stronger and more numerous than the previous one. The more waves you survive, the greater the rewards you will receive." What Lin Chen said was, of course, true. However, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned. In his past life, no
Lord in the world had managed to survive all 100 waves. If he remembered correctly, the best record in his past life only reached the 86th wave before running out of resources.
The reason
Lin Chen was aggressively acquiring blueprints for defensive buildings was that he wanted to survive all 100 waves of abyssal monster attacks in this life.
After hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Bingqiu finally reacted. So, you want me to acquire the defensive blueprints to prepare in advance?
That's right. Lin Chen nodded and calmly said, and it's not just me who needs to prepare, you all need to
be ready as well.
This special event, while incredibly difficult, offers substantial rewards.
Taking this opportunity, we can widen the gap between us and other lords. Upon hearing this, a hint of
excitement flashed across Li Bingqiu's face. I see, I understand.
I'll arrange it right away.
Go ahead, Lin Chen said, and be careful not to let the news leak out.
Li Bingqiu's excited expression
slightly stiffened, and she said helplessly, even if the news hasn't leaked yet, quite a few people are already following us to acquire defensive blueprints. It's mainly because our acquisition actions have been too conspicuous, drawing the attention of these people. Even the prices of defensive blueprints in the market have been forcibly raised by 30 to 40%.
However, Lin Chen appeared unconcerned and said lightly, it's fine, there are always smart people in this world,
and the biggest characteristic of these people is their keen sense of smell.
However, there are also a group of people who are just following the trend. Even if they buy the defensive blueprints, they may not choose to build.
They might hold on to them for a few days, see the price rise, and then decide to
sell them at the auction house. That's also a possibility.
Li Bingqiu chuckled and said, you really understand people's psychology too well.
There's no helping it, that's human nature. Lin Chen
smiled and said lightly, as long as the information about the abyssal monster invasion doesn't leak out, they won't be able to know our true purpose of acquiring defensive blueprints until the very last
moment.
So, try to be as discreet as possible, and don't let them notice too early.
I shouldn't have to teach you this, right? I understand. Li Bingqiu nodded solemnly, indicating that she was aware of the seriousness of the matter. If there's nothing else, I'll get busy then. Wait, there's one more thing.
Just as Li Bingqiu was about to hang up the communication, Lin Chen called out to her, I have a list here, the materials on it might need your help to collect.
Okay, no problem.
After Li Bingqiu agreed, Lin Chen directly sent her the materials list. Upon seeing the list, Li Bingqiu couldn't
help but be slightly taken aback. What are all these?
Flamingo feathers, the eyes of a three-legged golden toad, teeth of an ice wraith, antennae of a red ant queen, ash vines, fiery tray and wood chips. Besides that, there were many materials that Li Bingqiu had never even heard of. A total of 4 or 5 pages, it looked just like an encyclopedia. Li Bingqiu felt a shiver run down her spine.
She couldn't help but ask, what do you need all these strange materials for? Are they useful? Lin Chen chuckled and replied, if they weren't useful, would I ask you to collect them? Seeing that Lin Chen seemed unwilling to elaborate, Li Bingqiu decided not to press further. However, she still said, I'll try my best to help you collect them, but some of these materials are too rare, and the prices won't be low. If we want to collect all these rare materials on the list, it might take at least 4 to 500 million gold coins. Moreover, some might not even be collectible. Do I need to divert funds from the guild for this? Previously, Lin Chen had given her 30 billion, of which 20 billion was for guild funds and 10 billion for acquiring city defense blueprints. Now, the 10 billion for the blueprints had almost been used up. If she wanted to help Lin Chen collect these materials, she would have to use the guild funds. However, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately said, no need, guild funds are for the development of the guild. I'll transfer the money for collecting materials separately. I still have 1 billion here, that should be more than enough to collect the materials on the list. As for the materials that can't be collected, there's no need to force it, just gather what you can. Alright, no problem. When do you need these materials? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, preferably within 10 days. Got it, I'll get on it right away. After understanding Lin Chen's request, Li Bingqiu hung up the communication and got back to work. Lin Chen slowly walked up to the city wall, gazing far into the distance. Before the abyssal monsters attacked the city, he had to be fully prepared. And his preparations were not just as simple as city defense buildings. Not long after, Li Bingqiu delivered all the acquired blueprints to Lin Chen. Once the blueprints were in place, Lin Chen naturally had to start working on the city defense construction. However, before beginning the construction, he had to carefully select the blueprints. After all, the number of defensive buildings that could be constructed in a territory was limited. Therefore, to ensure the quality of the defensive buildings, it was essential to choose the right architectural blueprints. Soon, Lin Chen selected the first suitable architectural blueprint. Hidden architectural blueprint, Holy Light Arrow Tower. Using this blueprint, he could successfully construct the hidden building, Holy Light Arrow Tower. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, this hidden blueprint was quite expensive, costing Li Bingqiu 70 million gold coins to acquire.
In a situation where the prices of city defense blueprints were generally low, 70 million gold coins was already considered an astronomical price. However, the reason Lin Chen prioritized building the Holy Light Arrow Tower was not solely because of the high cost of this blueprint. It was due to the special effect of the Holy Light Arrow Tower. The special effect of this defensive building was that when it attacked undead creatures and abyssal monsters, it would gain a 200% bonus to damage. It should be noted that the base attack of the Holy Light Arrow Tower was already quite high. If the additional damage bonus was factored in, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all abyssal monsters. Constructing the Holy Light Arrow Tower required 10 million food, 10 million wood, 10 million stone, and 5 million silver coins. This amount of resources was nothing to Lin Chen. He waved his hand and chose to start the construction without hesitation. 5 minutes later, the Holy Light Arrow Tower was completed. It should be noted that the biggest feature of defensive buildings is their short construction time, but they consume a large amount of resources. Fortunately, Lin Chen was not lacking in resources at all. If he really ran out of resources, he could always buy them with money. As the game progressed, the resources in the hands of the lords gradually became more abundant. The prices of resources were also becoming cheaper. Now, the exchange rate for basic resources like food, wood, stone, and iron ore to gold coins had reached 100 to 1. This meant that 10,000 gold coins could easily be exchanged for 1 million resources. 100 million resources would only cost 1 million gold coins. For someone like Lin Chen, who had a dedicated resource merchant responsible for supply, the prices would be even lower. Therefore, Lin Chen was not worried about resource consumption at all. Looking at the tall arrow tower standing within the territory, radiating a bright aura, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This meant that he had taken the first step on his path to city defense construction. However, the newly established Holy Light Arrow Tower was only level 1 and its attack power was not very high. It should be noted that Lin Chen's current Lord's Mansion was level 7, so the level of the defensive buildings could also be upgraded to level 7. Thus, without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly upgraded it. Upgrading the Holy Light Arrow Tower from level 1 to level 2 required 20 million food, 20 million wood, 20 million stone, and 10 million silver coins. Following this development ratio, the resources required for each level upgrade would double. To upgrade from level 6 to level 7, it would require 640 million food, 640 million wood, 640 million stone, and 320 million silver coins. If converted to gold coins, that would be over 30 million gold coins. Just upgrading a defensive building required such a terrifying amount of resources. No wonder not many lords were willing to upgrade their defensive buildings. The expenses were simply too high. Moreover, if no one attacks the territory, then the city defense buildings serve no purpose at all and are merely decorations. Lin Chen now truly realized what it meant to spend money like water. He originally thought that gathering 3.6 billion through an auction was a lot, but now it seemed that it might not be enough. Regardless, he definitely needed to upgrade the city defense buildings. If money was really tight, he could always clear out another batch of treasures. Lin Chen spent an entire day and finally upgraded the Holy Light Arrow Tower to level 7. After reaching level 7, the appearance of the Holy Light Arrow Tower underwent a tremendous transformation. The tower was covered in crimson gold patterns, exuding a sacred aura of light. On top of the arrow tower, 10 archers clad in mithril armor held longbows radiating light, their eyes sharp as eagle eyes, constantly surveying the surroundings for any signs of enemies. Lin Chen even used the Skeleton King for an experiment, ordering the Holy Light Arrow Tower to attack it. What Lin Chen did not expect was that the Skeleton King, a level 7 unit, could not withstand even a single attack from the Holy Light Arrow Tower. An arrow radiating a light aura instantly pierced through the Skeleton King's skull. The next moment, a sacred flame ignited out of nowhere on the Skeleton King's body, directly turning it to ashes. Watching this scene unfold, a look of shock flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Even though the Holy Light Arrow Tower had extra damage against undead creatures and abyssal monsters, this damage was still outrageous. Wasn't it? A level 7 unit was instantly killed by a single arrow? Indeed, expensive things have their reasons for being expensive. Although building the Holy Light Arrow Tower cost him a lot of resources, Lin Chen felt that it was worth every bit. Before long, he would be able to transform his territory into a fortress as solid as a copper wall and iron bastion. Days passed one after another. During this time, Lin Chen completely focused on the construction of his territory. In just 7 days, he built 4 level 7 city defense buildings within his territory. At this rate, in just over a week, Lin Chen would be able to establish all 10 city defense buildings and upgrade them to level 7. As for others, even if they had Lin Chen's financial resources, they could never achieve the same efficiency as him. After all, Lin Chen possessed the Time Divine Steel, which could shorten the construction and upgrade time of all buildings by half.
At the very least, Lin Chen would be able to upgrade the city defense buildings to their peak before the abyssal monsters launched their attack. Once the city defense buildings were completed, Lin Chen naturally prepared to start on another equally important task. Without any hesitation, he directly called Li Bingqiu and straightforwardly asked, "How's the collection of those rare materials on the list going?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, Li Bingqiu immediately replied, "The progress is going quite smoothly. I've collected nearly 70%, spending about 400 million gold coins in total." "Good, not bad," Lin Chen said. "Then send those materials to me now." Upon hearing this, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but respond in surprise. "You need them right now?" "Yes, I can use them shortly." Lin Chen nodded, smiling as he said, "If you're interested, you can come along with me." 2 hours later, Li Bingqiu arrived at Lin Chen's territory with the materials listed on her checklist. Upon entering Lin Chen's territory, she was immediately stunned by the sight before her, her eyes widening in disbelief. What greeted her was 4 towering structures: a sacred light arrow tower, a sacred blessing tower, a hellfire magic tower, and an extreme frost magic tower. These 4 towers were not only all hidden buildings but had also been upgraded to level 7 by Lin Chen. Just standing within the territory, they exuded a formidable presence, like lurking ferocious beasts. Looking at the scene before her, Li Bingqiu could hardly imagine what it would be like when these 4 defensive structures began to operate. Over the past few days, although she had followed Lin Chen's arrangements and started to set up defensive buildings, compared to Lin Chen's territory, it was like heaven and earth. "How is it? Impressive, right?" Lin Chen said calmly, introducing, "But this is only halfway done. When it's completely finished, it will be even more magnificent than what you see now." Li Bingqiu nodded in agreement and said, "I believe you." Then, she took out all the rare materials from her backpack and placed them in front of Lin Chen. "These are the materials I've collected, you can count them yourself." "No need to count. If anything is missing, it won't be possible to gather it." In a short time, Lin Chen replied, "Alright, follow me, we still have a long way to go. If we move quickly, we should reach our destination before dark today." "Okay." Li Bingqiu didn't ask much and obediently followed behind Lin Chen. The two first arrived at the nearest main city and used the teleportation array to reach the far-off Sun and Moon City. Soon after, in the evening, Lin Chen finally brought Li Bingqiu to a forest. This place was somewhat familiar to Li Bingqiu. The forest was called Sun and Moon Forest, and deep within it lay a Sun and Moon Lake. However, aside from its beautiful scenery, it seemed to have no other distinguishing features. Most of the monsters inside were of the 3rd or 4th tier. One could say that, apart from some novice lords, hardly anyone would come here. But the question was, what was Lin Chen doing in a place like this? Before Li Bingqiu could react, Lin Chen had already entered the Sun and Moon Forest ahead of her. In this situation, Li Bingqiu had no choice but to follow in his footsteps. The low-tier monsters in the Sun and Moon Forest could not possibly hinder the advance of Lin Chen's army. Lin Chen didn't take long to lead his troops straight to the location of Sun and Moon Lake. However, as Li Bingqiu looked around, aside from the shimmering lake, there was clearly nothing else here. Could it be that Lin Chen just came here to enjoy the scenery? That seemed unlikely. Just then, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. "Is the time not yet? Then we'll wait a bit." After saying this, Lin Chen leaned against the trunk of a large tree, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Li Bingqiu couldn't help but curiously ask, "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yes, to be precise, I'm waiting for an NPC known as the Mysterious Merchant," Lin Chen replied calmly. "This mysterious merchant appears in a different location every month and only stays for 1 day. If I remember correctly, today should be the day he appears here." Mysterious merchant? Li Bingqiu seemed to realize something. Could it be that Lin Chen prepared so many special materials just to trade with this mysterious merchant? Time passed by, second by second. The gentle breeze by the Sun and Moon Lake made the two feel quite comfortable, and the occasional chirping of insects could be heard in the background. If one didn't consider anything else, coming here for a vacation was indeed a good choice. Just as Li Bingqiu was about to doze off, a shadow suddenly appeared before them, floating over like a ghost. Looking at the scene before her, Li Bingqiu instantly felt a chill run down her spine, and she became fully alert. Lin Chen, on the other hand, appeared calm and walked straight over. The mysterious merchant before them was dressed in a black robe, with his face hidden beneath it, revealing only a dark silhouette. The so-called mysterious merchant was a name given by the players. This black-robed merchant was indeed too mysterious, not only in origin and whereabouts but even his appearance was a puzzle. However, Lin Chen didn't care about these things, he just wanted to trade and obtain what he desired from this mysterious merchant. "Young man, do you wish to trade with me?" The merchant's hoarse voice came from beneath the black robe. "As long as you can find what I want, I have everything here." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Since we are trading, you should at least show me what you have." "All right." The mysterious merchant nodded, then lifted his black robe, extending a pale hand inside and began pulling out item after item. It seemed
that within his black robe was a separate space, and in less than a minute he had already taken out dozens of items. Li Bingqiu curiously stepped forward, casually picking up one of the items to examine. The next second, she found herself frozen in place. Because what she held was a forbidden spell-level scroll named Apocalyptic Storm. She was well aware of the value of a forbidden spell-level scroll. To know, even an 8th-tier magic scroll would cost at least several million gold coins. As for a 9th-tier forbidden spell-level scroll, the price could reach tens of millions of gold coins. Yet, this forbidden spell-level magic scroll was tossed out by the mysterious merchant as if it were worthless. After calming her emotions, Li Bingqiu picked up a parchment scroll from the ground, thinking to herself that it couldn't possibly be another forbidden spell-level scroll, could it? However, upon seeing the description of this parchment scroll, she was once again stunned. She guessed correctly. What she picked up was indeed not a forbidden spell-level scroll, but a summoning scroll, 9th-tier behemoth summoning scroll. After use, it could summon 500 units of 9th-tier troops. The behemoth. Li Bingqiu turned to look at the mysterious merchant, who was still pulling out items, and a look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Just how many good things did this mysterious merchant have? Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the shocked Li Bingqiu, unable to help but smile. What's wrong? Are you dazzled? Immediately after, the mysterious merchant's gaze also fell on the sheepskin scroll in Li Bingqiu's hand, and he spoke. Everything here is for trade only, not for sale. This scroll can be exchanged for 10 three-legged golden toad eyeballs, 20 pieces of red flamestone, and 1 heart of a tidal merman. This was the rule of the mysterious merchant. All the goods here could only be exchanged for other items. If you couldn't provide what he wanted, then there was no way. Even if you offered a higher price, he still wouldn't sell. It's a deal. Lin Chen, without any hesitation, directly took out the materials the mysterious merchant required from his backpack and handed them over. After receiving the materials, the mysterious merchant withdrew his gaze. Beside him, Li Bingqiu said in a daze, "You had me collect these rare materials just for this?" Lin Chen smiled. "What's wrong? Only just realizing it now? With all that shock, you might as well take the time to pick some treasures. Many of the good things here are not available elsewhere. Also, make sure you have the rare materials he needs before trading with him. If you try to forcefully seize them, the consequences could be severe. Don't say I didn't warn you." Lin Chen's words were not just empty warnings. In his previous life, there was a lord who, tempted by wealth, attempted to forcibly seize treasures from the mysterious merchant without having enough rare materials. As a result, the next day, that lord and his entire army completely vanished from this eternal continent. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Bingqiu began to calculate in her mind. If she remembered correctly, 1 three-legged golden toad eyeball was worth 300,000 gold coins, so 10 would be 3 million gold coins. 20 pieces of red flamestone were only 2 million gold coins. The only expensive item was the heart of a tidal merman, which cost 5 million gold coins. But even so, the total was only 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins could be exchanged for 500 units of 9th-tier troops? There probably wasn't a deal that good in the world. At this moment, Li Bingqiu's shopping desire as a woman was completely ignited. When she looked at the treasures on the ground, her eyes even sparkled with excitement. 9th tier. Forbidden spell scroll? Buy. 9th tier troop summoning scroll? Buy. Diamond level treasures? Buy. Even if she couldn't use them, selling them for a high price later would be good. A diamond level treasure could sell for hundreds of thousands to millions outside, right? However, here with the mysterious merchant, she could exchange them for special materials worth 1 or 2 million gold coins. The difficulty she had in collecting these rare materials before made the exchange for these treasures all the more exhilarating. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen and Li Bingqiu exchanged all the rare materials in their backpacks. Correspondingly, they also received quite a few treasures from the mysterious merchant. That's about enough, right? Li Bingqiu turned her head and said, "My backpack is already empty." "Yeah, it's time to go," Lin Chen replied, "but before we leave, I have one more treasure to exchange." Then, before Li Bingqiu could react, Lin Chen directly turned to the mysterious merchant and said, "I heard you have a treasure called Golden Battlefield. I wonder if you would be willing to trade it." The mysterious merchant glanced at Lin Chen and said, "It seems your information is quite good. I do have such a treasure, but the exchange conditions are extremely harsh. Are you sure you want to trade?" Lin Chen nodded with absolute certainty and said, "I want to exchange." "All right." The mysterious merchant directly took out a golden chessboard that shone with golden light from his black robe and said, "To exchange for the Golden Battlefield, you need 100 hearts of powerful magical beasts. If you have them, we can trade right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. His memories from his previous life were indeed correct. The condition to exchange for the special treasure Golden Battlefield was 100 diamond-level boss hearts. For an ordinary lord, this was undoubtedly an extremely harsh condition. But for Lin Chen, it was nothing at all. The diamond-level bosses that had fallen to his hands were already more than 100. After the mysterious merchant made his request, he hesitated not a moment and directly took out 100 diamond-level boss hearts from his backpack. Seeing the mountain of hearts before him, the mysterious merchant's tone carried a hint of surprise. "I never expected you could collect so many powerful magical beast hearts. It seems you are also a strong lord. Since that's the case, I will trade you this golden battlefield. I hope it can fulfill its purpose in your hands." Then, the mysterious merchant spoke again. "This transaction ends here. I look forward to seeing you next time." After saying this, the mysterious merchant turned and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing into the darkness. After the mysterious merchant left, Li Bingqiu immediately approached, looking at the golden chessboard in Lin Chen's hand, and asked, "What attributes does this special treasure have?" "It requires 100 diamond-level boss hearts to exchange. You'll know when you see for yourself." Lin Chen said little and directly displayed the attributes of the golden battlefield before Li Bingqiu. Golden battlefield, special treasure. Description: this treasure can only be used within your own territory. After use, it will open up a golden battlefield. All friendly troops within the golden battlefield will receive a 15% boost to all attributes, a 20% increase in attack power, a 20% increase in defense, and a 50% morale boost. All men who go to battle alone have a heart of gold. Upon seeing the attributes of this special treasure, a look of shock appeared in Li Bingqiu's eyes. "This attribute is too strong." Li Bingqiu couldn't help but swallow hard and said, "As long as it's within your own territory, you can get such a high attribute boost. This is simply a defensive artifact." She finally understood why Lin Chen had gone to such lengths to find this mysterious merchant. It was all for this special treasure called Heart of Gold. "Alright, since the treasure is in hand, we should be on our way." Lin Chen raised the golden chessboard in his hand and spoke. Li Bingqiu, however, seemed a bit reluctant. "Will we have another chance to meet this mysterious merchant next time?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "That depends on fate. In his previous life, even if some lords encountered the mysterious merchant, they wouldn't disclose the time and place. So, Lin Chen only knew that the mysterious merchant would appear at the Sun and Moon Lake during this time period. As for whether they could meet again in the future, that would depend on luck." Then, Lin Chen spoke again. "For the next half-month, let the people in the guild focus on developing the city defense buildings. Trust me, the rewards for defending against the abyssal monsters will definitely not disappoint you." Li Bingqiu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, "Okay." Soon, Lin Chen and Li Bingqiu chose to return the way they came, back to their respective territories. This time, he had gained quite a lot from the mysterious merchant. Level 9 unit summoning scrolls, forbidden spell level magic scrolls, diamond level treasures, hidden blueprints, special treasures. Of course, the most important one was the special treasure named Golden Battlefield. With this treasure, Lin Chen would have more confidence when facing the abyssal monster's siege. There were still 10 days until the abyssal monster's siege. Lin Chen finally upgraded all 10 city defense buildings to level 7. Moreover, during this process, his own territory also upgraded to level 8. This meant that Lin Chen could recruit level 8 units. The human race's level 8 unit was the Holy Guard, with attributes that were very balanced. Both its attack and defense were among the best of level 8 units, with almost no weaknesses. More importantly, the Holy Guard's attacks could also deal extra damage to undead creatures and abyssal monsters. For Lin Chen, this was naturally a good thing. Furthermore, Lin Chen tested the strength of the Holy Guard. In a situation where neither side had any bonuses, a single Holy Guard could easily take on 10 Skeleton Kings. Although there were some elements of unit counters involved, this was enough to prove how powerful the Holy Guard was. The Elven race's level 8 unit was the Holy Unicorn. From the unit description, the Holy Unicorn was a very rare species, loving peace, noble, and elegant. As for its means of attack, it released light magic against enemy targets. From this characteristic, the Holy Unicorn seemed more akin to a mage-type unit. Regardless, having an additional unit was ultimately a good thing. Even if it were a level 1 unit, Lin Chen would not hesitate to recruit it, let alone the powerful level 8 Holy Unicorn. Having built his territory to this extent was about his limit. If he wanted to upgrade all these city defense buildings to level 8, it would require massive resources and a lot of time. Resources were not a problem for Lin Chen, but the key issue was that time was running short. There were only 10 days left until the abyssal monster's siege. In fact, strange occurrences had already begun to appear all over the Eternal Continent. For example, sudden spatial rifts, abyssal monsters crawling out from the rifts, and rumors in taverns about the abyss invading again. Of course, the vast majority of lords had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Only a small number of lords had keenly sensed something and began to focus on building city defenses. Unfortunately, they realized it too late, and unlike Lin Chen, who possessed the treasure known as the Time God Steel, even if they had reacted in time, there was no way to perfect the city defenses. Yet even so, they had already surpassed nearly 90% of the lords. Lin Chen stood within his territory, looking at the city defenses that were as solid as copper walls and iron bastions, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Now, everything was ready, only waiting for the east wind. Next, all he had to do was patiently wait for the abyssal monsters to officially begin their siege. This time, he would endure a full 100 waves of attacks, creating a miracle that no one in his past life could achieve. Time passed day by day. More and more lords began to sense something unusual. Even the world chat channel was filled with anxious emotions.
Have you noticed that there are a lot more abyssal monsters in the wild lately? Yeah, I've never seen this type of monster before. Could something be happening? I heard from the tavern owner that this might be a precursor to an abyssal invasion. I heard the same when I was turning in a quest. If the abyssal world really invades the eternal continent, can we even survive? Why worry about that? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. If it's really the end of the world, we might as well all go down together. Alright, stop being so pessimistic. Instead of worrying, why not reinforce the city defenses early? Haven't you noticed that the prices of city defense blueprints have already gone up? Damn, you're right. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Thanks for the reminder. I'm going to buy a few more right now. Let's hurry up and build the defenses.
Lin Chen glanced at the time. At this moment, there were only 3 days left until the abyssal monsters attacked. The day of the abyssal monsters siege arrived.
A storm was brewing. Boss, it should be today, right? Chen Bei's voice rang out in the team communication. Damn, this is the first time my territory is being attacked, and it's by abyssal monsters. I'm a bit nervous just thinking about it. What's there to be nervous about?
I'm not nervous at all, Lin Mengmeng said disdainfully.
A real man shouldn't be fazed by this little scene. Chen Bei immediately retorted, if you're not nervous, how about we see who can withstand more waves?
If you can last longer than me, I'll call you grandma.
Let's not go that far. I don't have a cheap grandson like you.
Listening to the two bicker, Li Bingchu spoke up helplessly. Alright, what time is
it? Can you both calm down?
The boss has already revealed the time of the abyssal monster siege to us, and to prevent the news from leaking, he didn't even tell Chen Xiaozhuang and the others.
You two should be prepared, right?
Chen Bei said confidently, you can rest assured, I've turned my territory into a copper wall and iron bastion.
Anyone who dares to attack my territory will definitely make those abyssal monsters regret it.
Lin Chen smiled and said, alright, don't speak too confidently. This time, the abyssal monster siege may not be as simple as you think. Every 10 waves of attacks, the strength of the abyssal monsters will increase a level. Especially after the 50th wave, the difficulty will increase significantly. Once they realize they can't win, they will immediately cease their activities. Otherwise, if the territory is destroyed, it will waste a resurrection chance. After everyone in the world was teleported to the eternal continent, this was no longer a game.
Once the number of deaths or territory destructions exceeded 3, it meant true death, and one could never come back to life.
Therefore, any rational lord would never allow their territory to easily fall into the crisis of destruction.
Seeing Lin Chen so serious, Chen Bei and Lin Mengmeng couldn't help but nod, remembering what he said. Just as Lin Chen wanted to continue giving some advice, the world announcement rang in their ears. Attention all lords, special event, Abyssal Monsters Siege will officially begin. In 6 hours. Please return to your territory in time to resist the attack of the Abyssal Monsters. The attack of the Abyssal Monsters is divided into 100 rounds. For each successful defense, the final reward will be correspondingly enhanced. Completely defending against the Abyssal Monsters Siege will grant the final reward. During the special event, you can choose to give up at any time. Once you give up, the event cannot be restarted and your results will be fixed. Please consider carefully. Good luck to all lords. This world announcement appeared before all lords in the world. In an instant, the world chat channel exploded. What the hell is going on? Abyssal monsters attacking the city? Special event? There was no prior notice at all. Yeah, this is way too sudden. I wasn't prepared at all. Haha, luckily I'm clever. I repaired the walls and arrow towers in advance. Bring it on. Abyssal brats. Who has extra troops? Support me a bit. Just garrison in my territory. There will definitely be a generous reward. Afterwards. Damn it, who's the idiot? Can't you see this is a special event that everyone can participate in? Who has extra troops? To garrison for you, go dream on. Woo woo woo. I beg all the kind brothers to help my sister garrison a bit. Afterwards you can do whatever you want. My goodness, girl, you're quite the flirt. Are you sure this is a girl? She might pull out something bigger than yours. What? Bigger than mine? Now I'm even more excited. What kind of wolfish words are these? Goodness. There are actually male comrades around me. Looking at this group of clowns in the world chat channel, Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. No matter when, even at the end of the world, these people are still the same kind of fools. Then, Lin Chen kindly reminded, it's definitely too late to build city defenses now.
However, if conditions allow, you can prepare a few high-level magic scrolls. They might have miraculous effects at critical moments.
Damn, why didn't I think of that? Thanks to the great god Lin Yuan for the guidance. I'm going to buy some now. Damn it, you guys move a bit slower, at least leave me a few. The great god Lin Yuan is a good person, he really shares his experience. This is what we call vision. Much better than those who hide everything. Great god Lin Yuan, don't just think of us, remember to keep some for yourself too.
I have an 8th level magic scroll here. If the great god
doesn't mind, I can sell it to you at a low price.
Lin Chen smiled and said, I don't need it, you guys keep it for yourselves. The few lords speaking probably had no idea that Lin Chen's backpack was filled with a large number of forbidden spell scrolls.
6 hours passed quickly.
The vast majority of lords returned to their territories, standing ready.
Of course, some lords chose to give up directly.
Because this special event came too suddenly, they were
completely unprepared.
Lin Chen stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, a pitch-black spatial rift had quietly torn open.
Immediately after, 102nd stage
Abyssal Imps and 103rd stage Abyssal Hellhounds surged out from the rift, directly launching an attack on Lin Chen's territory. Clearly, this was the first wave of the Abyssal Monster Siege. However, the difficulty of the Abyssal Monster Siege increases step by step.
In the first few waves of attacks, even ordinary lords could easily withstand them, let alone Lin Chen.
Lin Chen directly ordered his fire mages to stand on the city wall, and as the abyssal monsters approached, they began to bombard them.
Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a rain of meteoric fire, all the abyssal imps
and hellhounds in front of him turned to ashes. It should be noted that after a month of development, the number of fire mages under Lin Chen had reached 6,000. With 6,000 fire mages slaughtering these low-level abyssal monsters, it was like using a cannon to shoot mosquitoes, simply too easy. Soon, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully withstood the first
wave of the Abyssal Monster Siege. The second wave of abyssal monsters attacking the city will begin in 2 minutes.
Please prepare yourself.
Between each wave of abyssal monster attacks, there is a break for the Lord to rest.
However, if you take too long to deal with a wave of abyssal monsters, as long as it exceeds a certain time, the next wave of abyssal monsters will launch an attack directly.
2 minutes passed quickly. The second wave of abyssal monsters soon appeared before Lin Chen. 200 abyssal imps, 200 abyssal hounds, and an additional 100 4th-tier abyssal gargoyles. However, although the forces had doubled, it was still not enough for Lin Chen. He didn't even need to deploy other troops. With just the 6,000 flame mages, he could hold off dozens of waves of attacks. If things continued
to develop as they were, it would take at least 50 waves before he would feel any difficulty. However, not all lords could handle it as easily as Lin Chen.
By the time the abyssal monster attacks
reached the 30th wave, some people had already begun to cry out in despair.
This is only the 30th wave, how can there already be 7th-tier troops? Is there no way to survive?
Brother, you're
doing well. I was eliminated in the 25th wave.
Sigh, my city defense is as fragile as paper, it can't hold it all. The difficulty of the abyssal monster attacks is greater than expected.
By the time we reach the 50th wave, only the big shots will be able to hold on, right?
I really want to see how the big shots defend the city. As for me, I'm just lying flat.
Want to see the big shots defend the city? That's easy. Come to my livestream, where the god of the abyss will be defending the city live.
Immediately, a series of livestream room numbers were sent to the public screen.
At this moment, Su Tian was guarding near Lin Chen's territory, live-streaming the entire process of Lin Chen defending the city.
Previously, in reality, he was an entertainment reporter, commonly known as a paparazzo, making a living by secretly taking photos of celebrity gossip. Although it was a bit tough, he still earned around 20 to 30,000 a month,
living quite comfortably.
His original dream was to work as a paparazzo for a few more years, save up 2 to 3 million, buy a house back in his hometown, and find a more leisurely job. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. No one expected the world to undergo such a bizarre change. Everyone in the world was transported into the Lord's world.
It should be noted
that he was already a month behind others in development time, and with no gaming talent, he was struggling terribly. He quickly fell to the bottom tier, relying on digging for resources to survive, always worrying that some big shot might come along and destroy his territory on a whim. But fortunately, Su Tian's greatest advantage was his quick thinking. Since he had no gaming talent, he decided to approach it from another angle. Soon, Su Tian found his way out to become a streamer, specifically live streaming content that the public was interested in. For example, when conflicts broke out between lords or guilds challenged each other, he would rush to the scene and live stream it.
Just like the last time Lin Chen single-handedly challenged 240 enemy guild lords, Su Tian was there live streaming.
That one live stream alone earned Su Tian over 1 million gold coins in tips.
In a way, Su Tian was more like a war correspondent. After that success, Su Tian tasted the sweetness of it. As long as he kept an eye on Lin Chen, there would definitely be heat. So, after the abyssal monster attacks began,
Su Tian keenly sensed the excitement, decisively chose to give up on the challenge, and rushed to Lin Chen's territory to start his livestream. It turns out that his choice was indeed
the right one. After he started the live stream, thousands of viewers flooded in within just a few minutes. Moreover, as time went on, more and more lords entered the live stream room.
After all, Lin Chen was now recognized as the #1 lord in China.
Many people wanted to know how Lin Chen would defend the city during the abyssal monster siege event and how many rounds he could withstand.
In an instant, the bullet comments in Su Tian's livestream were flying wildly.
Streamer, quickly switch the camera. Everyone is waiting to see the abyssal god defend the city. Yeah, don't you know who everyone is here to see? False advertising. Brothers, report this.
Brothers, the betting has started. Come and wager how many waves
the abyssal god can hold. There were even quite a few lords directly sending gifts.
Lord Rainy Night Little Story rewarded the streamer with food x 10,000.
Lord Riding a Pig on the Highway rewarded the streamer with wood x 88888. Lord African Pretty Boy rewarded the streamer with silver coins x 166666.
Lord Canteen Spicy Sauce rewarded the streamer with
gold coins x 8888. Although Lord Era is a game world, it has all the necessary features such as forums and live streaming.
Even the gifts sent in the livestream are resources from
within the game.
Watching the gifts continuously flashing red in the livestream, Su Tian's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear, feeling that he had made the right choice.
Then, Su Tian cleared his throat and said, "Alright, everyone, don't be anxious, I will now livestream the abyssal god's defense of the city." Immediately, Su Tian switched the camera over. Soon, the scene before Lin Chen's territory appeared in the livestream.
A massive wave of abyssal monsters surged towards Lin Chen's territory like a tidal wave. At that moment, the fire
mage on the city wall began to chant a spell.
Boom 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 boom. As the spell was completed, large fireballs fell like meteor showers, instantly clearing a vast area.
In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the tens of thousands of abyssal monsters were completely wiped out. This is too easy. Did he just take care of a wave of abyssal monsters like that? Damn it.
I originally wanted to come here to learn some tactics from the big guy, but what tactics are there?
This is completely just firepower suppression. It looks too easy. I feel like I could do it too. Sure, you could do it, but first, you need to have the abyssal god's troops. You guys who have never seen the world, what's so surprising about this? This is only the 30-something round. Any slightly stronger lord could hold it, right? Indeed, it can be held, but are you sure you can do it as easily as the abyssal god? By the way, speaking of which, where is the abyssal god? I haven't seen him at all. Is he not in the territory? Upon seeing this bullet comment, Su Tian's expression became somewhat strange. Are you sure you want to see him? After Su Tian said this, the bullet comments in the livestream immediately became dissatisfied. Aren't you just stating the obvious? We're here to see him. Yeah, at least learn how the god commands the battle. You fake fans, we true fans are here for the abyssal god's looks. Ugh, male fans get out of the livestream. Su Tian helplessly said, since you want to see, then I'll show you. He then adjusted the camera angle to focus on the city wall within Lin Chen's territory. Lin Chen was lying comfortably on a deck chair, resting with his hands behind his head and his eyes closed. Beside him, the dark elf queen Kaylin was gently fanning him, and for a moment, the live stream was flooded with question marks. Upon witnessing this scene, the mindset of these lords instantly collapsed. While we were exhausted from defending the city, he was actually sleeping here? Crazy, really crazy, it's beyond crazy. Damn, I never expected that the great god of the abyss could actually sleep here. It seems that the army of abyssal monsters attacking the city doesn't interest the great god of the abyss at all. Damn, there's a hot female hero fanning the great god of the abyss next to him. I have to say, I'm really jealous. The barrage in the live stream instantly exploded. There was no way around it. The visual impact of the scene before them was simply too strong. For them, the army of abyssal monsters that required all their effort to defend against was nothing compared to Lin Chen. In fact, Lin Chen truly found it too boring. The first 50 rounds of the abyssal monster siege posed no challenge for him at all. Even now, Lin Chen had not yet deployed all his forces. Just the 6,000 flame mages were enough to deal with the army of abyssal monsters before him. The news of Lin Chen sleeping while defending the city spread like wildfire. Even many who were originally uninterested were drawn in to watch. Watching the skyrocketing popularity of his livestream, Su Tian was practically overjoyed. In less than 10 minutes, he had already received hundreds of thousands in gifts. In his eyes, the great god of the abyss was simply his cash cow. How could anyone else's livestream have such high popularity? As time passed, the number of abyssal monsters continued to increase. Starting from the 30th round, 7th tier abyssal monsters began to appear. By the 40th round, new 7th tier monsters named Abyssal Red Armored Dragon emerged. These abyssal monsters were extremely large, although their movements
were very slow. They had shells on their backs resembling turtle shells, boasting astonishing defensive power. Moreover, there were quite a few abyssal red armored dragons. In just the 40th round, over 1,000 appeared. Seeing the emergence of this group of abyssal red armored dragons, the viewers in the livestream instantly perked up. This is exciting. I feel like this group of abyssal red armored dragons should be able to break through the defense of the flame mages. Now the great god of the abyss should have no time to sleep, right? Yes, attack even more fiercely. Let the great god of the abyss wake up. I have to say, you guys are really bad. How can you stand with the abyssal monsters? In fact, the situation on the battlefield was indeed as these people had predicted. Although the flame mages were a hidden 5th tier unit, the abyssal red armored dragons were 7th tier units, with not only high magical defense but also a certain resistance to fire attributes. A single attack from the flame mages couldn't even take away 1/10 of an abyssal red armored dragon's health. With the abyssal red armored dragons at the front, the army of abyssal monsters continued to push forward, quickly closing the distance to Lin Chen's territory to just 1,000 meters. At this moment, all the viewers in the livestream were watching the scene before them. It had come to this point. The great god of the abyss should be serious now, right? But what they didn't expect was that even in this situation, Lin Chen was still sleeping. The great god of the abyss can't really be asleep, can he? Oh no! If he doesn't wake up soon, the territory will be breached. Ha, this is what happens when you like to show off. I say he deserves it. Alright, brother, stop making sarcastic comments. I still think it's quite a pity. Sigh, let's have a moment of silence for the great god of the abyss, hoping he won't be so arrogant next time. Just as the viewers in the livestream were feeling sorry for Lin Chen, the first abyssal red armored dragon finally stepped into the 1,000 meter range of Lin Chen's territory. What these people did not know was that this was precisely within the range of the Holy Light Arrow Tower. Whoosh! Accompanied by a whistling sound cutting through the air, an arrow radiating light suddenly shot towards the abyssal red armored dragon at an incredible speed. As the luminous arrow pierced through the body of the abyssal red armored dragon, its health instantly dropped to 0. The massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up countless dust. One shot, instant kill. Gulp! Everyone in the livestream couldn't help but widen their eyes, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. What the hell kind of damage is this? A 7th tier unit, and it was just killed like that? My goodness, is this really the kind of damage an arrow tower can deal? This is outrageous. I just saw a flash of light, and that abyssal red armored dragon went down. Is this the defense of a big shot? I've really learned something today. Perhaps this is the gap between me and the big shot. I bet $1 million this must be a hidden building. And it can't be low level, otherwise it wouldn't deal such high damage. It's simply monstrous. No wonder the god of the abyss can sleep so soundly. It turns out they have nothing to fear. At this moment, the group that had been gloating before all shut their mouths. This is just a slap in the face. They had been mocking Lin Chen for being too arrogant, but now it seems he indeed has the capital to be arrogant. Soon, all the abyssal red armored dragons that entered the range of the Holy Light Arrow Tower were killed one by one. It is no exaggeration to say that the range of the Holy Light Arrow Tower is like a forbidden zone. 7th tier units, unless their numbers exceed 10,000, should not even think about approaching Lin Chen's city gate. However, even if there were truly more than 10,000 7th tier units, it would still be unlikely for them to get close to Lin Chen's territory city gate. After all, within Lin Chen's territory, there are not just the Holy Light Arrow Tower as a defensive structure. In the following rounds of abyssal monster sieges, Lin Chen easily defended with his city defenses. The viewers in the livestream also witnessed the power of various hidden defensive structures. The highly lethal Holy Light Arrow Tower. The extreme Cold Frost Magic Tower that can slow down enemies over a wide area. The Hellfire Magic Tower that can deal massive damage to enemy forces. The Holy Blessing Tower that can grant buffs to units, enhancing their attributes. Under the full firepower of these high-tier defensive structures, the abyssal monster army outside Lin Chen's territory had no space to survive at all. They couldn't even get close to the city walls before being completely obliterated. As they looked at the scene before them, the viewers in the livestream gradually shifted from initial shock to numbness. No, it can't be said to be numbness, more accurately, they had already gotten used to it. The city defense of the big boss, now that's what you call city defense. In comparison, the city defense of my territory is practically made of paper. Thanks to the big boss Lin Yuan for introducing me to so many hidden city defense buildings. To be honest, the big boss's city defense buildings are truly impressive, one more powerful than the other. It's almost left me dumbfounded. Goodness. When that bright arrow tower came out, I thought it was already the peak, but it turned out to be just the beginning. While others are struggling to defend their cities, here at Lin Yuan's place, it has turned into a difficult advance for the army of abyssal monsters. Ah, it's so vivid, I'm starting to feel sorry for this group of abyssal monsters.
I'm dying of laughter. It looks like this army of monsters is about to go into a depression. Army of monsters, bro, give us some face, at least let us see what your city wall looks like. Alright, you guys can stop making jokes. It's honestly like an old lady getting into bed. It's making me laugh. Finally, the 50th wave of abyssal monsters attacking the city has begun. After the 50th wave, the difficulty of the abyssal monster siege will increase significantly. The reason is the appearance of the abyssal boss. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a gigantic creature suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Level 80 abyssal boss, the venomous scorpion lion king. This venomous scorpion lion king has the head of a lion, but the back half of its body is that of a scorpion, and even its tail is connected to a venomous black scorpion tail. For the viewers in the live stream, a level 80 abyssal boss is still quite intimidating. I really didn't expect that by the 50th wave, an 80 level boss would already appear. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the highest seems to be a full 100 waves of abyssal monster sieges, right? Hiss. My god, how difficult must that 100 waves be? Who cares, let those big shots worry about it. Anyway, these are no longer our concerns. Ha, that's true, we just need to enjoy the show. I wonder what rewards there will be for clearing 100 waves. I hope the great Lin Yuan can clear it so we can broaden our horizons. Although the difficulty of the abyssal monster siege will start to increase significantly after the 50th wave, relying solely on a level 80 abyssal boss to break through Lin Chen's city defense blockade is still a bit naive. Sure enough, the moment the venomous scorpion lion king stepped into range, the holy bright arrow tower immediately launched an attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The attack speed of the arrow tower is extremely fast. Arrows infused with a bright aura whistled through the air one after another. Each arrow that pierced the venomous scorpion lion king's body instantly took away a portion of its health. Roar! The enraged venomous scorpion lion king charged directly towards the city wall. But at that moment, another ice bomb accurately struck its body. Crack, crack. The ice bomb exploded, turning into a sky full of frost, covering the venomous scorpion lion king's body. While dealing damage, it also slowed down the latter's movement speed. Following that, the Hellfire Magic Tower also launched its attack. A fire arrow condensed from Hellfire suddenly shot towards the venomous scorpion lion king. Then, upon contact with the latter's body, it exploded violently. Boom! Minus 56,492. Over 50,000 points of damage directly caused the venomous scorpion lion king's health to drop significantly. At this rate, it seems that before the venomous scorpion lion king even reaches the city wall, it might already be taken down by concentrated fire. At that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared on the city wall and leaped down, heading straight for the venomous scorpion lion king. This black beast shadow was clearly the little black beast. Since leaving the dark maze, the little black beast had hardly absorbed any abyssal demonic energy. After all, before the invasion of the Abyss chapter began, there were hardly any powerful abyssal monsters on the Eternal Continent. Starved for a long time, the little black beast naturally regarded the venomous scorpion lion king as its prey. The little black beast quickly rushed in front of the venomous scorpion lion king and opened its mouth to absorb the abyssal demonic energy from the latter. Under these circumstances, the attributes of the venomous scorpion lion king began to gradually decline. The viewers in the live stream were all stunned by this scene. What the heck is going on? What is this little black beast? It can even absorb the boss's attributes? This is outrageous. It's practically cheating. The key is that this little black beast doesn't seem like a hero. Could it be a special unit? Roar! The enraged venomous scorpion lion king immediately turned its head and let out a furious roar at the little black beast. However, upon seeing the appearance of this little black beast, the roar of the venomous scorpion lion king abruptly stopped. Then, an extremely human-like expression of fear appeared on its face. Following that, the venomous scorpion lion king turned its body and prepared to flee. Watching this scene, the viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. When had they ever seen such a situation? What the hell is going on? Damn, it scared the boss away just like that. Is there such a move? Little black beast, retreat! 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 If Lin Chen were still awake, he would certainly be astonished. After all, the little black beast had hatched from hundreds of demonic runes as a demon devourer. It was quite normal for it to intimidate an ordinary abyssal boss. There was really nothing to be surprised about. However, the venomous scorpion lion king wanted to escape, and the little black beast was not satisfied. Damn it, I haven't absorbed enough yet, and you're just leaving? In the next moment, the little black beast let out a low growl, its form instantly expanding into a massive black beast. Then, it pounced forward, using its giant claws to pin down the body of the venomous scorpion lion king, forcibly absorbing the latter's abyssal demonic energy. As the little black beast absorbed more and more abyssal demonic energy, the breath of the venomous scorpion lion king gradually weakened. In fact, the venomous scorpion lion king was completely intimidated by the little black beast. If it truly fought back, the little black beast might not be able to defeat it.
After all, although the little black beast was a demon devourer, its current strength was only equivalent to that of a level 50 or 60 boss at most.